Lin Feng's final memory was the excruciating pain of cardiac arrest, accompanied by the glaring notification on his computer screen that read payment delay notice. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a patch of grass infused with the scents of fresh greenery and some large animal's excrement. What on earth? Is the air quality in the underworld this poor? Or has my unscrupulous boss tossed me into some remote wilderness? He mumbled as he sat up, only to be struck dumb. Before him stood towering trees, the distant howls of unknown beasts echoed, and the air was astonishingly fresh, if one overlooked the faint odor of dung. Have I been transported? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled momentarily. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. It's my turn to be the protagonist. However, his expression quickly fell. But where is this godforsaken place? An original forest survival story? Where's my golden finger? System, are you there? Grandpa? Little sister accompanying me? Come out and serve me. Silence reigned, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Damn. A product with no features? A bare transfer? He lamented, this god is really lacking. The after-sales service is atrocious, a terrible rating. He sighed and begrudgingly got to his feet, brushing off his cheap t-shirt emblazoned with writing late into the night, boundless power. The immediate priority was to ascertain what kind of world this was and to find something to eat. Judging by this primitive scenery, it resembles a fantasy realm? I wonder if there are any elven maidens. Wait a minute, that tree looks oddly familiar. He squinted at a nearby giant tree that had been snapped in half. That break, that shape. How does it resemble something that was kicked down by some colossal creature? Are there mammoths in this place? Just then, the sky darkened abruptly that a massive shadow loomed over him. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze. What he first spotted was a gigantic paw, covered in thick black fur and caked with dirt and leaves, suspended about 10 meters above his head and rapidly descending. The grime lodged beneath its claws was vividly apparent, exuding a profoundly impactful primal aura. Following the extraordinarily muscular leg upwards, he beheld a gargantuan body resembling a small mountain and a pair of crimson eyes brimming with ferocity. A colossal gorilla, or perhaps a giant ape, was peering down at him. No way. Lin Feng's mouth formed an O, his mind flooded with a barrage of thoughts. Gorilla? Godzilla? New eco-friendly film. The special effects are quite realistic. Wait, it seems like it's about to stomp down. I'm going to die. What kind of world starts off with a giant ape ready to squash me? Roar. The giant ape, evidently lacking the patience to allow him to finish his mental preparations, brought its massive paw down with the force of a mountain, accompanied by a powerful gust of natural wind. The sense of impending doom crashed over Lin Feng like a bucket of ice water, igniting his survival instincts. Ding. Detected lethal threat. Survival instincts activated to the extreme. Talent Multiverse Copy System activated. Binding successful. Initializing. Initialization complete. Welcome, host Lin Feng. This system aims to assist the host in surviving, growing, and transcending in the multiverse. Core Function 1. Copy and plunder can scan and replicate the abilities, talents, skills, and knowledge of target objects. Costs copy points. Price determined by the rarity, power, and potential of the ability. Typically requires direct observation of the ability in action. Core Function 2. Universal Exchange. Spend copy points to exchange for items, special abilities, and system functions. Current exchangeable items. None. List to be unlocked after contacting items/information from this world. Core Function 3. Task System. Randomly issues main, side, and hidden tasks. Completion grants copy points, proficiency in abilities, special items, and unlocking system. Functions. Auxiliary Functions Status Panel. Visualizes your attributes, abilities, and items. Inside Beginner. Observes basic information about targets, combat power, race, some ability names. Battle Recorder. Records battle data. Requires upgrade. System currency. Copy points. Acquisition methods. Complete tasks, achieve accomplishments, alter plots, shock characters, etc. Newbie gift pack distributed. Copy points 100. Current environment scanning. Scanning for replicable targets. Unknown giant ape creature. Inside information. Combat power 15. Race. Unknown giant ape. Abilities. Beast instinct. Beginner. Colossal strength. Fury. Replicable ability. Beast instinct. Beginner. Cost 10 copy points. Would you like to replicate? A mechanical yet oddly frugal voice echoed in his mind. accompanied by a simple translucent virtual panel appearing before him. System, you've finally arrived. But why now? Lin Feng's thoughts raced, too frantic to carefully examine the system's specific functions. Survival was paramount. Copy. Hurry and replicate. Take all my points. Quick. Copy points -10. Replication successful. Remaining copy points, 90. Ability Beast Instinct, Beginner, has been loaded. In an instant, Lin Feng sensed a transformation in the world around him. The sounds of the wind, the rustling grass, the subtle tremors of the giant ape's muscles, and even the air disturbance created by the descending paw flooded his mind with information. His body reacted instinctively before his mind could catch up. Performing an exceedingly ungraceful yet remarkably effective roll, he tumbled and crawled toward a nearby small mud pit that had recently been disturbed and was still radiating warmth. Splatter. He accurately shoved himself into the mud pit, sending a large, fragrant splash of mud flying. Almost simultaneously, boom. The giant ape's paw crashed heavily where he had just stood, causing the ground to tremble violently, mud and grass flying several meters high. The enormous toe was less than half a meter away, the pressure from the gust it created stinging his face. Lin Feng lay in the mud pit, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. The fragrance of the muddy water and some indescribable fermented odor assaulted his nostrils, yet he was immensely grateful for this pit. I survived. He trembled, spitting out the mud in his mouth. This beast instinct is truly something. But can we avoid such smelly places next time? The giant ape seemed momentarily stunned, lifting its paw and perplexedly gazing at the empty ground, then turned its gaze back down at the pit where a mud-covered figure was. Sputtering, it might have been pondering. Where did that little stone that was jabbing its foot go? How did it turn into a moving puddle of mud? Roar. It emitted a low growl filled with curiosity. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was distracted, Lin Feng rolled and scrambled out from the other side of the mud pit, diving into the nearby bushes without looking back. His speed leaving only a fragrant blur in his wake. The giant ape regarded the fleeing mud creature, seemingly losing interest, threw back its head, and with a thunderous roar, strode deeper into the forest. In the thicket, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his body smeared with mud and leaves, looking as if he had just emerged from a cesspool. The overwhelming relief of having survived washed over him. I nearly became a monkey's footstool right from the start. He wiped his face, only to find he had smeared an even layer of mud on himself. This experience of being transported is far too primal. Terrible rating. What kind of bizarre world is this? Are wild animals so ferocious? Ding. Successfully survived an attack from unknown giant ape creature, achieving the desperate survival accomplishment. Reward. Copy points 50. Current copy points, 140. Ding. Detected that the host has initially adapted to this world. Main quest, Survival and Exploration, has been activated. Quest objective, survive for 72 hours and conduct preliminary exploration of the current world to gather basic information. Task rewards, copy points 200, unlock, universal exchange, current world basic item list, random basic. Ability fragment X1. Failure penalty, none, but death equals task failure. The system's prompt resonated in Lin Feng's mind, invigorating him. Main quest, 200 points, and an item list. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there is always a glimmer of hope. Brother system, you are somewhat useful. He took a moment to examine the system panel within his mind. Status panel. Host, Lin Feng current world. Exploration degree 0, combat power, 5, a combat machine among the weakest, talent, 1 Jia copy system ability, beast instinct, beginner, items, none copy points, 140. System functions, status panel, I have insight, beginner, combat recorder, inactive, task, main survival and exploration, 0/72 hours, exploration degree 0, combat power. 5. Truly a quintessential weak start. Lin Feng lamented. But it's all right. He clenched his fists, his determination rekindled, though his mud-streaked face rendered it somewhat comical. I have the system. I can copy. I can undertake quests. If even a monkey can thrive, who can't? He gazed towards the direction where the giant ape had vanished, glanced at his own odorous body, and made his first significant decision after his traversal. First and foremost, I need to find a stream to wash up. This smell is unbearable. Then I must ascertain where exactly I am. Meanwhile, I'll complete that 72-hour task. He struggled to rise, relying on his beast instinct to faintly sense the presence of water, and he waded forward, leaving behind a trail of muddy footprints imbued with a peculiar scent. Ding. World Exploration Degree 0.01. System, your exploration degree increase is rather stingy, isn't it? Chapter 2. The Universal Capsule and the Afternoon Tea with Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lin Feng found himself by a small stream, nearly scraping off 3 layers of skin as he struggled to wash away the raw, earthy scent that clung to him. The damp t-shirt he wore, marked by a sleepless night of writing, bore the phrase limitless power, which seemed particularly poignant. Where's the system? Where's the map? Is a mere 100 points all a novice gets? How dare they call this a system? He grumbled to the air while wringing out his shirt. With 140 copying points in hand, he felt slightly more emboldened. Ding. This system promotes self-sufficiency, sees every opportunity. The detailed map function requires either copying the local fauna's navigational instincts or spending 50 copying points to unlock. Ding. The host has made contact with the basic substances of this world. The Universal Exchange list of fundamental items has been updated and is available for viewing at any time. 50 points. Why don't you just steal them? Lin Feng's lips twitched, yet curiosity compelled him to open the Universal Exchange list. Indeed, several new items appeared. Compressed food pack, 1 point. Clean drinking water 1L, 1 point. Set of ordinary clothing, 5 points. Basic healing ointment, 10 points. Simple compass, 15 points. The selection was limited, and the prices were not exorbitant, but they offered little assistance in his current predicament. He yearned for a map or a weapon instead. Sighing, he resigned himself to following a vague intuition, perhaps a side effect of beast instinct, and trudged forward in a somewhat clumsy manner. His stomach growled, and everything around him resembled roasted chicken legs. He dared not consume any wild fruits, fearing they might be poisonous. Wouldn't it be splendid to encounter a local, preferably a beautiful girl? He indulged in daydreams while vigilantly scanning his surroundings, where the beast instinct subtly stirred, indicating the presence of nearby life. At that moment, a peculiar noise and the shriek of a girl pierced the air. Ah, don't come closer. I have a gun. Lin Feng perked up, crouching low as he approached. Parting the bushes, before him stood a blue-haired girl in a snug blue outfit, her figure striking. Nervously aiming a uniquely designed handgun at a wild child clad in animal skins, whose hair was wild and who sported a tail while clutching a large fish. The wild child appeared bewildered and curious, seemingly more interested in the girl as firearm. Lin Feng blinked, rubbing his eyes. A blue-haired girl, a wild child in animal skins with a tail, a sci-fi handgun, and a motorcycle. This combination seemed increasingly familiar. An absurd thought surged forth, causing his heart to race. No way. Could it be? He focused intently on the wild child's tail and innocent, yet feral gaze. Sun Wukong. Lin Feng's voice trembled. And that blue-haired girl, Bulma. I can't believe it. I'm not in some fantasy world. I've somehow landed in the realm of Dragon Ball. Right at the very beginning, a wave of immense shock and exhilaration washed over him, nearly causing him to stumble out of the bushes. Ding. Scanning for potential copying targets. Bulma briefs. Copyable ability. Basic firearm knowledge costs 5 copying points. Inside eye information. Combat power 3. Race. Earthling. Abilities. Basic invention. Driving. Possesses special spatial equipment. Universal capsule. Ding. Scanning for potential copying targets. Sun Wukong. Inside eye information. Combat power 30. Race. Unknown. Tailed humanoid. Abilities. Beast combat instinct. Advanced. Staff technique. Extraordinary strength. Agility. Sensory acuity. Copyable ability. Beast combat instinct. Advanced. Requires 50 copying points. Copyable ability. Extraordinary sensory acuity requires 30 copying points. The system's notification snapped him back to reality, especially the combat power of 30 attributed to Sun Wukong, which made his eyes twitch. Indeed, a little monster. His own 5 points wouldn't suffice even to serve as a snack. Copying firearm knowledge. Lin Feng decided without hesitation. This was the first step to survival and gaining trust in the Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, it was inexpensive. 5 copying points deducted. Copying successful. Remaining copying points, 135. Ability basic firearm knowledge has been loaded. In an instant, a wealth of information regarding firearm structures, principles, and safety mechanisms flooded his mind. Looking at Bulma's gun, it felt as familiar as a child's toy. Hey, who's there? Bulma suddenly exclaimed, her gun pivoting sharply toward the bushes. Lin Feng quickly raised his hands, suppressing his excitement, and forced a smile that he deemed amicable, though it appeared somewhat distorted as he stepped out. Don't shoot. I'm just a passerby. A pure stranger. I noticed you seemed to need assistance. Bulma scrutinized him with suspicion. Who are you? Are you here to steal the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? What are those? Are they edible? I'm merely a lost traveler. He pointed to Sun Wukong. It seems this little brother is frightened by your, toy? Sun Wukong tilted his head, curiously observing Lin Feng, his nose twitching. You smell strange, different from the people in the mountains. Lin Feng replied, Little one, are you complimenting me or insulting me? Clearing his throat, he focused on Bulma's gun, utilizing his newly acquired knowledge. Miss, your toy's safety is off. And it seems the energy cell is a bit loose. It could go off accidentally. Bulma froze, instinctively glancing down. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. With the recently acquired, basic firearm knowledge, he slipped forward, awkwardly yet swiftly, pressing and twisting a latch on the gun. With a soft click, Bulma felt the weight in her hand lighten, and the gun magically found its way into Lin Feng's grasp, which he skillfully disassembled. See, this is safer, Lin Feng remarked, toying with the empty firearm, smiling broadly while internally exclaiming, Holy moly, I've met the real Bulma. Alive. Bulma stared, wide-eyed. How did you? Sun Wukong blinked, completely captivated by Lin Feng's gun disassembling skills. Wow, you're amazing. Better than Bulma. Lin Feng felt a surge of pride. This was the power of knowledge. Oh no, it was the power of copying. Dragon Ball World, here I come. Just as he intended to return the gun to Bulma, seeking to establish camaraderie and secure a spot in her team for the main quest of the Dragon Ball universe, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby woods, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A massive Tyrannosaurus Rex, with protruding fangs and drool dripping from its maw, charged forth. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on the fish in Sun Wukong's hand, or perhaps on the closest Lin Feng, who held the fish. Ah, it's a dinosaur, Bulma screamed, instinctively hiding behind a large rock. Inside-eye information, Tyrannosaurus Rex, juvenile, combat power 15, race, prehistoric beast, abilities, bite, claw, tail sweep, thick skin. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was exhilarated. He tucked the fish behind him, assuming a combat stance. It's a big lizard. Looks delicious. Lin Feng turned pale. Delicious? That creature is clearly not suitable for steaming. With a combat power of 15 against Wukong's 30, he hoped Wukong could prevail. But his own meager 5 points would not withstand the chaos. The Tyrannosaurus Rex paid no mind to their chatter, charging forward with great strides, its massive jaws open, accompanied by a foul wind. Run, Bulma shouted from behind. However, Sun Wukong exhibited no fear. Instead, he eagerly charged forward. His speed was astonishing, nimbly weaving between the dinosaur's lunges and lethal claws, his staff twirling with vigor. Each strike against the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tough scales produced a resounding thud. Though not enough to inflict fatal harm, yet it clearly gained the upper hand, drawing furious roars from the beast. Lin Feng stared in astonishment. Is this the innate combat instinct of a Saiyan? So wild and untamed. His meager combat power of 5 is hardly adequate. Ding. Encounter strong enemy Tyrannosaurus Rex, juvenile. Trigger emergency mission, luncheon defense, assistance. Mission description. Assist Sun Wukong in repelling or driving away the Tyrannosaurus Rex to ensure the safety of team members. Mission reward. 20 copy points. Random basic item exchange voucher X1. Failure penalty. May become lunch. The system's prompt invigorated Lin Feng. A mission has arrived. An assistance task. The rewards are quite substantial. He opted for the more cost-effective choice, prioritizing the enhancement of survival and support abilities. Beast Combat Instinct is too expensive, and Wukong is currently demonstrating the advanced version. 30 copy points. Copy successful. Remaining copy points, 105. Ability Super Sensory has been loaded. In an instant, his vision, hearing, and sense of smell became extraordinarily acute. He could see the quivering muscles of the Tyrannosaurus Rex more clearly, hear its heavy breathing and heartbeat, and even detect the foul stench emanating from its mouth. This significantly enhanced his ability to predict and evade danger. At this moment, although Sun Wukong had the upper hand, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was tough-skinned and meaty, making it difficult to subdue. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, thoroughly agitated, suddenly swung its tail towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nimbly leaped back to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity, the The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned and charged at the nearest Lin Feng. It's over. Lin Feng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. But the newly acquired supersensory and beast instinct allowed him to perceive the Tyrannosaurus Rex's movements with clarity. He executed a desperate roll to the side, narrowly evading the gaping maw, its rancid saliva nearly grazing his face. He scrambled to the side and hastily grabbed the energy magazine that Bulma had dropped. With utmost speed, he reloaded the magazine into the pistol, barely stabilizing it, and raised it toward the Tyrannosaurus Rex's open, roaring mouth. Here's a treat for you. Though it may not fill your gaps. He pulled the trigger. Bayou. A beam of energy shot forth, accurately piercing deep into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's throat. A whoa. The Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly choked, its massive body stiffening, emitting strange gurgling sounds from its throat. It shook its head in discomfort, ultimately releasing a massive, smoky belch. Glaring at Lin Feng before turning around and staggering away. It seemed to find this little snack too hard to chew, still lodged in its teeth. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Sun Wukong rose from the ground, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Feng. Wow, you're amazing. You scared off that big lizard. Bulma emerged entirely from behind a rock, gazing at Lin Feng with eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of curiosity. Hey, who exactly are you? You're quite skilled. Lin Feng, panting heavily, plopped down on the ground, staring at the smoking pistol in his hand, feeling a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. Ding. Emergency Mission Luncheon Defense. Assistance. Completed. Reward. 20 copy points. Random Basic Item Exchange Voucher X1 has been issued. Current copy points. 125. Ding. Successfully participated in repelling the Tyrannosaurus Rex, juvenile, achieving the defeating strong with weak assistance accomplishment. Reward. 10 copy points. Current copy points. 135. The system's notifications lifted his spirits. The points have returned. Plus, an extra voucher. Use the exchange voucher. Ding. Using Random Basic Item Exchange Voucher X1. Obtained. Universal Capsule, Portable Hunt, Basic Version, X1. A small capsule marked with a C symbol appeared in his hand. Oh, you have a universal capsule too? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Just a little trick, Lin Feng chuckled, handing the capsule to Bulma, as it seems we need to rest for a bit. Bulma took the capsule, curiously scrutinizing Lin Feng, then tossed it. Bang! With a soft sound, a small but fully functional house appeared in the clearing. Wow, a house! Sun Wukong excitedly dashed inside. Bulma looked at Lin Feng and formally extended an invitation. I'm Bulma, and this is Sun Wukong. We're searching for something called Dragon Balls. You seem quite capable and smart. Would you like to join us? Lin Feng suppressed his overwhelming joy and offered a somewhat disheveled smile. I'm Lin Feng, a lost martial artist. I'm also quite curious about this world. Let us form a team. He pointed at Bulma's Dragon Ball radar. By the way, I'm also quite interested in that glowing orb. He finally uttered the classic phrase of a time traveler. Ding. Successfully joined the Dragon Ball search team, achieving an important plot milestone. Reward, 40 copy points. Current copy points, 175. Ding. Main quest survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration, level 13. After entering the small house, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, which clearly displayed 2 glowing points, one right where they were, the 4-star ball brought by Sun Wukong, and the other further away. Look, this is a Dragon Ball. Bulma showed Lin Feng the 4-star ball, stating that gathering all 7 would grant any wish. Ding. Contacted key item 4-star Dragon Ball. Universal exchange list updated. Dragon Ball radar, one-time replica, 50 points, has been unlocked. Ding. Discovered copyable target, 4-star Dragon Ball. Copyable ability. Weak energy sensing requires 1 point. Note. Copying this ability has no practical combat use, merely allows weak perception of Dragon Ball locations. Lin Feng. The ability to copy Dragon Balls? System. You truly have a flair for the dramatic. Naturally, he wouldn't waste points on such a trivial matter. So, where's the next Dragon Ball? Lin Feng inquired. Bulma pointed at the radar, just a short distance away. Let us go. After a brief rest, the group set off once more. The beginning was smooth, points were abundant, and he had integrated into the main character group. However, as he glanced at the lively and formidable Sun Wukong, whose combat power stood at 30, and then reflected on his own paltry 5 combat power and 175 copy points, he realized the long road ahead. He needed to quickly earn more points and replicate more powerful abilities. Let us go. To find the next Dragon Ball, Bulma was brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Feng nodded, trailing behind the group. What would their next target be? System status panel. Host. Lin Feng current world. Dragon Ball Earth combat power. 5. Unimproved. Available copy points. 175 Chi status. Abundant exploration level. 13. Ability list. Beast instinct. Beginner. Basic firearm knowledge supersensory. Item inventory. None. Task list. Main quest. Survival and exploration. 1,572 hours. Exploration level 13. Copy point income and expenditure. Initial. 140 expenditure. 5 firearm knowledge, 30 supersensory, 35 earnings. 20 emergency mission, 10 achievement, 40 joining team, 70 balance. 175 system evaluation. The host has successfully integrated into the main character group. Made initial contact with the Dragon Balls. In the beginning is smooth. Copy point reserves are ample, but combat power urgently needs enhancement. It is recommended to replicate techniques that possess practical combat abilities or significantly improve survival capabilities as soon as possible. Chapter 3: The Wonders of Wulong and Transformation Techniques. Bulma rode the motorcycle, guided by the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong, brimming with energy, sprinted ahead, occasionally distracted by roadside wild game, attempting to snag a snack. Meanwhile, Lin Feng once again experienced the lament of being weak. He could only rely on his 2 legs to run on the ground. Beast instinct and supersensory helped him dodge branches and stones, but he still huffed and puffed, quickly falling behind, nearly choking on the dust kicked up by the motorcycle. Hey, you're too slow, Bulma called back. Sorry, my stamina isn't great. Lin Feng gasped for breath and inwardly lamented, this wretched body. With a mere 5 points of combat power, I am utterly incapable. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding. High efficiency movement detected. Target available for replication, Sun Wukong. Replicable ability. Basic Chi utilization for travel costs, 30 replication points. Would you like to replicate? Upon seeing his substantial 175 points, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, yes, I shall replicate it. Mobility is of utmost importance. Replication points, 30. Replication successful. Remaining points, 145. The ability basic Chi utilization for travel has been loaded. In an instant, he felt his legs grow lighter, his Chi flowing more smoothly. And a more energy-efficient running technique flooded his mind. Although he still could not keep pace with Wukong's astonishing speed, he could at least manage to tail behind Bulma's motorcycle without kicking up dust, and his breathing had become considerably easier. Have you increased your speed? Bulma remarked, astonished. Sensing a change, Lin Feng maintained a low profile. Soon, guided by the radar, they arrived at a rather desolate little town. The atmosphere was peculiar, with sparse foot traffic and most citizens wearing sorrowful expressions. What is going on? This town feels lifeless, Bulma said as she halted her motorcycle and looked around, puzzled. An elderly lady, leaning on a cane, ambled by, sighing heavily. Excuse me, ma'am, may I inquire what has transpired here? Lin Feng approached her politely. The old lady glanced at them, especially at the oddly dressed Sun Wukong, and sighed, you must be outsiders. You should leave quickly. Our town has been targeted by a monster named Wulong. A monster? Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement as he rushed forward, holding his Rui Bang. How formidable is it? Where can I find it? I shall defeat it. His innate thrill for battle and formidable opponents was palpable. The elderly lady was taken aback by Wukong's enthusiasm. Alas, that monster is incredibly powerful. It demands a beautiful girl from us every day, or it threatens to destroy the town. Today is the day of the sacrifice, and it is in the valley just outside the town. How outrageous! To brazenly abduct innocent maidens in broad daylight. Bulma was furious. Let us go see what this monster is. All right. Wukong immediately responded, ready to charge out of the town with his Rui Bang. Lin Feng understood the situation perfectly. Here comes that lecherous pig. Wulong. He nodded solemnly on the surface. It is our duty to uphold righteousness. While internally thinking, replication opportunity 1. The 3 of them hurried towards the valley as directed by the old lady. There, they spotted a girl dressed like a bride, trembling as she sat on a large rock. Let us hide here and observe what that monster truly is. Bulma gestured for everyone to conceal themselves in the nearby bushes. Just as she finished speaking, a soft thud resonated, and a puff of smoke appeared, revealing a man in a suit with slicked-back hair, looking rather disheveled, yet lewdly grinning as he approached the bride. Beautiful lady, I apologize for keeping you waiting, he said, rubbing his hands together. How detestable. Is this the lecherous creature? Bulma was infuriated and prepared to rush out. Wait. Lin Feng restrained her again, whispering. Something feels off. This man is weak. His beast instinct and super sensory both indicated that the target was a facade of strength. Meanwhile, Yukong tilted his head, puzzled. Is this the monster? Feels rather weak, not as powerful as that large lizard from before. His powerful instincts sensed the weakness of the foe, prompting him to observe curiously rather than charge in. Just then, as the groom attempted to make a move on the bride, she suddenly screamed and pulled out a water gun from beneath her dress, spraying him in the face. Ah, my makeup, he shrieked, flailing about. With another puff of smoke, the man transformed into a small pig with wings, attempting to flee. Wow, he can transform. Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise, momentarily forgetting about fighting the monster. Captivated by this peculiar metamorphosis. Now's my chance. Lin Feng shouted, his beast instinct predicting the pig's flight trajectory, activating basic chi utilization for travel. He leaped from the bushes like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, accurately grasping the chubby pig's tail. Hey, who's that? Let go of me. Wulong squealed, kicking his legs frantically. Bulma and Wukong dashed out as well. The monster is a pig? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. Wukong, curious, poked Wulong with his Rui Bang. Was that lecherous uncle you? Can you transform into something else? Wulong struggled and shouted, I am not a pig. I am the great Wulong. Release me, or I shall transform into a fearsome monster to terrify you. Transform. Quick, transform. Wukong urged excitedly, momentarily forgetting about defeating the monster. Wulong, in a fit of frustration, unleashed his energy. Bang. He transformed into a giant pink caterpillar, soft and utterly unthreatening. Is that all? Bulma said, unimpressed. Wukong poked the caterpillar with his Rui Bang, disappointed. It's soft, not fun, and not tasty. Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter, but then the system notification arrived. Ding. Transformation energy fluctuations detected. Target available for replication, Wulong. Replicable ability. Transformation technique, animal object, costs 40 replication points. Would you like to replicate? Yes. Lin Feng answered without hesitation. This ability was highly practical. He needed to replicate it before Wukong knocked it unconscious. Replication points, 40. Replication successful. Remaining points, 105. The ability transformation technique, animal object, has been loaded. Note, each transformation consumes a small amount of chi, and the duration is related to one's chi strength. Ding. First successful replication of a transformation ability. Reward, 25 replication points. Current replication points, 130. In an instant, various transformation techniques and energy utilization methods flooded his mind. At that moment, Wulong, finding his caterpillar form too pathetic, transformed back into a pig with a dejected sigh. All right, I surrender. What do you want from me? Wukong raised his Rui Bang. Bulma, should we finish it off? Wulong gasped in terror, trembling. Bulma, exasperated, punched Wulong again. Because of you, we were all on edge for nothing. And you have caused the girls in the town to live in fear every day. Speak. What exactly are you? Wulong cowered, clutching his head. I was wrong. Please spare me, brave heroine. Please, kind sir, spare me. I will tell you everything. After a friendly exchange, Wulong revealed the truth. He was no formidable monster, but merely a trickster who had fled from kindergarten in the south, using his transformation technique to swindle and feast off others. So, you are just a fraud. Bulma crossed her arms, glaring at him. Lin Feng, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of joy. He had acquired a useful skill while enjoying a splendid show. Ultimately, in order to redeem himself, mainly out of fear of Wukong's Rui Bang, Wulong agreed to assist Bulma and her companions in searching for the Dragon Balls, offering up a Dragon Ball he had previously swindled, which was the 5-star Dragon Ball displayed on Bulma's radar. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, Bulma's spirits soared, and she reluctantly agreed to let the lecherous little pig join their team temporarily. Ding. Successfully exposed and captured Wulong, altering the town's fate. Achievement unlocked. Cunning strategy. Reward, 35 replication points. Current replication points, 165. On the return journey, Wulong eyed Lin Feng with curiosity. Brother, your grip on my tail was incredibly precise. How did you know I was going to fly that way? Lin Feng smiled enigmatically. Intuition. Internally, he added, intuition worth 10 replication points. Wukong was also delighted by Wulong's presence, peppering him with questions. Can you transform into a dinosaur? Can you become a fish? Can you turn into something delicious? Wulong was sweating profusely from the barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Bulma contemplated the next destination, gazing at the newly acquired 5-star Dragon Ball, while Lin Feng reveled in the joy of his newly obtained transformation technique. The team has grown stronger and more capable, and the plot of Dragon Ball progresses smoothly. However, gazing at the mere 165 replication points remaining, he is acutely aware of the long journey ahead. Who will be next? Yamcha? He eagerly anticipates the forthcoming adventures and additional opportunities for replication. This lascivious little pig seems poised to bring considerable amusement. Perhaps it is time to experiment with new abilities? He observes the despondent Wulong walking ahead, a mischievous smile curling at his lips as he discreetly channels his energy. With a poof, a faint puff of smoke envelopes him, and Lin Feng vanishes, only to be replaced by a miniature pig that looks exactly like Wulong, even replicating his lewd demeanor with remarkable precision. He scurries up to the real Wulong and, using an identical voice, exclaims, "Hey, buddy, I heard you like to watch." The genuine Wulong startles, gazing fearfully at his doppelganger. Wah, a ghost. Bulma and Son Goku turn at the sound, their eyes widening at the sight of two identical Wulongs. With another poof, Lin Feng returns to his original form, erupting into hearty laughter. Wulong, now terrified, collapses to the ground. Why, you can also transform. Bulma's eyes light up. Oh, your ability is quite intriguing. Son Goku claps his hands in delight. How fun. Do it again. Lin Feng is in high spirits. This transformation technique indeed proves to be endlessly useful. Unbeknownst to him, the system panel flickers subtly. Ding. The host has successfully replicated and utilized the ability, leading to a slight enhancement in understanding of energy. Combat Power 1. Current Combat Power 6. The path ahead is daunting, yet progress is being made. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng. Current World. Dragon Ball Earth. Combat Power 6. Ability Utilization 1. Usable Replication Points 165. Energy Status. Full. Ability List. Beast Instinct. Beginner. Basic Firearm Knowledge. Extraordinary Senses. Basic Energy Manipulation. Traveling Transformation Technique. Animal and Objects. Item Inventory. None. Task List. Main Quest. Survival and Exploration. 272 hours. Exploration Degree 18. Replication Points. Income and Expenditure. Initial. 175 expenditure. 30 traveling. 40 transformation technique. 70 earnings. 25 first transformation. 35 outwitting Wulong. 60 balance. 165 system evaluation. The host has successfully subdued Wulong, acquiring a practical transformation ability. The reserve of replication points is healthy. It is advisable to use points cautiously in the next steps, prioritizing enhancements in combat capability. Chapter 4. The Desert Fox and the Temptation of Energy Manipulation. Having successfully subdued, or rather, coerced, Wulong, the team now consists of 4 members. Bulma is in high spirits, with an additional transformation tool, albeit a lascivious little pig, joining their ranks, and they now possess 4 Dragon Balls. The 2-star ball from Bulma's family collection, the 4-star ball left by Son Goku's grandfather, the 3-star ball found during their earlier search by the river, and the 5-star ball contributed by Wulong. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the signal for the next Dragon Ball appears to be emanating from a rather distant and inhospitable direction. Judging by the intensity and direction of the signal, Bulma frowns as she operates the radar. It seems to be in a desert. The interference is quite strong. This should be the 5th Dragon Ball we are looking for. A desert? What is that? Is there anything delicious to eat? Son Goku asks curiously. A desert is a place full of sand, very hot and dry, with little water. Bulma explains. It seems we need to make some preparations. She takes out a universal capsule and with a pop, summons a large off-road vehicle more suitable for traversing sandy terrain. Wow, a new car, Son Goku exclaims, eagerly climbing atop the vehicle. Humph, I suppose you are of some use, Wulong mutters, scrambling into the back seat. Lin Feng breathes a sigh of relief as he opens the passenger door and takes a seat. Ding. Main quest survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration Degree 5. Engaged with and rode in the off-road vehicle, deepening understanding of current world technology. The convoy departs from the small town, heading towards the desert. The scenery gradually shifts from lush green to earthy yellow, and the air becomes dry and hot. The journey is long and monotonous. Bulma focuses on driving and navigation. Son Goku marvels at the swiftly retreating landscape outside the window, while Wulong soon begins to complain about thirst and heat. Lin Feng, however, does not waste time. He closes his eyes, immersing most of his focus within, attempting to harness the faint energy flowing within him. He relies on beast instinct and extraordinary senses to aid in perceiving the movement of his energy. He endeavors to circulate the recovered energy in a careful, instinctual manner, seeking a more efficient approach. Failure leads to adjustment, followed by more failures and further adjustments. Sweat beads on his forehead, energy depleting rapidly, yet with each minuscule recovery, he plunges back into practice. This process is slow and tedious, with minimal progress. Yet he feels his control over his body and energy becoming increasingly acute and resilient through repeated failures. Ding. Through continuous practice and insight, the host's control over his energy has slightly improved. Ding. Energy limit has marginally increased. Combat Power 1. Current Combat Power 7. Although the system's notifications do not yield points or new skills, they validate Lin Feng's efforts. His energy recovery speed has increased slightly. After driving for most of the day, a vast expanse of golden sand dunes comes into view. Waves of heat wash over them, the air shimmers, and the distant sand hills undulate. We have entered the desert. Everyone be cautious and conserve water. Bulma warns. The off-road vehicle struggles to traverse the sandy terrain, its speed diminishing. The sweltering heat and dryness leave everyone feeling somewhat lethargic. After some time, Bulma suddenly points at the radar. The Dragon Ball signal has intensified. It is in this area. It must be the 5th Dragon Ball. However, the interference is still strong, making precise location impossible. Just then, Lin Feng's beast instinct and extraordinary senses simultaneously emit a faint warning. Something's up, he whispers, straining to sense. The scorching environment poses a challenge to perception, yet he manages to detect a faint energy signature moving rapidly. What is happening? Bulma slows down, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Before she can finish her sentence, a figure dashes out from behind a sand dune at astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust, and lands squarely in front of the off-road vehicle, blocking their path. The newcomer has long black hair tied back, a scar across his face, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a fierce gaze, arms crossed, exuding the aura of a desert bandit. Most strikingly, perched on his shoulder is a small cat dressed in a similar style martial arts uniform. Hand over your valuables and that glowing orb. The stranger rasps, getting straight to the point, assuming a ready stance, his aura imposing. Desert bandit, Yamcha, and Puer. Lin Feng's eyes light up. Here he comes. He immediately concentrates his focus. Ding. Scanning for replicable target. Yamcha. Inside eye information. Combat Power 40. Race. Earthling. Abilities. Wolf Fang Fist. Mastered. Gale Step. Mastered. Energy Manipulation. Mastered. Replicable ability. Wolf Fang Fist. Skill set. Requires 30 replication points. Replicable ability. Gale Step requires 20 replication points. Ding. Scanning for replicable target. Puer. Inside eye information. Combat Power 5. Race. Earth Cat. Mutated. Ability. Transformation Technique. Animal Enhancement. Replicable ability. Transformation Technique. Animal Enhancement. Requires 35 replication points. Copy the Gale Step. Lin Feng decides without hesitation. Deducting 20 points. Replication successful. Remaining replication points. 145. Ability Gale Step has been loaded. Instantly, the techniques of Yamcha's rapid movement and evasion flood his mind. He senses that his own movements can now conserve energy and become more agile. Bulma, startled, raises her handgun. Who are you? Robbing in broad daylight. Yamcha caught sight of Buerma, and his expression abruptly shifted, as if he had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. He instinctively recoiled a step and stammered, "Woman. Stay away from me." A hint of a suspicious blush crept onto his face, causing his earlier fierce demeanor to crumble significantly. Lin Feng remarked, "I almost forgot. This fellow suffers from severe gynophobia." Wulong, frightened, swiftly darted behind the towering figure of Suin Wukong, revealing only his trembling backside. Suin Wukong. "I'm counting on you." Suin Wukong, however, became exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he completely disregarded his thirst. "Oh? This looks strong. Shall we fight?" He leaped from the vehicle, striking a combat stance, his tail wagging with eagerness. Yamcha endeavored to ignore Buerma, though with little success. Fixing his gaze on the seemingly formidable Suin Wukong and the agile Lin Feng. Enough talk. If you don't want to be beaten, hand over what you have. In a flash, he moved like the wind, employing the swift step technique, just replicated from Lin Feng, charging at Suen Wukong. With a fierce strike, he unleashed the Wolf Fang fist. In an instant, his fists moved like a tempest, dense and ferocious, creating a powerful assault. Suen Wukong reacted with remarkable speed, evading and blocking with his primal instincts and Saiyan combat prowess. The two engaged in a flurry of blows, the sound of their strikes resonating with thuds as dust swirled around them like a miniature sandstorm. Lin Feng refrained from recklessly jumping into the fray, instead channeling his newly learned swift step technique, enhanced by a faint aura to boost mobility, while activating Eye of Insight, carefully observing his movements and energy flow, particularly the technique behind the Wolf Fang fist. Boer Ma, wielding a gun, found it challenging to aim due to the rapid movements of the two combatants, growing increasingly frustrated. Wulong, meanwhile, cheered from the sidelines. Go, Suen Wukong. Punch him. Yes. Hit his face. Watch out. As Yamcha found himself at a stalemate, impatience welled within him. This wild kid appeared foolish, yet his agility and strength were astonishing. He feigned a strike, then jumped back. Hands coming together as an energy distinct from his previous martial arts began to coalesce. Let me show you true power. Energy sphere. A small white, highly compressed energy ball rapidly formed in his palms. Though diminutive, it emanated a solid aura, controlled with exquisite precision, trembling as it locked onto Suen Wukong. Lin Feng's pupils dilated, activating Eye of Insight and enhanced senses to focus intently on the energy sphere. Now, Yamcha shouted, thrusting forth the energy sphere, rather than shooting straight. It traced an arc, deftly evading Suen Wukong's blocking arm and aimed directly at his torso. This exquisite control was extraordinary. Suen Wukong's primal instincts alerted him. At the critical moment, he swiftly sidestepped, the energy sphere barely grazing his clothing before detonating behind him in the sand, sending dust flying. Wow, that was close. Suen Wukong exclaimed, his excitement growing. He found the technique exhilarating. Replication conditions met. Witnessed ability in action. Ding. High-precision energy control detected. Target successfully executed energy sphere. Replicable ability. Energy sphere, energy control model, requires 50 replication points. Would you like to replicate? 50 points. Replicate. Lin Feng's heart raced. Replication points 50. Replication successful. Remaining points, 95. Ability energy sphere, energy control model, loaded. Note, this is merely an energy control model. Extensive practice and sufficient energy are required for execution. In an instant, complex techniques for compressing energy, precision control, and remote guidance flooded his mind. Seeing his strike miss, Yamcha flicked his fingers, attempting to redirect the energy sphere for a counterattack. Lin Feng, quick-witted, called out to the cat on Yamcha's shoulder, "Hey, that cat. Your master is about to be knocked down by that woman." He pointed at Boer Ma deliberately. Yamcha, instinctively glancing at Boer Ma, who appeared fierce due to her anxiety, lost his composure. Woman. His hand trembled, and his mental focus faltered, causing the energy sphere to become wildly unstable, its trajectory erratic. Now, Lin Feng's instincts caught this fleeting opening, activating swift step technique to close the distance to Yamcha, not to attack, but to lightly touch his wrist, controlling the energy. He aimed to feel the unstable energy structure up close. Ding. Contact with target energy flow node. Energy sphere, energy control model, resolution 15. Proficiency slightly increased. This touch caused Yamcha's already chaotic energy to spiral out of control. The energy sphere veered off course, missing everyone, but awkwardly twisting in the air before crashing into Wulong, who had been watching from the sidelines. Ow! Wulong was sent flying, landing as a charred teapot emitting black smoke, puffing out rings of soot. Yamcha staggered back, nearly losing his balance from the backlash, looking quite disheveled. Seizing the opportunity, Suen Wukong lunged forward, delivering a straightforward and powerful punch. Yamcha hastily blocked, but was overwhelmed by Suen Wukong's brute strength, causing his arm to go numb as he was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, covered in sand. The cat on his shoulder, upon witnessing this, transformed with a loud pop into a gleaming pair of scissors, snapping menacingly at the air in a futile attempt to intimidate, though its eyes betrayed its fear. Lin Feng observed the transformation, and the system prompted him once more. Ding. Transformation energy fluctuations detected. Replicable target, poor. Replicable ability, transformation technique, animal enhancement, costs 35 replication points. Would you like to replicate? Lin Feng considered his remaining 95 points, hesitating momentarily. He already possessed a transformation technique. This enhanced version could wait. Ma, seizing the moment, aimed her gun at the rising Yamcha and the giant scissors. Don't move. Yamcha, getting to his feet, glanced at the unharmed yet dazed Suan Wukong, then at the agile and enigmatic Lin Feng, who was processing the knowledge of the energy sphere, and finally at Ma, her gun raised. His complexion shifted between green and white. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. You all are formidable. He spat out a parting remark, turning to flee with speed even greater than his arrival, employing afterimages. Puer, let us go. Puer immediately transformed back into a small cat, leaping onto his shoulder, and in a series of agile movements, they vanished behind the sand dunes, leaving only a trail of dust. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Easily defeated, Ma declared, hands on her hips in triumph, despite not having fired a single shot. Suan Wukong, still eager for more, mused, hey, they got away? We weren't done yet. He seemed unsatisfied with the encounter. Wulong reverted to his original form, still exhaling black smoke, lamenting, why is it always me who gets hurt? Lin Feng sighed in relief, feeling somewhat drained, though he had replicated a new ability. He had gained 15 points of resolution and proficiency for the energy sphere and acquired Swift Step Technique, which was not a loss. Furthermore, Ding successfully repelled the Desert Bandit Inchab and Puer, protecting the Dragon Balls and valuables. Reward, 40 replication points. Current replication points, 135. The system notification elevated his spirits. His points were restored. Ma approached, curiously eyeing Lin Feng. Hey, what did you do when you got close to him? That energy sphere seemed to veer off course suddenly. Lin Feng smiled, feigning mystery. Just a little trick. I interfered with his aura. He couldn't very well say it was due to her aura of gynophobia, could he? Ma scoffed, but her gaze held a hint of approval. I'll give you some credit. She turned and approached the off-road vehicle. All right, the bandits have been driven away. Let us continue our search for the Dragon Balls. According to the radar, it should be around here. Everyone climbed back into the vehicle and began to search the surroundings meticulously. The interference in the desert was indeed quite strong, causing the signal to fluctuate. After nearly an hour of searching, at last, the sharp-eyed Sun Wukong spotted a flickering orange light beneath a sand dune. Over there, digging through the sand, they uncovered a Dragon Ball peacefully resting there. Wonderful. The fourth Dragon Ball. Bulma exclaimed joyfully as she picked up the Dragon Ball, revealing it to be the 6-star ball. Ding. Acquired 6-star Dragon Ball. Main quest survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration degree 10. Current exploration degree, 33. Currently collected Dragon Balls, 47 2-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star. Ding. Successfully obtained a Dragon Ball in the desert environment, achieving the Sand Sea Dragon Ball search feat. Reward, 20 replication points. Current replication points, 155. The continuous system notifications invigorated Lin Feng. The exploration degree had risen, and his points had increased. As night fell, the temperature in the desert plummeted. Let us set up camp nearby, Bulma decided, retrieving a multifunctional capsule to summon a portable house. Gathering around the campfire, they shared a simple meal. Bulma laid out the 5 Dragon Balls on the ground. Survival and exploration, 38,572 hours. Exploration degree 33. Time slipped by quietly amidst their adventures. System status panel. Host, Lin Feng current world. Dragon Ball Earth combat power. 7. Continuous training 1. Available replication points. 155 chi state. Abundant collected Dragon Balls. 47 2-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star. Ability list. Beast Instinct. Beginner. Basic firearm knowledge. Extraordinary senses. Basic chi manipulation. Travel transformation technique. Animal item. Gale step technique. Chi ball. Energy control model. Resolution 15. Item inventory. None. Task list. Main quest. Survival and exploration. 38,572 hours. Exploration degree 33. Replication point income and expenditure. Initial. 165 consumption. 20 Gale step technique. 50 chi ball. Model 70 earnings. 40 repelled Yamcha. 20 Sand Sea Dragon Ball. Search 60 balance. 155. System evaluation. The host successfully navigated the desert ambush. outsmarted formidable foes, and acquired the 4th Dragon Ball, the 6-star ball. The reserve of replication points remains healthy, and understanding of energy manipulation deepens. Chapter 5. Castle Traps and the Battle for the Dragon Balls. After successfully obtaining the 4th Dragon Ball, the morale of the team soared. Bulma's Dragon Ball radar indicated a remarkably strong signal for the next Dragon Ball, stationary and seemingly located within a peculiar building in the hilly terrain ahead. Look, it's right there. Bulma excitedly pointed towards a castle perched on a hill. The castle's design was extravagantly ostentatious, with a skewed spire and walls painted an eye-catching shade of fuchsia. At the entrance stood 2 stone monster statues with blank expressions, exuding an overall sense of cheap malevolence. Is this the castle you mentioned? Lin Feng observed the disastrous aesthetics with a twitch of his lips. The Dragon Ball signal is emanating from inside, Bulma asserted, pointing at the radar. Although the taste was lacking, the Dragon Ball must surely be within. Wow, a castle. So cool. Sun Wukong had already excitedly raced to the entrance, touching and knocking on the stone monster statues. Oolong, trembling and hiding behind Lin Feng, said, I sense an evil aura. Should we leave? I have a foreboding feeling. Since we are here, Lin Feng's beast instinct subtly alerted him to the danger inside, though it was not fatal. More than anything, it felt like a comical scheme. Bulma, do you have a plan? Perhaps an infiltration? A plan? Bulma placed her hands on her hips. Of course, we charge straight in. My equipment is not to be trifled with. She patted the holster at her waist. Lin Feng sighed, typical of Bulma's style. He glanced at Oolong and Wukong, a smile creeping onto his face. Minutes later, the castle doors were flung open with a resounding bang. Sun Wukong, wielding his Rui Bang, strode boldly at the forefront. Evil ones inside. Hand over the Dragon Balls. The Pilaf trio was startled, but quickly pressed a button. Whoosh. Several punching gloves sprang out. Sun Wukong barely glanced as he waved his Rui Bang, effortlessly knocking them all away. Traps are useless. Pilaf exclaimed in shock. Aishu, Xiaowu, stop them. Aishu and Xiaowu rushed in, determination etched on their faces. At that moment, Oolong, hiding behind Wukong, suddenly transformed. Boom. He morphed into a gigantic, bikini-clad blonde beauty, winking at Aishu. Hey there, handsome. Aishu. Nosebleeds gushed forth, and he fainted on the spot. Xiaowu aimed her gun, only to find Bulma's gun already trained on her. Sweetheart, that's not how you handle a firearm. Basic firearm knowledge dominates. Xiaowu froze. Pilaf, terrified, seized the 1-star Dragon Ball and attempted to flee. Trying to escape, Lin Feng sprang into action. Gale step technique. Activated, his figure darting like the wind, swiftly evading the last few traps on the ground and closing in on the throne. Stop him. Pilaf screamed, pressing the last hidden button. Click. The floor beneath Lin Feng suddenly flipped. It was a deep pit trap. Watch out. Bulma cried out. But Lin Feng's beast instinct had already warned him. As he fell, he activated his chi. Boom. He transformed into a gecko, clinging tightly to the pit's wall. He quickly climbed back up, returning to his human form. Pilaf's eyes nearly bulged out. You can transform too. Just as Pilaf was momentarily stunned, Lin Feng seized the moment. Now, he shouted, unleashing Gale step technique, and dashing toward Pilaf, not to snatch the Dragon Ball, but to lightly flick his wrist that held the Dragon Ball. Ouch! Pilaf winced in pain, his grip loosening. The Dragon Ball flew out of his hand. Sun Wukong, who had been poised for action, leaped up and caught the Dragon Ball midair. Got it. Well done. Bulma cheered. Pilaf collapsed to the ground, wailing, my Dragon Ball. My dreams. Ding. Successfully outsmarted the Pilaf trio, acquired the 1-star Dragon Ball, and reached an important plot milestone. Reward, 60 replication points. Current replication points, 215. Currently collected Dragon Balls, 57 2-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, 1-star. Ding. Main quest survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration degree 10. Current exploration degree, 43. The system's notifications brought Lin Feng great joy. His points soared. The Dragon Ball was secured. The exploration degree had also increased. Yet, he failed to notice the glint of cunning and fury in Pilaf's eyes as he stealthily reached for another hidden button behind the throne. Watch out. The ever-vigilant beast instinct blared its alarm. Lin Feng turned sharply, only to see the wall behind the throne suddenly part, revealing an exaggerated golden cannon with a gigantic barrel. Ha ha. Foolish mortals. Taste the might of my secret weapon. Pilaf cackled madly. This Emperor-S cannon can shatter mountains. Fire. The cannon's muzzle gathered a dangerous light. Quick dodge. Lin Feng shouted, fully activating Gale Step technique, to leap aside. Bulma and Sun Wukong hastily evaded as well. However, the cannon seemed not to be aimed at them, but rather at the ceiling of the hall. Boom! A thick beam of energy shot skyward, blasting a massive hole in the castle's roof. Debris flew. Yet, this was not the end. The recoil from the Emperor's cannon exceeded all expectations. The castle's already unstable structure began to tremble violently, cracks forming in the walls, and the ceiling continued to collapse. Not good. The castle is going to collapse. Bulma screamed. Run. Lin Feng grasped the still-dazed Wulong and dashed toward the entrance. Sun Wukong shielded the Dragon Balls, wielding his Rui Bang to strike away smaller falling debris while deftly evading larger collapsing structures. The Pilaf trio, paralyzed by fear, cowered beneath the throne, which itself was trembling. Just as Lin Feng was about to burst out of the hall, his peripheral vision caught sight of the smoking Emperor cannon. Beep. High-energy weapon detected. Clone target, Emperor cannon. Cloning ability. Energy compression cannon technique. Simplified model. Requires 80 cloning points. Proceed with cloning? 80 points. How outrageous. Lin Feng gazed at the crumbling castle and the cannon, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. System. Clone only the energy compression principle. The most fundamental part. How many points can that save? Analyzing the basic energy compression principle for separation, consuming 30 cloning points. Clone. Lin Feng did not hesitate. This could be the critical technique for survival or even a counterattack. Cloning points, 30. Cloning successful. Remaining cloning points, 185. Ability basic energy compression principle has been loaded. In an instant, techniques for more efficient energy compression, condensation, and instantaneous release flooded his mind. Although far inferior to the power of the Emperor cannon, it seemed applicable to his chi control or model. There was no time for further contemplation. A colossal rock plummeted. Sun Wukong valiantly pried a massive boulder aside with his Rui Bang, creating a passage for the team. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and attempted to integrate the newly learned basic energy compression principle into his sole ranged attack. The Chi Control Orb energy control model he had replicated from Yamcha. The scant energy within him was rapidly compressed and condensed in accordance with the new method. A smaller yet denser and more unstable white energy sphere swiftly took shape in his palm. Although it was nowhere near as formidable as Yamcha's original, the energy fluctuations were evidently stronger. Go, he shouted, launching the modified, weakened Chi Control Orb toward a slab of stone poised to fall from above. Boom. The energy sphere collided with the boulder, resulting in a violent explosion. While it did not completely shatter the stone, it successfully diverted its trajectory, momentarily clearing a path for the team. Hurry! The group scrambled and crawled out just before the castle collapsed entirely. A tremendous rumble and the terrified screams of the Pilaf trio resonated behind them. Hopefully, they are all right? Probably. Standing amidst the castle ruins, the group appeared disheveled and shaken. That was terrifying. Wulong collapsed onto the ground. The Dragon Balls are safe. Sun Wukong joyfully held up the orb. Bulma looked at Lin Feng, her expression complex. That move you just made seemed rather impressive. What was that? Lin Feng panted, feeling the emptiness of his energy reservoir, yet the system's notification invigorated him. Beep. Successfully comprehended a new energy manipulation technique in the midst of crisis, enhancing understanding of Chi. Combat Power 2. Current Combat Power, 9. Beep. Creatively improved the Chi Control Orb model, achieving an innovative application accomplishment. Reward, 20 cloning points. Current cloning points, 205. Beep. Main quest survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration degree 5. Successfully dealt with a major crisis and escaped. Current exploration degree, 48. Although his combat power remained modest, the improvement was significant. Moreover, his cloning points had returned to over 200. The exploration degree was steadily increasing. He revealed a weary yet satisfied smile, a last-minute sharpening of the sword, merely refining what I had previously learned. He credited the success to the non-existent past. Bulma stashed the Dragon Ball, gazing at the ruins with mixed feelings. Though we secured the Dragon Ball, we also demolished their castle. Wulong muttered softly, clearly. They brought this upon themselves. All right, enough of that. Bulma shook her head. We now have 6 Dragon Balls. We only need one more. According to the radar, the next one is at sea. At sea? Turtle Island. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. That place holds the true Kamehameha and offers more training opportunities. We need a boat, Bulma declared, retrieving her capsule. Fortunately, I am well prepared. She tossed a capsule, and with a bang, a rather impressive motorboat appeared in the clearing. Set sail. Destination, the ocean. Bulma hopped onto the motorboat. Sun Wukong and Wulong eagerly followed suit. Lin Feng surveyed the motorboat, then glanced at his cloning points, 205. Filled with anticipation. The next destination, Turtle Island. Who would they encounter? What new abilities could he replicate? He took a deep breath and stepped onto the motorboat. A new adventure awaited upon the vast expanse of the sea. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng Current World. Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power. 9. Crisis Insight 2. Available cloning points. 205 Chi status. Depleted. Needs recovery. Dragon Balls collected. 57 2-star. 4-star. 5-star. 6-star. 1-star. Ability list. Beast Instinct. Beginner. Basic Firearm Knowledge. Enhanced Senses. Basic Chi Manipulation Transformation Technique. Animal Object. Swift Wind Step Technique. Chi Control. Orb. Energy Control Model. Resolution 20. Basic Energy Compression Principle. New. Task List. Main Survival and Exploration. For 1,572 hours. Exploration Degree 48. Time elapsed. 65 hours. Exploration Degree 15. Cloning Point Transactions. Initial. 155 Consumption. 30 Energy Compression Principle Earnings. 60 Outwitting Pilaf for Dragon Ball. 20 Innovative Applications Balance. 205 System Evaluation. The host successfully navigated the castle crisis, effectively combining wit and combat prowess. A crucial Dragon Ball was secured, marking a new phase in understanding energy compression. Cloning points are plentiful, laying the groundwork for subsequent acquisition of stronger abilities. The maritime journey is about to commence. It is advised to focus on accumulating and restoring Chi in the next steps. Chapter 6. Turbulence at Sea and the Emergence of Turtle Sage. The four boarded the motorboat, with Bulma at the helm. The engine roaring as they departed from the hilly terrain, heading toward the coastline. The scenery along the way gradually transformed, and the air turned humid. The briny sea breeze enveloped them, infused with a sense of freedom. Beep. Main quest survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration degree 2. Approaching and heading toward the coastline. Current exploration degree 50. In the early stages of their voyage, the waters were calm, and the endless azure was refreshing to the soul. Sun Wukong, brimming with curiosity about the ocean, frequently pointed at fish leaping from the water, exclaiming with delight, even contemplating jumping in to catch one. Wulong began boasting about how impressive he was on the sea in his youth, though no one believed him. Lin Feng did not waste time. Sitting at the stern, he closed his eyes to meditate, immersing most of his focus within, attempting to operate the meager Chi and repeatedly contemplating the intricate and incomplete Chi Control Orb Energy Control Model, as well as the newly acquired Basic Energy Compression Principle. He relied on Beast Instinct and Enhanced Senses to assist in perceiving the flow of his Chi and the changes in external energy. He endeavored to utilize the restored trace of Chi, adhering to the new compression principle, to achieve more efficient compression and condensation between his hands. The first attempt yielded a weak energy flow, barely taking form. The second attempt was unstable, dissipating in an instant. The third attempt managed to coalesce into a smaller, denser, yet extremely unstable white energy glimmer, but it was difficult to sustain and soon faded. Failure, adjust, fail again, adjust again. The moisture and dynamic energy environment of the sea seemed distinct from the land, presenting new challenges for his practice, yet also offering fresh insights. His finesse in energy compression and control gradually improved through repeated failures. Beep. In a peculiar environment, Lin Feng endeavored to manipulate energy, with the energy control model known as Chidan set at a resolution of 5, while the current resolution stood at 25. A notification chimed, indicating a slight enhancement in his mastery over Chi. Progress remained exasperatingly slow, yet Lin Feng could sense a burgeoning awareness and control over the subtle fluctuations of energy, his perception sharpening with each failure. After navigating for the better part of the day, the sky began to darken, the sea breeze intensified, and ominous clouds gathered overhead, signaling an impending storm. Bulma gazed anxiously at the sky. Soon, a fierce wind arose, and the waves grew tumultuous, causing the motorboat to jolt violently. "Wow, this is so much fun," exclaimed Sun Wukong, who stood at the bow, unaffected by the tumult, finding it exhilarating. On the contrary, Oolong turned pale, clutching the side of the boat, trembling as nausea overtook him. Lin Feng, too, felt discomfort, exerting all his effort to operate his foundational chi techniques and the swift wind stepping technique to stabilize his stance. Simultaneously, his beastly intuition issued constant warnings regarding the dangers posed by the wind and waves. A sudden realization struck him. A storm was upon them. Bulma struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel, but the wind and waves surged higher, tossing the motorboat like a mere leaf on the raging sea, threatening to capsize at any moment. A colossal wave crashed toward them, tilting the motorboat sharply, and icy seawater flooded in. "Hold on!" Bulma screamed, while Oolong, terrified, transformed into a life preserver, clinging desperately to the mast. Sun Wukong, with swift reflexes, caught Bulma just as she was nearly thrown overboard. Amidst the chaos, Lin Feng instinctively attempted to sink his breath, grounding himself, while his extraordinary senses worked fervently to capture the rhythm of the waves and the frequency of the boat's movements in search of equilibrium. This unintentional response seemed to deepen his understanding of the flow of qi and its coordination with the environment. A notification chimed, indicating a minor increase in stability and control due to the stress-induced application of qi in a crisis. The storm persisted for nearly an hour before gradually subsiding. Everyone was drenched, shaken by the ordeal. The motorboat had taken on significant water, its power compromised. Oolong, feeling unlucky, reverted to his original form, sprawled on the boat and retching seawater. "What a thrill!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, appearing exhilarated as he twisted the water out of his clothes. Bulma examined the motorboat and radar, noting, "There seems to be an issue with the boat's power. Our speed will be greatly reduced. However, it seems the storm has dispersed some of the interference. The Dragon Ball signal is very close. Just ahead." She pointed toward a faint black dot on the horizon, declaring, "That must be the island." With renewed spirits, the motorboat trudged slowly toward the island. A notification chimed again, indicating successful navigation through the storm and an increase in survival skills, along with an update on the main quest's progress. Exploration degree at 3, current exploration degree at 53. After some time, the island's outline became increasingly distinct. It appeared lush and tranquil, with a traditional Oriental-style house standing at its center, surrounded by a well-maintained sandy area reminiscent of a training ground. The air was imbued with a subtle scent of the sea mingled with floral notes. "The Dragon Ball signal is emanating from that house," Bulma asserted confidently, pointing at the radar. As the motorboat reached the shore, they stepped onto the soft sand, which crunched beneath their feet. "Is anyone there?" Bulma called out toward the house. The building remained silent, with no response. "It seems no one is home," Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head and curiously surveying the surroundings. Oolong, however, crept stealthily toward the entrance, eager to sneak a look inside. Lin Feng's beastly intuition tingled slightly. He sensed an unseen gaze observing them, accompanied by an indescribable, yet formidable aura. This feeling of being watched heightened his vigilance. He grasped Oolong's shoulder and raised his voice, politely addressing the house. "I am Lin Feng, accompanied by my friends Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Oolong. We are passing through this treasured island and humbly request an audience with the owner." No sooner had he spoken than the bushes beside the house rustled. A small, wiry old man, clad in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses, leisurely emerged, riding atop a tortoise. The tortoise moved at a leisurely pace, while the old man appeared as if he had just returned from a vacation, his gaze sweeping over the group, lingering particularly on Bulma for an extended moment. "Oh, guests, you say?" the old man exclaimed, removing his sunglasses to reveal small yet sparkling eyes that glimmered with mischief. "Ah, and a lovely young lady at that." Bulma felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively stepped behind the tallest Lin Feng. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, gazed curiously at the large tortoise, exclaiming, "What a massive turtle! Can we eat it?" The tortoise promptly withdrew its head in shock. Lin Feng's heart raced. "It's him, the turtle hermit, Master Roshi." He immediately bowed respectfully, addressing the old man. "I am Lin Feng, honored to meet you. I have come to seek guidance from the legendary martial arts master rumored to reside on this island." He deliberately omitted any mention of the Dragon Balls, attempting to foster rapport. Master Roshi's small eyes twinkled mischievously as he jumped down from the tortoise's shell and dusted off his attire. "Martial arts master, you say? Well, well, you have an eye for talent. I am indeed the legendary Master Roshi." He stood casually, Yet Lin Feng's beastly intuition and extraordinary senses blared alarms, revealing that the seemingly unassuming old man harbored unfathomable energy within, akin to a tempestuous undercurrent beneath a tranquil sea. The overwhelming pressure he emanated far surpassed that of Yamcha, or even the tyrannical T-Rex they had encountered previously. A series of system notifications flooded Lin Feng's mind, overwhelming him with information. Detection of an extraordinarily high energy source. Target available for replication, Master Roshi. Inside eye information, combat power. Race, Earthling, abilities. Unable to fully detect, replicable abilities. Chi concealment technique requires 120 replication points. Replicable abilities, mind reading, fragment, requires 80 replication points. Replicable abilities, basic martial arts knowledge, master level, requires 200 replication points. The list was extensive, with many powers obscured due to Lin Feng's limited permissions or understanding. The knowledge at the master level required a staggering 200 points. Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He had only 205 points, a tangible opportunity, yet faced with the dilemma of choice. Furthermore, many abilities were not fully visible. Master Roshi seemed to discern the faint, yet solid energy emanating from Lin Feng, which contained a peculiar energy model akin to the Qidong model, along with Sun Wukong's vibrant wild energy and potential. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh, you two youngsters appear to possess some intriguing qualities. His gaze lingered on Sun Wukong for a moment longer, a glimmer of surprise and amusement flashing in his eyes. Bulma, unable to contain herself, produced the Dragon Ball radar, exclaiming, "Grandpa, we are actually searching for a ball like this one. It seems to be in your house." She pointed toward the building. Master Roshi chuckled, retrieving a gleaming Dragon Ball from his colorful shirt pocket. "Is this what you seek? Want it?" He waved the Dragon Ball playfully, his small eyes sparkling with cleverness. "Dragon Ball!" Bulma and Sun Wukong exclaimed simultaneously, while Oolong's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Feng's heart sank. The old man held the last of the 7 Dragon Balls. Master Roshi, shaking the Dragon Ball, surveyed Bulma, Lin Feng, and Sun Wukong in turn, revealing an exceedingly lewd grin. "You can have the Dragon Ball, but it must be under my terms." "Terms? What terms?" Bulma inquired eagerly. Master Roshi stroked his smooth chin. "It's quite simple. I want this lovely lady to accompany me on a date for a day." He paused for a moment, gesturing toward Lin Feng and Sun Wukong. "You two youngsters, entertain me. Let me see what you're truly capable of." A formidable aura descended, enveloping them with an oppressive weight that was almost suffocating. Lin Feng took a deep breath, aware that the trial had commenced. The opportunity to replicate precious skills was rare, but this was an even greater chance. A splendid opportunity to observe closely, learn, and perhaps receive invaluable guidance in other ways. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bu Ma, his gaze resolute as he addressed the Kame Sennin. "I, Lin Feng, humbly request your instruction, Master Wu Tien." Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, leaped forward. "This is going to be fun. I want to join in." System Status Panel, End of Chapter 6. Host, Lin Feng. Current World, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 9, Unimproved, Available Replication Points, 205 Energy Status, Full, Recovered, Collected Dragon Balls, 57 2-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, 1-star, Ability List, Beast Instinct, Beginner, Basic Firearm Knowledge, Extraordinary Senses, Basic Key Manipulation Transformation Technique, Animal Objects, Swift Wind Steps, Key Blast, Energy Control Model, Resolution 25, Basic Energy Compression Principles, Task List, Main Quest, Survival and Exploration, 47,572 hours. Exploration Level 53. Ocean Navigation Storm consumed approximately 25 hours. Replication Points Income and Expenditure, Balance, 205. No replication point expenditure or income in this chapter. System Evaluation. The host successfully navigated the ocean storm, arriving at Kame House, where he encountered the martial arts master, Kame Sennin. The reserve of replication points could cover some advanced skills, but choices must be made judiciously. A daunting trial awaits. It is advised to approach with caution and seek guidance rather than direct replication. Chapter 7. The Trial of Master Wu Tien and the Understanding of Ki. Kame Sennin chuckled, displaying an expression more reminiscent of a lecherous old man than a martial arts master. "Want to play with me? Quite simple. Do you see that stretch of beach behind me?" He pointed to the broad expanse of fine sand in front of the cottage. "You two youngsters, come at me together. If you can touch my clothing, you win." The Dragon Balls are yours. He waved the 3-star ball in his hand, his lecherous gaze darting toward Ma, chuckling to himself. Ma flushed with anger and hid behind Lin Feng. You old pervert. Yet, Suin Wukong leaped with excitement. Is that all it takes? This will be easy. I'm in. Lin Feng, however, felt a chill. Touching his clothing? Easier said than done. His formidable beast instinct and extraordinary senses were screaming warnings. This seemingly unassuming old man stood with no visible flaws, his aura seamlessly integrating with the surroundings, making him nearly impossible to approach. This illustrated an absolute gap in realms. Beep. Detecting an exceptionally difficult challenge. Analyzing target. Master Wu Tian's status. Target aura level. Estimated success probability. 0-1. Recommendation. Abandon brute force. Consider clever tactics or strive to comprehend during the onslaught. The system's analysis left Lin Feng's lips twitching. This system had a knack for delivering sardonic commentary at critical moments. Yet, the Dragon Balls must be secured. And Ma could not be allowed to fall prey to this old lecher. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes sharpening. All right, we accept the challenge. Wukong, let us coordinate our efforts. Oh, Suin Wukong responded, immediately adopting a fierce battle stance, his tail raised in vigilance. Shinhan continued to smile benignly, even taking a moment to pull out a pair of binoculars to sneak a glance at Ma, prompting her to throw an empty water bottle at him in frustration. Go, Lin Feng shouted, activating swift wind steps to its fullest. Aided by the slight levitation from basic key manipulation, his form darting toward Shinhan's left side to draw attention. Simultaneously, Suin Wukong, relying on his beast-like instincts and speed, lunged from the right, his fist aimed squarely at Shinhan's face. Their coordination was not particularly refined, but the speed and angle were advantageous. However, Shinhan did not even shift his feet. He casually twisted his waist, and Lin Feng's determined grasp felt as if it had grasped nothing but air. Shinhan's body evaded with an almost supernatural grace, defying the laws of physics. Suin Wukong's punch, seemingly destined to land, merely brushed past Shinhan's ear as he tilted his head slightly. The speed was lacking, and the movements too straightforward. Shinhan even took a moment to comment, casually looking through the binoculars again at Ma. Frustrated, Suin Wukong, unwilling to concede, landed and immediately turned to deliver a sweeping kick. Lin Feng also adapted his attack. Beast instinct allowed him to predict Shinhan's likely evasive maneuvers, his hands clawing downward to seal the upper path. Finally, Shinhan made a move. He did not retreat, but lightly jumped forward, precisely evading Suin Wukong's sweeping leg and Lin Feng's claw strike. Like a feather, he lightly tapped his toes on Suin Wukong's leg as it passed, his body rising half a meter, effortlessly avoiding Lin Feng's attack before landing lightly on the ground. The entire process was fluid and graceful, almost comical, yet it revealed a disheartening disparity in strength. Decent power, but poor coordination, Shinhan remarked, shaking his head. Lin Feng and Suin Wukong exchanged glances and launched another assault. Their fists and feet clashed, yet failed to connect, their figures intertwined, but always missing by mere inches. On the beach, the two resembled children chasing butterflies, while Shinhan was the elusive butterfly that they could never quite touch, even taking the time to adjust his floral shirt. Minutes passed, and both Lin Feng and Suin Wukong began to pant, their energy reserves dwindling significantly, particularly for Lin Feng, as the levitation and stepping techniques consumed substantial ki. Shinhan, however, remained relaxed, watching them with a smile. What's wrong? Tired already? The youth these days lack stamina. Lin Feng grew anxious. This strategy was ineffective. They needed to force him to move or create an opening. Wukong, attack with all your might. Hold nothing back, Lin Feng shouted, simultaneously signaling Ma with his eyes. Suin Wukong let out a roar, unleashing the primal power of his Saiyan heritage, dramatically increasing the speed and strength of his attacks. The wind from his fists howled, stirring up clouds of sand. Shinhan's eyes flickered with surprise as he paid slightly more attention, yet he still evaded with ease. Just then, Ma, understanding the cue, leaped onto a rock, hands on her hips, striking an intentionally provocative pose. Shinhan. His small eyes widened in shock, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. His body stiffened suddenly, his aura in disarray. Now was the moment. Lin Feng and Suan Wukong seized this fleeting opportunity almost simultaneously. Suan Wukong threw a punch straight for the center. Lin Feng, utilizing swift wind steps to its utmost, combined with beast instinct to predict Kamehameha's instinctual retreat, extended his fingers like claws, aiming directly for the old man's shoulder. Victory seemed imminent. However, Kamehameha, being Kamehameha, reacted with his formidable martial instinct even in the chaos of his nosebleed and disarray. Instead of retreating, he spun in place as if inebriated, narrowly avoiding Suan Wukong's punch that brushed past his chest. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's fingers merely grazed the edge of Kamehameha's floral shirt sleeve, slipping away without securing a grip. With a thud, Kamehameha lost his balance due to the spin and plopped down onto the sand, blood still gushing, looking utterly disheveled. Yet he had indeed not been touched. The mere brush against the sleeve did not count as substantial contact. Oh dear, what an embarrassing situation. The Kamehameha hurriedly wiped away the blood from his nose, his face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Sun Wukong scratched his head, exclaiming, "That was close." Bulma stomped her foot in frustration. How infuriating. That old lecher is truly fortunate. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood still, breathing slightly heavier. His brow furrowed in concentration. Although his previous desperate grasp had failed, the moment his fingertips made contact with that elusive sleeve, his beast instinct and extraordinary senses captured something exceptionally subtle. It was the spontaneous flow and oscillation of the Kamehameha's internal energy at the moment of his extreme evasion. A perfect amalgamation of power, speed, and flexibility, seamlessly integrated into instinct. This essence far surpassed any techniques he had previously replicated. It was not a specific move, but rather a manifestation of a certain realm. Ding. The host, under extreme pressure, has significantly enhanced his understanding of martial arts mastery, particularly regarding energy and body movement. Ding. The passive ability Beast Instinct has evolved into Combat Intuition, Beginner. The precision and range of predictions have improved. Ding. The passive ability Extraordinary Senses has evolved into Chi Perception, Beginner. The sensitivity to the flow, strength, and nature of energy has heightened. Ding. Insight into a temporary state, Enlightenment. For a brief period, the control and learning ability over energy have been greatly enhanced. A cascade of system notifications flooded in. No replication points were consumed. Rather, this breakthrough was purely a result of on-the-spot realization. Lin Feng, feeling a surge of inspiration, promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself fully in the state of enlightenment. Savoring that profound moment, the faint energy within him began to circulate unconsciously in a more efficient and harmonious manner. The Kamehameha, having cleaned up the blood from his nose, observed Lin Feng, who stood with closed eyes, his energy undergoing subtle changes. A flicker of genuine surprise and appreciation crossed his small eyes. Oh? How intriguing that he can gain insight in such circumstances. This lad possesses quite an understanding. He brushed off the sand from his backside, his lecherous expression softening into something more serious. All right, the game is over. Though you resorted to tricks, managing to leave me in such a state of disarray is commendable. He tossed the 7-star Dragon Ball to Bulma. Here, take it. Yay, Bulma exclaimed, joyously receiving the Dragon Ball. Main quest survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration, level 10. Current exploration level, 63. Current replication points, 205. Only Lin Feng remained with his eyes closed, immersed in his realizations. His body began to move instinctively, his steps transcending mere swift wind steps, now infused with a natural and harmonious grace, leaving intricate footprints on the beach, resonating subtly with the surrounding environment. Observing Lin Feng's state, the Kamehameha stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. A lad with such insight deserves some guidance. He raised his finger and gently flicked it towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! A finely condensed, needle-like white energy wave silently shot towards Lin Feng's shoulder. The speed was unremarkable, and the force was minimal. Yet the precision of energy control contained within was astonishing. In the state of enlightenment, Lin Feng's combat intuition surged with warnings. Though his eyes remained closed, his body instinctively reacted. The essence he had just comprehended flowed naturally, and his body swayed like willow fluff in the wind. The energy wave grazed his shoulder, striking the sea behind him and creating a small splash. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the Kamehameha, a glimmer of realization and gratitude flashing within. That moment was less about an attack and more about imparting wisdom. The Kame Sennin's small eyes narrowed into a smile. Not bad, not bad, quick reflexes. So, young man, do you wish to learn some real skills? He paused, his tone laced with temptation. Like that just now? Or perhaps something even stronger? Lin Feng's heart raced. This was it. The Kame Sennin's personal teaching. However, as he glanced at the system panel displaying 305 points, he recalled the Kame Sennin's skills often costing 1 or 200 points. He was still impoverished. Moreover, the enlightenment state was rapidly waning. He had to make a choice. System status panel host. Lin Feng current world. Dragon Ball Earth combat power. 11. Consecutive insight breakthroughs. 2. Available replication points. 205 special status. Enlightenment. Short remaining time. Collected Dragon Balls. 67. 1 star. 2 star. 4 star. 5 star. 6 star. 7 star. Ability updates combat intuition. Beginner evolved from Beast Instinct, significantly enhancing prediction capabilities. Chi perception. Beginner evolved from extraordinary senses, allowing for clearer perception of energy flow and characteristics. Basic energy utilization. Chi flow, entry level in the state of enlightenment, merges insights for more efficient and harmonious energy utilization, slightly enhancing speed, endurance, and evasion abilities. Task list main quest, survival and exploration. 47,572 hours. Exploration level 73. Exploration level significantly increases with the collection of Dragon Balls. Replication points income and expenditure beginning. 205 earnings. None balance. 205. No consumption in this chapter. System evaluation. The host has demonstrated exceptional insight under pressure, achieving an upgrade in abilities and realm, showcasing immense potential. The reserve of replication points is ample, laying the groundwork for the next choice. It is advisable to utilize the remaining time in the enlightenment state wisely and choose replication directions with caution. Chapter 8. The Guidance of Master Wu Tien and the Path of Energy. The Kame Sennin gazed at Lin Feng, who stood with closed eyes, his energy flowing harmoniously in the enlightenment state, his small eyes gleaming with astonishment and unabashed admiration. Remarkable, truly remarkable. He stroked his smooth chin, circling Lin Feng, contemplating how, under his casual probing, this lad not only avoided being struck, but also entered a state of realization immediately. This insight surpasses even that of Krillin in his youth. Yet, his foundation is too weak, akin to something made of paper. He cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, who was elated with the acquisition of the 7-star Dragon Ball, his expression becoming even more complex. And this wild little brat, a born fighter with a primal spirit, his strength grows alarmingly fast, yet his mind seems somewhat unhinged. Two fascinating youngsters. Bulma, clutching 6 Dragon Balls, warily eyed the Kame Sennin. You old lecher, you willingly gave us the Dragon Balls. Rest assured, I keep my word. The Kame Sennin waved his hand, his gaze returning to Lin Feng, who he found quite agreeable, wishing to impart further wisdom. So, young man, did you see clearly what just happened? Do you wish to learn some real skills? Like how to turn this paper-thin foundation into a solid iron barrel. Lin Feng gradually emerged from the enlightenment state, his eyes gleaming with restrained brilliance. That near-miss evasion and the subsequent profound insights had elevated his understanding of energy. Yet he also recognized the shallowness of his own foundation. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and respectfully bowed to the Kame Sennin. Thank you, Master Wu Tien, for your guidance. I have greatly benefited. I humbly request your instruction on how to strengthen my foundation. He abandoned the impulse to replicate specific techniques immediately, opting instead for the choice that aligned with his long-term interests, to solidify his foundation. The Kame Sennin's remark about the paper-thin foundation awakened him to the truth. Without a robust energy reservoir and a solid foundation, even the most exquisite techniques would be akin to a tree without roots, water without a source. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the appreciation in the Kame Sennin's small eyes deepened. Oh, not coveting techniques, but seeking to learn the fundamentals? Excellent, excellent. A discerning young man. I admire your understanding. His lecherous expression softened considerably, taking on a more genuine teacher-like demeanor. Since you have this intention, I shall help you forge this foundation. He did not immediately impart any specific cultivation methods. Instead, he approached Lin Feng, extending his finger to gently tap at the location of his Dantian energy sea. Focus your mind and spirit, and feel carefully. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a gentle, yet overwhelming aura slowly flowing into his body from the fingertips of the turtle sage. This energy did not impart any sense of power. Rather, it acted as a supremely skilled guide, drawing upon Lin Feng's own faint essence and directing it along an intricate and profound path that led directly to the very source of qi. This method of operation far surpassed Lin Feng's own rudimentary exploration of basic qi utilization, even transcending the qi flow he had previously comprehended by countless magnitudes. It encompassed the subtle coordination of meridians, acupoints, and even mental intent, each cycle seemingly cleansing and expanding his meager reservoir of qi, refining the thin essence within. Upon receiving the guidance of Master Wu Tian, Foundation Establishment Edition, the system notified him of the failure to analyze the guiding route due to the overwhelming complexity, indicating that his current permissions and comprehension were insufficient. However, it also recorded portions of the Qi's operational trajectory, significantly enhancing his proficiency in Qi Flow, Beginner, and Qi Sensitivity, Beginner. His Qi capacity was permanently increased to 20, with a recovery speed of 25. The foundation of his vitality was tempered, slightly elevating his physical endurance. Moreover, his understanding of the essence of Qi deepened substantially, promising a future acceleration in the cultivation of all Qi-related abilities. His grasp of the fundamental principles of Kamehameha reached a comprehension level of 10, while his understanding of the Dokudemo wave reached 15. The main quest's progress in survival and exploration was notably updated, achieving an exploration level of 10. A flurry of system notifications flashed across his mind. Although these did not directly replicate into skills, the benefits were foundational and enduring, a priceless treasure beyond the measure of monetary value, copy points. The turtle sage's duration and focus during this guidance were greater than before. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, immersing himself completely, greedily memorizing and digesting the intricate trajectories. While he could not fully grasp the profundity, the vastness of the intent was deeply imprinted in his perception, illuminating the path for his future cultivation. After a long while, the turtle sage gently withdrew, a hint of perspiration appearing on his brow, evidently indicating that this foundational work was not an easy task for him either. All right, young one. This is all I can assist you with. How much you can remember and comprehend depends on your own fortune. The path of cultivation cannot be undertaken by another. A solid foundation is essential for future progress. His tone carried a hint of fatigue, but more so, it was filled with satisfaction. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, feeling as though his body had become significantly lighter, yet simultaneously heavier, with an expanded qi reservoir and more refined essence. The flow of qi within him became smoother and more agile, with a markedly accelerated recovery speed and a clearer, more acute perception of the surrounding energy. He bowed deeply once more, this time out of heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master. This kindness, I shall never forget. The system chimed, indicating that his foundation had received master-level tempering and expansion, significantly enhancing his potential. His combat power increased to 15. The enhancement of strength was secondary. What truly mattered was the intangible potential that determined his future heights. The turtle sage nodded in satisfaction, reverting to his usual quirky demeanor, and turned to the playful son Wukong. Hey, you wild little brat, come here. I find you pleasing to the eye. Let me loosen your muscles too. Son Wukong scampered over eagerly. The turtle sage acted swiftly, tapping key joints and acupoints on him, employing unique techniques. Son Wukong squealed in surprise, feeling both sore and tingly, as a surge of warmth coursed through him. Previously blocked areas of his wild strength seemed to open up, making his body more coordinated and his latent power more readily accessible. All right, consider yourself fortunate. The turtle sage clapped his hands, adding, how much you can absorb depends on your own abilities. Son Wukong moved his limbs, astonished. Wow, my body feels lighter, and my strength flows better. You're amazing, Grandpa. The system's notifications made Lin Feng sigh inwardly. The turtle sage's casual pointers were indeed a tremendous opportunity. After completing his guidance, the turtle sage stretched lazily. All right, I'm tired and should return to rest. He waved his hand and hopped onto the sea turtle, leisurely making his way towards the back of the small house. Lin Feng, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and potential within him, was filled with confidence. With his enhanced strength, the quest for the final Dragon Ball should be considerably less daunting. He glanced at the 6 Dragon Balls in Bulma's hand. Only one step remained. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng Current World. Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power. 15. Foundation Establishment 3. Available Copy Points. 205. Unspent. Chi Status. Abundant. Capacity 20. Recovery Speed. 25. Collected Dragon Balls. 67. Ability Updates. Chi Flow. Beginner. Chi Flow. Proficient Proficiency. Significantly enhanced. Efficiency of Chi utilization improved, with slight increases in speed, endurance, and evasion capabilities. Chi Sensitivity. Beginner. Chi Sensitivity. Proficient Proficiency significantly enhanced. Perception more refined. Inherent benefits. Understanding of the foundational principles of Kamehameha. Foundation Establishment Edition. Comprehension of Kamehameha principles at level 10. Understanding of Dokudemo Wave principles at level 15. Enhancement of Vital Essence Foundation. Potential increased. Task List. Mainline Survival and Exploration. For 1,972 hours. Exploration Level 73. Copy Points Income and Expenditure. Balance. 205. No expenditure in this chapter. System Evaluation. The host has achieved Master-Level Foundational Tempering, resulting in a qualitative transformation in potential and depth, with a significant increase in combat power. Copy points are sufficiently reserved. Only one Dragon Ball remains, the 3-star ball. It is recommended to solidify and enhance before heading to the Flame Mountain for the final collection. Chapter 9. The Lava Rift and the Heat Wave Barrier. After departing from Kame House, Bulma drove the specially modified heat-resistant off-road vehicle, carrying everyone along the direction indicated by the Dragon radar, toward the ominously crimson sky. The air grew increasingly dry and scorching, as if each breath scorched their lungs. The distant horizon was obscured by distorted heat waves and rising plumes of smoke, with a faint scent of sulfur permeating the atmosphere. It's unbearably hot. My noble fur is going to get scorched. Oolong was the first to succumb, conjuring a gigantic banana leaf fan and waving it frantically. However, the only result was a blast of even hotter air, causing him to stomp in frustration. The energy here was incredibly violent, laden with the essence of searing heat and destruction. Lin Feng closed his eyes, concentrating intently, fully activating Chi Sensitivity, Proficient, carefully sensing the surroundings. He could perceive the air filled with exceptionally active and volatile fire attribute energy particles, which even stirred the somewhat solidified essence within him, recently tempered by the turtle sage. Fighting in this environment would incur significant consumption, and one would also need to split their focus to resist the extreme heat. The signal is incredibly strong. This must be the final Dragon Ball. Bulma pointed at the radar screen, where a strong signal almost overlapped with the extreme environmental energy readings. Her tone a mix of excitement and gravity. But the environmental readings, they are terrifying. The core temperature is outrageously high, and the energy field is extremely unstable. A castle that spews fire? How cool. Are there delicious foods inside? Sun Wukong, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere, leaned against the car window, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the distant, smoking mountain, his tail curiously swaying back and forth. System Notification. Arrived at the extreme environment of Flame Mountain. Mainline Quest Survival and Exploration Progress updated. Exploration Level 5. Current Exploration Level 78. The vehicle eventually halted before a distinct boundary line. The ground ahead appeared as though it had been seared by flames countless times, presenting a heart-stopping charred black color, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The air twisted violently due to the intense heat, and the heat wave struck like a tangible wall, causing the metal exterior of the off-road vehicle to become scalding to the touch, while the paint on the hood began to slightly curl. They found a semblance of shade beside a village nearly parched by the scorching waves, where the villagers appeared gaunt and listless, as if awaiting an inevitable fate. An elderly village chief, with cracked lips, recounted to them the source of their plight: a powerful demon residing in a castle known as Neo-Mo Wong, and a burning jewel he had acquired years prior. Lord Neo-Mo Wong was not always this way. The chief's voice was hoarse, laden with despair. But that jewel emits boundless heat, transforming the Fire Mountain into a true hell. Our rivers have run dry, our fields are cracked, and his temper grows ever more ferocious, forbidding anyone from approaching the castle. Those who dare come near fall victim to his terrifying acts. The elder's words trailed off as he shook his head in fear. Neo-Mo Wong. He sounds formidable. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, filtering out all notions of danger. The jewel? It must be a Dragon Ball. Bulma concluded with certainty, though a cloud of worry darkened her expression. A giant axe? To chop people? I'm not going. I'd rather transform and return to kindergarten. Yulong, frightened, nearly transformed into an ostrich, wishing to bury his head in the sand. If only there were sand. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Lin Feng meticulously surveyed the peril ahead, a vast chasm, dozens of meters wide, filled with rolling molten lava, standing as a formidable barrier to the castle. The lava exuded suffocating heat and acrid fumes. The only passage was a dilapidated stone bridge, ancient and glowing red from the heat, its surface riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse. On the far side, two guards, clad in rudimentary insulated suits and wielding spears, patrolled wearily, their senses dulled by the heat. The bridge was their sole means of passage, yet its deteriorating condition posed a grave risk. Forcing their way across could result in disaster. Lin Feng calmly assessed the situation, recognizing that any sudden movement would alert the guards and draw the castle's attention. A distraction was necessary, requiring a swift and silent resolution of the guards. Yukong, create a commotion to draw their attention, pretending to leap over the chasm from the side. Yulong and I will charge in from the front and subdue them. Bulma, be ready. Once we succeed, drive across immediately. Got it. Just watch me. Sun Wukong eagerly dashed to the edge of the chasm, calling out to the guards, "Hey, you over there. Let me pass, or I'll jump." He even took a few steps back, assuming a standard running posture, causing the guards to tighten their grips on their spears, completely captivated by the distraction. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng activated his swift wind step, gliding silently across the bridge like a specter. Yulong, gritting his teeth, transformed into a pair of roller skates, affixed to Lin Feng's feet, providing additional propulsion and stability. The guards, entirely fixated on Wukong's exaggerated antics, had barely turned their heads when Lin Feng appeared before them, as if teleporting. Utilizing basic chi manipulation, he precisely and swiftly struck the pressure points at the napes of their necks, rendering them unconscious without a sound. "Quick!" Lin Feng urged, signaling with his hand. Bulma slammed on the gas, the vehicle roaring as it sped across the creaking, treacherous stone bridge. Upon crossing the chasm, the temperature surged once more. The mountain path became exceedingly rugged and steep, littered with scalding boulders that could slip at any moment, alongside streams of molten lava trickling from the hillsides, rendering the terrain perilous. "We cannot drive any further. The chassis is too low, and the tires will melt," Bulma lamented, reluctantly stowing away the off-road vehicle. "Look at me." Yulong summoned his last ounce of courage, transforming into a massive lizard covered in thick, heat-resistant scales. "Hurry up. Climb on. I'll help you up. But you must cheer me on." The journey grew increasingly arduous and slow. Sun Wukong volunteered to forge ahead, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang to smash or pry aside the obstructing boulders. Lin Feng focused intently, employing chi perception to detect the internal energy flows within the mountain, anticipating and avoiding unstable zones prone to collapse or violent lava eruptions. Bulma utilized her environmental scanner to continuously seek the safest and most solid path. Yulong, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out, struggled with each ascent, the friction of his hardened scales against the scorching rocks producing a teeth-grinding noise. Success. Overcoming the extreme treacherous terrain of the searing mountain path showcases the team's exceptional adaptability and endurance. Reward, 15 copy points. Current copy points, 220. After several exhausting hours, the group, thoroughly spent, finally reached the outskirts of the castle. Before them loomed a terrifying fortress entirely encircled by a moat of raging flames. Several meters wide, the fire within the moat was no ordinary flame. Its temperature was astonishingly high, radiating a blinding white light, with the air distorted by the heat, making proximity agonizing. The only entrance was a high, suspended metal drawbridge, behind which stood a massive, seemingly impenetrable metal gate. The temperature of this fire exceeds the norm, Bulma exclaimed in shock after measuring with her instruments. "Our equipment cannot pass through directly. Forcing our way would result in instant vaporization. Let me give it another try." Lin Feng focused his energy, disregarding his previous exhaustion. He cupped his hands together, striving to compress his meager chi, combining his nascent understanding of basic energy compression with the chi ball model. A highly unstable, internally conflicting small white energy sphere struggled to form in his palm. "Go," he exclaimed, launching the energy sphere towards the mote of flames. Boom! The energy sphere exploded amidst the searing fire, creating a small gap. But the flames surged forth as if alive, rapidly enveloping the opening, which lasted less than half a second. Lin Feng, having exhausted too much energy, turned pale and began to pant. An insignificant effort. Watch this. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, puffing out his chest, and instead of unleashing a ki blast, he sprayed a copious amount of saliva. The saliva vaporized instantly upon contact with the extreme heat, creating a small cloud of steam, but achieving virtually no effect. Damn it, why didn't it work? He lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Fool, that's not firewood. It's superheated flames. Bulma chastised, quickly rummaging through her multifunctional capsule. This will have to do. Emergency cryogenic device. But it had limited energy and a short duration. She tossed the capsule, and with a loud bang, a freezing cannon with a massive nozzle appeared. Aiming it at a section of the moat, Bulma pressed the button. A piercing white cryogenic ray shot forth violently, colliding with the blinding flames, producing a thunderous, hissing sound. A vast amount of superheated steam erupted explosively, obscuring their vision. The freezing ray struggled to suppress a small section of the flames, temporarily extinguishing them, but the device immediately emitted a sharp overload alarm, and the nozzle turned bright red. Now is our chance. Charge! Lin Feng shouted, suppressing his weakness. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, grabbing Bulma with one hand and the exhausted Yulong, in lizard form, with the other, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the temporarily subdued section of the moat. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, activating Swift Wind Step to follow closely behind. The two skimmed just above the ground, with the terrifying flames roaring and surging behind them, the scorching airwaves searing their backs, causing sharp pain. They succeeded in crossing. The two individuals clumsily rolled into the safe zone beneath the castle's grand entrance, still trembling from their harrowing escape. Their skin was scorched a vivid red, and their hair and eyebrows bore singed ends. They gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the relief of surviving such a perilous ordeal. At long last, they stood before the formidable gates of the Neo Mo Wang's castle. The true challenge awaited them beyond this threshold, the castle, akin to the core of a furnace. Alongside the ferocious Neo Mo Wang and the last Dragon Ball he guarded. System Status Panel, End of Chapter 9. Host, Lin Feng. Current World, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 16 available replication points, 220 Chi status, significantly depleted, recovery required, collected Dragon Balls, 67, mission list, main quest, survival and exploration, 5,572 hours, exploration degree 83, time passed, approximately 6 hours, region, catastrophe of Huayinshan, in progress. Stage, arrived at the castle, system evaluation. The team has demonstrated exceptional adaptability and endurance in overcoming the multiple challenges surrounding Huayinshan. Replication point acquisition is strictly controlled, with rewards granted only at critical testing junctures. The ultimate challenge lies ahead. It is advised to fully recover and carefully devise a strategic plan. Chapter 10. The mad axe of the furnace core. The heavy castle doors creaked open, unleashing a wave of intense heat that felt as though it could sear one's very soul, mingled with the acrid sense of sulfur and molten metal, crashing upon them like a tsunami. In an instant, all breath was caught in their throats, and their exposed skin felt as if it were being pricked with needles, as if they might ignite at any moment. Before them unfurled a scene that defied the earthly realm. The interior of the castle was vast beyond imagination, its towering dome seemingly consumed by endless shades of dark red and black. The walls, unrecognizable in their original material, were scorched by unimaginable heat, resembling cooled lava, marred by cracks and grotesque marks, emanating a persistent dark red glow and radiant warmth. The ground was composed of rough, charred rock, still seething with heat. The air, warped by the extreme temperatures, distorted everything within sight, creating the illusion of being inside a colossal, breathing heart of a steel furnace. And at the heart of this inferno, upon a slightly raised stone platform at the hall's end, pulsed a Dragon Ball, glowing with a heart-stopping orange-red light and radiating waves of palpable heat, like a beating heart. Its energy blurred the surrounding scenery. Yet, even more suffocating than the Dragon Ball was the figure guarding it, Neo Mo Wang, a being that seemed to have clawed its way out of hellfire. Towering and muscular, with a wild beard, he donned a heavy, scorched armor riddled with dents. His eyes burned with a near-physical intensity, a maelstrom of madness and agony reflected in their crimson flames. In his hands was a monstrous axe, the size of a door, its dark red blade seeming to have drunk deeply from countless bloodshed, trembling in resonance with his furious roars. Not enough. Still not enough. Power. More power. Burn it all. Burn it all away. He bellowed at the Dragon Ball, each roar causing the jewel's light to flicker violently, more frenzied energy flooding into his being, making the very air around him crackle with heat. With a careless swing of his enormous axe, the searing wind it generated swept across the distant walls, leaving deep, charred gashes in its wake. Alert. Encountered ultra-high-intensity energy reaction. Warning. Environment extremely hazardous. Inside eye information. Scanning target Neo-Mo Wong. Dragon Ball energy corrupted, berserk state. Combat power assessment. 90. Extremely unstable. Potential to exceed 100. Race. Earthling. Powerful martial artist. Status. Mental confusion. Energy overload. Available replication ability. High-risk energy overload. Berserk strength requires 120 replication points. Warning. May trigger personal energy disturbance. Available replication ability. Incomplete flame axe wave. Prototype requires 180 replication points. Must witness more complete energy operation. Lin Feng's mind raced with system alerts. 90 combat power. This was far beyond their current capacity to confront directly. Moreover, it was exceedingly unstable and dangerously volatile. Father, wake up, please. A girl's voice, trembling with fear and despair, echoed from the shadow of a massive stone pillar. Only then did they notice a girl in a red martial arts uniform, her twin ponytails framing a tear-streaked face, trembling uncontrollably from fear and the oppressive heat. The Dragon Ball. Bulma's voice was hoarse, a mixture of excitement and unprecedented terror. Such incredible energy. It's too strong. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed like stars, embodying the primal thrill and combative spirit that lay deep within his Saiyan bloodline. His muscles tensed instantaneously, his tail thrashing uncontrollably. The training from Master Roshi having honed his body to resemble a finely crafted sword, eager to be drawn. The giant axe. It's coming. We're going to die? We're definitely going to die? Oolong, in a panic, transformed into an ostrich, attempting to bury his head in the ground as if it could be moved. Neo-Mo Wong suddenly turned, his fiery red eyes locking onto the intruders at the entrance. His disturbed fury erupted like a volcanic explosion. Ants. Who dares to intrude upon the furnace of Neo-Mo Wong? Who covets my power? Die! He unleashed a deafening roar, the massive axe not swinging but crashing down with the weight of a mountain, accompanied by a maelstrom of destructive energy and visible heat waves. Before the attack even reached them, the oppressive force caused the ground beneath their feet to crack. Scatter! Quickly! Lin Feng shouted hoarsely, activating Swift Wind Step to its utmost limit, retreating to the side. The others threw themselves in every direction with all their might. Boom! The earth shook with a cataclysmic roar. The giant axe did not strike any of them directly, but instead crashed down upon the ground where they had just stood. Instantly, the ground erupted, a ring of debris mixed with scorching air exploding outward, as if struck by a cannonball. Ah! Oolong screamed, having dodged the direct impact, but was struck by the flying debris, searing heat, and immense force, reverting to his original form as he spat blood, crashing heavily to the ground. His back a gruesome sight. Bulma was also swept away by the shockwave, crashing against the wall with a muffled grunt, her equipment flying from her grasp and shattering into pieces. Lin Feng and Sun Wukong barely managed to evade the core area thanks to their speed and reflexes, but were still caught by the scorching gust, their skin instantly ablaze with pain, their chi surging violently. In but a single blow, merely the aftershock, their team had suffered immediate casualties, each member injured. Oolong, Bulma. Lin Feng's heart tightened. It's impossible for them to be unscathed. This hurts so much. Oolong cried out. The equipment. Bulma groaned as she struggled to rise. Neo-Mo Wong, enraged by his failed strike, became even more frenzied. The giant axe swung again, accompanied by a piercing shriek that threatened to tear everything apart, sweeping horizontally across the entire hall. Wukong, engage in hit-and-run tactics. Hold him off. We cannot confront him head-on. Lin Feng suppressed his chi and shouted commands, while activating chi sense and battle instinct to their fullest, desperately trying to discern the minuscule openings in the trajectory of that frenzied assault. I understand. Sun Wukong's fighting spirit surged, the training from Master Rashi manifesting in full force. His movements were astonishingly fluid, the Rui Bang not used for blocking but for high-frequency, precise taps to deflect or redirect the massive axe. Weaving through the deadly shadows of the axe with electric agility. Each perilous dodge deepened his understanding of power control and the timing of battle opportunities. Yet, the strength of Neo Mo Wang, augmented by the Dragon Ball, was truly terrifying. The attacks grew increasingly swift and ferocious. The entire hall was engulfed in chaos, with scorching winds swirling violently, leaving countless deep scorch marks on the ground and walls. The melting wave, the bold Demon King roared, and his colossal axe erupted with a blinding crimson radiance. A ring of distorted, high-temperature shockwaves coalesced before the axe blade as he delivered a fierce diagonal strike, its range, speed, and power far exceeding previous attacks. Sun Wukong's pupils narrowed as he pushed his speed to the limit, positioning his Rui Bang horizontally to block. The impact reverberated with a thunderous crash. The Rui Bang was bent under the onslaught of raw energy, although Sun Wukong was propelled backward by the force. The searing shockwave struck him hard in the chest and arms. His clothing instantly carbonized and shattered, his skin severely burned, blackened, and swollen. Blood oozing from the gaping wounds as he was violently thrown against a distant stone pillar, spitting out blood. Wukong, Lin Feng, and Bulma exclaimed in unison. Coughing. Sun Wukong struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth, yet the fire of battle within his eyes burned even more fiercely. It was not over yet. Ding. Target Bull Demon King is using the skill Flame Axe Wave Advanced. Conditions for replication met. Ability to replicate, Flame Axe Wave Advanced, requires 200 replication points. Would you like to replicate? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. No replication. 200 points is too costly. And this skill evidently demands immense energy and affinity with the fire attribute, which I cannot wield at present. If this continues, we will all perish. While tending to Oolong's wounds urgently, Bulma cried out anxiously, her voice tinged with desperation. Lin Feng's mind raced, desperately sensing the violent energy connection between the Bull Demon King and the Dragon Balls. He realized that each of the Bull Demon King's powerful attacks perfectly synchronized with the intense fluctuations of the Dragon Ball's energy. Energy surged in wildly, only to be unleashed through him. The connection must be severed. However, attacking the Dragon Ball is too perilous. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Chi-Chi in the corner. A daring plan formed in an instant. At that moment, the Bull Demon King gathered power once more, raising his massive axe high. The crimson glow more dazzling than ever, clearly preparing a deadly finishing move. The axe wind enveloped the entire space. Now, Oolong, transform into the sturdiest shield to protect Bulma and yourself. Wukong, ignore him. Attack the ground to his right with all your might. Create a collapse, and force him to move left. Lin Feng shouted with all his strength, while he dashed towards Chi-Chi. What? Wukong was taken aback, but his primal battle instincts compelled him to unconditionally trust Lin Feng. He abandoned defense, unleashing the full force of his Rui Bang onto the ground to the Bull Demon King's right. Boom. The ground caved in. The Bull Demon King staggered slightly, instinctively adjusting his footing to the left. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reached Chi-Chi's side, applying basic chi manipulation to unleash a gentle push, guiding the terrified Chi-Chi towards the Bull Demon King's new position while exposing himself to the edge of the axe wind. Chi-Chi. The Bull Demon King caught sight of his daughter being pushed into the path of his axe's force. The instinctive bond between father and daughter clashed violently with his raging desire for destruction. His movements were momentarily frozen in a deadly hesitation. The raised axe paused midair. The crimson in his eyes flickered violently. Now, strike the energy node. The right shoulder acupoint. Lin Feng shouted hoarsely. He concentrated all his understanding of chi flow from the Turtle Hermit's teachings, the principles of basic energy compression, and the embryonic form of the chi bomb model, into this one strike. With great difficulty, he brought his hands together, compressing that minuscule amount of chi to its limits, forming an unstable, violently trembling white energy sphere at his fingertips, shooting towards the Bull Demon King's right shoulder. Almost simultaneously, Sun Wukong, guided by his beast-like instincts and the Turtle Hermit's refined perception of energy flow, sensed the fleeting, turbulent gap in the energy flow. He focused all his strength and will into his fingertips, mimicking that arcane method of striking with an exceedingly precise jab that transcended his current skill limits, targeting the same spot on the Bull Demon King's right shoulder. PFF. PFF. Two faint yet remarkably precise impacts resounded. Lin Feng's energy sphere, imbued with all his skill, and Sun Wukong's thrust, infused with primal strength and insight, struck the Bull Demon King's core energy node at the right shoulder simultaneously. Ah! The Bull Demon King let out a heart-wrenching roar, a mixture of excruciating pain, shock, and a sense of release. His entire right arm felt as if electrified, throbbing with agony, as the raging torrent of energy was abruptly severed. The backlash surged chaotically within him. The colossal axe, seemingly fused with him, clanged loudly as it slipped from his grip, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. The frenzied crimson in his eyes rapidly faded as if doused with ice water, revealing a profound confusion, pain, and a glimmer of clarity. He beheld his daughter, pushed near, her face pale with fear. "Chi-Chi," he murmured, his massive frame swaying as if he had lost all strength. "What have I done?" The battle, following that cataclysmic eruption, came to an abrupt halt. Sun Wukong knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, the searing pain from his chest and arms overwhelming, blood still trickling from his mouth. Yet his gaze shone with extraordinary brightness. That transcendent strike had brought him to a new realm. Lin Feng was nearly depleted, that last move draining all his energy and spirit. Oolong lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. Bulma, enduring her own pain, hurried to tend to everyone's injuries. The Bull Demon King sat despondently on the ground, surveying the castle, now resembling a ruin struck by a meteor, feeling the gradually subsiding pain and emptiness within. He looked upon the injured comrades and his daughter, who stood close, trembling with fear. An overwhelming tide of guilt and regret engulfed him. Power, that terrifying power. It consumed my reason. His voice cracked, filled with endless anguish. I destroyed my home. I harmed you all. I nearly killed my daughter. This towering figure, akin to a mountain, covered his face with those hands that once wielded the great axe, unleashing muffled, desperate sobs. Chi-Chi, witnessing her father's return to consciousness, rushed forward, crying, "Daddy, you're awake. How wonderful." Only then did Bulma cautiously approach, using specially designed heat-resistant gloves to lift the now gentle and subdued Sanqing Dragon Ball, which no longer emitted violent heat. After enduring countless hardships and fierce battles, all 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered in their hands. Ding successfully defeated the raging Bull Demon King, obtaining the Sanqing Dragon Ball. Main mission survival and exploration progress updated. Exploration level 10. Current exploration level 93. Ding. Fully collected all 7 Dragon Balls, achieving the Dragon Ball Collector complete accomplishment. Reward 50 replication points. Current replication points 270. 220 50. Ding. Surpassing oneself in extreme high-pressure combat has led to a significant enhancement in control over Chi, tactical layout, and seizing opportunities. Chi bomb model resolution increased to 15. Current resolution 40. Proficiency in Chi flow greatly improved. Ding. Teammate Sun Wukong, in the face of adversity, has comprehended precise energy striking, initiating the fusion of primal strength and control, unlocking potential and raising battle capacity limits. With his daughter's support, the Bull Demon King struggled to rise, bowing deeply, nearly to 90 degrees, towards the injured comrades, tears brimming in his fierce eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "I am deeply sorry, dear brothers and sisters. The Bull Demon King is ashamed before you. Thank you for stopping this madman, for awakening me, and for enduring such grave injuries. This kindness the Bull Demon King shall never forget. Under the wise teachings of teacher Wu Tian, I find myself devoid of the courage to face him again. His sentiments of gratitude and remorse are both sincere and weighty." The temperature of Huanshan has begun to genuinely and consistently decline, as the ferocious heat that permeated the air gradually subsides. With the gathered Dragon Balls, bearing numerous scars and a heart laden with complexity, the group departs from the castle, which is now starting to regain its vitality. Their next objective, to find a sanctuary for healing their wounds, and then summon Shenlong. System Status Panel. Host, Lin Feng. Current world, Dragon Ball Earth. Combat Power 16. Having endured extreme battles, mastery over Chi, tactical understanding, and willpower have significantly enhanced, providing a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. Available replication points 270 Chi status. Severe exhaustion. Requires deep recovery and reflection. Injuries. Multiple burns. Exhausted Chi. Mental fatigue. Collected Dragon Balls. 77. Task list. Main quest. Survival and exploration. 5,872 hours. Exploration level 93. Region. The Calamity of Huanshan. Completed. System evaluation. The team has endured hellish battles. All members wounded. Through extraordinary perseverance, precise tactics, and crucial insights, they have ultimately triumphed over an insurmountable foe. Both the host and Sun Wukong have gained invaluable growth under extreme pressure. The reward is substantial. It is advisable to seek a safe location for urgent treatment and deep recovery, followed by the summoning ritual. Chapter 11. The Night of Shenlong's Summoning and Choices. Upon departing Huanshan Castle, the group, laden with injuries and the 7 Dragon Balls, discovers a relatively secluded valley, far from the castle's thermal radiation. As night falls, the temperature remains elevated but no longer poses a lethal threat. "All right, we are safe," Bulma exclaims, releasing a portable medical pod and emergency tent from the Wendong Jiaonong. "Quickly, everyone, come in and treat your injuries." Inside the medical pod, nanobots busily attend to their wounds. Oolong's back is bruised from falling debris, though thankfully, no bones were harmed. Bulma bears multiple abrasions and minor burns. Sun Wukong's chest and arms are the most severely burnt, with nanomist rapidly repairing the damaged skin, yet he winces in pain. Lin Feng primarily suffers from exhausted Chi and mental fatigue, resting in the recovery pod with his eyes closed, seeking to recuperate. Alert! The host is detected to be in a state of deep fatigue and Chi exhaustion. It is recommended to engage in deep meditation to enhance Chi recovery speed and mental resilience. System-assisted meditation mode activated, guiding the host into a more efficient recovery state. A soothing, cool energy flows through Lin Feng's entire being, aiding him in entering a state of deep tranquility where self and surroundings dissolve, allowing the faint remnants of Chi within him to circulate and recover in a more efficient and natural manner. Alert! Deep recovery in progress. Chi circulation, proficiency slightly increased. Chi recovery speed, 10. Approximately an hour later, the group's injuries stabilize under the advanced technologies treatment. Although full recovery is far off, they are no longer in critical condition. The fatigue has also lessened significantly. As night deepens, the 7 Dragon Balls are cautiously placed on a clear patch outside the tent, radiating a soft, mysterious orange glow in the moonlight, with their star patterns, 1 to 7, clearly visible, resonating in a seemingly mystical harmony. Finally, we have gathered them all. Bulma gazes at the Dragon Balls, her voice trembling with excitement, but soon her expression shifts to one of concern. "But what wish should we make? A perfect boyfriend? That would be ideal. Of course, I shall be the one to make the wish." Oolong suddenly leaps up, though the movement sends a jolt of pain through his wound. He bravely proclaims, "I want to become the king of the world, to rule over all humanity, and have a harem of beauties as large as a castle, alongside endless feasts. Dream on. The Dragon Ball radar was invented by me. The adventure was organized by me. The wish will certainly be made by me." Bulma immediately counters, "But can Shenlong provide me with a more formidable opponent?" Sun Wukong scratches his head, looking bewildered, entirely oblivious to power and beauty, fixated solely on becoming stronger and fighting. The 3 of them promptly engage in a quarrel. Lin Feng refrains from participating in the dispute, approaching the Dragon Balls and gently touching the cool surface. Alert! Contact with all 7 Dragon Balls detected. Energy field stable. Summoning can commence. System function insight deep analysis activated. Scanning Dragon Ball energy structure. Analyzing summoning protocol. Deciphering Shenlong's response mechanism. Analysis result. To summon, one must recite a specific incantation in Namekian. Shenlong can grant a wish within its capabilities. The wish must be clear and unambiguous. Once the wish is fulfilled, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone and scatter across the world, restoring in a year. System function simulation, basic, activated, based on the current information database. Simulating potential consequences of various wishes. Simulation option 1, wealth and power wish, as Oolong desires. Success rate, 999. Subsequent impact, high likelihood of global upheaval. The host may become embroiled in unnecessary troubles, offering no direct assistance to the main quest of survival and exploration or combat power enhancement. Simulation option 2, Personal pleasure wish, as Bulma desires. Success rate, 99. Subsequent impact, no direct benefit to the host. Simulation option 3, combat power enhancement wish, as Wukong desires. Success rate, 75. Depends on the specific content of the wish. Direct enhancement may exceed Shenlong's current authority. Subsequent impact, potentially directly enhances the host or team's strength, though the method remains unknown, posing risks. Simulation option 4, knowledge or information wish. Success rate, 85. Subsequent impact, potential acquisition of valuable information, but the host must possess the ability to digest and utilize it. Simulation option 5, others, insufficient information. Unable to simulate effectively. Note, simulation results are based on existing intelligence and probability calculations, for reference only. Actual results may vary. The system's prompts flash through Lin Feng's mind rapidly, particularly the analysis provided by the simulation function, which sparked a realization within him. This function, seldom utilized before, unexpectedly offered a crucial strategic perspective at this moment. Directly wishing to become stronger? To what extent can Shenlong fulfill such a request? Could there be hidden dangers? Should he acquire some pivotal knowledge or skill? Or perhaps make a wish that could significantly alter the future landscape? He recalled Master Roshi mentioning the World Martial Arts Tournament, a stage that would gather stronger opponents and present more replication opportunities. His own strength is paramount. As he pondered, Bulma and Oolong's argument escalated. I don't care. I am making the wish. Oolong shouted, suddenly lunging for the Dragon Balls, intent on making his wish first. Not on my watch, Bulma exclaimed, rushing to stop him. The two immediately grappled with each other, inadvertently colliding with the Dragon Balls on the ground. Buzz. The 7 Dragon Balls, upon collision, appeared to activate, their brilliance intensifying. The entire valley was enveloped in a peculiar energy field. Not good. Bulma cried out. The incantation has not been recited. The energy has been inadvertently triggered. Alert. Warning. The Dragon Ball energy field has been activated in an abnormal manner, currently in a highly unstable state. If the correct summoning is not performed within 10 minutes, the energy will erupt uncontrollably, with unknown consequences. Emergency plan generated by system. 1. Attempt to summon correctly immediately. 2. Utilize the Wannung Jiaonong energy suppression device, if available, to forcibly stabilize, but this may damage the Dragon Balls. The energy is about to explode. Oolong's face turned pale with fright. This is all your fault. Bulma fumed, stamping her foot, frantically searching through the Wannung Jiaonong. Where is the suppression device? The situation had become dire in an instant. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. The system's simulation function and previously gathered information swiftly converged in his mind. Bulma, stop searching, he said firmly. Tell me the Namekian incantation for summoning Shenlong. I will give it a try. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Lin Feng's calm and resolute eyes. Instinctively, she placed her trust in him and quickly exclaimed, Come forth, Shenlong, grant my wish. Lin Feng stepped forward, facing the increasingly radiant and restless energy of the 7 Dragon Balls. He concentrated all his mental faculties, recalling Bulma's pronunciation and articulated with clarity and precision in the Namekian language. Come forth, Shenlong, grant my wish. Akuma no Shinranjo no Hoshi wa Kanit Kure. As the incantation was uttered, the brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls surged to its zenith, a dazzling light piercing the heavens and illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The valley was engulfed in a tempest, dark clouds converging from all directions, accompanied by thunder and lightning. An indescribable, vast, and majestic aura enveloped the earth. Beep. Summoning ritual successfully completed. Shenlong is responding. System full functionality recording mode activated. Energy fluctuation recording, Shenlong form recording, rule analysis. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal beam of light shot up from the Dragon Balls, merging with the dark clouds. Within the swirling clouds, an immense, dignified, azure dragon began to coalesce and extend. Its head bore 2 horns, and its eyes shone like searchlights, casting a red glow as it surveyed the land. Shenlong had descended. State your wish. The deep and authoritative voice of Shenlong reverberated through the air, echoing in the minds of all present. I can fulfill any wish, but only one. Astonishment. Utter astonishment. Oolong collapsed in fear. Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, while Sun Wukong gazed excitedly at the giant dragon in the sky, his tail rigid with anticipation. The moment to make a wish had arrived. There was but one opportunity. All eyes turned to Lin Feng. It was he who had recited the incantation. And in that instant, he became the wishmaker. Lin Feng's heart raced as immense pressure descended upon him. The system's projections, plans for the future, the expectations of his team, and his own desires clashed violently within his mind. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and looked up at Shenlong, articulating his carefully considered wish in a clear and resolute voice. Shenlong, please tell me. He paused, articulating that crucial question. How can I most safely and effectively master and enhance the energy of Qi within me? And what is the next step in my cultivation that is most suited to me? This wish was neither a direct demand for power nor a futile pursuit of ephemeral authority and beauty, but rather a quest for core methodologies and information. It represented the most cost-effective, least risky choice for his long-term development, as deduced by the system. Shenlong's crimson gaze focused on Lin Feng, pausing momentarily, as if assessing the feasibility and depth of this wish. After a brief silence, its majestic voice resonated once more. This wish can be granted. System Status Panel, Host, Lin Feng Current World, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 16 Available Replication Points, 270 Chi Status, Recovering, 70, Collected Dragon Balls, 77, Summoning, System Functions Active. Inside Eye, Deep Analysis continuously scanning and recording Shenlong's energy structure and rules. Projection, Basic Activated, providing crucial decision support for wish selection. Full Function Recording Mode, Active, recording all data related to Shenlong. Task List, Mainline Survival and Exploration, 5,972 hours. Exploration Degree 93, System Evaluation. The host successfully managed an emergency situation, utilizing system auxiliary functions to make a critical decision, articulating a wish with immense strategic foresight. Shenlong has responded. A historic moment is about to unfold. It is advised to fully receive and comprehend the information bestowed by Shenlong. Chapter 12. The Oracle of Shenlong and the Essence of Qi. The immense azure form of Shenlong glided slowly through the storm clouds, its red eyes resembling two burning stars. Fixated on Lin Feng below, it remained silent for a moment, as if searching the vast repository of rules and knowledge, evaluating the seemingly simple yet profoundly essential wish for power. This wish can be granted. Shenlong's dignified and resonant voice echoed in the silent valley, each word imbued with ancient weight. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Shenlong and Lin Feng. Bulma clenched her fists, Oolong forgot his fear, and Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Feng felt an indescribable, vast, and cold mental presence gently brushing against his consciousness. It bore no aggression, yet emanated an aura of authority and objectivity that loomed over all. Beep. Detection of ultra-high-level mental connection established. System firewall activated autonomously. Insight Eye operating at full capacity, recording and analyzing the structure and information flow of this thought. Warning. Information flow excessively vast and complex. System overload. Initiating filtering and compression reception mode. Prioritizing reception of core information related to the host's inquiries that are currently understandable. In the next instant, a deluge of information surged forth as if a dam had broken, flooding Lin Feng's mind through Shenlong's mental connection. This information was not conveyed through specific words or images, but rather felt like an infusion of direct understanding and knowledge, encompassing the essence, origin, attributes of Qi, myriad cultivation methods, possible divergences and bottlenecks, and vague directions toward higher realms. The volume and profundity of the information surpassed Lin Feng's current capacity to fully comprehend. He felt as though his head might explode, his complexion paling instantly, and his body swaying slightly. System Emergency Assistance, activating information buffering and sealing module, compressing and temporarily storing 99 of information that exceeds the host's current understanding limit, gradually unsealing as the host's power increases. Currently unsealing only the most fundamental and relevant guiding knowledge for the host's situation. The system's alert seemed to emanate from a distant realm. Lin Feng braced himself against the overwhelming mental impact, striving to absorb the minuscule fragments of comprehensible information that the system had filtered. Shenlong's voice resonated like a great bell, sounding simultaneously in his mind and the physical realm, summarizing and elucidating. Qi is the source of life, the power of consciousness, and the resonance of cosmic vibrations. The Qi within you has begun to take shape, yet it remains weak and scattered, akin to a stream in an ocean, lacking true mastery. To safely and effectively control and enhance it, one must comprehend its nature, concentrate its spirit, strengthen the body, and open the meridians. Subsequently, more specific information flowed through his consciousness. Firstly, concentration. Your chi flow has taken on some form, yet its efficiency is low, and it dissipates significantly. You must lead the chi with intention, harness it with spirit, gathering the dispersed chi into the dantian point like a vortex, compressing it layer by layer, in a cyclical manner, so that chi may generate and grow, gradually becoming robust. This constitutes the foundation of Qigong, as well as the basis for advanced techniques such as the Turtle School's Qigong. Secondly, sensation. Your ability to sense Qi is adequate, yet only superficial. You must close your eyes and introspect, calming your mind to perceive the subtle trajectories of Qi flowing through your meridians and its interaction with external energies. Not only must you sense yourself, but also the Qi of the world and your adversaries. At the highest level, one may even predict fortune and misfortune and discern opportunities. This is the realm of Qi reading and a prerequisite for techniques such as the dance of the void and the solar fist. Thirdly, refinement. The growth of Qi does not come from thin air. It requires transcendental training that continually breaks the shackles of the physical body, expands the capacity of the meridians, and strengthens the internal organs, enabling one to bear more substantial Qi and unleash greater power. Without a powerful physique, Qi is but a tree without roots, water without a source. Gravity training and extreme resistance are excellent methods for refining the body and Qi. Fourthly, combat. Qi is not inert. It must be tempered in real combat and ignited in life or death situations. Engage with strong opponents. Observe the flow of their Qi. Learn the intricacies of their techniques. Break through your limits under pressure and glean new knowledge in crisis. Isolated self-training will seldom lead to greatness. The voice of the divine dragon momentarily paused, its crimson gaze sweeping over Sun Wukong and the distant horizon, suggesting a journey to the southwest. Amidst the mountains and beside the deep sea lies a grand assembly known as the Tien Di Iwu Dao Hui, a gathering of martial artists from all corners, serving as an exceptional venue for honing skills, validating what one has learned, and witnessing the myriad forms of Qi. However, heed this warning. The tone of the divine dragon became grave, emphasizing that the path of power is never-ending. Do not lose yourself in the power itself. Remain steadfast in your heart and discern between good and evil. The highest realm of Qi is to be one with the universe, not to lay waste to it. Your pursuit of safety and effectiveness hinges upon this heart. The vast stream of information finally ceased, and the dragon's red gaze shifted away from Lin Feng. Wishes had been fulfilled. Thus, farewell. As the words fell, the immense form of the dragon transformed into a dazzling beam of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the thick clouds. The majestic aura enveloping the world quickly dissipated. Subsequently, the 7 dragon balls on the ground appeared to lose all energy, their brilliance extinguished, transforming from translucent orange orbs into dull, unremarkable stones. Soon after, a series of piercing sounds erupted as the 7 stones morphed into streaks of light, shooting towards the heavens and scattering in various directions, disappearing into the horizon. The night sky returned to tranquility, the clouds parted, and the starlight once again illuminated the darkness. It was as if nothing had transpired in the valley, leaving behind a few stunned individuals. The system notifications resounded in Lin Feng's mind like a tidal wave, delivering immense information and substantial rewards. He stood rooted in place, eyes closed, fully absorbing the knowledge imparted by the divine dragon and the changes brought by the system. He could clearly perceive the faint Qi within him, now rotating and condensing in his dantian along a more profound and efficient path, with recovery speed dramatically accelerated. His awareness of the external world had also sharpened significantly. Is it over? Oolong was the first to react, gazing at the vanished dragon balls and divine dragon, collapsing onto the ground. Did the wish come true? What did it say? I seem to have understood nothing. Southwest. Tianxia di Iwudaohui. Bulma retrieved the dragon radar, though it was now useless, attempting to locate it. It sounds like a martial arts tournament? A martial arts tournament. Are there many powerful fighters battling there? Sun Wukong immediately grasped the crux of the matter, leaping up in excitement, as if his injuries had vanished. Let us hurry and participate. Are you all right? Chi-Chi timidly inquired, still shaken by the divine dragon's majesty. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, his gaze now more composed, and his aura steadier than before. Though fatigued, he felt invigorated. The divine dragon's revelations surpassed expectations, resolving current confusions and illuminating the path ahead, even foretelling the Tien Xia Di Yiwu Dao Hui. The rewards from the system were equally abundant. The divine dragon has given me guidance, Lin Feng addressed the group, a faint smile gracing his face as he contemplated how to improve his cultivation and the next destination. He paused, looking southwest, a place called the Tien Xia Di Yiwu Dao Hui, where many formidable martial artists would gather. Excellent. Let us set forth. Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. Wait, my injuries are not fully healed yet. Oolong lamented. What's the rush? We still need to clarify the exact location. Bulma, though curious, remained relatively calm, noting that they had just experienced a fierce battle and needed to recuperate. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Bulma is right. We urgently require a safe place to rest and fully recover our injuries before embarking on our journey to the martial arts tournament, with a clear new objective. A broader world and stronger opponents awaited them ahead. System Status Panel, Host, Lin Feng Current World, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 17, enhanced through Divine Dragon Knowledge Infusion and System Optimization, Foundation solidified, resulting in natural combat power increase, available copy points, 420, 27150, Chi status, abundant, turtle breath flow optimization, 50 recovery speed, injuries, essentially healed. Ability updates, Chi flow, skilled, turtle breath flow, beginner 30 increase in Dantian condensation and circulation efficiency, 50 increase in basic Chi recovery speed. Chi sense, skilled, inner vision, beginner significantly enhanced internal perception accuracy, enabling preliminary inner vision of one's own meridians and Chi flow, expanded external perception range. Hidden knowledge base, high-level knowledge of Qi infused by the divine dragon, most sealed. Understanding of Turtle School Qi Gong principles, 40. New training goals, core condensation of Qi Gong meridian expansion and refinement advanced Qi sense, Qi reading, practical combat training, task list. New main line, the path of martial arts. Proceed to register and compete in the Tien Xia Di Yiwu Dao Hui, aiming to reach at least the top 8. Completed, survival and exploration, 72 hours, exploration degree 100, system evaluation. The divine dragon's wish has been splendidly fulfilled, yielding priceless knowledge and guidance, optimizing and clarifying the cultivation system. The mainline task has been completed with generous rewards. A new chapter, the path of martial arts, has commenced as the Tien Xia Di Yiwu Dao Hui gathers formidable adversaries and opportunities. Thorough preparation and cautious engagement are advised. Chapter 13. Discussions on the road ahead and the charge of the Bull Demon King within the side hall of the Flame Mountain Castle. The atmosphere was heavy and weary. The pain from last night's fierce battle had not yet fully subsided, the shock of the divine dragon's arrival still fresh in their minds, while the Dragon Balls had dispersed. After the fleeting thrill of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, the harsh reality presented itself. They had just endured a Pyrrhic victory. Oolong moaned, sprawled on the mat. It hurts so much. That Bull Demon King is a monster. He nearly turned me into a roasted pig. His power is terrifying, Bulma remarked, applying the final bandage to a scrape on her arm, still shaken. If it weren't for Chi-Chi distracting him, we would never have found an opportunity. Sun Wukong sat unusually quietly, rubbing his chest, still feeling the lingering pain of burns, his expression filled with an unprecedented seriousness. He is truly formidable, far stronger than I. At the last moment, had it not been for the collaboration with Lin Feng to strike him, he would have refrained from continuing his statement, yet the implication was unmistakable. Lin Feng gradually regulated his breathing, employing Gui Shi Lu Zhuan to accelerate the recovery of his depleted energy, his countenance calm. In his mind, he replayed every detail of the battle, the horrifying combat prowess assessed by Dong Cha Jian, echoing like a persistent alarm. Given our current strength, even if we were to ascertain the location of the world's premier martial arts convention, venturing forth recklessly would likely prove futile, and we might even encounter unforeseen dangers. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng lifted his gaze to the group. The guidance of Shenlong is indeed accurate, but it pertains to our future, not to our present selves. We are far too weak. We must become stronger, requiring genuine systematic instruction and training. His gaze swept across the assembly. finally resting in the distance. We need to return to seek out Master Wu Tian. This proposal received immediate affirmation. Indeed, the turtle hermit is immensely formidable. He can surely empower us further. Sun Wukong was the first to leap up in agreement, his eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Though he is an old lecher, he remains the most renowned martial artist known. Bulma adjusted her glasses, expressing her concurrence. Returning for intensive training is a sagacious choice. As long as we can grow stronger and no longer endure beatings, I reluctantly agree, Oolong murmured, still haunted by the memory of being beaten. However, Bulma's tone shifted. I shall not accompany you all back. The group turned their attention to her. This adventure has revealed many technical deficiencies, Bulma elucidated. My equipment requires upgrading, and the Dragon Ball radar needs enhancement for contingencies. The laboratory in West City possesses the most advanced apparatus. I can develop more formidable gear upon my return, ensuring I can be of great assistance next time. Moreover, she smiled cunningly. I need to return to check on my father and perhaps secure additional funding and materials. She hinted at potentially utilizing special means to obtain support from her father. The others nodded in understanding. Bulma's technological support had indeed played a pivotal role in their adventure, and her decision was quite reasonable. After deliberation, the group resolved to rest for the night and bid farewell to the Bull Demon King and his daughter the following morning. On the following morning, they gathered in the main hall to take their leave of the Bull Demon King. Upon hearing their decision, the Bull Demon King expressed his respect, seeking guidance from Master Wu Tian. Excellent. This is splendid. Should the Master offer you his instruction, your futures are boundless. A mixture of guilt and pride adorned his face. After a brief hesitation, the Bull Demon King pulled his daughter Chi-Chi closer and solemnly clasped his fists towards Lin Feng. Young brother Lin Feng, and esteemed benefactors, I have a humble request. The group turned to him. My daughter Chi-Chi has grown up amidst the flames of this mountain. Though her temperament is stubborn, she is also pure and resilient, with a modicum of martial skill. The Bull Demon King patted his daughter's shoulder, his tone imbued with a father's hopes and a touch of reluctance. It is not wise to confine her to this fiery mountain. The world's foremost martial arts convention is a significant event for warriors. I humbly beseech you all to consider allowing my daughter to accompany you for training, to broaden her horizons and hone her skills. I would be immensely grateful. Chi-Chi looked up in surprise, her eyes flickering with apprehension, anticipation, and a hint of yearning for the unknown world, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the lively Sun Wukong. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He understood the Bull Demon King's protective love and foresight. Chi-Chi's resilient character and martial foundation, as evidenced by her attempts to dissuade her father and her bravery at critical moments, indicated she would not be a burden. An additional companion in the team would also contribute to their mutual support. Rest assured, Senior, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. We will treat Chi-Chi as a partner and take care of her, bringing her along to the martial arts convention for practical training. The Bull Demon King was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you all. This kindness will be forever remembered by the Bull Demon King. He immediately turned to his subordinates. Come forth. Bring forth the tokens of gratitude. Soon, several subordinates brought forth 2 heavy chests and a small yet ancient-looking box. The Bull Demon King opened the first chest, revealing it filled to the brim with gold coins and jewels, glimmering brilliantly. These provisions, albeit modest, signify my heartfelt appreciation. Please do not decline them for your journey. Upon opening the second chest, it contained various heat-resistant medicinal herbs, rare ores, and some remarkable forging materials from the Flame Mountain. These are the specialties of my Flame Mountain. They may prove useful for your training or for Miss Bulma's research. Finally, he solemnly opened the small box, revealing a scroll made of an unknown leather, yellowed with age, inscribed with mysterious patterns. This is an ancient fragment of a breathing technique I fortuitously acquired in my youth, profound and obscure. My limited talent has prevented me from comprehending it, and it has remained untouched. Today, I bestow it upon young brother Lin Feng, hoping it may inspire you in your pursuit of the true essence of energy. Ding. Received gifts from the Bull Demon King, substantial gold coins and jewels, a package of Flame Mountain specialty medicinal materials and ores, an ancient fragment of a breathing technique X1. Dong Cha Ji Yin analyzes the ancient breathing technique fragment. Information deficiency is too high, containing extremely faint spatial fluctuations, currently non-decodable. Requires a higher realm or additional clues. Upon seeing the heavy chests, Bulma suddenly furrowed her brow. Wait. Our motorboat and universal capsules are nearly full. We cannot possibly carry all these items. Lin Feng pondered the generous gifts, a thought stirring within him. He delved into the system interface. System. Display the list of exchangeable abilities, filtering for storage-related functions. Ding. Based on host permissions and current needs. Recommended exchange. Secondary space fragment, 1 cubic meter. Ability description. Establish a stable 1 cubic meter subspace fragment for storing non-living objects. Access requires a minimal expenditure of mental energy. The space is constant and bound to the host. Exchange requires 150 replication points. Will you exchange? 1 cubic meter of space is sufficient to accommodate these supplies and subsequent luggage. Exchange. Lin Feng silently commanded. Replication points, 150. Exchange successful. Remaining replication points, 270. Secondary space fragment, 1 cubic meter, has been loaded. The host may attempt to concentrate and access the space for storage operations. A subtle sense of connection emerged within Lin Feng's consciousness. Amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, he approached the chests and extended his hand to touch them. Store. With a thought, a slight expenditure of mental energy, and the chests along with the small scroll vanished into thin air. Where did the items go? Oolong exclaimed in surprise. A spatial capsule? No, that's not right. Bulma exclaimed as she inspected her capsules in astonishment. Remarkable. How did you accomplish that? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. The Bull Demon King's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Spatial techniques? Young brother Lin Feng, you are indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng smiled gently. Merely a small trick for convenience in carrying. Thank you for your generous gifts, esteemed elder. Again, he concentrated, producing a gold coin in his hand, which then vanished, ready for retrieval at any moment. The group felt reassured, their admiration for Lin Feng's abilities deepening. Having bid farewell to the ever-grateful Bull Demon King, the team parted ways. With Bulma piloting her motorboat back to West City to upgrade her equipment, Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, Oolong, and the newly joined Chi-Chi embarked on another motorboat, navigating the vast ocean towards Kamehameha, once more seeking Master Wu Tian's guidance. A new journey, new teammates, and new objectives awaited. Intensive training was about to commence. System Status Panel. Host, Lin Feng. Current world, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 16. Injuries mostly healed. Energy restored. Available replication points, 270, 420 to 150. Energy state, abundant. Effective Gue, Shi Lu Zhuan ongoing. System space, secondary space fragment. 1 cubic meter contains a substantial amount of gold coins and jewels. A package of specialty materials from Flame Mountain, and an unknown ancient breathing technique fragment. Ability status, Gue, Shi Lu Zhuan, beginner, Nei Sure, beginner, understanding of the principles of Gue Pai Qi Gong, 40. Analysis of Qi Bomb model, 35. New abilities, secondary space fragment, 1 cubic meter capable of storing non-living objects, consuming a minimal amount of mental energy. Team changes, new member. Chi-Chi temporarily departed. Ma, returning to West City. New resources, substantial funds, rare materials, ancient breathing technique scrolls, unread. Task list. Main quest. Path of martial arts. Register and compete in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, aiming for at least the top 8. Postponed. First proceeding to Kamehameha for special training. Clue. Unknown ancient breathing techniques. Incomplete. System evaluation. The team has clarified its future direction. Ma has left to conduct research, and new member Chi-Chi has joined. Received generous gifts from Neo Mo Wang. Exchange for practical spatial abilities to resolve logistical issues. Remaining copy points, 270. Next step. Return to Kamehameha for further guidance from Master Roshi to solidify the foundation. Chapter 14. The long journey at sea and the integration of the new team. The morning sunlight bathed the somewhat desolate coastline of Huayan Shan, where 2 motorboats, having undergone rudimentary repairs, quietly rested at the shore, heralding the imminent moment of parting. A faint air of melancholy and reluctance hung in the atmosphere. Ma had packed her belongings, her face adorned with a hint of excitement about returning home, yet overshadowed by a deeper sense of loss for her companions. All right, I will escort you to this point, Ma declared, hands on her hips, attempting to project a carefree demeanor. Once I return, I must upgrade my equipment. And when we meet next, I promise to astonish you all. She waved the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, though temporarily useless, and a few empty universal capsules, speculating that she might invent something even more formidable to help them shine at the martial arts tournament. Wulong, with a sorrowful expression, rushed to hug Bu-erma's leg, though he wished to embrace elsewhere. Bu-erma, don't go. Without your high-tech gadgets, what will we do when danger strikes? My delicate heart requires your protection. Bu-erma, exasperated, kicked him away. Oh, come now. Don't you have transformation techniques? Just turn into a cockroach and hide when the time comes. Sun Wukong scratched his head, seemingly oblivious to the concept of parting, yet feeling a hint of sadness. Bu-erma, your rice balls are delicious. Will I still be able to eat them in the future? Bu-erma chuckled softly, touched as she ruffled Sun Wukong's hair, ignoring the scorch marks on him. Silly Wukong. Once you grow stronger, come find me in West City, and I'll treat you to a grand feast. All you can eat. Lin Feng stepped forward, earnestly stating, Bu-erma, take care on your journey. Your wisdom and technology are indispensable to our team. Stay safe in West City, and I look forward to facing greater challenges together upon your return. Fear not. Bu-erma patted her chest, regaining her air of confidence. What can't this genius handle? As for you lot, make sure to learn diligently from that old pervert master, and don't slack off. As she spoke, her gaze flickered to the somewhat shy Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I leave these rascals in your care, especially that simpleton who thinks only of food. She pointed at Wukong. Chi-Chi nodded earnestly. I will do my best. Sister Bu-erma. Ultimately, Bu-erma boarded one of the motorboats, the engine roaring to life. I'm off. See you all at the martial arts tournament. She waved goodbye as the motorboat sliced through the waves, racing towards West City, gradually shrinking into a dot before vanishing on the horizon. The shoreline fell silent, with the absence of Bu-erma's boisterous presence creating an unexpected void. Sigh, the benefactor and cook have departed, Wulong lamented. All right, Lin Feng regained focus. We should set off too. Destination, Kamehameha. The group boarded another motorboat. Lin Feng took the helm, while Sun Wukong curiously gazed around. Wulong donned a life vest, fearing for his life, and Chi-Chi quietly sat in the back, carefully cradling a small bundle containing some provisions and fresh water she had prepared. The motorboat's engine roared as they ventured into the vast blue sea. The journey across the ocean was long and monotonous. Apart from the blue sky, white clouds, and endless water, there was little else to behold. During the initial hours, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, as everyone adjusted to the new dynamic without Bu-erma. Sun Wukong was the first to liven up. Soon bored of the tedious voyage, he began to fiddle with his Rui Jingu Bang, occasionally standing up to strike various combat poses, nearly capsizing the boat and eliciting screams from Wulong and gasps from Chi-Chi. Lin Feng had to divert his attention to admonish him. Wukong, sit still. The boat will flip. Oh, but it's so boring. Wukong grumbled, yet complied and sat down, his tail idly thumping against the deck. Chi-Chi observed Sun Wukong, hesitating before pulling out a rice ball from her bundle, softly asking, Wukong, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Rice ball. Yes. He eagerly received the rice ball and devoured it, exclaiming, delicious. Just as good as Bu-erma's. Chi-Chi's face flushed slightly, a hint of joy gracing her features. Wulong, witnessing this, immediately chimed in. I'm hungry too. I want one. The biggest one. Chi-Chi nodded and handed him another. As Wulong munched, he commented, SOSO. Not as good as Bu-erma's, but it's passable. Chi-Chi, with good humor, did not take offense. Lin Feng observed the scene, a slight smile curling his lips. Chi-Chi's presence seemed to alleviate some inconveniences following Bu-erma's departure. Her attentiveness and quiet demeanor contrasted beautifully with Bu-erma's lively antics. In the afternoon, the sea breeze picked up, causing the motorboat to jolt slightly. Chi-Chi appeared somewhat seasick, her complexion pale as she gripped the boat's railing tightly. What's wrong? Sun Wukong noticed her discomfort and asked curiously. And nothing. Chi-Chi forced a smile despite her unease. Lin Feng, sensing her condition, retrieved a medicinal package gifted by Nyo Mo Wang from the system space, recognizing a herb with calming and anti-nausea properties, and handed it to Chi-Chi. Chew on this. It should help. Gratefully, Chi-Chi took it and placed it in her mouth. The refreshing flavor indeed made her feel much better. Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. Wow, your magic is so convenient. Can you conjure anything? Sun Wukong asked, intrigued by Lin Feng's hands. It's not magic, it's storage. Lin Feng briefly explained the concept of the spatial fragment, leaving Sun Wukong both impressed and somewhat confused. As evening approached, the sky was adorned with brilliant hues of sunset. The horizon ablaze with fiery red, a breathtaking sight. So beautiful. Chi-Chi gazed at the sky, softly exclaiming. This was her first time leaving Huayin Shan. Witnessing such vastness. Yes, it's lovely. Sun Wukong imitated her. Looking up, though he may not fully appreciate the beauty, he found the colors vibrant. Wulong yawned. Pretty doesn't tea fill the belly. How much longer until we arrive? Lin Feng, while steering the boat, felt the gradual recovery and growth of energy from Gui Shilu Zhuan, aided by Ini Shi, which allowed him to better grasp his own condition. Though the journey was monotonous, it also served as a prime opportunity for cultivation. As night fell and the stars twinkled brightly, sailing at sea required extra caution, prompting Lin Feng to reduce speed. Chi-Chi mustered her courage and took over the steering for a while, allowing Lin Feng a moment to rest and focus on his training. She demonstrated a strong learning capacity, quickly becoming adept at handling the boat. Sun Wukong and Wulong had already leaned against the side, fast asleep, with Wukong even snoring softly. Thus, during the day and night of their voyage, the new team gradually adjusted to one another. The absence of Bu Erma's technological support and boisterous personality was supplanted by Chi-Chi's attentive care and tranquil companionship. Lin Feng felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier on his shoulders, yet he also nurtured a burgeoning excitement for the future of this small team. At long last, on the morning of the following day, the familiar silhouette of the island emerged on the horizon. Behold, it is Kamehameha. Sun Wukong was the first to leap up, excitedly pointing ahead. Everyone felt a surge of energy, shaking off the fatigue of their journey. A new phase of training was about to commence. System Status Panel, Host, Lin Feng Current World, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 17, Continuous Practice of Kamehameha. Energy becoming more refined and robust. Available duplication points, 270 Chi status. Abundant, effect of Kamehameha persists. Energy steadily increasing during the voyage. System space, secondary space fragment. 1 cubic meter contents remain unchanged. Ability status, Kamehameha. Beginner proficiency continues to improve. Slight increase in energy capacity. Internal vision, beginner slight improvement in proficiency. Understanding of Kamehameha principles, 40. Chi ball model analysis, 35. Team status, current members, Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, Wulong. Chi-Chi cohesion, initial integration completed, roles beginning to take shape, Lin Feng. Leadership and training, Wukong. Main vigilance, Wulong. Atmosphere coordinator, Chi-Chi. Logistical support, morale, good. Filled with anticipation for specialized training. Task list, mainline, path of martial arts. Proceed to register and compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. At least reach the top 8. Postponed, specialized training about to begin. System evaluation. The team has successfully completed the maritime journey. Initial cohesion of the new lineup is evident, and interactions are harmonious. The host utilized the journey time for continuous practice, steadily solidifying the foundation. They have arrived at Kamehameha, poised to receive guidance from the master once more. Chapter 15. Returning to the master and the foundation built on sweat. The sound of the motorboat gradually subsided as the bow gently touched the familiar white sandy beach of Kamehameha. The waves lapped softly against the shore, producing a soothing sound. Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, Wulong, and the newly joined Chi-Chi stepped onto the island in sequence, their souls sinking into the soft and warm sand. Unlike their hasty visit after fleeing from Pilaf's castle, this time, they bore the marks of their fierce battle with the Bull Demon King, yet their eyes reflected a newfound calmness and a clearer sense of purpose. Master Rashi, we are back. Sun Wukong, as exuberant as ever, could hardly contain himself upon setting foot on the land, his tail swaying excitedly as if the previous struggles and pains were but fleeting memories. A rustle in the bushes announced the arrival of a small figure clad in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses, leisurely riding his languid giant turtle. Master Rashi adjusted his sunglasses, his small eyes darting around the group, lingering a few extra seconds on Chi-Chi, who wore a red martial arts uniform. A characteristic grin spread across his face. Oh, it's you little rascals again? You've actually come back? Not bad, not bad. You even brought a lovely young lady to visit the old man. Quite the progress. However, as his gaze swept over Lin Feng and Sun Wukong. The usual lewd expression softened slightly, and a glimmer of perceptiveness flashed in his eyes. He gracefully dismounted from the turtle's back and strolled towards the two, his hand darting out like lightning to swiftly brush over their previously injured chests, arms, and energy centers. The malevolence has been suppressed, the scars remain. But the muscles seem a tad tighter than when you left. You've seen blood, fought hard battles, and learned the sting of pain. He stroked his smooth chin and first addressed Sun Wukong. You're still the wild one, charging about with brute force. But at least you've learned to fear a bit, realizing you can't just rely on sheer foolishness to push forward. That has some growth. Next, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng, his eyes seeming to penetrate through flesh. You've grasped a hint of condensation. It seems Shenlong's guidance has not been in vain. Unfortunately, it's too superficial. Your energy floats on the surface. Your foundation is built on quicksand. Much like a lantern made of paper, it looks bright, but a single poke will shatter it. You are still far from truly entering the realm. His assessments remain sharp and unyielding, striking directly at their fundamental issues. Lin Feng stepped forward respectfully, recounting in a clear manner the arduous battles against the Bull Demon King, how they summoned Shenlong and received guidance to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and how the Bull Demon King entrusted his daughter Chi-Chi to them. They had come to a profound realization of their own shortcomings and decided to return to focus on their training. Oh, that old bull has fallen too, and summoned Shenlong? Master Roshi's eyes glimmered with surprise, but mostly with an understanding and amusement. Shenlong has indeed pointed you in the right direction. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a fine sharpening stone. It can polish away rust and sever useless metal. He paused, surveying the group, knowing that they lacked strength. Understood the need to set aside impatience and return to solidify their foundations. They were not entirely foolish, it seemed, and his previous casual guidance had not been wasted. He rubbed his fingers together, glancing at Chi-Chi, then towards the direction Bulma had departed, and chuckled. Guidance? Well, that is not out of the question. I have always enjoyed mentoring those who show respect for their teachers, but, he elongated his tone, this time, only one lovely lady? The sincerity seems a bit lacking, doesn't it? Guidance can be quite lonely. There must be some spiritual sustenance, right? Lin Feng understood and quickly retrieved a bag of heavy gold coins gifted by the Bull Demon King, respectfully presenting it. Master, this is our humble token of appreciation. Master Roshi accepted the bag, weighing it in his hands, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his small eyes, yet he still slyly glanced around. There is indeed some sincerity. However, I hear your recent adventure was quite thrilling. Did you bring back any delightful keepsakes? Such as a piece of literature that enlightens the mind and cultivates the spirit? He rubbed his hands together, his face displaying eager anticipation, hinting at his desires unmistakably. Oolong muttered quietly, old lecher, while Chi-Chi blushed, instinctively shrinking back. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, was relieved that Bulma seemed to have anticipated this situation and had given him several recent fashion magazines and an exaggerated romance novel before her departure. He produced these items and handed them over. Master Roshi took the magazines and novel, his eyes immediately lighting up as he flipped through them with a silly grin. Especially enamored with the swimsuit pages in the fashion magazine. Good. Not bad at all. Very sincere. Rich content, exquisite images. I adore students like you who know how to cater to their teacher's tastes and respect their elders. After carefully storing away his mental nourishment, he finally cleared his throat, placing his hands behind his back, his demeanor becoming slightly more serious, embodying a bit more of the master's temperament. Well, since you seem sincere and understand your own limitations, I shall invest a little more effort in hammering you few useless lumps of iron, to see if I can forge some genuine gold from you. He did not immediately impart any earth-shattering techniques, but instead began a more systematic, in-depth, and indeed more grueling foundational instruction, targeting the critical weaknesses exposed during their battle with the Bull Demon King and the broader guidance from Shenlong. The power of Qi originates from the body, manifests from intention, and is controlled by the spirit. Focus your mind. Listen carefully. What you had before was merely a haphazard approach, not even scratching the surface of the art of Qi. You are still far from mastery. He first directed his shout at Sun Wukong, wild child. Wildness is not a flaw, but flailing about aimlessly is foolish. Having only brute strength without understanding control is like a bull rampaging through a porcelain shop. From today on, you will practice discipline. Stabilize your mind, stabilize your energy. Stabilize your strength. When will one learn to control their breath, no longer resembling a wild horse galloping aimlessly, channeling every ounce of energy precisely where it is required? Only then can one discuss other matters. He assigned Wukong an exceedingly tedious, yet crucial training regimen focused on breath control, maintaining meditation amidst tumultuous winds and waves, accurately striking high-speed flying leaves with one's breath, and swatting mosquitoes off paper without damaging it. Subsequently, he turned to Lin Feng, his gaze sharp. You, young man, have a somewhat correct path and decent comprehension, yet your foundation is shaky, and your physique is frail. The Shinhan has instructed you to consolidate your energy. It does not merely mean to knead it like dough. One must be as adept as an extension of one's own fingers, harmoniously interconnected. You must be capable of both dispersing and gathering, of emitting and receiving, functioning with ease. The Kuei-shi flow is not a means to conserve energy while traveling. It is the fundamental method of refining one's qi. From this day forth, practice diligently. When your Dantian's energy vortex is condensed and stable, operating freely and perpetually, only then will you have truly entered the realm of mastery. He delineated for Lin Feng a more intricate and rigorous path of refinement. Maintaining the vortex amidst extreme physical exhaustion and sustaining breath flow against tremendous pressure, meticulously honing every strand of breath until it became exquisitely pure. He did not completely overlook Chi-Chi and Wulong. The little girl has a decent foundation. It is evident she has been polished from a young age. Yet she lacks systematic practice and the guidance of a master. She should train alongside them, starting from the basics. As for the little chubby one, he glanced at the trembling Wulong. Well, practice running away and enduring blows. Toughen up a bit. Perhaps, at a critical moment, you can withstand a few more hits without dragging the team down. The guidance of the turtle sage is often profound yet accessible, simplifying the complexities of qi into the most elementary words and actions, revealing the essence of its mysteries. He integrated those esoteric theories into the daily practices of standing, breathing, exerting force, combating waves, and striking wooden posts, allowing everyone to personally experience, comprehend, and grasp the existence and application of qi through sweat, fatigue, and repeated failures. A notification chimed, continuously absorbing the turtle sage's systematic explanation of the essentials of qi. Corroborating with the macro knowledge imparted by the Shinhan, many doubts are suddenly clarified. Understanding of Kuei-shi flow has deepened significantly. Proficiency has markedly increased. Energy vortex condensation speed, 10. Stability, 15. Breath recovery efficiency, 20. Inner vision precision has improved. One can now perceive the subtle flow and blockages of their meridians more clearly, as well as the critical nodes of breath circulation. A more profound and specific realization of the core of qi mastery, meridian expansion, and refinement has been achieved, along with a clear practice direction. Understanding of the principles of Kamehameha, 5. Current understanding level, 45. Combat power, 1. Current combat power, 17. Lin Feng eagerly absorbed this invaluable knowledge. As many previously vague questions that he had explored independently suddenly became crystal clear. Although Sun Wukong found those profound theories bewildering, his innate physicality and battle instinct made him acutely aware of the paramount importance of these foundational exercises. He practiced with exceptional diligence, often instinctively executing the most appropriate responses. Chi-Chi earnestly followed along, learning the most fundamental aspects of breath sensing and physical conditioning. Though progress was slow, it was remarkably solid. As for Wulong, he indeed focused on practicing how to flee and how to fall farther without as much pain. Days passed amidst the sounds of sweat, crashing waves, strikes, and the occasionally stern yet instructive admonitions of the turtle sage. Under the sage's rigorous supervision, the team engaged in arduous yet immensely fulfilling training. Days were spent challenging physical limits and refining breath, while evenings were gathered together, listening to the turtle sage expound upon theory. Occasionally, when he was in a particularly good mood, he would demonstrate seemingly simple yet profoundly insightful techniques or share intriguing tales from the martial world, broadening everyone's horizons. Approximately 10 days later, the foundations of everyone had visibly solidified and improved. Their breath became steadier, and their gazes more focused. One day, the turtle sage summoned everyone to the beach. The setting sun painted the sea a golden hue, enveloping them in a warm glow. He slowly scanned the four, carefully observing their now noticeably darker and more robust physiques, and nodded slightly. They were beginning to take shape, their bones sturdier and their breath steadier. No longer fragile porcelain dolls that shattered at a touch or scattered at a fright. He shifted his tone to a serious note. Aren't you all eagerly anticipating the grand martial arts tournament? The group perked up, especially Lin Feng and Sun Wukong. Their eyes ignited with fervor. The martial arts tournament was no mere children's game. The Turtle Sage's voice grew grave. It is a gathering of combat enthusiasts, martial arts masters, and extraordinary individuals from all corners of the world, even some practitioners of obscure secret sections. The competition is fierce, with experts aplenty. With your current skills, you would merely be there to make up the numbers, witness the spectacle. Aiming for a ranking? That would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He paused, observing the undying spirit reflected in their eyes, which seemed to ignite even brighter. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, since that rascal Shenlong has pointed you in this direction, I shall not obstruct your attempts to encounter obstacles and learn lessons. Nevertheless, he drew out his words, his gaze sharpening. To officially gain my recognition and represent the Kamehameha in the competition, you must first pass a small introductory test I have devised. Fail, and you shall remain on this island to train for another 3 years. A notification chimed. The Master Turtle Sage has issued a phased assessment task. Mainline task, 2 Trial of the Kamehameha. Task objective, successfully endure the introductory test set by the Turtle Sage for the duration of 1 incense stick, approximately 30 minutes, and earn the Turtle Sage's recognition. Task rewards. Qualification to register for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament recognized by the Turtle Sage. 100 replication points. Random enhancement of basic ability proficiency. Task hint. The content of the trial is unknown, likely involving extreme tests of endurance, willpower, teamwork, and the application of basic abilities. The trial will occur after the special training concludes. The new mainline task clearly presented itself in Lin Feng's mind. The goal aimed squarely at the sole ticket to the martial arts tournament. Trial? What trial? Sun Wukong excitedly inquired, already unable to contain himself as he began to flex his wrists and ankles. It's quite simple. The Turtle Sage grinned, a hint of inscrutability in his smile. He raised his hand and pointed to some black rocks barely visible amidst the waves in the distance. Do you see those rocks? When you feel you are sufficiently prepared, gather there. At that time, you will naturally understand what the test entails. He waved his hand and turned towards his small abode. Now, do not aim too high. Continue practicing. Strengthen your foundation. The group gazed at the solitary yet resilient rocks, illuminated by the sunset and waves, their hearts swelling with a mix of curiosity, tension, and fierce determination. A new challenge, like the undercurrents beneath the sea, was already stirring. The foundations they had built with sweat and perseverance were about to face their first true test. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng Current World. Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power. 17. Foundation solidified and steadily improving. Available replication points. 270 Chi status. Abundant. Koei Shi flow effect enhanced. Recovery speed. 20. System space. Secondary space fragment. 1 cubic meter. Ability status. Koei Shi flow. Entry level. Proficiency has significantly improved. Energy vortex condensation speed. 10. Stability. 15. Recovery efficiency. 20. Inner vision. Entry level. Precision has slightly improved. Can perceive subtle meridians and nodes. Understanding of Kamehameha principles. 45. Chi manipulation model resolution. 35. New task. Main quest. 2. The trial of Kamehameha. Complete the entrance examination of Kamehameha to gain qualification for the martial arts tournament. Main quest. I. The path of martial arts. Head to the world's foremost martial arts tournament to register and compete. Aiming to reach at least the top 8. Postponed. Requires completion of the trial. Team status. Special training effect. All members' foundational abilities have been significantly reinforced, enhancing their comprehension and application of Qi. System evaluation. Returning to the Master's teachings, receiving targeted guidance from the Grandmaster, solidifying the foundation, and steadily increasing combat prowess. The new main quest, the Trial of Kamehameha, has been generated. It marks the first step towards the martial arts tournament. It is advisable to prepare actively and give it your all. Chapter 16. Solidifying foundations and the arrival of new companions. Kamehameha's words regarding the entrance examination were like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring immense ripples in the hearts of all. The path to the world's foremost martial arts tournament became apparent. Yet the threshold known as Kame Sinin's approval undeniably loomed ahead. Without passing this trial, all ambitions are mere fantasies. From that moment, training became increasingly systematic, rigorous, and purpose-driven. Week 1. Hellish adaptation and systematic assistance. The initial 7 days were purely infernal. Each day was filled from pre-dawn weighted cross-country runs to impact training amidst the waves at sunset, with Kame Sinin's training curriculum occupying every moment. Extreme physical endurance, breath control, impact resistance, and precise force application challenged the physiological and psychological limits of everyone involved. Lin Feng's training remained the most grueling. His innate constitution demanded he exert several times more effort. However, this time, he had the support of the system. Releasing daily training tasks. Ding. Daily training tasks have been updated. Task 1. Extreme weighted cross-country, 5 laps around Kame Sinin Island. Reward, 5 replication points. Task 2. Wave impact stability training, 45 minutes. Reward, 5 replication points. Task 3. Precise breath control practice. Control water and sand with intent 100 times. Reward, 5 replication points. Task 4. High-intensity wooden post striking training, until the skin on the knuckles breaks. Reward, 5 replication points. Complete all basic daily tasks for an additional reward of 10 replication points. The system's notification became one of Lin Feng's motivations to persevere. Each day, he exerted himself to fulfill these nearly brutal tasks, watching the replication points incrementally and steadily rise. Ding. Completed daily training task, extreme weighted cross-country, 5 replication points. Ding. Completed daily training task, wave impact stability training, 5 replication points. Ding. Completed all daily training tasks, additional reward of 10 replication points. Total replication points earned today, 60. Current replication points, 690. More importantly, the utilization of Insightful Eye proved invaluable. During training breaks, or while Kame Sinin demonstrated techniques, Lin Feng fully activated this ability. Meticulously observing how Sun Wukong's wild power was restrained and concentrated, studying Kame Sinin's seemingly casual, yet profoundly insightful force application techniques. Ding. Continuous usage of Insightful Eye to observe high-energy target Sun Wukong's chi flow enhances understanding of chi condensation and explosion. Understanding of Kame Sinin's Kamehameha principles, too. Ding. Observe the Grandmaster Kame Sinin's force application techniques, afterimages, gaining insights into the fine control of chi. Proficiency in chi flow increases slightly. This observational learning allowed him to draw from the strengths of others, rapidly compensating for his own shortcomings. To bridge the innate gap, Lin Feng exchanged for a basic training acceleration card, 24 hours. The effect was immediate. His body transformed into a highly efficient absorber, significantly enhancing training outcomes, chi sensitivity, and recovery speed. In that 24 hours, he accomplished nearly double his usual training volume, yielding excellent results that even astonished Kame Sinin at his meteoric progress. Consumed 50 replication points. Used basic training acceleration card, 24 hours. Ding. During the acceleration period, training outcome absorption rate 100, proficiency in Kame Chi flow significantly increased. Chi capacity limit, 15. Physical constitution greatly enhanced. Combat power, 2. Current combat power, 19. By the end of the first week, although fatigued, the foundation had been forcibly solidified. Lin Feng's physical shortcomings were initially compensated. Wukong's control improved, Chi-Chi's fundamentals solidified, and Oolong became more adept at evasion. Week 2. The arrival of new members and team cohesion shortly after the second week's training commenced. One fine morning, a small boat gently approached Kame Sinin Island. A diminutive monk clad in an orange short robe, with a bald head, timidly stepped onto the beach, scanning the surroundings with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. This was Krillin. He had endured great hardships to escape from Doran Temple, drawn by the desire to seek training from the martial arts master. His arrival immediately captured everyone's attention. Kame Sinin, observing this bald boy akin to himself, rubbed his own head and chuckled. Oh, another little rascal seeking to become my disciple? How amusing. He proceeded with his customary evaluation of sincerity, primarily assessing Krillin's meager belongings and lack of magazines, and ultimately accepted this clever yet somewhat cunning young apprentice. Krillin's addition introduced new dynamics to the training. His foundational skills were quite poor, even weaker than Lin Feng's initial state. And his physique bore the marks of bullying at Doran Temple. Yet, his intellect was sharp, learning capabilities remarkable, and he exhibited an extraordinary work ethic, often to the point of exhaustion. It seemed he channeled all his grievances and desire to grow stronger into his training. Huh. Krillin gritted his teeth, repeatedly striking the wooden post, refusing to rest, even with swollen knuckles. He meticulously observed Wukong and Lin Feng's movements, striving to imitate and learn. His diligence inspired everyone and fostered a subtle competitive atmosphere. Witnessing Krillin's efforts, Wukong intensified his own training, while Lin Feng recognized a different potential in Krillin, using intelligence and hard work to compensate for innate deficiencies. Ding. Observe the new target Krillin's training methods, extreme diligence and technique imitation, gaining insights into the fusion of effort and skill. New daily training task added. Team coordination training. Complete cooperative exercises with at least one teammate. Reward: 5 replication points. The team training regimen expanded. Kamehameha began to arrange exercises requiring two-person coordination, such as collaborative resistance against waves and mutual chi sensing and interference. Lin Feng, Wukong, Krillin, and Chi-Chi began to engage in more interaction and collaboration. Although Krillin was weak, he was resourceful and frequently proposed clever yet effective methods. Ding. Completed daily training task, team coordination training, 5 replication points. The second week concluded with substantial and rapid progress. Lin Feng utilized another acceleration card to further solidify the gains. Krillin made swift advancements, although his raw strength still lagged. He had begun to grasp the fundamental breathing techniques of Kamehameha's style. Team synergy was beginning to take shape. Week 3, deepening training and qualitative leap entering the third week. Kamehameha's training grew more profound and targeted. He began to elucidate more intricate applications of Qi, such as how to condense Qi into a point for explosive release, the theoretical foundation of Kamehameha, how to use Qi to enhance defense and speed, and even initially touched upon Qi perception, reading Qi, although none of them were close to achieving this. The training subjects were upgraded, increased weights, higher waves, wooden posts replaced with harder rocks, and the addition of complex obstacle navigation and precision strikes on moving targets. Lin Feng's insightful eye and acceleration card continued to play a significant role. He not only made rapid progress himself, but also occasionally shared the techniques he observed with Lin and Chi-Chi, inadvertently assuming the role of a teaching assistant, which made Kamehameha nod in approval. Kamehameha's mastery of Kamehameha had reached an advanced level, with a recovery speed of 100. His inner vision had also advanced, allowing him to view subtle meridian networks and master his own condition with precision. His understanding of the principles of Kamehameha had deepened to a level of 55, while his combat power had reached 22. Wukong's progress was as swift as ever, with a harmonious blend of wild power and control. Lin, through intelligence and diligence, had significantly elevated his strength to a commendable level, surpassing ordinary individuals, though still not on par with Lin Feng and Wukong. Chi-Chi remained steady in her training, while Wulong continued to hone his skills in resilience and evasion. 3 weeks of intense training, during which Lin Feng utilized 4 acceleration cards, consuming 200 replication points but reaping enormous rewards, flew by in an instant. The team underwent a remarkable transformation. Lin Feng successfully compensated for his physical shortcomings. His aura now rich and refined, with a control over energy that had drastically improved, achieving a combat power of 22. Sun Wukong's control had greatly enhanced, with a solid foundation leading to a steady rise in his combat power. Lin, starting from scratch, had rapidly grown into a competent disciple of the Kame style, with a significant boost in strength. Chi-Chi's foundation was exceptionally solid, her aura stable, and her combat power steadily increasing. Wulong's survival abilities had markedly improved. The team's synergy had also reached new heights. Under the setting sun, Kamehameha observed the 5 figures engaged in their final coordinated training session on the beach, stroking his beard and nodding slightly. It was a passable effort. They had transformed from ineffectual novices into something more substantial. On the system status panel, the host was Lin Feng, currently in the world of Dragon Ball Earth, with a combat power of 22. Having completely compensated for his physical shortcomings and achieved a profound mastery of energy control, he had 1330 available replication points, with a status of energy fullness, and a secondary space fragment of 1 cubic meter. His abilities included proficient Kamehameha mastery, allowing for a 50 increase in operational efficiency and a 100 recovery speed, along with a deep understanding of Kamehameha principles at 55. After 3 weeks of grueling foundational training, the physical fitness, energy foundation, and basic understanding of energy among the group had reached a new zenith. Shinhan, with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed his spirited disciples, lingering a moment longer on Lin Feng, whose aura was steady and gaze sharp. He nodded to himself, deeming it time to impart some true advanced techniques that would allow them to stand firm in martial arts competitions. On this day, the sea breeze felt heavier than usual. He summoned everyone to the beach where they typically trained, his expression unusually serious, devoid of the usual levity. The foundation was laid adequately, and they were no longer the soft, easily crushed shrimp they once were. Shinhan spoke, his voice low yet imbued with a master's authoritative presence. However, mere brute strength and superficial energy would still appear childlike in the presence of true martial masters, leaving them exposed to potential harm. From this day forth, he would begin to teach them the genuine advanced techniques of Kame style. How much they could comprehend and master would depend on their own fortune and insight. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, clenched his fists tightly. The first technique, Universal Shockwave Palm, was introduced as Shinhan stepped toward the waves, facing the vast sea. He did not adopt any exaggerated stances. His palms hung naturally, yet his aura began to converge and condense in a mysterious rhythm. Watch closely, young ones. The first form, Universal Shockwave Palm, his voice was quiet yet clear to all. He brought his palms together in front of his chest, fingers slightly curved, as if cradling an invisible sphere. In an instant, the surrounding air thickened, an oppressive sensation enveloping them without a sound. Lin Feng activated his insightful eye to its fullest, witnessing the vast energy within Shinhan's body converging toward his palms at an unprecedented speed and efficiency, compressing and condensing. The density and vitality of that energy reached a terrifying level, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Shinhan did not exert his full power. He simply pushed his palms forward gently. There was no thunderous explosion or towering waves, yet the sea before them seemed to be cleaved apart by an invisible divine blade. A vacuum chasm, several meters wide and unfathomably deep, suddenly appeared, with the surrounding water forcefully repelled, unable to close in. The water at the edges of the chasm boiled violently, vaporizing with a hissing sound. A scorching and fierce essence lingered in the air, causing everyone's skin to prickle with pain. This palm demonstrated the utmost control and condensation of energy, a supreme technique that contained destructive power within a small space, restrained yet ready to unleash. Upon detecting an ultra-high-level energy condensation technique demonstration, the system provided an analysis, Universal Shockwave Palm, weakened demonstration version by Shinhan. This was an extremely high-level energy technique involving ultra-high-speed convergence of energy, extreme compression, semi-transformation of energy, and precise directional release. The principles were extraordinarily complex, demanding high quantities, purity, control precision, and mental concentration. The skill was available for replication, requiring the expenditure of 880 replication points due to its high skill tier and profound principles. A warning indicated that replication would only yield the fundamental framework of the skill, with actual power, condensation speed, and control precision entirely dependent on the host's energy quantity, purity, and controllability, with risks associated with forced activation. Lin Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. 880 points. This was nearly half of the replication points he had painstakingly accumulated. Yet flashes of his previous helplessness in battle against Neo-Mo Wang, the dragon's guidance regarding energy, and his yearning for greater power surged through his mind. This supreme technique, involving the ultimate use of energy, was the very missing piece of his current system. Knowing its form was essential to grasping its principles. The opportunity was fleeting. Replicate. He felt not the slightest hesitation in his heart, decisively whispering. A torrent of immense, intricate, and nearly frenzied information surged into Lin Feng's mind in an instant. Countless esoteric methods regarding how qi resonates at specific frequencies, flows rapidly along unique paths, undergoes extreme compression in the palms, maintains critical stability, and ultimately erupts with minimal loss, imprinted themselves deep within his consciousness. Although he could barely comprehend 99% of the intricate details, the foundational form and core intent were already exceptionally clear. The Zhanjiang Quan, a dance of speed and deception. The turtle sage slightly adjusted his breath, seemingly fatigued by the effortless strike moments ago. He turned to face the crowd. The second technique, Zhanjiang Quan. Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the turtle sage's form appeared to generate a momentary afterimage. 1, 2, 3 indistinct silhouettes suddenly manifested around his original position, each with slightly different movements, vividly alive. Even emanating faint, yet genuine fluctuations of qi. Their existence was ephemeral, dissipating like bubbles in the blink of an eye, while the turtle sage's true self remained standing in place, as if he had never moved. This is not a duplication, but rather the pinnacle of speed. Accompanied by Qi's manipulation of light and shadow to confound the enemy's perception, the turtle sage said calmly, "It is designed to disturb the opponent's mind and create opportunities for victory." A notification echoed, ding. High-speed movement and precise Qi manipulation composite skill demonstration detected. Target skill, Zhanjiang Quan, turtle sage demonstration version. Skill analysis, composite technique. Involves instantaneous overloading of muscle fibers, extreme neural reflexes, delicate bodily balance, and precise interference of surrounding light and air with minimal qi. It demands exceedingly high standards for physical strength, coordination, and qi manipulation precision. Copyable. Copying requires 450 copying points. Warning: copying will only grant the basic movement and force techniques, the principles of afterimage generation, and the minimum qi interference methods. The movement speed, number of afterimages, realism, and duration are entirely contingent upon the host's physical condition, neural reflex speed, and qi manipulation precision. The price remained steep, yet it was significantly lower than the Wan Guijing Tianzhong. This was also an exceedingly practical technique. Lin Feng resolutely chose to copy it again. Copy. Copying points, 450. Copy successful. Obtain skill model, Zhanjiang Quan beginner. Current copying points, 0. Copying points completely depleted. Another surge of information flooded in, detailing how to instantaneously mobilize all the muscles to unleash maximum speed, how to create visual deviations and faint energy remnants along the trajectory of movement to form lifelike afterimages. Clearly presented. The turtle sage finished his demonstration, regulated his breath, and looked at the crowd, who seemed still immersed in shock. Did you all see clearly? The essence of the technique lies in the unity of intent and qi, rather than merely its form. Try to feel it for yourselves, but do not be greedy. Do not bite off more than you can chew. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Lin Feng had already closed his eyes, frowning slightly, as the qi around him began to flow in a strangely familiar trajectory. That trajectory bore an astonishing resemblance to the one he had just used to condense the Wan Guijing Tianzhong. Lin Feng's palms gradually came together at his chest, beads of sweat forming at his brow, as all his qi was mobilized, gathering and compressing toward his palms. The quantity of qi was negligible compared to his, but the method of compression and the unique rhythm of energy flow unmistakably mirrored the initial stance of the Wan Guijing Tianzhong. Then, with a sudden thrust of his palms forward, a faint, almost imperceptible, thread-like pale qi shot forth like an arrow, striking the surface of the sea several meters away, creating a soft splash before dissipating in exhaustion. Immediately after, Lin Feng's figure surged, attempting to dash to the left at maximum speed. His velocity instantaneously surged, far surpassing his usual pace, yet still falling short of generating clear afterimages. Only a vague, distorted, transparent shape remained at the original spot, akin to steam rising, lasting less than half a second before vanishing entirely. Clearly, the execution of Zhanjiang Quan was exceedingly strained, merely a shadow of its form, lacking its speed. Despite the feeble power and laughable effect, the turtle sage was struck by a bolt of lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief, his sunglasses slipping down his nose, his face adorned with unprecedented astonishment. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, his voice quivering. He only saw the demonstration once. To think he could grasp the principles of the Wan Guijing Tianzhong and the movement secrets of Zhanjiang Quan. Although the qi is pitifully weak and the speed as slow as a snail, the core intent and the trajectory of qi activation have been captured to such an extent. This surpasses the realm of mere comprehension. It is truly unprecedented. Having lived for hundreds of years, the turtle sage had taught countless disciples and witnessed numerous talents. Yet he had never seen anyone mimic such complex and profound techniques to this degree after a single viewing. This was no longer mere learning. It was akin to instinctual replication. His gaze towards Lin Feng transformed entirely, as if he were no longer viewing an ordinary disciple, but rather a raw gem radiating extraordinary brilliance, yet to be polished. A true prodigy, an exceptional talent, a genius, a martial arts prodigy rare in a century, if not a millennium. The turtle sage trembled with excitement, unable to contain his admiration, even slapping his thigh in delight. Lin Feng retracted his chi. His complexion pale from the previous overexertion, his internal chi vortex nearly drained. He took a deep breath, humbly bowing his head. "Teacher, you flatter me. It is your exquisite demonstration and thorough explanation that have allowed me, a dullard, to inadvertently capture a mere hint of the technique, leaving me leagues away from true mastery. I beg your pardon for any embarrassment caused." He attributed all the credit to the turtle sage's teachings, his demeanor exceptionally respectful. This display of humility and reverence for his teacher further delighted the turtle sage, dispelling any subtle feelings of being surpassed, leaving only pure elation. He stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. Good, good, not arrogant, not rash, excellent character. I did not mistake my judgment. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong watched, scratching his head in impatience. Wow. Lin Feng, you are amazing. How did you learn it so quickly? Teach me. Lin stood agape, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His eyes filled with utmost admiration and envy. Incredible. I couldn't even see what happened. Chi-Chi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with awe. Wulong looked around, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did that old man just perform a magic trick? Did Lin Feng learn it too? A new direction for cultivation, mastering techniques with chi, training relentlessly. The turtle sage suppressed his excitement and addressed Lin Feng seriously. Now that you have grasped the principles, even to the point of imprinting them in your heart, your future training direction is entirely clear. You have transcended the learning phase and entered the realm of application. The focus is no longer on the technique itself, but on how to utilize the chi you have cultivated, which is still far from sufficient, to drive these advanced techniques and unleash their true power. He pointed at Lin Feng, his tone stern. Your chi is still too weak, too thin, like a small pipe attempting to drive a river. It is utterly inadequate to support the consumption of these advanced techniques. From today onward, your training regimen will double. No, triple. Train your chi to the utmost. Refine your Dantian chi vortex. Expand your meridian capacity. At the same time, you must allocate fixed time daily to practice and refine these two techniques. Even if you can only exert one in a billionth of its power, or if you can only make the afterimage clear for a millisecond, you must train. In the face of repeated failures and exhaustion, one must truly experience the consumption and circulation of energy, grasp the boundaries of strength, and in turn, rigorously extract potential to foster the growth of energy and enhance control precision. Indeed, Master, the disciple comprehends. Lin Feng's gaze was as steadfast as iron, and he accepted without hesitation. He understood that this was merely the arduous beginning. From that moment forth, Lin Feng's training entered a new, exceedingly grueling phase. His training regimen became terrifyingly intense, far surpassing that of others. In the early morning, while others still slumbered, he relentlessly pushed his physical limits through weighted cross-country runs, simultaneously practicing Gui Shi Lu Zhuan to absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Under the blazing sun, he faced the hard rocks, futilely attempting to unleash a feeble version of the Wan Gui Jing Tianzhong, striving each time to condense that meager energy into a more solid form. Acutely aware of the exhaustion and soreness coursing through his meridians. At dusk, he frantically sprinted back and forth on the beach, challenging his speed limits time and again, attempting to capture the subtle energy nodes that created afterimages, often falling and becoming covered in sand due to miscalculated control, his muscles aching as if they might tear. At night, when others had succumbed to slumber, he remained seated under the moonlight, fully engaging in Ei Shi and Gui Shi Lu Zhuan, observing the recovery and growth of his energy vortex, reflecting on the day's practice, and optimizing the intricate trajectories of his energy circulation. He often trained until his energy was utterly depleted, his complexion pale as paper, every muscle trembling in anguish, only stopping to rely on the formidable recovery of Gui Shi Lu Zhuan to gradually regain his breath. Yet, once he recovered even slightly, he would immediately plunge into the next round of practice as if in a self-imposed torment. The intensity of his dedication astonished even the cultivation fanatic Sun Wukong, who at times, inspired by Lin Feng's fervor, would join him in his additional training, the two of them engaging in frenzied practice beneath the moonlight. Kuririn regarded Lin Feng as a paragon and a target to aspire towards, gritting his teeth to keep pace, daring not to slacken for an instant. Ding! Sustained extreme energy training is steadily and gradually increasing energy capacity. Ding! Attempting to activate Wan Guijing Tianzhong, beginner. A deeper understanding of energy compression and condensation has been attained. Understanding of the principles of Gui Pai Qi Gong, 5. Ding! Attempting to activate Qinxiang Quan, beginner. Improvements have been noted in the fine control of energy and the coordination of physical explosiveness. Muscle strength and neural reflex speed have slightly enhanced. Combat power is gradually increasing. Current combat power, 23. The turtle sage observed all of this, a mixture of gratification and astonishment swelling within him. He became increasingly convinced that Lin Feng was an unprecedented genius, whose tenacity and self-discipline far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, truly a remarkable talent. The successful replication of advanced techniques resolved Lin Feng's previous issues of mere semblance, opening the door to the path of true strength. System Status Panel, End of Chapter 17. Host, Lin Feng. Current World, Dragon Ball Earth. Combat Power, 23. Activating advanced techniques, rigorously extracting potential. Promoting energy growth and control precision enhancement. Available replication points, 0. Advanced skill replication exhausted. Energy status, in a long-term cycle of depletion, recovery, and further depletion. System space, secondary space fragment, 1 cubic meter. Newly acquired abilities, Wan Guijing Tianzhong, beginner skill model and basic execution method acquired. Current power is extremely weak, with high consumption and rough control. Replicated, Qinxiang Quan, beginner skill model and basic execution method acquired. Current speed is insufficient, with afterimages being indistinct and fleeting, and high consumption. Replicated, ability status Gui, Shi Lu Zhuan, mastery under extreme training, proficiency continues to rise, with enhanced recovery efficiency. NEI Sure, master perfectly monitors the consumption, recovery, and subtle changes of muscle fibers in one's own energy. Understanding of the principles of Gui Pai Qi Gong, 60. Energy Ball Model Analysis Resolution, 45. Training Focus, Core, frenziedly enhance energy capacity limits, purity of energy, and recovery speed. Direction, aiming to activate Wan Guijing Tianzhong and Qinxiang Quan, honing energy and willpower through extreme practice. Team Status, the Turtle Sage's attention. Lin Feng is regarded as a millennium prodigy, with high expectations and focused attention. Team Impact, Lin Feng's extreme diligence deeply moved and inspired Wukong and Kuririn, creating an unprecedented atmosphere for cultivation. Task List, Mainline Task, 2. Trial of the Turtle School, pending trigger. System Evaluation, successfully replicated the core advanced technique of the Turtle School, astounding the master, earning the title of a Millennium Prodigy. Training has entered a new phase of skill mastery through energy manipulation, with training volume doubling and becoming even more arduous. Replication points are exhausted. It is necessary to enhance energy capacity through extreme training to activate skills, with combat power steadily increasing. Qualification for the trial is within reach. Chapter 18. The Dawn of Mist, Milk, and the Flow of Life. The dawn on the island always arrives particularly early. With only a veil of dim azure on the horizon, and the golden warmth of the rising sun has yet to burst forth beneath the deep blue sea. The salty and cool sea breeze, carrying the remnants of last night's chill, silently brushes past the humble eaves of the Turtle Sage's abode. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless series of knocks violently shattered the tranquility of the morning, accompanied by the Turtle Sage's robust and unwearied voice. Rise, rise, you lazy bones. The sun is nearly up. A day's plan begins at dawn, and the path of cultivation lies in diligence. Everyone get up. Inside the small wooden house, Lin Feng was the first to awaken, his long-standing vigilance from years of training instantly rousing him from sleep. He rubbed his eyes and saw Sun Wukong beside him, clutching his tail and mumbling in his sleep, while Kuririn on another hammock buried his head in the pillow like an ostrich, attempting to resist the noise. Wulong curled up in a corner, wrapped in a blanket, showing no sign of response. The door was pushed open, and the turtle sage appeared at the entrance. Clad in his flashy Hawaiian shirt and wearing sunglasses, despite the dawn not yet fully breaking, brimming with energy. 3 minutes. Freshen up. Gather at the door. Anyone late today will be responsible for scrubbing the back of the great sea turtle. After a flurry of chaotic activity, the 3 drowsy youths barely stood on the cool sandy ground outside, their breath forming white mist in the morning air. Wulong was dragged out by Sun Wukong, blanket and all. The turtle sage pointed to 3 massive wooden barrels bound with wooden slats beside them. The barrels were filled with fresh warm milk. The rich aroma mingling with the fragrance of wood wafting through the air, the thick oiled paper tightly sealing the tops. Today's appetizer. The turtle sage tapped the barrel with his staff, producing a dull sound, instructing them to deliver these 3 barrels of morning due to the old village chief's house in the village by the sea. Requirements. First, the barrels must not break. Second, the milk must not spill. Third, it must be delivered before the villagers prepare breakfast. Do you understand? Kiririn gazed at the barrels, which were nearly as tall as his chest and required both arms to awkwardly lift, gasping in astonishment. Is this really that heavy? Sun Wukong, however, was eager to try, effortlessly hoisting one barrel onto his shoulder, shaking it. No problem. Grandpa, is there breakfast? Lin Feng remained silent, bending his waist and firmly securing another barrel with both arms. Taking a deep breath as Gui Shi Lu Zhuan naturally activated, his energy sinking into his dantian, circulating through his limbs, distributing his strength evenly. Carrying the barrel on his back with slight strain, yet steady resolve. Insightful eye, quietly activated, functioning like an invisible radar, scanning the surrounding environment. Ding. Daily training tasks have been updated. Task 1. Complete the Turtle Sage's milk delivery trial. Deliver without spilling 5. Reward, 20 replication points. Task 2. Maintain extreme physical endurance. Weighted long-distance sprint. Maintain stable energy. Reward, 20 replication points. Task 3. Environmental crisis response. Successfully evade all traps. Reward, 20 replication points. Let us set off. The turtle sage waved his hand, his figure flickering away, disappearing to who knows where to either take a break or observe in secret. 3 individuals, primarily Lin Feng, Wukong, and Clin, with Wulong transformed into a small bird perched upon the rim of Wukong's bucket, embarked upon a narrow forest path. The early morning forest was shrouded in a delicate veil of white mist, rendering visibility quite limited. Dewdrops adorned the leaves like jewels, occasionally falling with a soft patter. The trail beneath their feet was rugged and uneven, littered with roots and pebbles. Wukong led the way, effortlessly shouldering the heavy wooden bucket as if it were weightless, nimbly darting between the trees with a lightness akin to that of a monkey, while humming an off-key tune. Clin followed closely behind, gritting his teeth, his small face flushed with effort, each step taken with considerable exertion. Sweat quickly soaked his bald head, and his breathing became labored. Yet his eyes shone with an indomitable spirit. Lin Feng brought up the rear, moving at a slower pace, but with remarkable steadiness. His insightful eye was in full operation, attuned to the subtle currents of breath within the mist ahead. With a long and rhythmic breath, turtle breathing continuously adjusted the state of his muscles, conserving energy in the most efficient manner possible. Suddenly, insightful eye detected a faint disturbance beneath what appeared to be a flat ground covered with fallen leaves. There was an exceedingly subtle yet unnatural interruption in the flow of breath. Watch your step. There are tripwires. Lin Feng cautioned urgently. Before his words had fully left his lips, Wukong had already stepped onto it. A soft click sounded, and a cleverly disguised, highly elastic vine sprang up from beneath the leaves, sweeping towards his ankles. Wukong exclaimed in surprise, his reflexes astonishingly quick. He made a small leap, deftly evading the vine, causing only a slight tremor in the milk within the bucket. That was fun. He chuckled, glancing back. Clin, having heard the warning, hurriedly ducked, clumsily staggering but managing to narrowly escape the sweeping vine, breaking into a cold sweat as he gasped, "Thank you, Lin Feng." Not long after, Lin Feng's insightful eye issued another alert, detecting a cold and viscous breath emanating from a large hollow in an ancient banyan tree to the right, tinged with a hint of danger. There is something in the tree hollow to the right. Stay away, Lin Feng immediately warned. Almost simultaneously, a vividly colored, Triangular-headed venomous snake lunged out from the deep hollow, flicking its crimson tongue and hissing menacingly, targeting Lin, who was the closest. Wow! Lin shrieked in terror, his legs weakening, nearly dropping the milk bucket. Wukong reacted swiftly, his free hand darting to pick up a small stone from the ground, and without a glance, he flicked it with his fingers. The stone soared through the air, striking a branch just ahead of the snake with a crisp sound. Startled, the snake recoiled back into its lair. That was close, Lin said, shaken, his face pale. As their journey continued, the traps set by the turtle hermit emerged one after another, cunning and treacherous, logs wrapped in mud rolling down from slopes, pits disguised with sharpened stakes, and even a sandbag cleverly camouflaged as a beehive, which would crash down upon triggering. Lin Feng's insightful eye became their most reliable early warning system, repeatedly issuing alarms. He not only navigated these dangers with the most energy-efficient and skillful maneuvers, such as sidestepping a rolling log or deftly leaping over the edge of a pit, but also provided timely warnings to his companions. This enabled him, despite not possessing the most abundant stamina and carrying a heavy load, to remain the calmest and most composed among the three. When they finally emerged from the misty forest, the scene opened up before them. The sun had fully risen above the horizon, casting golden rays across the quaint village of Wanghai. The villagers were already kindling wisps of smoke from their cooking fires. They had successfully delivered the milk on time. The old village chief accepted the milk, looking at the three panting youths, covered in dust and sweat, along with a fatigued little bird, and offered a grateful yet slightly apologetic smile. The return journey was much easier, but the overwhelming fatigue crashed over them like a tide. Lin was almost half-dragged by Wukong, each step feeling as though he were treading on cotton. Wukong had quieted down significantly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Lin Feng's breath had also become heavier, yet, turtle breathing continued to operate, steadily and slowly restoring his stamina, allowing him to maintain a clear mind and a degree of mobility. By evening, the setting sun elongated their shadows. The three, with legs that felt as though they were laden with lead, stumbled back to the turtle hermit's abode. The moment they set down the empty bucket, Lin collapsed onto the ground, while Wukong plopped down, leaning against the bucket, panting heavily. Lin Feng, on the other hand, propped himself up on his knees, adjusting his breath, feeling the soreness in his muscles and the gradual revival of energy within him. Dinner consisted of a simple fish soup and rice balls. The trio, nearly relying on sheer willpower, forced the food into their mouths, too exhausted even to chew. The turtle hermit observed his disciples in this state, unusually refraining from mockery. He sat cross-legged before them, his expression uncharacteristically serious and calm. The milk from today, he began, his voice carrying a distant quality in the evening sea breeze. Was it enjoyable? Wukong smacked his lips, his eyelids drooping. It was, okay, just a bit fishy without the meat. The turtle hermit ignored him, continuing. Do you think this arduous journey, delivering this bucket of milk, counts as training? Lin, sprawled over the table, replied weakly, of course it does. My bones feel like they're falling apart. Falling apart? The turtle hermit scoffed, just being tired to the point of falling apart. Does that count as training? It's merely a physical strain. Reflect on what you encountered along the way, what you felt. Lin Feng, you speak. Lin Feng summoned his strength, pondering for a moment before slowly articulating, traps, danger. One must remain vigilant, anticipating crises, and respond in the most effective and energy-efficient manner. It tests one's adaptability, environmental awareness, and the precise allocation and control of one's strength. A flicker of barely perceptible approval crossed the turtle hermit's eyes. Well said, you've grasped a fragment of it, but you have yet to reach the core. His gaze swept over the three, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar power that resonated deeply. All the stumbles, the perilous leaps, the overwhelming fatigue ultimately do not hone your muscles, but rather refine your mastery and understanding of that life force within you. He paused, seemingly searching for the most fitting metaphor. What we refer to as chi is not merely the energy that can be exerted from your dantian. The turtle hermit sat upright, his demeanor unusually solemn. It is the very essence of life itself. Feel it flowing within you, like a mountain stream, endlessly meandering, like water. As he spoke, he noticed that Wukong, overwhelmed by fatigue, had succumbed to slumber, his head bobbing as his body began to relax uncontrollably. A suspicious droplet glistening at the corner of his mouth. Fool, I didn't mean for you to mimic flowing water and wet your pants. The turtle hermit thundered, turning abruptly to Wukong. Startled, Wukong jolted awake, nearly leaping from his seat, dazedly glancing around, hastily wiping his mouth, his face turning crimson as he stammered, "And no, I just dozed off for a bit." This little interlude diffused the overly serious atmosphere, yet the turtle hermit quickly returned to the topic at hand. Pointing at Wukong, "Your strength is formidable. You run like the wind, tireless. That is abundant qi, the vigor of life." Pointing at Lin, "You may be small in stature, yet you persevere, rising after each fall, driven by sheer will. That is resilient qi, the tenacity of life." Pointing at Lin Feng, "You possess keen insight, using skill to overcome strength, consistently finding optimal solutions amid chaos, conserving every ounce of energy. That is perceptive qi, the wisdom of life. Feel it with your heart." The turtle hermit's voice rose, imbued with a guiding force. It is not confined to moments of meditation. In each breath drawn and released, with every footfall upon the earth, and in the rhythm of each heartbeat, one can truly appreciate the primal force of life surging and flowing within. It is as ubiquitous as water, nourishing your flesh and blood, propelling your actions, and sharpening your perceptions. Lin Feng appeared to grasp this realization. He instinctively closed his eyes, shifting his focus from merely introspecting the swirling vortex of energy within his dantian to extending this introspective ability throughout his entire being. He sought to feel the torrent of blood coursing through his weary muscle fibers, the cell's insatiable breathing and regeneration, and the signals of soreness and numbness transmitted by the nerve endings. This unveiled a grander, more essential panorama of life's energy. He understood that qi was not merely an energy summoned in battle. It was the most direct manifestation of vitality itself. Cultivating qi was indeed a journey of understanding and mastering life itself, elevating both its height and intensity. At that moment, his comprehension of gui-qi flow and the essence of qi seemed to open a new door, leading him into a broader realm. The notification chimed, indicating a profound understanding of qi as the essence of life, significantly deepening through the day's perilous milk delivery trial. His proficiency in gui-qi flow improved, enhancing recovery efficiency and slightly increasing its nourishing effects on the physical body. His introspective realm advanced, allowing for a clearer perception of the macro flow and consumption of life energy. Another chime proclaimed the successful completion of all daily training tasks, the milk delivery trial. Maintaining extreme physical endurance and adeptly responding to environmental crises while avoiding all traps, culminating in a reward of 60 replication points. As the last rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, night began to envelop the island, revealing the first twinkling stars in the sky. Despite his physical exhaustion, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with a refreshing clarity. While the accumulation of replication points was indeed significant, this profound insight into the essence of power held a value far beyond mere numerical representation. The arduous yet rewarding milk delivery trial had finally concluded. It was more than a test of physical prowess. It was a profound baptism in adaptability, collaboration, willpower, and especially the essence of qi. Lin Feng understood that such days would be the norm, and each moment of insight and gain contributed to his mastery of those two advanced techniques, ultimately paving the way to the martial arts competition and building an indispensable foundation. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng Current World. Longzhu Di Chiu Combat Power. 23. Deepened understanding of the essence of qi. With more intricate mastery. Available replication points. 60 qi status. Extremely fatigued, yet gui-qi flow operates efficiently. Accelerating recovery. Ability status. Gui-qi flow. Mastery recovery efficiency 5. Total increase 105. Slight improvement in nourishing effect on the body. Introspection. Master enhanced clarity in perceiving the flow and consumption of macro life energy. Wangui Jing Tianzhong. Beginner no progress. Qinxiang Quan. Beginner no progress. Training achievements. Understanding of the essence of qi. Significantly deepened. Recognizing qi as the essence of life. Combat adaptability and crisis warning ability. Greatly enhanced. Willpower and team collaboration. Tested and strengthened. Task list. Mainline task. 2. Trial of the Kamehameha. Pending activation. System evaluation. Successfully completed the comprehensive high difficulty milk delivery trial set by the Kamehameha, gaining profound insights into the intrinsic connection between qi and life force, with slight improvements in foundational abilities and realms. The qualification for the trial draws ever closer, continue to persist in accumulating. Chapter 19. Battles in the Sand Sea and the germination of techniques. Time flowed quietly amidst sweat and sea breeze, with the rigorous yet fulfilling training on Kamehameha continuing day after day. Nearly 10 days had passed since the milk delivery trial and the deep comprehension of Chi's essence. Lin Feng diligently completed extreme training tasks each day, with Guai flow operating tirelessly, the faint yet resilient vortex of Chi within his dantian slowly but surely growing stronger through cycles of depletion and replenishment. His mastery of the two advanced techniques, deeply imprinted in his heart, became increasingly proficient, though their power remained negligible. However, the finesse of his control and alignment of intent experienced a subtle enhancement. He had also accumulated 540 replication points once more. On this particular day, the sea breeze was slightly stronger than usual, swirling fine white sand particles in the air. The azure sea surface was capped with foamy white waves that crashed rhythmically against the shore. The Shinhan had not assigned any taxing outdoor tasks, instead leading the three disciples to the flat, solid expanse of the broad beach, worn smooth by the waves. The fundamental training has shown some promise. The Shinhan strolled with his hands behind his back, the corners of his floral shirt flapping in the wind, his gaze sweeping over the three disciples who now displayed a markedly different spirit. However, mere closed-door training is ultimately theoretical and cannot forge true skill. He paused, his voice cutting through the sea breeze with clarity. Today, let us change things up. You three shall practice against each other. Practical combat is the finest whetstone for assessing training results, as well as the quickest mirror to reveal one's shortcomings. Remember, in sparring, be mindful. Feel the disparities and learn from each other's strengths. What a delight. Finally, we get to fight. Sun Wukong was the first to leap up in excitement. His tail stood erect like a flagpole, swinging vigorously from side to side. Every muscle in his body seemed to spring to life. His eyes burning with a pure and fervent desire for battle and instinctual joy. He immediately zeroed in on Lin Feng, darting forward in a flash and grinning widely to reveal his white teeth. Lin Feng, let us go first. Show me how much stronger you've become recently. I want to be like last time when I almost got sent flying by the Bull Demon King. Lin Feng took a deep breath of the salty, briny air and nodded. He understood that the chasm between himself and Wukong was immense, yet this presented the perfect opportunity to test his limits and temper his will. He lowered his stance, his feet sinking slightly into the damp sand, assuming the most solid defensive stance of Kamehameha's technique. His breath sinking into his dantian as though facing a formidable foe. The insightful eye, quietly activated to its maximum capacity, instantly transforming his perception of the world. The wild, scorching energy enveloping Wukong, akin to a miniature sun, was vividly delineated before him. The path of energy flowed like boiling golden magma, imbued with an untamed sense of power. I'm coming, Wukong shouted, his voice even drowning out the sound of the waves. He employed no flamboyant footwork, merely charging forward in the simplest, most direct manner. Yet, the sand beneath him erupted into a shallow pit as his form tore through the air like a cannonball, carrying with it a suffocating pressure. The speed was so great that it left a faint afterimage trailing behind. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, an insightful eye whirred into action, barely capturing the blurred trajectory and the terrifying path of explosive energy output from within. His arm muscles tensed, crossing in front of his chest as Guai flow surged to its limits. A thin yet highly concentrated stream of chi rushing toward his arms to establish the strongest defense possible. Boom! A resounding thud akin to the sound of a giant drum reverberated through the air. In the next instant, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming, brutish force akin to a tidal wave surging through his arms. His defensive stance crumbled as if made of paper, and his blocking arms slammed back against his chest. Before the intense pain could fully register throughout his body, he lost all control, his feet leaving the ground as if struck head-on by a speeding chariot, hurtling backward. He found himself utterly unable to control his posture in the air, only sensing the howling wind rush past his ears. The technique of Guai Lu Zhuan instinctively whirled within him, desperately attempting to mitigate the impact, yet the force was overwhelmingly fierce. Like a kite severed from its string, he soared several meters before crashing heavily onto the soft sand. rolling clumsily for 7 or 8 times before finally coming to a halt, raising a cloud of dust. His arms throbbed with pain and numbness, feeling as if they were not his own, and a tumultuous wave surged within his chest, making him gag with the taste of blood in his throat as darkness crept into his vision. It was too fast, too strong. Lin Feng lay on the warm sand, coughing violently, each breath tugging at the ache in his chest, his heart filled with an indescribable shock. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sheer, primal speed and power of Wukong, along with the explosive intensity of his wild essence, exceeded all his expectations and limits. Though Dongcha Jiyan allowed him to barely glimpse the chaotic flow of energy, his nerves and body could not react in time to mount any effective countermeasures. The disparity was all-encompassing and crushing. Wukong had already retracted his fist, standing in place, awkwardly scratching his spiky hair. "Ah, I'm sorry, Lin Feng. It seems I may have overdone it again. You're not hurt, are you?" His gaze conveyed sincere concern, yet was overshadowed by the exhilaration of his recent, vigorous strike. Master Rashi, having appeared nearby at some point, scoffed softly, his voice clear and resonant in everyone's ears. "A wild monkey is indeed a wild monkey, possessing sheer brute strength, yet lacking in control. His power is unrestrained, excessively fierce, and insufficiently supple. Lin Feng, do you perceive the gap? This is the essence of absolute power and speed. In the face of true hard strength, many techniques appear feeble. Yet this is also your target to pursue and comprehend." Lin Feng struggled to rise from the sand, spitting out the grains in his mouth and wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze, now tempered like steel, resolutely stated, "I understand, Master. The gap is vast, but I will not give up." He needed to become faster, to harness greater strength to wield those techniques. Otherwise, he could never stand on the same stage as an opponent like Wukong. After a brief respite, during which the pressure in his chest and the numbness in his arms slightly subsided, Master Rashi signaled for Krillin and Lin Feng to spar. Krillin appeared somewhat anxious. Taking a deep breath and adopting a standard stance, his gaze focused. The quality and quantity of his aura was evidently a notch below Wukong's ferocious, solar-like intensity. More akin to Lin Feng's current level, resembling a clear yet limited stream, flowing with a more intricate and stable nature. "Senior brother Lin Feng, I look forward to your guidance," Krillin politely remarked, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, their figures intertwining on the sandy beach. This time, Lin Feng felt the pressure lessen significantly. Although Krillin's strength and speed had improved through arduous training, he did not possess an overwhelming advantage. Their exchanges of offense and defense were reciprocal, fists and feet colliding with solid, resounding thuds, kicking up clouds of sand beneath them. Lin Feng soon discovered that Krillin's techniques were exceptionally refined. His movements flowed smoothly and naturally, blending reality and illusion, with remarkably realistic feints. He excelled at utilizing his relatively compact and agile form for evasion and circumvention, his footwork nimble, always narrowly avoiding heavy strikes while seeking openings for counterattacks. His energy manipulation was also more intricate, focusing not on explosive bursts but on continuity, stability, and variation, with his aura enhancing the penetrating power and flexibility of his strikes. "Your punches are sharp, and your power is well concentrated, but your intentions are too transparent, with too little variation," Krillin pointed out, slightly panting after a rapid exchange. "It's easy to see through your next moves. While strength and speed are certainly important, the evolution of technique can exponentially amplify the effectiveness of the same power." Lin Feng felt a stir in his heart, nodding as he caught his breath. Indeed, in his previous battles and training, he had relied heavily on Dongcha Jiyan for prediction and the brute force of Gui Shilu Zhuan for hard impacts or precise defenses, lacking the clever variations and deceptive qualities inherent in his techniques. The martial arts of the Turtle School were profound and extensive, emphasizing fluidity, the balance of hardness and softness, and leveraging strength rather than relying solely on sheer force. He took a deep breath, adjusting his rhythm, refraining from reckless aggression. Dongcha Jiyan focused intently on Krillin's energy flow and striking methods, meticulously observing how he adeptly attached his aura, varied his rhythm, and utilized waist and hip rotation to generate power. Simultaneously, he rapidly recalled and understood Master Rashi's teachings regarding the principles of roundness, gentleness, transformation, and the interplay of solidity and emptiness. He endeavored to channel the energy of Gui Shi Lu Zhuan, not merely to enhance the absolute hardness and impact of his strikes, but to guide it to flow more intricately through the meridians of his arms like a stream, emulating Krillin's more variable and penetrating approach to power generation. As he unleashed his next punch, it was no longer a straightforward thrust, but midway through the strike. A subtle tremor in his wrist and hips altered the angle and point of force, introducing a touch of rotation and penetrating vigor. With a sharp crack, this punch produced two distinct, yet faintly audible bursts in the air. One was the crisp sound of his fist slicing through the air, overcoming resistance, and the other was the slight explosion generated by the sudden acceleration of force at the end of its rotation. Though the absolute power had not significantly increased, the unexpected rotational penetration caught Krillin by surprise. He misjudged the point of contact while blocking, resulting in a thud as the rotational force numbed his arm, causing him to stagger back half a step to dissipate the impact. Both paused, gazing at each other in astonishment. Krillin shook his numb arm, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Senior brother Lin Feng, you learned so quickly. You only observed that rotational power once." Lin Feng also regarded his fist, deep in thought. The moment of inspiration and successful imitation had deepened his comprehension of the martial arts of the Turtle School. The path of martial arts was not merely a contest of strength and speed, but an art of technique, wisdom, and control. Master Roshi nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile forming at the corner of his mouth behind his sunglasses. "Ah, at last, a glimmer of understanding. You've learned to observe and learn, realizing that strength has various applications. Understanding imitation and variation is far more crucial than mindlessly practicing for 10 years with brute force. Continue." In the ensuing training, Lin Feng no longer viewed Krillin merely as an adversary to be overcome, but as a precious, living textbook from which to learn up close. He persistently employed Dong Cha Jian to observe, analyze, imitate, and assimilate the merits of Krillin's techniques, his nimble footwork, the interplay of reality and illusion in his punches, and the intricate manipulation of energy, endeavoring to incorporate these insights into his own style. His movements began to shed their previous rigidity and directness, gradually acquiring a fluid grace and unpredictable variations. Although still somewhat awkward, occasionally imitating imperfectly and exposing vulnerabilities, this process of learning and integration itself constituted a rapid evolution. In Lin Feng's vision, Dong Cha Jian remained in a passively activated state, faithfully recording and analyzing Wukong's explosive, straightforward, yet highly efficient energy outbursts, while meticulously detailing Krillin's serpentine, intricate, and versatile energy manipulation. These highlighted, dynamic energy maps imprinted deeply in his mind, providing invaluable references and sources of inspiration for refining his own techniques and optimizing his energy control. The sparring continued throughout the afternoon, until the setting sun bathed the sky in a brilliant orange hue, and the sea breeze carried a hint of coolness. The three individuals were drenched in sweat, the amalgamation of sand and perspiration rendering them a rather disheveled sight, yet their eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. Wukong, scratching his tousled hair, expressed his mild frustration, saying, "When sparring with Lin Feng, I must hold back, for fear of causing harm. When facing Klin, it requires mental effort, which is quite bothersome. It's much more enjoyable to spar with a teacher." Despite being effortlessly defeated by the turtle hermit each time, Klin, filled with admiration for Lin Feng, gasped for breath and remarked, "Senior brother Lin Feng is truly formidable. Not only is his strength impressive, but his learning speed is astonishing. The techniques I've practiced for so long, he can mimic after just a few observations." Lin Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude to both, massaging his still sore shoulders. "Thank you, Wukong and Klin. Training with you has allowed me to clearly see the gaps in my abilities and learn many things that cannot be found in books, particularly from Klin." He had addressed significant shortcomings in his techniques. The turtle hermit then strolled over with his hands behind his back, concluding, "Did you see? The path of martial arts is long and arduous. Strength, speed, technique, willpower, and wisdom are all indispensable. To know oneself and one's opponent is to ensure victory in every battle. To learn from each other as strengths is to continuously improve. Today's training ends here, and tomorrow we shall push ourselves to the limits. Wash off this foul sweat and sand, and let us eat." The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the beach, elongating the shadows of the three young men. Between them lay not just competition, but mutual support. In this daily grind of training, sparring, and perspiration, their friendship and strength quietly flourished, becoming ever more resilient. The ultimate trial on the path to the world's foremost martial arts tournament, the qualifying entrance test, seemed to draw ever closer, much like the ebb and flow of the tides. System Status Panel, End of Chapter 19. Host, Lin Feng. Current World, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 24. Insights gained from sparring, minor improvement in techniques. Steady increase in Qi. Available copy points, 540. Daily accumulation, Qi state. Abundant, turtle breathing technique. Stable, recovering. Ability status, turtle breathing technique. Proficient. Slight improvement in proficiency. Inner vision, master enhanced observation and learning ability during combat. Turtle School martial arts, deeper understanding, initial integration of concepts such as circular motion, transformation, and the interplay of reality and illusion. Universal shocking palm, beginner no progress. Phantom fist, beginner no progress. New insights, combat disparity, a clear recognition of the substantial gaps in absolute strength, speed, and explosive power compared to Wukong. Technique learning, gained insights on technique variations, the intricate application of Qi, and the significance of footwork from Lin, and began initial attempts at integration. Observation accumulation, insightful, i.e. passively records the energy flow patterns of Wukong and Lin, unresolved. Task list, main quest 2. Trial of the Turtle School, pending activation. System evaluation, through sparring with peers, a clear awareness of disparities has emerged, alongside learning from strengths, leading to a deeper understanding of the Turtle School martial arts techniques and a slight increase in combat power. Copy points have accumulated to 540, with the qualification for the trial drawing near. Chapter 20. The tempestuous refinement and the sublimation of Qi's essence. Time flowed silently amid the intertwining of sweat and sea breeze, as the training on Kamehameha continued day after day, rigorous yet fulfilling. A month had passed since the last sparring session, and Lin Feng diligently completed the daily training tasks issued by the system. Turtle breathing technique operated ceaselessly, day and night, and the swirling Qi in his dantian became increasingly substantial, with copy points steadily accumulating to 1340. Regular sparring with Wukong and Lin had become a norm, allowing him to more clearly recognize the disparity in absolute power and the importance of technique variations. His combat style subtly transformed, becoming less rigid and more fluid. Yet, Lin Feng gradually sensed he had encountered an invisible bottleneck. Despite his unwavering dedication to training, the accumulation of Qi remained slow, and while he grew more adept at executing advanced techniques, the power seemed perpetually restrained by an elusive threshold, as if a resilient membrane obstructed any qualitative change. He perceived the increase in Qi, yet he could not catalyze a fundamental transformation, akin to a stream converging into a lake but unable to become a raging river. One evening, as the sun descended like a colossal, ripe orange towards the horizon adorned with fiery orange and deep purple hues, the golden afterglow enveloped Kamehameha in a warm filter. The gentle waves rhythmically caressed the fine sand, leaving behind moist traces and white foam, their cadence eternal and soothing. In the distance, Sun Wukong and Lin concluded their sparring, frolicking in the shallow water, sending up sparkling droplets and joyous laughter. The turtle hermit leisurely reclined in a dilapidated lounge chair, wearing sunglasses, with his legs crossed, engrossed in a magazine with a provocative cover, a sly grin adorning his face. However, Lin Feng remained solitary at the far end of the beach, away from the clamor. With his torso bare, beads of sweat glistened on his bronze skin under the setting sun. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the incoming and receding waves, lost in self-cultivation and contemplation, as the surrounding merriment seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. He inhaled deeply, savoring the cool sea breeze laced with salt and the warmth of the dying sun, gradually assuming the most stable starting posture of the turtle school. His mind sank entirely into his dantian, fully activating turtle breathing technique to gradually mobilize the considerable Qi within him. Within the realm of inner vision, he could distinctly observe the pale, somewhat chaotic energy streams converging like summoned soldiers from his limbs and bones, surging through his meridians toward his right arm, ultimately flooding into his right palm. Highly compressed and agitated. Universal shocking palm, he shouted suddenly, propelling his right palm forward with all his strength and will. Within his palm, the concentrated Qi violently collided and rubbed against itself, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds that sent shivers down one's spine, reminiscent of dry kindling exploding in fierce flames. A few faint yet exceptionally bright, twisting arcs of blue electricity flickered into existence, like captured thunder snakes, flickering and writhing between his palm and wrist, exuding a searing heat and a subtle scent of ozone. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated like a heavy hammer striking a drum, exploding in the vicinity. The sand 3 meters ahead erupted violently. A blackened crater, the size of a bowl and half a foot deep, suddenly appeared. The edges of the sand instantly melted by the extreme heat, solidifying into an unsightly glass-like shell that emitted acrid smoke, wafting upwards. The power had indeed increased significantly compared to before, sufficient to shatter hard rock. Yet, as Lin Feng gazed at the still modest black pit, feeling the slight emptiness and the dull ache in his meridians from nearly 1/3 of his chi being instantly drained, his brow furrowed tightly, and a flicker of unmistakable disappointment and agitation crossed his eyes. The power was insufficient, yet the consumption was considerable. Though similar in form, it lacked true essence, ultimately resembling a castle in the air, a tree without roots. He murmured to himself, his voice barely audible amidst the sea breeze, imbued with a trace of fatigue and struggle he had not even recognized in himself. This half-month of arduous training seemed to have resulted in little progress. Refusing to succumb to despair, he suppressed his inner turmoil, seated himself cross-legged, and took a moment to regulate his breathing, waiting for his chi to recover slightly before focusing his spirit once more. This time, he endeavored to execute another technique requiring exceptionally high precision and speed, explosive power, and chi manipulation. Phantom Fist. He silently chanted in his mind, the muscles in his legs tightening like steel cables, causing the sand beneath his feet to explode into a small pit as his body shot forward like an arrow released from a taut bow, sprinting explosively to the left. In that spot, an exceedingly vague, transparent, and shimmering afterimage appeared, its edges constantly twisting and rippling, reminiscent of air refracted under intense heat. However, it was exceedingly unstable, its outline resembling the distorted image of a malfunctioning television, unable to sustain itself even for half a second, bursting forth with a soft pop like a punctured soap bubble, quietly dissipating and vanishing without a trace. Lin Feng, due to this momentary extreme outburst and intricate control, felt a brief pause in his breath, his blood circulation quickening, his complexion taking on an unusual flush, which swiftly faded, leaving a hint of pallor. The velocity, explosive power, and the instantaneous output and stabilization of his breath, alongside the meticulous manipulation of his muscular fibers, still fell significantly short. He gasped, his chest gently rising and falling, the sense of powerlessness in his heart growing clearer, akin to the deepening ocean before the onset of night, weighing heavily upon him. It seemed that mere forms of technique, devoid of a sufficiently robust, pure, and instinctive energy as the driving core and source of strength, rendered everything futile. The foundation is indeed the essence of essence. Had I been too eager for success, neglecting the most fundamental aspects? He stood in a daze, allowing the slightly cool sea breeze to caress his overheated body. The last sliver of the sunset completely sank beneath the horizon, the deep blue night sky descending like a vast velvet curtain, while the first star quietly twinkled at the edge of the heavens. The sound of the waves seemed clearer and more rhythmic in the twilight. At this moment, the teachings of the turtle sage flashed through his mind, the very essence of life itself, the relentless effort he had put into the Kuei Shi Lu Zhuan, the overwhelming sensation of power experienced during training with Wukong, the intricate and versatile application of energy by Qin. He recognized that he had perhaps been overly fixated on the techniques themselves, hastily seeking to witness their might, while overlooking the profound refinement and purification of this fundamental energy. While the accumulation of quantity is indeed important, perhaps the elevation of quality is the key to breaking through this resilient bottleneck. What he required was not merely more energy, but rather a superior essence. At the moment he comprehended this, redirecting his entire focus from executing techniques back to honing the essence of energy, pursuing that qualitative elevation. It was as though a flash of lightning cleaved through the fog. In his internal vision, the once steadily rotating vortex in his dantian seemed to sense the pure transformation of his thoughts, suddenly vibrating violently. Ding! The host's understanding of the essence of energy has reached a new height. realizing that energy drives technique, with energy as the foundation, pursuing the synergistic elevation of quantity and quality. Breakthrough in the realm of Kuei Shi Lu Zhuan. Advancing to the minor accomplishment stage. Vortex condensation speed increased to 50. Energy recovery speed increased to 100. Purity of energy significantly enhanced. Nourishment and refinement effects on the physical body, bones, and meridians greatly amplified. Internal vision has advanced. Clearer insight into changes in energy purity and subtle bottlenecks and impurities in the meridians. Ding. Accumulation leads to a breakthrough. Quantitative change induces qualitative transformation. The host's foundational combat power has significantly increased. Combat power 4. Current combat power, 28. Boom. It was as if a silent thunderclap erupted within him, like a dam finally breached by a surging flood. Lin Feng felt the vortex in his dantian, which had already been quite solid, suddenly vibrate violently, its rotation speed increasing by more than double. Its volume slightly contracted amidst the tremors, yet it became more refined, pure, and dense, as though mist condensed into dew, emanating a more potent and subtle energy fluctuation. A warm yet grand force surged forth like a flood breaking its banks, instantly washing, expanding, and nourishing all his meridians, rendering them more resilient, broader, and unobstructed. An energy far more robust, pure, and instinctive, brimming with vitality, surged throughout his limbs and bones. The previous sensations of fatigue and emptiness were completely swept away, and his body was filled with an unprecedented sense of strength and lightness. His senses sharpened. He could distinctly hear the faint rustling of the turtle sage flipping through a magazine from afar, smell the subtle scent of seaweed from even further away, and feel the minute undulations of the sand beneath his feet. He instinctively raised his right hand once more. This time, he did not even need to exert effort. With a mere flicker of thought, the energy, now more refined and potent, surged naturally toward his palm, the process of compression and condensation becoming extraordinarily smooth, efficient, and nearly devoid of loss. Crackle. The sound of a more concentrated and resonant electric arc erupted from his palm. The blue arcs were no longer weak tendrils. They burst forth like an activated electric web, twisting and coiling, covering his entire hand and forearm, emitting a dazzling, piercing azure light that illuminated his astonished and exhilarated face in a deep blue hue, even casting light over a small patch of sand nearby. A terrifying wave of energy, far surpassing anything previously felt, radiated like a palpable force, prompting the turtle sage, who had been perusing a magazine, to instinctively set down his book, sitting up slightly, his gaze sharp beneath his sunglasses as it turned toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng suppressed the urge to immediately test this newfound power, slowly and cautiously dissipating the terrifying energy in his palm. The arcs extinguished, yet the lingering warmth and powerful resonance remained in his hand. He understood that if this strike were unleashed with full force, its might would undoubtedly exceed anything he had experienced several times over. He even had a premonition that if he could continue to purify his energy, in the future he might. He attempted to move again. Feeling his body had become much lighter, his control over his muscles reaching a new level, with his will translating into power instantaneously. He had a strong intuition that when he unleashed the shadow fist now, its duration and stability would be entirely different. In the distance, the turtle sage adjusted his sunglasses, a hint of genuine surprise flashing in his small eyes, soon replaced by an unmistakable smile of satisfaction and admiration. He stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "This boy has actually broken through that most difficult barrier on his own. His understanding is indeed remarkable. It seems that these past 2 weeks of refinement were not in vain. The foundation has finally become solid, and he has found the right direction. Not bad, indeed." Lin Feng stood in place, slightly clenching his fists, feeling the powerful and renewed energy coursing through him, his heart opening up, dispelling the previous impatience and confusion. The bottleneck still existed. The path to true strength remained long and arduous, yet he had found the correct direction and taken a crucial step forward. The replication point continued to quietly accumulate, preparing for potential future needs, while at this moment, the breakthrough and elevation of his own power remained paramount. Night had fully descended. The stars twinkled in the sky, reflecting upon the inky sea, floating with the waves like scattered diamonds. The cool sea breeze caressed him as Lin Feng gazed at the vast starry sky and the profound ocean, filled with anticipation for the future and a tranquil confidence. Chapter 21. After half a year of hard training, the martial arts gathering begins anew. Time flies, the sun and moon traverse swiftly. Since Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, and Lin became disciples of the Turtle Sage, diligently practicing on this secluded island, half a year has quietly passed. This half year has been interwoven with sweat and sea waves, a collision of will and limits, a coexistence of transformation and growth. Turtle Island has become a secluded place for rigorous training. Every morning, as the first light of dawn breaks and the sea mist lingers, the harsh training begins. Weight-bearing cross-country, waves crashing, striking wooden stakes. Refining energy, the myriad training regimens devised by the Turtle Sage grew increasingly challenging. Under the blazing sun, the beach scorched, amidst torrential rain. The trio struggled against fierce winds and towering waves. Deep into the night, meditative breathing and the comprehension of energy flow were daily essentials. Lin Feng was undoubtedly the most dedicated among them. Fully aware of his innate deficiencies, he nearly exploited every function bestowed by the system to its utmost limit. Tien, in a prolonged state of high operational load, not only to observe the demonstrations of Kamehameha, but also to analyze the energy flow of Wukong and Lin. It serves as a means for introspection, meticulously assessing the application of every ounce of strength, the efficiency of each breath circulation, and the imperfections in muscle exertion, continually optimizing and adjusting. He generously utilized the hard-earned replication points, exchanging and employing 10 basic training acceleration cards. During the 24 hours of each card's use, he became an indefatigable machine, doubling and redoubling his training volume. His body acted like an efficient sponge, voraciously absorbing the training results, achieving astonishing efficiency in the growth rate of his energy, the enhancement of its purity, and the excavation of his physical potential. Naturally, this was accompanied by extreme fatigue and immense satisfaction upon recovery. The daily training tasks were completed unwaveringly, accumulating precious replication points day after day. Sweat was not shed in vain. Effort would eventually yield rewards, particularly with the boundless investment of basic training acceleration cards by Lin Feng, amplifying the effects of his already diligent training to the utmost. After half a year, Lin Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation. His skin was bronzed by the sea breeze and the blazing sun. His physique was streamlined and robust, each muscle brimming with explosive power. No longer the frail youth he once was. Under the frenzied propulsion of the acceleration cards, came breath flow had reached its pinnacle. The energy vortex in his dantian condensing like mercury, operating with remarkable speed, his energy vast and powerful, recovery speed quick, and purity greatly exceeding that of 6 months prior. With a rich and pure energy backing him, the universal stunning palm could now be executed steadily, with blue arcs of electricity erupting from his palm, capable of leaving fist-sized charred craters on hard reefs, demonstrating astonishing might. The Phantom Fist could also produce a relatively stable and clear phantom lasting nearly a second, showing initial effectiveness in practical combat. His combat prowess, through relentless training and substantial investment in basic training acceleration cards, had undergone a qualitative leap, rising to 90 points. Meanwhile, his system replication points had accumulated to an astonishing sum of 2,500 points over these 6 months. This was a tremendous fortune, laying a solid foundation for him to exchange for more formidable abilities in the future. Sun Wukong and Lin also progressed at an astonishing pace. Wukong, like an insatiable sponge, absorbed every nutrient with fervor. His wild power was gradually tamed by Kamehameha, integrating into more intricate control and techniques, his energy becoming increasingly vast and refined. His combat style a blend of ferocity and agility, his strength unfathomable. Lin, on the other hand, maximized his wise mind and resilient spirit. Arriving later with a slightly weaker foundation, his talent and dedication were exceptional, allowing him to progress rapidly over the past 6 months, making him the second fastest to advance in Kamehameha's lineage after Wukong. His techniques were polished to exquisite detail, and the application of his energy was masterful, with self-created techniques beginning to take shape, making his strength formidable. He and Lin Feng often sparred, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, becoming not only good friends, but also competitors. One day, under a clear sky with gentle sea breezes, Kamehameha summoned the three to the beach. Clad in his floral shirt and sunglasses, he appeared considerably more serious than usual. He slowly scanned the three disciples, who were brimming with vitality, sharp gazes, and grounded energy, nodding slightly with a hint of undeniable satisfaction in his eyes. 6 months had flown by. He paced a few steps, gazing at the vast and boundless sea. Do you remember what you were like when you first arrived? A wild monkey, a naive youth, and, a fragile being. He candidly pointed out their shortcomings, yet his tone bore no ridicule, only a touch of nostalgia. Now, they finally resembled something more substantial. The foundation was solid enough, and he had imparted the necessary teachings. However, he shifted his tone, stating that mere isolation was not the solution. True martial arts must be honed through practical combat and progression in encounters with the strong. He turned to face the three, his gaze intense. The world's foremost martial arts tournament will commence in a month. This grand event gathers top martial artists from around the globe, serving as the ideal stage to assess the results of your 6 months of arduous training and as a starting point to broaden your horizons and step into a wider world. Teacher, can we finally go? Sun Wukong was the first to leap up, eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit, his tail enthusiastically thrashing the air. Lin clenched his fists, his face a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This moment was the very purpose of 6 months of diligent training, and he nodded emphatically. Want to go? Kamehameha chuckled, certainly. However, my rules must not be broken. To represent Kamehameha's school in the competition, you must first pass my final trial to obtain a formal recommendation letter. The three perked up. It was finally happening. The trial was quite simple. Kamehameha pointed towards several black rocks barely visible amidst the waves in the distance. Gather there at dawn tomorrow. If you fail, you shall train for another 6 months. With no further explanation, Kamehameha waved them off to prepare. Anticipation, tension, and excitement permeated the air among the three. That evening, as the sun set, the three engaged in their final relaxation exercises on the beach. Lin Feng observed the vibrant and eager Wukong alongside the calm and earnest Lin, feeling a surge of motivation. After 6 months of arduous training, he recognized the immense progress of his two companions. Just how far had their strengths come? He had been so focused on his own training that he had never truly explored this. Quietly concentrating, a faint golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Dongchao Drian, fully activated, focusing on Sun Wukong. In an instant, Lin Feng's vision underwent a radical transformation. Wukong was no longer a mere human figure, but a dazzling, intensely radiant energy conglomerate. The tumultuous golden aura blazed around him, roaring with a density that was astonishing. Its energy level resembled that of a miniature sun, emanating a terrifying pressure that quickened the heart. To the side of his vision, a set of remarkably clear data instantly materialized. Locking in. Combat power, 139. Lin Feng's heart jolted. 139. Far surpassing his own 90 points. What a terrifying gap. That magnificent energy seemed poised to tear the heavens asunder. Wukong truly was a prodigy. His growth over the past 6 months was astonishing. Suppressing his shock, he slowly shifted Dongchao Jian towards Lin. Lin's energy manifestation was starkly different from Wukong's. His energy was not as wild and outwardly expressive, but rather reserved and pure. With intricately crafted energy flow patterns filled with technical variations, clearly indicating rigorous qualitative training and skill refinement. The data then appeared. Combat power, 98, 98. 8 points higher than Lin Feng's 90. This figure instilled a palpable sense of pressure in Lin Feng, yet it also felt reasonable. Although Lin had arrived later, his talent and degree of effort were exceptional, and he had made rapid progress over the past 6 months, nearly catching up to Lin Feng's level achieved through the acceleration cards. This represented a clear and formidable goal. Gradually retracting, Dongchao Jian, Lin Feng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, unable to find tranquility. 6 months of arduous training combined with system assistance had elevated his combat power by over 60 points, a significant leap. Yet Wukong, the genuine prodigy, had exhibited an even more unimaginable growth. Lin, too, with his outstanding talent and diligence, was almost on par with him. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, a fervent fighting spirit and anticipation surged within him. He silently repeated these 3 numbers, clenched his fists, and an unprecedented flame ignited in his eyes. The gap still existed, yet it was no longer insurmountable. I will definitely attend the Wudao conference. I will surely achieve a ranking. Wait for me. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of the three figures long, casting them upon the golden beach. Tomorrow, the final trial was about to arrive. A broader world of martial arts had already opened its doors to them. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng Current World. Longzhu Di Chio Combat Power. 90. 6 months of rigorous training, a significant investment in acceleration cards, and guidance from esteemed masters have resulted in an exceptionally solid foundation, with a majestic and pure aura, leading to a dramatic leap in combat power. Available duplication points, 2,500, accumulated over 6 months, expending 5 acceleration cards. Chi state, vast and abundant. Pure and refined. Turtle breath circulation at the pinnacle of minor achievement, exhibiting powerful effects. Ability status, turtle breath circulation, pinnacle of minor achievement. Chi, cyclone gathering speed 80. Chi recovery speed 150, exceptional purity of Chi. Inner vision, grandmaster insight into the essence of energy and subtle bottlenecks. Heavenly palm of 10,000 nations, proficient can be executed steadily with significant power. Phantom fist, proficient can create relatively clear phantoms for practical combat. Kame Sinin style combat techniques, mastered a comprehensive understanding. Known information, Sun Wukong combat power, 139, gifted and rapidly improving. Klin combat power, 98, top-tier talent and effort, rapidly improving. Slightly above the host. Task list. Main task, 2. Kame Sinin's trial, to be conducted tomorrow. Main task, I. The path of martial arts, about to commence. System evaluation, 6 months of rigorous training combined with substantial investment in acceleration cards and guidance from masters has led to a qualitative leap in strength. With a robust foundation, combat power has reached 90 points, establishing the host as a top contender for the top 4, or even better, in the world's first martial arts tournament. Duplication points have accumulated significantly. Insight into fellow disciple strengths reveals a considerable gap. Wukong is immense. Klin is slightly higher, but very close. With fighting spirit soaring. The final trial begins tomorrow, and the grand martial arts event is imminent. Chapter 22. The Milk Trial and the ticket to the martial arts conference the next day, in the darkest moment before dawn. A faint line of pale light appeared where the sea and sky met. The stars had not yet completely vanished, and the sea breeze carried an icy chill. Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, and Klin arrived punctually at the designated location specified by Kame Sinin, a solitary black rock formation far from the main island, standing alone amidst the waves. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a dull roar and splashing icy white foam. Kame Sinin was already waiting there, still clad in his floral shirt and sunglasses. Perched atop his giant sea turtle, appearing remarkably out of place in the early morning sea breeze. Well, you're quite punctual. Kame Sinin adjusted his sunglasses, his voice clear amidst the sound of the waves. Without further ado, the trial begins now. He pointed to an inconspicuous small wooden box on the rocks beneath him. Klin stepped forward to open it, revealing 3 neatly arranged glass bottles of fresh milk, the top sealed tightly with oiled paper and fine string. The content of the trial is quite simple. Kame Sinin spoke in a flat tone. Each of you will take a bottle of milk. From now until the sun fully rises above the horizon, which will be about an hour, you are to perform, well, simple warm-up exercises in this rocky area. There are only 2 rules. First, the milk bottle must not leave your hands. Second, not a single drop of milk may be spilled. The 3 exchanged glances. It seemed not too difficult. Sun Wukong was the first to grasp a bottle of milk, weighing it in his hand, and grinned. Haha, this is too easy. Old man, what are warm-up exercises? Kame Sinin chuckled. Quite simple, just the usual sparring you do. No sooner had he spoken, Kame Sinin's figure flickered and appeared before Sun Wukong, lightly slapping at the wrist holding the milk bottle. Wukong was startled but reacted astonishingly quickly, twisting his wrist to narrowly evade the attack. His body leaping back a large step, landing steadily on another slippery rock, the milk bottle in his hand not wobbling in the least. You ambushed me, old man. The sparring has begun, fool. Kame Sinin laughed heartily, his figure darting like a specter among the waves and rocks, sometimes attacking Wukong, sometimes distracting Klin and Lin Feng. The 3 quickly realized. This so-called warm-up exercise was to engage in high-intensity evasion, blocking, and counterattacking while holding a fragile object that must not spill, all under extremely disadvantageous terrain. They had to contend not only with Kamehameha's unpredictable attacks, but also remain vigilant of the slippery rocks beneath their feet and the waves crashing in at any moment. The trial instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Sun Wukong showcased his monstrous strength and balance. He did not focus on controlling the milk bottle, but immersed himself entirely in high-speed movement and evasion. His figure transformed into a series of phantoms on the rocks. Each jump and roll executed with impeccable precision, skillfully dodging Kamehameha's attacks and the oncoming waves. The bottle of milk in his hand seemed weightless, miraculously remaining stable amidst the vigorous movement, reliant on his exquisite martial arts control and formidable core strength to counter all external disturbances. His combat style was a blend of primal power and the beauty of precise control. The absolute strength of his combat power, rated at 139, was unmistakably revealed. Lin, on the other hand, took a completely different approach. Aware that he could not compete with Wukong's absolute speed and strength, he maximized his technique. His steps were exceptionally agile, dancing as if on the edge of a blade, constantly dodging attacks by mere inches. His aura was highly concentrated, finely regulating every muscle's subtle exertion. With his wrist as steady as a rock, no matter how much his body twisted and turned, his arm holding the bottle maintained a wondrous stability, as if separated from the tumultuous environment. His combat power of 98 manifested entirely in the unparalleled finesse of his control over strength. Lin Feng faced immense pressure. His combat power of 90 placed him between the two, lacking Wukong's absolute strength and not possessing Lin's extreme finesse. However, he had his own advantages: Eye of Insight and Turtle Breath circulation. Eye of Insight, activated at full capacity, the seemingly erratic attack trajectories of Kamehameha, the angles and forces of the crashing waves, every bump and dip of the rocks beneath him, even the subtle changes in air currents, were instantaneously captured, analyzed, and transformed into optimal predictions for evasion and movement paths. He never made unnecessary movements. Each of his actions was aimed at maximum efficiency, conserving energy. Simultaneously, Turtle Breath circulation operated fervently. She not only restored his stamina, but also finely regulated his body's balance. Whenever he needed to make a significant evasive maneuver, Chi would instantly surge into his legs, providing explosive power. When stability in his arm was required, Chi flowed like the most precise shock absorption system through his shoulder, elbow, and wrist, dissipating and absorbing external impact forces and his own movements. The bottle of milk in his hand also wobbled minimally, relying on prediction, force dissipation, and the precise stabilization of Chi. Kamehameha's attacks became increasingly swift and cunning. He would sometimes use energy blasts to create larger waves that obscured vision, at times employing phantom fists to confuse judgment, and suddenly appearing at the most unexpected angles to flick at the bottle with a gentle finger. The three leapt, dodged, and occasionally blocked amidst the rocks and waves, the scene thrilling yet imbued with a unique rhythm. Time passed second by second. The eastern sky gradually blazed with vibrant orange hues, and the sun was about to rise. Kamehameha suddenly ceased all movements, laughed heartily, and leaped back onto the back of his giant turtle. Time's up. The sun is about to rise. The three halted simultaneously, panting heavily, beads of sweat on their foreheads. Yet they stood firmly on the rocks. They simultaneously lifted the milk bottles in their hands, all three bottles intact, the oil paper seals undamaged, not a single drop spilled. The morning sun finally broke free from the horizon, casting a myriad of golden rays upon the sea and illuminating the youthful, determined faces of the trio. Passable. Fairly adequate, said the turtle hermit, stroking his beard with a genuine smile. With a flourish, he produced 3 formal letters and handed them to each of them. These were recommendation letters for the world's premier martial arts tournament. With these, go register at Papaya Island in the southern seas. His gaze swept over his 3 disciples, his tone unexpectedly gentle. You have worked hard this past 6 months. At the tournament, do not bring shame to the turtle school. Most importantly, enjoy the competition and experience a broader world. Yes, master. The 3 responded in unison, tightly clutching their recommendation letters, their eyes sparkling with excitement and confidence. The ticket to the stage of their dreams was finally in their hands. With the rising sun at their backs, the trio boarded the small boat that had brought them here, bidding farewell to Kamehameha. A new journey awaited them ahead. Chapter 23. The prelude to Papaya Island at the horizon where the deep blue sea met the sky, a lush island, shaped remarkably like a giant papaya. gradually emerged from the swirling mist, becoming increasingly distinct. The sea breeze turned warm and humid, carrying the rich fragrances of tropical vegetation mingled with the briny scent of the ocean, signaling that their destination, Papaya Island, home of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, was now within reach. Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, and Krillin rode the modified motorboat, enhanced significantly by Bulma, and, with Oolong's assistance. After several days of tedious and bumpy sailing, they finally arrived at this land that held the dreams of countless martial artists. The motorboat slowly glided into the bustling port of Papaya Island. The sight before them left the three awestruck. The dock was lined with masts, the sails casting shadows like clouds, and an array of vessels was moored tightly together, from humble rafts that appeared ready to fall apart at any moment to luxurious yachts adorned with peculiar contraptions, showcasing the diverse backgrounds of the competitors. The crowd was thick, bustling with energy, the air thick with the sense of sweat, sea salt, machine oil, and an intangible, searing competitive tension. Everywhere, robust, muscular men carried enormous luggage. Some warriors, their gazes sharp as hawks, sat quietly, meditating, and others donned bizarre attire, their bodies covered in strange tattoos, exuding an aura of mystery and intrigue as they conversed in low tones. Wow, so many people. They all look so formidable. There's far more here than at Flame Mountain, Sun Wukong exclaimed, nimbly leaping onto the shore, his furry tail raised high with excitement, swaying uncontrollably. His childlike curiosity was reignited, completely forgetting the fatigue of their journey as he eagerly looked around, yearning to spar with someone immediately. Krillin, however, appeared much more cautious. He instinctively rubbed his bald head, carefully observing the crowd, especially those with noticeably strong auras. So many unfamiliar faces, they all feel quite formidable, he murmured. Lin Feng, we need to be careful. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Taking a deep breath of the humid, tropical air, Lin Feng felt his chest rise and fall slightly. He could clearly sense the myriad of energies converging at this port, some strong, some weak, some fierce, and some restrained, like countless flickering lights in the space around them. The confidence he had cultivated over the past 6 months intertwined with a wariness of the unknown adversaries he might face. He nodded, casting a keen glance over the crowd. Indeed, let us not be complacent. The true challenge begins now. Oolong transformed back into his original form and, like a startled rabbit, scurried behind the large suitcase left by Bulma, peeking out with just his head and wide, terrified eyes, trembling. How frightening. Those guys have such fierce gazes. It feels like any one of them could roast me like a pig. Let's go back. Following the clear and conspicuous signs at the port, the trio navigated through the throngs of people and soon found the registration area for the world's foremost martial arts tournament, a grand, exotic building with a circular structure, its roof adorned with a massive emblem of the tournament. Inside the registration hall, the atmosphere was electric, voices rising in a cacophony that nearly threatened to lift the roof off. Martial artists from around the globe stood in several winding lines, anxiously or patiently awaiting their turn to register. The air was filled with various languages, accents, discussions, arguments, the dull thuds of muscles colliding, and the deliberate release of energy fluctuations by some individuals wishing to showcase their prowess, creating a chaotic yet vibrant symphony. The queue was long and tedious, yet it provided Lin Feng with an excellent opportunity to observe potential opponents. He quietly activated his inside eye, a faint golden glimmer passing through his gaze, transforming the world before him. The crowd no longer appeared as mere individuals, but rather as clusters of energy. Most competitors exuded a flickering aura like a candle in the wind, their combat power fluctuating between 10 and 30 points, representing ordinary martial artists with a certain foundation, likely outstanding students from various martial arts schools or skilled practitioners from the community. Occasionally, he spotted a few brighter, steadier flames, their power hovering around 40 to 60 points, indicating seasoned competitors with a degree of renown worthy of attention. At that moment, his gaze was firmly captured by a few individuals not far ahead in the line. A towering figure, his skin as dark as iron, donned dark sunglasses and a judo-like uniform, stood like a silent iron tower, radiating an aura of stability and weight akin to a mountain, causing those around him to instinctively keep their distance. The data from Inside Eye made Lin Feng's eyes widen. Combat power, 88. A strength remarkably close to Krillin's, and that pure sense of power emanated an almost immovable presence. Beside the giant, a slender, agile man dressed like an Indian, wielding a polished long staff, exhibited a distinctly different aura, nimble as a monkey, with a wild sharpness. His combat power was noted as 78. Krillin, clearly well-informed, leaned closer to Lin Feng and Wukong, lowering his voice with a serious tone. That giant is Jiren. His strength is terrifying. Many opponents in past tournaments couldn't even breach his defense. The other is Lin Feng. His movements are erratic, and his speed is exceptional. With a cunning staff technique, they are both hot contenders for the top 8. Lin Feng nodded, committing the information about these two adversaries to memory. With Jiren's 88 points and Lin Feng's 78 points, they were undoubtedly formidable foes. As they observed their surroundings, they also felt the probing gazes directed at them. Their trio, a lively boy with a tail, a shiny-headed little monk, and a composed black-haired youth, caught the attention and whispers of many onlookers. The line progressed slowly until it was finally their turn. The staff member, a middle-aged man with glasses and a stoic expression, took the distinctive recommendation letter from the Turtle Hermit and meticulously verified its authenticity. Turtle School? He adjusted his glasses, glancing at the three with a hint of surprise that quickly returned to neutrality. Names. Sun Wukong. Wukong declared loudly. Krillin. Krillin replied, slightly nervous. Lin Feng. Lin Feng answered steadily. The staff expertly registered the participants and then retrieved 3 circular numbered badges with pins from beneath the counter, presenting them to the trio. Sun Wukong was assigned number 109, Colleen received 110, and Lin Feng was given 111. The preliminary matches would commence at 8 o'clock sharp the following morning. Held in the colossal venue at the island's center, and tardiness would not be tolerated. The staff formally conveyed their instructions, wishing them good luck. Holding these badges, symbols of qualification and the starting line, the three felt a palpable thrill and sense of mission. We are 109, 110, and 111. United. Sun Wukong proudly pinned his badge to his chest and gave it a triumphant shake. The format of the preliminary matches remained uncertain. It could be a free-for-all or an elimination round, which would be troublesome, Colleen remarked, stroking the smooth surface of his badge, displaying a hint of concern. Lin Feng clenched his cold badge in hand. The metallic texture heightened his awareness. Regardless of the format, he was determined to pass this first checkpoint. Upon exiting the registration area, a cacophony of discordant noise erupted nearby. A young man, clad in an extravagant satin martial arts uniform and sporting an exaggerated pompadour, exuded an air of arrogance as he mockingly derided a seemingly timid competitor amidst a throng of sycophants. Humph! With your paltry skills and shabby attire, how dare you participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament? It's laughable. Do you even know who this young master is? Palfu, last year's top 8. A Hall of Fame contender. Those with sense should quickly scurry away and avoid embarrassing themselves here. The young man certainly radiated a formidable aura, according to Insightful Eye. His combat strength was approximately combat power, 72 points, qualifying him as a skilled fighter, yet his arrogant demeanor was utterly repugnant. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, his straightforward nature prompting him to speak up, but Colleen quickly grasped his arm and whispered, "Don't stir up trouble, Wukong. We can teach him a lesson during the official matches." Lin Feng merely cast a cold glance at the Palfu, committing his appearance and energy to memory. 72 points were not intimidating, yet such brazen arrogance would not be tolerated in the competition. He wouldn't hesitate to demonstrate true humility through strength. Subsequently, the trio found a modest and near the island's edge, a comparatively tranquil location, to settle in and stow their luggage. In the afternoon, they resolved to familiarize themselves with the environment of the preliminary venue. The arena was far grander than they had envisioned, resembling a vast indoor stadium. It was divided into several spacious areas, each equipped with different apparatuses or uniquely designed settings. Numerous eager competitors were already warming up inside, the sounds of exertion and clashing equipment echoing continuously. They observed areas featuring massive strength testing machines marked with scales, requiring full force strikes to assess destructive power. Other sections were littered with swaying wooden poles, pitfall traps, and high-low bars, clearly designed to test agility, balance, and pure speed. Additionally, several standard rings were constructed, indicating one-on-one elimination bouts would take place. The preliminary rounds appeared to be a comprehensive assessment of foundational abilities. Lin Feng analyzed the situation carefully, noting the tests of strength, speed, agility, and practical combat skills aimed at selecting well-rounded competitors devoid of significant weaknesses. Regardless of the events, I will certainly prevail, Suin Wukong declared, gesturing towards a strength-testing device with unbridled confidence. Colleen, however, was more serious, meticulously observing the details of each area, such as the materials of the obstacles and the dimensions of the rings, silently taking notes and contemplating strategies. Wulong, on the other hand, remained anxious throughout, trying to hide in the corners, fearful of being inadvertently struck by an errant projectile during warm-ups. As dusk approached, the three dined at a bustling outdoor food stall near their inn. The area was filled with an array of competitors, engaging in animated discussions, spitting out words in excitement. I hear this tournament is teeming with talent. It seems most of last year's top 8 have returned. Indeed, Jilong, Lin Feng, and Baofu are all here. And there are some new faces that seem quite formidable. Have you seen those 3 youngsters? Numbers 109 to 111? They may look young, but their energy is extraordinary. Are they the heirs of the Kamehameha style? It's been ages since I've encountered them. This should be interesting. The murmurs reached their ears, evidently. The trio's combination and the reputation of Kamehameha had generated some attention and discourse. As night enveloped Wugwa Island, the vibrant atmosphere continued to thrive, further amplified by the approaching tournament. Nevertheless, Lin Feng and his companions returned early to their modest inn. Suin Wukong collapsed into a deep sleep, breathing evenly, his tail occasionally twitching as if fighting in his dreams. Colleen remained in bed, repeatedly envisioning potential match scenarios. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, focusing intently, inner vision, allowing him to sense the robust and pure energy flowing steadily through his meridians, a result of 6 months of arduous training and the acceleration cards. His combat power of 90 points provided a solid foundation, while 600 replication points represented his hidden trump card. The key information regarding several primary opponents flashed clearly in his mind. Jilong, 88, Lin Feng, 78, Baofu, 72. The following day, as the preliminary matches commenced, he gazed outside at the resplendent lights of Wugwa Island, his resolve unwavering and as solid as rock. Victory was imperative. Outside, the distant sound of waves mingled with the nearby clamor, heralding the exhilarating prelude to the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Chapter 24. The trial of strength and speed. The dawn over Wugwa Island broke with the calls of seagulls and the soft murmur of the tide. As the first light of day painted the horizon, the island awakened, imbued with a tense and fervent atmosphere unlike any other. Today marked the day of the preliminary matches for the world's greatest martial arts tournament. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng, Suin Wukong, and Colleen rose. The trio had a simple breakfast at the inn and checked their belongings, the most crucial of which was the numbered badge pinned to their chests. Wulong remained behind at the inn to guard their luggage, showing no interest in the impending fierce competition, wishing instead to hide as far away as possible. Upon their arrival at the grand venue for the preliminary matches, they found the area already brimming with competitors, even though the official start was still over an hour away. Participants gathered from all directions, some sitting quietly to center themselves, their gazes sharp, others huddled in small groups, engaged in hushed conversations with serious expressions. Still others could no longer contain their excitement, beginning their warm-ups in the open spaces outside the venue, the sounds of shouts and the whoosh of punches filling the air. The atmosphere was saturated with the scents of sweat, herbal ointments, and the almost palpable intensity of competition. So many people. It feels even more crowded than yesterday, Suin Wukong exclaimed, his tail wagging with enthusiasm, displaying no trace of anxiety, as if attending a grand celebration. After all, today was the official competition. Colleen took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, his gaze scanning the crowd and spotting familiar faces, such as the towering Jilong, the agile Lin Feng, and the arrogant Baofu. Lin Feng remained silent, quietly practicing calm breath flow to stabilize his energy like a placid lake, while insightful eye discreetly activated, scanning the surrounding competitors and assessing the state of potential rivals. Most exhibited a somewhat restless aura, clearly under considerable pre-match pressure. He also noticed Jilong, 88, and Lin Feng, 78, whose energies reflected a steadiness that indicated rich competitive experience. At 7:30, the massive gate of the venue slowly opened. Staff began organizing the participants to enter in an orderly fashion, guided by their numbered badges. As they traversed the dimly lit passageway, They were greeted by the vastness of the main arena, its soaring dome and bright lights illuminating the entire space as if it were midday. The venue was distinctly divided into 4 primary zones, each corresponding to different assessment items, with each area equipped with judges' stands and recorders. A considerable number of spectators had already taken their seats, their buzzing discussions merging into a cacophonous background sound. The central electronic screen displayed the rules for the preliminary rounds. Tianxia Dai Wudao, Hui Preliminaries Rules. Participants were required to sequentially complete 2 fundamental assessments, strength test and agility test. Each assessment had a minimum qualifying standard, and failure to meet either standard would result in immediate disqualification. Those who passed both fundamental tests would advance to the 3rd round, practical elimination match. This elimination match employed a single elimination format, where the victors would progress to the main competition, top 32, while the losers would be eliminated. The rules were clear, yet ruthless, indicating that even with strong foundational abilities, misfortune could lead to failure against a formidable opponent in the practical elimination round. The first item, strength test. The strength testing area was equipped with several large, complex machines resembling boxing strength testers, with a target center made of a special alloy capable of withstanding immense impact. Participants were required to strike the target with maximum effort once, and the machine would automatically record and display the destructive power value. The qualifying standard was set at a destructive power of 50 units or more. The testing proceeded in order according to their assigned numbers. Many participants ahead of him exerted tremendous effort, with values typically fluctuating between 30 to 70, with those barely qualifying displaying joy, while those who did not meet the standard left the venue dejectedly. Soon it was Sun Wukong's turn, number 109. Curiously, he touched the target and casually threw a punch. A dull thud echoed, unlike the crisp sounds of others, resembling a heavy hammer striking solid rubber. The numbers on the display fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at 158 units. An astonished gasp arose from the crowd. Even the judges were momentarily stunned before announcing the score. 158 units, far surpassing the qualifying line, and even more than many previous scores combined. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, seemingly oblivious to his own strength. Puff, watching from the side, wore a grim expression and muttered, "Monster." Next was number 110, Lin. He took a deep breath, assumed a standard horse stance, and concentrated his energy, his petite frame unleashing remarkable power with a punch. 89 units, an excellent score that demonstrated his solid foundation and refined breath control. Lin exhaled in relief, satisfied with his performance. It was now number 111, Lin Feng's turn. He approached the strength tester, not striking a complex pose like Lin, but simply grounded himself. With Kuei Shi Lu Zhuan activated, he concentrated his energy in his right fist and delivered a swift strike. The motion was simple yet fluid, with explosive power focused. 102 units. Another high score. The audience buzzed with excitement. Lin Feng calmly retracted his fist, having anticipated this outcome. Ding. Successfully passed the strength test. With an excellent score, 100 units. Reward, 80 replication points. He noted that Gilong had also completed the test with a score of 121 units, showcasing his formidable strength. Lan Feng's score was 75 units, as strength was not her forte, yet she passed with ease. The second item, agility test. The agility testing zone was a vast, intricate area filled with various obstacles, including a rapidly rotating giant log array, a series of stilt-like platforms requiring precise foot placement, a low net area for crawling quickly, and a final segment requiring free climbing of a rock wall. Participants were required to navigate all obstacles in the shortest time possible, with a qualifying standard of completing the course within 60 seconds. This test placed a premium on coordination, balance, reaction speed, and explosive power. Many strength-oriented participants struggled here. Some were knocked off by the rotating logs, others fell from the stilts, and some moved sluggishly through the low net area, ultimately exceeding the time limit and facing disqualification, resulting in a rather chaotic scene. Sun Wukong once again showcased his extraordinary physical prowess, moving with the agility of a monkey through the obstacles, even bulldozing through certain sections with sheer strength, such as leaping over a long stretch of stilts, ultimately completing the course in an astounding 28 seconds, causing another uproar. Lin capitalized on his small frame and meticulous technique, flowing smoothly through each obstacle, finishing with an excellent time of 41 seconds. Lin Feng inhaled deeply as he entered the arena. With insightful eye fully activated, the trajectories of the obstacles, optimal landing points, and timing for exertion instantly formed the most efficient path in his mind. Combining the instantaneous explosiveness and endurance provided by Kuei Shi Lu Zhuan, he moved like the wind, weaving precisely between the rotating logs, leaping gracefully on the stilts, crawling swiftly through the low net area, and climbing the rock wall with vigor, the entire process pleasingly fluid. His final time was 39 seconds, even 2 seconds faster than Lin. This was attributed to the foresight and optimization of insightful eye. Ding. Successfully passed the agility test. With an excellent score, 40 seconds. Reward, 80 replication points. Gilong clearly struggled in this round, although he relied on powerful core strength to maintain his position. His speed was slower, ultimately finishing with a nail-biting time of 55 seconds. Lin Feng, however, moved gracefully, showcasing exceptional agility with a remarkable score of 35 seconds. After the 2 rounds of fundamental assessments, the originally crowded participant lineup had been reduced by over 2/3, leaving fewer than 100 individuals. Those remaining were undoubtedly skilled contenders with solid foundations, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The third item, practical elimination match. The remaining participants were renumbered and randomly assigned opponents. In the center of the venue, 8 standard rings were temporarily constructed for simultaneous one-on-one elimination matches. The rules were straightforward: falling off the ring, being down for 10 seconds without rising, or voluntarily conceding would result in defeat. Upon the draw results, Lin Feng felt a slight heaviness in his heart. His first opponent turned out to be the arrogant Puff, 72, a previous top 8 contestant. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Lin's opponents were 2 unfamiliar contestants with an aura of approximately 50 points. Haha, perfect. A warm-up before the main event. Wukong rubbed his fists together. Lin also felt relieved, as his opponent was not too strong. Upon seeing Lin Feng as her opponent, Puff was momentarily stunned before a condescending sneer appeared on her face. Approaching Lin Feng, she made a gesture across her neck with her thumb, arrogantly declaring, "You, number 111, are out of luck. Encountering me in the first round, I will make you realize that the era of the Turtle Sage's style is over." Lin Feng merely glanced at her without any response, his indifferent demeanor only fueling Puff's irritation further. The practical elimination match officially commenced. The 8 rings erupted into action simultaneously, with shouts, clashes, and the audience's cheers resonating throughout the venue, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Sun Wukong and Lin's matches were virtually without suspense. Wukong, relying solely on his speed and strength, effortlessly forced his opponent off the ring without employing any techniques. Lin, utilizing his solid fundamentals and superior combat skills, steadily secured victory. Both advanced to the next round with ease. The spotlight fell on the ring where Lin Feng faced Puff. Puff struck a flamboyant pose as soon as she entered the ring, attempting to dominate Lin Feng with her presence. "Go ahead and attack first, so you won't say that I bullied you." Lin Feng remained silent, slowly adopting the most basic stance of the Turtle Sage's style, his aura calm. Pretentious. Puff scoffed coldly and initiated the attack. With a swift step, she lunged forward, delivering a sharp knife-hand strike aimed directly at Lin Feng's neck, her speed impressive, accompanied by a whoosh of air. However, under the watchful gaze of insightful eye, Puff's movement trajectory, method of exertion, and even the flow of her breath were all crystal clear. Lin Feng executed a simple sidestep, narrowly evading the strike of the handblade, while his right hand, swift as a serpent, seized the wrist exposed after Pao Fu's attack missed its mark. Startled, Pao Fu attempted to break free, yet felt as though his wrist were ensnared in an iron grip. In retaliation, he unleashed a powerful hook aimed at Lin Feng's ribs. Unflinching, Lin Feng summoned the essence of Kuei Shi Lu Zhuan, fortifying his side to withstand the blow. A resounding thud echoed. Lin Feng remained steadfast, while Pao Fu felt as though his fist had struck resilient leather, sending a shockwave through his wrist. What? Pao Fu's complexion shifted dramatically as he realized that this seemingly tranquil opponent possessed strength far beyond his expectations. Without granting Pao Fu another moment, Lin Feng yanked the wrist he held towards himself, disrupting Pao Fu's balance, while his foot subtly tripped him. Pao Fu suddenly felt an irresistible force sweep over him. His footing compromised, and he tumbled forward with a startled cry. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to release his grip and sidestep, gently pushing Pao Fu from behind. With a resounding thud, Pao Fu landed in a most undignified manner, face first into the dust. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable precision, lasting no longer than 10 seconds. Lin Feng had not needed to employ any advanced techniques. He triumphed effortlessly through keen anticipation, solid fundamentals, and an undeniable advantage in strength and breath control. The arena fell momentarily silent before erupting into thunderous applause and laughter. Pao Fu lay on the ground, mortified and furious, escaping the venue with the help of his companions, his dignity in tatters. The referee announced loudly, "The victor, contestant number 111, Lin Feng." Sun Wukong shouted from the sidelines, "Lin Feng, splendid work." Clin wore an admiring smile. Lin Feng descended the stage with calm composure, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Defeating an opponent with a power level of 72 was a foregone conclusion for him, whose strength stood at 90. The true challenges lay ahead. The first round of the elimination matches concluded, having the number of contestants once more. The second round of draws and matches followed swiftly. This time, Lin Feng faced a jiu-jitsu expert with a strength rating of approximately 65, and he too advanced with remarkable stability and strength. Sun Wukong and Clin effortlessly vanquished their opponents once again. As the final whistle of the elimination round sounded, only 32 contestants remained standing in the arena. They would represent the elite of the current Tianxiadai Wudao Hui. Lin Feng, number 111, Sun Wukong, number 109, and Clin, number 110, were prominently displayed on the grand electronic screen alongside the matchups. Each advancing contestant was issued formal competition credentials and new, more exquisite identification tags. The main event would occur 3 days hence at the official arena of the Tianxiadai Wudao Hui on Mugua Island. As they exited the elimination venue, the twilight sun cast a warm glow upon the trio. Though merely preliminary matches, the rigorous tests and practical confrontations had left them somewhat fatigued. Yet a greater excitement for the upcoming main event and the challenges ahead surged within them. "Wonderful. We've all advanced," exclaimed Sun Wukong, joyfully bouncing. "Indeed. But the opponents in the main event will be even more formidable," Clin remarked, his expression grave as he studied the matchup chart. Their adversaries in the top 32 included past champions Jilong and Lin Feng. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his main event credentials, his gaze resolute. The preliminary rounds were merely an appetizer. The true Tianxiadai Wudao Hui had only just begun. Chapter 25. The main event commences against the Iron Tower, Jilong. 3 days passed beneath the scorching sun of Mugua Island, where fervent discussions regarding the Tianxiadai Wudao Hui intensified throughout the streets. At last, the day of the main event arrived. The primary venue, a grand circular arena constructed from ancient stones, seemed to awaken like a colossal beast, swallowing the throngs of spectators arriving from all corners of the world. At dawn, as the sky began to brighten, the enormous entrance of the arena buzzed with life. With a serpentine line of eager attendees stretching for miles, their cheers resonating into the heavens. The air was thick with the fragrance of tropical blossoms, the enticing aroma of grilled sausages from vendors, and an intangible yet fervent yearning for power and glory. Within the competitors' resting area, however, the atmosphere was as tense as ice. The 32 formidable individuals who had emerged from the brutal preliminaries resembled beasts poised to enter the Colosseum, scattered about as they made their final preparations. Some sat in meditation, their breaths deep and steady. Others stretched their limbs, joints cracking with each motion. Some meticulously wrapped their hands with oil-soaked cloth, their gazes sharp as hawks. Lin Feng sat quietly in a corner, the principles of Gui, Shi Lu Zhuan, flowing through him like mercury, adjusting his state to its peak. In the depths of his consciousness, the system panel displayed a clear figure of 3,330 points of replication, a considerable strategic reserve. He subtly activated Insightful Eye, his gaze casually sweeping across the arena. The towering figure of Jilong, 88, his presence as imposing as a mountain, exuded a palpable pressure. Lin Feng, 78, agile as a cheetah, possessed a cunning glint in her eyes, her steps light as though she could blend into the wind. These pre-identified foes were his true targets. Nearby, Sun Wukong yawned unabashedly, his tail lazily tapping the ground, while Clin appeared slightly anxious, repeatedly adjusting his wrist guards. At precisely 9 o'clock, a deep and resonant chime echoed as though from the heavens, instantly silencing the crowd. Then, stirring music filled the air, and numerous colorful ribbons cascaded from the ceiling. The spotlight blazed upon the center of the arena, where the host, clad in splendid attire, roared with enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, friends from around the world who cherish martial arts, welcome to the main event of the 22nd Tianxia Dai Wudao Hui. The overwhelming cheer of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, almost lifting the roof. The 32 elite contestants paraded around the arena amidst the rousing music and thunderous applause. As the host announced the names of the 3 disciples of the legendary martial arts master from the Kamehameha lineage, number 109 Sun Wukong, number 110 Lin, and number 111 Lin Feng, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and chatter, the name of Kamehameha stirring countless memories and expectations. The draw ceremony captivated the hearts of all contestants and spectators alike. The names on the big screen flashed wildly before finally settling. 111 Lin Feng versus 008 Jilong. 109 Sun Wukong versus 019 Chaba Wang. 110 Lin versus 015 Lanfang. Wow, the first match is against that behemoth, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Initially disappointed that his opponent was not Jilong, but quickly turned his attention to the chieftain-like Chaba Wang. Lin took a deep breath, clenching his fists. Facing Lanfang would be a battle demanding exceptional skill and reflexes. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Jilong, the power-based adversary he had noted during the preliminaries, boasting a strength level of 88, was the perfect test for the fruits of his 6 months of rigorous training and a honing ground for his replication skills. This presents a greater challenge than facing an unknown adversary, and it further ignites his fighting spirit. The first round of the competition officially commences. As the announcer's voice booms, in the first match, we invite contestant 111, Lin Feng, and contestant 008, Jilang, to the stage. The atmosphere in the arena instantly reaches its first climax. A rising star of the Kamehameha style faces Jilang, renowned for his sheer power in previous competitions. This is destined to be a clash of distinct styles, filled with suspense and tension. Lin Feng, be cautious of his heavy punches. Do not engage recklessly. Kellen anxiously advises. Haha, Lin Feng, let him witness our prowess. Sun Wukong exclaims, vigorously shaking his fist. Lin Feng nods resolutely, shedding his outer garment to reveal a tight-fitting black martial arts uniform. The contours of his muscular physique subtly discernible. He strides confidently onto the wide and solid ring, feeling the firm touch of the wooden floor beneath his feet. Opposite him, Jilang approaches like a true metallic fortress, his heavy steps resonating upon the stage. Towering over 2 meters, his bulging muscles seem on the verge of tearing through his specially designed judo uniform, his bronze skin glistening under the lights. The enormous sunglasses obscure his eyes. Yet an overwhelming, oppressive aura, akin to a primordial beast, pervades the air, causing those near the ring to momentarily lose their breath. The Kamehameha brat. Jilang's voice rumbles like a rolling boulder, laced with unabashed disdain. Your strength test results in the preliminaries were commendable. However, that was merely mechanical. Today, I shall use your body to teach you what true strength is. He raises a fist the size of a bowl and strikes it together, producing a deep thud. The referee inhales deeply, raises his arm high, and then brings it down forcefully. The match begins. With a thunderous boom, almost instantly after the referee's words, Jilang moves. His colossal foot thunders against the ring's surface, echoing like war drums. The entire platform seems to tremble in response. His massive frame surges forth with an astonishing speed that belies his size, charging at Lin Feng like a frenzied rhinoceros, intent on overwhelming everything in his path. The distance between them closes rapidly as his right fist retracts, akin to a siege hammer brimming with force, slicing through the air toward Lin Feng's face with a sound that could rupture eardrums. Simple, brutal, direct, yet brimming with the rawest and most heart-stopping destructiveness. Bring it on. Lin Feng's pupils constrict. He dares not hesitate. With a surge of energy, his insightful eye activates at full power, rendering the trajectory of Jilang's punch. The exertion of his muscles, and even the flow of his breath crystal clear in his perception. Simultaneously, Kame's breath flow operates at full throttle, anchoring his breath into his feet as he lowers his center of gravity, executing the foundational footwork of Phantom Punch to perfection. Swish. Lin Feng's figure glides to the left like a wraith. Jilang's devastating punch, capable of shattering stone, narrowly grazes by Lin Feng's ear. the fierce wind from the punch stinging his cheek and ruffling his hair. Ji Lang, having missed, stumbles forward slightly due to the immense inertia. But his extensive battle experience allows him to quickly pivot. His left arm sweeps across like a steel whip, casting a shadow over Lin Feng's escape route. This sudden change is both rapid and ruthless, sealing off Lin Feng's retreat. Not good. A chill runs down Lin Feng's spine. He understands that mere evasion will only lead to passivity. He must probe Ji Lang's limits. He steadies himself, channeling Kame breath flow into his arms, crossing them into a X shape, his muscles taut like iron, bracing for the sweeping strike. Boom. A sound akin to two speeding trucks colliding erupts on the stage. A visible shockwave radiates from their point of contact. Ugh. Lin Feng lets out a muffled grunt, feeling an indescribable colossal force surge through his arms like a tsunami. Intense pain spreads instantly, as if his bones might shatter. Blood surges violently, and he tastes iron in his throat. He is uncontrollably pushed backward, his shoes screeching against the wooden platform, leaving 2 long marks until he barely stabilizes himself at the edge of the ring, his arms trembling and already numb. In contrast, Ji Lang merely sways slightly before standing firm like a mountain. He cracks his neck, a cruel smile curling beneath his sunglasses. To receive a punch with 70% of my strength and only slide back? Kid, your bones are a bit tougher than I anticipated. But this is where it ends. The audience erupts and gasps. The difference in power is overwhelmingly apparent. Haha, what a thrill. Ji Lang bellows with a manic laugh, his bloodlust igniting. He no longer grants Lin Feng a moment's respite, his enormous frame surging forward once more, his fists becoming 2 heavy war hammers, unleashing a torrential barrage of relentless attacks. Each jab, hook, and swing carries the terrifying power to split mountains. With fists like mountains enveloping Lin Feng's vital points completely. Boom, 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 boom. The ring reverberates with a thunderous cacophony of impact. Each of Ji Lang's punches leaves distinct indentations on the hard surface of the ring, debris flying. His attacks are grand and sweeping, radiating a beauty of strength and destructiveness. Faced with this volcanic onslaught, Lin Feng employs insightful eye and phantom punch to their fullest potential. His figure becomes a blur amidst the rain of fists. Akin to a fragile boat in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet effortlessly dodging lethal strikes by mere inches at the last moment. His footwork is as fluid as smoke, sometimes drifting like willow fluff in the wind, other times slipping like a fish, leaving faint afterimages to confuse his opponent. Kame breath flow ensures that his stamina is conserved to the utmost, maintaining a steady breath throughout. Curse it! Like a flea, Ji Lang roars in frustration after failing to land a hit. Though his strength is formidable, each full-powered attack that misses drains his energy significantly. Furthermore, Lin Feng's seemingly precognitive dodges leave him with a sense of frustration akin to striking cotton, as anxious emotions begin to swell within him. Though his assault is fierce, it starts to lose structure, and openings begin to emerge quietly. Now is the moment. Lin Feng's eyes flash with brilliance. Insightful eye precisely captures the minuscule yet fatal opening revealed beneath Ji Lang's left ribcage after he delivers a powerful right hook. Opportunities are fleeting. Phantom punch, double illusion. Lin Feng silently urges himself, unleashing a surge of energy within. His figure suddenly flickers, materializing 2 solid afterimages that are nearly indistinguishable from reality. One afterimage feigns an attack to the left front, drawing Ji Lang's attention. The other retreats rapidly to the right rear, creating an illusion of escape. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's true form, leveraging the instantaneous explosive power of Kame breath flow, retracts his energy to the utmost, stealthily darting into Ji Lang's wide-open embrace like a cheetah blending with its surroundings. Receive this move. Universal shocking palm. Lin Feng bellows with a deep roar. As within his chest, the formidable energy accumulated through Kame breath flow compresses at an unprecedented speed, colliding and rubbing together. Dazzling blue arcs of electricity no longer weave delicately, but instead spread across his palm like a spider's web, emitting a spine-tingling crackle. A wave of destructive energy surges forth. Although it does not reach the level of altering the heavens as Kamehameha can, the amassed might sends a shiver deep within Ji Lang's very soul. What? Impossible. Ji Lang's eyes widen beneath his sunglasses, pupils contracting sharply. He attempts to defend, but his old strength is exhausted, and new strength has yet to emerge. His massive body cannot respond in time. One could only watch in horror as the hand, enveloped in terrifying blue electric light, rapidly magnified before their astonished gaze. With a thunderous impact, it landed squarely upon Jilong's unprotected right side. The sound of bones cracking was startlingly clear, even amidst the clamor of the venue. Jilong emitted a heart-wrenching wail, as if struck head-on by a speeding train, his massive body jolting violently. He felt at least 2 ribs break. His internal organs seemingly shattered in an instant, the excruciating pain overwhelming all consciousness. His feet left the ground, and a mixture of blood and gastric fluid erupted from his mouth, sending him flying backward like a ragged sack. With a heavy thud, Jilong crashed onto the hard floor at the edge of the stage, rolling several times before coming to a halt, unconscious and unresponsive. A charred handprint was clearly visible on his right side, still emitting wisps of smoke. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden reversal and the earth-shattering blow. A full 3 seconds passed. Then, as if a long-dormant volcano had erupted, an ear-splitting roar of cheers, shouts, and applause surged through the arena like a tsunami, engulfing every corner. The victor, number 111, Lin Feng, the referee's voice, filled with incredulous excitement and trembling, announced with all his might. A notification chimed. Victory in the first round of the World Martial Arts Championship. Defeating the formidable Jilong, power level 88. Reward, 300 replication points. Current available replication points, 3,330 to 3,030 points. On the stage, Lin Feng slowly retracted his hand, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a stream, soaking his collar. The continuous high-intensity use of Eye of Insight for prediction, Phantom Fist for extreme evasion and duplication, culminated in the earth-shattering strike of World-Shattering Palm, nearly exhausting him. Yet he stood resilient, his spine erect. He raised his hand to wipe away the trickle of blood that had escaped from his mouth due to the internal shock. His gaze sharp as it swept across the ecstatic audience, finally settling on the contestants' resting area. He saw Tien jumping with excitement, fists raised, and Sun Wukong with his tail erect, howling in delight. He also noticed the unmistakable shock and gravitas in the eyes of Lin Feng and other powerful contenders, tinged with a hint of wariness. Chapter 26. The Mystery of Jolin and the Emergence of Qigong. The grand circular arena of the World Martial Arts Championship buzzed like a boiling cauldron. The blazing sun hung high, scorching the stone-paved stage, causing the air to shimmer with heat. In the stands, a sea of heads surged, the sound waves crashing against eardrums like a tangible tsunami. The mingled scents of sweat, dust, sunscreen, and fervent emotions filled every corner. The contestants' resting area was located in a relatively shaded zone behind the stage. Yet the atmosphere was even more fervent than the sunlit arena. The martial artists who had successfully advanced to the top 32 were either seated or standing, each making their final adjustments. Some closed their eyes, breathing deeply. Others repeatedly stretched their limbs, joints cracking, while some surveyed their potential opponents with sharp gazes. An unspoken competition hanging in the air. Lin Feng leaned against a cool stone pillar, his eyes gently closed, the turtle breathing technique, flowing within him like a gentle stream, quietly mending the subtle aches in his meridians from his hard clash with Jilong, calming his turbulent qi and blood. The fine beads of sweat on his skin, upon meeting the coolness of the pillar, brought a sense of relief. The words of the turtle immortal echoed in his mind. Strength resides in the heart, not the form. Although he had triumphed through the brute force of world-shattering palm, it left him with a sense of stagnation, as if he were nearing a bottleneck. Just then, the loudspeakers in the center of the arena emitted a booming hum, cutting through the noise of the crowd. The host's voice rang out passionately. Ladies and gentlemen, next, we have another focal battle of the day. Contestant number 110, Tien from the Turtle Immortal School, versus number 15, Lin Feng, renowned for her agile staff techniques in past tournaments. In an instant, the spotlight illuminated the exit of the contestant tunnel. Tien took a deep breath, inhaling the air laden with dust and tension from the stage. He glanced at Lin Feng and Sun Wukong beside him. Tien, go for it. Show that staff wielder what you're made of. Sun Wukong cheered, vigorously waving his fists, his tail swaying excitedly, his face radiating unclouded fighting spirit. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze calm as he looked at Clin, his voice low yet clear. Clin, remember, her speed advantage lies in her relentless offensive and the interplay of reality and illusion. But when attacks fail to breach defenses, impatience will arise. Your strengths are calmness and resilience. Use stillness to control movement, maintain your rhythm, and her flaws will reveal themselves. He succinctly conveyed to Clin the imperceptible moments of stillness in Lin Feng's aura during her rapid directional shifts, as captured by Eye of Insight. Clin nodded earnestly, the last traces of tension in his eyes replaced by resolute fighting spirit. He tightened the belt of his orange martial arts uniform, his polished head gleaming with determination under the lights, and strode confidently toward the center of the stage, the focus of all eyes. On the stage, Lin Feng stood proudly. Her posture was tall and well-proportioned, clad in a fitted deep blue outfit adorned with tassels, exuding an exotic flair. The war paint on her face, emblematic of tribal warriors, added a wild beauty to her striking features. The long staff she had wielded for years, jet black and gleaming, twirled gracefully between her slender fingers, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. "Oh, little bald brother," Lin Feng teased, a seductive yet dangerous smile playing on her red lips, her tone light, yet her piercing gaze, akin to that of a mountain eagle, was locked onto Clin, not allowing for a moment of carelessness. "Do enjoy my dance, and don't blink, or you'll lose." Clin stood firm at the opposite end of the stage, adopting the solid starting stance of the Turtle Immortal School, his breath deepening, his gaze as tranquil as water. "Give it your all." The referee stood between them, his sharp eyes scanning both competitors. Once satisfied with their readiness, he swiftly brought his arm down like a blade. "The match begins." Whoosh. Almost the instant the referee's words fell, Lin Feng sprang into action. Her speed was astonishing, leaving only a faint visual trace as she seemingly vanished, her true form diving toward Clin like a specter. With a flick of her staff, the attack transformed from a simple thrust into a dazzling barrage of silver staff strikes, a whirlwind of motion, enveloping Clin's vital points. The shadows of the staff layered upon one another, the sound of slicing air sharp and piercing, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which was real and which was an illusion in that instant. What incredible speed! Even more ferocious than in the preliminaries. Clin's heart raced, but he was well prepared. He combined the fundamental footwork of the Turtle Immortal School with his own nimble agility, avoiding a direct confrontation with the suffocating flurry of staff strikes, instead becoming like a willow leaf dancing in the wind, weaving and swaying through the relentless assault, retreating gracefully. His movements lacked the precise foresight afforded by Lin Feng's Eye of Insight, relying instead on honed reflexes and a near-instinctual intuition fraught with danger. The staff's tip grazed the edges of his clothing, brushing past his cheek, the fierce gusts it generated stinging his skin, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Hee. Quite playful innovation. A hint of surprise flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, followed by a light laugh as her staff technique underwent a sudden transformation. The nimble thrusts morphed into sweeping strikes reminiscent of a forceful flood, each motion accompanied by a howling wind, as if the heavy staff shadows were on the verge of tearing the very air apart, striving to compress the evasion space that Clinton relied upon for his agility. Clinton felt an immense pressure, his form forced to retreat repeatedly on the stage, his footsteps echoing sharply against the stone slabs. With a focused gaze, he seized the moment as Lin Feng's staff, expending its former vigor, began to tire in its sweeping arc. In a split second, he dove forward, dangerously sliding close to the ground, narrowly slipping through the staff's gap, while simultaneously executing a swift sweeping kick aimed at Lin Feng's supporting ankle. Lin Feng exclaimed softly, slightly taken aback by Clinton's boldness and precision. She leapt gracefully to evade, yet her staff pursued relentlessly, striking downward like a serpent poised to strike, aiming directly at Clinton's exposed back. Clinton appeared to possess eyes in the back of his head, rolling swiftly to avoid the staff's tip as it grazed his spine, leaving a searing pain in its wake. He regained his footing, withdrawing to create distance, his breath now slightly labored. In the first round, he had been entirely on the defensive, yet he successfully dodged all lethal strikes and executed a beautiful counter, showcasing remarkable adaptability. A clever tactic. Lin Feng nodded subtly from the stance. Clinton was acutely aware of his disadvantages in both speed and range of attack, skillfully emphasizing his strengths while minimizing his weaknesses. maximizing his defense and evasion as he patiently sought for an opportunity. Seeing Clinton's slippery evasions, the playful glint in Lin Feng's eyes gradually shifted to a more serious demeanor. With a fierce shout, she suddenly accelerated her rotation, her staff whirling like a windmill, transforming her into a petite silver tornado. The ninjutsu, whirlwind staff dance. This time, the shadows of her staff not only moved faster but also became denser, imbued with a strange force of suction generated by the rotation. As if an invisible force field had formed around the stage, rendering Clinton's movements sluggish and his evasion steps significantly hindered. This is bad. Clinton's expression changed as he realized he could no longer solely rely on his footwork to evade this area attack. He gritted his teeth, fully activating the turtle breathing flow. Concentrating his energy into his arms, crossing his palms in a cruciform stance. He aimed at the densest and most concentrated point within the myriad of staff shadows, striking with all his might rather than retreating. Crack! The sound echoed clearly amidst the raucous crowd, akin to the clash of metal. Clinton felt as though his palms had struck a rapidly spinning steel drill. A piercing pain surged through him, his arms tingled, yet he successfully deflected the main attack. Using the momentum, he drifted backward, albeit slightly unsteady, his palms reddened and swollen, but he had once again narrowly escaped the crisis. Hey, little bald head. You've got some grit. Let's see how long you can hold out. Lin Feng's fighting spirit was ignited, her assault growing fiercer, her staff akin to a relentless shadow, shimmering with silver light, pursuing Clinton without allowing him a moment's respite. The match plunged into a breathless stalemate. On the stage, a blue, agile figure chased a swirling silver storm, colliding, separating, and colliding again. Lin Feng, leveraging her speed, weaponry, and the absolute advantage of varied techniques, dominated the scene, her offense flowing like mercury. Meanwhile, Clinton, akin to a rock amidst tumultuous waves, relied on his calm intellect, a tenacity surpassing his peers, and the ultimate flexibility of the Turtle Sage's foundational movements to evade or deflect lethal attacks time and again. From the outside, it appeared that Clinton was consistently under pressure, at a disadvantage, yet his resilience was commendable, his gaze unwavering and clear, his breath quick yet composed, never revealing a flaw significant enough to determine the outcome. Clinton was wearing her down. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, and with insightful eye, he clearly observed that Lin Feng's dazzling onslaught, each extreme speed change and powerful staff swing, was depleting her stamina and breath far more than Clinton's defensive and evasive tactics. As the relentless assault continued, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Feng's smooth forehead, her breathing became less steady, and the calm in her gaze was gradually replaced by an almost imperceptible hint of agitation. The balance of victory was slowly tilting. The opportunity was near. Lin Feng silently mused. Indeed, after yet another round of tempestuous attacks, Lin Feng prepared to execute a powerful spinning strike requiring immense core strength, creating a brief but deadly gap for a seasoned fighter. Her movements momentarily faltered. Having patiently awaited this moment like a masterful hunter, Clinton's eyes suddenly sparkled with sharp intensity. This was the instant he had been waiting for, when her old strength had waned and her new strength had yet to manifest. Now was the time. Clinton surged forward, no longer retreating, channeling the turtle-breathing flow into his legs, unleashing an unprecedented burst of speed. He shot forth like an arrow, charging directly into Lin Feng's slightly open center. This decision was exceptionally bold, as it meant he would enter the most perilous range of her staff's power. Yet it also placed him in the dead zone of her weapon's swings. Lin Feng was taken aback. She never expected Clinton, who had been under her control, to launch such a decisive counterattack. She attempted to retract her staff for defense, but her movements were too late, and her arms could not assist in time. In a flash, Clinton's target was unmistakably not Lin Feng's body, but rather the weapon that had brought her fame, the staff. With lightning speed, Clinton's hands moved. His left hand precisely supported the weaker midsection of the staff, while his right hand exerted all its strength to drive down upon the tip. This seemingly simple move concealed the highest principles of leverage and timing mastery found in the Turtle Sage's empty-handed techniques. Release. Lin Feng felt a clever force, akin to electricity, surge through the staff, causing her wrist to tingle, and her fingers involuntarily loosened. The staff, which had extended like an extension of her arm, slipped from her grasp, tracing an arc of despair before landing with a crisp clang on the far side of the stage. With her weapon lost, Lin Feng's face paled instantly, her composure shattered. Yet Clinton showed no hesitation. In the instant he sent the staff flying, he propelled his body forward, delivering a solid, swift shoulder charge directly into Lin Feng's soft abdomen, which was now wide open due to her shock. Ugh! Lin Feng emitted a muffled groan of pain, the intensity causing her to bend over, utterly losing her balance as she staggered backward. Seizing the advantage, Clinton leapt up, delivering a clean and powerful spinning kick, striking precisely at the unprotected junction of Lin Feng's neck and shoulder. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Lin Feng, akin to a kite severed from its string, spun out of the ring's boundary, crashing heavily onto the ground outside, struggling twice before failing to rise. The entire arena fell into a momentary silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, textbook-perfect reversal of fortune, where the weaker had triumphed over the stronger. Then, as if a volcano had erupted, thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles erupted into the air. This victory, a perfect amalgamation of wisdom, resilience, skill, and courage, captivated every spectator. The victor, number 110, Clinton. The referee's voice rang out with excitement and admiration. Clinton stood at the center of the stage, hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath as sweat streamed down his bald head like a small stream, soaking his martial arts uniform. His arms and palms trembled slightly, the after-effects of enduring heavy blows and unleashing all his strength. Yet when he lifted his head and gazed towards the competitor area, a radiant smile of achievement illuminated his face as he vigorously waved his fists towards Lin Feng and Wukong. Well done, Clinton. Absolutely spectacular. Lin Feng sincerely marveled at this victory, which bore a worth no less than his triumph over Ji Lang. Ha! Clin, that last move of yours was incredibly impressive. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, dancing with delight, even more ecstatic than if he had claimed victory himself. In the subsequent match, Sun Wukong faced off against the formidable Chaba Wang, who donned attire reminiscent of a primitive tribal chief. This confrontation held little suspense. Chaba Wang, with his immense strength and thunderous roars, could barely withstand 3 rounds against Wukong's extraordinary, almost supernatural prowess. Wukong did not employ any techniques. He relied solely on his sheer speed and strength. A seemingly unremarkable straight punch sent the large-bodied Chaba Wang soaring out of the ring, effortlessly securing his advancement. Wukong casually clapped his hands and leapt down from the platform, as though he had merely completed a warm-up session. Thus, all 3 disciples of the Turtle School boldly advanced into the top 16 of the world's martial arts tournament. This news spread like wildfire across the entirety of Mugwa Island, reviving the long-dormant name of the Turtle School in the most resplendent manner, resonating throughout the martial arts community. As the first day of the main competition drew to a close under the fading glow of the setting sun, the night air on Mugwa Island carried a rare coolness, dispersing the heat of the day. Inside the modest yet clean room of the inn where the trio resided, a palpable tension lingered. The sounds of the distant marketplace outside accentuated the stillness within. That Namu, the information is too scant, Clin frowned, scrutinizing the simple data card in his hand, which contained only a name, the origin of Jie Village, and a blurred black and white photograph. I believe I have heard the teacher mention Jie Village. It is said to be a very remote and mysterious place, supposedly located high in the mountains. Who cares? Winning is all that matters, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly, chomping on an oversized roasted meat skewer purchased from the street, his tail swaying contentedly, grease smeared across his face. Lin Feng remained silent, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, they were surprised to find Master Rashi standing there. Clad in his flamboyant Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses, he bore an unusual seriousness, devoid of his usual lecherous humor. Master? The trio exclaimed in surprise, hastily rising to their feet. Yes, Master Rashi replied as he entered the cramped room and nonchalantly sat cross-legged on the polished floor. You all witnessed and experienced the competition today. His gaze swept over them, finally resting on Lin Feng. The depths of the martial arts tournament are far greater than you can imagine. Among the top 16, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some opponents may possess abilities you have never encountered or even fathomed. He paused, picking up the data card that Clin had placed on the table. Lin Feng. Your next opponent, Namu, hails from Jie Village. That place is not trivial. Master, what is so special about Jie Village? Clin inquired, Unable to suppress his curiosity, Master Roshi did not answer directly. Instead, he posed a question. Do you know what the highest realm of using Qi is? Aside from enhancing the power of your punches and kicks, or local explosions like the Wan Guijing Tian Palm, is it to unleash a powerful energy wave? Like Tao Bai Bai? Sun Wukong interjected, recalling the assassin's energy wave technique. Or is it a formidable long-range maneuver? Clin speculated. Master Roshi slowly shook his head, the depth of his gaze suggesting profound wisdom beneath his sunglasses. The pinnacle of Qi manipulation lies in the perfect unification of condensation and release. It is neither a scattered application on your limbs nor an explosive burst at close range. Rather, it is about consolidating your Qi throughout your body, compressing it to a degree akin to transforming loose sand into an iron block, forming an indomitable force, and then releasing it to traverse space, precisely obliterating distant targets. He paused, observing the trio's expressions of partial understanding, and sighed. It seems merely speaking will not suffice for you to grasp this. It is time for you to witness the true essence of the Turtle School. With that, Master Roshi stood. This place is too cramped. Follow me to a more spacious area. The trio, both astonished and exhilarated, hurriedly followed. Master Roshi led them through the back door of the inn to a secluded beach. The night was deep, with only the gentle sound of waves lapping at the shore. The starry sky sparkled like scattered diamonds upon a deep blue velvet canvas, while the moonlight laid a silvery frost upon the sand. Facing the vastness of the ocean, which shimmered under the moonlight, Master Roshi gradually adopted an ancient and solemn stance. In an instant, his aura transformed. He was no longer the lecherous and comical old man, but resembled a towering mountain, harmonizing with the surrounding environment. Pay close attention, young ones. This is one of the ultimate techniques of the Turtle School, the Turtle School's Kamehameha, as he intoned with a deep and commanding voice. Master Roshi brought his palms together, slowly lowering them to his waist. In the next moment, a breathtaking phenomenon occurred. The surrounding air seemed to warp and churn. Visible white motes of light, akin to countless fireflies, surged from all directions, even from the void, rushing towards his palms with fervor. An indescribably immense energy rapidly coalesced there, compressing and emitting a deep, resonant hum. Lin Feng's eye of insight blared a warning at this moment. He observed the Qi within Master Roshi, which had previously been as tranquil as a vast ocean, now being compressed in a mysteriously profound manner into a brilliantly glowing sphere, brimming with destructive energy. The density of energy within that sphere was unimaginable. Kamehameha. Master Roshi's chest erupted with a thunderous roar, and with a powerful thrust of his palms, he unleashed the energy. Boom! A colossal, searing blue energy beam, as fierce as the midday sun, erupted from Master Roshi's palms, roaring forth like a liberated dragon. It instantly shattered the serene night, illuminating the entire beach as if it were day. Wherever the beam traveled, the air was ionized, crackling with explosive sounds. And the terrifying energy waves caused Lin Feng and the others, standing several meters away, to feel their skin prickling and their breath momentarily halted. The beam surged forth with unstoppable force, crashing into the pitch-black sea several kilometers away. A thunderous roar reverberated from the distance, reminiscent of a meteorite striking the ocean. Even from such a distance, the trio could see the sea surface abruptly rising, followed by a towering water column shooting skyward. The waves, centered around the point of explosion, violently spread outward, forming enormous ripples that refused to settle. Some dazed fish were even flung onto the beach. Master Roshi gradually retracted his stance, the suffocating aura dissipating in an instant, as if that cataclysmic strike had been a mere afterthought. He turned to face the trio, who were left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in awe. Did you see that? This is the condensation and release of Qi. Its power depends on the practitioner's own Qi capacity and mastery of the condensation technique. Raw strength pales in comparison to this artistry. A tempest of thoughts surged within Lin Feng. The eye of insight had just operated at full capacity. Although it could not fully decipher the intricately complex trajectory and operational principles of the energy compression, the boundless Qi, the astonishing perfection of the condensation, and the unimaginable release power were all indelibly etched in his mind. This was the true high-level Qi technique, compared to the previously imitated Wan Guijing Tian Palm, which emphasized close-range bursts and energy attachment. It was a chasm apart. This was not merely a difference in technique. It represented a profound disparity in understanding the essence of Qi. Ding. Detection of high-level energy manipulation skill. Kamehameha, Turtle School's ultimate technique. The skill level is exceedingly high, involving rules of energy manipulation. To fully analyze and replicate, it requires a substantial expenditure of replication points and the fulfillment of specific conditions. Would you like to attempt to pay 1,000 points for a preliminary analysis of the principles and to construct a basic energy compression model? Yes, Lin Feng instinctively confirmed in his mind. He understood that this could be the key to breaking through the current bottleneck in his understanding and application of power. Even if it were merely a rudimentary form, a direction. The consumption of 1,000 replication points for in-depth simulated learning to analyze the complexity of the skill commenced. A vast and obscure flow of information surged into Lin Feng's mind. This was not a complete cultivation method, but rather the foundational principles of qi condensation. Certain key characteristics of energy flow within the meridians, and an extremely rudimentary, embryonic energy compression model. This was far from the complete Kamehameha technique. It resembled a key that opened the door to a new world, a beginner's guide indicating the path forward. Simultaneously, he felt the qi within his body, which had been operating smoothly, surge violently, as if stirred by the concept of this advanced application, becoming lively and eager for change. The analysis of the Kamehameha technique, in complete form, was complete. Current mastery level, beginner, 1. It cannot be applied in combat, but provides direction for the cultivation of qi wave-like skills, foundational principles, and initial energy compression concepts. Consumption of replication points, 1,000 points. Current available replication points, 3,330, 1,000, 2,330 points. Although the cost was substantial and he had only grasped a rudimentary concept, Lin Feng felt it was worth it. He had touched the threshold of a higher level of power, and his perspective had been greatly broadened. This was not just an additional skill option, but a baptism of his entire martial arts understanding. All right, the demonstration is complete. The voice of Master Rashi interrupted Lin Feng's contemplation. This technique cannot be mastered merely by watching once and having a fleeting understanding. It requires years of arduous training. A mastery of one's own qi as if it were an extension of oneself, and a profound comprehension of the essence of qi. I show you this to let you know that beyond heaven, there is more. Do not be satisfied with the victories of the moment, like a frog in a well. He cast a deliberate glance at Lin Feng, his gaze seeming to penetrate his innermost thoughts. Especially you, Lin Feng, your journey is far from over. Tomorrow's opponent, that Mu, hails from Jialin village, a place that may harbor some extraordinary elements differing from ordinary martial arts. Take care. With that, Master Rashi waved his hand, and his figure merged into the night, vanishing from sight. After Master Rashi departed, the three of them were overwhelmed with emotion, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. The beach was left with only the sound of the waves and their heavy breathing. Incredible. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong was the first to react, his eyes sparkling as he excitedly mimicked Master Rashi's energy-gathering movements, gesturing toward the sea. Although there were no fluctuations in energy, his enthusiasm infected those around him. Clin wore a face full of longing and shock. Is this the true power of the Kamehameha? The ability to condense and release qi is simply unbelievable. Lin Feng silently moved to one side, sitting cross-legged on the cool sand, closing his eyes, and fully immersing himself in the fragmented information of the Kamehameha technique and the subtle, eager sensation of qi within him. With 2330 replication points, perhaps there were more efficient ways to seize this precious opportunity for insight. He communicated with the system. Exchange for a high-level training acceleration card, 24 hours. Focusing on understanding the principles of the Kamehameha technique, constructing the qi wave energy compression model, and insights related to qi control. Exchange for high-level training acceleration card successful. Consuming 800 replication points. Current available replication points, 2330, 800, 1530 points. High-level training acceleration card has been activated. Remaining time 2-3-5959. Perception, comprehension, and precision of qi control have significantly improved. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as though the speed of his thoughts, his understanding of that obscure information, and his perception and control over the subtle changes in his internal qi had all ascended to a new dimension. It was as if he had been observing through frosted glass, and now the glass had been polished. The The speed of his comprehension of energy compression principles accelerated significantly, and the flow of qi within him became clearer and more controllable, allowing him to attempt some extremely minute, imitative condensation exercises. He immediately immersed himself in the exploration of this new realm of qi mastery. Although it was impossible to truly master the Kamehameha in such a short time, and he could not even produce a spark, this accelerated deep comprehension was sufficient to propel him into a qualitative leap in his understanding of qi usage, establishing a crucial foundation for his next steps in growth. Under the night sky, with stars twinkling, Sun Wukong tirelessly imitated and shouted from a distance. Lin sat on a rock, resting his chin in contemplation of the teacher's words and that earth-shattering strike. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, under the effect of the high-level training acceleration card, seized every moment to touch, understand, and digest the new vistas that lay beyond the gateway to greater power. The upcoming battle with Mu would not merely be a simple contest of victory and defeat, but rather a practical test of his newly acquired insights from tonight. The mysteries of Jialin village and the unknowns surrounding Mu transformed into a fervent anticipation and fighting spirit within him. Chapter 27. The Trials of Jialin Tower and the Super Battle. The announcement from the Martial Arts Association echoed like a block of ice thrown into a boiling pot of oil, instantly altering the atmosphere on Muguo Island. The top 16 matches would be held in 3 days, a revelation that temporarily cooled the fervor of the arena while a deeper, more intense undercurrent surged through every corner of the island. The deafening cheers from the day still echoed in their ears, yet on the streets, in training grounds, and even in restaurants, one could see martial artists with serious expressions, seizing every moment for intensive training or quietly discussing strategies in small groups. These 3 days were not a time for rest, but rather a crucial preparation period before the storm. Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, and Lin, having experienced the exhilarating battles of the first round, understood better than anyone the value of these 3 days. The joy of advancing was like foam on the surface of the sea, quickly replaced by vigilance against stronger opponents and an urgent need for self-improvement. They immediately threw themselves into a more targeted and nearly harsh training regimen. At dawn, as the horizon began to show the first light of day and the sea still retained the last remnants of night, Lin Feng arrived alone at a secluded bay behind the inn, surrounded by rugged rocks. The moist and slightly salty sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing with it the unique coolness of the morning. He removed his shoes and socks, feeling the cold, fine sand beneath his bare feet before sitting cross-legged, facing the rising waves of the sea. The effect of the high-level training acceleration card acted as an invisible catalyst, sharpening his mind and senses. He closed his eyes, allowing the Kamehameha to flow naturally, his breathing gradually synchronizing with the rhythm of the waves crashing against the rocks. In his mind, the fragmented information from the Kamehameha technique transformed from a chaotic array of symbols and concepts into something with an inherent rhythm and structure under the influence of the acceleration card. The obscure principles of energy compression appeared as the accumulation and release of power with the ebb and flow of tides. The subtle sensations of qi circulating through specific meridian nodes became as clear and discernible as water flowing through the crevices of rocks. He no longer rushed for immediate results, but immersed himself in this internal refinement. With a subtle shift of his intent, he attempted to guide a faint breath within the depths of his dantian, causing it to rotate and compress like a whirlpool. Each attempt was accompanied by a heightened focus of mental energy and the delicate tremors of his internal meridians. Although the formation of even a faint visible aura of energy seemed an unattainable distance away, and not even a glimmer could be felt in the palm, his perception of the essence of energy and the precision of its flow control quietly improved during this deep meditation. The restlessness and scattered energy within him, which had been stirred by yesterday's fierce battle, gradually became more docile and condensed through this continuous and meticulous refinement, akin to wrought iron being repeatedly hammered, with impurities gradually eliminated and resilience emerging. The circulation of Gui Shi Lu Zhuan appeared to be more harmonious and smooth, hinting at a subtle enhancement in recovery efficiency. He sat there, seemingly becoming part of the rocky landscape, until the blazing sun reached its zenith, casting dazzling golden reflections upon the sea. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong plunged into the untamed depths of the tropical rainforest at the edge of Muguo Island, a realm of intertwining vines and towering ancient trees. Like a primordial beast released from captivity, For him, the silent meditation was far less effective than the most primal and direct confrontation. His training ground was the vibrant yet perilous natural world. He pursued sword-toothed wild boars, comparable in size to small elephants. Engaging in a lethal race against time within the dense thicket, he battled ferocious swarms of blood-sucking giant bats, honing his reflexes and ability to fight in groups. He even ventured into the colorful yet deadly coral reefs surrounding the island, grappling with monstrous octopuses with fearsome tentacles, refining his physique and breath-holding capacity beneath the frigid waters and immense pressure. His growth often manifested through these seemingly reckless and perilous adventures, achieved in a nearly instinctive manner, both savage and efficient. Each time he returned, battered and bruised, his gaze became sharper and his energy more solidified. Kellen's approach, on the other hand, was more pragmatic and systematic. He discovered an abandoned quarry near the inn, filled with an assortment of stones and fractured pillars. He meticulously reviewed every detail of his battle with Lin Feng, mentally simulating various evasive maneuvers and blocking techniques against rapid attacks and erratic staff techniques. He envisioned the scattered stones as a myriad of staff shadows. Practicing extreme agility in confined spaces, he used the robust pillars to hone precise blocking and force dissipation techniques. Sweat soaked his orange martial arts uniform, leaving dark imprints on the dust-laden ground. He understood that his advantage lay in the finesse of his technique and the resilience of his combat style. Thus, he focused intently on refining every detail and preparing tactical reserves. The insights imparted by the Turtle Sage regarding the manipulation of energy prompted him to explore more refined control of his breath, transforming it from merely a source of power into an aid for enhancing speed and reaction capabilities. On the evening of the second day, as the sun painted the sky in a splendid orange hue, the three gathered under a massive palm tree by the inn to share their day's experiences. Lin Feng described the profound sensation of energy containment and heightened perception, while he could not articulate the specific methods. The concepts of condensation and control widened Wukong's eyes and plunged Kellen into deep contemplation. Beneath the surface calm of Mugwai Island, various tidbits of information about their opponents began to swirl like an undercurrent. Tea houses, taverns, and even open-air markets became venues for exchanging intelligence. Direct news about Lin Feng's next opponent, Namu, remained scarce, yet the legends of Jialin Village and Jialin Tower began to spread quietly through these corners. Merchants who had traveled extensively asserted with conviction that Jialin Village was nestled atop the nearly isolated, towering Jialin Sacred Mountain in the far west, with treacherous paths leading to the village that only the most resolute could traverse. Some even claimed that atop the sacred mountain stood Jialin Tower, a spire piercing the clouds, where a mysterious being known as the Cat Sage or Jialin Darun resided, guarding a super sacred water that could significantly enhance one's strength. It was said that Nam Mu had acquired teachings from this sage, possessing not merely martial prowess, but also incredible, almost supernatural techniques. Lin Feng stumbled upon these fragmented rumors at the market. His sense of vigilance suddenly heightened to a new level. Supernatural abilities? A disciple of a sage? This was entirely beyond his previous understanding of the martial arts system on Dragon Ball Earth. The insightful eye could not penetrate space to obtain more precise information, and this uncertainty brought forth a profound unease. He realized that in the face of an opponent who might not adhere to conventional norms, relying solely on his existing skills and methodical training strategies would no longer suffice. He needed more trump cards and greater adaptability. The remaining 1530 replication points felt like dormant wealth. He restrained the impulse to use them immediately, deciding to reserve them for the most critical moment, believing that on-the-spot improvisation during battle might prove more effective. He dedicated the rest of his time to solidifying his proficiency in residual image fist, while cautiously integrating the newly comprehended principles of energy condensation into the execution of Wangwu Jingtian Palm. He no longer pursued extreme explosive power, but rather sought to exercise finer control and guidance over his strength at the moment of striking, hoping to introduce some variability, reducing the wear and tear associated with direct confrontation. Conversely, Sun Wukong dismissed these rumors entirely, or perhaps he simply did not care. Whether the opponent was a disciple of a sage or a monster made no difference to him. Defeating them was all that mattered. He continued his untamed and adventurous natural training methods, even getting excited upon hearing tales of fire-breathing dinosaurs on the island. spending the entire day immersed in the volcanic region at the island's center, searching for traces of them. Kellen, however, diligently honed his fundamentals. The rumored supernatural abilities weighed heavily on him. He understood that in the face of absolute power and bizarre abilities, the significance of technique might diminish. Therefore, he resolved to refine his own foundation to perfection, enhancing his odds of success. He escalated the intensity of his training once more. On the final day of their rest period, the three instinctively chose a relatively relaxed approach, allowing their bodies and minds, fatigued from 2 consecutive days of rigorous training, to unwind and adjust to their optimal state. Lin Feng ceased any specific technique practice or deep meditation. Instead, he leisurely strolled along the beach in the early morning, engaging in the most fundamental and soothing breath regulation and body stretching exercises. His movements flowed like water, synchronized with deep breaths, completely relaxing his muscles and meridians. He stood atop a massive reef, gazing at the vast expanse of the tranquil sea, shimmering in the sunlight, feeling the caress of the sea breeze. A blend of anticipation and caution intertwined within him, ultimately transforming into a tranquil yet steadfast combat spirit, as solid as rock. His gaze was clear and resolute, akin to a finely honed blade. Sun Wukong embodied his philosophy that being well-fed and well-rested constituted the best form of training. After indulging in a hearty meal at the inn, he luxuriated in a long afternoon slumber, his snores resonating like thunder, his tail occasionally flicking in contentment. Kellen meticulously checked his martial arts attire and leg bindings one last time, ensuring nothing impeded his movements, before engaging in a brief moment of quiet sitting to calm his mind. As night descended once more, and the lights of Mugwa Island illuminated the surroundings, the vibrant nightlife seemed more fervent than ever, yet an atmosphere of impending conflict pervaded the air, like an invisible fog, heralding the arrival of tomorrow's storm. At the main venue of the world's first martial arts tournament, the colossal circular arena once again filled with fervent crowds. The roar of the masses crashing against everyone's eardrums like a tangible tsunami. The commencement of the top 16 matches signified a new level of brutality in the competition, where each bout would be a pinnacle clash among elites, leaving no room for complacency. The resounding announcement overshadowed the clamor. Top 16 matches, first match. Contestant 111, Lin Feng, versus Contestant 24, Namu. Please take the stage. Amidst the deafening cheers, a cacophony of anticipation and speculation, Lin Feng ascended the broad and formidable arena with measured steps. His demeanor was composed, his breath restrained. After 3 days of introspection and adjustment, he was akin to a tightly drawn bowstring, taut and precise. His gaze was sharp as that of an eagle, fixed unwaveringly on the opposite side of the stage. His opponent, Namu, also made his entrance onto the platform. Of average stature, not particularly imposing, he donned a faded, modest white training garb and simple straw sandals. His complexion bore the deep tan of one long accustomed to the harshness of high mountain sun and wind. His visage was tranquil, with clear and calm eyes, reminiscent of a serene, ancient pond, revealing no ripples of emotion, except for the distinct scar on his bald head, and an inexplicable aura of tranquility and mystery that hinted at his extraordinary nature. The match commenced. The referee's arm sliced down like a blade. Unlike other opponents who would launch into a flurry of attacks, Namu joined his palms slowly before his chest, bowing slightly toward Lin Feng. His movements exuded a natural, zen-like quality, and his voice, calm yet resonant, echoed through the arena. I am Namu, a practitioner beneath the Galinta. I seek your guidance. Lin Feng responded with a solemn fist salute. I am Lin Feng of the Tien school. Please. The instant the formalities concluded, Namu's tranquil gaze abruptly shifted. It was as though the still surface of an ancient well had been disturbed by a stone, sending ripples across its depths. Rather than charging forward, he planted his feet firmly, hands swiftly forming a peculiar and intricate mudra before his chest, his fingertips seemingly drawing upon invisible threads. He intoned, his voice imbued with a unique rhythm, heart image secret technique, illusory dance of deception. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng felt the very fabric of the arena warp. The scene before him blurred, overlapped, and swayed. The solid arena floor appeared to morph into a flowing swamp, while the surrounding audience transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. Even Namu's figure seemed to split into 2, then 4, and in the blink of an eye, Countless images of Na-Mu surged from all directions, even from above and below, all converging upon him. Each semblance was vividly lifelike, garments billowing, eyes fierce, exuding a palpable aura of menace, as fists and palms surged toward him, blurring the line between reality and illusion. What was more terrifying was how these phantoms seemed to directly assault his psyche, inducing a potent sense of vertigo and disorientation. Supernatural powers? Mental assault? Lin Feng's heart trembled. Yet his formidable will steadied his mind in an instant. The eye of insight surged into unprecedented overdrive. Within his unique vision, most of the approaching phantoms emitted exceedingly faint energy fluctuations, wavering like bubbles in sunlight, save for one seemingly ordinary figure in the left foreground, whose internal energy was solid and stable, like a lighthouse in the night. Phantom fist, shapeshift, Lin Feng hissed, his form flickering like a specter, leaving behind a solid afterimage to draw the frontal assault, while his true self unleashed the energy of Gui, Shi flow, through his legs, pouncing toward Na-Mu's true energy core like a cheetah. His right fist clenched, energy coalescing, he unleashed a straight punch with the force of a battering ram. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Na-Mu's body, a strange and illusory smile crept upon Na-Mu's lips, and his entire figure dissipated quietly like a reflection in water shattered by a stone. At that moment, a razor-sharp palm wind, imbued with a subtle yet piercing force, struck from behind Lin Feng without warning. What? Instantaneous movement? Or an even more sophisticated illusionary displacement? Lin Feng was taken aback, hastily twisting his waist to turn, crossing his arms to block. Bang! A muffled thud. The force was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it penetrated his guard like a persistent affliction, sending a jolt through him. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his arms, his blood surging violently, and he staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing his stance, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Nearly spilling blood, Na-Mu's true form had stealthily relocated behind him under the cover of illusion. Futile. Na-Mu's serene voice resonated from every phantom surrounding him, bearing a truth that struck to the core. My illusory dance reflects the turbulence within your heart. The fear you perceive, the flaws you sense, all arise from the mind. If your heart is not tranquil, how can you discern these myriad illusions? How can you capture my essence? No sooner had he spoken than the illusions shifted again. This time, they were not mere duplicates of Na-Mu, but direct assaults upon Lin Feng's psyche. In the realm of illusion, the Gui Xianren glared at him sternly, chastising his lack of diligence. Sun Wukong effortlessly overpowered him with overwhelming force, his gaze indifferent, and Klin surpassed him with exquisite skill, his back fading into the distance. The deep-seated worries, frustrations, and a hint of jealousy nestled within his heart were mercilessly magnified and twisted by the illusion, akin to the whispers of malevolent spirits, relentlessly battering his willpower. Simultaneously, countless images of Na-Mu surged through the distorted illusions, their attacks intertwining, blurring the line between reality and mirage, rendering any defense nearly impossible. Lin Feng found himself embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. He relied on Eye of Insight and Phantom Fist to barely hold his ground, blocking and dodging. Yet his mind was severely disrupted, causing frequent misjudgments and delayed reactions. He was struck repeatedly by real attacks mingled within the illusions, accumulating bruises, and his breath began to falter, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. Stay calm. I must remain composed. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, a metallic sweetness on his tongue, the intense pain jolting him awake. He forced himself to cast aside all distractions, pushing the Gui Shi flow to its utmost limits, hastening the stabilization of his turbulent energy and chaotic thoughts. The illusion targets the heart. Then I shall steadfastly guard my true self, like a rock amidst the raging waves. Eye of Insight reveals the essence of energy, no matter how vivid the illusions. The core of the energy remains singular. He made a bold decision and abruptly closed his eyes. He completely severed the visual onslaught of those maddening, distorted illusions. He immersed his entire consciousness into the synergy of inner vision and Eye of Insight. Within the realm of his heart's vision, all the bizarre externalities vanished, and the arena reformed into a clear energy field. He perceived a solid, stable energy core, radiating with a brilliance akin to the sun, traversing a peculiar yet fluid trajectory within the arena, occasionally dispersing countless illusory energy projections, circling and interfering like satellites. Found it. Your true form is laid bare. Lin Feng roared within, suddenly opening his eyes, his gaze striking like twin bolts of cold lightning, locking onto the ever-shifting energy core with pinpoint accuracy. He disregarded the surrounding phantoms that clawed and howled, channeling the essence he had cultivated over the past 3 days into a concentrated force, poised to erupt. The energy of Gui Shi flow no longer distributed evenly throughout his body, but instead concentrated like rivers converging into a sea, highly compressed and distilled within the meridians of his legs and the Laogong acupoint in his right palm. The essence of Phantom Fist, stepping through the void. He executed an arcane footwork, his figure becoming ethereal, penetrating the layers of meaningless illusions, each step landing precisely on the nodes of the energy core's trajectory, accelerating towards Namu's true self. Where he passed, illusions scattered like leaves before an unseen force. For the first time, true astonishment graced Namu's calm countenance. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng could, in such a short span of time, not only discern the essence of the illusions, but also pursue him with such a direct and fundamental approach. Supernatural telekinetic restraint. Namu thrust his hands forward rapidly. A vast and intangible force enveloping Lin Feng's vicinity like countless resilient webs, instantly thickening the air to a sticky consistency. A powerful constricting force bore down upon him from all sides, seeking to immobilize him entirely. Break free. Lin Feng unleashed a roar that could rend the heavens, the compressed energy in his right palm erupting with thunderous intensity. This time, he unleashed the Wangwu Jing Tianzhong, infused with a nascent understanding of the principles behind Qigong wave condensation. The palm's force transformed from a dispersed shockwave into a highly refined essence, resembling an invisible yet tangible blade of energy, sharp enough to tear through any obstacle, cleaving through the dense realm of mental energy. The momentum surged like a furious dragon breaking free from shackles, striking with unwavering force directly against the wooden chest. Thud! The wooden figure trembled violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, the color draining from his face in an instant. All surrounding illusions shattered like a broken mirror, dissipating completely without a trace. The arena reverted to its original form, leaving only the two standing face to face. It was over. Lin Feng would not let this opportune moment slip away. His energy erupted once more, executing a side kick that combined sudden acceleration with the Zhangxiang Quan technique. Like a steel whip, it tore through the air, striking fiercely at the waist of the wooden figure, who had been thrown off balance by the previous blow. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound echoed as the wooden figure was kicked off the ground, tracing a brief arc before crashing heavily to the edge of the arena, struggling momentarily before finally collapsing. Unable to rise again, the entire venue fell into a profound silence before erupting into an unprecedented wave of applause and cheers, more fervent and enduring than any prior occasion. This clash, filled with bizarre supernatural abilities and steadfast martial will, a dual contest of mind and strength, deeply shocked every spectator. The victor, number 111, Lin Feng. The judge's voice rang out, infused with excitement and undeniable certainty. Ding! After a grueling battle, defeating the supernatural practitioner Namu, combat power approximately 108. Experiencing a breakthrough in battle, achieving significant insights into breath condensation, mental defense, and the essence of energy. Reward, 450 replication points. Current available replication points, 1530, 450, 1980 points. Lin Feng stood at the center of the arena, his chest heaving, sweat soaking through his martial attire, yet his gaze shone brightly, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. This victory transcended mere strength. It was an ultimate tempering of mind, will, and martial conviction. He successfully resisted the interference of supernatural abilities and, at a crucial moment, applied his newly understood principles to turn the tide of battle. The banner of Gixianliu once again soared high upon this pinnacle arena. Chapter 28. The Revelry of the Four Demons Fist and the Sun Fist. The thrilling supernatural battle between Lin Feng and Namu was akin to dropping a spiritual shockwave upon Mugwa Island. The audience cheered not only for the outcome, but also for the bizarre contest that transcended conventional martial arts, becoming utterly captivated. The name of Lin Feng, disciple of Gixianliu, swiftly spread throughout the streets, accompanied by titles such as the Illusion-Breaking Expert and Mental Fortress. Advancing to the top 8 signified his firm entry into the ranks of the tournament's elite. The list of the top 8 shone brightly on the massive electronic screen. Sun Wukong, Lin, Lin Feng, Tien Fan, Jiaozi, Renlangren, Kira, Bartlett. The disciples of Gixianliu and Hexianliu. Fated rivals. Each claimed 3 spots, creating an unprecedented confrontational atmosphere, with the tension palpable throughout the venue. It felt as though invisible currents of electricity crackled in the air, a collision of fighting spirit and momentum. The drawing ceremony commenced under the watchful eyes of the multitude. The orb of light rolled, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. The results were finalized. Upper bracket. Sun Wukong versus Renlangren. Lin Feng versus Tien Fan. Lower bracket. Lin versus Jiaozi. Kira versus Bartlett. Upon seeing the pairings, Tien Fan gasped. He could sense the volcanic energy simmering within the three-eyed man. His aura was formidable. Sun Wukong, scratching his head, with a golden flame flickering around him, appeared nonchalant. Renlangren? That sounds quite interesting. I hope he can warm me up. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, locking onto Tien Fan's name. Inside Eye instantly provided feedback. Combat power, 125. Breath condensed like mercury. Energy, core, fiercely potent. Far surpassing his current 96 points. This was bound to be a tough battle, yet also an exceptional opportunity for replication. The signature skills of Hexianliu, Sun Fist, for Demon's Fist, and Dong Wave, each tantalized him. The energy within him began to flow more vigorously, seemingly responding to the challenge of a strong adversary. Ding! Detecting the host's intense desire for replication and the pressure from a formidable foe. A special task, Hexianliu Collector, was triggered. Task requirements. Successfully replicate at least one unique skill from Hexianliu, Sun Fist, for Demon's Fist. Dong Wave, during the battle against Tien Fan. Task reward. 500-1000 replication points based on the level of the replicated skill. Failure penalty, none, but you will cry. A smile of excitement curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth, and his aura began to simmer with anticipation. System, you truly understand me. This battle is worth it. The first match was between Sun Wukong and Renlangren. The outcome was never in doubt. Although Renlangren could transform under the full moon, the blazing sun rendered his feeble energy utterly incapable of competing with Wukong. Wukong didn't even need to employ any techniques. He merely radiated a soft golden glow, playfully evading a few soft, feeble attacks before delivering a light yet effective knife-hand strike, infused with condensed energy that knocked Renlangren unconscious with ease. Effortlessly advancing to the top 4. The audience erupted into laughter at Wukong's effortless display, yet the skillful application of energy left the knowledgeable spectators profoundly astonished. Soon after, the announcement rang out, the voice imbued with unprecedented gravity. The second match of the top 8. Number 111 Lin Feng, facing off against number 139 Tien Fan. Please have the 2 contestants take the stage. The atmosphere instantly turned electric. The long-standing rivalry between Gixianliu and Hexianliu lent this confrontation a weight of history and additional intrigue. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lin Feng and Tien Fan stepped onto the arena simultaneously. The moment they took their positions, an invisible energy field collided, causing the air in the center of the arena to distort slightly. Tien Fan, tall and robust, displayed bulging muscles beneath the martial attire of Hexianliu. Enveloped in a layer of pale purple, sharp, and aggressive energy. The single eye on his forehead opened halfway, emanating a cold and regal light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. He crossed his arms, looking down at Lin Feng with an air of superiority, his voice steady yet laced with the characteristic pride of Hexianliu. So, you are from Gixianliu? Making it to the top 8 indicates you have some skill. But this is where it ends. I will show you the true power of Hexianliu. As he spoke, the purple energy surged slightly, showcasing his immense confidence. Lin Feng, unperturbed, took a deep breath, activating Guishi Liujuan at full capacity, a deep blue aura resembling the vast ocean enveloping him. He cupped his fists in a salute, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Gixianliu, Lin Feng. I am eager to experience the high skills of Hexianliu. He quietly intoned. System, inside eye. Maintain full focus on Tien Fan, particularly analyzing the trajectory and transformation of his energy when he employs special techniques. The match began. The referee's arm sliced down like a blade, retreating swiftly to a safe distance. Humph! Unaware of the heavens and the earth, Fan scoffed, launching the first attack. He stomped down hard, causing the arena floor to tremble slightly, his purple energy surging explosively. His form shot forth like a cannonball, fists enveloped in solid purple energy, shrieking through the air as they aimed directly at Lin Feng's center. The speed and power far surpassed that of the previous Lin. Lin Feng dared not take it head-on. Sangxiang Quan activated in an instant, his figure flickering and leaving behind faint blue afterimages as his true form shifted like a fish, evading the oncoming assault. Simultaneously, Inside Eye analyzed with full intensity, abundant energy, extremely high quality, a direct and ferocious trajectory, yet the variability seemed somewhat lacking. Trivial skills. Watch me break you. Fan's three eyes simultaneously locked onto Lin Feng's true form, energy following his thoughts as a whip-like kick, akin to a purple steel whip, swept toward him with a sound that split the air. As the wind swept through, the air rippled. Lin Feng skillfully evaded once more, simultaneously unleashing a tentative Wangwu Jing Tianzhong. The force of his palm coalesced into a faint azure vortex, striking directly at Fan's rib. Bang! Fan did not flinch or evade. He blocked with his arm, and the collision of purple and blue energies produced a sound as thunderous as a drum. The energy dispersed. He staggered slightly, yet Lin Feng was forced back 2 steps by the recoil, his vital energy surging. The disparity in strength was evident. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he promptly altered his strategy, prioritizing evasion with Xiang Quan and agile footwork. The blue aura swirling around him as he continuously absorbed and redirected energy. His Dong Cha Ji Yin functioned like the most precise radar, feverishly recording every detail and pattern of Fan's energy. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Fan's third eye fully opened, radiating brilliance as the purple aura surrounding him became increasingly agitated. It seemed he would not concede without employing his true abilities. Prepare for this. Xiao Quan. Suddenly, a surge of energy concentrated at the shoulder blades emitted a peculiar sound. His muscles twisted strangely, and with 2 soft pops, 2 robust energy arms formed from a fusion of energy and flesh emerged from the dense purple aura. The 4 arms, enshrouded in violet flames, began to strike, amplifying the intensity of his attacks manifold. Fists, palms, fingers, and claws descended from all directions, weaving an impenetrable net of energy. Here they come. Lin Feng's focus sharpened. Dong Cha Ji Yin fixated intently on the 2 unusually concentrated and fluctuating energy masses on Fan's back. Ding! Special limb augmentation skill, Xiao Quan detected. Skill principle. Utilizing highly concentrated energy to stimulate specific acupoints and muscle tissues for a brief, controllable aberrant growth and energy manifestation. Replication requires 800 replication points and entails temporary muscle tearing pain. Would you like to replicate? Replicate. Lin Feng did not hesitate. 800 points to witness such a wondrous application of energy is worth it. A surge of warmth accompanied by a faint tearing sensation emanated from specific acupoints on his back, and the operational pathways of Xiao Quan, acupoint stimulation techniques, and muscle control methods flooded his mind instantaneously. Although he could not utilize it immediately, the replication was successful. Replication successful. Acquired Xiao Quan, not learned. Replication points, 800. Current replication points, 1980, 800, 1180. Haha, delightful. Lin Feng rejoiced internally. Facing the frenzied assault of the 4 energy arms, the pressure intensified. Yet, with Xiang Quan and increasingly refined footwork, the azure aura swirled endlessly around him, akin to a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, narrowly evading heavy strikes at critical moments. Although he sustained several burns from energy brushes, his gaze grew ever more luminous. Seeing that Xiao Quan could not subdue Lin Feng, Fan's anger flared, his purple aura soaring like flames. Let us see how long you can evade. Receive my attack. He retracted all 4 arms, forming a peculiar hand seal at his chest, his energy beginning to coalesce between his hands at unprecedented speed. A dazzling small purple energy sphere rapidly took shape, radiating a heart-stopping pulse. Here it comes. Is it the Dong Dong wave? Lin Feng was entirely focused, the blue aura constricting as he prepared. In the next moment, Tianjin Fan roared, Solar Fist. He thrust his sealed hands forward. It was not an energy sphere launch. Instead, the highly concentrated purple energy sphere abruptly transformed into an indescribable, pure white light energy, like the sun at noon exploding before his eyes. The blinding radiance instantly engulfed the entire arena, even overshadowing much of the venue. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it rendered the blazing sun in the sky dull. Ah, my eyes. I cannot see anything. It is light. Pure energy transformed into light. A cacophony of screams and gasps erupted from the audience. Many were in agony, covering their eyes as tears streamed down. Lin Feng had sensed Tianjin Fan forming the seal and the violent transformation of energy into light. Dong Cha Jiyan frantically warned him of the energy's shift from offensive to pure light energy. He closed his eyes tightly at the very moment the light erupted. Concurrently, he rapidly concentrated the energy of Gui Shi Lu Zhuan around the meridians of his eyes for protection. Even so, the penetrating brightness breached both his eyelids and energy membranes, rendering him momentarily blind. The sound of Tianjin Fan, enveloped in fierce purple energy, hurtling toward him filled his ears. Ding. Detection of the blinding light auxiliary skill, Solar Fist. Skill principle, converting highly concentrated energy into a strong light pulse of specific frequency. Replication requires 600 replication points. Would you like to replicate? Replicate. Now. Lin Feng roared inwardly. Leveraging his memory and the residual imagery from Dong Cha Jiyan, he unleashed Qianxiang Quan at full force. The blue flames trailing behind him creating afterimages as he retreated swiftly to the side. Replication successful. Acquired Solar Fist, not learned. Replication points, 600. Current replication points, 118,060,0580. Bang. Despite his quick response, Lin Feng was still grazed on the shoulder by Tianjin Fan's heavy punch enveloped in purple energy, the protective aura fluctuating violently, sending pain coursing through him, his form staggering. With vision temporarily lost, he relied solely on his hearing, energy perception, and sensitivity to energy fluctuations. It was perilously dangerous. But it wasn't over yet. Tianjin Fan, emboldened by his advantage, his third eye seemingly more resistant to bright light, lunged again before the light fully dissipated. His four fists ablaze with purple energy descended like pile drivers, the energy waves surging. There was no choice. A gamble. Reverse application. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Reversing the principles of Solar Fist, which he had just replicated and not yet mastered. The energy of Gui Shi Lu Zhuan surged furiously, not projecting outward as light, but converging inward, compressing intensely within his eye meridians, attempting to forcibly break through the visual nerves sealed by the blinding light with pure energy, internally breaking the barrier. Buzz. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his eye meridians, followed by a wave of coolness spreading, as if a thick, white membrane was torn open by the pure energy. Although his vision remained blurred and shimmering, he could barely discern the silhouette of Tianjin Fan and the four flailing energy arms charging toward him. He saw it. Lin Feng's spirit sword. The combination of Qianxiang Quan and his newly comprehended footwork allowed the blue energy to trace arcs in his hazy vision, narrowly dodging successive heavy strikes. The sounds of energy collisions echoed incessantly. At that moment, the overwhelming light finally dissipated, and the audience, rubbing their stinging eyes and shedding tears, stared in shock at the arena. Lin Feng appeared somewhat disheveled, the blue aura around his shoulder noticeably dimmed, yet his gaze regained focus, and his energy stabilized once more, managing to hold his ground against Tianjin Fan's relentless assault. What? You actually resolved my Solar Fist so quickly? Tianjin Fan was taken aback. This technique had never failed him, and no one had ever recovered so swiftly. Your technique is impressive. Lin Feng wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, the blue aura surging anew as he smiled. But alas, its effect on me is limited. He thought to himself, because I have just replicated it, I am well aware of the principles of energy transformation. Damn it, the Crane Immortal School must not be underestimated. Tianjin Fan was thoroughly enraged, his purple aura blazing like fire, his attacks escalating in ferocity, the four energy arms swirling with relentless intensity, the arena shimmering with purple light as explosive sounds rang out. Lin Feng fought while retreating, the blue flames flickering continuously in defense, seemingly at a disadvantage. Yet, Dong Cha Ji persistently sought for an opportunity. He observed that maintaining Xiao Quan and frequently unleashing heavy strikes consumed a significant amount of Tianjin Fan's energy, and his once fervent purple aura began to waver, his breathing becoming labored. Now, energy eruption. Lin Feng seized the moment of Tianjin Fan's brief stiffness following a forearm assault and the temporary drop in energy, instantly unleashing the remaining energy within him. Qinxiang Quan instantaneously manifested three figures wreathed in azure flames, confounding perception, while the true form, akin to a specter, trailed a long blue light tail, drawing ever closer. The Wan Gua Jing Tianzhong, a concentrated strike of energy. This time, he infused the profound essence of the Kamehameha technique deeper into his palm strike. His right palm, enveloped in a swirling blue aura, compressed violently, nearly transforming into a tangible deep blue sphere of light. No longer a mere scattered shockwave. It pierced through the air like a drill, emitting a piercing shriek as it aimed directly at Tianjin Fan's vulnerable chest and abdomen. Exposed due to the Four Demons' fist, with a sudden impact, Tianjin Fan was taken off guard as the protective violet aura was swiftly penetrated by the highly refined blue energy. Gasping softly, the two energy arms behind him disintegrated into violet motes. His complexion turned pale, and the aura surrounding him dimmed drastically as he staggered backward. But it was not over. Lin Feng, his momentum surging like a tempest, closed in with rapid, short-range strikes, his fists and claws enveloped in solidified blue energy, raining down like a relentless storm, targeting the wounded areas and joints of Tianjin Fan. The collision of blue and violet energy continued to erupt in violent exchanges. Despite Tianjin Fan's formidable strength, he was overwhelmed by successive blows, his energy waning, leaving him barely able to defend himself as the violet aura weakened further. Ultimately, Lin Feng executed a clever energy trip, combining it with a heavy elbow strike that consolidated his last reserves of strength, delivering a crushing blow to Tianjin Fan's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Tianjin Fan's violet aura dissipated completely as he collapsed heavily onto the ring. The referee approached, counting down 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Tianjin Fan failed to rise. The victor, number 111, Lin Feng. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Kamehameha's Lin Feng once again overcame the odds, defeating the formidable Crane School's Tianjin Fan. Advancing to the semifinals, the duel of azure and violet flames indelibly etched into the minds of all present. Notification: defeated the formidable Tianjin Fan, battle power 125. Exhibiting exceptional adaptability, skill resistance, and tactical execution. Reward: 600 copy points. Notification: completed special task, Crane School Collector. Successfully copied Four Demons' Fist, Sun Fist. Reward: 800 copy points. Current available copy points: 580, 600, 800, 1980 points. Wealth has returned. Lin Feng stood on the stage, breathing heavily. The azure flames surrounding him gradually subsiding, his martial arts attire soaked in sweat, yet his face radiated with exhilaration. Not only had he emerged victorious, but he had also successfully copied 2 practical divine techniques. His understanding of energy had deepened as well. A resounding success. Below the stage, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with admiration, his golden aura swirling around him uncontrollably. Wow, Lin Feng, you're incredible. That four-handed technique was so cool. And that blinding move was impressive too. The manipulation of energy was truly spectacular. Krillin also exhaled a sigh of relief, his aura subtly pulsating, genuinely impressed. On the Crane School side, Jiaozi looked worriedly at Tianjin Fan, who was being carried away, his energy flickering faintly. In the subsequent match, Krillin faced Jiaozi. Although Jiaozi's superpowers were peculiar, Krillin had gained experience from Lin Feng's battle against that wooden fighter, and with steady determination, he guarded his energy within his dantian. Ultimately, relying on a more solid foundation and tenacious will, he triumphed over Jiaozi, advancing to the semifinals. The Kamehameha School achieved another resounding victory. The final match saw Kira against Bartlett, both competitors evenly matched, their energies clashing fiercely, with Kira narrowly securing victory after a grueling battle. The final list of the top 4 was revealed: Sun Wukong, Lin Feng, Krillin, Kira. The Kamehameha School, unprecedentedly, claimed 3 out of 4 spots. Their power resonated throughout the world. The entirety of Papaya Island trembled with excitement. That night, in their inn, the three sat together. Though weary, their spirits soared. Ha! This is magnificent. All three of us made it to the top 4. Sun Wukong joyfully munched on a senza bean, a small bag sent by Bulma, his aura radiating with calm energy. Krillin, equally exhilarated, polished his bald head. I never imagined we could come this far. I feel like my control over energy has strengthened as well. Lin Feng, immersed in the joy of his gains, reveled in his 1980 copy points. Bolstered by the newly acquired skills, he glanced at Sun Wukong and Krillin, knowing that the upcoming semifinals, regardless of the opponent, would be a true test of their mettle. A significant challenge. Yet in this moment, he brimmed with confidence. His comprehension of energy had reached new heights. Notification. Detected an enhancement in host strength and a deeper understanding of energy manipulation, increasing skill reserves and unlocking a new function. Skill Fusion Simulation. Skill Fusion Simulation allows for the consumption of copy points to simulate the fusion of already copied, including unlearned skills, projecting potential new effects or advanced skills. The success rate and outcomes depend on skill compatibility and the number of points consumed. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, his aura subtly fluctuating. Oh, a new function? The possibility of combining different energy manipulation methods? It seems the upcoming matches will be even more intriguing. Chapter 29. The Kamehameha School Internal Battle. The initial resonance of energy techniques. The World Martial Arts Tournament reached an unprecedented climax. The moment the list of the top 4 was announced, it felt as if a bomb had been dropped on Papaya Island, igniting a wave of fervor. The Kamehameha School had, for the first time, claimed 3 spots. This was not merely a testament to absolute strength, but also a declaration of the glorious revival of an ancient school. The air crackled with excitement and anticipation, a fervent atmosphere that seemed ready to ignite the very air around them. Everyone eagerly awaited the internal battle of the Kamehameha School, wondering what earth-shattering sparks would fly. The semi-final draw ceremony took place under the watchful eyes of the crowd. On the massive electronic screen, the light spheres spun rapidly, tugging at the hearts of countless spectators. The results finally settled. First match, Sun Wukong versus Kira. Second match, Lin Feng versus Krillin. The true internal battle of the Kamehameha School was about to unfold. A fateful confrontation, a friendly spar among comrades, destined to be recorded in the annals of the martial arts tournament. The first match featured Sun Wukong against Kira. Kira was a robust fighter with a muscular physique, exuding a stable aura akin to a mountain, his bronze skin concealing explosive power and impressive combat prowess. However, in the face of Sun Wukong's terrifying strength, which resembled that of a humanoid beast, the disparity was akin to a chasm. As the starting bell rang, a faint yet vibrant golden aura naturally enveloped Sun Wukong, resembling the warm embrace of sunlight. He even playfully bounced a couple of times, flashing a grin at the audience below. Kira's expression grew serious, unleashing a bellow as his muscles tensed. A white aura bursting forth like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, charging at Sun Wukong. The wind howled as his fists and legs struck with unparalleled ferocity. But Sun Wukong merely evaded with a cheeky grin, his form blurring within the golden aura, narrowly avoiding each attack. Occasionally, he would counter. The clash of golden and white energies resonating with dull thuds, waves of energy dispersing in all directions. You've got some strength. If only you could be a bit quicker. Sun Wukong even took the time to critique, his face alight with the pure joy of battle. As Kira struggled to land a blow, his energy began to waver, the white aura losing its stability. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong flickered, activating Kinxiang Quan. And in an instant, 3 or 4 solidified afterimages, glowing with a golden halo, appeared on the ring. Kira was bewildered, caught off guard. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's true form approached like a phantom, delivering a seemingly ordinary yet immensely powerful straight punch, the golden light flashing as it struck Kira's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Kira's eyes bulged, his body curling like a shrimp, and the surrounding white aura collapsed instantly as he slowly crumpled to the ground. The victor, number 109, Sun Wukong. The referee announced loudly. Sun Wukong easily advanced to the finals, even jumping playfully as he waved to the audience below. Lin Feng. Krillin, see you in the finals. I can't wait. That pure and potent golden aura left a deep impression on everyone's hearts. The applause thundered throughout the venue. Yet every gaze burned even more fervently on the impending true Kamehameha school duel. The second semifinal. Number 111 Lin Feng versus number 110 Krillin. Please take the stage. As the broadcast concluded, the once boisterous venue fell into a sudden hush, enveloped by a solemn yet exhilarating atmosphere tinged with warmth. The rivalry among fellow disciples often proves to be more intricate than that with unfamiliar opponents. Emotions intertwine, igniting each other's latent potential to transcend limits. Lin Feng and Kulin exchanged smiles, devoid of animosity, their eyes reflecting pure combat spirit, respect for their shared lineage, and a resolute determination to vindicate the name of Gixianliu. They both simultaneously called out, leaping onto the arena with fluidity and power. Kulin landed steadily, adopting the most fundamental stance of Gixianliu, a gentle yet remarkably solid blue aura enveloping him like a tranquil, profound ocean, his gaze unwavering. Lin Feng, I seek your guidance. I shall not hold back. Let us engage in a splendid battle. Lin Feng reciprocated with a cupped fist salute, inhaling deeply as he activated the Guishi Shilyo technique. A surge of energy coursing through him, manifesting an even deeper blue flame around him, akin to tumultuous waves. He smiled and proclaimed, Kulin, unleash your full might. Let us showcase the prowess of Gixianliu for all to witness. At the entrance of the contestant area, Gixianren leaned against the wall, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses betraying a profound sense of pride and satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. The match commenced. The moment the referee's arm descended, both figures sprang into action. Like twin blue comets, they collided at the center of the arena, leaving trails of dazzling energy in their wake. The sounds of fists and feet striking echoed like a barrage of firecrackers during the new year. The blue auras clashed, compressed, and erupted, sending clear ripples of energy cascading outward. Their understanding of each other's techniques ran deep, executing the foundational punches, footwork, and energy control of Gixianliu with exquisite precision. The rapid interplay of their figures on the arena dazzled the spectators, exuding a captivating beauty of power. This was the most authentic display of Gixianliu's artistry, earning nods of admiration from those who understood the nuances. What a spectacle! This is true martial arts. Their foundations are remarkably solid. The manipulation of energy is masterful. The audience was entranced, holding their breath in anticipation. However, as time progressed, the disparity in strength began to surface. Lin Feng's combat prowess ultimately surpassed that of Kulin, his energy more robust and enduring, with a deeper comprehension of techniques and their variations. His assaults swelled like a tide, each wave stronger than the last. The application of Songxiang Quan became increasingly elusive, leaving afterimages that nearly blurred the line between reality and illusion. While the power of Wangwei Jing Tianzhong grew more refined, each strike bearing immense pressure. Though Kulin found himself at a disadvantage, his resilience was astonishing. He maximized his agility, transforming his diminutive stature into a formidable defense. The blue aura surrounding him acted as the most resilient shield, shimmering amidst the torrential onslaught. Seizing fleeting openings in Lin Feng's attacks, his counterstrikes were as venomous as a striking serpent, showcasing remarkable combat intellect. The two exchanged blows, the intensity of the battle escalating, punctuated by the sounds of energy explosions, shouts, and whistling currents of air. Kulin, be cautious. I shall change my approach. Lin Feng, recognizing the difficulty of securing a swift victory through conventional means after prolonged assault, resolved to take a risk. He inhaled deeply as the unique energy technique he had recently replicated from Tianjin Fan materialized in his mind. Suddenly, he halted, the blue energy behind his shoulder blades surging with heightened intensity. The insightful eye, activated, precisely capturing the flow of energy and the techniques for stimulating acupressure points. Kulin sensed Lin Feng's unusual energy fluctuation, a chill coursing through him. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Lin Feng's blue aura erupted violently, producing a hissing sound. With a sudden burst, two arms, entirely composed of highly compressed blue energy and a portion of his physical stamina, emerged, their outlines slightly ethereal yet distinct, even revealing the flow of energy. For demon fists. What? What is that? How could he possess such a technique? The audience erupted in astonishment. This bizarre yet formidable technique was unmistakably the signature move of Tianjin Fan from He Xianlu, who had just been defeated by Lin Feng. In the contestant resting area, Fan, recently awakened and observing with a grim expression, shot up, his three eyes wide with disbelief, his pupils shaking. His face a canvas of incredulity and fury. Impossible. This cannot be. How could he wield my four demon fists? This is the unspoken secret of He Xian Lu. His energy fluctuated violently due to shock and anger. Jiaozi gasped, covering his mouth, his small face pale. Fan, does he really? Even Gixian Ren at the entrance paused momentarily, then stroked his chin, a knowing smile creeping onto his face, his eyes sparkling with mischief and wonder. What a clever lad. Learning on the fly? No, it feels more like, how interesting. On the arena, Lin was taken aback, his rhythm disrupted. Forearms enveloped in fierce blue flames launched simultaneous attacks from remarkably devious angles, with fists, palms, fingers, and claws shifting unpredictably. The density and peculiarity of the onslaught escalating to a level that left him defenseless, exposing gaps in his previously tight defense. Bang! Lin, caught off guard, was grazed on the shoulder by one of the energy arms, his protective aura rippling intensely, causing him to grunt and stagger back. This was effective. Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly, swinging his four arms, the flames roaring, escalating his offensive in an attempt to expand his lead. Yet Lin swiftly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and growling. Even if you wield strange techniques, I shall not concede easily. The resilience of Gixianliu extends beyond this. He maximized the application of Gixianliu's footwork, maneuvering amidst the assault of the four energy arms like willow fluff in a storm, evading perilously yet tenaciously, each dodge fraught with danger. After a protracted stalemate, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, deciding to play another trump card. He abruptly retracted his four arms, the energy arms dissipating into blue light, swiftly forming a peculiar hand seal in front of his chest, energy coalescing at unprecedented speed between his hands, compressing. A diminutive yet dangerously pulsating energy sphere began to materialize. Here it comes. What is he planning? Gasped an audience member. Lin heightened his guard, the energy surrounding him contracting as he focused intently, anticipating a powerful energy wave from Lin Feng. However, instead of launching the energy sphere, Lin Feng forcefully pushed forward. The highly concentrated energy transformed into a blindingly brilliant, pure white light, erupting like a supernova, illuminating the entire venue. Solar fist. Ah, my eyes. It's light. So blinding. A chorus of pained cries and gasps erupted from the audience. Many instinctively shielded their eyes, tears streaming down. Solar fist. He can even execute this technique. Fan nearly disregarded his injuries to rush onto the arena, his face ashen, fists clenched tightly, only to be restrained by Jiaozi. The consecutive use of He Xian Lu's signature techniques by a disciple of Gixianliu was a monumental affront to the dignity of He Xian Lu. Well done. This technique is splendid. Sun Wukong cheered from the sidelines, animatedly gesturing, finding the mockery inherent in such a move exhilarating. Lin, deprived of sight, fell into an extreme disadvantage, enveloped in a blinding white expanse, relying solely on his extraordinary hearing and acute perception of energy to tenuously track Lin Feng's position and attacks. Dodging narrowly, nearly getting struck multiple times. It's over, Lin. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng launched a fierce assault, his blue aura surging, poised to claim victory in the match. However, at this pivotal moment, although Lin was unable to see, his mind was exceptionally clear. A profound sense of crisis ignited within him, awakening his instincts. He pushed the Gui Shi Lu Zhuan technique to its utmost limit. His aura ceased to emanate outward in a conspicuous blaze. Instead, it became highly restrained, clinging tightly to the surface of his skin, forming an imperceptibly thin, yet incredibly resilient membrane of energy. Simultaneously, his ears twitched slightly, capturing the most subtle disturbances in the air and the faintest sounds. There. At the very instant Lin Feng drew near, Lin detected the slight, yet distinct shift in airflow and the sound of slicing wind. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his arms glowing with a contained azure light, seizing one of Lin Feng's legs with a grip as firm as iron. What? Lin Feng's offensive faltered. His center of gravity destabilized. Now is the moment. Lin roared, unleashing the pent-up energy within him, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl Lin Feng violently towards the edge of the arena. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as Lin Feng was forcefully slammed against the arena's edge, his protective aura violently vibrating, his internal organs feeling as if they had shifted. The effects of the solar fist dissipated rapidly under the intense impact and distraction of the mind. As Kellen regained his sight, the two of them, panting heavily, exchanged glances from a distance, each seeing in the other's eyes a profound astonishment, admiration, and burning fighting spirit. Kellen, you are truly remarkable. You managed to react to that. Lin Feng exclaimed, rubbing his aching shoulder with genuine admiration. You too, senior brother Lin Feng. Those peculiar techniques are truly difficult to defend against. Kellen gasped for breath, his previously restrained energy now radiating outward in a luminous haze. After this heart-stopping exchange, both were significantly drained, their auras dimming considerably. Lin Feng understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. He turned to Kellen, his expression growing exceedingly serious. Kellen, what comes next will be the strongest strike I can currently muster. Be careful. Kellen's demeanor shifted to unprecedented seriousness. Aware that Lin Feng was about to unleash his true power, he assumed a defensive stance, gathering his remaining energy without reservation to form a solid blue energy wall before him. Come on, senior brother Lin Feng. Let me witness your prowess. Lin Feng took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all distractions. The Goei Shi Lu Zhuan technique operated at an unprecedented speed, drawing all his energy inward, as if rivers converging into the sea, guided by an invisible hand, gathering frantically between his palms. He recalled the day when the turtle sage demonstrated, exuding an overwhelming presence and exquisite mastery over energy. He reflected on the deep insights he had gained over the past 3 days regarding that incomplete embryonic form. Buzzing, he brought his palms together at his waist. Upon the emergence of this starting posture, the air in the entire venue seemed to solidify. The surrounding atmosphere visibly warped, producing a low yet unsettling hum. Visible to the naked eye, white specks of light, akin to fireflies, were forcibly drawn from the void and the air, rushing towards the space between his palms as if summoned by a sovereign. A highly compressed blue energy sphere, its internal energy churning violently, began to take shape rapidly, its brightness intensifying, becoming blinding, emanating an oppressive force that left the audience near the arena gasping for breath. At this moment, the turtle sage stood upright, his eyes widening in disbelief behind his sunglasses, his expression filled with incredulity. Impossible. Just a few days? How could he have grasped the threshold? Tien, Fan, and Jiaozi were equally astonished, recognizing this familiar posture and the method of energy concentration all too well. It was the embryonic form of the Kamehameha. Although its scale and energy level were far from comparable, the essence and sensation were unmistakable. Sun Wukong leaped up in excitement, his tail standing straight, the golden aura igniting uncontrollably around him. Wow, it's that. The super powerful technique of the old man. Lin Feng, can you do it too? The entire audience instinctively held their breath, their hearts racing, feeling the terrifying power that seemed capable of annihilating everything coalescing in that young palm. Kamehameha. Lin Feng poured every ounce of his strength into a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the venue. Although it was far from reaching the level of the turtle sage that could alter the very colors of heaven and earth, this strike, embodying all his energy, will, and insights, already possessed a hint of the Kamehameha's essence and embryonic form. With his palms charged to their peak, he thrust them forward. Boom! A robust and dazzling blue energy wave, though not large in diameter, was condensed to the utmost, roaring forth like a liberated dragon, tearing through the air with a deafening shriek, carrying an unstoppable, destructive force directly towards Kellen. Where it passed, the surface of the arena was scorched, leaving shallow burn marks. Facing this unprecedented, seemingly otherworldly attack, Kellen's pupils constricted to pinpricks. The shadow of death loomed over him, gritting his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He unleashed the remaining energy in a frenzied explosion, forming an unprecedentedly thick, deep blue energy wall before him, his palms glowing one last time as he pushed forward with all his might, attempting to withstand this cataclysmic onslaught. Huh! Kellen let out a desperate yet defiant cry. The blue dragon collided fiercely with the deep blue energy wall. Zzz boom. The standoff lasted but an instant. The highly condensed embryonic form of the Kamehameha, with its absolute mass and penetrating power, sliced through Kellen's energy wall as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Uft! Kellen spat a mouthful of blood. His body propelled by the immense force, soaring through the air like a kite cut from its string, crashing heavily to the ground outside the arena, bouncing once before falling into a deep unconsciousness. At the edge of the arena, a shocking, charred, smoking mark was left behind. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was rendered speechless, stunned by this earth-shattering, unimaginable strike. Then, an eruption of thunderous cheers and roars shook the very dome of the arena. Kamehameha? He actually unleashed the essence of the Turtle School's technique. The legendary move. Incredible. Unbelievable. Is this within the realm of human capability? The referee trembled, summoning every ounce of strength to announce. The victor, number 111, Lin Feng, advances to the finals. Ding. Defeated his fellow disciple Kellen, combat power 98, cleverly utilizing his replication skill to achieve a surprising victory, and successfully executed the embryonic form of the Kamehameha, astounding the entire audience. Reward, 500 replication points. Understanding of Kamehameha has significantly deepened. Mastery of Kamehameha, incomplete embryonic form, increased to 6. Current available replication points, 1980-500-2480 points. Lin Feng stood on the arena, utterly spent, his arms feeling as heavy as lead, trembling slightly. The previous strike having nearly drained all his energy and vitality. The once surging azure aura around him had completely extinguished. Yet, gazing at his hands, his eyes sparkled with excitement, disbelief, and immense joy. His heart raced within his chest. He had finally taken the first step. He had touched the threshold of this supreme technique. Medical personnel quickly ascended the stage to carry Kellen away for treatment. Sun Wukong was the first to rush over, vigorously patting Lin Feng's shoulder, speechless with excitement. Amazing. Incredible. Lin Feng, you actually did it. Although it's much smaller than the old man's, it feels so powerful. The turtle sage slowly approached the arena, observing the nearly exhausted yet bright-eyed Lin Feng, his expression a complex blend of shock, pride, and nostalgia, ultimately transforming into a deep, immensely proud smile. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder, his voice somewhat hoarse. You truly are remarkable, young lad. I did not misjudge you. Though it may only be a mere spark of Mars, distant from the true inferno, you have ignited it. You have embarked upon this path. Lin Feng, despite his weary body, respectfully bowed. Thank you, revered teacher, for your guidance and demonstration that day. Without the turtle sage's demonstration and subsequent instruction, he would never have been able to discern the direction so swiftly. Fan, seated in the audience, wore a ghastly expression, ultimately emitting a cold snort from his nose. With a face full of worry for the departing Jiaozi, he turned away without a glance. The terrifying learning capacity and growth potential exhibited by Lin Feng instilled in him an unprecedented sense of threat and an indescribable feeling of defeat. The final matchup was set, Sun Wukong versus Lin Feng, the ultimate duel within the Turtle School. The event organizers announced with excitement that this pinnacle battle would grandly take place 3 nights hence at the main venue of Mugwa Island. At that time, enormous bonfires would be lit around the venue, illuminating the night sky, creating an unprecedented atmosphere, fervent and solemn, akin to ancient rituals. The final chapter of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, a fateful confrontation between the disciples of the Turtle School, was about to unfold under the witness of stars and flames. The news spread like wildfire, plunging the entire Mugwa Island and even far beyond into a frenzy of anticipation and discussion. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, Lin Feng stood by the window of his hotel room, gazing at the star-studded night sky and the scattered bonfires on the beach, which had already begun preparations for the finals. The nearly exhausted breath within him was gradually recovering under the influence of turtle breath circulation, akin to a parched riverbed once again gathering streams. With 2480 replication points, a mastery level of 6 in the Turtle School's Kamehameha, and a deeper understanding of the 4 demon fists and the sun fist, all of this surged into his heart like fuel. The feeling of exhaustion still lingered, but more prominently was a volcanic-like accumulation of fighting spirit and boundless anticipation for the ultimate battle 3 days hence. Chapter 30. The night before the heart-burning finals, the announcement of the finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament was akin to pouring icy water into a boiling pot of oil. instantly igniting an unprecedented fervor and excitement on Mugwa Island. However, beneath this extreme clamor, for the two Turtle School disciples about to step onto the final stage, it was a crucial time to calm their minds and refine their states to perfection. On the eve of the finals, the main venue of Mugwa Island was already being meticulously arranged. A massive bonfire platform had been constructed, with thick logs stacked like mountains, awaiting ignition on the night of the finals to illuminate this pinnacle battle of martial arts. The air was filled with the mixed scents of pine and sulfur, blended with the briny sea breeze, creating an ancient and solemn sense of ritual. On the streets, the fervent discussions were entirely focused on the names Sun Wukong and Lin Feng, with the betting odds fluctuating by the minute, and various rumors about their strength comparisons and secret training spread like wildfire, their authenticity hard to discern. At dawn, as the horizon began to blush with the first light, Lin Feng quietly departed from the noisy hotel, venturing alone to that familiar, secluded bay embraced by reefs. The pressure of the finals hung like an invisible boulder over his heart, yet he understood that in critical moments, maintaining calm was paramount. The sea was tranquil, with only the gentle tide caressing the shore, producing a soft sound akin to the most peaceful breath of the universe. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the cool, fine sand, facing the boundless ocean, and slowly closed his eyes. He did not immediately commence intense training. Instead, he first circulated the turtle breath technique, allowing his breath to flow like a gentle stream, peacefully circulating within him. The first thing he needed to do was to settle his mind. In his mind, scenes of battles replayed like a revolving lantern since the preliminaries, the power clash with Jirun, the dance with Mu's illusions, the confrontation with Tianjin Fan's fierce spirit, and the harrowing internal battle with Klin. Each victory was hard-won, each breakthrough accompanied by sweat and wisdom. The countless details captured by inside eye, the flow of his opponent's breath, the energy nodes of their techniques, the flashes of inspiration at critical moments, were like scattered pearls, requiring him to thread them together with care, polishing and absorbing them. He especially relished the feeling of executing that incomplete Kamehameha, that experience of compressing and refining all his energy, as though infusing his very soul into it, followed by a thunderous release, although it drained his strength, opened a new door for him. System, Lin Feng communicated in his mind. Redeem a high-level training acceleration card, 72 hours, focusing on the deep digestion of the principles of already replicated skills, enhancing breath control precision, and solidifying and comprehending the embryonic form of Kamehameha. Redemption of high-level training acceleration card, 72 hours, successful, consuming 1,500 replication points. Current available replication points, 2480 to 1500 980 points. High-level training acceleration card has taken effect. Remaining time 715959. Perception, understanding, and breath microcontrol abilities greatly enhanced. In an instant, a cool yet powerful force surged into Lin Feng's consciousness, as if a supercomputer had been installed in his mind. The external sounds faded into the distance, and the distractions within his heart were swiftly filtered out, rendering his perception of breath unprecedentedly sharp and precise. He could even see the flow paths of each breath within him, their strengths, rates, and even the subtle differences in their properties. He did not rush to practice techniques, but instead immersed his spirit completely in the enjoyment of this introspective state. He guided his breath, attempting the most fundamental, microscopic control exercises, allowing a wisp of breath to swirl at his fingertips, compressing it into an almost invisible microvortex. He experimented with varying frequencies of vibration through the meridians in his legs, experiencing their effects on explosiveness and endurance. He even attempted to simulate the energy pathways of the four demon fists and sun fist without actually executing them, to feel their principles and key nodes. This seemingly useless stillness was, in fact, the firmest foundation building. For an entire day, Lin Feng immersed himself in this profound introspection and microcontrol practice, like the most patient craftsman meticulously refining every detail of his weapon. As the sunset painted the sea in hues of gold and crimson, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze subdued and his breath tranquil as water, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Though he had no external breakthroughs, a sense of inner steadiness and confidence had quietly grown. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's approach was entirely different. Like an endlessly energetic wild leopard, He plunged once more into the perilous depths of the Mugwa Island's primordial rainforest. His training method was simple, direct, and even brutal: combat. He sought out the island's most formidable beasts, wrestled with cascading waterfalls, and honed his resilience amidst poisonous insects and miasma. His growth continually flourished in this primal, fierce struggle for survival, burgeoning almost instinctively. Occasionally, he would pause, scratching his head as he pondered Lin Feng's Kamehameha, then clumsily attempting to gather energy, often leaving his hands smoking with no results. Yet he relished the effort, the golden aura flickering through the jungle, filled with vibrant life. Lin, under the direct guidance of the turtle sage, engaged in restorative training and targeted strengthening. Though he fell short of the top 4, he did not become disheartened. Instead, he worked even harder, transforming the invaluable experiences from the semifinals into motivation for advancement. The next day, Lin Feng commenced more targeted training. Under the influence of the acceleration card, his thoughts were remarkably clear. He realized that facing an opponent as extraordinarily gifted and instinctively adept in combat as Wukong, mere brute strength or flashy techniques would not suffice for victory. He must rely on a more intricate amalgamation of skills and tactical variations. His initial focus was directed towards the already replicated yet unmastered Si Yao Quan and Tai Yang Quan. The acceleration card significantly enhanced his learning efficiency. On the beach, he repeatedly simulated the energy flow of Si Yao Quan, attuning himself to the subtle reactions of specific acupoints on his back when stimulated by qi, as well as the dual burden on his mind and body when temporarily manifesting energy arms. Although he could not yet truly project for physical arms, he had begun to replicate the sensation of qi surging forth in an instant and managing multiple lines of control, greatly enhancing his capacity for qi diversion and meticulous manipulation. As for Tai Yang Quan, he delved even deeper. The crux of this technique lay in the instantaneous conversion efficiency and frequency control of qi into light. With the aid of the acceleration card, he meticulously pondered that unique mode of energy vibration, even attempting to condense minuscule points of light in his palm. While he had yet to achieve a blinding effect, the occasional flash of dazzling white light from his palm affirmed that he was progressing swiftly along the right path. He recognized that this technique was not only a tool for blinding. If mastered correctly, it could potentially disrupt an opponent's perception of qi and momentarily disturb the flow of energy. More importantly, he began experimenting with the new function of skill fusion simulation. System consumed 300 replication points to simulate the potential fusion of Zhanxiang Quan and Si Yao Quan qi routes. Consuming 300 points, simulation commencing. Based on the principles of qi diversion and phantasm generation, combined with the manifestation of bodily energy. A preliminary form of the new technique, Huan Ing Fun Shin Qi Quan, is projected with a 35 probability. It can create a qi flame doppelganger with minimal offensive capability, lasting for an extremely brief duration. Simulation complete. The relevant qi route model has been transmitted to the host consciousness. Although the success rate was low and the prototype was rudimentary, it provided Lin Feng with a novel perspective. He further attempted to simulate the combination of Tai Yang Quan and Wan Gui Jing Tianzhong, hoping to incorporate strong light interference into the palm technique. But this simulation failed due to significant attribute conflicts between the two forms of qi. Throughout an entire day, Lin Feng tirelessly experimented on the beach, adjusting, failing, and trying again. His figure occasionally transformed into multiple streaks of blue light within Zhanxiang Quan, while at other times he attempted to unleash the qi might of Si Yao Quan, successfully only managing to create a brief qi flame protrusion behind him. And at yet other moments, he would flash light from his palm, simulating the initiation of Tai Yang Quan. Sweat drenched his martial arts uniform, rapidly evaporating in the sea breeze and leaving behind white salt stains. The effects of the acceleration card kept him tireless, his mind remaining in a heightened state of concentration, allowing his comprehension of various skills to deepen at a visible pace. As evening approached and he finally ceased his efforts, despite not fully mastering the new techniques, a profound sense of control over his own abilities blossomed within him. He felt increasingly adept at utilizing qi, with transitions between techniques becoming more fluid. While his combat power may not have directly increased, his practical capabilities, particularly in dealing with complex battle scenarios, had undoubtedly been enhanced. On the eve of the finals, a palpable atmosphere of impending conflict enveloped Mugwa Island. Lin Feng prepared for his final adjustments, aiming to elevate his condition to its peak. However, an unexpected visitor shattered the morning tranquility. A crisp, slightly impudent female voice echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the roar of an engine and the frightened shrieks of Wulong. "Hey, Wukong, Krillin, and that newcomer Lin Feng. This young lady has arrived. Why aren't you down here to greet me?" Lin Feng pushed open the window to see an extravagant, technologically advanced convertible parked at the inn's entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. A stylish young woman with shoulder-length blue hair emerged from the vehicle, the daughter of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma. With her hands on her hips and a triumphant expression, she stood beside a trembling Wulong, who had reverted to his original form in fright. "Bulma, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong leaped from the second-floor window and dashed over joyfully. Krillin also emerged, surprised to greet her. Bulma proudly patted the car's hood. "Umph. I am a devoted spectator of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Besides, how could I not come to witness such a significant event with you guys making it to the finals?" She turned and retrieved a device resembling a laptop from the car. "Well, since I'm here, I'll lend you all a hand. This is my latest prototype of a combat power assessment device. Although it's still unstable, it can roughly gauge your chi strength, which translates to your combat power value. It's crucial to know oneself and one's opponent before the finals." Master Roshi, having heard the commotion, arrived, and upon seeing Bulma's device, his eyes sparkled behind his sunglasses. "Oh, Bulma, what new gadget have you come up with this time?" "Master Roshi," Bulma exclaimed, "this is a high-tech device that combines chi perception and energy spectrum analysis. It can directly quantify your strength." Encouraged by Bulma, Sun Wukong was the first to curiously don the sensor helmet connected to the device. The numbers on the screen began to fluctuate wildly, ultimately stabilizing around an astonishing value. Although it remained somewhat unstable. "Wow, Wukong, your combat power is around 180, and the fluctuations are immense, like a little sun," Bulma exclaimed, astonished. "How on earth have you trained?" When it was Lin Feng's turn, he donned the helmet and focused intently. The numbers on the screen surged dramatically before stabilizing at a value that, while significantly lower than Wukong's, was notably steady. "Lin Feng, your combat power is 99, Bulma announced, but then furrowed her brow, pointing at the more intricate spectrum graph on the screen. Wait, your chi seems a bit peculiar. While the total and intensity are indeed less than Wukong's, it is highly refined with exceptional control precision. Moreover, this spectrum indicates that your chi appears to be a blend of several different flavors. It's as if you forcibly amalgamated characteristics of various martial arts styles. Typically, a person's chi should be relatively pure. How did you achieve this?" She gazed at Lin Feng with heightened curiosity. Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting Bulma's device to be so perceptive, not only measuring his precise combat power, but also detecting anomalies from his replicated skills. Maintaining his composure, he explained, "Perhaps it's due to my unique cultivation method, which emphasizes compatibility and inclusiveness." Master Roshi observed the unusually complex spectrum graph of Lin Feng's chi with a knowing smile, choosing not to reveal anything. Although Bulma was filled with questions, the impending finals took precedence, and she refrained from probing further, instead offering Lin Feng and Wukong some suggestions based on the device's data. For instance, Wukong needed to refine his control over his bursts to avoid wasting chi, while Lin Feng could attempt to better harmonize the differing characteristics of his chi, potentially unlocking power beyond mere numbers. Bulma's arrival was like a breath of fresh air, bringing a technological perspective that alleviated some of the pre-finale tension. She generously provided high-quality food and nutritional supplements to ensure both could consume sufficient energy before the finals. In the ensuing hours, with the assistance of Bulma's device, Lin Feng made final adjustments to his chi, striving for perfection. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong engaged in playful antics with Wulong, his relaxed demeanor enviable. As night fell, Mugwa Island illuminated with vibrant lights. In the direction of the main venue, a massive bonfire had been ignited, casting an orange glow that lit up half the sky, reminiscent of a burning fighting spirit. The sea breeze carried the scent of pine from the bonfire, mingling with the distant sounds of revelry. In the inn room, Lin Feng stood quietly by the window, gazing at the flickering flames that painted the sky. His 3 days of intense training were drawing to a close, and the effects of the advanced training acceleration card were nearing their expiration. He felt the vigorous yet orderly energy coursing through his body, savoring every bit of harvest from the past 3 days. The 980 replication points remained available as his final trump card. His understanding of the principles behind Xiao Quan and Taiyang Quan deepened, while the embryonic form of Gui Pai Qi Gong became increasingly clear. Even his mastery over energy reached a new zenith. Although his combat power might still be capped at 99, he was acutely aware that his actual fighting capability, especially in terms of adaptability and tactical acumen, had transcended previous limits. His gaze was resolute and fervent. Wukong was a formidable opponent, a manifestation of innate talent. Yet, it was precisely such adversaries that warranted a full-throttle battle. What he sought to prove was not merely the strength of the Gui Xianlu, but the heights one could attain through personal effort and intellect. Ding! The notification of the acceleration card's effect dissipating echoed in his mind, yet a sense of fullness, vitality, and impending readiness surged within Lin Feng. He donned a crisp black martial arts uniform, meticulously pinning his identification badge to his chest. Then, he pushed open the door and ventured towards the direction illuminated by blazing flames. In the corridor, he encountered his fellow competitors, Sun Wukong and Krillin, both equally prepared for departure. Wukong retained his carefree excitement, golden energy swirling around him, while Krillin offered a supportive pat on Lin Feng's shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Master Roshi stood at the hotel entrance, observing his two disciples poised for an epic showdown. Beneath his sunglasses, his gaze was imbued with an indescribable mix of complex emotions, pride, anticipation, and perhaps a hint of melancholy. He ultimately waved his hand, hoarsely uttering, "Go, boys. Show the world the true splendor of the Gui Xianlu." Lin Feng and Sun Wukong exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. Side by side, they stepped into the shadows elongated by the firelight, walking towards the ultimate arena destined to be etched in the annals of martial arts history. At the venue on Muguo Island, the night promised to be sleepless. The massive circular stands were already packed to capacity, the crowd's fervor echoing like a tsunami of sound. In the center of the arena, a colossal bonfire blazed brightly, its flames reaching skyward, illuminating the entire stage as if it were daylight. The flickering flames seemed to dance in anticipation of the impending clash. The air was thick with the scent of burning pine resin, sweat, and an almost frenzied expectation. Amidst the deafening cheers and stirring music, the host's voice rang out. Nearly a roar, "Ladies and gentlemen, to all the martial arts enthusiasts around the globe, welcome to the finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament." The spotlight suddenly illuminated the exit of the contestants' tunnel. First to appear was contestant number 109, hailing from the Gui Xianlu, possessing monstrous talent and boundless potential. Sun Wukong. Beaming widely, Wukong energetically waved his arms, bounding onto the stage, his exuberant golden energy shining even brighter in the glow of the bonfire. He greeted the audience with joy, as if he were partaking in a grand celebration rather than a final match. Next was contestant number 111, also from the Gui Xianlu, the dark horse Lin Feng, who had triumphed through sheer willpower, extraordinary wisdom, and incredible learning ability. Lin Feng ascended the stage steadily, his steps firm, his gaze piercing. A profound blue aura flowed around him, harmonizing with the flickering flames, emanating a sense of calm, yet unwavering strength. He regarded Wukong across the arena, their fighting spirits clashing palpably in the air. "Lin Feng, I have awaited this day." Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tail wagging eagerly. "Let us have a grand duel. I shall emerge victorious." Lin Feng took a deep breath, his blue aura rising slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Wukong, I too have waited long for this. Bring it on, champion. I shall not yield easily." The referee stood between them, feeling the pressure from their distinct, yet equally formidable energies. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his arm high, then brought it down with force. The finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong versus Lin Feng. Let the match begin. Boom. As the words resonated, both fighters' auras surged simultaneously. Gold and blue clashed like opposing tidal waves, igniting the atmosphere to its peak. The ultimate battle had finally commenced. Chapter 31, The Pinnacle Showdown. The Fateful Moon and Roaring Omens. The arena of the finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament became the focal point of the world that night. A massive bonfire blazed, its flames licking the night sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day, the flickering firelight reflecting the excited and fervent faces of thousands. The air was filled with the crackling sound of burning pine resin, the salty sea breeze, and the heated currents generated by the collective breaths of the audience. In this primal and fervent atmosphere, at the center of the stage, the golden and blue energies surged like opposing tides, colliding with a tremendous impact. Begin. The referee's voice acted like a spark igniting a cauldron of oil, instantly setting the battle ablaze. Haha, here I come. Sun Wukong let out an excited roar, his golden aura erupting, leaving behind a fleeting golden afterimage as he propelled himself towards Lin Feng like a cannonball. There were no flashy moves, just the simplest, most direct, yet power-packed frontal punch. The air compressed, creating explosive sounds in its wake. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed as Tien instantaneously captured the terrifying trajectory of speed and strength. Not daring to confront directly, he unleashed Sunshangxian, retreating swiftly like a specter while leaving behind a blue afterimage torn apart by the punch's wind. Boom! Wukong's fist struck the arena floor, creating a spiderweb-like shallow crater with debris flying everywhere. Yet he did not pause, twisting his waist, unleashing a whiplash kick akin to a golden battle axe, covering an expansive area. Lin Feng dodged once more, seizing the opportunity to deliver a blow with Wanguo Jingtinjiang, aimed at Wukong's exposed flank. The palm wind coalesced, glimmering blue light. Bang! Wukong did not evade. With a casual block of his arm, the golden aura met the blue palm wind, producing a resounding thud. Lin Feng felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, momentarily staggering him backward. Such remarkable strength, such refined energy. Lin Feng marveled internally, realizing that Wukong's energy was not only immense, but also of exceptional quality, infused with terrifying power even in casual strikes. Haha, Lin Feng, your palm power is quite impressive. Bring it on. Wukong grinned, his fighting spirit soaring as he lunged forward once more, his fists raining down like a tempest. His combat style was bold and unrestrained, exuding a primal beauty of strength, each strike seeking ultimate destructive force. Lin Feng swiftly adjusted his strategy, acutely aware that he could not fall into the rhythm of brute force that Wukong excelled in. He pushed Geishi Ujan to its limits, his blue aura swirling around him as he focused on evasion and maneuvering. Sun Shangxian was employed to its peak, creating numerous indistinguishable blue silhouettes on the stage, continually disrupting Wukong's judgment. Wow, so many Lin Fengs. Wukong's eyes darted around, his fists often striking the afterimages, creating explosive sounds in the air, yet he struggled to capture Lin Feng's true form. Like an enraged lion, he accelerated his attacks, his golden aura becoming increasingly ferocious, enveloping the entire arena in his onslaught. Now is the moment. Lin Feng pinpointed Wukong's brief moment of rigidity after a powerful punch, Dongcha Jian, precisely locking onto the flaw, his figure melding with the wind, silently infiltrating Wukong's guard. Receive this. Si Yao Quan energy simulation. Lin Feng silently admonished himself as the azure flames behind him surged violently. Although he had not truly sprouted additional arms, the two highly condensed streams of energy resembled invisible fists, coordinating with his own hands to simultaneously assail Wukong from four exceedingly cunning angles. This was precisely the advanced application of the principles of Si Yao Quan that he had deepened during 3 days of rigorous training. Suddenly caught off guard, Wukong could only hastily parry the main attacks, but 2 streams of energy grazed his shoulder and waist. Though largely mitigated by his golden aura, the strike still caused him to stagger, exposing a fleeting vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng pressed his advantage with close-range strikes, his fists and claws raining down like a torrential downpour, specifically targeting Wukong's joints and vital energy nodes. The cacophony of rapid collisions echoed as Wukong found himself momentarily flustered, relying solely on his formidable physique and protective aura to withstand the onslaught, retreating repeatedly. The audience erupted in fervent applause, marveling at Lin Feng's skill and intellect as he managed to temporarily suppress the mightier Wukong in direct confrontation. Infuriated by the pain, Wukong rubbed the struck areas. Yet rather than feeling disheartened, a fiercer flame ignited in his eyes. Lin Feng, you are too cunning, but that makes it all the more enjoyable. He inhaled deeply, his golden aura ceasing its chaotic flares and instead began to contract inward, coalescing into a denser form. The atmosphere thickened with a sense of impending danger. The turtle sage observed with a grave expression from the sidelines. Wukong spread his feet slightly, lowering his center of gravity into a peculiar stance. As his palms began to gather a heart-stopping golden energy. Receive this. Kamehameha. Wukong bellowed, his initial posture somewhat juvenile, and his gathering speed slightly lagging behind Lin Feng's. Yet the basketball-sized golden energy sphere that formed in his palms radiated a purer and more colossal energy than before. This was a technique he had imitated after watching Lin Feng's battle with Clin. What? Wukong too? Clin gasped in astonishment. The turtle sage found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. Lin Feng's expression shifted, his insightful eye fervently warning him. He could not allow Wukong to fully unleash this power. Solar Fist, blinding light. Lin Feng decisively formed a hand seal, instantaneously executing the principles of Solar Fist he had just comprehended. However, this time he controlled the energy output, unleashing a dazzling glare aimed directly at Wukong's eyes rather than blinding him completely. Wow, so blinding. Wukong, engrossed in gathering energy, instinctively squinted at the sudden brilliance. His focus wavering, causing the golden energy sphere in his palm to destabilize, its radiance flickering violently. Now, Lin Feng's figure flickered, shooting forth like an arrow, circumventing the unstable energy sphere and delivering a full force, Wangwujing Tianzhong, directly to Wukong's chest. The impact resounded as Wukong hastily attempted to defend, but was solidly struck, letting out a muffled grunt. The golden aura around him momentarily faltered, sending him sliding back several meters before he barely regained his footing. A trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The unstable golden energy sphere dissipated with a soft pop in the air. Ding! Successfully interrupted Son Goku's Kamehameha charge and dealt effective damage. Reward, 100 copy points. Pahaha. Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth, not only unperturbed but bursting into laughter. Lin Feng, you are incredible. You can even execute that move. Excellent. This is exhilarating. His gaze intensified, reflecting the excitement and seriousness of encountering a true adversary. You too. Wukong, your progress is astonishing. Lin Feng panted, realizing that the previous flurry had taken a toll. He understood that clever tricks would only yield temporary advantages. Against a being like Wukong, who thrived under pressure, he needed to confront him with genuine strength. The ensuing battle escalated to a fever pitch, both combatants unleashing their full potential. Wukong completely liberated his movements, his combat instincts terrifyingly honed, instinctively executing the most effective responses. His speed quickened, his strength amplified. While the golden aura enveloped him like a blazing sun, his assaults relentless as a ceaseless tsunami. He leapt with the agility of a spirit ape and charged like a rampaging bull, showcasing the wildness and might of his Saiyan heritage. In contrast, Lin Feng melded intellect with technique to reach new heights, his insightful eye continuously analyzing Wukong's attack patterns and energy flows. Utilizing phantom fist and exquisite footwork, he narrowly evaded fatal strikes. The Wangwujing Tianzhong no longer sought a single lethal blow, but instead struck with surgical precision at Wukong's weak points and moments of breath. He even attempted to integrate the energy of Si Yao Quan with the dazzling interference of Solar Fist into his ordinary attacks, creating an unpredictable assault that left Wukong bewildered. Boom, bang, crack, thud. On the arena, the golden and blue figures clashed at a speed beyond the naked eye's comprehension, colliding fiercely. The explosive sound of energy clashing, the dull thuds of fists and feet meeting, and the vibrations of bodies slamming against the ground filled the air. The sturdy arena floor fractured and pitted, with fragments of stone instantly vaporized by the intense flames. The two battled from the center of the stage to its edges and back again, leaving chaos in their wake. The fierce combat had the entire audience holding their breath, their hearts racing with every clash. This had transcended the realm of ordinary martial arts, resembling two ferocious beasts engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Ha! Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Wukong became increasingly exhilarated, his golden aura subtly amplifying amidst the fray, his combat powers seemingly growing under pressure. Each punch and kick carried the force to shatter mountains and split stones. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt the mounting pressure. Wukong's adaptability and growth rate were truly terrifying. His energy expenditure surpassed Wukong's, and the recovery rate of turtle breathing could no longer keep pace with the depletion. Bruises adorned his body, blood trickled from his lips, and he persevered solely through sheer willpower. This cannot continue. His energy seems inexhaustible. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, knowing a decisive action was imperative. After a fierce exchange, both warriors leapt back simultaneously, establishing a 20-meter distance, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked their martial arts attire, mingling with blood and clinging to their skin. Both their auras had dimmed significantly since the beginning, yet the golden glimmer in Wukong's eyes burned ever brighter, while Lin Feng's gaze grew more profound and resolute. Lin Feng, you are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. Wukong gasped, yet wore an immensely satisfied smile. Next, I will unleash my utmost strength. Be cautious. Lin Feng wiped the blood and sweat from his face, inhaling deeply, summoning the last remnants of his energy without reservation, and declared, Come forth, Wukong. I too have one final strike. The arena fell silent, everyone aware that the moment of reckoning was imminent. The crackling of the burning fire now resonated with acute clarity. Wukong once again assumed the starting posture for the Kamehameha. This time, his movements flowed with greater fluidity, his expression intensely focused. The golden aura converged at an unprecedented speed toward his palms, forming an even more solid and massive golden energy sphere that emanated a terrifying pressure that sent shivers through the soul. He even began to chant softly, Kamehameha? Simultaneously, Lin Feng moved. His hands slowly withdrew to his sides, turtle breathing, operating at overload, even at the cost of injuring some of his meridians, forcibly squeezing out his final strength. The energy particles in the surrounding air were once again activated, surging toward his palms with fervor. The blue flames compressed tightly, forming a small yet highly dense dark blue orb of light between his palms. The radiance was subdued, yet it harbored an essence of ultimate destruction. He softly uttered the name, Guai Pai Qigong. Both were summoning their final strength, poised to unleash a climactic clash of energy waves. The scene mirrored a reenactment of the legendary duel between Kame Sinin and Crane Sinin. The tension reached its zenith. However, at this critical juncture, Sun Wukong, who had been entirely focused on gathering his energy wave, perhaps sensing the immense pressure of Lin Feng's desperate strike, instinctively lifted his head to catch one last glimpse of his opponent's resolute gaze. In that moment, as he raised his head, his sight transcended Lin Feng's shoulder, past the noisy venue, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the hazy night sky illuminated by the bonfire. There, in the velvet expanse of the night, a round and luminous full moon hung quietly, its cold silver light cascading like mercury, creating a bizarre contrast with the fiery glow of the arena. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Sun Wukong's gaze, upon encountering that full moon, abruptly became rigid. The incantation of Kamehameha halted abruptly on his lips. The golden energy sphere, which was on the verge of completion and brimmed with power, dimmed rapidly as if it had lost its support, disintegrating into specks of golden light that vanished from sight. He stood there as if ensnared by a spell, his pupils contracting to pinprick size before suddenly dilating wide. A strange, uncontrollable crimson hue began to swiftly replace the once clear and battle-ready golden light in his eyes. A guttural, inhuman roar, filled with anguish and repression, erupted from deep within Sun Wukong's throat. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, the golden aura surrounding him fluctuating wildly, swelling and contracting, its hue shifting towards a frenzied, ominous dark red. A terrifying presence, far greater than at any previous moment, filled with primal destruction, awakened slowly from within Sun Wukong's petite form. Like an ancient behemoth stirring from eons of slumber, Lin Feng, who was preparing for a desperate struggle, was the first to sense this sudden, bizarre transformation. He dissipated the energy wave in his palm, regarding the evidently altered Sun Wukong with uncertainty. Below the stage, Kame Sinin's face turned ashen upon witnessing Wukong gaze skyward. He suddenly turned towards the full moon, with eyes wide in horror and panic. "Oh no, it's the full moon," Kame Sinin exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Quick, stop him. Don't let him see the moon." "The moon? What is wrong with the moon?" Bulma, bewildered, noticed Wukong's demeanor and Kame Sinin's terror, realizing that something was terribly amiss. Krillin also stood up anxiously. However, it was already too late. Sun Wukong, or rather, the creature overtaken by some primal instinct, suddenly lowered his head. His eyes, now fully consumed by a blood-red hue, fixating on Lin Feng in the arena and the distant audience. In his gaze, there was no longer clarity or battle intent, only the most primitive, unadulterated brutality and hunger remained. A roar, no longer human but filled with ferocity and torment, burst forth from Sun Wukong, reverberating through the entire venue. His body emitted a series of sickening cracks, muscles inflating as if pumped with air, tearing his martial arts uniform to shreds. The precursor to his transformation into a giant ape had arrived. The trajectory of the finals spiraled into a terrifying unknown. Chapter 32, Awakening of the Giant Ape. The choice of 100,000 copy points and the lament of the full moon cannon. Sun Wukong, or perhaps the being consumed by instinct, let out a primal roar that thundered over the skies of Mugwa Island, instantly overshadowing all the noise. The bonfire continued to burn, but the air was now laden not with fervor, but with a chilling dread that seeped deep into the bones. On the arena, Lin Feng was at the forefront, the terrifying aura erupting from Wukong, akin to the awakening of a colossal beast, crashed over him like a tangible tsunami. The dim blue aura surrounding Lin Feng flickered violently under this pressure, nearly extinguishing. An instinctual tremor, as if confronted with a natural enemy, surged uncontrollably from his spine to the crown of his head. Wukong's cries grew more agonizing and frantic. His body underwent visible, horrifying transformations. The once fitting orange martial arts uniform was torn apart by his rapidly expanding muscles, emitting a sound of ripping fabric. His height increased, limbs thickened, and dense brown-black fur began to sprout from his skin. Particularly, his head elongated, snout protruding, fangs piercing his lips. Those once clear eyes now filled with a desire for savagery and destruction, unrecognizable from their previous elegance. A thick, bristly tail whipped behind him, striking the arena floor and leaving deep cracks. The transformation into a giant ape had commenced, and the speed was astonishing. Warning! Warning! Detected ultra-high energy life form transformation. Target energy level rising sharply. 200, 300, 500, 800. Extreme danger. Host survival probability below 1. Emergency alert. Detected rare special bloodline, Saiyan bloodline, entering active eruption state. This bloodline holds immense potential, but carries a high risk of mental breakdown. Attempt to copy. Copying will require 100,000 copy points. Warning. The copying process may trigger unknown mental impacts. Current available copy points. 80 points. Copy conditions severely insufficient. The system's warnings and alerts cascaded through Lin Feng's mind like a cold waterfall. 100,000 points. An astronomical figure beyond his reach. The energy fluctuations emanating from the forming giant ape left him gasping, its combat power undoubtedly surpassing 1,000. This was an existence he could not hope to contend with. Escape. He must escape. This was the only thought racing through Lin Feng's mind. In the face of such an absolute power disparity, any notion of combat was folly. Just then, Wukong's transformation into a giant ape seemed to reach a critical mutation. He abruptly lifted his head and unleashed a roar even louder and more powerful towards the full moon in the night sky. The sonic wave generated by this roar rippled outward like a shockwave, shattering the glass of the audience seats near the arena. The crowd erupted into screams of sheer terror, frantically pushing and trampling one another in their desperate attempt to flee from what had suddenly turned into a hellish venue. The giant ape Wukong, perhaps it was time to call him that, locked onto Lin Feng, the only large creature still standing closest to him. He seemed to retain a vague memory, filled with rage and a ravenous appetite for the opponent he had just battled with. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape raised a paw, now resembling a battering ram, and swung it down towards Lin Feng. The speed far surpassed that of Wukong in his human form. With a desperate instinct for survival, Lin Feng's pupils contracted to pinprick size, drawing upon the last vestiges of his energy, executing the phantom fist at an unprecedented speed, leaving behind an almost tangible afterimage as he rolled away to the side. Boom! The giant paw descended. The entire arena shook as if struck by a heavy bomb, resonating with an earth-shattering roar. Lin Feng's afterimage dissipated in an instant, and where he had stood, a massive crater several meters wide appeared, with debris scattering like bullets. A powerful shockwave sent Lin Feng, who had just rolled to the edge of the arena, flying through the air, crashing heavily against the protective railing surrounding the stage. A sweet taste filled his throat as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The force was overwhelming, beyond the realm of ordinary strength. The giant ape, realizing its attack had missed, roared in rage, sweeping its other paw towards Lin Feng, intent on crushing him like an insect. The ground trembled as its immense form moved, shaking the entire venue. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he scrambled to evade the onslaught, utilizing every ounce of strength to escape. He dared not linger, operating the Gui Shi Lu Zhuan technique to its utmost limit, desperately recovering even the slightest fragment of energy, while maximizing the capabilities of Dongcha Jian, not to search for weaknesses, but to anticipate the slightest movements of the terrifying beast, striving for that precious fraction of a second to survive. The giant ape's attacks were simple, brutal, yet effective. It relentlessly slammed, stomped, and swept across the main stage, reducing it to ruins at a visible pace. Lin Feng, like a leaf caught in a tempest, struggled to survive amidst the shrapnel and deadly strikes. His figure flickered through the wreckage, rolling and leaping, each evasion perilously close to death. His wounds multiplied, and his breath grew faint. The system's voice echoed with an urgency barely perceptible, warning him of his declining vital signs. It reiterated that copying the Xia Ren Xuanmai was the only possible way to reverse the situation, requiring 100,000 copying points. Was there any other way to acquire points? Lin Feng roared in frustration, narrowly dodging a massive piece of concrete that hurtled toward him. He glanced at the audience. Now a chaotic scene of panic, with cries and screams filling the air as some were trampled. Bulma, Krillin, and Oolong were also desperately evading and shouting, but to no avail. A sense of despair and powerlessness surged within Lin Feng. In his current state, even self-preservation was a challenge, let alone stopping the carnage. Just as everyone fell into despair, a resonant voice broke through the chaos. "You beast, cease your rampage." It was an ancient yet commanding roar, resonating with supreme authority, overpowering the confusion of the crowd and the giant ape's growls. From the entrance of the contestants' passage, Master Roshi had shed his humorous floral shirt and sunglasses, donning a traditional white martial arts uniform. His previously stooped figure now stood tall, and his white hair and beard billowed as if in a fierce wind. A formidable aura, vast as the sea and solid as a mountain, erupted from his seemingly frail body. Although this aura lacked the destructive nature of the giant ape, it was deeper and heavier, imbued with the weight of time and a sense of responsibility that demanded respect. "Master Wu Tian," Krillin exclaimed in delight. "Grandpa." Bulma too saw a glimmer of hope. Master Roshi ignored their cries, his gaze locked onto the rampaging giant ape with unwavering focus. His eyes bore no fear, only grave seriousness and a hint of resolute determination. "Lin Feng, boy, get away," he shouted to Lin Feng, who was struggling amidst the debris. He then faced the giant ape, solemnly preparing the most powerful starting posture of the Turtle School's signature technique, the Kamehameha. However, this time, Master Roshi's Kamehameha was entirely different from his previous demonstrations. He was no longer executing it casually. He was pouring every ounce of his strength into it, transcending his own limits. "Huh!" Master Roshi unleashed a deafening roar, his muscles rippling as veins bulged like serpents. The energy in the surrounding space seemed to be instantly drawn towards him, frantically converging between his palms. Not only was he channeling ki, but it seemed that even his life force was igniting, fueling this strike. An unprecedentedly massive, blindingly bright blue energy sphere rapidly formed and expanded in his palms. Inside the energy sphere, destructive energy churned violently, compressing and emitting a terrifying pressure that warped the very fabric of space. Its scale and mass far exceeded that of his earlier demonstrations, incomparable to the juvenile forms exhibited by Lin Feng and Goku. This was the true Kamehameha. Lin Feng stared in awe, feeling the staggering chasm between them. The giant ape also sensed this formidable energy wave that threatened it, momentarily halting its pursuit of Lin Feng and the audience. Its blood-red eyes shifted towards Master Roshi, emitting a menacing growl as its massive frame hunched slightly, preparing to attack. "You must be dealt with before you fully mature." Master Roshi gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating the immense strain of gathering energy beyond his limits, for this world and for Goku. He thrust his palms forward with all his might, unleashing a thunderous roar, Kamehameha wave. A colossal blue beam, wider than the giant ape itself, surged forth like a waterfall from the galaxy, carrying the overwhelming power to purify and obliterate everything in its path. tearing through the night sky and illuminating the entirety of Mugwa Island, hurtling towards the newly formed terrifying giant ape with unstoppable force. The giant ape emitted a roar of fury mixed with a hint of fear, instinctively crossing its arms in a desperate attempt to shield itself. The blue beam collided violently with the giant ape. The ground shook with an earth-shattering explosion, blinding white light engulfing everything. A fearsome energy storm swept through the entire venue, further flattening the ruins. The audience near the epicenter of the explosion was vaporized in an instant. As the brilliance subsided, the giant ape was propelled back by the tremendous impact, its massive body marred by charred wounds, one arm grotesquely twisted, clearly suffering severe damage. It howled in anguish, its breath noticeably weakened. Yet, it remained standing. Its crimson eyes, now more frenzied and violent due to pain and injury, glared with ferocity. Master Roshi's ultimate attack had only severely wounded it, failing to bring it down entirely. Coughing, Master Roshi knelt on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his breath diminished to the utmost limit, clearly drained of all energy. He gazed at the now enraged giant ape, its madness intensified despite its injuries, and a glimmer of despair and helplessness flickered in his eyes. This was not enough. The giant ape, completely incensed, disregarded its wounds, its crimson gaze fixated on the insignificant creature that had dared to inflict pain. Master Roshi. It opened its enormous maw, dark red energy gathering deep within its throat, a prelude to vengeance. It would annihilate this ant that had dared to harm it. Master. Lin Feng's eyes widened with desperation, wanting to rush forward, but his body felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing him. Krillin, Bulma, and others cried out in despair. Master Roshi, gazing at the gathering destructive energy, slowly closed his eyes, seemingly accepting his fate. In this most critical moment, no one noticed the bright full moon in the night sky, the cause of all calamity, seemingly touched by an imperceptible shadow at its edge. Was it a lunar eclipse? Or a turning point in fate? Chapter 33, Lunar Eclipse Turning Point. The roar of despair and shadows from the demon realm. The dark red energy sphere gathering in the depths of the giant ape's throat emitted a deathly aura that froze the very soul. Master Roshi knelt on the ground, his white hair dancing wildly in the energy's radiance. He looked upon the source of destruction with no fear, only a hint of regret and acceptance for failing to protect his disciple. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately to rise, only to cough up blood in vain, helplessly watching the beam of destruction poised to erupt. Just at that critical moment, a peculiar hum, as if emanating from the depths of the cosmos, suddenly resonated. This sound did not originate from the battlefield, but rather from the full moon suspended in the night sky, the source of all calamity. A clear, expanding shadow began to encroach upon the luminous silver disk at an observable pace, akin to an invisible maw devouring the moonlight. A lunar eclipse had commenced. This sudden celestial phenomenon had an immediate effect. The giant ape, Wukong, who was about to unleash a fatal blow, found its movements abruptly stilled. The pulsing dark red energy sphere within its throat flickered violently before becoming unstable, visibly shrinking in size. Confusion and disarray flickered in its savage crimson eyes, as if the very source of its ferocity was being severed. The oppressive aura emanating from its massive form began to fluctuate and wane. The lunar eclipse. The moon is obscured. Bulma was the first to react, excitedly pointing at the sky and exclaiming, "It works! The lunar eclipse is affecting it." Krillin also glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Master Roshi, who had previously closed his eyes in resignation, suddenly opened them to gaze at the sky, then at the visibly unstable giant ape, a spark of determination reigniting in his eyes. A chance. At that moment, Lin Feng collapsed amidst the ruins, heard an urgent notification from the system in his mind. Warning. The target's Saiyan Great Ape transformation status has become unstable due to interference from an external energy source. Energy level fluctuation, 900, 700, 500. Danger level decreased. Emergency notice. The target's bloodline vitality has experienced a brief leakage fluctuation due to its unstable form. The points required to replicate Saiyan bloodline are temporarily reduced to 50,000 points. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Would you like to attempt replication? Warning. The replication process still carries a high risk of mental backlash. Furthermore, the window of opportunity may be very brief. 50,000 points. Although still an astronomical figure, It was halved from the previous 100,000. Moreover, the power of the giant ape was waning. A chance. Yet, as Lin Feng glanced at his meager 1,080 replication points, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. Even with the price slashed, he could still not afford even a fraction. It was still not enough. Lin Feng's fist slammed into the ground, bones cracking and blood spilling, but it paled in comparison to the despair and urgency in his heart. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Perhaps the lunar eclipse had stimulated the remnants of the beastly instincts within the giant ape. Or perhaps Master Roshi's earlier lethal attack had overshadowed its need for moonlight. After a brief moment of chaos, the giant ape forcefully suppressed the discomfort brought on by the dimming moonlight. It violently shook its massive head, its crimson eyes locking onto Master Roshi once more. The dark red energy sphere deep within its throat, though less solid than before, still radiated a lethal aura. Roar. It emitted a roar filled with pain and fury, abandoning the pursuit of maximum power to immediately tear apart the threat before it. The dark red energy beam, resembling a shrunken hellfire, screamed as it charged toward the defenseless Master Roshi. No! Lin Feng, Krillin, Bulma, and the others simultaneously shouted in despair. They watched as Master Roshi was on the verge of being reduced to ashes beneath the deadly breath of the giant ape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several swift, multicolored energy blasts shot forth like precision sniper bullets from various corners of the battlefield. They did not target the giant ape directly, but rather skillfully struck the trajectory before the ape's breath. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions formed a brief energy barrier in front of Master Roshi. Although the giant ape's breath broke through this barrier, its power and speed were significantly diminished, ultimately grazing Master Roshi's body and crashing into the ruins behind him, kicking up clouds of dust. Who are they? The crowd gasped, turning their eyes toward the source of the energy blasts. They beheld several figures clad in matching black uniforms, their expressions stern, appearing at the edge of the chaotic venue. Their movements were nimble, and their aura steady, clearly indicating they were well-trained. The precise interception had originated from them. The leader, a man with peculiar glasses and hair resembling a white hedgehog, adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, "By the command of Lord Piccolo, we are here to eliminate the anomalous entities disrupting the world. This giant ape, along with you formidable martial artists, is on the elimination list." Piccolo. The name struck Master Roshi like a heavy hammer, darkening his expression further. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth? However, the appearance of these demon warriors inadvertently altered the tide of battle. The giant ape's attention was abruptly diverted to these challengers, emanating a formidable aura. It abandoned its pursuit of Master Roshi. Its furious red eyes now fixated on the demon warriors, unleashing an even more furious roar. In its simplistic mind, these beings were allies of the insects that had just wounded it. Roar. The giant ape raised its massive foot, akin to a mountain, and stomped toward the demon warriors. Scatter. The man with the white hedgehog hair ordered calmly, and the demon warriors instantly dispersed, moving swiftly, while simultaneously condensing energy blasts in their hands, fearlessly launching them at the giant ape's legs. Boom, boom. The energy blasts exploded against the giant ape's tough hide, failing to inflict fatal damage, but successfully enraging it. The giant ape became utterly berserk. It began to indiscriminately attack every moving creature within its sight, be it fleeing spectators or the demon warriors daring to assault it. The venue had turned into a hellscape. Yet, due to its scattered focus, Lin Feng and Master Roshi were granted a brief respite. Krillin, Bulma, quickly assist Master Roshi in escaping this place. Lin Feng strained to shout toward the distance. Krillin and Bulma immediately reacted, seizing the opportunity while the giant ape was distracted by the demon warriors. They risked everything to rush forward, lifting the exhausted Master Roshi and swiftly moving him toward safety. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, relying on his dwindling willpower, kept a vigilant gaze on the rampaging giant ape, now entangled with the demon warriors. The lunar eclipse continued, the moonlight dimming further, and the giant ape's aura gradually diminished, its movements appearing less frenzied and swift than before. Yet it remained immensely powerful, each of its attacks shaking the ground. Notification: target energy level continues to fluctuate downwards, currently around 400, 350. The replication window remains open. Required points: 50,000. The system's voice whispered like a devil, tempting Lin Feng. Where could I possibly gather 50,000 points? Lin Feng's mind raced, scanning the chaotic battlefield. Observing the demon warriors clashing with the giant ape and the increasingly dim moon in the sky. Suddenly, a daring and nearly mad thought flashed through his mind like lightning. System. Lin Feng roared within his heart. If I were to willingly endure the giant ape's attack, harnessing the immense energy contained within its strikes, and combining it with the extreme operation of turtle breathing technique and the guidance of inner vision, could I temporarily convert this external destructive energy into replication points for the system to absorb, like recharging? This idea was exceedingly dangerous, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, and could even be deemed suicidal. Yet, it was the only potential path Lin Feng could conceive to quickly acquire substantial points in this desperate situation. Theoretical analysis indicates feasibility. The target, GUN, possesses an extraordinarily high level of attack energy. Should a minuscule portion of the impact energy be redirected away from the destructive path and undergo a special transformation, it could be simulated as a substantial infusion of energy, significantly enhancing the efficiency of acquiring replication points within a short time frame. However, the success rate is below 10, with a host mortality probability exceeding 90. Strongly advised against attempting this. A success rate of 10 is sufficient. A flicker of madness glinted in Lin Feng's eyes. Compared to waiting helplessly, a 10 represents hope. System. Calculate the optimal angle of endurance and energy guidance route. I am willing to take the gamble. Command received. Calculating. Calculation complete. Recommended endurance site. Non-lethal area, such as the left scapula. Guidance route. Along the secondary branch of Guishi Liujuan, through Xuanji to Qihai. Simulating reverse charging. The risk is extremely high. Confirm again. Execute. Execute. Lin Feng did not hesitate. He took a deep breath, mustering his last ounce of strength, and staggered to his feet amidst the ruins. His gaze firmly fixed on the GUN, which was currently swatting away a demon fighter. The GUN seemed to notice that the small insect, which had tangled with it for the longest time, had once again stood up. It emitted an impatient low growl and casually waved a massive, fiery fragment of the arena, hurtling towards Lin Feng like a meteor. Although this was not the GUN's full-force attack, the power contained within was enough to reduce Lin Feng to a mere pulp. Now is the moment. Lin Feng did not dodge. Following the system's calculations, he slightly turned his body to align his left scapula with the oncoming boulder. Simultaneously, the Guishi Liujuan technique operated in an unprecedented, nearly self-destructive manner in reverse. With Neishi fully activated, he guided the impending destructive energy. Come! Lin Feng roared, standing his ground against the incoming death boulder. Lin Feng, no. Clin, who had just set up the Kamehameha, shouted in horror at this scene. Boom! The boulder crashed heavily onto Lin Feng's left shoulder. The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. Lin Feng was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying from his mouth, tracing a sorrowful arc through the air. Warning! Host has sustained severe injuries. Left scapula shattered. Internal organs severely damaged. Life signs rapidly declining. Energy guidance initiated. 15. 10. Energy too violent. Guidance path about to collapse. 20. Acquisition of replication points. 1,000, 3,000, 8,000. Excruciating pain nearly submerged Lin Feng's consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth, relying on his indomitable will to maintain Neishi and that perilous reverse technique. Replication points. 1080, 18080. 21080, 29,080. The points surged wildly. Yet Lin Feng's life was also swiftly waning. Guidance path collapsed. Unable to continue. Energy infusion terminated. Final acquisition of replication points. 28,000 points. Current available replication points. 1080, 28,000, 29,080 points. Still not enough. Nearly 20,000 points short of the required 50,000. Lin Feng fell heavily among the distant ruins, bloodied, with his left arm hanging limply, consciousness teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. He had paid a price almost equivalent to his life, yet still failed to gather the crucial points for salvation. At that moment, the lunar eclipse was drawing to a close, the moon nearly devoured entirely, leaving only a thin red edge, the blood moon phase of a total lunar eclipse. The GUN's aura plummeted to its nadir, its movements becoming sluggish, even slightly swaying as if its transformation could be undone at any moment. The demon fighters, seeing this, intensified their attacks, unleashing a barrage of energy waves and projectiles upon the Jiyuan, which, while not fatal, left it battered and roaring in agony. The Jiyuan's fury was ignited. Ignoring the weakness brought on by the disappearance of moonlight, it began to frantically gather its remaining strength, dark red energy coalescing once more in its mouth. This time, though small in scale, it was more concentrated, aimed squarely at the bothersome demon fighters, intent on eliminating them all at once. The white-haired hedgehog-headed man's expression changed as he sensed the threat of this attack, shouting, "Form a formation! Defend!" All demon fighters quickly gathered together, erecting a massive purple energy shield. The Jiyuan's final strike was about to collide with the united defense of the demon fighters. In the midst of this final chaos, no one noticed that the number plate of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, which had fallen from the barely conscious Lin Feng's finger due to the earlier impact, rolled away to the side. On the reverse side of the number plate, a minuscule metallic particle, akin to dust, flickered with a faint, nearly imperceptible glow. Could this be the spare part of the energy sensor that Bulma had inadvertently dropped from the device used to measure battle power? This tiny component seemed to passively absorb the chaotic energy fluctuations released during the clash between the Jiyuan and the demon fighters. Lin Feng's mind was alerted once more by the system's prompt, this time imbued with an unprecedented urgency and astonishment. Warning: unknown external energy source detected. Passively absorbing high-energy particles dispersed on the battlefield. Replication points increasing abnormally. 100, 500, 2000. Analyzing energy source. Suspected to be remains of a simplified Saiyan battle power detector. Current available replication points. 29080, 30180, 31680, 50,000 and 80 points. Conditions met. Required points for replication of Saiyan bloodline have been reached. Shall I replicate immediately? What? Lin Feng nearly thought he was hallucinating. In the final moment before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, he summoned every last ounce of strength to emit a silent roar in his mind. Replicate. In the next instant, an endless darkness, accompanied by a ferocious wolf from the ancient wilderness that seemed poised to tear apart his very soul, consumed him entirely. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, the Jiyuan's final strike collided with the defense of the demon fighters, resulting in an explosive brilliance that again engulfed everything. Chapter 34. The Bloodline Boils. The initial cry of golden flames and the fall of the demon race. Lin Feng's consciousness drifted amidst the boundless darkness and tumultuous chaos. It felt as if he had plunged into a boiling abyss of magma or been cast into the core of a star. This was not mere pain. It was as if every cell was being forcibly torn apart, reconstituted, infused with a new, savage, and violent genetic code. The ancient combat instincts embedded within the Saiyan bloodline. A thirst for destruction and an indomitable wildness surged through his spiritual realm like a tsunami. Warning: bloodline fusion progress at 10. Mental barrier nearing overload. Detecting host strong will to survive and the foundational training of Kamehameha, attempting to construct an adaptive mental firewall. Fusion progress at 30. Body beginning preliminary adaptive transformation. Bone density increasing. Muscle fibers restructuring. Amidst the excruciating agony, Lin Feng's residual consciousness clung to the last vestiges of clarity. He recalled Kamehameha's teachings, the days and nights of training alongside Tien and Goku, and the perseverance he had displayed throughout his journey. I cannot fall here. I must master this power rather than be consumed by it. Perhaps this unwavering will play a role. Or perhaps the tranquil principles of Kamehameha's technique had a subtle influence at this critical juncture. The chaotic fusion process seemed to exhibit a faint, controllable sign. Fusion progress at 50. Initial stabilization of the mental firewall. Bodily transformation accelerating. Energy absorption efficiency increasing. Warning: external high-energy environment detected. The collision of energies between the Jiyuan and the demon race is producing immense dispersed energy. Shall I guide the absorption to accelerate recovery and fusion? Guide. Absorb it all. Lin Feng roared in his mind. At this moment, the external world stands at the zenith of cataclysmic energy eruption. The colossal ape, Wukong, in the final moments of the lunar eclipse, expels a dark crimson breath with the remnants of his strength. colliding fiercely with the united defensive formation led by the white-haired Dolaski and his demon warriors. The resounding explosion reverberates through the heavens and the earth, a cacophony tenfold more violent than any previous detonation. A mushroom cloud, infused with dark red, deep purple, and pitch-black energy, ascends from the epicenter of the venue. The terrifying energy storm expands in a circular wave, further leveling the already devastated arena. Structures near the epicenter crumble like sandcastles, disintegrating into vapor. The shield upheld by Dolaski and his warriors shatters like fragile glass after mere seconds of resistance. All soldiers are struck violently, blood gushing forth as they are hurled away by the force of the explosion, their fates uncertain. Dolaski, as the main force, bears the brunt of the impact. His battle attire is torn, he kneels on the ground, gasping heavily, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Meanwhile, Wukong, having unleashed this final assault, feels his immense form drained of all power, his ferocious aura receding like a tide. At the moment the shadow of the lunar eclipse completely envelopes the moon, he emits a final, reluctant wail, his massive body swiftly shrinking, dense fur shedding, and his fearsome form contracting. Ultimately, he reverts to the unconscious and battered little Wukong, plummeting from the sky to crash heavily into the ruins. The menace of the rampaging giant ape seems to have been dispelled by the eclipse. Yet the venue has been transformed into a hellish landscape, rife with casualties. Dolaski struggles to rise, wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly surveys the unconscious Wukong and the surrounding devastation. The target has lost its threat. Executing the eradication protocol, he raises his hand, gathering a purple energy wave aimed directly at the unconscious Wukong. Simultaneously, his gaze sweeps the ruins in search of survivors, particularly that martial artist named Lin Feng, to be eliminated without exception. Just as he prepares to strike Wukong down and his demon soldiers begin their search for Lin Feng, an unexpected anomaly occurs. From beneath the rubble not far from the explosion's epicenter, an indescribable, chilling aura awakens suddenly, akin to an ancient beast stirring from slumber. A golden, warm yet undeniably authoritative energy surges forth, violently shattering the debris and steel above, soaring skyward. This energy is not destructive like that of the giant ape, but rather pure, noble, brimming with vibrant life and immense power. Dolaski's movements freeze instantly as he turns in horror. Emerging from the rubble is a figure slowly rising. Indeed, it is Lin Feng. However, at this moment, he is a transformed being. The ghastly wounds upon his body are healing at a visibly rapid pace, scabs forming and falling away to reveal new, healthy skin beneath. His previously severed left arm, though still somewhat impaired, emits faint cracking sounds as its bones astonishingly undergo self-repair. Most striking is the blazing golden aura enveloping him, radiant like the sun. His hair stands upright without wind, each strand glimmering with a faint golden sheen. His once pitch-black eyes now glisten with an amber hue, sharp and confident, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Saiyan bloodline fusion completion, 85. Basic stability achieved. Host will prevails. Body repair accelerated. Combat power reassessment in progress. Combat power enhanced. 150, 200, 280, 350. New status acquired. Saiyan bloodline, initial fusion. All attributes significantly enhanced. Recovery and potential greatly increased. Energy quality transformed. Unlocked trait. Near-death recovery combat power boost. Initial. After recovering from severe injuries, combat power will experience a certain increase. Current available replication points. 500, 80, 50,000, 80 points. A profound sense of strength courses through Lin Feng's body. He lightly clenches his fist, the air around him bursting with a subtle sound. He feels within him a tumultuous energy, distinctly different from before, and an unprecedented confidence wells up within him. Is this the power of the Saiyans? Lin Feng gazes down at his hands, ablaze with golden energy, murmuring to himself. He raises his head, his gaze locking onto Dolaski, who is poised to strike Wukong, his expression suddenly turning icy. Halt! His low shout reverberates like thunder in Dolaski's ears. The newly invigorated, potent energy forms an invisible shockwave, sending Dolaski reeling, his blood surging as he stumbles backward, the energy wave he had gathered dissipating instantly. What kind of monster are you? Dolaski stares in terror at Lin Feng, particularly at that signature golden aura, which instills in him an unprecedented sense of threat. How could your energy become this powerful in such a short time? And this color Lin Feng offers no reply. He steps forward, the ground beneath him cracking, his figure vanishing in an instant. So fast, Delaski's pupils constrict, instinctively crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Bang! Lin Feng's form materializes before him like a specter, delivering a simple yet direct punch, enveloped in solid golden energy, crashing down upon his crossed arms. The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoes. Ah! Delaski screams, feeling as if he has been struck head-on by a speeding train. His arms throb with excruciating pain, and his body is sent hurtling away like a discarded sack, crashing into distant debris and kicking up clouds of dust. One punch, just a single punch. The demon lieutenant, who previously required arduous combat to confront, now proves utterly defenseless. The remaining demon soldiers, witnessing this, are gripped by terror and turn to flee. The afterimage of a golden flash. Lin Feng scoffs coldly, his figure flickering once more, instantly multiplying into several blazing golden silhouettes, each pursuing the fleeing soldiers. His true self appears before one soldier, effortlessly swiping with his hand, the golden aura sweeping past, rendering the soldier unconscious without a sound. The other silhouettes swiftly dispatch their targets, their movements as swift as lightning. In mere breaths, all the demon warriors present are annihilated. Lin Feng stands amidst the ruins, his golden aura gradually receding, yet the overwhelming pressure remains. He approaches the unconscious Wukong, checks for signs of life, and breathes a sigh of relief upon finding him merely exhausted and unconscious, with no immediate danger to his life. He then looks toward the direction where the turtle sage was taken, feeling a slight sense of comfort. He gazes up at the sky, gradually revealing the twinkling stars. The eclipse now over, and the moon restored to its normal state. However, the island of Muga has been left in ruins after enduring the giant ape disaster and the demon onslaught. The name Bic de Ma Wang ignites a new fighting spirit within Lin Feng. He has gained newfound strength, but has also attracted more formidable foes. The path ahead is destined to be more arduous, yet also more expansive. He senses the surging Saiyan blood coursing through him, harmonizing with the foundational principles of the Turtle School, marking the commencement of his journey as a formidable warrior. This golden aura is merely the beginning. System Status Panel, end of Chapter 34. Host, Lin Feng. Current world, Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power, 350, successful fusion with Saiyan bloodline, initial. Combat power soaring. Available replication points, 80, nearly depleted, energy status, abundant and overflowing, transformed into higher-level energy, golden aura, remarkable recovery, physical status, major injuries largely healed, left arm in recovery, initial metamorphosis completed, ability status, turtle breath flow, peak minor completion, initial fusion with Saiyan bloodline, enhanced recovery effects. NEI sure, Dazong sure the range and precision of perception increase with the enhancement of one's strength. Wan Gui Jing Tian Zhang, Jing Tong the power significantly amplifies with the transformation of the energy's quality. Kinxiang Quan, Shu Lin the speed surges dramatically due to the improvement of fundamental attributes. Gui Pai Qi Gong, Kinkei Chu Xing, Rumin 6 basic mental defense, strengthened by an increase in spiritual power. New addition, Sai Yarin Xuemai, Chu Ji Rong He. A substantial enhancement across all attributes. Energy transforms into a golden flame, greatly boosting recovery, potential, and growth. New characteristic, Bin Si Hui Fu Zhan Li Ti Sheng, Chu Ji. After recovering from serious injuries, combat power will see a certain increase. Task list, main quest, 1. The path of martial arts, requires redefining due to interruption from disaster. Hidden task, Xuemai Rong He. Completed, gained initial strength. Newly triggered task, Mo Wang Yining. Investigate and address the threat posed by Baikuda Mo Wang. Rewards, dependent on completion. System evaluation, having undergone trials of life and death, successfully merging with the Sai Yarin bloodline. An astonishing transformation has occurred. Combat power has surged to 350. Acquiring golden flames, and potential is limitless. Officially stepping into the realm of the strong. Yet this also attracts even more formidable foes, Baikuda Mo Wang. The future is rife with challenges and opportunities. Chapter 35, Golden Storm. The initial clash with the Demon King's army and the roar of a near-death breakthrough. The crisis of the giant ape dissipated with the end of the lunar eclipse, and the assault from the demon clan was crushed by the newly born golden flames. Yet the devastation of Mughal Island could not be immediately restored. The shattered remnants of buildings, the charred ground, the lingering smoke, and the faint scent of blood silently narrated the calamity just endured. Surviving spectators, under the guidance of official rescue personnel, evacuated one after another, filled with terror and pain, leaving behind what was once a bustling sanctuary of martial arts, now reduced to ruins and a haunting silence of survival. Lin Feng stood amidst the ruins, the warm and majestic golden flames gradually receding, yet the surging power within him felt undeniably real. He inhaled deeply, the mixed scents in the air stimulating his senses, further awakening him to the power he had gained and the accompanying responsibilities. He approached the unconscious Wukong, carefully lifting him from the rubble. Wukong's breathing was steady, though he was severely exhausted with some abrasions, but there was no major issue. Lin Feng, Kulin, and Bu'er Ma supported the feeble turtle sage, emerging from a relatively intact shelter. Their faces bore the relief of survival and an unmistakable shock as they gazed at Lin Feng, especially at the unconscious Wukong in his arms and the sprawled unconscious demon soldiers around them. Wukong. Kulin anxiously looked at Wukong. He is fine, just fainted from exhaustion. Lin Feng gently handed Wukong to Kulin, instructing him to take care of him and the master. The turtle sage looked at Lin Feng, his expression complex, filled with gratitude, astonishment, and an indescribable worry. Lin Feng, what is the meaning of your aura and your hair? Having lived for hundreds of years, he had never witnessed such a bizarre and powerful transformation of strength. Lin Feng fell silent, unsure how to explain the existence of the system, and could only vaguely say, "Master, I am also uncertain of the specifics. Perhaps it was the life and death moment that triggered some latent potential." He shifted the topic, his sharp gaze sweeping over the demon soldiers. Now, the priority was these individuals, who claimed to be under the command of Baikuda Mo Wang. Baikuda Mo Wang. Upon hearing this name, the turtle sage's expression turned grave, even more so than when facing the giant ape. The legendary demon king who nearly destroyed the world. Was he not sealed by Master Wu Taido? How could it be? The seal of Master Wu Taido has likely weakened. A frail voice emanated from the side. The group turned to see the white-haired demon Lieutenant Duoluo struggling to crawl out from the ruins. His arms were twisted, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained cold. The great king shall soon return to this world, and it shall once again kneel beneath his feet. You so-called martial artists are but mere insects against a chariot. Facing death, you still dare to speak recklessly. Kulin shouted in anger. Duoluo merely scoffed, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. You are quite special. Possessing such powerful energy, and in golden hue, the king will certainly take an interest in you. Just wait. True terror shall soon descend. With that, he suddenly bit down on something hidden in his teeth, convulsed violently a few times, and died right there. The other unconscious demon soldiers also stiffened at that moment, their life force extinguished. They committed suicide by poison. Bu'er Ma checked and turned pale. Such a ruthless method. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The name of Baikuda Mo Wang and the resolute actions of these demon soldiers filled him with immense pressure. He had just acquired power, yet even more formidable foes were already revealing their fangs. We must leave here immediately, the turtle sage urged, struggling to maintain composure. If Baikuda Mo Wang is as terrifying as the legends say, his subordinates are surely not limited to these. This place is no longer safe. The group nodded, preparing to seek transportation to escape the ruins, when suddenly, whoosh, 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 several sharp sounds of slicing through the air emerged from the distance. Following that, figures clad in similar black uniforms, yet exuding a significantly more powerful aura than Duoluo and the others, appeared like phantoms atop the surrounding ruins, encircling Lin Feng and the others. Leading among them was a tall figure with deep blue skin, sporting two short horns, his gaze fierce, emanating an unsettling aura of evil. It seems that Duoluo, that waste, has failed. The blue demon's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping. However, to force him to commit suicide and annihilate our advance team, you are indeed somewhat capable. Especially you. His scarlet gaze fell upon Lin Feng, filled with a glint of greed and cruelty. Golden energy? Quite intriguing. The king will surely appreciate this gift. Who are you? Kulin shouted nervously, shielding the turtle sage and Wukong. Humph, It matters not to tell you, as you are all condemned to die anyway. The blue demon proclaimed with arrogance, I am Danba Lin, one of the strongest warriors under the command of Baikuda Mo Wang. By the king's decree, I have come to eliminate all possible obstacles to his rule and to collect powerful energy. Your energy is now ours. No sooner had he finished speaking than Danba Lin's figure flickered, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he appeared before Kulin, his claw-like right hand enveloped in a fierce purplish-black flame, thrusting towards Kulin's heart. The speed was astonishing. Be careful. Lin Feng reacted swiftly. The moment Danba Lin moved, he sensed it. He too sprang into action, arriving first, his fist ablaze with golden flames. Colliding with Danba Lin's claws like a cannonball. Bang! The clash of golden and purplish-black flames erupted with a resounding thud. Energy waves surged. Danba Lin let out a surprised sound, slightly staggering back, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt a tingling in his fist, his heart pounding. This guy is significantly stronger than those previous minions. His combat power must be nearing 400. Interesting. Indeed formidable. Danba Lin licked his lips. His fighting spirit ignited. Then let us play for a while. He disregarded Kulin, his body enveloped in surging purplish-black flames, attacking Lin Feng like a whirlwind. Claw strikes, leg whips, and energy waves, each move drenched in lethal intent. Come on. Lin Feng faced the challenge without fear. The golden flames erupted once more. Newly empowered, he craved a battle to familiarize himself with and master his abilities. He unleashed a combat technique that melded the Sai Ren's formidable physique with Gui Xianlu's artistry, engaging in fierce combat with Danba Lin. Boom, bang, crack. The two figures darted through the ruins at high speed, each collision unleashing astonishing energy shockwaves. The golden and purple-black flames clashed continuously, compressing and exploding, further annihilating the surrounding debris. Although Lin Feng was somewhat inferior in strength, the formidable regenerative power bestowed by his Saiyan bloodline, his increasingly fearless nature in battle, and the superior quality of his golden flames allowed him to barely contend with Danba Lin. Senior brother Lin Feng is incredibly strong, Krillin exclaimed, shielding Master Roshi and Goku, his eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, Bulma anxiously operated a portable device, revealing that Lin Feng's combat power stabilized around 350, but with an exceptionally high energy quality. That blue monster possessed a combat power of 380. However, Lin Feng's energy exhibited a slow upward trend during the battle. Danba Lin grew increasingly alarmed. He realized he could not swiftly subdue this golden-flamed youth. The opponent's tenacity, regenerative capacity, and that ferocious momentum only intensified as the fight progressed, made him feel cornered. There was no time to waste. He had to conclude this swiftly. With a sudden retreat, he quickly formed seals with his hands before his chest, condensing a massive purple-black energy in his palms, creating a swirling energy ball that emanated an ominous aura. Receive my attack. Demon Convergence Destruction Cannon. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the energy sphere, Lin Feng's expression changed, realizing he could not take it head-on. He immediately executed the Phantom Fist in an attempt to disrupt Danba Lin's attack. Yet, Danba Lin had learned from experience. His crimson eyes locked onto Lin Feng's true form, and the energy sphere was unleashed without hesitation. A thick purple-black energy beam shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, tearing through the air at an astonishing speed towards Lin Feng. There was no evading it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng concentrated the golden flames around his arms, crossing them over his chest in preparation to withstand the blow. Boom! The Demon Convergence Destruction Cannon struck Lin Feng's arms directly. The immense impact propelled him backward, his feet gouging deep furrows into the ground. The golden flames and purple-black energy frantically eroded and countered each other, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound. Eventually, Lin Feng's defenses crumbled under the disparity in combat power. The purple-black energy invaded his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and crash against a crumbling wall, shattering it and becoming buried beneath the rubble, his breath fading to an extremely weak state. Lin Feng, Krillin, and Bulma gasped in horror. Humph, overestimating yourself, Danba Lin scoffed, retracting his hand and disdainfully approaching the pile of debris, ready to deliver the final blow. However, just as he drew near, buzz! A more violent and intense golden flame erupted from the rubble like a volcanic eruption. All the debris was instantly blown away by this powerful energy wave. Lin Feng's figure slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his amber eyes ablaze with indomitable fire. The golden flames surrounding him not only did not diminish, but grew denser and more radiant. An even stronger sense of power surged from within him. Ding. Host has suffered serious injuries, triggering near-death recovery power boost. Characteristic. Power increased. Power, 350, 450, 500, 550. Saiyan bloodline fusion degree increased to 90. Mastery over power enhanced. What? How is this possible? Dan Ba Lin's expression changed dramatically as he felt Lin Feng's surging energy. How could his power increase after such severe injuries? What kind of monster are you? Monster? Lin Feng raised his head, a wild smile gracing his lips. You are correct. Perhaps I truly am a monster now. But next, I shall show you the true power of this monster. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng's figure vanished in an instant. His speed had more than doubled. Dan Ba Lin barely caught a glimpse of a golden flash darting past him, only to be met with excruciating pain in his abdomen. Bang! Lin Feng's fist struck Dan Ba Lin's abdomen like a heated iron, causing his eyes to bulge and blood to spew from his mouth, his body bending into a bow shape. This punch is a payback. Lin Feng's cold voice resonated in his ears. Following that, Lin Feng's attacks fell like a torrential storm. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body transformed into a lethal weapon, enveloped in searing golden flames, raining down mercilessly upon Dan Ba Lin. Bang, 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 bang. Dan Ba Lin was helpless, reduced to a mere punching bag under the relentless onslaught. His protective purple-black energy shattered, the sound of breaking bones echoing throughout. Damn it! Dan Ba Lin shrieked in agony, attempting to gather energy for a counterattack, but Lin Feng struck with a precise knife-hand strike, dispersing it effortlessly. Ultimately, Lin Feng executed a high-flying downward kick, akin to a battle axe, smashing down onto Dan Ba Lin's head. Boom! Dan Ba Lin was forcefully driven into the ground. Embedded within it, his body convulsing, completely losing consciousness. Lin Feng landed gracefully, the golden flames around him gradually subsiding. He panted lightly, gazing at the defeated Dan Ba Lin beneath him, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. He had triumphed in his initial battle against the Demon King's army. Furthermore, he had achieved a leap in power through the near-death recovery characteristic. However, before he could catch his breath, a malevolent aura, tenfold, 100-fold more terrifying than Dan Ba Lin's, enveloped the entire Mugwa Island like an invisible net. The sky darkened, the air thickened and weighed heavily. An overwhelming sense of suffocating despair pressing down on everyone's hearts. Lin Feng abruptly looked up towards the distant horizon, his pupils constricting. Master Roshi turned pale, his voice trembling. This energy, it cannot be mistaken. It belongs to the great demon king Piccolo himself. Has he awakened? Bulma's detector emitted a piercing alarm. Warning. Warning. Detected an immeasurable high-energy response. Combat power readings off the charts. Unable to measure. At the farthest reaches of the horizon, a vague green figure, radiating endless malice and destruction, seemed to cast a chilling glance in this direction. The true Demon King was about to descend. System Status Panel. End of Chapter 35. Host. Lin Feng. Current World. Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power. 550. Triggered Near-Death Recovery. Significant Power Boost. Available Replication Points. 80 Energy Status. Boiling Hot. Control Enhanced. Through Arduous Battle. Mastery over Golden Flames improved. Physical Condition. Light Injuries healing rapidly. High Saiyan Bloodline Activity. Ability Status. Turtle School Breathing Technique. Minor Mastery Peak Enhanced Basic Recovery Effects through Saiyan Bloodline Fusion. Inner Vision. Grandmaster Expanded Perception Range. World-Shattering Palm. Mastery Power increases with combat power. Phantom Fist. Proficient speed surges due to enhanced basic attributes. Turtle School Energy Wave. Incomplete form. Entry Level 6 Basic Mental Defense strengthened due to increased mental power. Saiyan Bloodline. Fusion Degree 90. Enhanced Control. Significant Near-Death Recovery Effects. Characteristic. Near-Death Recovery Power Boost. Beginner Effect Verified. Immense Potential. Known Information. Current Achievements. Defeated the Demon King's army leader Dan Ba Lin. Combat Power 380. New Crisis. The true essence of the great Demon King Piccolo is descending, his power unfathomable, instilling great pressure. Team Status. Goku unconscious. Master Roshi weakened. Krillin and Bulma tense, yet unharmed. Situation: in a perilous location, strong enemies lurking, urgent need to retreat and devise a strategy. Task list: task, Shadow of the Demon King. Crisis escalation. The great Demon King Piccolo is about to take action personally. Objective: survive, retreat, and seek methods to combat the Demon King. System evaluation: victory over the Demon King's army achieved, and through near-death recovery, power has surged to 550. Initial familiarity with Saiyan's strength established. Yet, the true apocalyptic crisis, the great Demon King Piccolo, looms ominously, with a stark disparity in power. One must approach with utmost caution, for survival is the paramount objective. Chapter 36. The Magic Sealing Wave. The sacrifice of radiance and the rebirth of hope. The palpable malevolence emanating from Bic the Great Demon surged forth like a cold, viscous tide, inundating the entirety of Mugwa Island without warning, and at an astonishing pace, it spread toward distant continents. The sky was no longer a pristine azure but was shrouded in an ominous, dark green haze, as if tainted with ink. The once blazing sunlight, upon piercing this veil, became feeble and frigid, akin to the dying glimmers of a star. The air was dreadfully stagnant, as if even the gentlest breeze dared not stir before such overwhelming evil. An instinctual terror, born from the essence of life itself, gripped the throats of every survivor on the island like an invisible hand, rendering their heartbeats heavy and labored. Upon the ruins, the aftermath of the rampaging giant ape and the demonic onslaught appeared even more diminutive and despairing against this grand evil. The charred earth, twisted steel rebar, and scattered debris silently chronicled the calamity, while a greater shadow of disaster loomed ever closer. In a state of unconsciousness, Wukong stirred uneasily in Klin's arms, his brow furrowed. Even in the depths of darkness, the Saiyan blood coursing through him afforded him a keen sense of the formidable threat, invoking a visceral rejection and shudder. Klin clutched Wukong tightly, his youthful visage drained of color, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He could feel Wukong's body tense, as if struggling within a nightmare. Bulma's legs weakened, and even her high-tech battle suit offered no semblance of safety. She clung precariously to a concrete pillar, severed by the force of the blast, its exposed rebar menacing. The screen of her intricate power detector flickered with blinding static, and the piercing alarm of its overloaded components wailed like a lament. Lin Feng bore the brunt of this overwhelming presence. The golden aura that had barely stabilized after his victory over Dambalin now flickered violently under this horrific pressure, resembling a candle flame in a tempest, wavering perilously as if it might extinguish at any moment. This aura was not merely a forceful oppression, it was a corrosive, icy malice, akin to numerous invisible ice needles attempting to pierce his will, freezing his newly ignited fighting spirit and the courage he had just begun to forge. He stifled a groan, feeling as though a colossal boulder pressed upon his chest, making each breath an arduous task. Yet he forced himself to employ the Kamehameha breath, stabilizing his nearly buckling legs, his amber eyes narrowing into dangerous slits, resolutely resisting this terror that emanated from the depths of his psyche. For centuries, this aura had remained unchanged, instilling despair. Master Roshi, hunched and weary, his pallid visage now even more ashen, gazed toward the horizon where the green malevolent shadow grew increasingly distinct, as if it could consume the very light. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his murky old eyes. His voice rasped like a worn-out bellows, lamenting the failures of his disciples who had secluded themselves for centuries in an effort to thwart this very moment, only to find themselves helpless. Just as the suffocating despair threatened to shatter the last vestiges of hope, Master Roshi suddenly bit his tongue, the sharp pain igniting a spark of clarity and determination in his muddled gaze. With great effort, he straightened his often comically frail figure, exuding an indescribable, tragic valor akin to a slumbering volcano awakening, momentarily dispelling the surrounding malevolence. Lin Feng, Klin, Bulma. His voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering conviction, each word striking like a hammer on stone, clearly reaching the ears of the 3, infused with undeniable power. Listen, the strength of Bic the Great Demon transcends the mundane. It is a calamity capable of annihilating worlds. To confront him directly is to walk a path of certain doom. Not even a ripple would be stirred. Master, what then shall we do? Must we simply await our demise? Klin implored, his voice tinged with desperation and an instinctual reliance on his mentor. Master Roshi did not respond directly, but instead, with trembling yet steady hands, retrieved an object from within his robes. It was an ancient-looking gray rice cooker, covered in yellow talismans inscribed with arcane symbols, which fluttered gently as if imbued with life, exuding an aura that seemed entirely at odds with the technological age surrounding them. This is a rice cooker? Bulma was taken aback. In such apocalyptic circumstances, the emergence of a rice cooker seemed utterly bizarre. No, my child. This is no ordinary rice cooker. Master Roshi caressed the talismans, his eyes filled with nostalgia, determination, and a hint of sorrow. This is the vessel of the magic sealing wave, a forbidden technique created by Master Mateto, who sacrificed his life, burning his soul and spirit to forge the only means capable of sealing the world-ending evil that is Bic the Great Demon. The magic sealing wave? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as dormant memories stirred within him, recalling the tragic and harrowing scenes from the original tale. Indeed, Master Roshi inhaled deeply, as if attempting to draw in the surrounding essence of justice, speaking rapidly yet with clarity. The magic sealing wave is not a technique for slaying foes, but a method of sealing. It requires the life force of the practitioner as fuel, drawing upon a lifetime of cultivation. It transforms the practitioner's righteous essence into a sealing light strong enough to temporarily counteract the evil source, forcibly drawing the demon into a designated vessel. However, once executed, regardless of the outcome, the practitioner will perish, their soul extinguished, never to be reborn. What? Master? No, absolutely not. Clin and Bulma cried out in unison, their hearts shattering at the revelation, Clin lunging to grasp Master Roshi's arm. Lin Feng, though he had anticipated this grim outcome, was nonetheless shaken by the stark reality of the sacrifice. There is no time for hesitation. Children, Master Roshi forcefully shook off Clin's grasp, his voice sharp and commanding, his gaze piercing as it swept over the unconscious Wukong, finally settling on Lin Feng. In his eyes lay boundless hope, trust, and a serene acceptance of impending death. Lin Feng, I have watched you grow, witnessing you surpass your limits time and again. You possess a potential that even I cannot fathom. This golden aura, this presumed Saiyan bloodline, you are the flickering flame of hope for this world. It must not extinguish here. He thrust the heavy and sacred rice cooker into Lin Feng's hands, his frail wrist displaying an unexpected strength as he gripped Lin Feng's wrist tightly, almost crushing it. Listen, as I commence the magic sealing wave, I will do everything in my power to hold him back, regardless of success or failure. Even if it is but a moment's delay, you must immediately take Wukong, Clin, and Bulma, and flee at the utmost speed. Head west. Always west. Seek out the fortune teller. She is my sister, residing in a realm beyond the mortal plane, a place perhaps capable of evading the detection of this demon. He paused, summoning his final strength, almost shouting, then survive. Find a way to grow stronger. Strong enough to truly eradicate this demon. Along with the remnants of both me and Master Mateto, Teacher Lin Feng gazed into the murky, yet suddenly crystalline eyes of the turtle sage, which were now imbued with an unwavering resolve to confront death. His throat felt as if it were obstructed by a searing iron, rendering him speechless. He sensed the residual warmth emanating from the rice cooker, a remnant of the turtle sage's body temperature, alongside the heavy burden of 2 generations' worth of dedication and lives. He fully comprehended the cost of the magic sealing wave and realized that the turtle sage was sacrificing his very essence to secure a glimmer of hope for these young souls and for the world. Remember, survive, grow stronger. The turtle sage cast a profound glance at them, as if he wished to engrave their youthful, vibrant faces, symbols of future hope, deep within his soul, carrying them into eternal oblivion. Then, he resolutely turned away, presenting his frail yet upright silhouette to them, facing the malevolent force that loomed like an abyss. Gradually assuming an ancient and solemn stance, his movements lost the usual absurdity and casualness, instead exuding a sense of ritualistic gravitas and a heartbreaking rhythm of self-sacrifice. His hands traced an intricate and determined path before his chest, as if guiding the remaining righteous energy of the universe. The feeble aura around him, previously drained, began to surge with an unnatural fervor, burning the very essence of his life. This was not an enhancement of power, but rather a sacrificial offering of existence. His complexion deteriorated visibly, the wrinkles on his face deepening like parched earth, yet the light in his eyes intensified, akin to a star on the brink of extinction, erupting in the most splendid and tragic brilliance at the end of life. The heavens and earth, the universe's primordial essence, the righteous energy endures, banish the evil. The turtle sage intoned an ancient incantation, each word he uttered siphoning away his vitality, causing his body to stoop further, yet his voice resonated with increasing determination and strength. In the name of my martial spirit, I incinerate this body, this soul, this thought, transforming them into the ultimate shackles that bind the world-ending evil. Magic Sealing Wave. As the turtle sage unleashed his final roar, he thrust his palms forward with great force. This was not an energy blast akin to a ki attack. Rather, it was a spiraling torrent of energy, indescribable by ordinary hues, coalescing from the purest righteous spirit, indomitable will, and the fiery light of life, erupting from his palms. This radiant beam was not blinding, yet it bore the monumental power to purify all filth and subdue all malevolence, emanating from the very fabric of existence. It surged forth like a vessel of hope navigating against the current, akin to a moth drawn to flame, resolutely and tragically charging toward the overwhelming, tangible aura of evil. Buzz. Wherever the magic sealing wave traversed, the evil energy within the space seemed to encounter its nemesis. Emitting a hissing sound as it was forcibly dispelled and purified, it appeared almost sentient, skillfully navigating the void. Locking onto the green malevolent shadow radiating waves of annihilation in the sky. Is that the magic sealing wave of that old ghost, Wu Tai Do? In the distance, a voice tinged with surprise and a hint of anger from the demon king Piccolo echoed like rolling thunder, unsettling the hearts of all who heard. A futile struggle. Several centuries ago, Wu Tai Do risked his life, yet failed to seal me completely. With your meager abilities and waning vitality, do you dare to imitate? Such foolish delusions. With his words, a colossal, concentrated, dark green energy shockwave erupted from the direction of the demon king Piccolo. As this energy wave surged, the very fabric of space warped, imbued with the absolute power to crush and consume all, akin to a colossal serpent of destruction, clawing menacingly at the seemingly slender yet incredibly resilient magic sealing wave. The two opposing forces, embodying the extremes of virtue and malevolence, collided violently in the air. Instead of the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, they fell into a strange and disquieting stalemate. The spiraling righteous energy of the magic sealing wave spun like the most robust drill, continuously purifying and eroding the dark green destructive energy, producing a grating sound of annihilation. Meanwhile, the dark green energy, with its overwhelming advantage and strength, surged forth like a relentless tide, crashing and compressing, attempting to obliterate and engulf the unyielding light of righteousness. The turtle sage trembled violently, akin to a leaf in the wind, as blood began to seep from his orifices, yet his wrinkled visage bore a serene expression, even hinting at a smile of relief. Clenching his teeth, he burned the last flicker of his soul's power, steadfastly supporting the magic sealing wave and buying every precious moment for Lin Feng and the others to escape. Go quickly. He expended his final vestiges of vitality, sending a silent yet unmistakably clear soul cry to Lin Feng and the others. Teacher. Clin wept profusely, kneeling on the ground, and bowed deeply toward the turtle sage's back. Bulma covered her mouth, tears blurring her vision, unable to bear witnessing such a tragic scene. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he felt no pain. He glanced at the unconscious yet furrowed brow of Yukong, then back at the flickering light, akin to a beacon amidst the malevolent tide, burning itself out. In a final act of defiance, he stomped his foot, cracking the ground beneath him, his eyes flashing with a mixture of profound sorrow, overwhelming rage, and a blood-red determination to survive. Clin, Bulma, we must go, Lin Feng roared, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable strength. He hesitated no longer, firmly securing the unconscious Wukong on his back, using gentle energy to stabilize him. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he unleashed a clever golden energy that wrapped around the tearful Clin and the nearly exhausted Bulma, as the once wavering golden aura erupted once more, its brilliance momentarily dispelling the surrounding darkness. He transformed into a golden shooting star, accelerating to unprecedented speeds, hurtling in the opposite direction of the Demon King Piccolo, racing for their lives. The velocity was such that it left behind fleeting afterimages and a piercing sonic boom in the air. Just 10 seconds after Lin Feng and the others departed, the turtle sage expelled a final, copious mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The stubbornly flickering light of the magic sealing wave dimmed rapidly, like a bulb losing power, dissipating entirely into the endless malevolent tide. Ultimately, he was extinguished. The flame of his life extinguished, unable to contend with the now more potent Demon King Piccolo. His once upright form gradually slumped, a trace of regret for unfinished business on his face, yet more prominently, a serene acceptance of the hope he had entrusted to others. Humph. The light of ants dares to contend with the might of demons? Utterly deluded. The cold, emotionless voice of the Demon King Piccolo emerged, akin to a sentence of doom. The dark green destructive energy, now unimpeded, swiftly consumed the area where the turtle sage had stood, reducing everything to its most fundamental particles, along with that tragic soul. Returning to the void. Moments later, the space rippled like the surface of water, and a green figure appeared as if conjured from thin air above the ruins that had just witnessed sacrifice. The Demon King Piccolo had descended, towering and muscular, with deep green skin and adorned with the antennae symbolizing the high rank of the demon race. He donned a white battle uniform embroidered with the demon clan's insignia. An aura of malevolence emanated from him like an unfathomable black hole, warping light and silencing sound in his presence. His crimson, serpent-like eyes coldly surveyed the spot where the turtle sage had vanished, then turned toward the direction of Lin Feng and his companion's escape, where traces of the golden aura had yet to fully dissipate. The bloodline of the golden-haired Saiyan and the intriguing disciple of that old fellow capable of casting the magic seal wave is quite fascinating. He extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips, a mischievous smile akin to a cat toying with a mouse gracing his face. This world seems, by a slight margin, more interesting than it was before this king's slumber. Let us engage with you slightly stronger insects, reveling in your struggles and despair, your fear, and your ultimate collapse. Which brings the utmost delight to this king. He did not immediately unleash his full power in pursuit, as if savoring the sensation of controlling everything. He slowly raised a hand adorned with green scales and casually clenched it toward the relatively intact area below, once a bustling commercial street. With a thunderous roar, devoid of light and sound, that area, along with everything within it, was instantly crushed by an unseen force, transforming into a perfectly flat expanse, shrouded in fine dust, as if it had never existed. The game has begun. The great Demon King Piccolo emitted a deep and pleasurable laugh, his figure gradually fading, merging into the shadows, leaving behind an oppressive aura of malevolence that enveloped the ravaged land. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, nearly breaking through the atmosphere, Lin Feng, racing at full speed, felt a sharp contraction in his heart, an indescribable agony stemming from the severance of his soul link. He distinctly sensed the flicker of Master Roshi's presence, akin to a candle flame flickering in the wind, vanishing completely and forever. Simultaneously, from the distant ground behind, a faint yet soul-piercing sound resonated, as if some beautiful thing had been utterly shattered. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, nearly crushing them, tears mingled with blood uncontrollably streaming down his face, only to be torn apart and evaporated by the turbulent wind of his high-speed flight. Yet, his pace showed no sign of slowing. Instead, it surged again amidst the blazing golden flames. For he knew that with each passing second, hope was born anew. Your sacrifice, Master, will never be in vain. He vowed in his heart, tears of blood welling up, golden irises igniting with a flame more intense than the sun. Wait for me, Demon King Piccolo. When we meet again, I shall avenge you and Master Wu Tai Do with these fists and the power you have entrusted to me. That golden meteor, embodying sorrow, anger, responsibility, and unquenched hope, resolutely streaked across the darkened sky, shrouded in evil, racing towards the unknown future, where a path must be forged. The world behind him had succumbed to the shadow of the Demon King, while the spark of hope surged towards a potential sanctuary, waiting for the moment to ignite into a blazing inferno. Chapter 37, Foreign Sanctuary. The Awakening of Gravity and the Delayed Glory. The golden meteor, laden with endless sorrow and resolve, tore through the dim sky, cloaked in the wicked aura of the great Demon King Piccolo, racing westward with all its might. Lin Feng pushed his speed to unprecedented heights, even surpassing the peak he reached during his confrontation with Fan. The once resplendent golden aura surrounding him flickered violently under the strain, its brilliance wavering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Pain like needles pierced through his meridians, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, instantly shredded and evaporated by the fierce winds rushing toward him, trailing a faint mist of crimson behind. Behind him lay Goku, unconscious and furrowed in distress. Even in his stupor, the Saiyan bloodline's instinctive aversion to the annihilating evil caused his body to twitch slightly. To his left and right were Krillin and Bulma, enveloped in a resilient energy shield. Krillin's teeth were clenched, his face devoid of color, his eyes reflecting immense sorrow and shock at the sacrifice of their teacher. Bulma clutched Lin Feng's garment tightly, her high-tech combat suit providing no semblance of safety. Only the piercing alarms of overloaded detectors resonating like a mournful elegy for this desperate escape. Silence enveloped them, the weighty atmosphere nearly solidifying. The howling winds around them echoed as if the heavens wept for the fallen hero, adding a layer of desolation. The mocking and chilling intent of the great demon King Piccolo lingered behind them like an invisible, viscous shadow, cruelly enjoying the spectacle of these amusing insects struggling in despair, expending their final vitality. This playful mindset inadvertently offered Lin Feng and his companions a slender glimmer of hope. The passage of time in their flight seemed to stretch infinitely. Lin Feng felt the energy within him dwindling like a nearly dried-up pond. His vision began to blur, and his limbs cried out in exhaustion. Yet, a singular thought roared in his mind. Do not stop. To halt is to betray. To cease is to perish. This heavy expectation and the will inherited from Master Roshi, born of his sacrifice, became the fiercest motivation, propelling him to extract every ounce of potential within himself. Time slipped away, and just as Lin Feng's consciousness teetered on the brink of darkness, the vast expanse below, a deathly desert distorted by heat waves, suddenly erupted with a bizarre, water-like undulation. An ancient palace, strikingly out of place amidst the surrounding scorching sands, appeared as if summoned from the annals of myth, slowly materializing as a mirage. Quietly standing in the center of the only oasis, exuding a faint glimmer of life. There it is, the point of strongest resonance. Bulma's small and intricate detector on her wrist emitted a continuous, clear hum. Trembling with the thrill of survival, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Like a seabird lost in a storm finally spotting a lighthouse, the four of them summoned their last reserves of strength, adjusting their course towards the center of the oasis. Just as they were about to touch the tiny patch of greenery, the heavy door of the palace, adorned with intricate and mysterious dark golden runes that seemed to pulse with energy, silently slid open inward. A gentle breeze, mingled with the sense of ancient sandalwood and aged parchment, wafted out. Simultaneously, a voice, aged and weary yet imbued with a soothing power, resonated deep within their hearts. Clear as day. Come in, children, disciples of Wu Tian. Here, you shall be safe for now. In a flash of light, the four of them, like weary birds returning to their nest, stumbled into the palace. The moment they stepped inside, the suffocating, soul-freezing aura of evil from the outside was instantly separated by an unseen, gentle yet resilient power, as if a transparent barrier had divided the interior and exterior into two distinct worlds. The dimly lit interior was illuminated only by a few flickering lamps, the air thick with a serene and mysterious atmosphere. The Oracle Granny, Master Roshi's sister, a diminutive woman with deeply etched wrinkles resembling the rings of an ancient tree, hovered above a colossal crystal ball the size of a person in the center of the grand hall. The crystal ball shimmered with shifting light and shadows, vividly reflecting the desolation of Mugwa Island reduced to ash, along with the grotesque green figure of Piccolo, resembling a demon from the abyss. Wu Tian, my foolish and stubborn, yet incredibly brave brother. The Oracle Granny extended her bony finger, gently caressing the cold surface of the crystal ball, as if attempting to touch her brother's lingering essence. Two streams of murky tears silently coursed down her deeply lined cheeks, dripping onto the flying carpet below, leaving dark stains. Her voice rasped like an old bellows. It has been hundreds of years, yet you have ultimately walked the same path as Master Wu Tai-Do, sacrificing yourself, your soul entwined with the fate of the world. Granny, Krillin could no longer hold himself up, collapsing to the ground with a thud, tears flooding forth like a breached dam, choking him to the point of incomprehensibility. He did it to protect us. He used the magic seal wave. I know everything. The Oracle Granny gently raised her hand, a soft yet irresistible force lifting Krillin up. She suppressed the bone-deep sorrow, her gaze, as profound as the starry sea, swept over the four individuals who were battered and bruised. Her eyes finally settled on Lin Feng, particularly drawn to the unique golden aura surrounding him, which, despite its dimness, persisted with unwavering strength. A complex glimmer flickered in her eyes. In the final moments, Wu Tian entrusted all his hopes, along with the future of the Kamehameha lineage, to you. Especially you, child. Your essence is extraordinary. Even my crystal ball struggles to fully unveil its origins. You are the variable, and you embody hope. She paused, maneuvering the flying carpet closer with an undeniable conviction in her tone. This is a space I painstakingly created, a rift that is independent yet tethered to the main world, fortified by ancient magical arrays and the power of spatial laws. Although Baiku's strength is formidable, pinpointing and forcibly tearing apart this barrier is no trivial feat. It requires time. For now, we are safe. The phrase temporarily safe felt like a refreshing rain, nourishing the nearly desiccated hearts of the four, allowing their tautly stretched nerves to finally relax slightly. Lin Feng gingerly laid the unconscious Wukong on a soft beast skin mat in a corner of the hall. Using his internal breath to examine him carefully, he discovered that Wukong was merely exhausted. Having succumbed to the dual shock of the great ape transformation and the sacrifice of his mentor, falling into deep self-preservation, his body bore no fatal injuries, prompting a long sigh of relief from Lin Feng. However, an immense fatigue washed over him like a tide, nearly overwhelming him, yet he steadfastly held on with iron will. Turning to the fortune-telling elder, "Elder, what shall we do next?" Baiku, that Namek, Dragon Balls. The fortune-telling elder directly addressed their unspoken thoughts, her frail finger lightly tapping the crystal ball. The images within shifted, revealing a glimpse of the vast starry sea, a blurred green planet flickering in the depths. That was their only hope, the sole chance to resurrect Wu Tian and reverse their fate. My crystal ball has also vaguely hinted at this path. However, her tone abruptly turned grave, her gaze sharp as a knife. With your current strength, traversing the perilous and unknown expanse of the starry sea, confronting the Frisia force, which may already have extended its reach to Namek, is tantamount to walking into a trap, a certain death. You need strength. You must grow stronger as quickly as possible before setting out. Strong enough to survive in the universe, strong enough to face any potential challenge. But time. Baiku the Demon King will not afford us much time. Krillin clenched his fists anxiously, urgency etched across his face. The fortune-telling elder's expression bore a hint of a mysterious, almost bitter smile as she pointed toward a seemingly ordinary stone door at the back of the hall, which subtly radiated faint ripples of temporal fluctuations. At the deepest part of my palace lies an entrance to an exceedingly unstable, even incomplete, spirit time room. It is far less refined than the one crafted by the gods atop Karen Tower, with an environment that is extremely harsh, filled with chaotic time flows, fragmented spaces, and formidable mental pressure that is exceedingly dangerous. However, it can indeed warp time. A day outside equates to 10 days within. The spirit time room. Lin Feng's heart trembled. This was the legendary sanctuary that could accelerate training. Yet, the fortune-telling elder's tone turned icy, like winter's chill. Given your current mental state, physical exhaustion, and limited foundation, recklessly entering this unfinished time room could lead to dire consequences. The greatest likelihood is not enhancement, but rather having your consciousness torn apart by chaotic time flows, your body severed by disordered spaces, or being driven to madness by relentless mental pressure. You must first solidify your foundation with the most reliable and stable methods, allowing your body and will to adapt to pressures beyond human limits. As if orchestrated by fate, Bulma's capsule communicator emitted a crisp, buzzing sound at just the right moment. Dr. Brief's familiar yet anxious and excited voice came through. "Bulma, thank heavens. The energy monitor here nearly maxed out. Are you safe now? The signal shows you are in the fortune-telling elder's alternate space? Wonderful. Listen, I just completed the final adjustments and safety verifications for the first-generation gravity simulation pod. We can precisely transport the capsule to you using directional spatial transmission technology. Furthermore, the Hope spaceship, modified from Emperor Pilaf's remnants, has its main structure and core engine finished, and is undergoing the final test for the life support and navigation systems. In that moment, the light of hope completely dispelled the shadow of despair, igniting a fervent flame in the eyes of the four. A swift and clear plan was established. Utilizing the impending delivery of the gravity pod, they would conduct the most basic adaptive training under the protection of the fortune-telling elder, adjusting their states and solidifying their foundation. Once both body and mind reached their optimal conditions, they would dare to enter the unstable spirit time room for the ultimate sprint. Finally, they would pilot the Hope spaceship on a journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. The awakening of gravity, under the absolute protection of the alternate space, officially commenced. A relatively spacious side hall of the palace was quickly cleared. With the assistance of the fortune-telling elder's magic and Dr. Brief's remote guidance, a silver gray, streamlined gravity pod, imbued with a sense of futuristic technology, was carefully placed in the center of the hall. The fortune-telling elder personally set up ancient magical arrays around the gravity pod to calm the mind, stabilize the space, and prevent energy leakage. Bulma, like the most meticulous engineer, repeatedly checked every parameter, adjusted the control panel, and issued the sternest commands to Lin Feng, Wukong, upon awakening, and Krillin. "Listen carefully," Bulma said, hands on her hips, her face displaying unprecedented seriousness. "Each gravity scale here represents the additional pressure that every cell, every blood vessel, and every internal organ in your bodies must endure. This is not a game. It is a matter of life and death. Starting with the mildest 15 times the standard Earth gravity. Adapt, fully adapt. Without a hint of discomfort, stabilize for at least 24 hours before attempting to increase by 0.5 times under my supervision. Any dizziness, nausea, difficulty breathing, or blurred vision, even the slightest sensation, require an immediate halt to training. The emergency stop button is red and positioned prominently within the pod. It is your last lifeline. Do you understand?" The three nodded solemnly, acknowledging her instructions. As they stepped into the gravity pod for the first time, the internal space felt confined, with walls made of special energy-absorbing material, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. As the pod door slowly closed, Bulma cautiously pressed the start button on the control panel outside, setting the gravity parameters to 15 times. Buzz, an invisible yet immense force descended instantaneously, as if the very rules of the space had shifted, permeating the atoms of everyone present. Ugh, Krillin bore the brunt of it, feeling his body suddenly weighed down as if encased in heavy armor, his chest tightening, breath becoming labored. Every simple movement turned sluggish and arduous. He gritted his teeth, fully activating the core techniques of the Kamehameha style, adjusting his breathing rhythm, channeling his energy to combat the omnipresent pressure, beads of sweat quickly forming on his forehead. After a brief moment of daze and swaying, Wukong, instead of feeling discomfort, grinned with excitement, his golden eyes sparkling. "Haha, this is interesting. It feels like my feet are firmly planted. Every step is particularly solid." He quickly began to awkwardly throw punches and kick within the confines of the limited cabin space, his Saiyan physique, naturally born for combat, and his beast-like adaptability driving his actions. Though his movements became slow and heavy due to the gravity, they were infused with vibrant vitality. Lin Feng's experience was particularly unique and profound. The 15-fold gravity, in light of his Saiyan bloodline's initial enhancement and the numerous battles he had endured, felt moderate, serving more as an effective stimulus. Under the scrutiny of Dongcha Zhen, Dongcha Jiyan, he could clearly observe that the golden aura within him not only resisted the pressure, but also became extraordinarily lively and exhilarated, circulating at an accelerated pace, as if it were a long-awaited rain nourishing parched earth, greedily absorbing the refining effects of the pressure. His muscle fibers were undergoing minute yet effective adjustments and enhancements at a microscopic level, and the density of his bones seemed to be subtly increasing as well. Rather than hastily engaging in dynamic training like Wukong, he chose to stand quietly, his eyes gently closed, fully engaging in the Guixi breathing technique, guiding his energy to circulate within his body more efficiently and peacefully, savoring each subtle change brought about by gravity, as though he were listening to the delicate symphony of his own evolution. Day by day, under the gentle care of the fortune teller and the strict supervision of Bulma, the gravity levels were cautiously and gradually increased, 2 times, 5 times, 3 times. Each slight elevation was a severe challenge to both his physiological and psychological limits. Under the threefold gravity, Krillin's sweat flowed like a stream, soaking his orange martial arts uniform. However, he maximized the solid foundational skills of the Kamehameha style, striving for precision and perfection in every stance and punch, focusing entirely on the meticulous control of his energy and the consolidation of power. His progress, albeit slow, was extraordinarily solid, laying a remarkably strong foundation. Wukong, on the other hand, resembled an indefatigable perpetual motion machine, frantically pushing his potential to the limits while combating gravity. His energy increasing in richness and sharpness at an astonishing rate, further awakening his combat instincts. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, in addition to completing his basic physical training, embarked on a more perilous and insightful endeavor, engaging in deep meditation within the gravity environment. With heightened mental concentration, he simulated the intricate energy distribution and shaping routes of Xiaoqian, and reverse-engineered the principles of Tien, to transform energy into blinding light. During a deep meditation under 35-fold gravity, he successfully simulated and condensed two ephemeral arms made purely of energy at the shoulder blades on his back. Though they vanished almost instantaneously, it marked a groundbreaking advancement in his understanding of principles and energy manipulation. His golden aura, under the continuous gravity pressure, also became more substantial and subdued, exuding a deeper sense of strength rather than flamboyance. It was during one such moment of tranquility following deep meditation that, in the depths of his mind, the long-awaited yet crucial system notification finally resonated. Ding! Detected that the host is in a relatively safe, highly focused, and stable state. Beginning to calculate the completion of the main storyline tasks and related achievement rewards, a semi-transparent screen unfolded in his consciousness, displaying clear data streams cascading like a waterfall. Main storyline task: 1. Completion of the Path of Martial Arts. Task requirements: participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and achieve outstanding results. Completion status: successfully passed the preliminaries, advanced to the main event, and defeated formidable opponents such as Kulong, Namu, and Tianjin Fan to reach the finals. The finals were interrupted due to Sun Wukong's sudden transformation into a giant ape, and the official ruling awarded him the title of runner-up based on performance. Task evaluation: outstanding. As a newcomer, he defeated strong adversaries and showcased the embryonic essence of the Kamehameha style, achieving a remarkable performance far exceeding expectations, even though he did not win the championship. Basic reward: 3,000 copy points. Based on runner-up ranking, additional achievement rewards: Rising Dark Horse, astonished the audience as a newcomer, rewarded with 500 copy points. Light of the School, successfully demonstrated the embryonic form of Kamehameha, impressing the audience and solidifying the reputation of Kamehameha style, rewarded with 800 copy points. Nemesis of strong opponents, continuously defeated Namu, a superpowered individual, Tianjin Fan, the master of Crane School, and other unique strong characters, rewarded with 1,000 copy points. Mental resilience, successfully resisted Namu's illusionary attack, rewarded with 300 copy points. Hidden achievement unlocked: Fated Duel, engaged in a confrontation with the Saiyan Sun Wukong on the final stage, rewarded with 1,000 copy points. Witness of catastrophe, personally experienced and survived the giant ape rampage incident, rewarded with 700 copy points. Final settlement: 3,500, 800, 1000, 300, 1000, 700, 7300 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first main storyline task, slight enhancement of system permissions. Unlocking new feature, achievement system. From now on, significant milestone events will be automatically recorded and rewarded to the host. Current available copy points update: 87,307,380 points. A surge of points flooded in. Like nourishing rain on parched soil, Lin Feng felt an uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration welling up within him. This was not merely a string of cold numbers. It was the highest affirmation of all his sweat, wisdom, and even blood shed throughout the grueling journey from the preliminaries to the finals, where he ultimately shone. This precious resource would serve as the cornerstone for confronting future cosmic crises and realizing his vengeance and hope. He instinctively glanced at Wukong and Krillin, who were still sweating profusely in the gravity chamber, and at Bulma, who was intently monitoring data at the control panel. This bounty of points must be utilized judiciously, for the survival and ultimate victory of the entire team depended on it. In his mind, Lin Feng silently pondered the system, and the consciousness interface changed accordingly, presenting the most cost-effective skill options under the current environment: space navigation, gravity training, potential cosmic combat, that would significantly aid the survival and development of the team. The information on the interface refreshed rapidly, highlighting several options: mastery of universal language, knowledge type, direct infusion of knowledge regarding the universal language and script used among the Frisia Force and advanced cosmic civilizations, facilitating communication and intelligence gathering. Cost: 500 points. Advanced complete energy concealment technique, derived from the stealth techniques of high-level cosmic warriors. This can significantly hide one's energy signature, evading detection by energy scanners, suitable for stealth, ambush, and evading strong foes. Cost: 1,200 points. Basic energy shield generation, technical principle, a commonly found defensive technology principle in the universe, allows for the learning of how to generate small personal energy shields to withstand vacuum, radiation, and small energy impacts, significantly enhancing team survival capabilities. Cost: 800 points. Gravity environment adaptation enhancement, passive talent optimized based on current gravity training data, slightly enhancing training efficiency and physical endurance under extreme gravity conditions. Cost: 1,500 points. Basic healing energy technique, auxiliary type similar to the mild effects of the Senza bean. It can accelerate the recovery of minor injuries and stabilize wounds, benefiting the team's endurance. Cost: 1,000 points. Lin Feng rapidly weighed his options. Though the points were substantial, they could not be squandered. The universal language was an immediate necessity. The concealment technique was a strategic investment. The shield and healing would enhance their margin for error, and adaptability to gravity would directly accelerate training speed. He decisively chose to exchange for mastery of universal language and advanced complete energy concealment technique. The former was the key to unlocking cosmic adventures, while the latter was crucial for dealing with powerful foes and preserving life. Exchange successful. Consumed 500, 1200, 1700 copy points. Remaining copy points, 7380 to 1700, 5680 points. In an instant, a torrent of intricate linguistic symbols, grammatical rules, and the distinctive phonetic habits of various races surged into Lin Feng's mind, swiftly comprehended, absorbed, and mastered through his formidable mental prowess and system assistance. Simultaneously, he grasped the esoteric technique of sealing his own aura, akin to delicately closing a precise valve, allowing him to seamlessly integrate with the surrounding energy backdrop. With a subtle shift in thought, he attempted to activate the complete aura convergence technique, causing the vibrant golden flames surrounding him to dim instantaneously, merging seamlessly with the ancient energy field within the palace. Were it not for the naked eye's scrutiny, its presence would be nearly imperceptible. Excellent, Lin Feng mused, nodding in satisfaction. He resolved to retain the remaining 680 points of wealth for future contingencies, such as facing potentially more formidable adversaries or replicating more critical and powerful abilities. With the accounts settled and resources secured, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of confidence swell within him. He took a deep breath and redirected his focus to the star map, which Bulma was studying, and the resonating gravity chamber before him. The road ahead promised to be long and perilous, with challenges growing increasingly formidable, yet at this moment, armed with resources and the weight of legacy, accompanied by his companions, he was filled with a resolute determination to confront whatever storms lay ahead. Inside the gravity chamber, the intertwining shouts of Goku and Krillin heralded the commencement of new training, system status panel, end of Chapter 37. Host, Lin Feng Current World, Dragon Ball Earth, Divination Granny's Alternate Space, Battle Power, 1100, steadily increasing under gravity. Foundation solidified, available replication points, 5,680, settlement of martial arts tournament rewards, resources significantly enriched, chi state, refined and active, the golden aura appears purer under gravity. Control enhanced, physical state, good, continuously adapting to the gravity environment, potential steadily ignited, ability status, turtle breath flow, minor peak efficiency enhanced under gravity. Inner vision, grandmaster perception range, and accuracy improved during meditation. Universal Shock Palm, proficient attempting to integrate power techniques into standard attacks. Phantom Fist, skilled speed, is limited under gravity, yet understanding of explosive power deepens. Turtle School, Ki Blast, incomplete form. Entry level 8, understanding deepens. Basic mental defense, Scion Bloodline, fusion degree 92. Good adaptation to gravity. Stability maintained. New skills. Mastery of universal language. Complete aura convergence technique, advanced. Skill analysis progress. 4 Demon Fist principle, simulation successful, Phantom. Solar Fist, principle analysis progress enhanced. Achievement system, Dark Horse Rising, Light of the Schools, Nemesis of powerful enemies, Mental Resilience, Fateful Duel, Witness of Calamity, have been unlocked. Known information, current location, Divination Granny's alternate space palace, temporarily absolutely safe. Current objective, utilize the gravity chamber for fundamental training, adjust state, and prepare to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Next phase, enter the hyperbolic time chamber for an ultimate sprint, then pilot the Hope towards Namek. Enemy intelligence, the threat of Demon King Piccolo is still being monitored. The Frisia Force poses a potential cosmic threat. Team status, sadness gradually eases, hope rekindles. Enthusiasm for training surges. Task list, new main quest, refinement in alternate space, in progress. Final objective, revive Master Rashi, defeat Demon King Piccolo. System evaluation, secured critical respite and substantial resource replenishment. Successfully reached an absolute safe zone. Settled martial arts tournament rewards yielding abundant replication points and significantly improved resource status. Initial results in gravity training are evident, with battle power steadily increasing. New skills enhance cosmic adaptability and survival capabilities. Currently in a crucial phase of accumulation and solidification prior to a leap in strength, the future is promising. Chapter 38, Solidifying the Foundation. 10 days of grueling training and emergent crisis. The Palace of Divination Granny's alternate space seemed to have become the only sanctuary amidst a turbulent world. Time here appeared to flow slowly and viscously, with only the ancient hourglass within the hall and the precise timer brought by Bulma emitting a rhythmic ticking, marking the passage of each day and night. The air was suffused with the scent of sandalwood, a unique blend of sweat and metal mixed with a taut, charged energy. The profound sorrow from Master Rashi's sacrifice lingered, settling in the depths of everyone's hearts like a massive stone submerged in the ocean, transforming into a silent yet resilient force that propelled them to avoid any hint of complacency. The gravity chamber, a silvery gray metallic cocoon, became the absolute core of the side hall. It emitted a low, pulsating hum, akin to a heartbeat, the only background sound in this tranquil space. The chamber's surface warmed slightly due to the high-frequency vibrations of internal energy, and a faint scent of ozone permeated the air. Bulma had nearly relocated her temporary command center to outside the chamber door, with a large workbench cluttered with intricate circuit diagrams, real-time physiological data monitoring screens, various tools, and half-consumed energy drink cans. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard at lightning speed, occasionally furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the fluctuating curves on the screen, and at other times, picking up a soldering gun to make micro-adjustments on a delicate component. Her gaze focused as if the entire world had been reduced to the data and the apparatus that sustained the lives of the three. Training, within the strict daily cycle, deepened like a quenching process. The gravity multiplier was cautiously set by Bulma and Divination Granny at 35 times Earth's standard gravity. This was a meticulously calculated balance point, providing sufficient pressure on the bodies and auras of the three, stimulating the eruption of potential, while remaining just below their current threshold to avoid excessive strain that could lead to irreversible damage to their foundations. Each day's training felt like dancing on the edge of a blade, requiring utmost focus and precise control. Krillin was the most disciplined and systematic among the trio. His schedule, jointly devised by Bulma and Divination Granny, was precise down to the very minute. Each morning, after a simple energy replenishment, he was the first to enter the gravity chamber, embarking on a 4-hour regimen of foundational physical enhancement. Under the immense pressure of 35 times gravity, every squat felt as though he were lifting a 1,000-pound boulder, with his thigh muscles tearing and reforming. Each frog leap was akin to breaking free from a quagmire, necessitating an explosive surge of energy from his entire body. Every set of weighted punches resonated with the subtle hum of bones, and the roar of energy coursing through his meridians. His orange martial arts uniform was soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin and outlining the increasingly toned muscles. After training, he would sit cross-legged within the calming formation set by Divination Granny, engaging in 2 hours of deep meditation on breath control. He strived to recall every detail taught by Master Roshi, attempting to find that state of effortless grace and fluidity under the intense external pressure. While his progress might not be the swiftest, each step was undeniably solid, with his precision in controlling energy growing daily, establishing a foundation as unyielding as granite. Occasionally, during training breaks, he would gaze at his reflection, drenched in sweat and with resolute eyes, on the smooth metallic surface of the gravity chamber, momentarily envisioning Master Roshi's stern yet kind gaze from years past, which urged him to clench his jaw and strike with even greater force. Goku, on the other hand, presented an entirely different scene. His training brimmed with wildness, spontaneity, and astonishing instinctive bursts. Besides completing the foundational tasks set by Bulma, he spent most of his time exploring the mysteries of gravity. He would suddenly attempt to walk on his hands under 35 times gravity, utilizing only the strength of his fingers, his entire body tense like steel cables, leaving faint traces of his fingertips on the floor with every movement. He would unleash a series of chaotic yet powerful strikes against the specially designed alloy walls, capable of absorbing and dispersing impact, each punch casting shadows like the wind, resonating with a dull thud akin to the beating of a drum, causing the entire chamber to tremble slightly. At times, he would whimsically simulate a high-speed offense and defense against multiple invisible foes, his figure transforming within the confines of the limited space into a blurred orange flash, accompanied by a howling rush of wind. His method of growth resembled an instinctual awakening and adaptation, often manifesting in seemingly nonsensical, illogical movements, suddenly illuminating his understanding of power transmission and timing with a novel and more efficient insight. His aura expanded most rapidly. The faint golden haze surrounding him, though far from the solid refinement of Lin Feng, began to take shape, radiating a pure, domineering, and vibrant sense of vitality. Occasionally, when he was particularly energized by his training, he would abruptly halt and excitedly shout towards Lin Feng, "Hey, Lin Feng, this way of hitting feels so much stronger. Let us give it a try." In response, he would often be met with the exasperated clanging of Bulma banging on the cabin door with her datapad, accompanied by her furious voice echoing through the wall. "You fool, Wukong. Your real-time electromyography and lactic acid accumulation index are about to explode. Is this the time for combat training? Immediately perform some relaxing stretches. Otherwise, you'll miss out on the next gravity increase." In contrast, Lin Feng's path of cultivation appeared more introspective, profound, and filled with contemplation and experimentation. He perfectly balanced Krillin's systematic approach with Wukong's inspiration. After completing the essential physical and breath training required each day, he devoted significant time to meditation and strategy development. He initially focused much of his energy on consolidating and deepening the two newly acquired skills. Mastery of Yujo Tanjianju enabled him to effortlessly read fragmented information decrypted by Bulma from the wreckage of Friesia's reconnaissance armor. Although most of it consisted of mundane patrol logs and energy supply records, it provided him with a glimpse into the rigid hierarchy, technological advancements, and the vast complexities of cosmic civilization within Friesia's army. The Qishi Wanchuan Sholing Shu, advanced, became his daily essential practice. Maintaining perfect concealment of his aura in a 35 times gravity environment proved exceptionally challenging, as external pressures incessantly sought to disrupt his meticulous control. He needed to operate like the most precise instrument technician, adjusting countless subtle aura nodes within his body to seamlessly blend his energy fluctuations into the ancient magical energy field emanating from the palace. This extreme control significantly honed his absolute mastery over every ounce of his power. Simultaneously, he continued to assault the two strongholds he had yet to conquer, focusing on the energy diversion shaping of Siyao Chuan and the light energy transformation principles of Taiyang Chuan. Through repeated failures in simulations and minute adjustments, his understanding of energy form transformation deepened profoundly. He even attempted to integrate the high-energy compression concept of Kuei Pai Qigong into ordinary punching and kicking attacks, pursuing instantaneous explosive power. On the seventh day, an unexpected breakthrough quietly arrived under continuous pressure. That day, while Lin Feng was engaged in a set of extreme weight sprint training, feeling the muscle fibers vibrating at high frequency under the immense load, and his breath surging through his meridians like a torrent, a brilliant inspiration struck him like lightning. If the principle of Taiyang Chuan is to convert breath into intense visible light, could he not reverse this application? Could he condense breath into a special energy form that enhances visual perception? The moment this thought arose, he immediately set it into action, slowing his pace. He focused his mind and activated Neishi to its utmost, guiding a small stream of highly refined golden aura, not towards his palms, but cautiously along a minuscule, often overlooked meridian near his eyes, attempting to coalesce a thin yet resilient energy membrane just before his pupils. Initially, he experienced sharp pain and blurred vision, but he gritted his teeth and persistently adjusted the flow and frequency of his energy. Suddenly, at the moment a delicate balance was achieved, the world transformed before his eyes. The surrounding colors instantaneously faded, as if turned into a black and white film, replaced by countless clear, flowing energy trajectories. He could see the stable, flowing turtle school energy vortex within Krillin, as pure as a blue stream. He could see Wukong, resembling a miniature sun, filled with tumultuous, vibrant, constantly erupting and retracting golden energy masses. He could even faintly perceive the weak energy field radiating from the gravity chamber's energy core, resembling concentric ripples. The entire space transformed into a dynamic, vividly clear world composed of flowing energy. Although this extraordinary visual state lasted less than 3 seconds before being forcibly dispelled due to the immense consumption of mental and energy resources, followed by a brief period of blurred vision and throbbing at his temples, it undoubtedly marked a milestone breakthrough. Chima Shirjua, as he temporarily named it, provided him with a new perceptual dimension that transcended conventional senses, allowing direct observation of the essence of energy. Ding! The host has successfully comprehended advanced applications of energy vision, significantly deepening understanding of the essence of breath. Reward: 100 replication points. Current available replication points: 5,680 to 105,780 points. This unexpected harvest reinforced Lin Feng's conviction that true growth arises from relentless practice, bold hypotheses, and rigorous validation. Cultivation is not a tedious repetition, but an exploration filled with infinite possibilities. In addition to the extreme honing of personal abilities, Bulma also began to consciously introduce simple team coordination training. Utilizing the control systems of the gravity chamber, she simulated various straightforward cooperative combat scenarios. For instance, in a gravitational environment, she randomly generated multiple high-speed moving virtual targets, requiring Lin Feng and Krillin to simultaneously launch energy waves in a remarkably short time, while precisely controlling energy intensity and angles, ensuring that the two distinctly different energies perfectly intersected, overlapped, and exploded at the target center, producing a result greater than the sum of its parts. Initially, they often miscalculated timing or experienced energy conflicts leading to premature dispersal, even creating humorous situations where their energy nearly backfired on themselves. However, soon, thanks to Lin Feng's precise Dongcha Jiyan and Krillin's solid fundamentals and tactical thinking, their synergy began to develop seamlessly. Another type of training involved Wukong performing erratic high-speed evasive maneuvers within the chamber, while Lin Feng and Krillin needed to control several non-lethal but extremely fast energy spheres, obstructing and surrounding Wukong from different angles, enhancing his reaction speed and the tactical coordination among the three. Wukong's wild instincts often led him to execute astonishing evasive actions, while Lin Feng and Krillin had to remain calm amidst the chaos, predicting his movements. These drills not only enhanced their combat capabilities, but also quietly strengthened the trust and rapport among the three through repeated collaboration. However, the tranquil and fulfilling training life was disrupted on the afternoon of the 10th day by a faint ripple emanating from the depths of distant space. At that moment, Bulma was intensely focused on deciphering the most encrypted and tightly guarded core data chain within the damaged reconnaissance armor. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as the scrolling code on the screen cascaded like a waterfall. Suddenly, her main console emitted an extraordinarily sharp alarm, distinct from the usual sounds. A brief, distorted stream of encrypted data flashed across the screen, with a signal strength barely perceptible, its coding format and identifiers belonging to Frisia's army. The signal resembled a fleeting whisper of a phantom captured by chance in the vastness of the universe. Yet, with her exceptional scientific intuition and instrumental assistance, Burma swiftly seized and locked on his several key phrases, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. The target planet was confirmed to harbor an atmosphere conducive to green intelligent life forms, with a suspected Dragon Ball energy response. The priority for acquisition had been elevated to a harvesting level, and orders were dispatched for the 3rd Expedition Fleet to alter its course. Projected to arrive at the periphery of the star system at standard galactic time. What's wrong, Burma? Lin Feng was the first to notice her abrupt cessation of breath and the tumult of her emotions. He instantly awakened from his deep meditation, pushing open the gravity chamber door to step outside. The warmth radiating from his body had yet to dissipate, and his golden pupils sharply scrutinized the workstation. Wukong and Colleen also sensed the unusual atmosphere, halting their training and gathering around. Burma pointed at the screen, where a string of data fragments had vanished, leaving only the analysis logs. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, her fingers growing cold. I may have inadvertently intercepted a fragment of Frisia's Legion's hyperspace encrypted communication. The signal is exceedingly weak, as if it leaked through cosmic background radiation from an unfathomably distant source. The information is incomplete, yet its implications are painfully clear. They seem to have confirmed the existence of planet named Myuk and detected the unique energy signature of the Dragon Balls. The priority for acquiring the Dragon Balls has been escalated to a harvesting level, and they are mobilizing their fleet. The scale is immense. Harvesting level? Colleen echoed the chilling term, a shiver racing up his spine, his voice altering in tone. Are they treating the search for the Dragon Balls as if they were harvesting crops? So soon. We haven't even completed our gravity training. Wukong clenched his fists, a pale golden aura erupting uncontrollably around him, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor and indignation. Then let them come. It's the perfect opportunity to test how hard my fists have become after these 10 days of training. Don't be impulsive, Wukong. Lin Feng firmly grasped Wukong's tense shoulder, his expression grave enough to drip water, his gaze intensely fixed on Burma. Can you deduce the approximate source direction and timestamp of the signal? Most importantly, does this interception pose a risk of exposing our location? Burma forced herself to regain composure, her hands swiftly operating the console to bring up various analytical tools. Ultimately, she shook her head, her words rapid. The source of the signal cannot be precisely located. The interference is too severe. I can only vaguely infer it originates from deep space on the outer rim of the galaxy. The timestamps are also chaotic. The information may have been transmitted days or even weeks ago, only now captured due to the cosmic ripple effect. As for our position, she glanced around at the invisible yet resilient spatial barriers surrounding the palace. The divination granny's spatial shielding was remarkably high. Theoretically, such a degree of signal leakage would not suffice to reverse locate us here. However, she took a deep breath, looking at everyone with unprecedented urgency in her eyes. This signifies at least two things. First, Frisia's Legion's focus and operational efficiency regarding planet name Myuk far exceed our worst estimates. Second, our time may genuinely be running out. Once their fleet arrives at planet name Myuk, it could be too late. The pressure bore down upon each heart like a tangible iceberg crashing. The flicker of confidence accumulated from 10 days of arduous training was instantly shaken by this unforeseen dire news. The meticulously laid-out training plan, designed to be steady and methodical, seemed to be abruptly thrust forward by an unseen hand, demanding acceleration, even risking everything. The divination granny had quietly appeared at the door of the side hall, her wrinkled face betraying no emotion. Her profound gaze seemed to pierce through the palace walls, gazing into the infinitely distant starry sky. Her aged, tranquil voice resonated within the silent hall, imbued with a wisdom that transcended fate. The thread of destiny is tightening, children. Your 10 days of arduous training have laid a preliminary foundation. Your vitality is abundant, and your will is as strong as steel. It is time to seriously consider entering the next phase. The next phase, she continued, is an unstable, perilous realm that can compress time tenfold, the spirit time room. Should we adhere to our steady rhythm, solidifying our foundation within the gravity chamber, or dare to take a risk, stepping into that unknown realm, which could either yield rapid growth or lead to irreversible destruction, trading precious time for the power to confront the impending crisis. Lin Feng's gaze swept over his companions. Kolin's eyes suppressed anxiety and resolve. Wukong's face a mixture of excitement and indomitable fighting spirit. And Bu Erma's brows furrowed with worry and determination. He felt the torrent of power coursing within him, along with the weighty 5,780 unused replication points. He refrained from making an immediate decision, instead speaking with exceptional steadiness. Bu Erma, continue to analyze that signal fragment with all your might. Any clue could prove crucial. Wukong, Kolin, we will conduct one final gravity adaptability extreme test. Temporarily elevate the gravity to 4 times and ascertain our true limits. After gathering all data, we shall collectively decide our next course of action. He required the most authentic data, the calmest evaluation, and the clearest analysis of advantages and disadvantages. While risk may be the only option, it must not be a reckless gamble fueled by fervor. The respite earned through Master Roshi's sacrifice must be utilized wisely and not squandered. The hum of the gravity chamber rose once more, the numbers on the control panel, denoting gravitational multiples, slowly fluctuating under Bu Erma's trembling fingers, finally settling at 40 G. The air within the chamber felt denser. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Kolin exchanged glances, each reflecting the gravity of their resolve. They inhaled deeply, stepping once again into that silvery gray expanse. This time, with every breath, every contraction and relaxation of their muscles, they bore the weight of racing against time and battling destiny with profound determination. The foundational phase was nearing its end. A more brutal and extreme trial loomed ominously ahead. Chapter 39, The Time Rift. Chaotic forging and fractured rebirth. The news brought by Bu Erma struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the steady rhythm cultivated over 10 days of arduous training within the palace. Frisia's legion had confirmed the existence of planet named Yuk, and they may have even dispatched fleets for harvesting. The urgency of this revelation felt like a cold dagger pressed against the back of each individual. Extreme gravity test at 40 times, now commencing. Lin Feng's voice rang out decisively, shattering the oppressive silence. He had no time to dwell in anxiety. He needed to acquire the most critical decision-making data immediately. On the control panel of the gravity chamber, the numbers surged from 35 to 40. The hum sharpened to a piercing tone, akin to metal lamenting. The air inside the chamber became momentarily stagnant, an invisible weight crashing down upon the three. Ugh! Kolin was the first to feel the brunt, letting out a muffled groan as his legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, and each breath became laborious, akin to an old bellows. He immediately channeled the Kamehameha energy to its utmost, enveloping himself in a blue aura for support, barely managing to remain upright, though even the slightest movement felt excruciatingly slow and heavy. Wukong's body jolted as a look of grave seriousness replaced his previously relaxed demeanor. His pale golden aura was suppressed, clinging tightly to his skin, as if it might extinguish at any moment. He attempted to throw a punch, but the motion was several times slower than before. The punch slicing through the air with a dull whoosh, the resulting wind pressure significantly diminished. How heavy! He clenched his teeth. Yet his eyes blazed with an even fiercer determination as he began to push his physical potential to its limits, adapting to the terrifying pressure. Lin Feng's emotions were complex. The quadruple gravity presented a tremendous challenge to his body, which had been deeply enhanced by his Saiyan bloodline, yet it was not insurmountable. Agonizing pain coursed through every inch of his bones and muscles, but his will was akin to tempered steel, steadfast and unyielding. Through the insightful eye, he observed the golden aura within him, under extreme pressure, condensing and refining at an unprecedented speed, like or cast into a furnace. His meridians quietly widened amidst the tearing and repairing, as his body's potential was further unleashed. He attempted to operate the breath convergence technique, only to find the difficulty multiplied. Yet his control over the energy surged rapidly under such extreme conditions. The test lasted a mere 15 minutes. When the hatch opened, Klin was almost limp, supported by Lin Feng and Wukong, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, lacking even the strength to speak. Wukong, although similarly drenched, had a bright gleam in his eyes, evidently having gained much. Lin Feng, despite his considerable exhaustion, maintained a composed aura and piercing gaze. The data collection was complete. Bulma swiftly analyzed the curves on the screen, her expression grave, Lin was nearing his physiological limits. Wukong's potential was immense, but his consumption was severe, while Lin Feng exhibited the strongest adaptability, still possessing controllable potential. In a comprehensive assessment, the current physical and mental states of the three had reached the minimum safety standards for entering the unstable spirit time room. However, she emphasized, the risks remained exceedingly high. The time turbulence and gravity anomalies within were entirely random. It could shift from 5 times the gravity one moment to 20 times the next. Moreover, the mental pressure was pervasive. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze sweeping over his companions. Frisia's fleet would not wait for them. They had to take this gamble. Granny, please open the time room for us. The fortune-telling grandmother gazed deeply at them, especially at the unwavering resolve in Lin Feng's eyes, before slowly nodding. Since you are determined, follow me. She manipulated the flying carpet, guiding the three to the deepest part of the palace, before a stone door emanating a soft glow. The ancient stone door was engraved with strange runes that seemed to contain the mysteries of time and space. The fortune-telling grandmother formed hand seals and chanted an ancient and obscure incantation, causing the runes on the stone door to illuminate one by one, emitting a gentle yet heart-stopping light. Remember, the fortune-telling grandmother finally warned, her voice tinged with barely perceptible concern. Inside, 10 days will pass, while only 1 day will elapse outside. Regardless of what you encounter, hold on to your heart and emerge alive. With a rumble, the stone door slowly opened inward, revealing not a room, but a swirling, colorful vortex, twisting and turning as if connecting to another dimension. A powerful suction emanated from within, mingled with a chaotic sense of time and fragments of space. Go, Lin Feng urged, stepping boldly into the vortex, followed closely by Wukong and Lin. In an instant, their figures were engulfed by the light, and the stone door slowly closed behind them. The spirit time room, they had arrived. The world spun chaotically. It felt as though they had been thrown into a high-speed washing machine or traversed countless shattered temporal layers. When the three finally stabilized and beheld their surroundings, they gasped in astonishment. There was no sky, no earth, only an endless, ever-shifting chaos of color. Beneath their feet lay a hard surface resembling white quartz, yet it felt ethereal, as if it could collapse at any moment. More terrifying was the gravity. Here, gravity was not constant but fluctuated like tides, sometimes light as a feather, threatening to lift them off the ground. At other times, it would suddenly increase to 5 times, 6 times, or even without warning, spike to 8 times. They had to remain perpetually alert, adjusting their breath to maintain their balance. Wow, this place is so strange, Wukong exclaimed, curiously looking around. He jumped to experience the low gravity, only for it to abruptly shift to 8 times, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, gritting his teeth. Be careful. The gravity changes are entirely unpredictable, Lin Feng immediately warned, activating the insightful eye to capture the subtle signs of gravity fluctuations, but the chaotic flow of time here made prediction exceedingly difficult. Not only gravity. Lin's face turned pale as he sensed an invisible, chilling force continually eroding his consciousness, as if countless fragmented whispers surrounded him, disturbing his mind with a terrifying sensation. This was the mental pressure. It stemmed from the impact of the temporal turbulence on the soul's essence. Lin Feng felt it too, a force that sought to drag him into the abyss of madness and despair. He promptly activated the turtle breathing technique and his rudimentary, basic mental defense, forming a thin membrane of golden energy around his body, striving to resist this encroachment. The initial hours were spent in a relentless cycle of falling and rising. The random fluctuations of gravity left them staggering, while the mental pressure surged like a cold tide, assailing their willpower. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down, abandoning attempts to predict gravity changes, instead focusing on his body's immediate reactions. He absorbed the survival experiences offered by this extreme environment like a sponge. With each sudden increase in gravity, he endeavored to adjust his muscle exertion, seeking the most efficient means of resistance. With each decrease, he practiced instantaneous bursts and precise control. Wukong's approach was more direct. He treated it as a new game, stumbling and racing through the gravitational field, using his body to feel and adapt, despite often landing face first. His primal instincts allowed him to learn at an astonishing pace. Lin, however, faced the greatest challenges, relying on the solid foundations of the turtle school and his tenacious willpower. taking each breath cautiously, every step taken with unwavering determination, viewing this as an excellent opportunity to temper his resolve. By the end of the first day, the three could barely maintain basic mobility in the ever-changing gravity field. Though still awkward, they were no longer as lost as when they first entered. Having adapted to basic survival, Lin Feng began more targeted training. He attempted to maintain aura vision under the extreme fluctuations of gravity. This demanded an extraordinary level of mental concentration. Initially, just as he began to condense a thin layer of aura, he was interrupted by sudden gravity shifts or mental shocks, causing his eyes to sting and his vision to blur. Yet, he did not give up, adjusting after each failure. Finally, during a brief moment of relatively stable gravity, he succeeded. The world transformed before his eyes into flowing streams of energy. Although the duration was fleeting and the scenes were more chaotic and fragmented than the external realm, he successfully captured the turbulent energy flows of the surrounding gravitational field and mental pressure. This provided him with invaluable, albeit extremely brief, warnings. Ding. The host successfully maintained aura vision in an extremely chaotic energy field, enhancing perception and energy control. Reward, 100 copy points. Current available copy points, 5,781.00, 5880 points. Wukong began to experiment with integrating the application of ki blasts into this environment. He discovered that firing ki blasts in low gravity led to unpredictable speed and trajectory, while in high gravity, it required significantly more energy expenditure. He began practicing the instantaneous adjustment of his ki blast's output power and angle under varying gravitational conditions, which posed a high demand for his precise control over energy. Tien continued to deepen his breath control, striving to maintain inner tranquility and stable energy flow amidst the turmoil. Their serene practice was abruptly interrupted by a small-scale energy turbulence. The energy in the void suddenly turned ferocious, and gravity fluctuated wildly within mere seconds, soaring from 3 times to an astonishing 10 times, before plummeting to nearly zero. Simultaneously, countless minute-sharp fragments of space shot towards them like bullets from all directions. Caution was paramount. Lin Feng utilized his Qi-Mo Shiju to detect the anomalous energy fluctuations and immediately issued a warning. The trio swiftly arranged themselves back to back, forming a defensive formation. Lin Feng and Wukong focused on shattering the larger fragments with their energy blasts, while Tien, with his precise control, intercepted the smaller, elusive pieces with tiny energy projectiles. Maintaining balance and executing precise attacks within the chaotic gravitational field proved exceedingly challenging. Initially, their cooperation was riddled with errors and fraught with peril. However, they quickly found their rhythm, their synergy enhancing rapidly under the crucible of life and death. This minor crisis instilled in them the realization that training in this environment required not only resilience against the surroundings, but also preparedness to counter sudden assaults. After 3 days of arduous trials, their strength and adaptability had significantly improved. Lin Feng's mastery of Qi-Mo Shiju became more refined, extending its duration to approximately 5 seconds, allowing him to discern the nature of different energy flows with greater clarity. He even began experimenting with applying the principles of Si Yao Quan in practical defense. On one occasion, as gravity abruptly dropped to 1 times and several fast-moving, meteor-like energy bodies surged from various directions, Lin Feng experienced a moment of inspiration. Rather than retreating, he shouted, channeling his energy fiercely from his shoulder blades. 2 ethereal energy arms composed of highly compressed golden energy quickly formed. Although they dissipated after merely half a second, during that fleeting moment, the energy arms accurately blocked and shattered the 2 largest energy meteors. Ding! The host has successfully employed Si Yao Quan for practical defense in an extreme environment, greatly deepening the understanding of this skill. Reward, 200 copy points. Current available copy points, 5,882.00, 6080 points. Wukong, amidst a series of violent gravitational fluctuations, inadvertently grasped a short-range explosive technique akin to Shun Bu. Though still in its infancy, it rendered his movements increasingly unpredictable. Tien's willpower underwent rigorous tempering, significantly enhancing his mental defenses. Yet, as the 4th day approached its end, a disquieting sense of oppression enveloped them. The colors in the void began to darken and twist, and the already chaotic energy flows grew more turbulent. Something formidable was approaching. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Through Qi Mo Shiju, he discerned a vast, chaotic energy storm forming in the distance, rapidly advancing towards them. The true crisis erupted without warning. Gravity lost all semblance of order, soaring and plummeting erratically. At one point, even reaching a terrifying peak of 15 times. The mental pressure intensified exponentially. It was no longer a whisper, but a sharp howl. A cacophony of madness and soul-crushing negativity. The void was torn asunder, revealing unstable black fissures exuding an insatiable aura, reminiscent of a monstrous maw that flickered in and out of existence. Steady yourselves. It's a space-time storm, Lin Feng bellowed, unleashing the full force of his golden aura, which erupted like a lighthouse swaying in a tempest, resolutely resisting the overwhelming pressure and mental onslaught. However, the immense strain caused blood to seep from the corners of his mouth, and his bones creaked under the burden. Wukong sank to one knee, roaring, as his pale golden aura flickered violently, on the brink of extinguishment. He endured with his formidable physique, but pain was evident in his eyes. Lin fared the worst. Blood seeped from his orifices, his consciousness blurring, and the tranquil meditative techniques of the turtle sage nearly faltered under such violent mental assault, threatening to drag him into the abyss of madness. Lin, focus on me. Maintain your composure. Lin Feng's eyes shone with golden light. He activated Qi Mo Shiju to its utmost, barely spotting a path through the storm where energy was relatively thin, seemingly leading to the storm's edge. Follow me. Charge in that direction. It's our only chance for survival. He hesitated no longer, hoisting the nearly unconscious Lin onto his shoulder and grasping Wukong with the other hand. The three of them became like a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, braving the weight capable of crushing steel and the soul-rending mental tempest, desperately racing towards that glimmer of hope. Every step felt as though they were traversing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, exhausting all their strength and will. Lin Feng continuously unleashed Xiang Quan, creating illusions to disrupt potential unknown dangers emerging from the fissures. Wukong roared, using his body and fists to withstand the incoming energy turbulence and spatial debris, sharing the burden with Lin Feng. It was a grueling race against death. Time slipped away, and just as Lin Feng felt his will about to be consumed by the storm, his energy nearly depleted, a breakthrough appeared ahead. Gravity suddenly lightened, and the mental pressure receded like a tide. They had finally escaped the storm's eye. The three collapsed onto the relatively stable ground, gasping for breath, their bodies riddled with minor wounds and bruises, utterly disheveled. Lin had fallen unconscious. Lin Feng, mustering his strength, checked Lin's condition and found him merely exhausted and mentally drained, with no life-threatening danger, prompting a sigh of relief, though he himself felt on the brink of collapse. Wukong, though still capable of movement, lay there, unwilling to lift a finger. We survived. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, laden with the relief of having survived a calamity, yet imbued with a tranquility and resolve born of trials endured. Ding. The host successfully protected his teammates from the extreme space-time storm, honing his willpower, leadership, and survival skills to their zenith. Reward, 500 copy points. Triggered hidden achievement, survivor of the space-time storm. Reward, 1,000 copy points. Current available copy points, 6,085.00.1000, 7,580 points. The system's notification echoed in his mind, yet Lin Feng had no time to ponder the increase in points. He gazed at the still chaotic but temporarily tranquil void, aware that this was merely the beginning. The trials of the spirit time room were far more brutal and unpredictable than he had imagined. Yet, in the face of Frisia's threat, and to honor his teacher's sacrifice, there was no retreat. Rest, then continue. Lin Feng's voice was calm but infused with an inexhaustible strength. He sat cross-legged, initiating Gui Shilu Zhuan to restore his energy. We must extract every ounce of potential within these tenfold times and grow stronger. Wukong shot him a weary glance, muttering something about monsters, struggling to sit up and begin his own recovery. Lin, still unconscious, gradually regained color under the nurturing aura of the two. In the chaotic void, three battered yet resolute figures, after a brief respite, would rise once more to face the unknown and more severe challenges ahead. The gamble of time had commenced, and the stakes could very well be life itself, but perhaps even more so, the transcendence of limits, and the rebirth that follows fragmentation. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng. Current world. Dragon Ball Earth. Unstable area of the Spirit Time Room. Combat power. 1650, having undergone the life and death tempering of the space-time storm. Both willpower and strength have surged concurrently. Available copy points. 7,580. Substantial rewards. Resources in abundance. Chi state. Exquisite refinement. Astonishing resilience. Golden aura embodies the power accrued from the storm's baptism. Physical condition. Moderate injuries, extreme fatigue, yet potential deeply ignited. Recovery and adaptability have undergone qualitative transformation. Ability status. Goei, Shilu Zhuan. Minor mastery peak breaks limits in extreme environments, significantly enhancing recovery efficiency. Internal vision. Grandmaster perception range greatly expanded amidst the chaotic flow of time and space, allowing for vague predictions of energy tides and dangers. Wangui Jing Tian Zhang. Mastery techniques for exerting force integrated into ultimate bursts, significantly enhancing both power and control. Zhengxianquan. Mastery utilized with unparalleled finesse under the conditions of gravitational upheaval and high-speed movement. Hepai Qigong, inchoate form. Entry level 18. Profound understanding leads to accelerated charging and releasing speed, along with enhanced stability. Basic mental defense. Having undergone the ultimate baptism of a mental storm, the defensive capabilities undergo a qualitative transformation, significantly increasing resistance to mental attacks. Saiyan Shuamai, Fusion Degree 95, activated deeply under extreme pressure, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of recovery and potential exploration. Newly acquired skills. Fluency in Universal Cosmic Language. Advanced Breath Concealment Technique. New abilities. Breath Membrane Vision. Proficient duration extended to several seconds, with improved observational precision and information processing capability. Skill Analysis Progress. Principle of Si Yao Chuan, successfully applied in combat, with increased stability. Suan Yang Chuan. Principles are becoming stable through reverse application, with attempts to induce slight forward activation. Achievement System, New Edition. Time-Space Storm Survivor. Known information, current location, unstable mental time chamber, having just endured a time-space storm. Momentarily in a relatively calm period. Current state, successfully survived the initial large-scale time-space storm, with team cohesion, trust, and survival capability subjected to ultimate testing. Time flow rate, approximately 5 days inside the chamber, about half a day outside. Next phase, seize the time to recover and train, explore other areas of the time chamber. Seek stable points or new challenges. Task list, main quest. Trial of the time chamber. In progress, objective, maximize strength enhancement within the remaining time in preparation for confronting Frisia's army. System evaluation, life and death tempering, breaking, and rebuilding. Successfully navigating the most perilous adaptation phase of the mental time chamber and the first large-scale time-space storm. Battle power soared to 1650, with willpower, leadership, and survival capabilities undergoing extreme refinement. Accumulated replication points reached 7580, achieving unprecedented abundance. The team has undergone true life and death trials, forging bonds and synergy that are unbreakable. They are currently at a critical juncture of explosive growth and strength. While future challenges loom large, the potential remains boundless. Chapter 40. Breaking the Cocoon to Become a Butterfly. The Call of the Gravitational Core and Dragon Balls. The aftermath of the time-space storm recedes like the ebbing tide, gradually dissipating into the chaotic void, leaving behind a relatively tranquil, yet still permeated with unsettling energy. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Clin lay prostrate on the cold, hard white quartz floor, gasping for breath. Each inhalation feels as if it were tearing at their crushed lungs, bringing searing pain. Sweat, blood, and impurities expelled from their bodies after excessive exertion mingled together, soaking their already tattered martial uniforms, clinging to their skin with a sticky and chilling sensation. The overwhelming fatigue felt like heavy lead, pressing down on every cell, making it extraordinarily difficult to even lift a finger. Clin remained unconscious, his complexion as pale as parchment, breathing weakly and rapidly. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Wukong, disregarding their own exhaustion, continued to emit two faint yet pure auras, akin to a warm stream slowly nurturing his damaged meridians and near-collapsing spirit, gradually stabilizing his vital signs. Wukong lay sprawled out, his chest rising and falling violently. his golden eyes staring vacantly at the constantly twisting and chaotic colors above, reflecting both relief from having escaped the clutches of death and astonishment at the overwhelming power of nature that had utterly crushed him. His warrior spirit still simmered, yet he now understood clearly how insignificant individual strength is in the face of true cosmic might. Lin Feng's condition was slightly better, yet still limited. He gritted through the agonizing sensation as if his bones were shattering, and the piercing mental pain akin to being pricked by needles, barely maintaining a seated posture. The Keishi Liujuan technique was executed to perfection, functioning like the most precise instrument, guiding the nearly exhausted golden aura within him, now a mere trickle, along the widened yet still subtly painful meridians, circulating slowly yet resolutely. Each cycle drew away a bit of fatigue, repaired a fragment of damage, and calmed a surge of agitated spirit. His complexion was pallid, lips cracked, yet his eyes gleamed like tempered cold steel, icy, sharp, and exuding an undeniable determination. This storm was far removed from the chaos experienced upon entering the time chamber. It was a true test of life and death, touching the very essence of soul and existence. Yet it was precisely this extreme pressure that acted like a divine hammer, forging all the potential and impurities accumulated over the previous 10 days of arduous training, refining and purifying them, solidifying their foundation in a cycle of destruction and rebirth. In the following 2 days, within the time chamber, the perception of time had long blurred, only roughly estimated by the cycles of physical fatigue and breath recovery. The trio engaged in no form of high-intensity training, fully immersing themselves in a comprehensive process of recovery and digestion. This recovery was not merely physical, but also a profound cleansing and sedimentation on a mental level. Lin Feng devoted the majority of his time to deep introspection and breath cultivation. With closed eyes, his Dongcha Jiyan functioned like the most intricate scanner, meticulously examining every subtle change in his body post-storm baptism. The resilience, width of meridians, the refinement of breath, circulation speed, and even the arrangement of muscle fibers and density of bones all underwent positive adaptive changes under that extreme pressure. He particularly focused on experiencing the almost instinctual high synergy achieved by Qixi Wanquan Sholing Shu and basic mental defense, in resisting the storm, striving to solidify this potential, ignited in the face of life and death, into an integral part of his true strength. The colossal 7,580 replication points lay dormant, like a slumbering dragon, quietly resting within the system interface, emanating an alluring glow. Yet Lin Feng restrained the impulse to utilize them immediately, waiting for a more pivotal moment or a clearer, more pressing need to arise. Efficient resource utilization was far more crucial than reckless expenditure. Ryukon's recovery speed was nothing short of astonishing, showcasing the terrifying vitality inherent in the Saiyan bloodline. Unlike Lin Feng's tranquil meditation, he became restless after a slight restoration of energy. He repeatedly recalled and simulated the ultimate sensation of life and death experienced during the storm, where every cell in his body screamed for survival. Attempting to reproduce the instinctual explosion of power and breath circulation that transcended the usual training framework, he twisted his body in peculiar motions against the void, occasionally erupting with short bursts of intense energy, though most attempts ended in failure, occasionally causing him to grimace in pain due to his injuries. Yet he took delight in this, his golden eyes sparkling with excitement akin to discovering a new toy, as if he were violently dismantling and attempting to reassemble the power codes within his own body. Lin finally stirred after lying unconscious for nearly half a day in the outside world. He was exceedingly weak, lacking even the strength to sit up, lying back instead. His gaze somewhat unfocused, yet deep within, there lingered a rare calm that emerged from the depths of great horror and despair. This near-mental breakdown, almost plunging him into the abyss of madness, carved his immense sorrow over his teacher's sacrifice and the profound sense of powerlessness in the face of formidable foes into a more pure and unyielding desire for strength. He no longer pursued power with the urgency and anxiety of before. Instead, he became more focused and patient. He commenced his journey by diligently polishing his foundational skills, beginning with the most rudimentary and monotonous breathing techniques of the Kamehameha style, coupled with meditative incantations. Every distraction and emotion was meticulously absorbed into the rhythm of his breath, establishing a solid grounding akin to a venerable monk in deep meditation. This brief period of respite was not merely a time for physical healing, but also a phase for mental clarity, the forging of willpower, and the assimilation of prior experiences. Although the trio's energies appeared subdued and tranquil due to their retraction and recuperation, an undercurrent of composure and latent brilliance, born from genuine life and death trials, emanated a far greater sense of pressure than any ostentatious display of power. We cannot remain passive in this place, waiting for an impending storm of unknown origins. Once Lin Feng sensed that the trio had regained approximately 70% of their vitality, sufficient to face typical dangers, he rose, stretching his still somewhat sore muscles, and cast his sharp gaze into the depths of the void. The energy flow here was not entirely chaotic. He needed to take the initiative to explore and seek out regions more conducive to systematic cultivation, or at the very least, relatively stable areas. He activated his chi film vision once more, his pupils cloaked in a faint, imperceptible golden sheen. The chaotic landscape before him began to unravel, transforming into countless disordered strands of energy that subtly adhered to a deeper, intrinsic order. Focusing intently, he discerned a particular direction where the energy fluctuations, although still intense, exhibited a clear and stable gradient of increasing gravitational pull, unlike the erratic shifts in other areas. Over there, Lin Feng pointed decisively, sensing that the energy field in that direction seemed to follow a more predictable pattern, with gravity gradually intensifying, indicating the possible presence of a gravitational source. The trio set forth again, this time not with the reckless abandon of their initial entry, but rather forming a simple triangular formation, with Lin Feng leading the way. While Wukong and Klin provided vigilant support from the flanks, their energies subtly intertwined, moving cautiously and deliberately through the bizarre and chaotic void. As they delved deeper, the surroundings indeed began to change dramatically. The erratic colors of the void's backdrop gradually coalesced, replaced by a grand vista mainly characterized by dark red and deep purple hues, reminiscent of a vast nebula swirling slowly, imparting an otherworldly sensation akin to being within the cosmic womb. The ground beneath their feet transformed as well, shifting from ethereal white quartz to a more solid, cold, and metallic black rock, emitting a dull thud with each step. The most immediate sensation was the increasing gravitational force acting upon them. From the initial chaotic fluctuations, it escalated to 5, 6, 7 times Earth's gravity. This increase was linear, easily perceptible and predictable, granting them ample time to adjust their breathing and stance for adaptation, far more accommodating than the previous unpredictable shifts that caught them off guard. However, this also meant that the accumulated pressure was becoming increasingly substantial and oppressive. "There is something ahead," Wukong exclaimed, his keen eyes sparkling with excitement as he pointed into the distance. At the terminus of his vision, within the swirling center of the dark red nebula, an enormous energy core pulsated like a living heart, emanating an unsettlingly dark crimson glow. The closer they approached it, the more intense the gravitational pull became. After expending considerable effort, the trio finally reached the periphery of this colossal energy mass, where gravity had stabilized at an astonishing 8 times that of Earth. The overwhelming pressure enveloped them. The air felt thick and heavy, requiring several times the usual effort to breathe. The dark red light flowed like blood, elongating and distorting their figures, casting eerie shadows upon the cold black rock, while a unique force field pervaded the area, heavy and oppressive, yet brimming with boundless energy. What a weighty force, Klin thought, feeling each movement akin to struggling in the deep sea, though his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Indeed, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, feeling the crushing weight pressing against his lungs, yet his gaze ignited with fervor. This stable and formidable gravitational environment was precisely what they needed. It allowed for systematic extreme training without the constant fear of being torn apart by random storms. Here, they would cultivate. A new phase of training commenced. The eightfold stable gravity presented unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Wukong thrived in this environment, while Lin Feng's training ascended to a new echelon. Under the eightfold gravity, he initially solidified his chi film vision and complete breath convergence technique, significantly reducing the energy expenditure required to maintain these skills in high-pressure conditions. Subsequently, he dedicated himself to mastering the 4-demon fist and Kamehameha. The difficulty of energy shaping multiplied under the immense, stable pressure, yet it also rendered the successful forms more robust. After countless failures and adjustments, The two energy arms that coalesced behind him extended their duration from half a second to a full second, becoming more substantial and capable of executing basic blocking and striking maneuvers. Although he was still far from complete mastery, this was undoubtedly a significant advancement. Ding. The host has successfully prolonged the duration of the energy arms from the 4-demon fist under extreme weight conditions, achieving foundational application. Understanding of this skill has reached new heights. Reward: 300 replication points. Current available replication points: 7,583,000,7880 points. As for the Kamehameha, Lin Feng no longer rushed to achieve its complete form. Instead, he focused on the high compression of energy and instantaneous release. Compressing the energy into his palm under 8-fold gravity proved exceptionally challenging, yet resulted in energy of remarkable quality. He repeatedly practiced the rapid condensation and release of energy, and although he still could not form the characteristic blue energy sphere and beam of the Kamehameha, the energy mass that gathered in his palm exhibited astounding destructive power, capable of leaving deep scorch marks upon the hard black rock once released. Ding. The host has significantly deepened their understanding of the energy compression principles of the Kamehameha, enhancing its preliminary power. Reward: 200 replication points. Current available replication points: 7,882,000,8080 points. Just as the trio began to acclimate to the 8-fold gravity and steadily enhance their strength, on the 10th day within the time chamber, approximately the first day outside, an anomaly arose. Without warning, the entire gravitational core zone trembled violently. The dark red energy core's pulsation quickened drastically, emitting unstable fluctuations. More alarmingly, a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of a call from distant star seas, penetrated the fabric of time and space, clearly reaching the depths of the trio's consciousness. This call was not a sound, but a powerful wave of intent, imbued with urgency, longing, and a faint yet unmistakably familiar life force. Simultaneously, the small talisman Lin Feng carried, containing the ashes, or residual essence, of the Kamehameha, began to emanate warmth and a faint glow, harmonizing with the source of that call. Lin Feng instinctively clutched his chest, disbelief evident in his eyes. Is this the call of the Dragon Balls? And the presence of my teacher? Almost simultaneously, Bulma's anxious voice came through a highly energy-consuming and unstable communication talisman preordained by a fortune teller, crackling with urgency. Lin Feng, can you hear me? There's a major incident outside. The minions of Piccolo the Demon King have appeared in West City. They are gathering the Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls of Earth. It seems they intend to use the Dragon Balls to restore Piccolo's youth. Tien, Fan, and Dumpling have gone to stop them, but they are gravely injured. Their next target might be the Kalen Tower. Time is running out. The Dragon Balls of Earth are under threat. Piccolo the Demon King aims to regain his youth. In the time chamber, an unusual call of the Dragon Balls resonates. External and internal crises converge, unleashing a full-blown emergency. Lin Feng instantly comprehends the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Balls of Namek share a common origin with those of Earth. The actions of Piccolo Daimao, a Namekian himself, in utilizing the Dragon Balls on Earth may have somehow influenced the distant Dragon Balls on Namek. This connection, shrouded in mystery, has penetrated the barriers of the time chamber, issuing a warning. Furthermore, the lingering essence of Master Roshi serves as a conduit for receiving this signal. We must exit immediately, Lin Feng decisively declares, flames of determination igniting in his gaze. The repercussions of Piccolo Daimao regaining his youth are too dire to contemplate. Earth hangs by a thread. Our journey to Namek is now forced to commence prematurely. However, our training partner Krillin hesitates, having just begun to find his footing. There is no time to lose. Goku senses the urgency, his fighting spirit boiling, eager to test their newfound strength against those adversaries. Lin Feng nods, his gaze sweeping over the dark red gravity core zone. Although the 10 days of life and death tempering did not yield the optimal results anticipated, their powers have undeniably undergone a profound transformation. It is time to emerge and face the true challenge. Let us go. Back to the stone door. Lin Feng issues a low command, and the three of them, without hesitation, turn towards their original path, bursting forth at a speed several times faster than when they first entered, even within the 8x gravity environment. The dark red energy core pulsates restlessly behind them, as if heralding the impending storm of bloodshed that is about to sweep the globe. The first phase of the trials in the time chamber comes to an end. The moment of transformation is at hand. Chapter 41, Breaking Through. The Crisis on Earth and the Initial Display of Power. The heavy stone door of the time chamber, inscribed with temporal runes that segregate the inner and outer worlds, slowly opens inward, accompanied by the solemn and profound chant of the fortune teller. No longer does the crevice reveal the chaotic and energy-ridden void, but rather the dim light of the fortune teller's palace, infused with the sense of sandalwood and ancient dust, a sense of stability, wholly distinct from that of the time chamber. Akin to a warm tide, engulfs the three figures stepping forth from the door. Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, and Krillin sequentially stride out. Their footsteps resonate solidly against the ground, contrasting starkly with the frantic escape filled with despair and sorrow that marked their entry 10 days prior. Despite still wearing their tattered martial arts uniforms, with remnants of bruises and scrapes yet to fade, their demeanor has undergone a remarkable transformation. An indescribable calmness and resilience, forged through trials by fire, radiate from their erect postures and piercing gazes. Though their auras are deliberately restrained, the weight of their experiences, having traversed life and death, draws attention as profound as an abyss. Particularly notable is Lin Feng. Within the depths of his amber eyes, a molten golden glow stirs, concealing a power that is both tranquil and deeply unsettling. His gaze sweeps across the palace, ultimately landing on the empty mat belonging to Master Roshi, his expression growing more profound as a tumult of sorrow, anger, and unwavering resolve surges within him, only to be swiftly quelled, transforming into a formidable drive. The sacrifice of their mentor is a heavy burden they must carry forward, a solemn vow to reverse their fate. You have returned. Bulma, who had been waiting anxiously by the stone door, rushes forward, her face etched with worry and urgency. Yet her eyes betray a lingering sorrow. This sadness is for Master Roshi and for the imminent crisis at hand. Upon observing the state of the three, her eyes widen in disbelief. The readings on her portable battle power detector fluctuate wildly before settling on three astonishingly elevated figures, causing her to gasp in astonishment. How could your battle power have increased so dramatically? This has only been a day. It has been 10 days inside, Lin Feng succinctly explains. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. He does not dwell on sentiments, but swiftly pivots to the matter at hand. What has transpired outside? Has Piccolo Daimao made his move? He keenly detects the anxiety in Bulma's brow and the faint, lingering malevolent aura, reminiscent of Piccolo, but considerably weaker, in the air. Bulma's complexion pales, her voice trembling with a mix of grief and uncontainable rage. It is Piccolo Daimao, one of his subordinates, a demon warrior named Lingu, along with a psychic Azura, launched a surprise attack on West City just a day ago. They are frantically collecting the Dragon Balls of Earth. Tien and Kairatsu attempted to stop them, but were severely injured and are now in the hospital fighting for their lives. According to the Dragon Radar, they have stolen 2 Dragon Balls from West City and are rapidly heading southeast. That direction could lead to Karen Tower. At the top of the tower resides a Dragon Ball. They aim to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to restore Piccolo Daimao's youth. Restore youth. Krillin feels as if struck by lightning, his body jolting, fists clenching tightly, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. The exhilaration brought by his newfound strength dissipates in an instant, replaced by a volcanic surge of fury and an overwhelming sense of impending doom. If Piccolo Daimao regains his prime power, the consequences are unimaginable. Is Master Roshi's sacrifice to be in vain? Goku's expression darkens as well, his golden eyes igniting with fierce rage, his aura of pale gold flaring uncontrollably, emanating a chilling killing intent. Those bastards. They must not succeed. I will go and take them down right now. Lin Feng's gaze hardens, as frigid as ancient ice. Indeed, the worst-case scenario has come to fruition. The rapid actions of Piccolo Daimao's subordinates target the Dragon Balls. A rejuvenated Piccolo will spell disaster for the entire Earth. He forces himself to remain composed, his mind racing. Bulma, what is their current location? What is our fastest mode of transportation? Bulma, suppressing her sorrow, swiftly operates the Dragon Radar and navigation device. They are moving incredibly fast, nearing the vicinity of Karen Tower. I have prepared a high-speed jet boat. It is on the platform just outside the palace. However, their power levels are so formidable that even Tien and Kairatsu. Lin Feng interrupts her, his tone filled with unwavering confidence. a conviction born from tenfold trials of life and death. We are no longer the same as we were 10 days ago. Goku, Krillin, let us go. With no time for further discussion, the three of them bolt from the palace like arrows released from a bow. Outside, on the spacious stone platform, a sleek, futuristic white jet boat awaits. The trio swiftly boards, with Bulma following closely, taking her place in the cockpit. Hold on tight. Bulma expertly powers up the engine, and the jet boat emits a deep rumble, its rear blasting forth with searing blue flames, soaring into the sky at breathtaking speed towards the southeast, leaving a long white trail in the air. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere is tense and foreboding. Krillin closes his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, yet his clenched fists betray his inner turmoil, weighed down by the vengeance for his teacher and the crisis facing Earth. Meanwhile, Goku leans against the window, his golden eyes fixated ahead like a beast sensing the scent of blood, brimming with fighting spirit. Lin Feng closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Within his inner vision, the majestic golden aura, akin to a surging river, flowed steadily through his being. 10 days of life and death tempering had elevated his strength, speed, reflexes, and mastery over chi to an unprecedented realm, far surpassing his previous limits. He possessed absolute confidence that, when confronted with the minions of Bikureman, he would not face the same debacle as he did against Dambalin. Indeed, he could even crush them. The speed of the jet boat was remarkable, with the mountains and rivers below rapidly receding. After approximately half an hour, Bulma suddenly pointed at the radar screen ahead and exclaimed, "We have a response. 2 high-speed energy sources. They are just ahead and have stopped." Near the foot of Kylan Tower, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, activating his chi membrane vision, penetrating the cabin walls to gaze into the distance. He beheld a towering peak, shrouded in clouds, with a small red tower faintly visible at its summit, Kylan Tower. At its base, 2 distinct malevolent auras swirled. One was sharp and pulsated with psychic energy, while the other was more brutish and domineering. It was Ashura and Lingu. They were indeed plotting against Kylan Tower. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice. "Bulma, lower the altitude and land discreetly nearby. Goku, Krillin, prepare for battle." The jet boat dove down, silently landing in a dense forest several kilometers from the peak. The 4 quickly disembarked. "Bulma, you stay here and be ready to assist," Lin Feng instructed. "Be careful." Bulma nodded, her concern evident. She understood the true test had arrived. Lin Feng, Goku, and Krillin exchanged glances, each nodding in silent agreement. Words were unnecessary. The camaraderie forged through their shared trials over the past 10 days had solidified. In the next moment, the 3 of them moved as one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They darted through the dense forest like phantoms, traversing the treetops and rocks at a speed that far surpassed that of the jet boat, racing towards Kylan Tower. Their movements were swift as lightning, landing soundlessly, showcasing their remarkable control over their own powers. The grueling training in the gravity core zone had acclimated their bodies to burdens beyond the ordinary. In the normal gravity of Earth, they felt as light as a feather, their speed and explosive power reaching astonishing heights. Only faint afterimages and the slightest sound of air being cut through remained in their wake. In mere moments, they had approached the foot of the mountain. In the distance, 2 bizarre figures stood at the base of the steep stone steps leading to Kylan Tower. One was a short, portly creature with a head as large as a bucket, dressed in attire reminiscent of a jester. It was the psychic Ashura. The other was a tall, muscular warrior with dark skin, twisted muscles, and horns atop his head, exuding a fierce aura. He was the demon warrior Lingu. At that moment, Ashura was shouting up the steps, "Cat Sage above. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Dragon Balls quickly. Otherwise, once we ascend, we will demolish your pitiful tower." Lingu, arms crossed and impatient, scoffed, "Why waste words on a cat? Let us just break through the barrier surrounding this decrepit tower." Clearly, some barrier or the cat sage's magic was temporarily hindering their advance. "Hey, you 2 grotesque creatures." Goku's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing through the valley before his figure appeared before Ashura and Lingu, blocking their path. Ashura and Lingu were startled by the sudden roar and the incredible speed. Instinctively taking a half-step back, their eyes narrowing in caution as they regarded the newcomers. Upon realizing that only 3 young boys stood before them, Goku and Krillin were still quite young, and although Lin Feng possessed a mature demeanor, he appeared youthful. Disdain and anger crossed their faces. Where did these ignorant brats come from? Lingu bellowed, his crimson eyes scanning the trio. Especially sensing their not overly powerful auras, as Lin Feng and the others had intentionally suppressed most of their energy, he sneered, "Scram, or I will crush your bones." Ashura squinted at the three, suddenly pointing at Krillin and cackling. "Oh? Isn't this the little brat who escaped with that old turtle last time? I didn't expect you to come knocking. Perfect, we can deal with you all at once and present you to the Demon King." Upon hearing his fallen teacher mentioned, Krillin's eyes turned crimson, the pent-up sorrow and rage erupting like a volcano. He roared, "You scum of the demon race. Die!" Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself forward, leaving behind but an orange afterimage, his fist, infused with the fury and strength accumulated over 10 days, slicing through the air with a deafening crack, aimed straight at Ashura's repulsive face. The blow was as swift as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. The tempering in the gravity core zone had propelled Krillin's strength, speed, and chi refinement to a qualitative leap. Ashura, not perceiving Krillin as a threat, let out a mocking laugh as he activated his psychic powers, conjuring an invisible wall of telekinetic force strong enough to twist steel, intending to block the incoming strike, as if to toy with a child. However, boom. A resounding crash echoed, akin to a thunderclap. Krillin's fist pierced through the formidable telekinetic barrier, as if it were butter, landing squarely on Ashura's pudgy face. Ashura emitted a shrill, distorted scream, his body soaring into the air like a ragdoll struck by a speeding truck, flipping several times before crashing heavily to the ground over 10 meters away. The sound of cracking bones, unmistakable. His cheek collapsed entirely, teeth mingled with blood and shattered bones spewing forth as his eyes rolled back, rendering him unconscious. One punch. Just a single punch. The psychic Ashura, who had required a fierce struggle to contend with just 10 days prior, now lay utterly defeated by Krillin's wrathful blow. The sudden turn of events caused Lingu's pupils to constrict, his previously disdainful expression morphing into disbelief and horror. What? He could scarcely believe his eyes. He was aware of Ashura's psychic defenses. Even he needed considerable effort to breach them. How could a mere boy's punch overcome them so easily? Now it's your turn. Goku, unable to contain his excitement, saw that Krillin had succeeded and shouted with glee. In an instant, he appeared before Lingu without any flourish, unleashing a straightforward punch imbued with a golden aura that tore through the air like a cannonball, aimed directly at Lingu's chest. The air warped as he moved. Lingu, a seasoned demon warrior, reacted swiftly. Despite his surprise, he roared, crossing his arms to shield his chest, his muscles swelling like iron, and his dark demonic aura erupted, forming a solid barrier in an attempt to withstand the blow. Boom! An even louder collision erupted, akin to thunder on flat ground. Goku's seemingly simple punch contained the terrifying force honed under 8 times gravity. Lingu felt an indescribable, mountain-shaking power surging towards him like a tidal wave. The formidable protective barrier he prided himself on shattered like fragile glass in an instant. The sound of his crossed arms cracking echoed painfully in the air. Ugh! Lingu let out a pained grunt, his robust body hurled backward as if struck by a battering ram, his feet leaving the ground, soaring away like a kite severed from its string. With a massive crash, he collided violently with a solid rock wall several dozen meters away, embedding himself into the stone, which spiderwebbed with cracks radiating from the point of impact. He finally collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His arms twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly shattered beyond repair, as his breath grew feeble, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. It was yet another instant defeat. Wukong withdrew his fist, gazing at it before shifting his attention to the barely alive Lingu embedded in the mountainside. He scratched his head and mumbled, somewhat reluctantly, "Huh? Is that it? I thought I could fight a little longer. This is far inferior to the stones in the time chamber." Krillin stood momentarily stunned, observing his own slightly reddened fist, which bore no wounds, and glanced at the unconscious and wretched Ashura. He, too, seemed surprised by the sheer power of his full-force strike. The grueling 10-day training had yielded results far beyond his expectations. Only Lin Feng remained composed, standing unwaveringly in place, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. He slowly approached Lingu, who lay on the ground, eyes wide with terror, disbelief, and immense pain, looking down upon him. His voice was devoid of emotion. "I see his judgment. Speak. Where are the other subordinates of Piccolo Daimao?" The location of the Demon King's lair? What are your specific plans after gathering the Dragon Balls? Lingu, ensnared by Lin Feng's gaze, felt his very soul tremble. He had never experienced such a terrifying sense of oppression, even when facing Piccolo Daimao. He had never felt this level of fear. The aura emanating from Lin Feng, restrained yet seemingly capable of unleashing catastrophic energy at any moment, extinguished any flicker of resistance within him. Trembling, he stammered, "The other great ones are gathering the Dragon Balls at the Demon King's lair. We are only missing the one from Kalen Tower and the one that the Demon King carries with him. Once we have all of them, the Demon King will personally make a wish to restore his youth." The information aligned closely with Lin Feng's expectations. The last Dragon Ball is atop Kalen Tower, is it not? Lin Feng confirmed. Why yes, Lingu managed to affirm, his gaze drifting. Lin Feng turned away from him and addressed Wukong and Krillin, stating, "It appears we must pay a visit to Kalen Tower. We not only need to obtain the Dragon Balls and thwart their plans, but also seek out Master Meow for further information regarding the Demon King and Piccolo." Wukong and Krillin nodded, their eyes resolute. Their initial display of prowess, effortlessly defeating foes that had previously required arduous battles, bolstered their confidence. Yet they understood that the true challenge lay ahead, facing the formidable and potentially restored Piccolo Daimao. The three paid no heed to the two demon warriors on the ground, entirely stripped of their fighting spirit, directing their gazes toward the towering Kalen Tower, which seemed to connect heaven and earth. A new journey was about to commence. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng. Current world. Dragon Ball Earth Combat Power. 1850. Post-training strength stabilized. Initial battle showcased overwhelming advantage. Available replication points. 80 chi state. Majestic and restrained. Effortlessly controlled. Golden energy flame is highly refined. Physical condition. Peak state. Feeling as light as a feather under Earth's gravity. With astonishing explosive power. Ability status. Turtle breathing technique. Minor mastery peak. Greatly enhanced recovery and prolonged chi presence. Inner vision. Grand Master extensive perception range with high precision. Universal shockwave palm. Proficient perfectly fused power techniques, resulting in immense strength. Phantom fist. Skilled speed-induced multiple clear afterimages. Turtle School Kamehameha. Incomplete form. Beginner 25 deep understanding and compression of energy, with notable power in its nascent form. Elementary mental defense. Solid. Saiyan bloodline. Fusion degree 96. Deep potential excavation with exceptionally high base qualities. New skills. Fluency in universal language. Advanced chi concealment technique. New abilities. Chi film vision. Skilled extended duration with reduced consumption. Skill analysis progress. 4 demonic fist principle. Stability enhancement of energy arms. Solar fist. Principle research deepened. Known information. Current location. At the base of Kalen Tower. Having just defeated Azura and Lingu. Current situation. Earth Dragon Ball crisis confirmed. Subordinates of Piccolo Daimao defeated, with plans to gather Dragon Balls to restore youth. Next action. Ascend Kalen Tower to obtain Dragon Balls and inquire with Master Meow for information. Enemy information. Piccolo Daimao stationed at the Demon King's lair. Subordinates gathering, with at least 1 Dragon Ball in possession. Task list. Urgent task. Earth Defense War. Prevent Piccolo Daimao from regaining youth. In progress. Branch task. Ascend Kalen Tower. About to begin. System evaluation. First battle post-training. Showcasing brilliance. Easily defeating the minions of Piccolo Daimao validates the immense results of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Combat power firmly established at 1850, with a qualitative transformation in strength. The crisis on Earth looms large, with clear objectives. Ascend Kalen Tower. Thwart Piccolo. Team strength and confidence have reached new heights, laying a solid foundation for the impending final confrontation. Chapter 42. The Tower to Heaven. Kalen's trial. As the dust from the defeat of Azura and Lingu had yet to settle, Lin Feng, Wukong, and Krillin turned their attention to the towering Kalen Tower, which seemed to pierce the heavens and connect the earth. The structure was composed of an unknown dark red wood, weathered by countless storms. Its surface adorned with the marks of time, yet it stood straight and proud, its pinnacle lost in swirling mists, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Surrounding the tower's base, the air shimmered slightly, infused with a faint, nearly imperceptible energy fluctuation. This supple yet powerful barrier had temporarily halted the advance of the demon clan. This is Kalen Tower. How lofty, Wukong gazed upwards, his golden eyes sparkling with excitement and eagerness, his Saiyan bloodline instinctively ignited by the challenge of height. Krillin observed the towering structure, his gaze resolute yet tinged with nostalgia. Master once said that Kalen is a martial arts elder of immeasurable skill, safeguarding the peace of Earth. We must ascend, not only to acquire the Dragon Balls, but also to seek his counsel on how to deal with Piccolo. The sacrifice of Master Wu Tien pierced his heart like a thorn, transforming into a steadfast motivation at this moment. Lin Feng nodded slightly, quietly activating Chi film vision. In his energy vision, he perceived a layer of soft yet incredibly resilient energy field, gently swirling around Kalen Tower like rippling water. This energy was not merely a defensive barrier. It resembled a living, sentient mechanism of selection and trial. The ascent of this tower was no simple task. The journey itself was likely a trial, a test of chi, will, and physical prowess. Do not let your guard down. We must proceed, he warned solemnly. Without hesitation, the three inhaled deeply, their forms shifting like agile monkeys as they swiftly scaled the massive, rough wooden structure of the tower. The initial few thousand meters posed little challenge to them. Having endured the brutal training under 8 times Earth's gravity, it felt as effortless as a casual walk. Their fingers, imbued with immense strength, firmly gripped the wooden grooves, and each light step propelled them with astonishing force, their figures transforming into 3 blurred shadows against the towering structure, soaring upward at an incredible speed, leaving only faint sounds of air being displaced in their wake. However, as they ascended higher, surpassing 10,000 meters, the environment grew increasingly harsh. The air became noticeably thin, requiring deliberate control of their chi to maintain smooth breathing. The temperature plummeted, and the biting cold winds transformed from mere breezes at ground level into frigid currents capable of shattering stone, howling as they swept in, attempting to tear the climbers away. Even more pressuring was the invisible energy field surrounding the tower, which began to reveal its true power. A heavy wave of pressure, emanating from all directions, surged forth like a relentless tide, exerting its force not only upon their physical forms, as if countless hands were squeezing their muscles and bones, but also penetrating deep into their spirits, attempting to disrupt their emotions and foster thoughts of fear and surrender. This is becoming rather intriguing. The wind blows with remarkable vigor. Wukong not only felt no fatigue, but rather grew increasingly exhilarated, a soft golden aura spontaneously rising around him, enveloping him like a warm, resilient shield, isolating the chill and the majority of the pressure outside. His speed even intensified further, showcasing his astonishing adaptability and abundant energy. Clint, on the other hand, appeared more composed and cautious, well aware of the significance of endurance in a prolonged battle. He understood that haste could be detrimental. Conserving energy was essential, for they were still unaware of what formidable trials lay ahead. Speaking softly to himself, he adjusted his breathing rhythm, evenly distributing the solid and prolonged essence of the Kuei Shinliu throughout every inch of his skin, forming a thin yet immensely effective invisible barrier that skillfully mitigated the onslaught of the cold currents and the pressures of the energy field. Maintaining his speed within a stable and efficient range, Lin Feng climbed while keenly experiencing the omnipresent pressure. He utilized the Kuei Shinliu to circulate his breath like a gentle stream, minimizing consumption. Simultaneously, after enhancing his Qima Shi Jue to the mastery level, his perception became acutely sensitive, continuously scanning the tower and the subtle flows of surrounding energy. The pressure was not evenly distributed, but rather followed a pattern akin to meridians, with discernible fluctuations in strength. Enlightened, he began to guide Wukong and Klin to ascend along the relatively weaker paths within the energy field, thereby conserving their stamina. This insight and application of the essence of energy transcended mere brute force. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had employed Qima Shi Jue within a special energy field to analyze the patterns of energy flow, enhancing the proficiency of this ability and deepening the comprehension of energy's essence. With an elevation surpassing 50,000 meters, the trial escalated abruptly. Here, the air had thinned to a degree sufficient to render ordinary warriors instantly unconscious, while the cold winds transformed into terrifying turbulence capable of rending steel, laced with ice crystals, battering against the tower. Even more bizarrely, the surroundings began to distort and shift as the powerful energy field directly interfered with the climber's mental perceptions. At times, visions of scorching deserts appeared like mirages, the heat feeling vividly real. At other moments, they plunged into a frozen abyss, the biting cold penetrating to the depths of their souls. This was a direct assault on their minds by the energy field. How hot it is. Wait, how did it become an icy wasteland again? What on earth is happening? Wukong shook his head, irritably throwing punches at the illusory flames and ice blocks. His movements somewhat chaotic due to the disturbances in his mind. Maintain your focus. These are mere illusions conjured by the energy field. Stay true to yourself and do not be deceived. Lin Feng called out, his voice resonating like a bell at dusk, fully activating his primary mental defense. A cool and resilient aura enveloped his mind, causing the illusions before him to recede like a receding tide, becoming indistinct. He simultaneously emitted a gentle and stable mental wave, connecting with Wukong and Lin like a bond, aiding them in stabilizing their minds and resisting the encroaching illusions. Lin steadfastly adhered to the meditative methods passed down through generations of Kuei Xianliu, focusing on his dantian, thereby experiencing the least disturbance. He glanced anxiously at Wukong, whose state was fluctuating the most. Wukong, concentrate. Envision the sensation of training in the gravity chamber. Hearing this, Wukong bit his tongue sharply, the pain bringing him momentary clarity. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the restless and combative nature inherent in his Saiyan bloodline, gradually adapting to the mental interference with his formidable mental strength. Though the influence of the illusions had not completely dissipated, it could no longer easily disrupt his actions. The three supported one another, resolutely continuing their ascent. At an altitude of approximately 70,000 meters, they encountered more tangible obstacles. Surrounding the tower were not empty voids, but rather an array of semi-transparent, yet solid orbs, each the size of a fist, coalesced from pure energy. These energy spheres appeared to possess a rudimentary awareness, emitting a dangerous glow, spinning towards them from all directions at various angles with alarming speed. The sound of air being sliced through was sharp and piercing. Be cautious. It is an energy attack, Lin Feng warned, his body reacting with utmost precision. He chose not to confront them head-on, but instead combined Qi Ma Shi Jue with his extraordinary dynamic vision, accurately predicting the trajectories of each energy sphere. His form moved like a phantom, akin to willow catkins in the breeze, navigating the dense barrage of attacks with remarkable twists, flips, and sudden stops, narrowly evading collisions with fluid grace, demonstrating exquisite control over his muscles and breath. Wukong adopted a more direct approach befitting his character, shouting loudly. His aura surging, his fists and feet transforming into golden afterimages, shattering the incoming energy spheres with sheer force, the explosions resonating like celebratory firecrackers. Although this method was highly efficient in clearing the obstacles, it was also noticeably more draining, and his breathing began to grow labored. Lin displayed the most cunning and wisdom. Rather than rushing to attack, he focused his mind and heightened his perception to the limit, meticulously observing the attack patterns of the energy spheres. Soon, he discerned that these energy spheres did not fire completely at random. Their emergence and flight paths seemed to subtly adhere to a specific rhythm and nodes within the tower's energy field. An epiphany struck him. He ceased his proactive attacks, retracting his breath to its utmost subtlety, striving to synchronize his breath's frequency with the fluctuations of the surrounding energy field. His body seemed to merge with the tower, moving in exquisite harmony with the natural rhythm of the energy flow. Remarkably, most of the energy spheres appeared to lose their target, gliding past him mere inches away, with only a few trajectories that could not be avoided requiring him to gently deflect or shatter them with minimal expenditure. Lin, well done. This approach demands a high level of breath control. Lin Feng observed Lin's nearly transcendent response, admiration flickering in his eyes. This technique of leveraging one's surroundings to gain an advantage would prove invaluable in future battles. Hearing the praise, Lin's spirit lifted, and he became even more attuned to the profound rhythm of the energy flow. Finally, after enduring hours of arduous climbing through extreme environments, mental illusions, and dense energy assaults, the three found themselves in a moment of clarity, as if breaking through a viscous membrane. The pressure around them suddenly lightened as they reached the summit of the tower. The top was not the narrow peak they had imagined, but rather an exceptionally expansive, flat platform, approximately the size of several football fields, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, seemingly carved from a single piece of jade. At the center of the platform stood a quaint, serene cabin. In front of it was a figure supporting a curved wooden staff, round in stature, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. A white cat? Indeed, it was Master Lin. Upon seeing the three successfully reach the summit, Master Lin appeared unsurprised, the feline face beneath the hat revealing a knowing smile tinged with approval. Oh my, how remarkable. 3 young ones have ascended in one breath, and it appears you still possess some reserves of energy, especially the solid and unyielding aura surrounding you all, creating quite a stir below, swiftly dispatching those inept subordinates of Bike. That was indeed us, Master Lin. Clin stepped forward respectfully, performing a standard martial arts bow, his tone imbued with reverence and urgency. I am the junior, Clin, alongside my senior brothers Lin Feng and Wukong, all disciples of Master Tien. The formidable Bikadama Wang is zealously gathering the Dragon Balls, seeking to restore his youth, and the earth finds itself in peril. We must thwart his ambitions. Pray tell, do you possess the Dragon Balls? The wise Lin Shinran stroked his long white beard, his cat-like eyes gleaming with sagacity as they swept across the 3 individuals, lingering momentarily on Lin Feng, where a flicker of subtle astonishment crossed his visage. A disciple of Wu Tien, that old lecher indeed has an eye for talent, having nurtured such fine young sprouts. Particularly you. His gaze fixed upon Lin Feng, stating, your aura is most unique, concealing something even I find difficult to perceive. The Dragon Balls are indeed in my possession. However, he paused, his staff gently tapping the ground, emitting a crisp sound that seemed to render the atmosphere on the platform heavy with anticipation. This tower's ascent merely grants you the right to face me. Now, the true trial begins. You must demonstrate that you possess not only strength, but also the corresponding temperament and wisdom to be worthy of holding the Dragon Ball that dictates the fate of the earth, and to confront Bika, a creature even I find quite formidable. Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, rubbed his fists together. What trial? A fight, perhaps? I'm ready. Just the opportunity one need to stretch my muscles. Lin Shinran shook his head, causing his hat to sway. A fight? That is the last resort. A true warrior must first learn to see through appearances and discern the essence. His gaze returned to Lin Feng, carrying an evaluative weight. Young man, you seem to possess an innate ability to perceive energy. Then tell me, what do you see in me at this moment? With a thought, Lin Feng focused intently, elevating his Qi Ma Shijue to the level of mastery, channeling all his perception towards Lin Shinran. Instantly, his vision transformed dramatically. Before him stood not a seemingly innocuous white cat, but rather a concentrated entity, akin to a miniature star, rotating slowly within, burning and radiating boundless energy. The purity of this energy, its totality, and the exquisite control that kept it completely contained, surpassed any of his previous imaginings. Even more profound than the pressure he had felt in the 8x gravity core zone. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, he responded with reverence. I perceive a concentrated essence, vast as a starry sea, unfathomably deep, harboring immeasurable power. The mastery of the immortal has reached a transcendent state. Lin Shinran's eyes gleamed with approval, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, to see through the essence of energy without being misled by appearances is commendable. Thus, the trial officially commences. As his words fell, without any visible movement from Lin Shinran, the platform underwent a sudden transformation. The surroundings began to whirl and distort rapidly, and in an instant, the 3 found themselves amidst an endless, scorching desert, with yellow sand swirling about. The next moment, they were engulfed by tumultuous ocean waves, beset by raging storms. In the blink of an eye, they were confronted with towering ice cliffs, the frigid winds cutting like knives. Lin Shinran's figure multiplied into countless illusions, each vividly lifelike, their breaths palpable, flickering in the mirage, rendering it impossible to discern reality from illusion. Another illusion? Watch as I shatter them all. Wukong furrowed his brow, and in a flash, he appeared before one of Lin Shinran's forms, launching a powerful punch, only to pass through, striking nothing but air. He attempted to attack several illusions with the same disheartening results. This is more than mere illusion. Lin concentrated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, realizing that their energies had merged with this realm. Each illusion bore a true essence, blurring the line between reality and deception. As if trapped within his influence, Lin Feng closed his eyes, entirely discarding the distractions of visual perception. He merged the insights of Qi Ma Shi Jue with the tranquility of nature, fully attuning himself to the deepest essence of the surrounding energies. He discerned that despite the multitude of illusions and the chaos of energies, there existed one core, overwhelming energy source, akin to a stabilizing anchor. Moving through the mirage in a manner governed by profound, celestial principles, its trajectory elusive, yet subtly responsive to certain laws. This is not an aggressive illusion, but rather a higher-level perceptual trial. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Feng called out to Wukong and Lin, urging, "Do not let your eyes deceive you, nor attack blindly. Calm your minds, close your external vision, and use your inner sight to perceive and capture that singular, authentic energy source. Follow its purest flow." Upon hearing this, although Wukong and Lin were unsure of the specifics of inner sight, they grasped Lin Feng's intention. Suppressing their restless emotions, closing their eyes, and striving to eliminate all distractions from the illusions, immersing themselves entirely in the perception of the energy, seeking that elusive yet undeniably real source. The trial continued in silence, as if time had lost its meaning. The three persistently attempted, failed, and tried again, gradually adjusting their perceptual frequencies. This was an exceptionally taxing process, more exhausting than mere physical combat. Time passed without measure, perhaps a fleeting moment or an eternity, when suddenly, before Lin Feng's tightly shut eyes, the vast energy orb representing the source settled into a relatively clear position after a mysterious movement. Enlightened, he abruptly opened his eyes and moved not towards any dazzling illusion, but towards a seemingly empty corner of the mirage, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "Immortal, you are here." In an instant, as if a mirror had shattered, all illusions vanished without a trace. The platform returned to its original tranquility and openness. Lin Xianren stood smiling in the direction Lin Feng faced, as if he had never moved at all. He nodded in satisfaction, his voice imbued with warmth. "Excellent. Excellent. Not only can you see through the essence of energy, but you also maintain clarity amidst the chaos, focusing on the true. This composure and insight are particularly precious. All three of you have passed the trial." Turning, he walked leisurely into a small wooden hut, and after a moment, emerged holding an orange orb that shimmered with 4 star-like points within. "Here, take this, it is rightfully yours." Lin Xianren handed the Dragon Ball to the nearest Lin, his expression growing solemn. "The power of Piccolo Wang far exceeds your current understanding. Especially if he regains his youth and returns to his peak, his terror is beyond imagination. I also have some Xiando. Take them with you. They may prove crucial in emergencies." He produced a small cloth bag containing several verdant beans emanating a vibrant life force. "Thank you, Immortal." The three expressed their gratitude as they received the Dragon Ball and the precious Xiando. Furthermore, Lin Xianren turned his gaze once more to Lin Feng, his cat-like eyes shimmering with profound insight, his tone laden with significance. "Young man, your journey is long. The power slumbering within you is quite extraordinary, brimming with potential. Yet it harbors unknown risks and temptations. Remember, the true essence of power lies in mastery. Let it serve you and protect what you hold dear, rather than being subjugated by it, becoming a slave to power and losing your true self. Go forth. The future of Earth may indeed rest upon the shoulders of you youthful ones." With the Dragon Ball, the Xiando, and Lin Xianren's admonitions in hand, the three departed from the summit of Lin Ta, reuniting with the anxious Bu Erma below. Time was of the essence, and without delay, Bu Erma pointed to the screen of the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, where the light indicating the last and most critical Dragon Ball, carried by Piccolo Wang himself, shone distinctly, unwaveringly pointing towards the distant and malevolent domain of the Ma Shindian. The target, Ma Shindian. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a molten golden light, radiating an indomitable aura. "Let us go." Wukong and Krillin echoed in unison, their spirits ignited for battle. The jet boat's engines roared mightily, emitting brilliant blue flames from its rear as it soared through the sky, carrying the last hope of Earth's 4 warriors, darting towards the final battleground like an arrow released from a bow. The prologue to the climactic confrontation had officially begun. Chapter 43, Before the Demon God Temple. The initial encounter with the elite of the demon race. The jet boat cleaved through the clouds, racing at breakneck speed towards the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Below, The lush greenery of the forests gradually transformed into barren wastelands until a vast mountain range, shrouded under a sinister crimson sky, emerged on the horizon, devoid of all life. An oppressive aura of malevolence hung in the air the closer they drew. The more acute the instinctual sense of repulsion and dread became. At the heart of the mountains stood a massive palace, constructed from pitch-black rock, seemingly rising directly from the depths of hell. Atop the palace swirled an everlasting cloud of purple-black energy. This was the lair of Piccolo Daimao, the demon god temple. "There it is," Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the radar screen where a light point nearly overlapped with their target, her voice trembling with tension. Both Piccolo Daimao and the final Dragon Ball were within. The energy readings surrounding them were alarmingly high. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the ominous palace. Activating his energy sphere vision. Within his energy sight, the demon god temple resembled a colossal, pulsating evil heart, with countless streams of dark energy flowing like veins. At its core, a terrifying energy source, vast and cold as an abyss, radiated a pressure that sent shivers down the spine. This was undoubtedly Piccolo Daimao himself. The perimeter of the temple was patrolled by numerous demon warriors, their power far exceeding that of the Asuras. Lin Feng analyzed gravely, "We cannot charge indirectly. We must first clear the area and ascertain the situation. Bulma, find a concealed place to land." The jet boat silently glided into a rocky canyon several kilometers from the demon god temple. The four swiftly disembarked, concealing their mode of transport. "Bulma, you stay here and do not approach," Lin Feng instructed solemnly. "Monitor remotely with the detector and notify us immediately if anything unusual occurs. You must be careful." Bulma clutched the detector on her wrist, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Krillin exchanged glances and nodded. After days of life and death struggles together, no words were necessary. The three suppressed their energy to the utmost, moving like shadows towards the demon god temple. As they drew near, the oppressive aura of malevolence intensified. The demon god temple was not a solitary structure. Its perimeter was surrounded by a vast plaza of black stone, adorned with grotesque statues of demon warriors. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and blood. Teams of demon soldiers clad in standardized black armor patrolled the area, their eyes fierce and their presence formidable, far from the mere rabble they had encountered in human cities. "These foes appear significantly stronger than before," Wukong remarked quietly, his golden eyes glinting with martial intent. "Their average combat power seems to range between 300 and 500, and they exhibit strict discipline." Lin Feng assessed rapidly through energy sphere vision. "We cannot afford to raise the alarm. We must act swiftly." The trio locked onto a 5-man squad patrolling beneath the shadow of a colossal statue. "The moment is fleeting. Attack," Lin Feng commanded in a low voice, launching himself forward. He refrained from unleashing a grandiose energy wave, instead condensing his energy at his fingertips, moving like a specter as he struck precisely at the pressure points of 2 demon soldiers at the nape of their necks. The soldiers had no time to react. Feeling a sharp energy pierce through their armor and into their bodies, collapsing without a sound, breathless. Almost simultaneously, Wukong and Krillin sprang into action. Wukong's speed surpassed the lightning, appearing before the other 2 soldiers, unleashing a powerful dual fist attack, raw yet imbued with terrifying strength, his fists enveloped in solidified golden flames. With 2 muffled thuds, the soldiers' chest plates caved in, their bodies flung back as if struck by a speeding train, crashing against the distant black stone wall, lifeless. Krillin, exhibiting greater finesse, utilized the statue's shadow and the soldier's momentary shock, crouching low before executing a swift kick that struck the last soldier's ankle with lethal precision. The sound of cracking bone resonated clearly as the soldier screamed and fell, Krillin following up with a swift chop to the neck, concluding the skirmish. The entire encounter transpired within mere seconds, clean and efficient, devoid of any noise that could attract attention. The 3 silently dragged the unconscious or deceased soldiers into the shadows behind the statue. "It seems our strength has indeed increased significantly," Krillin reflected, gazing at his hands, somewhat astonished. These adversaries, once formidable, now fall easily. Still not satisfying enough. Wukong pouted, clearly feeling his opponents were too weak. Lin Feng remained vigilant, his energy sphere vision constantly monitoring the entrance of the palace. "There are stronger energies guarding the entrance. They are likely the true elite. We must proceed with caution." Utilizing the various obstacles in the plaza as cover, the trio stealthily approached the menacingly enormous door of the demon god temple, akin to leopards in the night. The closer they drew, the more palpable the heart-stopping aura of evil became. Just as they neared within 100 meters of the palace entrance, hidden behind a broken stone pillar, Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to halt. His pupils constricted slightly through energy sphere vision. He discerned two figures standing before the door, emanating energy fluctuations far exceeding those of the patrolling soldiers, even stronger than the ones they had dispatched. Moreover, the nature of these two energies was starkly different. One was seething with a fiery ferocity, while the other exuded an eerie chill. "There are two powerful gatekeepers," Lin Feng whispered. "The one on the left radiates a blazing ferocity like flames. The one on the right is cold and sinister, accompanied by mental fluctuations. They must be elite warriors under Piccolo. We cannot underestimate them." Wukong and Krillin also sensed the formidable energies, their expressions turning grave. "How do we engage?" Krillin inquired. Lin Feng pondered briefly before swiftly formulating a strategy. "Wukong, you handle the left one with the fiery aura. Your masculine energy should counter him. Krillin, you and I will confront the right one with the chilling presence. His mental fluctuations could pose a problem, so we'll support each other. We must resolve this quickly and avoid alerting Piccolo inside." "Understood." Wukong and Krillin nodded. The trio ceased their concealment and emerged from behind the stone pillar, their powerful energies no longer restrained, surging towards the palace entrance like three hurricanes. The two elite demon warriors guarding the door immediately sensed their approach and spun around. The one on the left was a burly figure with crimson skin, adorned with twisted horns, surrounded by visible waves of scorching energy. This was the demon warrior Dalam. The one on the right was tall and gaunt, with pale skin and elongated eyes that shimmered with a ghostly green light, idly toying with a black crystal orb emanating a chilling aura. This was Goku, proficient in mental assaults. How did insects like you manage to reach here?" Dalam's voice rumbled like thunder, his crimson eyes sweeping over the three with a cruel smile. "It seems the weaklings outside have been eliminated. Perfect. It's just the right time to stretch my limbs." Goku, with a sinister smile, locked his emerald gaze onto the three individuals, particularly fixating on the perceptively sharp Lin Feng. TSK, three little fellows, not weak at all. Especially you. Your soul bears a uniquely enticing flavor. Capturing you for His Majesty the Demon King would be a grand achievement. Let's talk. Let us see your fists." Wukong, unable to contain himself any longer, bellowed, unleashing a brilliant golden aura that erupted around him as he charged towards Dualamo. With no frills, he launched a straightforward punch, the air tearing with a thunderous crack as it aimed directly at Dualamu's face. "You arrogant little brat," Dualamu roared, standing his ground and countering with a punch of his own, his fist engulfed in roaring dark red flames, colliding violently with Wukong's strike. The impact resounded like two tanks colliding, sending shockwaves rippling outward and scattering debris from the ground. Wukong staggered back a half step, while Dualamu stumbled back 3 steps. The flames on his fist dimming as disbelief washed over his features. "How is this possible?" "Your power." "Haha, it's not over yet." Seizing the advantage, Wukong blurred into motion, his figure multiplying into countless afterimages as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks from all directions. Every part of his body became a lethal weapon, golden flames clashing continuously with the dark red fire in an intensely fierce spectacle. Though Dualamu's power and flames were fierce, they quickly fell under the overwhelming speed and strength of Wukong, leaving him barely able to defend as new wounds appeared across his body. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Kellen moved towards Goku, their target in sight. Goku chuckled menacingly, delaying close combat as he amplified the black crystal ball in his hand. An invisible, chilling mental shockwave surged towards the two like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, shadows writhed at his feet. Several tentacles formed from shadow energy, silently coiling around their ankles. "Beware of mental attacks," Lin Feng warned, instantly activating basic mind defense to its utmost, erecting a sturdy barrier in his consciousness to firmly block the icy mental onslaught. At the same time, he darted aside, deftly evading the shadowy entanglements, his fingertips gathering golden energy, piercing like a sword towards Goku. Kellen, too, felt the mental shock, but with his resilient mind, honed through the trials of time and space, rebounded quickly from the brief hesitation. Seeing Lin Feng take the lead, he smoothly coordinated, avoiding direct confrontation with Jaka, instead employing intricate footwork to flit around Jaka like a butterfly, unleashing concentrated blue energy waves that struck like a torrential storm at Jaka's vital points and casting disruption upon his actions. Annoying flies. Jaka was disturbed by Kellen's precise harassment, forced to divide his focus to fend off the tricky energy waves, which disrupted Lin Feng's attacking rhythm. He attempted to ensnare Kellen with a stronger mental illusion, but Kellen's mastery of the Turtle School's meditation rendered him steadfast, significantly diminishing the illusion's effectiveness. Seizing the moment Jaka was distracted, Lin Feng, with energy membrane vision, honed to perfection, accurately detected a subtle gap in Jaka's energy flow. He accelerated abruptly, appearing instantaneously at Jaka's side, delivering a swift hand strike. Infused with the technique of universal shocking palm, aimed silently yet swiftly at Jaka's wrist holding the crystal ball. "What?" Jaka exclaimed in shock, unable to evade in time. A sharp crack echoed as his wrist snapped. With a pained cry, Jaka lost grip of the black crystal ball, which flew from his hand. Without the ball's enhancement, Jaka's mental attacks weakened significantly, and his control over the shadows faltered. An opportunity. Kellen seized the moment without hesitation, clasping his hands before his chest as he swiftly charged his highly condensed Turtle School energy technique, prototype, unleashing a small yet immensely concentrated blue energy beam, akin to a laser, aimed directly at Jaka's chest. In a panic, Jaka attempted to gather shadow energy for defense, but having lost the initiative, his defenses were effortlessly pierced. The blue energy beam penetrated his chest, leaving a charred cavity. Jaka's emerald eyes widened in disbelief as his body crumpled to the ground, breath fading swiftly. Meanwhile, Wukong's battle with Dualamu was nearing its conclusion. Dualamu, battered and bruised, saw the dark red flames surrounding him flicker weakly, struggling to withstand Wukong's relentless onslaught. Wukong, spotting an opening, delivered a heavy punch to Dualamu's abdomen, causing him to double over, followed by a fierce knee strike to his chin. Ugh! Dualamu spat out a mouthful of fiery blood, his massive body collapsing to the ground, consciousness lost. The battle was over. The two elite guards at the entrance of the Demon God Temple were swiftly dispatched due to the trio's seamless cooperation and overwhelming strength. Phew, these two were tougher than I expected, Wukong remarked, clapping his hands, his energy still robust. Kellen gazed at the fallen Jaka and Dualamu, exhaling in relief. Our teamwork was commendable. It seems our training has truly paid off. Lin Feng approached Jaka's crystal ball, picking it up for inspection. It contained a chilling mental energy, rapidly dissipating with its owner's demise. This is just the beginning. The enemies within will be even stronger. The essence of Bick the Demon King lies deeper within, he said, casting his gaze towards the palace door, emanating a thick aura of malevolence, resembling the maw of a colossal beast, his expression grave. The true challenge has only just begun. Chapter 45, Illusory Trials. The second demon general's deception and breakthrough of inner demons at the end of the first-floor corridor of the Demon God Temple. The acrid scent of charred Manchi corpses and the stench of blood hung heavily in the air. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Kellen took a brief respite, recalibrating their slightly depleted energies. Ahead lay a deeper passage, winding downward as if leading to the heart of the earth. The palpable evil pressure emanating from Bick the Demon King surged from below, heavy enough to induce trepidation, the sulfurous aroma growing increasingly pungent. This energy is chaotic. Wukong scratched his head, golden eyes flickering with confusion and a hint of barely perceptible agitation, as if hundreds of energies were mingling together, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. Making my head spin, Kellen focused intently, his complexion gradually paling as beads of sweat formed at his brow. It's not just chaotic energy. It feels as though countless eyes are lurking in the shadows, cold and repugnant, sending chills down my spine. This place is too sinister. With the enhancement of energy membrane vision to mastery level, Lin Feng's perception sharpened, holding his breath and concentrating. Golden light flickered in his eyes as the scene before him began to fade, revealing the essence of the energy. He discerned that the downward passage was not merely a physical space, but enveloped in a layer of extremely subtle, twisted energy field resembling the skin of a colossal chameleon. This energy field not only disrupted perception, generating countless false and overlapping energy signals, but also acted as a living, ever-changing maze of illusions, rife with malicious guidance and traps. At the core of this illusion, a cold, treacherous aura, akin to a lurking serpent, was distinctly discernible, its energy density far surpassing that of the Manchi. With an estimated combat strength nearing 2,200. Certainly, this was the demon general guarding the next level, exceptionally skilled in mental illusions. The passage below was no ordinary corridor. It was a vast, active illusion barrier, a trap in itself. Lin Feng's voice was grave, underscored by an unprecedented weight. The Guardian excels at manipulating minds and creating illusions. We must maintain our mental fortitude, especially avoiding the stirrings of inner fears and obsessions. Stay closely behind me. Not a single step should falter. He cast a keen glance at Kellen, aware that the sacrifice of his master weighed heavily upon his heart. The three took a deep breath, adjusting their states to peak conditions as they stepped once more into the descending passage. Indeed, as soon as one crosses an imperceptible boundary, the surrounding scenery spins violently. The sturdy black stone walls seem to transform into writhing, pulsating flesh, veined like a living organism, while the ground beneath becomes soft and viscous like a swamp, permeated by a cloying stench of decay. The silence is shattered by countless wails of despair, venomous curses, and sweet whispers laced with temptation, akin to a multitude of icy needles attempting to penetrate their minds and disrupt their thoughts. Cease this trickery. Begone. Wukong, whose temper flares most readily, is driven into disarray by the eerie environment. His aura surges violently, dispersing the nearby auditory illusions. However, he soon realizes that his perception is severely compromised. The presence of enemies surrounds him, yet he cannot pinpoint a true target, leaving him with the suffocating sensation of striking against cotton. Clin steadfastly maintains the Turtle School's meditative techniques, focusing on his dantian like a rock amid a tempest, striving to preserve the clarity of his mind. Yet the illusions are insidiously pervasive, particularly the faint echoes reminiscent of Master Goatian's last sighs, which send shockwaves through his spirit, causing his steps to falter involuntarily as he grapples with the overwhelming sorrow. Lin Feng activates his Qi film vision to its utmost limit, his eyes transforming into two golden searchlights. Within his energetic perception, the grotesque and terrifying images become faint and distorted, allowing him to glimpse the genuine flow of energy, which resembles a complex web. He must concentrate all his faculties to discern the relatively stable path leading to the core amidst the myriad of false trails. 3 paces to the left, there's an energy trap. Avoid that twisted purple energy stream. Lin Feng commands, swiftly sidestepping. Wukong and Clin, trusting him implicitly, instinctively follow his lead. Just as they leave their previous position, it silently collapses into a spiked pit of illusion. Although it may not exist physically, should their minds be ensnared, they would surely suffer. At the crossroads ahead, the right passage is a dead end, energy congested. Proceed left, but beware of hidden energy tendrils. Watch your feet. Lin Feng continues to direct them, sweat now beading on his forehead as he maintains the high intensity of Qi film vision and basic mental defense against the pervasive mental incursions, exhausting his mental energy significantly. The trio traverses this perilous terrain as if walking through a minefield, each step fraught with danger. The changes in the illusion grow increasingly rapid and bizarre. Suddenly, the surroundings shift dramatically once more. Burning ruins replace the flesh-like passage, with broken weapons protruding from the scorched earth, and the air thick with an authentic sense of heat and the stench of gunpowder. At the center of the ruins stands a figure that rends their hearts, Master Goatian. Bloodied and in tatters, gasps for breath, his despairing gaze fixed upon them, his lips trembling as he utters faint cries. Clin, Lin Feng, Wukong, flee. Do not concern yourselves with me. Bic is too strong. Master. Clin is struck as if by lightning, his mind blanked by overwhelming sorrow and rage that instantaneously shatter his psychological defenses. He roars, heedless of everything, charging toward the apparition, tears streaming down his face. Clin, come back. That is an illusion. Lin Feng bellows urgently. The mental barrier formed by basic mental defense quakes violently. He can almost taste the blood of his master, his heart spasming. Yet, through Qi film vision, he clearly perceives that Master Goatian is merely a highly simulated, malicious energy entity. Steady your heart. It is manipulating our memories and emotions. Almost simultaneously, Wukong also perceives the illusion, yet what he sees is another scene. a blurred silhouette, exuding an unmatched aura of power, turns its back to him, issuing a scornful laugh. Kakarot, no, son Wukong, is this all you are capable of? You bring shame upon the Saiyan race. This illusion strikes at the very core of Wukong's yearning for a stronger foe, igniting the pride and unease inherent in his Saiyan identity. You insolent wretch. What did you say? Wukong erupts in fury, his golden aura surging uncontrollably as he hurls a fist toward the illusion, obliterating both the Master Guasian apparition and the mocking figure. However, as the illusions shatter, the malicious mental backlash still leaves both of them reeling, breathless. Concealed within the heart of the illusion, the demonic figure known as the Illusion Eye appears as a tall, slender entity draped in a voluminous black cloak, its face entirely shrouded in shadow, revealing only its eyes, which swirl with a kaleidoscope of colors. Observing the trio's struggles through a floating crystal orb, it is amazed at Lin Feng's ability to repeatedly penetrate the illusion's core. Oh, a pair of eyes capable of seeing through my 1,000 illusions hard enchantment? Such rare talent. However, the sharper the eyes, the clearer the fear within. Now, partake in the banquet of your innermost demons. The illusion eye forms intricate, bizarre hand seals, its eyes spinning wildly. The power of the illusion suddenly escalates several levels. This time, the illusions no longer manifest as external scenes, but directly assault the deepest fears and obsessions within their hearts. Lin Feng witnesses the world before him transform once more, earth reduced to ashes, Bulma, Klin, and Wukong lying in pools of blood, devoid of life. And there stands the resurrected demon King Bic, exuding invincibility as he stands atop Master Guasian's grave, laughing maniacally. Lin Feng, battered and drained, can only watch helplessly as despair and powerlessness wash over him. No, this cannot be. I will not allow it. Lin Feng bellows, his very soul quaking. Yet his formidable willpower and basic mental defense whirl into action, with Chi film vision continuously feeding back false energy signals, anchoring his faltering mind like a steadfast mooring point amidst the stormy seas. Wukong finds himself ensnared in an endless cycle of battle, facing an array of overwhelmingly powerful foes, repeatedly defeated, yet rising again, only to be struck down in increasingly brutal ways. The pride of a Saiyan is crushed beneath the weight of relentless frustration, nearly consuming him as he emits a defiant roar, his energy spiraling out of control. Klin bears the brunt of the psychological assault. As he seemingly returns to the moment of Master Guasian's sacrifice, the scene replaying and magnifying. The details of his master's every demise are painfully vivid, compounded by the illusion I's taunting whispers. You are too weak. You cannot save your master. You are a burden, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Kneeling, he cradles his head in despair, emitting pained whimpers. I cannot fall here. Everyone is waiting for me. Lin Feng's eyes blaze crimson, his gums bleeding as he pushes turtle breath technique beyond its limits, a cool breath forcibly quelling the tumultuous energy and chaotic thoughts within him. He knows he must swiftly locate the illusion eye's true form. Otherwise, Wukong and Klin may succumb to their inner demons first. No longer passive, he makes a perilous decision to actively unleash Chi film vision, perceptive power like an explosive shockwave, disregarding the terrifying drain on his mental energy as he forcefully spreads his awareness across the core area of the illusion. In an instant, a deluge of distorted, chaotic energy information floods into his mind, inducing a splitting headache, nearly causing him to faint. Yet he clings to consciousness, akin to a ship seeking a lighthouse amid tumultuous waves. Finally, within a fleeting moment of transition in the energy flow of the illusion, nearly imperceptible amidst the torrent of false signals, he captures a faint, yet stable essence, akin to a stabilizing anchor, distinctly contrasting with the surrounding illusory energies. The location is in the southeast, 30 meters away, behind a constantly shifting energy vortex. Found you! Lin Feng hoarsely exclaims, breaking free from the clutches of the inner demons. Summoning his remaining strength to shout to Wukong and Klin, follow me. Southeast, 30 meters away, behind that morphing energy vortex. That is its true form. As the words left his lips, Lin Feng transformed into a blazing falcon, surging forth like a comet engulfed in golden flames, propelled toward the synth's direction with ferocity. The highly compressed golden energy waves between his palms emitted a dangerous hum. Through the crystal orb, Huan Tong beheld Lin Feng accurately charging toward his concealed refuge. Astonishment washing over him. How is this possible? How could he pinpoint my location amidst the heart demon feast? Hastily, he altered his hand seals, summoning the energy of the illusion array to create layered barriers in a desperate attempt to thwart Lin Feng, while retreating like a wraith, seeking to merge into the shifting phantoms. Attempting to flee? Taste my strike. Although trapped by the heart demon, Yukong's consciousness was hazy. Yet his combat instincts and unwavering trust in Lin Feng were deeply ingrained. At the moment of guidance, he instinctively reacted. With a roar, he forcibly concentrated the turbulent energy within him, born of fury and frustration, and unleashed an unreserved full-power Kamehameha wave toward the general direction indicated by Lin Feng. The massive blue energy beam, though slightly distorted by the illusions, still tore through the energy barriers in its path with unstoppable force, carving a fleeting passage for Lin Feng. In despair, Lin heard Lin Feng's voice, akin to a drowning man grasping at straws. He abruptly looked up, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes, suppressing the heart-wrenching grief that threatened to overwhelm him. With lightning speed, he flicked his hands, launching dozens of refined energy blasts that homed in on every conceivable angle Huan Tong could evade, executing a concentrated barrage of firepower. Damn it! Huan Tong was compelled to reveal himself, his black robes swirling as he unleashed two dazzling waves of mental energy directly at Lin Feng's forehead. Simultaneously, he waved his hands, conjuring several twisting, rotating energy shields before him. Lin Feng, undeterred, pushed his basic mental defense to its zenith, bracing against the mental assault. His consciousness felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, the searing pain causing darkness to cloud his vision, blood trickling from his nostrils. Yet his momentum did not wane. In an instant, he converted the energy of the charged Kamehameha wave into the execution style of universal shocking palm, lowering his stance like a darting fish, evading the thickest portion of the energy shield with a cunning and fierce uppercut infused with highly refined, almost tangible golden energy, aimed directly at Huan Tong's chin and body from below. The impact was swift and decisive. Huan Tong's energy shield was primarily designed for frontal defense, completely unprepared for such an unexpected and rapid close-quarters assault after Lin Feng endured the mental onslaught. The palm strike penetrated the lower defenses of his black robe, landing solidly on his true form. A piercing shriek, unearthly in its intensity, erupted from Huan Tong as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the rear wall of the flesh-like illusion. His robe was torn apart, revealing a pale, twisted visage adorned with bizarre, colorful patterns, a terrifying face devoid of lips. His most potent illusion had been shattered, and with his own body severely injured, his close-quarters combat capabilities paled in comparison to those of the brute. As the caster suffered, the vast illusion array trembled violently, causing all illusions to flicker and distort like a malfunctioning television screen, becoming exceedingly unstable. Seizing the moment of his weakness, Lin Feng, enduring the excruciating pain threatening to split his skull and the overwhelming depletion of his mental energy, pressed on relentlessly. Yukong and Lin finally broke free from the heart demon's illusions, recalling their recent experiences with fury akin to two enraged lions charging forth. Faced with an illusionist stripped of his greatest asset, panicking and injured, their combined assault was inevitable. Moments later, under the weight of Yukong's wrathful blows and Lin's precise, lethal energy blasts, Huan Tong was utterly obliterated, his essence shattered into fragments. As Huan Tong's demise occurred, the expansive illusion array enveloping the passage dissipated like snow under the sun, revealing the true visage of the second level of the demon god temple. Once foreboding and adorned with eerie carvings, the three collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, particularly Lin Feng, whose pallid complexion resembled parchment, veins throbbing at his temples. His recent forced deciphering of the illusion array and pinpointing of Huan Tong had nearly depleted his mental faculties. Yukong and Lin exchanged glances, each reflecting the same lingering fear in their eyes. The heart demon's illusion had struck at their most vulnerable places, more perilous than any physical assault. This fellow is far more troublesome than that brute, Yukong panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lin gazed at the nearly exhausted Lin Feng, gratitude and guilt flooding his eyes. Lin Feng, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have, he recalled, nearly succumbing to the illusions, almost endangering everyone, and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, laboriously retrieving a healing bean to consume. The gentle yet immense energy swiftly coursed through his body, mending his physical fatigue and nourishing his parched mental energy. Rest for 10 minutes. This challenge has imparted profound lessons. There are many extraordinary individuals under Bic's command. In the upcoming battles, reliance on strength alone will not suffice. Intellect must also prevail, he remarked, tapping his temple. At the end of the passage stood a massive door exuding an overwhelmingly foul and repugnant aura, as if forged from obsidian. Beyond the door lay a terrifying pressure reminiscent of the abyss of the universe, pressing upon every nerve in their bodies. Bic the Demon King awaited beyond. The final confrontation was within reach. Chapter 46. The Final Hall. Confronting the Demon King in the abyss of despair. The healing bean's soothing energy flowed through Lin Feng's body, swiftly alleviating his physical exhaustion and revitalizing his depleted mental energy. The 10 minutes of respite, following the intense trials of the illusion, felt like a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought for Lin Feng, Wukong, and Tien. Lin Feng's pale visage regained its rosy hue. The throbbing in his temples subsided, and his gaze sharpened with clarity, even sensing a subtle enhancement in his mental prowess. Wukong and Tien exhaled deeply, calming their turbulent energies, the fatigue in their eyes replaced with unwavering resolve. Standing before the colossal obsidian door, the malevolent pressure emanating from within crashed over them like a tangible tsunami, battering their minds and bodies. The air grew thick, nearly suffocating, with the acrid stench of sulfur and decay. They had reached the innermost sanctum of the demon god temple, where Bic the Demon King sat upon his throne. The energy within was astonishingly potent. Wukong clenched his fists, golden flames instinctively rising, not from fear, but from the primal thrill and tremor of a Saiyan's blood in the face of ultimate challenge. This was a foe exponentially more formidable than that illusionist. Tien's expression was gravely serious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Only by fully activating the Kame Sennin's energy could he barely withstand the omnipresent mental oppression. Is this truly the power of Bic the Demon King? He recalled his teacher, Tien, who had sacrificed himself against such a monster, filling his heart with indignation and resolution. With his energy barrier vision refined to mastery, Lin Feng's perception deepened. He exerted his abilities to the fullest, his golden eyes shimmering as he attempted to penetrate the massive door, seeking to glimpse the interior. However, the energy field beyond the door acted like a black hole, devouring all light, allowing his vision to barely breach the surface, revealing an infinite, chaotic, and tempestuous ocean of dark energy. At the center of this ocean hovered a colossal energy source, akin to a star, radiating an aura of cold silence and an absolute will for annihilation. That was Bic the Demon King. The density and totality of his energy, coupled with the pressure emanating from his very essence, caused Lin Feng's soul to ache and feel as though it were suffocating. The disparity in combat power was staggering. Even with their enhanced strengths, facing Bic at his peak, they felt as insignificant as fireflies before the full moon. The gulf was immense, profoundly so. Lin Feng's voice was low and hoarse. He had to speak the truth and prepare his companions mentally, yet there was no retreat. Remember our objective, to prevent him from using the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. If necessary, destroy the Dragon Balls. The three exchanged a glance, each finding resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. They adjusted their breathing, elevating their state to its zenith. Break it down, Goku roared, taking the initiative. A golden aura erupted around him, bursting forth to its limit as he clenched his fists. With a punch infused with all his strength, he struck the obsidian gate like a falling star. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the entire passage. The door remained unmoved, instead rebounding with a powerful shockwave that left Goku's arms numb. Altogether, Lin Feng and Krillin launched their attacks simultaneously. Lin Feng unleashed a highly compressed energy wave at the pivotal joint of the door, while Krillin fired dozens of condensed energy blasts, precisely targeting the areas of weakness. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless assault of the trio, the heavy obsidian door finally emitted a groan of being overburdened, its surface cracking like a spider's web before shattering in a cacophony of explosions. Shards flew everywhere, dust enveloping the air. The scene beyond the door was suddenly revealed, showcasing an immensely grand yet terrifying hall. The dome of the hall towered into the clouds, seemingly endless, constructed from countless ghastly white skulls, with hollow eye sockets ignited by eerie green flames. The ground was a dark crimson, resembling vast stone slabs paved with solidified blood. At the end of the hall stood a menacing throne crafted from black dragon bones and an unknown metal. Seated upon the throne was the terrifying existence that had brought endless calamities to Earth, the demon King Piccolo. Towering and robust, his green skin was riddled with wrinkles, emanating a metallic sheen. Antennae symbolizing the high status of the demon race crowned his head, and his blood-red eyes glowed like burning embers, cold and cruel, devoid of any human emotion. Merely by sitting there, an oppressive malevolence akin to the abyss of the universe seemed to freeze the air, causing the hearts of intruders to nearly cease their beating. Beneath his feet lay several bodies clad in demon attire, devoid of life, evidently executed subordinates from not long ago. The air thick with the scent of fresh blood. Slowly, Piccolo raised his eyelids, his crimson gaze sweeping over the three who had broken in, like a dragon surveying ants, laced with mockery and unabashed murderous intent. "Oh, you managed to pass through the obstacles of the barbaric rhinoceros and the illusionary eyes to stand before me." Piccolo's voice was deep and hoarse, resonating with a soul-piercing authority throughout the hall. "It seems that Wu Tai Do and that old ghost Wu Tian have indeed trained a few commendable pests." His gaze finally settled on Lin Feng, the crimson pupils narrowing slightly. "Especially you, your aura is quite unique, carrying a scent that somewhat disgusts me. It appears you are the variable that Wu Tian entrusted his hopes to before his demise." Lin Feng, struggling against the overwhelming oppressive force that threatened to crush him, straightened his spine, his amber eyes burning with a resolute golden light. "Piccolo, your ambitions should end here. Hand over the Dragon Balls." "The Dragon Balls?" Piccolo let out a low, mocking laugh as he slowly rose from his throne. As he stood, the air in the entire hall felt as though it had become several times heavier. He spread open one green palm, and above it, an orange sphere floated serenely, embedded with two star-like Dragon Balls. "Is this what you seek? Unfortunately, it is too late. I have already gathered 6, only one remains. And it lies with you, the one from the Kylan Tower." He truly knew. Lin Feng's heart sank. Krillin instinctively covered the pouch containing the 4-star ball. "You want it? Then you shall trade your lives for it." With his words barely finished, Piccolo's figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he appeared before the three like a phantom, his speed surpassing the limits of visual perception. He did not even unleash any energy waves, merely delivering a direct punch. His target was none other than Goku, who stood at the forefront. This punch, seemingly ordinary, harbored the terrifying power to shatter mountains and tear the earth apart. As the punch swept through, the very fabric of space distorted slightly, producing a piercing sonic boom. So fast, Goku's pupils constricted, and his battle instincts compelled him to elevate his energy to its peak in an instant, crossing his arms protectively over his chest to absorb the blow. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded. Goku felt an indescribable immense force surge towards him like a tidal wave, the sound of his crossed arms cracking painfully echoing through the air. He was sent flying as if struck by a high-speed train, blood spurting from his mouth as his body uncontrollably crashed into a distant wall, embedding itself within it. Debris scattering everywhere. One punch. Just one punch. Despite his power nearing 2,000, Goku could not withstand even a casual strike from Piccolo. "Goku!" Krillin's eyes widened in horror as he charged toward Piccolo, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from both hands like a torrential rain. Piccolo did not even glance back, casually waving a hand as an invisible wave of energy manifested like a wall, effortlessly dissipating all of Krillin's energy blasts without causing even a ripple. Immediately following, the energy wave surged forward, crashing heavily into Krillin. Krillin was sent flying like a mosquito struck by a fly swatter, blood gushing forth as he tumbled to the ground, struggling yet unable to rise. The gap, an utterly despairing gap. Lin Feng's heart raced, yet he did not falter. The moment Piccolo attacked Goku and Krillin, his chi membrane vision detected an exceedingly minute fluctuation in Piccolo's energy flow, a result of his consecutive strikes. This was the only opportunity. Now was the time. Lin Feng activated turtle breathing flow to its utmost, concentrating all his power, speed, and spirit into a single instant. He appeared as if teleporting to Piccolo's side, merging the technique of 10,000 Nations shocking palm into his fingertips, where he gathered a highly compressed, nearly incandescent energy, silently yet swiftly piercing toward Piccolo's back, targeting a weak point in the energy flow that seemed slightly delayed. This was his strongest strike yet. Piccolo seemed somewhat surprised that this tiny insect dared to launch an attack, particularly at such an acute angle. He slightly tilted his body, still not using his full strength. Simply flicking his fingers, a condensed dark green energy surged forth, precisely striking Lin Feng's wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone snapping rang out. Lin Feng felt an excruciating pain shoot through his wrist, the gathered energy instantly dispersing, and he was sent flying backward like a heavy hammer had struck him, crashing heavily to the ground, a sweet taste filling his throat as he spat out blood. His strongest strike had been so effortlessly countered and turned against him. Piccolo slowly turned, his cold red gaze fixed on the three sprawled on the ground, as if regarding three lambs awaiting slaughter. Is this all you are capable of? Truly disappointing. Wu Tian's hopes are but this. He lifted his foot, slowly descending upon Krillin, who was closest and struggling to rise. If this foot came down, Krillin would undoubtedly perish. Despair, like a cold tide, instantly engulfed the hearts of the three. The disparity in power was so vast that not even the thought of resistance could arise. The Demon King Piccolo was simply not a presence they could contend with at this moment. Was everything destined to end here? The sacrifice of their teacher, their efforts, would all dissolve into nothingness. Chapter 44, Deep Within the Temple. The fierce battle between the Demon General and the shadow of the Demon King. The massive black door of the Demon Temple, adorned with grotesque carvings of demons, resembled the throat of a colossal beast, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Lin Feng, Goku, and Krillin stood before the door, the remnants of their recent battle still lingering, the air thick with the faint scent of charred debris and blood. Duoluo and Jaka's lifeless bodies lay in close proximity, silently narrating the intruder's formidable prowess. The air within was tumultuous, rife with an overwhelming energy. Wukong furrowed his brow, his golden eyes fixated on the grand entrance, acutely sensing the myriad of intricate, malevolent auras lurking behind the door, simmering like a boiling cauldron. Krillin inhaled deeply, striving to steady his slightly hastened breath from the battle. The aura of the turtle school circulated around him. Furthermore, the oppressive, sinister presence emanating from Piccolo lurked in the depths, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Lin Feng's chi film vision operated at full capacity, rendering the ominous black door almost transparent. Beyond it lay a wide and profound main corridor, flanked by countless rooms and passages, resembling a labyrinth. Numerous demonic soldiers patrolled within, their energies ranging predominantly between 400 and 600, far surpassing the capabilities of the outer minions. Deeper within the corridor, several exceptionally powerful energy sources glimmered ominously like beacons in the night, with the closest to the entrance radiating a ferocious and devastating aura. Its combat power estimated to be nearly 2,000. This was undoubtedly a core demon general under Piccolo's command. An ambush awaited behind the door in vast numbers. Moreover, a formidable entity was rapidly advancing towards them. Lin Feng issued a grave warning, his gaze sweeping the walls flanking the door in search of potential traps or weaknesses. A direct assault would lead to encirclement and excessive expenditure of energy. A swift resolution was imperative. They needed to breach the defenses and strike at the core. His eyes finally settled on what appeared to be a decorative, dark red crystal-embedded arch structure above the door. The feedback from Chi Film Vision indicated that this was one of the critical nodes in the door's defensive system. Wukong, Krillin, prepare for a strong assault. I will open the door. Lin Feng commanded with a decisive tone, no longer hesitating. He slightly bent his knees, lowering his center of gravity as a brilliant golden aura erupted around him, no longer restrained, but radiating like a blazing sun. The highly refined energy surged towards his palms, compressing and emitting a deep, resonant hum. Though he could not yet form a complete Kamehameha wave, this highly compressed energy sphere possessed astonishing destructive power. Lin Feng thrust his palms forward with great force. A golden beam, as solid as reality yet only the width of an arm, surged forth, exuding a terrifying wave of energy, striking the dark red crystal node above the door with the speed of an arrow. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. The dark red crystal shattered, and the energy field surrounding the door became chaotic and collapsed. The heavy black iron door emitted a ghastly metallic distortion, then, amidst violent tremors, slowly cracked open a gap. Now's our chance. Charge! Lin Feng transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting through the gap. Wukong and Krillin followed swiftly behind. The scene behind the door resembled a hellish tapestry. The wide corridor's walls were ablaze with eerie green demonic flames, casting shadows of countless grotesque demon soldiers. Brandishing an array of bizarre weapons, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light, surging forth like a tide. The air filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of weapons. "Bring it on!" Wukong shouted excitedly, and instead of retreating, he charged directly into the fray. Enveloped in golden flames, he was like a tiger among sheep, his fists and feet casting flickering shadows, each strike infused with the strength to shatter mountains. Simple jabs, side kicks, and elbow strikes transformed into the most effective instruments of slaughter under the relentless onslaught of speed and power. The armor of the demon soldiers was torn asunder, their bodies sent flying like ragged sacks, crashing against the walls, bones shattering and sinews snapping, instantly clearing vast swathes of space. His combat style was wild and efficient, relying solely on instinct and overwhelming strength to trample his foes. Krillin, in stark contrast, exhibited calmness and finesse, aware of the dangers of being surrounded. He moved with the grace of a fish, weaving through the throng without directly confronting the enemies. His strikes were precise and lethal, targeting the joints, throats, and temples of his adversaries, his fingers, knife-hand strikes, and toes transforming into deadly weapons. Utilizing the exquisite martial arts of the Turtle School, every action guaranteed the downfall of a demon soldier, showcasing remarkable efficiency with minimal energy expenditure. He occasionally launched condensed energy blasts to eliminate foes attempting to regroup or employ ranged attacks, clearing flanking threats for Wukong and Lin Feng. Lin Feng acted as both commander and spearhead on the battlefield. His chi film vision functioned like an advanced radar, perpetually scanning the arena, accurately identifying weak points in enemy forces, command nodes, and potential dangers. He did not linger in combat, but efficiently cleared obstacles leading deeper into the corridor, continuously alerting his comrades. Wukong, 3 crossbowmen on the left. Krillin, a squad is flanking from the rear right. His attack style was multifaceted. At times, he struck with unmatched ferocity like Wukong, sending multiple enemies flying with a single punch. At other times, he demonstrated the agility and precision of Krillin, deftly targeting pressure points. Occasionally, he even attempted to utilize the 4 demon fist principle, manifesting brief energy arm phantoms that, while unable to sustain prolonged attacks, effectively blocked and disrupted the surrounding enemies, leaving them defenseless against the onslaught. The trio's synergy deepened amidst the baptism of blood and fire, operating as a highly efficient killing machine, forcefully carving a bloody path through the encircling demons, rapidly advancing towards the depths of the corridor. In their wake lay a trail of demonic corpses and splattered green blood. However, the defenses of the demon temple relied not merely on numbers. As the trio advanced approximately 100 meters, poised to breach the first line of defense, an incredibly violent, destructive energy surged forth from the depths of the corridor, akin to a volcanic eruption. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal figure obstructed their path. Towering over 3 meters, the being was as imposing as a small mountain, with dark purple skin covered in a thick layer of horn-like armor. A head resembling a fearsome rhinoceros, adorned with a robust horn on its nose, wielding a massive axe engulfed in black flames. This was the demon General Manchi, guarding the first level of the demon temple. Roar! You dare trespass into the demon temple and slaughter my kin. You insignificant ants, perish! Manchi bellowed, his voice crashing through the air like a tangible force. His enormous foot stomped down, shaking the entire corridor. He then swung the black-flamed axe with the intent to tear everything asunder, aiming directly at Wukong, who was at the forefront. Before the axe could reach him, the scorching and malevolent gust it generated stung Wukong's face. Bring it on! Sensing the immense power of his opponent, Wukong felt exhilarated rather than frightened. His golden aura surged once more as he boldly crossed his arms, bracing himself against the terrifying axe. Clang! A sound erupted like a resounding bell. Sparks flew at the point of impact between fist and axe. The rocky ground beneath Wukong cracked and sank, yet he stood firm like a mountain, astonishingly withstanding the axe's monumental force. What? Manchi's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. The strength behind his axe was enough to cleave a small mountain, yet it was halted by a mere human? Heh, not bad for strength, but you still have a long way to go. Wukong grinned. His arms, which had held the axe, suddenly surged with even greater power, pushing Manchi and his massive frame backward, staggering him. Damn it! Manchi roared in fury, regaining his footing as he wildly swung the axe, the black flames coiling around the blade like a venomous dragon, launching an even more ferocious assault. Each blow capable of cleaving through steel. Wukong, undeterred, unleashed his full speed and strength, causing the golden shadows of his fists to collide violently with the black shadows of the axe, producing an unceasing thunderous roar. The aftermath of their battle forced the surrounding demon soldiers to retreat in panic, too intimidated to approach. Kellen, handle the minions. This formidable foe is mine and Wukong's. Lin Feng swiftly assessed the situation. The strength and defense of the Manchi were formidable, yet its speed was relatively slow, and its combat style straightforward. He needed to coordinate with Wukong to strike swiftly against this slow opponent. In a blink, Lin Feng moved like a ghost, appearing at the side and rear of the Manchi, employing Kamehameha visual to accurately capture the defensive gap exposed under the relentless assault. His fingertips gathered a concentrated golden energy, akin to a drill, silently yet swiftly piercing toward that vulnerability. With a muffled pop, the dense armor of the Manchi was breached, causing it to falter in agony. Seizing the moment, Wukong struck a powerful blow to the Manchi's chest. The impact sent the massive creature reeling backward, its chest caving in as it spewed forth a stream of purple blood. But it was not over. Lin Feng, like a shadow, infused the technique of Wangwu Jingtian Zhang into his leg movements, delivering a fierce sidekick that sliced through the air, striking the Manchi's knee joint. A sharp crack resonated. The Manchi howled in pain, collapsing to one knee. Wukong and Lin Feng's attacks flowed like a torrential storm, seamlessly coordinated. One launched a frontal assault to draw attention, while the other executed a flanking maneuver to exploit weaknesses. Despite the Manchi's brute strength and formidable defense, it was rendered powerless against the duo's exquisite combination, covered in wounds. Ultimately, Wukong gathered all his energy and delivered a mighty punch to the Manchi's chin, sending its massive body airborne. Lin Feng then appeared above, palms together, unleashing a highly compressed golden energy wave that struck the unprotected crown of the Manchi's head at point-blank range. Boom! The Manchi's skull shattered like a watermelon, its colossal body crashing to the ground, twitching twice before falling silent. The first-layer demon commander, Manchi, has been vanquished. The remaining demon soldiers in the corridor, witnessing the demise of their leader, immediately lost morale, screaming as they scattered in all directions. The trio took a moment to catch their breath, gazing towards the darker passage leading deeper into the unknown. The sinister aura of the great demon King Baika loomed like an abyss, imposing a heavy pressure upon them. That creature was quite resilient. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, his fighting spirit still high. The further we go, the stronger the enemies will surely be. Kellen's expression grew grave. We must move faster. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sharp as he looked toward the depths of the temple. Let us rest for a minute to catch our breath. The next battle may await us just ahead. Baika must know we are coming. Deep within the demon god temple, it felt as though a pair of icy eyes were observing their every move through the endless darkness. The true trial had just begun. Chapter 47, Desperate Counterattack. The choice of Saiyan blood and Dragon Balls, the great demon King Baika, with his colossal foot covered in green scales, exuding power capable of shattering mountains, slowly yet resolutely descended upon Kellen, who lay struggling on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. The pace was not swift, but it bore the cruel and absolute sensation of a cat playing with its prey, savoring the ultimate fear and despair of its victim. Kellen's pupils dilated to their limits. The cold grip of death pierced his heart like countless needles, freezing his blood. He desperately attempted to shift his body, even an inch, but his bones ached as if they were about to break. His breath was chaotic like boiling water, and the calming techniques of the turtle sage were nearly ineffective in the face of such overwhelming power. He could not even lift a finger, helplessly watching the shadow of death loom ever closer. Kellen, Wukong, embedded in the rubble with his arms contorted and his chest caved in, let out a heart-wrenching roar, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. The pain and sense of powerlessness threatened to engulf him. But witnessing his dear comrade on the brink of annihilation ignited the indomitable and ferocious essence of his Saiyan blood. His golden eyes filled with blood, resembling molten lava. He recklessly squeezed every ounce of potential from within, even at the cost of injuring his own meridians. The pale golden aura erupted like a flame doused in oil, swelling violently, becoming deep and unstable, filled with rage and chaotic energy. He broke free from the rubble, sending stones cascading down, charging at Baika like a meteor aflame with golden fire, attempting to crash into the deadly foot. However, in Baika's eyes, Wukong's speed, despite his injuries, was as slow as a child learning to walk, a sight both laughable and tragic. The futile struggle of an ant is ever so tiresome. Baika did not even turn around. With a casual wave of his free left hand, he dismissed Wukong as one would swat away a fly. A tangible dark green energy, imbued with the essence of destruction, struck Wukong's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The impact caused Wukong to spit forth another mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his insides. He flew back with a speed that surpassed his initial charge, crashing into a distant wall, embedding himself deeply within it, his breath faltering, and his golden aura flickering precariously, as if it might extinguish at any moment. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, closest to Kellen, was grappling with the excruciating pain of a completely shattered wrist and the turmoil within his stomach. He knelt, helplessly watching as Baika's foot was about to descend, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, a tide of unprecedented despair and fury threatening to overwhelm him. No, it cannot end like this. The resolute figure of Master Wu Tien, who burned his life to unleash the demon sealing wave, Bulma's silent tears cascading from the flying carpet. Every drop of sweat and each moment of perseverance in the hyperbolic time chamber over the past 10 days, all the hopes of everyone, the future of Earth, was it to be crushed mercilessly beneath that evil foot? No, absolutely not. In that critical moment, as his thoughts nearly froze, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike through Lin Feng's mind. He recalled how, in the terrifying storm of time and space within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had combined the insights of Kamehameha visual with the steadfastness of elementary mind defense to grasp the only lifeline in a tempest. He remembered countless times of reverse engineering the principles of Solar Fist, understanding the profound conversion of energy from chi to light, directly affecting the realms of vision and spirit. Most importantly, he recalled the fleeting yet real spiritual wave of life he sensed when attempting to view Baika through Kamehameha visual. Attacking the physical body was futile, with no chance of victory. Assaulting the energy was hopeless against the vast ocean of Baika's power. So he would target the spirit, strike at that seemingly flawless will that controlled everything, like piercing the most vulnerable point of an inflated balloon with a sharp needle. There was no time for hesitation. This was the sole method that might create a glimmer of hope. Betting everything on this, Lin Feng, enduring the excruciating pain of his shattered wrist and the fiery turmoil within him, squeezed out the last remnants of his energy and nearly depleted mental strength, like extracting the final drop of water from a sponge. He did not choose to attack Baika's impenetrable, scaled body, nor did he attempt to intercept that foot imbued with dreadful power. Instead, it was a drive to elevate the insight of Chima Shirjua to the pinnacle of mastery, with his golden pupils flaring intensely, fixated on Baik, whose mocking and cruel gaze looked down upon Kellen's desperate struggles with a blood-red gaze. He inverted his comprehension of the principles underlying the Tien, not transforming his chi into blinding light, but rather compressing all of his mental energy to a heightened degree, refining and shaping it to emulate the intense disruption that directly affects visual nerves and mental perception akin to the Tien. By integrating the Chuji Shinshin Fangyu for meticulous manipulation of his mental energy, he forged an invisible yet piercing mental shockwave, coalescing into a singular point, akin to two poisoned, intangible barbs that disregarded physical defenses, targeting Baika's visual cortex and the dominant core of his psyche. This was neither a physical assault nor an energy attack. It was a desperate technique born from Lin Feng's fusion of various abilities in a moment of dire straits. A flash of inspiration that created a surprise mental strike aimed at sensory and mental focus. An exceedingly perilous maneuver. It placed an immense burden on his mental capacity and had never been validated, just as Baik, reveling in the pleasure of crushing his prey, emitted a brief yet unmistakably surprised and discomfort grunt. His blood-red eyes, akin to burning coals, twitched violently, his vision instantly becoming blurred and distorted, as if a piercing light had struck him directly, or like a heated needle had viciously penetrated deep into his mind. The absolute confidence he held in controlling and tormenting his prey experienced an ephemeral ripple of disruption. The foot that had been steadily descending with destructive power faltered involuntarily, momentarily stalling due to this sudden mental interference. Perhaps it was only for 1/100th of a second, or even less. But for a master of the highest caliber, especially for Kellen, who was teetering on the brink of death, this seemingly trivial instant marked the difference between life and death. Now, Kellen, after unleashing this all-consuming mental strike, Lin Feng felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his vision darkening, a persistent buzzing in his ears. His mental energy utterly depleted, nearly losing consciousness. He strained to maintain the last vestiges of awareness, expending every breath in his chest to emit a hoarse yet thunderous roar. This roar resonated like enlightenment. Kellen, who had been on the verge of losing consciousness due to overwhelming fear and despair, was jolted awake by this familiar voice filled with resolute determination. The primal instinct to survive and the indomitable will ingrained in the Kamehameha style erupted to its zenith at this moment. He felt an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through him, his injured body unleashing its final potential as he rolled desperately to the side. Simultaneously, he hurled the bag containing the 4-star ball, treasured as if it were a relic from his master, towards a distant corner of the hall shrouded in jagged stones and shadows. Deep down, he understood that the Dragon Ball might be the only bargaining chip to draw Bike's attention and secure his survival. Bike quickly recovered from the bizarre and piercing mental disruption, his crimson eyes igniting for the first time with genuine fury and a sense of humiliation akin to being bitten by an ant. How could he be affected by a mere insect he could crush with ease? Seeking death, he accelerated suddenly, the power he contained intensifying terrifyingly. But Kellen had already managed to roll away from his original position thanks to that fleeting opportunity. Boom! Bike's enormous foot crashed down on Kellen's previous location, shattering the dark red, solid stone slab as if it were tofu, creating a pit several meters in diameter, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outwards. The shockwave from the impact sent Kellen, who had just rolled away, hurtling through the air, landing heavily and sustaining further injuries, yet ultimately evading the fatal strike. What drew Bike's attention even more was that the Dragon Ball, emanating a faint yet distinctive energy fluctuation, was arcing away into the distance. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls and restoring his youth was within reach. He could not afford to lose even one. The Dragon Ball. Bike's focus was instantly drawn towards it. For him, restoring his youth and returning to his peak was the ultimate objective. Eliminating these bothersome insects could happen at any moment. He scoffed, abandoning the severely injured and on the brink of death Kellen, his figure flickering as he tore through the air with a speed nearly impossible to perceive. Pursuing the 4-star ball. Cough cough splutter. Lin Feng, after delivering that all-out mental strike, found his mental energy utterly exhausted, his head pounding as if it would explode, and blood seeping from his orifices. His vision faded to black, completely losing control over his body, collapsing to the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his condition deteriorating to the extreme with a faint breath. Yet, in his blurred vision, he saw Bike diverted, Kellen temporarily spared, and the taut string within his heart relaxed, consciousness sinking into the boundless darkness. Kellen, Sendu, hurry. On the other side, the Scion's indomitable vitality allowed Wukong to maintain the last flicker of consciousness. He witnessed Kellen's escape and Lin Feng's collapse, using the last of his strength to hoarsely shout. Though gravely injured and on the brink of death, his will to survive and the belief in saving his companions sustained him. Hearing this, Kellen grasped at the straw of hope, laboriously searching for the small bag containing the life-saving Sendu that Bulma had given him. Fortunately, the bag was still there. Trembling, he retrieved a vibrant green bean, unhesitatingly placing it into his mouth, and with his last ounce of strength, he threw the remaining 2 towards Wukong and Lin Feng. As the Sendu melted in his mouth, an indescribable, powerful, and gentle life energy surged through his entire being. Kellen felt his shattered bones crackling as they rapidly healed and rejoined at a visible pace. The internal injuries enveloped in a warm current, smoothed out, and the depleted energy akin to a dried-up riverbed surged back like a torrential flood, instantly restoring him and making him feel even more vigorous than before. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his former state, even feeling his breath more refined than before. He leaped up from the ground, his gaze once again brimming with strength and combat spirit. Wukong, having swallowed the Sendu, experienced a similarly astonishing effect. His oddly bent arms restored instantly, his sunken chest filled out, the damage to his internal organs repaired, and his previously diminished energy erupted like a dormant volcano, roaring back to life. Moreover, due to the Scion's unique characteristic of significantly increasing power after recovering from near death, the golden aura surrounding him not only returned but also became denser and more intense, brimming with a primal, ferocious strength. He let out a roar, breaking free from the wall's rubble, his golden aura soaring into the sky, his fighting spirit reaching unprecedented heights. Lin Feng, in a state of unconsciousness, ingested the Sendu thrown by Kellen. The warm and immense energy coursed through him, instantly healing his wrist bones, restoring his internal injuries, and even revitalizing his utterly exhausted mental energy, akin to a parched land receiving nourishing rain. Although the extreme fatigue of his mind persisted, it was no longer a significant issue, and his awareness rapidly returned. He opened his eyes, his amber pupils shimmering with golden light, his condition restored to its peak. The miraculous effects of the Sendu were simply extraordinary. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, the three individuals who had been on the brink of annihilation and mired in absolute despair had, through the miraculous properties of the Sendu, instantly regained their full capacities and, by fortune, even advanced their strengths to varying degrees. Especially Wukong, whose Scion bloodline characteristics made his enhancement the most pronounced. "Bastard, how dare you toy with me?" At this moment, Mike had effortlessly grasped the 4-star ball in his hand. Turning around, he beheld the trio who had instantaneously recovered from near death to vibrant vitality, their energy even surpassing their previous states. For the first time, his crimson eyes betrayed an unmistakable shock and a hint of fury that had been thoroughly ignited. "Sendu, the ancient demon Wu Tian has astonishingly bequeathed such a life-preserving artifact to you." He distinctly sensed the aura emanating from the trio, a resurgence that not only restored their vitality, but seemingly propelled them to new heights. Particularly, Wukong, whose golden flames carried a primal ferocity and latent potential, along with the Scion traits that instinctively repulsed him, prompted him to suppress the last vestige of mockery. Lin Feng, the enigmatic boy capable of launching bizarre mental assaults, also raised his vigilance. The wild Scion in you, an adept manipulator of the mind. Piccolo placed the 7 scintillating orange Dragon Balls, including the newly acquired 4-star ball, carelessly upon a black stone pedestal beside his fearsome throne. His crimson gaze, akin to the most perilous predator, fixated intently on the surging energy of Wukong and the composed Lin Feng. "It appears I have indeed underestimated you. However, the game ends here. It is time for you to witness what true despair entails." The aura of the Demon King Piccolo began to ascend like an unshackled primordial beast, though still restrained. The suffocating malevolence intensified several-fold, causing the very air within the grand hall to thicken, the ground to tremble slightly, and the skeletal, ghostly flames of the dome to flicker wildly. He evidently harbored no intentions of holding back any longer, ready to unleash his true power with the force of a thunderous avalanche, determined to obliterate those who had brought him unexpected troubles. "Beware. He is serious now." Lin Feng sensed the terrifying aura akin to a cataclysm. His muscles instantly tensed, activating Chi film vision to its fullest extent, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. Although he had regained his composure and even improved, he understood that the previous mental strike was a one-time opportunity against the fully committed Piccolo. They remained at an absolute disadvantage, the gulf between them as vast as an ocean. Wukong wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth, his golden eyes ablaze with an unprecedented, near-manic fervor for battle. The blood of the Scions boiled under extreme duress. "Come on, Piccolo. This time, I will defeat you." Kuririn inhaled deeply, channeling the essence of the turtle school to its peak, positioning himself beside Lin Feng and Wukong as the trio once again formed a formidable combat formation. Despite facing an unfathomable abyss of despair ahead, the revival bestowed by the Senzu beings, the determination to fight alongside his comrades, and the slight confidence from their enhanced abilities instilled them with the courage to confront the Demon King once more, fists raised. The second phase of the decisive battle, a true life-and-death struggle, was about to commence, and this time, the Demon King Piccolo would not hold back. Chapter 48, The Revival of Youth. Twin stars shine, and the wrath of the Scions, the aura of the demon king Piccolo, surged forth like an ancient feral beast unbound. Dark green energy waves radiating outward like a tangible tide, causing the entire temple to tremble violently. The skeletal, ghostly flames of the dome flickering as if on the verge of extinguishing. The air became thick as mercury, each breath accompanied by a searing pain in the lungs. His crimson pupils held no trace of mockery, only a cold, pure will of annihilation. To compel this king to unleash his true strength, you insects can take pride in yourselves. Piccolo's voice was deep and hoarse, yet imbued with a regal authority. Now, feel the true essence of despair. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished. Not through rapid movement, but as if leaping through space, he instantaneously appeared before Wukong. The speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. Even Lin Feng's Chi film vision could only discern a blurred afterimage. What? Wukong's pupils constricted, his combat instincts prompting him to instinctively cross his arms defensively across his chest, his golden aura erupting to its zenith. Piccolo did not employ any flashy techniques. He merely delivered a simple punch. This punch, seemingly slow, bore the weight of the entire world. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space warped, emitting a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. Boom! An indescribable explosion resounded. Wukong's crossed arms emitted a spine-chilling cracking sound, and he was hurled as if struck by a celestial body, his protective golden aura disintegrating like paper. Blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain. His ribcage completely collapsed, and his body was sent hurtling backward at a velocity surpassing sound, crashing through several thick walls before vanishing from sight, his aura diminishing to a barely perceptible whisper. One punch. Merely one punch. Wukong, whose power had surged close to 2,100 due to the brink of death recovery, was utterly shattered by Piccolo's casual strike. Despite his full defensive efforts, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly despairing. Wukong. Kiririn's eyes widened in fury as he charged toward Piccolo, his hands gathering the mightiest Kamehameha wave. Piccolo did not even glance at him, casually waving a hand, unleashing an invisible, overwhelming wave of energy that crashed forth like a tsunami. Kiririn's Kamehameha dissipated like mere foam, his body resembling a tiny boat struck by a colossal wave, blood gushing forth. The sound of shattering bones echoing as he crashed heavily against a distant wall, embedded within it, his fate uncertain. In an instant, the two fell into despair. Only Lin Feng remained. Piccolo's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, a cruel glint flashing in his crimson eyes. Now, it is your turn, peculiar little fellow. Your mental attacks have displeased this king. The terrifying pressure felt as if millions of mountains bore down upon Lin Feng, each bone groaning under the strain. His blood nearly congealing. Yet he did not falter. The golden light within his amber pupils blazed fiercely as he pushed Chi film vision and basic mental defense to their limits, locking onto Piccolo's movements with unwavering resolve. He understood that any hint of fear or hesitation would lead to instantaneous demise. Piccolo's figure blurred once more. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he elevated the insight of Chi film vision to unprecedented heights, barely catching a glimpse of an energy trajectory. Without hesitation, he channeled all his strength into his legs, executing the ultimate speed of afterimage fist, retreating sideways. Swoosh! Despite his rapid response, Lin Feng's left shoulder was still grazed by the razor-sharp energy emanating from Piccolo's fingertip, his protective aura shattering instantly. A deep wound visible down to the bone appeared on his shoulder, blood pouring forth. The excruciating pain surged, yet he successfully evaded a fatal blow. Oh, not bad for a reaction. Piccolo seemed somewhat surprised, yet his assault did not waver, his form pursuing like a specter, fists, feet, and fingers raining down like a tempest upon Lin Feng. Each strike contained the power to shatter stars. Lin Feng executed his movements to the utmost limit, maneuvering within inches. Chi film vision, operating frantically to predict each of Piccolo's attacks, integrating the techniques of universal shocking palm into his dodges and blocks, narrowly avoiding lethal strikes, yet still sustaining new wounds, blood staining his tattered martial arts uniform. He was like a fragile vessel amidst a storm, on the brink of being completely engulfed. A desperate struggle. Piccolo, losing patience, accelerated once more, a punch piercing through Lin Feng's afterimage, directly aimed at his chest. This punch was unavoidable. It's over. A chill coursed through Lin Feng's heart as he could only gather all his strength into his arms, bracing for the impact. Just at that critical moment, magic seal wave. A voice, ancient yet resolute, imbued with a lifetime of power, echoed from the entrance of the hall. A dazzling, green light radiating an aura of sealing surged forth like a meteor streaking through the night sky, racing toward the back of the Demon King Piccolo with incredible speed. Is it Master Roshi Wu Tian? No, it is Lin Feng. Unbeknownst to him, he had awakened, dragging his wounded body, supported by Jiaozi, making his way to the battlefield, unleashing this life-risking final strike. The expression on the Demon King Piccolo's face shifted slightly. The magic seal wave was one of the few techniques that could threaten him. He was compelled to retract his decisive strike against Lin Feng and abruptly pivoted, channeling immense dark green energy in both hands to fiercely counter the radiant light of the seal. A thunderous roar ensued as the two formidable forces collided violently, causing the entire hall to tremble precariously. Lin Feng spat blood and collapsed, his breath shallow. Meanwhile, Piccolo was momentarily hindered by this unforeseen assault. It was in this fleeting moment that Lin Feng seized his solitary opportunity. He chose not to assist Lin Feng or attack Piccolo, but instead redirected his focus towards the 7 Dragon Balls upon the stone pedestal beside the throne. Preventing Piccolo from regaining his youth was the primary objective. Kamehameha. Lin Feng, disregarding his injuries, unleashed the power of the Kamehameha in complete form, beyond its limits. Although still incomplete, the highly compressed golden energy beam surged forth like a sword of dawn tearing through darkness, propelled by his unwavering determination, and raced toward the 7 Dragon Balls. How dare you? Piccolo roared in fury, extending one hand to intercept Lin Feng's energy wave with a torrent of dark green ki. The two energies clashed midair. The explosion's shockwave sent Lin Feng hurtling backward to the ground, worsening his injuries. Yet, the Dragon Balls were scattered by the aftershock of the blast. You insufferable insect. Piccolo's rage reached a boiling point. He disregarded the feeble Lin Feng and Jiaozi, fixing his gaze solely on Lin Feng and the scattered Dragon Balls. In a flash, he snatched up the 3 nearest Dragon Balls. Time was of the essence. Sensing that Goku and Krillin's energies had not fully dissipated, he acted decisively. He raised the 3 Dragon Balls high and shouted in the Namekian tongue, "Arise, Shinhan. Grant my wish." The other scattered Dragon Balls seemed to respond to his call, soaring into the air to converge with those in Piccolo's grasp. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with blinding light, enveloping the entire hall in a golden glow. A colossal green dragon, radiating an aura of sanctity and majesty, coalesced amidst the brilliance. "State your wish." The dragon's deep voice resonated. A fanatical and sinister smile crept across Piccolo's face. "Restore my youth." This wish was simple. The dragon's eyes blazed crimson, and a beam of immense life energy encompassed Piccolo. No, Lin Feng struggled to intervene, but it was futile. Within the radiant glow, Piccolo's once hunched form straightened, his wrinkled skin became smooth and elastic, and the decay that had plagued him erupted like a volcanic eruption. An overwhelming aura of malevolence, far more terrifying and vibrant than during his prime, surged forth, threatening to obliterate entire planets, like a cosmic tempest. The youthful version of Piccolo had arrived. Ha ha ha! Piccolo reveled in his newfound, boundless power, exclaiming, "Perfect! This is the true strength of this king." Tremble, insects. However, while Piccolo basked in the infinite power of his restored youth, no one noticed Krillin. Barely clinging to life in the corner of the hall, had been affected by a faint trace of life energy emitted when the dragon granted the wish, stabilizing his wounds and preventing immediate death. But Piccolo's next action ignited the fuse of hell. With a disdainful glance at the weakened Krillin, Piccolo casually unleashed an energy wave, declaring, "Annoying waste, vanish." No, Krillin, just as Goku, having struggled to rise from the rubble, witnessed this. He let out a heart-wrenching roar that seemed to tear at his very soul. In the instant the energy wave threatened to engulf Krillin's diminutive form, Krillin summoned his last ounce of strength to look toward Goku, his eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with boundless regret and blessings for his comrade. Before he was consumed by the light, his life force extinguished. Goku was paralyzed, his mind a blank slate. Then, an indescribable rage, transcending all reason and pain. The rawest and most violent fury erupted from the depths of his soul, like a volcano suppressed for eons. Aowa. Goku released an inhuman scream. Every cell in his body shrieking in unison. The golden aura no longer merely burned. It exploded forth like a supernova. His black hair stood erect, dancing like flames. And in a matter of moments, it transformed into a dazzling golden hue. His pupils shifted to a chilling emerald green, muscles bulging as an overwhelming aura surged. Akin to a tsunami, breaking through a critical threshold and reaching an unprecedented zenith. Super Saiyan. Under the weight of his profound sorrow and fury, Sun Wukong finally transformed. Piccolo's manic grin froze in shock, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a flicker of disbelief. What is this? The legend of the golden-haired Saiyan? Yet, the upheaval was not over. As Goku ascended to Super Saiyan, the pure, vast, and destructive Saiyan energy swept through the hall like a storm. Not far from him, the injured Lin Feng felt his previously tranquil Saiyan bloodline, 96 fusion, resonate intensely with the supreme energy, igniting within him a boiling surge of power. Ding. Detected extremely high-purity Saiyan energy field resonance. Host Saiyan bloodline stimulated intensely, activating sharply. Fusion rate surpassing critical point. Current fusion rate, 100. Ding. Host successfully deciphered the core energy activation mechanism of the Saiyan bloodline, combining host's will and energy control, unlocking self-transformation ability. Mimetic Super Saiyan. An unfathomable surge of energy awakened from the depths of Lin Feng, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from eons of slumber. Intense pain and overwhelming power coursed through him simultaneously. His hair did not fully turn golden, but instead manifested a blend of dark gold and black. His pupils transforming into sharp amber gold, ignited by a dark golden aura. While not as resplendent as Goku's, it exuded a more subdued and profound mastery. His combat prowess experienced an explosive escalation. In an instant, within the hall, two suffocating golden auras arose like twin suns, standing in stark contrast to the overwhelming malevolence of the rejuvenated Piccolo, creating a triadic balance. Piccolo surveyed the two distinctly powerful golden warriors before him, his shock morphing into unprecedented seriousness and rage. Two Super Saiyans. How is this possible? Goku's emerald gaze was devoid of warmth, locking onto Piccolo. You killed Krillin. I will make you pay. Lin Feng's dark golden eyes were extraordinarily composed, sensing the new power surging within him and the unique sense of control it provided. He slowly rose, standing shoulder to shoulder with Goku. Piccolo, your end has come. The twin stars shone bright. The wrath of the Saiyans descended upon the Demon King's hall. The final battle entered its ultimate chapter. Chapter 49, Twin Stars Battle the Demon. The Showdown of Kamehameha. Within the grand hall of the Demon King's final sanctuary, the air seemed to crystallize into steel. Two golden flames, akin to stellar eruptions, clashed with an abyssal dark green malevolence, forming a triad of power that collided, pressed, and emitted a disconcerting sizzling sound. The entire space trembled violently, the skulls adorning the ceiling flickering ominously, as if they might extinguish entirely at any moment. The youthful Piccolo, feeling the boundless energy surging within him, bore unprecedented gravity in his crimson eyes, even a hint of incredulity. He fixated intently on the two golden warriors before him, each exuding a terrifying aura that was starkly different, yet equally formidable. The legendary Super Saiyan, once merely a myth, had indeed manifested in the form of not one, but two. Piccolo's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an unrecognized tremor. He could distinctly sense that the presence of these two beings had transcended previous limits, reaching a level that posed a genuine threat to him. Particularly concerning was the figure of Sun Wukong, whose aura, a pure, devastating rage encapsulated in golden flames, instinctively evoked feelings of revulsion and wariness within him. Conversely, Lin Feng's dark golden flames, though less radiant than Wukong's, were more subdued and profound, embodying an elusive sense of control that was equally formidable. You killed Klin. Wukong's emerald eyes were devoid of emotion, icy and imbued with a murderous intent as frigid as absolute zero, locking onto Piccolo. Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. I demand blood for blood. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wukong's figure blurred. In the next instant, he appeared before Piccolo as if teleporting, moving with a speed that transcended the passage of time. There were no afterimages, no warning. Only a fist tearing through space, imbued with the power to shatter stars. Aimed directly at Piccolo's face. So fast. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he narrowly tilted his head to evade, the fist's wind grazing his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. Yet Wukong's assault was akin to a torrential storm. A single miss led to a second punch. A third, countless golden fists descended upon Piccolo like a barrage of lightspeed strikes. The cacophony of thunderous collisions erupted. Piccolo roared in frustration, his arms becoming mere phantoms as dark green energy surged chaotically, barely deflecting Wukong's relentless onslaught. Each clash unleashed terrifying waves of energy that pulverized the ground beneath them. Having regained his youth, Piccolo's power, speed, and reflexes had reached their zenith. Yet in the face of Wukong's dramatically enhanced strength from his Super Saiyan transformation, he found himself at a disadvantage in close combat for the first time, being forced to retreat under the sheer force and velocity. Damn it! Devil's Flash. Enraged, Piccolo seized a fleeting opportunity, thrusting his hands forward as a massive dark green energy beam erupted forth like a venomous dragon, hurtling towards Wukong. Kamehameha. Wukong, unflinching, drew his hands to his waist. A highly concentrated blue energy sphere burst forth, radiating brilliance surpassing that of the sun, transforming into a torrent of blue energy that surged forth to confront the Devil's Flash head-on. The clash of these two city-destroying energy waves in midair yielded no stalemate. The blue Kamehameha, with overwhelming force, instantaneously tore through and consumed the dark green Devil's Flash, continuing its relentless advance towards Piccolo. What? Piccolo was taken aback, hurriedly erecting layers of energy shields before him. The shields shattered as if made of paper, and the tremendous impact sent Piccolo hurtling backward, crashing violently against his throne, fracturing the hard dragon bone seat. Although he was not gravely injured, the shock to his psyche was profound. His ultimate technique was so effortlessly overpowered. Just as Piccolo was forced back by Wukong's full-force strike, on the verge of exhaustion, a dark golden figure materialized like a specter in his peripheral vision. It was Lin Feng. After entering the mimetic Super Saiyan state, Lin Feng's cognitive speed, perception, and energy control had reached unprecedented heights. Enhanced by aura film vision, his insight had improved dramatically, allowing him to perceive the subtle fluctuations in Piccolo's energy flow and the fleeting moments of weakness in his defenses with crystal clarity. Rather than utilizing the energy-draining Kamehameha, he concentrated all his strength, speed, and the technique of universal shock palm into his right fist. The dark golden aura was highly compressed, transforming his fist into a dark golden diamond, silent, yet containing a terrifying penetrating power. Dark fist pierces the stars. As he struck, the space seemed to tear, leaving behind a faint black trace. Just as Piccolo braced himself against Wukong's Kamehameha, his protective energy was at its most chaotic moment, leaving him unable to mount an effective defense. With a dull thud, Lin Feng's fist struck precisely at an energy node on Piccolo's back. The highly refined dark golden energy erupted instantly. Piccolo emitted a pained grunt as the green scales on his back shattered, spewing forth a trickle of purple blood. Though his injury was not severe, the bizarre penetrating force of the blow caused his energy to surge tumultuously, momentarily disrupting his breath. Well done, Lin Feng, Wukong bellowed, seizing the fleeting opportunity to pounce once more, his golden fists and feet raining down like a torrential downpour, intensifying the ferocity of his assault. Piccolo felt a mix of shock and fury as he realized he had fallen into an extremely passive position. Wukong's frontal assault was terrifyingly powerful and fast, forcing him to respond with all his might. Meanwhile, Lin Feng coiled around him like a lethal serpent, striking with precision and ferocity at his most vulnerable moments, each attack targeting his energy nodes and weak points in defense. Though the individual damage was minor, it significantly disrupted his rhythm, preventing him from concentrating on Wukong. 2 against 1. Despicable. Piccolo roared, trying to disrupt their focus with words. What morality is there to discuss with a demon like you? Lin Feng's voice was icy as he vanished again. Phantom Fist, enhanced by Saiyan energy, creating dozens of indistinguishable dark golden afterimages that assaulted Piccolo from all directions. Wukong, weary of idle chatter, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, embodying the Saiyan trait of growing stronger with each battle. Piccolo completely lost control. He could no longer endure being suppressed by 2 juniors. With a mighty roar, dark green malevolence exploded like a tsunami, momentarily repelling Wukong and Lin Feng's assault. You have forced my hand. Experience the true power of this king. Super explosive demon wave. Piccolo raised his hands high, energy surging chaotically as a colossal dark green energy sphere, radiating a sense of annihilation, rapidly coalesced above his head, growing in size and emitting a disquieting tremor. This attack was powerful enough to obliterate the entire demon temple and the surrounding area for miles. This is bad. We cannot let him unleash that. Lin Feng's aura film vision blared warnings. He could sense the devastating energy contained within that sphere. Wukong, use that technique. Together, Lin Feng shouted, clasping his hands before his chest as dark golden energy surged toward his palms. Although his Kamehameha was not yet complete, in the mimetic Super Saiyan state, the energy level underwent a qualitative transformation. The energy sphere he formed, while unstable, radiated brilliance rivaling Wukong's. Wukong instantly understood, without hesitation, drawing his hands to his waist once more. An even more solid and massive blue energy sphere rapidly took shape. Kamehameha, they shouted in unison, their voices resounding throughout the grand hall. One was a dazzling blue beam filled with righteous energy. The other, a subdued dark golden beam with a unique penetrating force. The two streams of energy, differing in nature yet equally potent, did not repel one another. Instead, under Lin Feng's precise energy guidance and Wukong's absolute power support, they intricately intertwined in midair, forming a robust, multicolored spiral energy storm, resembling twin dragons emerging from the sea, hurtling towards Piccolo, who was still gathering the super explosive demon wave. What? A fusion technique? Beaker's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks as he sensed the terrifying power contained within the spiraling energy storm, far surpassing that of a mere Kamehameha. In a moment of haste, he unleashed the not yet fully formed super explosive wave. A thunderous roar erupted. An unprecedented explosion occurred as the spiraling Kamehameha clashed violently with the super explosive wave. This time, there was no instantaneous domination. The two extreme forces collided furiously in the air, annihilating and exploding. The energy storm generated swept across the entire grand hall in an instant. The incredibly solid obsidian walls crumbled like sandcastles, and fragments of the domed skull shattered and fell. The entire demon temple began to disintegrate, with a crack and a boom. After a stalemate of several seconds, the spiraling Kamehameha, owing to its superior cohesion and unique fusion characteristics, finally tore through the super explosive wave. Although it consumed a tremendous amount of energy, the residual force still struck fiercely against Beaker. Beaker let out a heart-wrenching scream as his massive body was engulfed by the energy storm. His sturdy scales shattered extensively, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. His breath weakened instantaneously as he plummeted towards the ruins below, like a meteor from the center of the explosion. Success! Goku panted. The maintenance of his Super Saiyan form and full-power Kamehameha was immensely draining. Lin Feng also felt a wave of exhaustion. The mimetic Super Saiyan state placed a significant burden on both mind and body. Yet he persevered, activating Chi film vision to closely track the falling Beaker. It is not over. Although Beaker's aura had diminished significantly, it had not vanished entirely. Chase him down and deliver the final blow. The two transformed into streaks of golden and dark golden light, breaking through the collapsing temple roof and racing towards the dust-filled ruins below. The final moment of the decisive battle had arrived. Chapter 50. The Fall of the Demon King. The choice of the Dragon Balls and a new journey. The demon temple collapsed completely amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Massive obsidian shards mingled with twisted metal and shattered bones, cascading down like a torrential rain, raising clouds of dust. Two streaks of light, one brilliant gold, the other profound dark gold, charged through the swirling dust, racing towards the rapidly descending, weakened dark green figure amidst the ruins. At this moment, Beaker the Demon King was in a pitiful state. The backlash from the super explosive wave, forcibly shattered by the spiraling Kamehameha, coupled with the direct impact of the residual energy, had nearly obliterated half of his body. The hard green scales had largely peeled away, revealing charred and fragmented flesh beneath, with purple blood gushing forth like a spring. One of his arms was unnaturally twisted, evidently broken, and his aura flickered like a candle in the wind, weaker than when he had been severely injured by Goku and Lin Feng previously. He plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily onto a relatively intact black stone platform, producing a dull thud, struggling to rise but collapsing again due to his severe injuries. It is over, Beaker. Goku's figure descended like a bolt of golden lightning, landing first. In his emerald eyes, a fierce killing intent burned without hesitation as he gathered dazzling blue light in both hands, rapidly channeling the energy of the Kamehameha. He would not grant this demon, who had murdered Krillin and sought to annihilate the world, any respite. Lin Feng followed closely behind, the dark golden aura standing out vividly amidst the dust. His chi film vision firmly locked onto Beaker, confirming that his life force was rapidly waning at the end of his rope. Yet he remained vigilant. An enemy of Beaker's caliber often posed the greatest threat just before death. He too concentrated his energy, a dark golden vortex swirling in his palm, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Beaker lay amidst the rubble, his crimson pupils slightly unfocused from excruciating pain and weakness. He stared intently at the approaching duo, especially Goku's golden figure, his eyes filled with unwillingness, malice, and a trace of fear he could not even admit to himself. His ambition to dominate Earth and the ecstatic desire to regain his youth were overshadowed by the chilling shadow of death in that moment. Damn it! The Super Saiyan cannot be defeated. Beaker's voice faltered, filled with a hoarse despair. He attempted to summon the last remnants of strength within him, but with shattered meridians and a drained energy reservoir, even lifting a finger became an insurmountable challenge. For all you have done, prepare to pay the price. Goku bellowed, the fully concentrated Kamehameha about to be unleashed. Just as the moment hung in the balance, an unexpected turn occurred. Beaker summoned the last of his strength, abruptly lifting his head, an eerie and resolute light flashing in his eyes. He did not attempt to defend or attack. Instead, he pressed his hands in an extraordinarily bizarre, almost sacrificial manner against his shattered abdomen. A faint yet ominous energy wave erupted instantly. Not good. Is he going to self-destruct? Lin Feng's chi film vision detected the dangerously unstable energy fluctuation and immediately issued a warning. Goku sensed the danger as well, launching his Kamehameha without hesitation. However, Beaker's movements were even swifter. Just as the blue light beam was about to engulf him, he yanked his hands away from his abdomen. It was not a self-detonation, but rather an egg enveloped in viscous liquid, emanating a faint life force and intense malevolent energy. He forcefully birthed it from within himself. I will not end here. Beaker let out a final, frenzied roar, carrying my hatred forward to seek revenge on these fools. Before the words fully left his lips, the Kamehameha completely consumed him. The body of Beaker, the Demon King, rapidly vaporized in the brilliant blue light, dissipating without a trace. His life force, filled with malice and ambition, vanished entirely from Earth. However, the egg he produced in his dying moments was pushed away by a weak energy wave at the edge of the energy storm, rolling into the shadows of a pile of rubble. The surface of the viscous liquid quickly solidified, and the life force receded to a minimum, as if transformed into an ordinary stone. Success. Beaker is dead. Goku gazed at the spot where Beaker had vanished, exhaling a long breath as the golden aura around him gradually receded, his hair returning to black, and his emerald pupils reverting to their original hue. The toll of maintaining the Super Saiyan form was immense, and as he reverted, a wave of fatigue washed over him, causing him to stagger. Yet joy and a sense of relief washed over him after avenging Krillin. Lin Feng also dispelled his mimetic Super Saiyan state, the dark golden aura dissipating, his hair returning to normal. He too felt a wave of exhaustion but remained highly alert. His chi film vision continued scanning the surroundings. The bizarre actions of Beaker before his demise and the sudden appearance of the egg filled him with unease. Did he just throw something? Goku also noticed the anomaly. Scratching his head and looking towards the direction the egg had rolled, Lin Feng quickly approached, finding the egg, roughly the size of a human head, its surface covered in strange patterns amidst the rubble. He cautiously sensed it with his chi, detecting a faint yet profoundly intertwined life force and malevolent will with Piccolo within. This is what Beaker left behind before his death. Lin Feng furrowed his brow tightly. He must have utilized some secret technique of the demon clan to seal a portion of his life essence and will within. This could be his contingency plan. A contingency plan? Can he be resurrected? Goku's eyes widened in shock. Uncertain, Lin Feng shook his head, but it must not be allowed to remain. He concentrated a chi wave, preparing to obliterate the egg completely. Wait. Lin Feng. At that moment, an anxious voice rang out. Bulma appeared, piloting a small aircraft. Struggling to navigate through the ruins while carrying the barely conscious Tien, Fan, and Jiaozi. Bulma jumped from the aircraft, pointing at the sky and shouting, "Look! The dragon! The dragon has not yet disappeared." As the crowd gazed upward, they beheld the colossal green form of the Shenlong, the wish-granting dragon, suspended in the air, its radiance diminishing. Seemingly on the verge of vanishing due to the death of Bika, the wish keeper. The Shenlong can fulfill 3 wishes. Bika has only used 1. Bulma exclaimed swiftly. We can use the remaining wishes to resurrect those slain by Bika. For instance, Krillin and Master Roshi. Resurrect. Goku and Lin Feng were taken aback simultaneously. Particularly, Goku's eyes sparkled with an intense light. Indeed, the Shenlong, Goku exclaimed, leaping with excitement. We can bring back Krillin. And Grandpa Roshi. Lin Feng felt a surge of hope within him. The notion of resurrection indicated that sacrifice was not irrevocable. He glanced at the peculiar egg in his hand, and then at the fading Shenlong, swiftly making a decision. Bulma, make the wish. Lin Feng commanded decisively. Momentarily setting aside the matter of the dark egg, the immediate priority was to resurrect their companions. Bulma immediately raised her voice towards the Shenlong. Shenlong, please revive all those killed by the evil Bika. The dragon's crimson eyes ignited, and a resounding voice echoed. This wish is quite simple. A radiant beam, imbued with immense life energy, cascaded down to the earth, sweeping over the ruins and beyond. In the distance, Krillin's shattered body rapidly reformed within the glow. His life force rejuvenated. Even further away, in a secluded mountain, a spark of a soul began to coalesce anew. There remains but one wish. Bulma turned to Lin Feng and Goku, seeking their input. Goku scratched his head. I have no further desires. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then addressed the Shenlong. Shenlong, please transport the Dragon Balls scattered across the earth to distant and secure corners of the universe, rendering them inaccessible for a year by any means. This wish was intended to prevent the Dragon Balls from being exploited by malevolent forces. The Shenlong's eyes flashed with red light. This wish can be granted. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with dazzling light, soaring into the sky like meteors, vanishing into the vast cosmos. With the wish completed, the Shenlong's immense form transformed into a golden light before dissipating, leaving the sky shrouded in darkness. We did it. Bulma cheered. Soon, from a distance, Krillin's voice echoed with joy. Goku, Lin Feng, I'm alive. The group reunited, an atmosphere of relief and elation permeating the air. With Krillin revived, Tien and Chaozu healed from their injuries, and although Master Roshi's resurrection would take time, the soul requires a process to return to the body. Hope had been rekindled. At that moment, Lin Feng produced the dark egg left by Bika, explaining the situation. What? Bika left behind such a thing? Krillin shuddered. It must be destroyed. Tien, though healed, spoke with resolute determination. Lin Feng nodded, gathering his energy once more. However, just as he was about to act, the egg seemed to sense the impending threat. The surface patterns glimmered ominously, and with a crack, a fissure appeared. A stronger wave of malevolent energy seeped out. It's about to hatch. The crowd gasped. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. No longer hesitating, he launched a concentrated energy blast, striking the dark egg with precision. Boom. The egg trembled violently under the energy impact, the crack widening, yet it did not shatter instantly. Instead, a powerful suction emanated from the fissure, voraciously drawing in the residual dark energy and dissipating energy from the surrounding ruins. The patterns on the egg grew increasingly luminous. It was absorbing energy to accelerate its hatching. We cannot allow it to succeed. Lin Feng sensed the life force within the egg rapidly intensifying, and he amplified the power of his energy blast. Goku, Krillin, and Tien joined in, unleashing 4 formidable energy blasts toward the egg. Crack! Boom! Under the combined assault of the 4, the egg finally could not withstand the pressure and shattered completely. Yet, at the center of the explosion, there was no sign of the anticipated demonic offspring, only a thick, dark green malevolence, emitting a silent screech, twisting and struggling within the energy storm, ultimately being thoroughly purified, vanishing without a trace. This should mark the end, right? Krillin asked uncertainly. Lin Feng meticulously scanned for any lingering traces of BK using his chi vision, confirming the absence of any residual presence before slowly nodding. Yes, the evil Bika has vanished completely. The crisis on Earth was finally averted. The group surveyed the ravaged ruins of the Demon Temple, feeling as though they had emerged from another world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the final mission, Battle at the Demon Temple. Successfully vanquished the youthful Bika, thwarting his plot to restore his youth and annihilate Earth. Mission evaluation, S rank. Endured arduous battles, reversed dire circumstances, and ultimately triumphed. Mission rewards being distributed, 15,000 replication points. Special reward, skill replication voucher, advanced, X1. Ding. Detected that the host successfully analyzed and resisted powerful mental illusions and energy attacks during combat, significantly enhancing related skill proficiency. Ding. Detected replicable skills, demonic flash, Bika, super explosive demonic wave, Bika, high-speed regeneration, Bika, chi round slash, Krillin. Would you like to replicate them immediately? A series of system notifications resonated within Lin Feng's mind, the bountiful rewards and list of replicable skills invigorating him. He suppressed the impulse to check immediately, as the moment was not yet right. Days later, at the Capsule Corporation, the group recuperated at Bulma's home. Master Roshi had also been successfully revived, though weakened. He remained in good spirits. They gathered to celebrate their victory and reminisce about times past. This time, we owe it all to you, Master Roshi remarked, sipping tea. Especially to Lin Feng and Goku. That final golden form was simply astonishing. That was Super Saiyan, Goku excitedly explained. Lin Feng remained relatively calm, digesting the insights gained from the battle, particularly his complete mastery over the mimetic Super Saiyan experience, while also mentally tallying the system rewards. At that moment, Bulma approached with a tablet, her expression serious. Everyone, I have analyzed the intercepted communications from the Frisia force, along with data from Bika's ship. There is some troubling news. All eyes turned to her. The evil Bika is not a native demon of Earth. Bulma took a deep breath. He hails from a planet called Namek. Namek? The group echoed, puzzled. According to the data, Namekians seem to possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. Bika is merely one of the evil-hearted clones that was exiled, and the Frisia force's objective is the Dragon Balls of Namek. Their fleet may be approaching swiftly. This revelation struck the group like a thunderbolt, reigniting the tension that had just begun to dissipate. There were even stronger foes and grander crises lurking within the cosmos. Lin Feng and Goku exchanged determined glances, flames igniting in their eyes. The battle on Earth had concluded, but a broader stage and greater challenges awaited them in the depths of the universe. A new journey was about to commence. The destination, Namek. System status panel, host, Lin Feng current world, Dragon Ball Earth, post-war, battle power. Base battle power stabilized, due to complete bloodline integration and Super Saiyan transformation experience. Potential significantly enhanced. Estimated regular battle power increased to 2,800. Available duplication points, 23,080, 8,080, 15,000. Chi state, refined, stable, infused with Saiyan energy characteristics. Physical condition, restored to peak. Enhanced adaptability due to transformation experience. Ability status, turtle breathing, minor peak. Inner vision, grandmaster. Universal shock palm, mastery. Residual image fist, proficient. Turtle school Kamehameha, incomplete form. Fundamental energy transformation. Deepened understanding. Basic mental defense, stable. Saiyan bloodline, fusion degree 100. Complete fusion, capable of self-transformation. Mimetic Super Saiyan, with enhanced regular potential. Newly acquired skills, fluency in universal language. Advanced Chi convergence technique, newly acquired abilities. Chi membrane vision, mastery, newly created technique. Mental spike, initial form, newly acquired form skills. Mimetic Super Saiyan, self-controlled experience completed, mastery improved. Newly acquired tactics. Chi wave fusion technique, preliminary. Duplication skills list, new demon flash, super explosive demon wave, high-speed regeneration, Chi circular slash, known information, current location, Earth, Capsule Corporation. Current situation, Earth arc concluded. Piccolo Daimao has been defeated, Krillin, Master Roshi, and others revived, Dragon Balls scattered across the universe. Frisia's army threat confirmed, target Namek Dragon Balls. Next course of action, prepare to head to Namek. New intelligence, Namek, origin of the Dragon Balls, target of Frisia's army. Task list, new main quest, journey through the Star Sea, Namek arc, to be unlocked. System evaluation, Turmoil on Earth has temporarily subsided. The journey through the stars commences. Successfully defeated Piccolo Daimao, resolved the Earth crisis. The team has undergone the ultimate test, strengthening both power and bonds. Unlocked self-transformation ability, immense potential obtained. Received substantial task rewards, abundant duplication points, and newly acquired several powerful duplicable skills. Awareness of a cosmic-level threat, Frisia's army. A new adventure is about to begin. Preparation for the journey to Namek is essential, and the recently acquired resources must be utilized wisely. Earth Arc concluded, Chapter 51, Post-War Respite. Choices of skills and the call of the universe in the spacious living room of Capsule Corporation. A sense of tranquility and subtle fatigue enveloped the space. Reminiscent of a life spared from calamity. The sunlight streamed in through the window, starkly contrasting the dark despair that lingered days prior in the Demon King's lair. Master Rashi, donned in his signature floral shirt and sunglasses, lounged leisurely on a beach chair, sipping juice with a relaxed air. Though his energy was somewhat diminished, his spirit remained high, occasionally whistling at Bulma as she passed with drinks, earning her a disdainful glance in return. Krillin and Tien Shinhan engaged in restorative training in the equipment area, their movements slow, yet filled with a fervent yearning for strength. Yamcha quietly sat in the corner, engrossed in an illustrated book. Goku, indifferent to modern apparatus, devoured a massive roasted dinosaur leg, cheeks bulging as he feasted, his recovery rate astonishing. Meanwhile, Bulma operated a complex computer system, her screen awash with various data and star maps. Lin Feng sat alone on a sofa by the window, eyes closed in meditation. Though he appeared to be resting, his consciousness delved into the system interface within his mind. The fierce battles of the Earth Arc had finally drawn to a close. It was time to assess his gains and prepare for the impending cosmic journey. Host, Lin Feng, Current World, Dragon Ball Earth, Post-War Respite. Battle Power, 2,800, Regular. Stable. Available Duplication Points, 23,080. Chi State. Refined, Stable. Infused with Saiyan Energy Characteristics. Physical Condition, Peak. Ability Status, Omitted. Duplication Skills List, New Demon Flash. Piccolo Daimao consumes a large amount of Chi, unleashing a powerful dark green energy shockwave, a linear attack with strong penetration. Duplication requires 3,500 points. Super Explosive Demon Wave. Piccolo Daimao Piccolo's ultimate move requires time to charge. Releasing a colossal energy sphere capable of obliterating cities, an area attack of immense power but with notable wind-up. Duplication requires 5,000 points. High-speed regeneration. Piccolo Daimao, a Namekian innate ability, capable of rapidly healing non-fatal injuries, significantly enhancing survival capability. Duplication requires 6,000 points. Special. Requires Namekian bloodline or high affinity for life energy. Conflict detected with host's Saiyan bloodline, reducing success rate and effectiveness. Requires 8,000 points. Chi Circular Slash. Krillin compresses Chi into a razor-sharp disc-shaped energy entity, possessing formidable cutting capability, able to inflict damage beyond level. Duplication requires 2,000 points. Special Item. Skill Duplication Voucher, Advanced. X1, can bypass certain conditions to directly copy one skill. Success rate 100. Gazing at the list of skills, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Duplication points were abundant, yet the most advantageous choice must be made. Both Demon Flash and Super Explosive Demon Wave boasted immense power, serving as formidable offensive techniques. However, the former slightly overlapped with the function of Kamehameha, while the latter's charging time posed a weakness, potentially rendering it less effective in high-speed combat. Furthermore, Piccolo's skills carried a distinctly malevolent aura, which may not entirely align with his own energy attributes. High-speed regeneration was undoubtedly a life-saving technique of tremendous value. Yet, the system's warning of bloodline conflict and diminished effectiveness left him hesitant. Was it worth spending 8,000 points to duplicate a skill that might be significantly compromised? Moreover, the Scion's inherent trait of power enhancement upon near-death recovery somewhat overlapped with regeneration abilities, both aimed at enhancing survival and growth, albeit through different means. Lin Feng's attention lingered on the Chi Circular Slash skill. This was a technique created by Krillin, maximizing the cutting attribute of Chi. Its power might not rival the explosive skills, yet it possessed several irreplaceable advantages: relatively low energy consumption, rapid execution, nearly ignoring defense with its cutting nature and potential for remote control. Such a skill was exceptionally suitable as a trump card and a means to breach defenses, especially against adversaries with formidable defenses, where its effectiveness could surpass mere energy exchanges. Moreover, the price of 2,000 points was exceedingly reasonable. In terms of offensive capabilities, his Kamehameha, initial form, was still under refinement, necessitating a powerful single target or special effect skill to complement it. The Chi Circular Slash was perfectly fitting. Lin Feng weighed his options, although high-speed regeneration was appealing for survival. The risks of bloodline conflict and high cost required careful consideration. Perhaps it was prudent to temporarily set it aside and prioritize enhancing immediate combat prowess. After all, offense is sometimes the best defense. His gaze shifted once more to the skill duplication voucher, advanced. This was a treasure that could ignore conditions to duplicate a skill. Should it be used for high-speed regeneration to avoid bloodline conflict? Yet, applying it elsewhere might yield greater value. After thorough deliberation, Lin Feng made his decision. System: duplicate Chi Circular Slash. Ding. Consumed 2,000 duplication points. Successfully duplicated skill. Chi Circular Slash. Chi Circular Slash. Entry level can condense Chi into a sharp energy disk. Initially mastering the cutting technique. A surge of information regarding how to compress Chi to its utmost, shape it, and imbue it with extreme cutting power flowed into Lin Feng's mind, while his body's muscle memory subtly adjusted as if he had practiced it countless times before. He opened his eyes, a subtle golden aura swirling at his fingertips, hinting at a sharp intent. The remaining replication points were still ample, 23080, 2000, 21,080 points. And he opted not to utilize the precious replication voucher just yet, deciding to reserve it for a more critical moment. Lin Feng, you are awake? Bulma's voice interrupted his thoughts. She approached, holding a tablet with a serious expression. I have analyzed the navigation logs from Piccolo's spaceship and intercepted communications from Frisia's army. The situation is worse than we imagined. The others gathered around upon hearing her words. The vanguard reconnaissance team of Frisia's army had likely already arrived in the vicinity of planet Namek. Bulma displayed a star map, pointing to a distant coordinate. According to the data from Piccolo's ship, planet Namek had a unique environment and possessed a wish-granting sphere known as the Dragon Ball. Frisia's objective was precisely this. However, if Frisia were to obtain the Dragon Balls, he would surely wish for dominion over the universe, with catastrophic consequences. We must stop him, Krillin declared, clenching his fists. But how do we get there? Tien Fan raised a crucial question. Planet Namek was exceedingly far from Earth, and with current Earth technology, it was impossible to reach in a short time. Well, Bulma adjusted her glasses, a confident smile appearing on her face. Although Piccolo's ship is severely damaged, the core interstellar navigation technology and star map data remain intact. Give me some time, and combining our company's technology, it is not impossible to modify or even construct a spaceship capable of interstellar travel. However, it will require a substantial amount of materials and energy. That's fantastic, Goku exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Bulma, you're amazing. Lin Feng observed the invigorated group, feeling a surge of anticipation within. The universe, planet Namek, stronger adversaries, and the Dragon Balls. The peace of Earth was only temporary. The true challenge lay in the vast cosmos. We need to become stronger, Lin Feng spoke, his gaze sweeping over Goku, Krillin, and Tien Fan. The enemies on planet Namek would likely be far more formidable than Piccolo. Goku nodded vigorously, the fire of battle rekindled in his golden eyes. Indeed, I must grow stronger to defeat them. Krillin and Tien Fan wholeheartedly agreed. Having experienced this life-and-death struggle, their desire for power had intensified. Master Roshi put down his juice, unusually serious, and said, space travel requires time. This period is crucial for you to enhance your strength. Do not be lax. The future of Earth may very well rest upon your shoulders. In the days that followed, Capsule Corporation transformed into a grand workshop and training ground. Bulma led her team, tirelessly deciphering alien technology and designing the spaceship. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Goku, Krillin, and Tien Fan immersed themselves in even more rigorous training. Lin Feng focused on mastering his newly acquired Qi Yuan Zhan, persistently practicing the compression and manipulation of Qi in the gravity simulation chamber, striving for instantaneous and precise execution. Simultaneously, he continually reflected on the transformation experience of mimetic Super Saiyan, seeking to better harness that power and continued to evolve the complete form of Kamehameha. The abundant replication points provided him with confidence, yet he resolved to reserve these resources for more pivotal moments, such as when encountering more powerful skills or in urgent need of an enhancement. Goku, on the other hand, engaged Krillin and Tien in various high-intensity combat scenarios. The warrior bloodline of the Saiyan making him increasingly vigorous with each battle. Under Master Roshi's guidance, Krillin deepened his understanding of Kamehameha and began attempting to develop new techniques. Tien tirelessly honed his Dodon Ray and Four Witches Fist. Time passed quietly amidst sweat and effort. Earth seemed to return to its former tranquility. But everyone knew that beneath this calm, a storm was brewing, leading towards the vast universe. One day, Bulma burst into the gravity chamber, excitement radiating from her as she announced to the training group, "We did it! The main framework and engine system of the spaceship have completed preliminary testing. It is named the Pioneer. In about a month, we will be ready for the first test flight." The gateway to the cosmos was about to open for them. In the depths of Capsule Corporation, within a massive hangar reinforced and energy-shielded, a uniquely designed spaceship, the Pioneer, gleamed with metallic luster as it quietly docked. It was several times larger than Bulma's house, its exterior adorned with intricate energy conduits and observation ports, while the enormous engine exhaust at the rear signaled its formidable power. Bulma, clad in an oil-stained work uniform, directed robots to finalize adjustments and interior renovations on the spacecraft. Adjacent to the hangar, a room constructed from high-strength alloys and special force fields, resembling a giant cylinder, presented a different scene. This was a high-intensity gravity training room, urgently modified by Bulma based on Lin Feng and Goku's descriptions of the hyperbolic time chamber, integrating Earth's technology and some reversed gravity technology from Piccolo's ship. Although it lacked the time flow discrepancies and unpredictable environments of the true hyperbolic time chamber, its core function of adjustable gravity was already operational. At this moment, the gravity in the training room was set to 3 times that of Earth. For an ordinary person, this was a terrifying environment capable of crushing bones. But for Lin Feng, Goku, and Krillin, it was merely a warm-up. "It feels much more stable than in the time chamber, though a bit monotonous," Goku remarked. Moving his limbs effortlessly while doing high knees under 3 times the gravity, the golden aura subtly adapting to the environment. Krillin, being more cautious, carefully sensed every change within his body, adjusting his chi. A stable environment was more conducive to systematically honing foundational strength and control. Bulma is truly a genius. She actually created something like this, Lin Feng thought, not participating in their conversation, as he closed his eyes and concentrated, standing in the center of the training room. His chi film vision, activated at full capacity, not probing outward but inward. He meticulously perceived the flow speed of his chi, the endurance of his meridians, the contraction efficiency of his muscle fibers, and even the energy metabolism of each cell under additional load in this stable gravity environment. Unlike the chaotic and violent gravitational fluctuations in the time chamber, the steadily increasing gravity here resembled a precise sculptor's tool, allowing him to examine and refine his foundation more clearly and intricately. System: increase gravity to 5 times. Lin Feng communicated through the built-in communicator to Bulma outside. Received. Gravity level 5, activation. Bulma's voice responded. With a hum, a heavier pressure enveloped the entire training room instantaneously, as though the air had transformed into a viscous liquid. Goku and Krillin's movements noticeably slowed, their breathing becoming labored. "Now this is getting interesting," Goku exclaimed excitedly, intensifying his training as the sounds of his punches and kicks grew sharper. Krillin began to practice condensing Kamehameha under 5 times the gravity. Compressing chi into his palm required even more focus and effort, but this was precisely the tempering he needed. Lin Feng remained motionless, yet subtle and continuous changes were occurring within him. Under 5 times the gravity, the Kamehameha flow technique automatically operated at a higher efficiency to adapt to the greater consumption. Muscles and bones underwent slight restructuring under the sustained pressure, becoming denser. The trajectory of his chi's movement under the immense weight also became more refined and efficient. He resembled a raw gemstone, gradually revealing deeper luster under the sculpting of gravity. Beep. The host is conducting deep introspection and chi refinement in a stable supergravity environment, enhancing energy control, introspection, proficiency increasing, Kamehameha flow, efficiency slightly improving. Current available replication points, 21080. Training continued day after day. Under the precise control of Ma, the gravity levels steadily escalated, 6 times, 7 times, and finally 8 times. When the gravity reached 8-fold, Kellen found himself at his limit, drenched in sweat. Each gathering of the Kamehameha becoming an arduous challenge. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, bolstered by the indomitable spirit of the Kamehameha style. In stark contrast, Wukong remained vibrant and energetic. The Saiyan physiology granted him a natural adaptability to gravity, prompting him to experiment with more intricate combination techniques under the 8-fold pressure. Meanwhile, Lin Feng embarked on a new endeavor. He combined the perception of Qi Ma Shijue with his own breath control, aiming to manipulate Qi Yuan Zhan with greater finesse in such a taxing environment. No longer was it merely about accumulation and launch. He sought to control the rotation speed, flight trajectory, and even make slight directional adjustments post-launch. This was an exceedingly challenging process. At 8-fold gravity, not only were his physical movements restricted, but the fine manipulation of energy also became extraordinarily difficult. Initially, the Qi Yuan Zhan he conjured wobbled as if it were a drunken frisbee, let alone fine-tuning. Maintaining a straight flight path was a formidable task. However, he refused to relent. His nature ability allowed him to perceive every subtle deviation in the flow of energy, enabling him to patiently make corrections. Failure, adjustment, failure again, and further adjustment. His martial arts uniform soaked with sweat, the fatigue from intense concentration mounting. Yet, Lin Feng's gaze remained sharp. He understood that this training in precise energy control held value far beyond mere enhancement of strength. Beep. The host has successfully engaged in high-precision energy control training under extreme gravitational conditions. Proficiency in Qi Yuan Zhan has improved to proficient, and the ability for fine control of energy has significantly increased. Qi Yuan Zhan, proficient, can now stabilize the accumulation and launch of Qi Yuan Zhan with preliminary mastery of trajectory adjustment techniques. After half a month, the gravity indicator in the training room firmly rested at the scale of 10 times Earth's gravity. With a thud, Kellen could no longer bear the strain. Kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, his muscles trembling, yet a satisfied smile graced his face. He had successfully endured a full day under 10-fold gravity. His foundational strength, breath capacity, and refinement had all undergone a qualitative leap. Wukong, too, felt the immense pressure. Under 10-fold gravity, his movements were no longer as effortless as before, with each punch and kick demanding tremendous effort. Golden energy enveloped him like a tangible aura, aiding him in resisting the terrifying weight. Yet, the fire of battle within his eyes burned ever brighter, the Saiyan bloodline boiling under extreme strain, further unlocking his potential. Standing at the center of the 10-fold gravity, Lin Feng maintained an upright posture, though if one looked closely, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, and his breathing had grown long and deep. 10-fold gravity represented a critical threshold. Here, he felt as though his energy was gripped by an invisible hand, its flow sluggish, even his thoughts seeming to slow. Yet, he was invigorated by this intense pressure, recognizing it as the ideal catalyst for breaking through his limits. He ceased the complex energy manipulation exercises, returning to the foundational stance of the Kamehameha style. With utmost focus on his dantian, he propelled Kame breath flow to its zenith, guiding his breath through the arduous terrain akin to trudging through a mire, repeatedly cleansing and expanding his meridians, honing his internal organs, compelling every cell in his body to adapt and conquer the 10-fold weight of this world. Simultaneously, he began to extend his Qi Ma Shijue outward, penetrating the training room's force field to perceive the external world. Initially, he could only vaguely sense the energy outlines of Ma and the robot. But as he continuously adjusted his frequency and concentration, the range and clarity of his perception slowly improved. He aspired to train this perceptive ability to the point where, even during a spacecraft's voyage, he could anticipate distant energy reactions or potential dangers. Beep. The host has successfully adapted to 10-fold Earth's gravity, significantly enhancing bodily strength, breath capacity, and refinement. Normal combat power elevated to 3,000. Beep. Under extreme gravity, the cultivation of perceptive abilities has enhanced the range and penetrating power of Qi Ma Shijue. A month swiftly elapsed amidst grueling training. On this day, The door of the gravity training room slowly opened. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Kellen emerged, though appearing somewhat fatigued. Their gazes were as sharp as swords forged in fire, their energies more contained and profound, seemingly harboring explosive power. The results of a month of extreme gravity training were remarkable. Wow, you all seem to have grown significantly stronger. Buerma exclaimed upon seeing the trio, her eyes sparkling, particularly at Lin Feng, whose demeanor was as steady as a mountain, yet concealed a latent brilliance that caught her attention. Just a bit. I'm just really hungry, Wukong said, patting his growling stomach, eagerly eyeing Buerma. Buerma smiled wryly. The internal living area and ecological recycling system of the spacecraft have all been calibrated, and food supplies are ample. We can depart at any time. She led everyone to the control room, where the vast viewport revealed the profound expanse of the starry sky. Buerma activated the star map, revealing a red dot flashing, indicative of the general location of Namixing. According to calculations, at the maximum speed of the Shinhan, the journey would take approximately 2 months. 2 months, Kellen exclaimed. That's quite a long time. This is already the utmost speed, Buerma stated solemnly. And we must also consider various unknown risks in the universe. Thus, the gravity training room aboard the spacecraft will remain operational, allowing you to continue your training during the voyage. Lin Feng nodded. Over the course of 2 months, with continued gravity training, their strength should see further enhancement. He gazed out at the boundless stars beyond the viewport, filled with anticipation and gravity. Namixing, the origin of the Dragon Balls, the battlefield of the Frisia army, would serve as the ultimate trial ground for assessing their training achievements. Are you ready? Buerma inquired, her eyes reflecting both inquiry and a hint of unspoken concern. Wukong nodded vigorously, his fists clenched. I've been itching to go. Kellen took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. For Earth, and for our master, we must go. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the star map, finally resting on the distant red. His voice calm, yet imbued with strength. Let us set forth. The engines of the Shinhan rumbled deeply, emitting a brilliant blue flame from its rear as it slowly ascended, breaking through Earth's atmosphere, transforming into a streak of light, resolutely sailing into the vast, perilous depths of the cosmos. A new journey had officially commenced. Chapter 53, Celestial Sea Cultivation. The refinement of Kamehameha and new challenges, the Shinhan glided through the dark, silent cosmos like a muted meteor, speeding through the eternal night. Outside the viewport lay an infinite void, punctuated by distant, cold stars, with occasional resplendent nebulae splashing color across this protracted voyage. Inside the spacecraft, the living area, control room, an ecological recycling system functioned seamlessly, while the core zone, the gravity training room, continued to emit a low hum. During the first week of the 2-month journey, the gravity indicator in the training room stabilized at 12 times Earth's gravity. The air here was as viscous as mercury, each breath weighed down by a heavy pressure in the lungs. Kellen was drenched in sweat, his muscles taut, executing a basic set of Kamehameha-style punches at an agonizingly slow pace. Each movement sought precision, countering the omnipresent weight, forging the most fundamental muscle memory and breath flow. His progress was visibly astounding. His breath had become several times more refined than it had been on Earth, and his mastery of Kamehameha was increasingly adept. Wukong, on the other hand, was engaged in even more audacious training. Under the immense pressure of 12 times Earth's gravity, he repeatedly executed explosive sprints, sudden stops, and swift directional changes, leaving behind faint golden afterimages. He was adapting to the extreme environment, mastering the swift transitions between speed and strength. The innate combat instincts of the Saiyan drove him to continuously challenge the limits of his reflexes and physical endurance. Occasionally, he would unleash a straightforward, yet powerful punch towards a specially designed target in the training room, the force of his strike tearing through the thick air and leaving distinct indentations on the superalloy target. Meanwhile, Lin Feng entered a deeper state of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the training room, he closed his eyes, his aura flowing like the dark currents of the deep sea. Under the relentless pressure of 12 times gravity, he sought not merely to adapt and enhance his foundational qualities, but to immerse himself entirely in the ultimate derivation and refinement of Kamehameha in complete form. He utilized Chi film vision to its fullest extent, this time focusing on himself. Like a masterful engineer, he scrutinized the flow of every breath within his body, optimizing efficiency and analyzing every trace of energy loss and fluctuation during the conversion process. In his mind, fragments of insights gained from battling Piccolo in the hyperbolic time chamber, alongside observations of Goku's techniques, rapidly coalesced like pieces of a puzzle, verifying and adjusting with precision. The key to instantaneous energy release lay in the spiral and focus, Lin Feng silently reminded himself, as his hands instinctively formed a sphere in front of him. A highly refined golden aura struggled to coalesce between his palms, swirling as it sought to form a stable energy core. Under 12 times gravity, this process was tenfold more challenging, yet it magnified any discordant energy fluctuations, allowing him to discern issues with clarity. Failure, disintegration, and then reconsolidation. Sweat dripped from his chin, instantly vaporizing into fine mist under the intense pressure. The mental exertion was immense, yet his gaze remained steadfast, unwavering. Ding. The host is deeply deriving the energy model of Kamehameha under supergravity, enhancing understanding of energy compression and spiral acceleration principles. Proficiency increased. Kamehameha, incomplete form, entry level 35, 40-45, time passed amid the arduous and monotonous training. By the third week, Bulma cautiously increased the gravity to 14 times. Krillin had reached a new threshold, requiring frequent breaks to recover. Goku also began to feel significant pressure, needing to sustain his golden aura to maintain high-intensity training. However, Lin Feng seemed to have entered a state of transcendence. The energy sphere in his palms became increasingly stable, reaching a critical point in rotational speed and density. It transformed from a mere prototype of a Kamehameha wave into a sphere with an extraordinarily complex internal structure, containing tremendous energy, resembling a miniature nebula. On a fateful day, when the gravity training room's display reached 145 times, Lin Feng's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, his amber irises radiating golden light. His hands, which had been cradling the energy, swiftly drew to his waist, compressing the rapidly rotating golden energy sphere to its utmost limit, producing a sound akin to a multitude of bees buzzing. Kamehameha. With a deep, powerful shout, he thrust his palms forward. No longer was it an unstable energy beam, but a dense, tangible wave of energy, approximately the width of an arm. Glowing blue with spiraling golden lightning along its edges, akin to a roaring blue dragon, shooting forth at a speed beyond visual capture. Boom. The specially designed superalloy target in the training room disintegrated before the full force of the Kamehameha wave, as if it were butter being sliced by a high-temperature laser, vaporizing instantly without leaving a trace. The energy torrent continued unabated, crashing into the wall of the training room reinforced with multiple energy shields, erupting in a deafening roar that shook the entire spaceship. The shield flickered wildly, barely holding against the onslaught, yet fine spiderweb-like cracks appeared around the impact point. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Successfully derived and mastered the complete version of Kamehameha. Kamehameha, mastered, condenses highly compressed spiral energy, releasing a formidable blue energy shockwave, consuming vast amounts of energy, yet possessing immense power. The host's understanding of the essence of energy has reached new heights, with internal sight, ability elevated to master, and the precision of chi film vision in analyzing energy flow enhanced. It was a triumph. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling nearly half of his energy depleted. Yet a satisfied smile graced his face. The complete Kamehameha far surpassed the efficacy and power of its earlier form. Goku and Krillin, awakened by the commotion, gazed in astonishment at the lingering energy waves and the cracks on the wall. Wow, Lin Feng, your Kamehameha has become incredibly powerful. It's almost identical to mine. Goku exclaimed as he bounded over, excitement radiating from him as he sensed the pure power contained in that strike. Krillin echoed his admiration. That's amazing. Completing such a perfect Kamehameha under such intense gravity. Your control over energy is truly remarkable. Lin Feng chuckled, remaining humble. He understood that this was merely a milestone on the path to greater strength. As the journey entered its 6th week, gravity stabilized at 15 times. This was nearly the limit of the gravity training room on the Vanguard and the maximum the three could endure. Krillin could no longer engage in high-intensity training. He focused instead on solidifying his foundation through adaptation. Goku also began to feel strain, yet his indomitable spirit compelled him to challenge his limits. Steadily enhancing his base combat power, while his understanding of the Super Saiyan form deepened. Lin Feng, having solidified his mastery of Kamehameha, embarked on new endeavors. Utilizing the enhanced analytical capabilities of Chi Film Vision, in conjunction with his adept command of Chi Round Slash, he began to reverse engineer the principles of solar flare. He sought not merely to reverse engineer its energy conversion for mental stimulation, but to truly grasp this auxiliary skill that could yield remarkable results in battle. Simultaneously, he continually reviewed and deepened his transformation experience with Mimetic Super Saiyan, striving to discover a more energy-efficient and sustainable method, exploring its synergy with various techniques. With ample replication points, 21,080 points, and a skill replication voucher at his disposal, he bided his time, awaiting the most opportune moment and the most necessary skills. Occasionally, during training breaks, the trio would gather to exchange insights. Lin Feng, your dark golden transformation feels quite different from mine, Goku inquired curiously, sensing that Lin Feng's energy during transformation was more contained, with seemingly better control. Yes, my bloodline is somewhat unique. My control over energy might be more refined post-transformation. Though the sheer explosive power may not match yours, Lin Feng replied candidly, sharing his insights. The core of a Super Saiyan's power lies in emotion, but mastering the energy that arises from those emotions is key. Krillin sought Lin Feng's guidance on breath control techniques, and Lin Feng generously shared his experiences with internal sight and chi flow. The cohesion among the team grew stronger amidst the monotony of their journey. As the 8th week approached its conclusion, Bulma's voice echoed through the ship's intercom. Everyone, we are about to enter the star system where Namek resides. According to long-range scans, there are unusual energy responses surrounding Namek, which may indicate a patrol by Frisia's forces. We need to maintain silence and look for an opportunity to infiltrate. The atmosphere instantly became tense. After 2 months of intensive training, the real test lay just ahead. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Kellen concluded their training, washed away their fatigue, donned clean martial arts uniforms, and proceeded to the control room. Through the porthole, they could faintly glimpse a planet radiating a soft green glow, Namek. However, near the planet's orbit, several points of light, indicative of unnatural objects, were moving, emanating a chilling hostility. At last, Wukong clenched his fists, his golden eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Kellen took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. This time, we must stop Frisia. Lin Feng stared intently at the green planet, activating Chi Film Vision to its fullest capacity in an attempt to pierce the vast distance and discern the situation there. He sensed a colossal, chaotic, and malevolent energy field enveloping the planet, interspersed with various auras of differing strengths, some evil, others peaceful, yet fraught with anxiety. The battle was about to commence. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable determination. He could feel the Saiyan blood within him, long dormant, beginning to stir, as if yearning for the impending clash with formidable foes. Ding! High-intensity evil energy field and potential battle threat detected. Post-Saiyan bloodline activity increased, battle intent soaring. Current available replication points, 21,080. Special item, skill replication voucher, advanced. X1, the Vanguard adjusted its posture, akin to a cheetah diving into the deep sea, silently navigating towards Namek. The journey through the Sea of Stars was complete, and the baptism of war was imminent. Chapter 54, Infiltration of Namek. The initial battle against Frisia's forces. The Vanguard moved like a ghost in the cosmos, shutting down all non-essential energy outputs, gliding silently along the outer orbit of Namek. Outside the porthole, the planet, emanating a gentle green glow, its surface adorned with vast oceans and peculiar spiral-shaped continents, drew nearer, exuding an ancient and tranquil aura of life. Yet beneath this serenity lay a disquieting, cold, and malevolent energy field, oppressive like dark clouds. Bulma nervously operated the console, the screen flashing with various data streams and energy scans. This won't do. Conventional routes are blocked. The density of Frisia's patrol boats is exceedingly high, and they possess large energy interference devices. Getting too close will lead to immediate detection. She pointed at several moving red dots on the screen. We must find an opening or wait for a gap in their patrols. Lin Feng stood before the porthole, activating Chi Film Vision to its fullest, his golden pupils shimmering as he penetrated the vast distance to gauge the energy distribution surrounding Namek. In his sight, Namek itself radiated a vast and gentle life energy, akin to a warm ocean. Yet outside this ocean, countless sharp, cold, and aggressive evil auras coiled around the planet, like venomous snakes ensnaring it. Some of these auras were particularly potent, far surpassing those of the previous encounter with Piccolo Daimao. The energy interference to the northeast was relatively weak, with the patrol boats having a gap of approximately 3 minutes in their cycles. Lin Feng calmly analyzed, his perception honed through long-term training, enabling him to capture more subtle energy flows and patterns. We can enter the atmosphere from there, landing on the sheltered side of the Spiral Mountains, where the coverage of evil auras is thinnest. 3 minutes? That should suffice. Bulma immediately adjusted the ship's course, the engines igniting at minimal power, gliding silently like a slippery fish toward the direction Lin Feng indicated. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was tense. Wukong had already changed into the Kamehameha martial arts uniform, excitement and battle intent burning in his golden eyes as he flexed his wrists and ankles. Kellen took a deep breath, checking his gear, his expression steadfast. After 2 months of arduous training, their strength had transformed, yet they were about to confront Frisia's galactic army, and none dared to underestimate the threat. Upon successful infiltration, Wukong, Kellen, and I will scout the situation and search for the Namekians. Lin Feng outlined the plan. Bulma, you stay on the ship, maintain concealment, and be ready for extraction at any moment. If things go awry, withdraw immediately, regardless of us. Understood. You all must be careful. Bulma nodded emphatically, realizing this was not the time for bravado. The vanguard precisely seized the gap in the patrols, plunging into Namek's atmosphere like a meteor, the intense friction causing the ship's exterior to glow red. Yet under Bulma's skillful control, it quickly stabilized, diving toward the target mountain region. Minutes later, the ship silently landed in a valley shaded by massive ferns and peculiar purple rocks. The hatch opened, and a wave of moist air, infused with earthy aromas and a hint of sulfur, rushed in. The gravity was approximately 12 times that of Earth, and the air was breathable. Lin Feng quickly assessed the environment. The three exchanged glances and nodded, their forms flickering as they darted out of the ship, swiftly disappearing into the dense and unusual vegetation. Bulma promptly activated the ship's optical camouflage and aura shielding systems, effectively concealing the vanguard. The terrain of Namek was starkly different from Earth, with towering spiral mountains and flora predominantly consisting of large, bioluminescent fungi and peculiar broadleaf plants, with warm steam occasionally rising from crevices in the rocks. Lin Feng maximized aura concealment technique, and Wukong and Kellen also endeavored to suppress their own energy. The three moving like phantoms through the complex landscape towards the direction where Lin Feng sensed a relative gathering of Namekian life energy. However, Frisia's army's search net was tighter than they had anticipated. After approximately half an hour of progress, Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt. As Chief Film Vision detected energy fluctuations and coarse voices not far ahead. Ugh, this wretched place is both humid and hot. It's quite uncomfortable. Enough complaining. Let's finish patrolling this area quickly. I heard that Vegeta has defected, taking out quite a few of our own. The higher-ups are furious. Humph. That Saiyan wild monkey will eventually be crushed by Lord Frisia. Be cautious. The detector shows faint energy responses nearby. It could be the hiding Namekians. Through the thick clusters of bioluminescent fungi, they could see 5 aliens, clad in standard Frisia army battle gear and varying in appearance, wielding energy detectors as they grumbled and scanned their surroundings. Their combat power was generally around 1,500, which had been a formidable challenge for Lin Feng and the others 2 months prior. But now, 5 patrol soldiers with combat power around 1,500. Lin Feng whispered, "Let us resolve this swiftly. We cannot allow them to sound the alarm." Wukong licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Leave it to me." "No." Lin Feng restrained him. "Too much noise. Kellen and I will handle it. You keep watch and be alert for ambushes or other patrols." Wukong, though eager for battle, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded, his golden aura gently swirling as he expanded his perception. Lin Feng and Kellen exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding forming. Lin Feng's figure flickered, employing Phantom Fist, instantly transforming into 3 indistinct silhouettes silently closing in on the patrol team from different angles. Kellen took a deep breath, suppressing his energy to the utmost, blending into the environment behind a massive purple mushroom, his fingertips gathering a subtle cyclone. The initial stance of chi sphere slash. Something's off. An alien resembling a lizard seemed to sense something, raising the energy detector. But the screen displayed only a blizzard of interference, the effect of Lin Feng's aura concealment technique. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Feng's true form appeared like a specter behind him, delivering a silent hand strike infused with the technique of universal shot palm, swiftly and quietly landing on the back of his neck. Under the precise control of power, the extraterrestrial being collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious without uttering a single sound. Almost simultaneously, Clint executed his Qi Yuan Zhan. An energy disk, remarkably refined and nearly transparent, spun forth at an imperceptible speed, deftly slicing through the knees of two other extraterrestrials who were obliviously engaged in conversation. With a pair of soft thuds, the two beings emitted no cries. Their legs severed in an instant, blood gushing forth as they fell heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. The remaining two extraterrestrials were struck with panic. Just as they raised their energy guns to sound the alarm, Lin Feng appeared before them as if by teleportation. The Qi Mo Shijue accurately predicted their movements. His hands darted out like lightning, gripping their wrists that held the guns and pressed the alarm buttons, while his knees struck their abdomens with the force of a hammer. With muffled groans, their resistance crumbled in an instant, and they slumped down like rag dolls. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, and the 5 patrol members of the Frisia Force were silently dispatched. Lin Feng and Clint's movements were clean and efficient, devoid of any loud noises, showcasing the results of their precise control over power after 2 months of intensive training. "Well done, Clint," Wukong exclaimed as he emerged from his hiding spot. Glancing at the enemies sprawled on the ground, Clint sighed with relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, they did not sound the alarm. Lin Feng crouched down to swiftly inspect the equipment and communicators on the extraterrestrials, attempting to extract some information. Their communication channels were encrypted, temporarily inaccessible. However, from their dialogue, it appeared that there was turmoil within the Frisia Force, with a Saiyan named Vegeta having defected and killed several of his own. "Saiyan, is there anyone else besides Raditz?" Wukong inquired with curiosity. "It seems there are many things in the universe we are unaware of," Lin Feng mused, his brow furrowing. "We must locate the Namekian as soon as possible to understand the situation here. The numbers and strengths within the Frisia Force are greater than we imagined." The trio dared not linger, swiftly dealing with the unconscious patrol members by securing them in a nearby cave before continuing stealthily toward the Namekian village. Unbeknownst to them, atop a towering rocky peak, a figure clad in tattered Saiyan battle armor, sporting a spiky hairstyle and a haughty gaze, observed the unfolding events through a power detector. "Heh, Kakarot and 2 unfamiliar Earthlings dare to venture here? How intriguing," Vegeta smirked coldly, sensing that the game had become more entertaining. "The Dragon Balls and these insects are all my prey." The tranquility of the Namekian planet had been shattered. The threat of the Frisia Force loomed close. While the mysterious Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, had quietly made his entrance, heralding an even greater storm on the horizon. The struggle for survival and battle for Lin Feng and his companions had only just begun. Chapter 55, The Lament of the Village. Fierce battle against the elites of the Frisia Force. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Clint darted through the peculiar fluorescent vegetation and jagged rocks of the Namekian planet like 3 silent bolts of lightning. The humid air, infused with the sense of sulfur and decaying plant matter, incessantly provoked their nostrils. The distant energy fluctuations grew clearer, imbued with an unsettling restlessness. Lin Feng's Qi Mo Shijue functioned like the most precise radar, continuously scanning ahead, guiding their path while remaining vigilant for potential enemies. In his perception, the area was intertwined with faint yet resilient life forces, Namekians, and several strands of aggressive, malevolent energy, indicating a conflict was underway. After traversing a patch of gigantic, foul-smelling purple mushrooms for several minutes, the trio came to an abrupt halt, their hearts sinking at the sight before them. A horrifying scene lay before them. What should have been a tranquil Namekian village had been reduced to ruins. Most of the ancient, circular houses that harmonized with the natural environment had collapsed, and ominous black smoke wafted from the charred remnants. The ground was pockmarked with scorched craters and explosion marks left by energy weapons. And beneath the shattered debris and toppled peculiar plants, traces of dried, dark green blood could be discerned. The air was thick with residual energy. the acrid scent of charred remains, and the palpable essence of death, creating a heart-stopping stillness, broken only by the mournful whispers of the wind through the ruins. "This place has been attacked," Tien exclaimed, recalling the devastation wrought by the demon King Piccolo on Earth. His voice laced with suppressed rage and sorrow as his fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging into his palms. Wukong's countenance darkened ominously, his golden eyes ablaze with fury, his aura subtly fluctuating due to his anger. Those despicable subordinates of Frisia? Unforgivable. Lin Feng approached silently, crouching down to gently touch a drop of the dried green blood, its coldness seeping into his fingertips. He brought it to his nose for a sniff, while activating Chi Mo Shirjua to meticulously sense the residual energy traces and life signatures surrounding him. The battle had not long transpired, likely just a few hours prior. The energy signatures were chaotic, bearing the unique calm and resilience of the Namekians, alongside at least 3 distinct, malevolent energies, one of which was particularly potent, estimated to exceed a battle power of 3,000, possibly even higher. His sharp gaze swept across the ruins, ultimately settling on a relatively intact stone structure resembling an altar or assembly hall at the village's center. There, the energy fluctuations were most intense and chaotic, clearly indicating a fierce struggle had occurred, with signs of dragging on the ground. They seemed to be searching for something. And quite urgently, Lin Feng pondered. Coupled with the previous intelligence, the answer became evident. It was likely the Dragon Balls. Just then, Lin Feng's Chi Mo Shirjua abruptly detected a new, clearer wave of energy collisions emanating from a valley on the far side of the village. One energy signature was calm and resilient, exhibiting distinct life force characteristics, Namekian, but was rapidly waning, while the other 2 were filled with malice and mockery, their intensities formidable. Both estimated around 2,500, surrounding the former in a brutal assault. There is a battle. A Namekian is still alive, being besieged by 2 subordinates of Frisia. The situation is dire. Lin Feng pointed urgently toward the source of the energy, his speech quickening. "We must assist," Wukong roared, showing no hesitation as he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging ahead. Lin Feng and Tien immediately elevated their speeds to the utmost, closely following him. Within mere breaths, the trio arrived silently at the edge of the battlefield, concealed behind a massive, softly glowing blue fern. In a relatively open rocky valley, an elderly Namekian, tall and clad in a simple white tunic, with green skin and antennae atop his head, was bloodied and struggling to maintain a wavering green energy barrier. The elder bore multiple visible wounds, green blood oozing steadily, dripping onto the rocks beneath him. Although his gaze remained resolute, his breathing was labored, indicating he was at his limit. Surrounding him were 2 uniquely shaped extraterrestrials. One was tall and slender, with dark red skin, moving with lightning speed, relentlessly firing crimson energy projectiles that drained the barrier's energy. The other was an exceptionally massive, muscular being resembling a rock giant. Each heavy strike of his fists and feet shook the green barrier, producing a deafening hum of strain. They wore cruel smiles akin to cats toying with mice, clearly relishing in the act of torture. "Elder Naru," Kellen lowered his voice in astonishment, recognizing the elderly figure as one of the personal guards of the Grand Elder from Namek, a formidable warrior. "Hey, 2 against 1, bullying an old man. How shameless!" Goku exclaimed furiously, unable to contain himself any longer. He charged into the fray, his target the swift, dark-red alien who was persistently harassing them from a distance. Without even employing the Kamehameha, he unleashed his speed to its utmost, delivering a brutal straight punch imbued with terrifying power, creating a sonic boom as it surged toward his opponent's face. The dark-red alien, Apulu, was engrossed in tormenting Naru and had not anticipated the sudden assault from behind, let alone its astonishing velocity. In a panic, he barely managed to cross his arms in a defensive stance. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air, akin to a heavy blow against leather. Apulu felt an unimaginable force crashing down upon him, the sound of cracking bones resonating from his crossed arms as excruciating pain engulfed his body. He screamed, his form soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a rocky wall several dozen meters away, embedding himself within it, and subsequently losing consciousness amid a shower of debris. The other burly alien, Dodoria, was taken aback by the sight, abandoning his assault on Naru. He roared in fury, turning his wrath upon Goku. His massive fist slicing through the air like a sledgehammer aimed at Goku's head. Your opponent is me. Kellen swiftly appeared at Dodoria's side, executing a silent, yet deadly, Chi Yuan slash towards the joint of Dodoria's punching arm, its edges glimmering with a cold light. Dodoria, caught off guard, was completely unprepared for a second assailant. With a soft sound, a deep gash appeared on Dodoria's robust arm, green blood gushing forth. The intense pain elicited a shrill scream, shattering his offensive momentum. Elder Neru felt the pressure dramatically lessen, staggering slightly as he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. He gazed in astonishment at the three unfamiliar warriors, particularly sensing the extraordinary strength radiating from Goku and Lin Feng, accompanied by an aura that exuded a hint of oppression. A flicker of disbelief and a glimmer of hope emerged in his weary eyes. Thank you, warriors of Earth. Neru spoke in the universal language of the cosmos, his voice hoarse yet filled with genuine gratitude. Elder, leave this to us. You should rest and tend to your injuries. Lin Feng responded fluently in universal language proficiency, stepping forward to form a triangular formation with Goku and Kellen. There, Chi film vision firmly locked onto Dodoria, who was clutching his wound, both alarmed and enraged, as well as the distant commotion. Apulu and Dodoria were both astonished and furious, completely unprepared for the emergence of three such powerful foes who had swiftly incapacitated them. Who are you? How dare you interfere in Lord Frisia's affairs? Do you wish to die? Dodoria roared, gritting his teeth against the pain, his uninjured hand stealthily reaching for his communicator. Enough with the chatter. We are the ones who will defeat you. Goku replied dismissively, his aura of faint golden energy surging once more as he charged toward Dodoria, leaving him no opportunity for assistance. Having witnessed Goku's incredible strength, Dodoria hesitated to confront him directly, attempting to utilize his size advantage to grapple. However, Goku's speed had dramatically improved following gravity training. Employing the Phantom Fist, he left behind vivid afterimages, his true form instantaneously appearing in Dodoria's blind spot, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his back. Ugh! Dodoria spat out blood, his massive body lurching forward. Kellen, having anticipated this moment, unleashed a Kamehameha point-blank against Dodoria's broad back. Boom! The energy exploded, leaving a charred mark on Dodoria's back as he collapsed to the ground, struggling briefly before losing consciousness. The skirmish lasted a mere 10 seconds, with the two elite soldiers of Frisia's army thoroughly defeated. Done. But that wasn't satisfying, Goku remarked, clapping his hands, his breathing calm as if the previous encounter had merely been a warm-up. Kellen sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and immediately approached Elder Neru with concern. Elder, are you all right? What about the others in the village? After a brief moment to catch his breath, Elder Neru's breathing steadied somewhat, his face reflecting deep sorrow. Most of the villagers have either been captured or killed on the spot. They interrogated me about the Dragon Balls, and I barely managed to escape with a few children. But along the way, we were scattered. The Grand Elder is in a dire situation. The sacred land is probably surrounded. The Grand Elder? Lin Feng felt a surge of determination, stepping forward to inquire. Could you tell us where the Grand Elder is located? We might find a way to break through and assist him. Neru regarded Lin Feng, sensing his calm demeanor, composure, and an indescribable insight. He then glanced at the remarkably powerful and righteous Goku and Kellen, hesitating momentarily before making up his mind. The Grand Elder is at the sacred land of Karen, but the terrain is treacherous, and it is likely filled with Frisia's minions, guarded by stronger officers. Are you truly willing to take such a significant risk for us? Absolutely. Goku replied without hesitation, his resolve unwavering. Frisia is a villain who bullies you. We must stop him. We will help you to the end. Just as Elder Neru was about to express his gratitude for Goku's words and provide detailed information about the altar's location and potential adversaries, Lin Feng's Chi film vision suddenly emitted an unprecedented sharp warning. A powerful, cold, and destructive energy was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon with astonishing speed. The intensity of this energy far exceeded that of Apulu and Dodoria, bringing with it a palpable sense of oppression. Be careful. A formidable enemy is approaching. Very strong. Lin Feng shouted sharply, instantly entering a heightened state of alert, his dark golden aura uncontrollably flaring up like raging flames. Goku and Kellen sensed that chilling and terrifying aura almost simultaneously, their expressions turning grave as they immediately assumed defensive postures, bracing for the impending threat. In the distance, a dark spot rapidly enlarged, quickly coming into focus. It was an alien clad in the high-ranking uniform of Frisia's army, with a well-proportioned, tall stature and a stern countenance. His head adorned with a structure resembling a horned helmet. He hovered above, emanating a terrifying aura that felt almost tangible, a cold, murderous intent unabashedly enveloping everyone below. His battle power was unmistakably over 4,000. The newcomer was none other than the elite warrior, Sabo, under Frisia's command. Sabo floated in the air, coldly glancing at the unconscious forms of Apulu and Dodoria, as if they were mere debris. He then directed his icy gaze towards Lin Feng, Goku, and Kellen, who were poised for battle, as well as the injured Neru, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, as expected. A bunch of useless trash who can't even handle a few mice sneaking in from Earth. It seems I must personally intervene to cleanse this nest of oblivious insects. The overwhelming pressure surged forth like a chilling tide, the air itself seeming to solidify. The true test of life and death had only just begun. Chapter 56, Fierce Battle with Sabo. The Dragon Ball Conflict and Vegeta's Surprise Attack. Sabo hovered in the air, his icy murderous intent casting a tangible shadow over the entire valley. The oppressive aura stemming from his battle power exceeding 4,000 rendered the very air thick and suffocating. Elder Neru's face turned pale, struggling to breathe under this overwhelming force. Kellen gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling involuntarily. Only Wukong and Lin Feng, although their expressions were grave, had their eyes ablaze with a fervent battle spirit. Humph, so you are the insects from Earth. Sabu's voice dripped with unabashed disdain as he cast a scornful glance at Wukong and Lin Feng. Eliminating those two useless ones, Apulu and Judoria, shows you possess some skill. However, this is where it ends. No sooner had he spoken than his figure abruptly became a blur. In the next instant, he appeared before Wukong like a specter, his speed surpassing the limits of visual perception. A seemingly casual knife hand, accompanied by a piercing shriek that ripped through the air, aimed directly at Wukong's neck. So fast. Wukong's pupils constricted, and his instinct for battle propelled him to elevate his energy to the utmost, crossing his arms to withstand the blow. Clang! A resounding crash echoed, akin to metal striking metal. Wukong felt an indescribable force surge toward him, causing excruciating pain in his arms as though he had been struck by a high-speed train. His feet left the ground, and he slid backward for several dozen meters before barely stabilizing himself, leaving deep ruts in the earth. Wukong! Krillin exclaimed in alarm. I'm fine. Wukong shook off the numbness in his arms, golden energy erupting explosively as his battle spirit soared higher. This guy is incredibly strong. Bring it on. A flicker of surprise flashed in Sabu's eyes. Though this strike had not been his full strength, ordinary opponents would have already met their demise. He hadn't anticipated that this Saiyan monkey could withstand it. Interesting, he sneered, no longer holding back, and vanished once more, reappearing at Wukong's side with a steel-like legs sweeping horizontally. This time, Wukong was prepared. He unleashed the Phantom Fist, narrowly evading the attack, while simultaneously delivering a heavy punch to Sabu's ribs. However, Sabu's speed was even greater, effortlessly blocking the blow and countering with a punch that sent Wukong reeling once more. The two transformed into streaks of gold and green light, colliding at high speed in the air, their strikes echoing like thunder. Each impact unleashed terrifying energy shocks, shattering the rocky terrain of the valley. Wukong applied the results of 2 months of intense gravity training to the fullest, attaining new heights in speed, strength, and reflexes. Yet, Sabu's power ultimately eclipsed his own, and his vast combat experience kept him in the ascendancy, forcing Wukong to retreat step by step. I can't let him fight alone. Krillin observed the situation and clasped his hands together, rapidly condensing the Kamehameha wave, sending a blue beam of energy towards Sabu in an attempt to disrupt his assault. Sabu did not even turn around. With a casual wave of his free hand, he dispersed Krillin's Kamehameha wave with a concentrated burst of energy. An ant's disturbance, he scoffed, intensifying his onslaught. Lin Feng refrained from rushing into close combat. His energy membrane vision operated at full capacity, akin to the most precise scanner, meticulously locking onto Sabu's energy flow, attack patterns, and the hint of a more ferocious energy source within Sabu, seemingly restrained by some means. Does he possess a hidden transformation ability? Lin Feng analyzed quickly in his mind. determining he must force Sabu to reveal a flaw or find an opportunity before he unleashed his true power. At that moment, it seemed Sabu grew weary of his struggle with Wukong, seizing upon a slight opening in Wukong's defense. A heavy punch landed on Wukong's crossed arms, forcefully driving him into the ground. Simultaneously, Sabu rapidly formed hand seals, and a highly compressed, dangerously pulsating green energy sphere rapidly took shape in his palm, his signature move. Explosion Wave. Game over, monkey. Sabu aimed the explosion wave at the plummeting Wukong, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Now, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. He had been waiting for Sabu to focus his attention on attacking Wukong, expending a large amount of energy. He moved swiftly, employing the Phantom Fist to create several illusions that obscured his presence. Meanwhile, he utilized the complete breath concealment technique to minimize his presence, seamlessly blending into the environment as he stealthily appeared in Sabu's blind spot. Simultaneously, Lin Feng combined the insight of energy membrane vision with basic mental defense to manipulate spiritual energy, executing a daring surprise mental strike. An intangible yet razor-sharp mental shock pierced through Sabu's slightly relaxed mental defenses, akin to the sharpest needle. Ugh! As Sabu prepared to unleash the explosion wave, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, akin to being stabbed by needles, accompanied by a fleeting sense of dizziness. His energy output momentarily faltered and became chaotic. For a top-tier expert, this trivial disruption was more than sufficient. Seizing this critical moment, Lin Feng concentrated all his energy into his fingertips, compressing the dark golden aura. He executed a finger strike that fused the techniques of world-shaking palm with the cutting characteristics of energy round slash, silently and swiftly targeting a relatively weak energy node at the back of Sabu's heart. This strike sought not to inflict severe injury, but merely to breach defenses and make contact. With a soft thud, Lin Feng's fingertip, akin to a red-hot branding iron, pierced through Sabu's protective energy shield, making contact with his body. Although it was merely a fleeting touch, and Sabu immediately reacted, the violent energy backlash sent Lin Feng hurtling back, yet the prompt from the system rang out. Ding! Successfully made contact with target Sabu, perceiving replicable skills. Transformation technique. Explosion wave. Would you like to consume replication points to replicate? Replicate. Transformation technique. Lin Feng forcefully stabilized his form midair, unhesitatingly commanding in his heart. He had set his sights on Sabu's latent transformation ability. 4,500 replication points were instantly deducted. Ding! Consumed 4,500 replication points. Successfully replicated skill. Transformation technique. Transformation technique. Beginner can consume a large amount of energy to alter one's form within a short time, enhancing muscle density and energy output, significantly increasing combat power. But with substantial consumption and limited duration. A torrent of complex information regarding how to channel energy to stimulate physical potential and undergo transformation surged into Lin Feng's mind, while his muscles also made corresponding subtle adjustments. Sabu, both astonished and furious, had not anticipated being ambushed by someone whose power was evidently inferior to his own. Though it was merely a superficial injury, the bizarre mental attack and precise breach of defenses filled him with humiliation and unease. He abandoned the pursuit of Wukong, his cold, killing intent entirely fixated on Lin Feng. You seek death, Sabu roared, unleashing his full power, a surge of energy erupting around him. His muscles swelled, his stature increased, and his skin darkened further, the horned helmet on his forehead becoming even more grotesque. A far more ferocious and destructive aura exploded forth. His power skyrocketed to nearly 5,000. He had activated the transformation technique. He had transformed. Wukong rose from the pit, feeling Sabu's surging energy, his expression growing increasingly grave. In his transformed state, Sabu's speed, strength, and reflexes escalated to a new level. He no longer regarded Wukong and Krillin, his target set squarely on Lin Feng. In a flash, he appeared before Lin Feng as if teleporting, his fist enveloped in green energy, carrying the power to shatter mountains and rocks, descending upon him. Lin Feng, watch out! Wukong and Krillin shouted in unison, exerting all their strength in an attempt to intercept the attack, but Sabu's speed in his transformed state was too great, and their strikes missed entirely. Confronted with this lethal blow, Lin Feng's pupils dilated, yet he remained unflustered. Though the transformation technique he had just replicated was merely at a beginner level. In this life-or-death moment, he resolutely attempted to operate it. His internal energy flowed wildly according to the newly acquired method, igniting his muscles and potential. Lin Feng let out a low growl. The dark, golden aura surrounding him suddenly flaring fiercely, his muscles slightly swelling, veins bulging, and his overall momentum elevating dramatically. Although far less exaggerated than Sabo's transformation, his combat power surged momentarily to a level approaching 3,800. This was the preliminary effect of transformation technique. What? You can do it too. Sabo, witnessing the changes occurring around Lin Feng, displayed an expression of disbelief in his eyes, yet his fists were already in motion, unable to retract. Boom! The collision of fists erupted with an even louder roar than before. This time, although Lin Feng was still jolted back repeatedly, his arms numb, he managed to withstand Sabo's furious strike post-transformation, albeit barely. A golden opportunity. Seeing Lin Feng block Sabo, Wukong and Kellen immediately seized the moment to unleash their full power. Wukong concentrated the Kamehameha to its utmost, sending a robust blue beam crashing towards Sabo's back. Meanwhile, Kellen executed Energy Disc once more. A refined energy disc spiraling towards Sabo's knee. Sabo, caught in a pincer attack, was both astonished and enraged, forced to split his focus to fend off the attacks. Lin Feng took the chance to stabilize his position, and for the first time, the trio formed an effective combined defensive, though still at a disadvantage. They were no longer entirely powerless. The battle reached a stalemate. Sabo, relying on his transformed strength, faced 3 opponents with ferocity. However, the trio had developed a remarkable synergy. Wukong attracted firepower with his frontal assault. Lin Feng utilized transformation technique and precise energy vision to maneuver and disrupt, while Kellen provided remote support, waiting for the opportune moment, making it increasingly difficult for Sabo to secure a swift victory. Nevertheless, the consumption of transformation technique was immense, and Lin Feng could feel his stamina rapidly depleting. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Just as the situation became increasingly tense, none noticed a figure stealthily infiltrating the valley's edge like a phantom. It was none other than the defector, the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. Vegeta coldly observed the chaotic battle below, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Go on. Fight, you fools. When you are both gravely wounded, the Dragon Ball will be mine. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on an inconspicuous stone box tightly guarded by Elder Nello. With a Scion's sensitivity to energy fluctuations, he was certain that a Dragon Ball lay within. Seizing the moment while Sabo was preoccupied with Lin Feng and the others, Vegeta sprang into action. Like a cheetah, he surged forward, his speed reaching its peak, targeting the stone box. No, the Dragon Ball. Elder Nello was the first to notice Vegeta, exclaiming in alarm, attempting to intervene, but severely injured. He was unable to react in time. Lin Feng's energy vision simultaneously captured Vegeta's actions and the familiar primal Saiyan energy. Vegeta, his target is the Dragon Ball. Sabo also sensed the anomaly, roaring, Vegeta, you traitor. But it was too late. Vegeta swiftly reached Elder Nello, delivering a knife hand strike that knocked him unconscious. Snatching the stone box, and upon opening it, there indeed lay an orange sphere adorned with 3 stars, the 3-star Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball is in my grasp. Vegeta laughed maniacally, unwilling to linger, retreating rapidly to escape the scene. Not so fast. Sabo, furious, abandoned Lin Feng and the others, unleashing a burst wave, aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta was already prepared, skillfully evading the attack, taunting, Sabo, take your time playing with these earth insects. Frieza's Dragon Ball is mine. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. With the Dragon Ball stolen, Sabo's fury reached its zenith, directing all his wrath toward Lin Feng and his companions. It is all your fault, you wretched insects, for getting in the way. I will tear you to pieces. The balance of battle shifted once more due to Vegeta's sudden interference and the loss of the Dragon Ball. Without a common goal to protect the Dragon Ball, Sabo's attacks became increasingly frenzied and reckless. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his allies faced even graver challenges. Chapter 57. The Dual Star Assault. The might of Super Saiyan and the fall of Sabo. Sabo's rage erupted like a volcanic eruption, his battle power post-transformation nearing 5,000 unleashed without restraint. He forsook all technique and defense, leaving only the most primal, savage desire to attack, vowing to utterly shred the three pesky earthlings before him. The green energy flame burned like tangible fire, each punch and kick carrying the force to shatter the earth, causing the entire valley to tremble violently under his rampage. Debris flying like rain. "Be careful. This guy has gone mad." Wukong shouted in fury, raising his energy to its peak in his normal state, enveloped in golden flames, striving to withstand Sabo's fierce onslaught. However, Sabo's post-transformation power and speed established absolute dominance, and with each clash, Wukong was sent reeling, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Kellen's energy disc, though sharp, struggled to find its mark against Sabo's overwhelming speed and strength, and being too close. He was sent flying again by a sweeping wave of energy, adding to his injuries. Undoubtedly, the one under the most pressure was Lin Feng. Sabo had locked onto him as the primary target, his torrential attacks nearly overwhelming him. Lin Feng pushed, transformation technique, to its limits, the dark golden flames blazing fiercely, maintaining his combat power around 3,800, utilizing energy vision, precise predictions, and universal shockwave palm, striking techniques to navigate perilously through the chaos. Yet, his stamina was rapidly waning. The tremendous consumption of transformation technique felt like an insatiable abyss, draining his strength. Each clash sent his blood surging, his internal organs feeling as though they were shifting. "This cannot continue. I cannot hold out much longer." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his mind racing. A head-on confrontation held no hope. He needed to find a breakthrough. His gaze swept over the seemingly frenzied Sabo, and energy vision sharply detected that beneath Sabo's violent attacks, while his energy flowed powerfully, it had begun to show signs of disorder and instability due to his extreme rage, particularly in the energy core area between his chest and abdomen. The fluctuations were exceptionally intense. He has lost control of his emotions. The energy core is unstable. This is my opportunity. A bold plan formed in Lin Feng's mind in an instant. He needed to create a decisive chance, which required Wukong to unleash that true power, capable of contending against Demon King Piccolo. "Wukong," Lin Feng shouted with all his might while dodging. "Don't hesitate. Use that form. Let us attack his energy core together." That is his weakness. Wukong, just recovering from a hard clash, caught Lin Feng's words, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood Sabo's might. His normal state was indeed insufficient to match him. In the face of his partner's plea and the dire situation, he no longer suppressed the power within him that had awakened long ago, but was cautiously utilized due to its immense consumption. "Huh!" Wukong clenched his fists, letting out a roar that reverberated through the valley. The once faint golden energy around him erupted into a dazzling golden radiance. His black hair stood upright like burning golden flames, his pupils transforming into a cold emerald green, his muscles bulging, and a destructive aura far more condensed, stable, and terrifying than when facing Piccolo surged forth like a tsunami. Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong unleashed his full power once again. This transformation was no longer the wild and uncontrollable state of his first awakening, but rather imbued with a deeper sense of control. His combat power solidified at an astonishing height of approximately 1.8 million. This energy, more stable than before. Sabo's attack abruptly ceased as he sensed the terrifying pressure akin to a star descending, disbelief replacing the rage etched on his face. The fear stemming from a higher dimension of existence rendered him utterly rigid. "Super Saiyan, you truly are. Not just Sabo. Even Kellen and Elder Nelu, just awakening, felt an oppressive weight, but more importantly, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Now is the moment." Wukong, Lin Feng, with great fortitude, bore the immense burden brought about by transformation technique. His eyes emitted a dazzling golden light as chi film vision locked onto Sabo, who froze momentarily in fear, revealing a critical vulnerability in his exposed energy core. He channeled all his remaining chi, along with the potential unleashed by transformation technique, into his palms. A dark golden Kamehameha, meticulously honed and featuring a highly spiral compressed internal structure, formed instantaneously. "Kamehameha," Lin Feng roared, directing this energy wave, infused with all his might, towards Sabo's energy core. Simultaneously, the transformed Wukong, with his emerald pupils now reflecting a chilling intent to kill, raised his hand effortlessly. unleashing a brilliantly blue energy beam imbued with the power to shatter stars, which struck Sabo's chest almost concurrently with Lin Feng's Kamehameha. This was a testament to his refined mastery of Super Saiyan power, elevating the Kamehameha to a new level. No, Sabo could only emit a despairing scream before being utterly engulfed by the combined forces of Super Saiyan Absolute Power and Lin Feng's ultimate strike. A tremendous explosion erupted. Blinding golden light intertwined with dark golden energy, forming a massive energy sphere that completely enveloped Sabo. A terrifying energy storm swept across the area, lowering the ground of the entire valley by 3 feet. Dust soared into the sky, obscuring the sun. As the explosive aftermath gradually dissipated amidst the debris, Sabo's formidable form had vanished, leaving behind only a deep pit and the acrid scent of scorched energy in the air. The elite warrior under Frieza, Sabo, had been obliterated by the combined might of the more powerful Super Saiyan Wukong and Lin Feng. Ding. The host has participated in defeating the formidable enemy Sabo, Combat Power 5000, gaining substantial battle experience, and receiving 8,000 copy points. Ding. It has been detected that the host has utilized transformation technique under extreme pressure, deepening the understanding of this skill and increasing proficiency to proficient. Ding. Observing and experiencing a more stable state of Super Saiyan energy explosion has led to insights regarding the deep potential of the Saiyan bloodline, enhancing the control over mimetic Super Saiyan. Ding. Successfully accessed and analyzed Sabo's ultimate skill, Explosive Wave. Would you like to consume 3,000 copy points for replication? With the battle concluded, Wukong's golden aura gradually receded, and his hair returned to black, yet his presence remained powerfully resonant, and his gaze reflected a deeper comprehension of strength. The power of the Super Saiyan flowed through him with greater ease. Krillin struggled to rise, gazing at Wukong and then at the massive pit, swallowing hard. Wukong, you were incredible just now. It felt even steadier than when you fought against Bic. Elder Nailu also managed to stand, looking at Wukong and Lin Feng. His eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Is this the true power of the Super Saiyan? And to this Earth warrior, thank you for saving me. Though it is unfortunate that the Dragon Ball was taken by Vegeta, Lin Feng dispelled transformation technique, and a wave of intense exhaustion washed over him, causing him to stagger slightly before regaining his balance. Despite his fatigue, his eyes sparkled with clarity. In the moment of collaboration with Wukong against their foe, he distinctly sensed Wukong's more intricate mastery over Super Saiyan power, which held significant reference value for further optimizing mimetic Super Saiyan, reducing energy consumption, and enhancing control. Copy Explosive Wave. Lin Feng commanded in his mind, deducting 3,000 copy points. A surge of information regarding the technique for highly compressing energy to form instantaneous explosive impacts flooded his consciousness. Explosive Wave, beginner mastery of energy compression and instant release techniques, yielding tremendous power but necessitating a brief charge time. We must depart swiftly from here. Lin Feng panted. The recent commotion was immense and would undoubtedly attract more enemies. Vegeta has taken a Dragon Ball, and Frieza certainly has more subordinates, if not himself, lurking nearby. Wukong nodded. Despite his heightened power, he understood the terror of Frieza. Elder Nailu, do you know the exact location of the Grand Elder? We must hasten to the sacred land. Elder Nailu pointed in a direction. Over there. Beyond this mountain range lies a gorge protected by ancient energy, and the sacred altar rests deep within it. However, it is surely heavily guarded. Regardless, we must go. Lin Feng asserted, uniting the power of the Namekians is the only way to contend with Frieza. The 4 of them dared not linger, quickly tending to their injuries. With Wukong, who was in the best condition, keeping watch, they swiftly advanced towards the direction indicated by Elder Nailu. However, unbeknownst to them, in the distant sky, the shadow of a colossal ship, resembling a small asteroid, loomed over part of the Namekian territory. Inside the ship's main control room, a diminutive figure, appearing harmless yet exuding a chilling aura of the deepest cosmic malevolence, observed the final coordinates of Sabo's life signal on a screen. A cruel and intrigued smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh dear, that useless Sabo has actually been eliminated? And that energy fluctuation was indeed from a Super Saiyan. It seems I must personally intervene. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza is about to descend. Chapter 58, The Gathering at the Sacred Land. The Grand Elder's Gift and Frieza's Shadow. Lin Feng, Wukong, Krillin, and Elder Nailu, after vanquishing Sabo, did not dare to pause for even a moment. Despite their injuries and fatigue, they traversed the extraordinary and treacherous terrain of Namek at the utmost speed. They darted past luminescent giant mushroom forests, scaled spiraling steep ridges, and delved into the unfathomable, steaming fissure canyons. With Wukong still radiating the powerful aura of a Super Saiyan. Leading the way, Lin Feng's Chi film vision acted as the keenest radar, continuously scanning ahead and around them, avoiding scattered, low-intensity malevolent auras, evidently low-ranking patrollers from Frisia's army, and providing early warning of a minor landslide. After nearly an hour of rapid movement, they finally arrived at the gorge protected by ancient energy, as indicated by Elder Nailu. The entrance to the gorge was narrow, flanked by towering dark green rock walls, adorned with peculiar moss and vines. A serene yet resilient energy field enveloped the entrance like an invisible barrier, instilling a sense of reverence. This is it, the entrance to the Karen's sacred altar. Elder Nailu halted, his expression complex, reflecting both the comfort of returning home and concern for the internal situation. This energy shield is a manifestation of the will of the Grand Elder and the sages of generations past, capable of repelling evil forces. Yet, I wonder how things stand inside now. Lin Feng concentrated, directing his Chi film vision to probe the interior of the energy shield. He could see that the space within the shield was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. In the central area, there was an extremely vast, gentle yet somewhat weakened life energy source, which should belong to the Grand Elder. Surrounding it were several dozen Namekian auras of varying strengths, all equally serene, though many bore signs of weakness and injury. Simultaneously, he sensed several aggressive malevolent auras at the edge of the shield, constantly probing and testing the barrier, attempting to find a weak point but currently unable to breach it. The situation inside is not looking good. The Grand Elder's aura is quite weak, and many of our kin are injured. There are enemies outside the shield, but they cannot enter for now. Lin Feng quickly relayed his findings to the others. We must hurry inside, Wukong urged eagerly. Elder Nailu nodded, stepping forward to place his palm on what appeared to be an ordinary rock at the entrance, reciting ancient Namekian incantations. The surface of the rock glimmered softly, resonating with Nailu's energy. Soon, the energy shield ahead rippled like water, creating a gap just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Quickly, Nailu signaled for everyone to enter swiftly. The 4 individuals filed in, and the gap in the shield immediately sealed behind them. Upon entering the valley, a breathtaking scene unfolded. It resembled a secluded paradise, with an abundance of vibrant flora and fauna. In the center lay a vast lake, emitting a gentle glow, with a rustic stone altar at its heart. Seated cross-legged upon the altar was a remarkably large Namekian, his aged face radiating wisdom. Indeed, it was the Grand Elder. Surrounding him were dozens of other Namekians, many bearing wounds, their expressions weary yet vigilant. Upon noticing Nailu accompanied by 3 unfamiliar faces, particularly sensing the residual, unsettling aura emanating from Wukong, all the Namekians tensed, instinctively adopting defensive stances. Do not be alarmed. Elder Nailu quickly reassured them, raising his voice. They are friends from Earth, here to assist us. They were the ones who saved me and defeated Frisia's subordinate, Sabo. Defeated Sabo? The Namekians gasped in shock and disbelief. They were well aware of Sabo's notorious reputation. At that moment, the Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seeming to penetrate the very essence of those before him. It first rested on Wukong, who received a subtle nod from the Elder. Incredible! Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? Though still young, you are brimming with untold potential. His attention then shifted to Lin Feng, a flicker of deeper surprise and curiosity crossing his features. And you, child, possess an extraordinarily unique aura. I have never encountered a life form so harmoniously complex, yet unified. Within you lies unimaginable possibilities. The Grand Elder's voice resonated gently yet authoritatively within each individual's mind, requiring no translation. Lin Feng felt a jolt within his heart. The Elder's perceptiveness was indeed remarkable, seemingly able to faintly sense the existence of the system or the essence of his bloodline fusion. Stepping forward respectfully, he addressed the Grand Elder in the universal tongue. Esteemed Grand Elder, we are warriors from Earth. Upon learning of Frisia's intent to seize the Dragon Balls and jeopardize the peace of the universe, we have come to offer our aid. The Grand Elder nodded slowly, a weary yet grateful smile gracing his lips. So you are the inheritors of Master Wu Tian's legacy from Earth? Your arrival here and your victory over Sabo already attest to your courage and strength. Thank you for extending your hand. As you can see, our Namek is facing unprecedented calamity. He beckoned everyone closer to the altar. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng noted that the Grand Elder's energy was indeed quite frail, his massive form seemingly burdened by an immense weight. Frisia's army has seized control of most of the planet, capturing and killing many of my children. The Elder's voice carried a tone of sorrow. Their objective is the Dragon Balls. Currently, they have gathered 5 of them. Vegeta has taken 1, while the last is being guarded by my most trusted protector, Monai. In a hidden location, but I fear it cannot hold out much longer. We must prevent Frisia from collecting all the Dragon Balls, Kellen asserted firmly. Indeed, the Grand Elder replied, his gaze shifting to Wukong and Lin Feng, especially the two of you, who possess the latent power to confront Frisia. However, Frisia's strength exceeds your imagination. Even this young Super Saiyan, in his current state, may find it challenging. Wukong clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. I know he is strong, but I will defeat him. The Grand Elder nodded approvingly. Such courage is commendable. To enhance your odds, I may assist you in unlocking your potential further. His gaze first landed on Kellen. Child, you possess a pure heart and resilient will. Come forth. Though puzzled, Kellen stepped forward. The Grand Elder gently placed his massive hand upon Kellen's head. A warm and powerful energy surged into Kellen's being. He felt a jolt as his aura seemed to be cleansed and expanded, becoming more refined and robust. To his astonishment, his combat power significantly increased in a short span of time. Ding! Observing the Grand Elder of Namek's potential activation ritual closely, you perceive the special energy manipulation technique, potential guidance. This skill involves the essence of life and comes with a high replication cost, 15,000 points, and specific conditions. Replication is currently not possible. Through Chi membrane vision, Lin Feng discerned the intricate workings of the Grand Elder's energy manipulation, a technique that directly influenced the essence of life, gently guiding rather than forcibly augmenting, exhibiting profound mastery. Yet, the system's prompt indicated that this was not something he could easily grasp at present. Next, the Grand Elder turned his gaze to Wukong. The power of the Super Saiyan stems from the heart. I cannot enhance it directly, but I can help you better organize and control it, solidifying your foundation. With a similar touch, Wukong felt the agitated energy within him, stirred by his recent transformation, gradually settle, allowing for improved control over his aura, fortifying his foundation. Finally, the Grand Elder's gaze returned to Lin Feng, filled with significance. As for you, child, your path is unlike any other. I sense that the power sleeping within you is far greater than what you currently display. Yet it appears to be constrained and guided by some peculiar rule. I cannot directly awaken you as I have with them, but I can offer you a gift that may assist you in better understanding and utilizing your power. As he spoke, the Grand Elder concentrated a small orb of exceedingly pure energy, radiating a gentle white light, and lightly touched Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng did not flinch. He sensed no malice within, only the vast wisdom of life and a profound comprehension of the essence of energy. The white light entered Lin Feng's mind, and he suddenly felt a clarity wash over him, illuminating many of the confusions he had experienced during battle and the intricacies of energy control. Particularly, he gained deeper insights into the precise manipulation of energy in mimetic Super Saiyan form, as well as the principles of energy compression for his newly acquired, transform, and explosive wave techniques. While his combat power did not increase directly, his mastery and understanding of his abilities elevated significantly. Ding! Acquired the wisdom gift from the Grand Elder of Namek, significantly enhancing the depth of your understanding and precision of control over all your abilities. Mimetic Super Saiyan, consumption reduced by 5, control enhanced, transform, proficiency increased to proficient. Explosive wave, proficiency increased to skilled. Other skills operational efficiency slightly improved. Thank you, Grand Elder. Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This gift is far more precious than a mere increase in combat power. Just then, the entire valley suddenly trembled violently. The energy shield enveloping them emitted a strained hum, its brilliance flickering erratically. This is bad. The shield is under heavy attack. A Namekian warrior shouted in panic. Lin Feng's Chi membrane vision, instantly expanded outward, his expression shifting in alarm. It's Frisia. He has come in person. There are many powerful auras. The shield won't hold for long. A heavy silence fell over everyone. The Cosmic Emperor Frisia had finally arrived. The final showdown was forced to come sooner than expected. Children. The Grand Elder's voice remained calm, yet resolute. Go, protect the Dragon Balls. Safeguard the peace beneath this starry sky. Mayor will become a sharp blade. Chapter 59. The Arrival of the Emperor. The struggle of the dual Super Saiyans in the abyss of despair, the sky of Namek, seemed to be choked by an invisible giant hand. The ancient energy shield that once protected the sacred ground let out its final, anguished cry under the relentless and furious bombardment from Frisia's forces. Like a shattered glass dome, the shield disintegrated in an instant, transforming into countless shards of dissipating energy, akin to tears of despair, vanishing into the suddenly surging, bone-chilling aura of malevolence. The roar of the battle cruiser's engines resembled a bloodthirsty swarm of bees, hovering ominously in the low sky, casting foreboding shadows. On the ground, the dark horde of the Phalisa army surged into this last sanctuary like an unrelenting tide. Their forms varied, yet they collectively exuded an air of cruelty and malice, with the muzzles of energy weapons flickering with lethal brilliance, rendering the entire sacred lake area utterly surrounded. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur, the acrid scent of searing energy, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, inducing nausea. Yet, amidst this cacophony and oppression, the figure floating at the forefront of the legion, seated upon an extraordinary flying vessel, rendered everything trivial. The Cosmic Emperor Phalisa, who did not even exert a deliberate oppressive force, merely by his existence, acted as a black hole, consuming all light and hope surrounding him. His seemingly diminutive and slightly grotesque form starkly contrasted with his reptilian, cold, indifferent gaze. His eyes slowly swept over the poised Goku, Lin Feng, Colleen, and the battered Namekians behind them, whose faces were etched with despair. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat observing a mouse beneath its paw. Oh my, what a touching scene. Phalisa's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling essence that pierced the very marrow of the soul. A group of feeble insects, gathering in a nest about to be crushed, foolishly attempting to defy the laws of the universe with their insignificant bravery. His gaze finally settled on Goku, whose body was enveloped in a pale golden aura. With a hint of condescension, "You are the last scion of the Saiyans? The legendary Super Saiyan? You appear far more childish than I had imagined." Without lifting a finger, the terrifying aura that emanated from Phalisa, as if the gravitational force of an entire planet coalesced upon him, left Colleen and most of the Namekians gasping for air, their faces pallid, bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they might be crushed at any moment. Even Goku's expression turned gravely serious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Saiyan blood within him screamed in frantic warning, distinctly informing him that the power embodied by this being was akin to an unfathomable abyss, far surpassing any level he had encountered during his battle with Phalisa. Goku suppressed the tumult of emotions and a sliver of instinctual fear within him, channeling his energy to its utmost limit, the golden aura erupting violently, attempting to dispel the suffocating sense of oppression. "You shall not do as you please here. Do as I please." Phalisa seemed to have heard the most laughable joke in the universe, emitting a low, eerie laughter. "Foolish monkey, you seem not to understand. My very existence defines the act of doing as I please. Annihilating you is as natural as breathing, as simple as squashing an ant. However, before I crush you annoying insects," his gaze shifted to the elder on the altar, whose breath was faint yet resolute, a chilling greed emanating from him. "Old man, my patience is limited. Hand over the last Dragon Ball. Or, I would much prefer to crush the heads of your green children one by one before slowly searching." The elder struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his aged visage etched with defiance and compassion. His voice, though weak, was unyieldingly firm. "Phalisa, your ambition will ultimately consume you. The Dragon Balls, the embodiment of hope and miracles, will never fall into the hands of a demon that brings destruction. Stubborn fool." Phalisa entirely lost the last vestige of feigned patience. Even too lethargic to change his posture, he merely elegantly lifted the index finger of his right hand. At the tip of his finger, space seemed to slightly warp. A cherry-sized, crimson energy sphere, radiating tremors of soul-chilling energy, instantaneously coalesced. Since you have chosen destruction, let us begin by cleansing these noisy pests. No. His target was indiscriminate destruction. Lin Feng's chi film vision emitted an unprecedented, razor-sharp alarm that threatened to tear through his nerves. He could clearly see that the minuscule energy sphere contained enough annihilative power to instantaneously vaporize the entire Sacred Lake Valley along with all life within. Falisa cared not for who the target was. He sought complete extermination. No more waiting. Attack! Lin Feng roared with every ounce of strength. Almost simultaneously, Gukong moved. The golden aura of the Super Saiyan erupted like a volcanic explosion, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that tore through the air, charging relentlessly toward Falisa. With palms clasped before his chest, a highly concentrated azure energy burst forth, emanating a brilliance akin to the sun. Kamehameha, the colossal blue energy beam, akin to a roaring dragon, encapsulated all of Gukong's strength and will at that moment, hurtling toward Falisa. In the face of this earth-shattering strike, Falisa did not even bother to raise an eyelid. He simply flicked away the crimson energy sphere as if brushing off dust. The next moment, an event unfolded that nearly froze the blood of all witnesses. The tiny red energy sphere met Gukong's overwhelming Kamehameha in midair. No earth-shattering explosion ensued. No fierce clash of energies occurred. The red energy sphere appeared to operate outside the laws of this dimension, effortlessly piercing through the blue energy torrent with an absolute sense of dominance, silent and unchallenged. Gukong's Kamehameha disintegrated from the midpoint, dissipating rapidly as if it had been cast into boiling water, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The red energy sphere, undeterred, continued on, imbued with a deathly aura, heading straight for the center of the altar. How is this possible? Gukong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, an overwhelming dread engulfing him. His all-out attack, laid to waste by the mere flick of the opponent's finger? In the face of life and death, there was no holding back. Lin Feng roared within. The chasm of disparity was beyond any technique or transformation to bridge. This was true despair. He abruptly shut his eyes, casting aside all fear and distractions, his will penetrating like the sharpest drill towards the slumbering core of Saiyan power within him, which shared a source with Gukong, yet bore subtle differences. A roar, seemingly from the depths of his soul, erupted from Lin Feng's throat. The dark, golden aura enveloping him was no longer the faint glimmer it had been during transformation, but exploded forth like a kindled dark sun. The violent energy surged skyward, instantly reducing the rocks beneath him to dust. His black hair danced wildly in the energy storm, each strand standing erect, suffused with a profound and radiant dark golden hue. His pupils contracted into cold, sharp, amber gold, as if molten lava flowed within. The fibers of his muscles hummed under the infusion of energy, their lines becoming sharper. Filled with explosive power, mimetic Super Saiyan, fully awakened without reservation under the direst of threats. An overwhelming force far surpassing transformation surged through his entire being, catapulting his combat power to an astounding height of 120,000. Kamehameha explosive spiral. Lin Feng thrust his palms forward, perfectly merging the ultimate compression technique of explosive wave with the energy form of Kamehameha. A torrent of energy, refined to perfection, spiraling and tearing apart at a terrifying speed. Engulfed in dark golden flames, surged forth like a roaring dark golden dragon, arriving ahead of time. Together with Gukong's dimly coalesced Kamehameha and Kalin's final desperate energy blast, the three combined into a torrent of desperation, charging relentlessly toward the impending doom of the red energy sphere. Boom! This collision finally triggered an explosion akin to the very rupture of the heavens and the earth. The combined might of the dual Super Saiyans in a desperate counterattack bore fruit. The crimson energy sphere was no longer invincible. Its trajectory was forcibly distorted and deviated by the combined force of the three strikes, significantly diminishing the destructive energy contained within. It did not strike the altar's center directly, but instead whistled sharply as it grazed the altar's edge, crashing violently into the towering rock wall behind. With a thunderous boom, the colossal rock wall shattered like tofu, creating a bottomless pit as countless fragments scattered like cannonballs, causing the entire valley to tremble violently. However, the shockwave of destructive energy unleashed by the explosion continued to radiate outward like a tsunami. Lin Feng and Wukong, despite being in their Super Saiyan forms, felt as though they had been struck head-on by an immense hammer. The golden and dark golden auras protecting them flickered violently, wavering uncertainly before nearly dissipating entirely. Both men simultaneously spewed forth torrents of blood, the sound of their ribs fracturing echoing painfully, their bodies flying backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the cracked ground far away, leaving 2 deep impressions and rendering them severely injured. Huron, unable even to utter a cry, was knocked unconscious by the shockwave, his breath faint. On the altar, the elder's eyes widened in rage as he exhausted the last vestiges of his life energy, summoning a limited green barrier to protect the nearest children. The barrier trembled violently under the impact, its brilliance swiftly dimming until it shattered. The elder coughed up a mouthful of green blood, collapsing onto the altar, the flame of his life flickering like a candle in the wind. After the storm, the landscape lay in ruins. The altar area was largely destroyed, the lake churned violently, and the ground was cracked. The mocking laughter of the Frisia force was as piercing as that of a night owl. Lin Feng and Wukong struggled to rise from the pit, their forms as mimetic Super Saiyans, and Super Saiyans barely maintained, yet their auras dimmed, blood continuously oozing from the corners of their mouths, every part of their bodies groaning in agony. They exchanged horrified and incredulous glances, then turned to see Frisia, still leisurely seated upon his spacecraft, his attire untouched by chaos. A chilling dread and profound despair surged uncontrollably from their hearts. They had employed their ultimate trump card, launching their most powerful strike to date, only to find it merely altered the trajectory of Frisia's casual attack. They could not even compel him to move an inch. Frisia lightly applauded, as if appreciating a poor performance, a fleeting glimmer of almost pitying surprise flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by deeper cruelty. "Oh, 2 monkeys can actually turn golden? That is somewhat unexpected for me," he continued, his voice suddenly turning cold like a Siberian chill. "In the end, ants are still ants. No matter how beautiful the color, it cannot alter their fated demise." Slowly, he descended from the infantile carriage-like spacecraft, his feet lightly touching the soil of Namek. The moment his feet made contact with the ground, a hum erupted, an indescribable, unfathomably evil aura, 100-fold more terrifying than before, surged forth as if a slumbering ancient beast had awakened. The very earth of Namek groaned under the weight of this presence, shaking violently. The clouds in the sky were forcibly dispersed, revealing the twisted starry skies beyond. "My first form seems to have granted you some unrealistic illusions." Frisia's voice grew deep and hoarse, permeated with a chilling oppressive force. "Now, let me show you what true despair is." Crack, crack. The sickening sounds of bones dislocating and muscles swelling filled the air. Frisia's body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. He expanded rapidly like an inflating balloon, his white shell cracking and peeling away to reveal an even deeper, abyssal dark skin beneath. His head became grotesque, with a crown-like crest rising, and his tail thickened and grew more powerful. An overwhelming pressure, existing solely for the purpose of destruction, descended upon every living soul as if the weight of the entire planet bore down upon them. Frisia, in his second form, had arrived. His power skyrocketed to astronomical levels, far exceeding 1,000,000. Thud, thud. Under this tangible, terrifying pressure, Huron and all the Namekians capable of standing were crushed to their knees, finding it nearly impossible to lift even a single finger. Wukong's resplendent golden aura flickered violently under this weight, compressing as if it would extinguish at any moment, his face revealing unprecedented gravity and despair. Lin Feng's dark golden aura flickered uncertainly, his mimetic Super Saiyan form emitting a mournful cry of impending collapse. Every bone in his body groaning in pain, the vast disparity in power making it exceedingly difficult to maintain his transformation. Despair, like the deepest darkness, consumed every inch of space, wrapping around each person's heart. Huron, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent word. Wukong clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, his emerald eyes filled with resentment and unprecedented pressure. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, employing chi film vision as it operated frantically under the extreme duress, seeking the slightest flaw, but all that returned was an endless, despairing darkness akin to the depths of the universe. The chasm of power had widened to a point where even the thought of resistance felt futile. Could this truly be the end? In this suffocating moment of despair, the elder on the altar, his breath fading, the the flame of life nearly extinguished, summoned the last remnants of his willpower. From his fingertip, he launched a seed-like mark, imbued with the essence of his final life force and blessings. Radiating a soft green glow, it silently shot forth, precisely embedding itself in Lin Feng's back, the nearest person struggling to hold on. The mark vanished as if a droplet merging into the ocean. Beep. Special life mark, blessing of Namek, detected and integrated. Effect, in extreme crisis. There is a certain probability of triggering potential, granting a temporary boost to all attributes and life recovery. Trigger conditions unknown. A subtle yet tenacious warmth flowed like a breeze of spring in the heart of winter through Lin Feng's nearly frozen veins, dispelling some of the biting cold and despair, rekindling a flicker of weak yet resilient fighting spirit within him. Frisia's massive and grotesque form fully expanded, gazing down upon the crowd below like ants. His icy gaze finally settled upon Wukong and Lin Feng, still burning with golden and dark golden auras, filled with a cruel and mocking delight, akin to a cat playing with its prey. Well then, the game time is over. Which slightly stronger insect should I crush first? The final judgment loomed like the sword of Damocles, suspended overhead, ready to descend. Chapter 60, A Thread of Hope. Vegeta's interference and Frisia's mockery. The terrifying pressure of Frisia's second form, like liquid metal, weighed heavily upon every inch of space in the altar valley. The air thickened to the point of suffocation, each breath accompanied by the pain of constricted lungs. Kuririn and all the Namekians still conscious had long been reduced to crawling upon the ground, even the effort to raise a finger becoming a luxury. Their eyes reflected only the most primal fear and despair. The resplendent golden aura enveloping Wukong flickered like a candle flame swaying in a tempest, compressed tightly against his body, its brilliance dimmed, oscillating violently as if it might extinguish at any moment. He clenched his teeth, his gums bleeding from the exertion, and his emerald eyes brimmed with an unprecedented gravity, resentment, and a hint of uncertainty he was reluctant to acknowledge. In the face of Bic, he sensed a formidable challenge. Yet, standing before the looming figure of Frisia, he felt an overwhelming, suffocating chasm of absolute disparity that transcended mere strength. Lin Feng's plight was even more dire. His mimetic Super Saiyan form lacked the stability of Wukong's complete state, and under the immense pressure akin to a collapsing firmament, his dark golden aura flickered unpredictably, threatening to unravel. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, and his insides felt as though they were being gripped by an unseen hand. The feedback from his aura film vision revealed an abyss of despair, deep and unfathomable. He desperately held on, his mind racing with countless thoughts in search of any potential flaw. Yet reason dictated that before absolute power, all technique seemed futile. Which one should he start with? Frisia's massive, grotesque form leaned slightly forward, his frigid gaze flitting between Wukong and Lin Feng, exuding a cruel amusement akin to a child selecting toys. He raised his claw, covered in hardened scales, as it began to coalesce with a menacing surge of energy, evidently unwilling to squander any more time. At that critical juncture, when all presumed their demise was inevitable, a piercing sound pierced the air. A highly concentrated, astonishingly swift green energy beam, akin to a serpent tearing through the night sky, erupted unexpectedly from the shadow of the steep cliffside of the canyon, not aimed at Frisia or Wukong and Lin Feng, but rather at the array of soldiers maintaining the encirclement behind Frisia, whose energy levels were comparatively concentrated. With a resounding explosion, several soldiers of Frisia's army were caught off guard, obliterated in an instant. A fleeting gap of chaos appeared in the encirclement. Who dares? Frisia's forces stirred, their weapons pivoting toward the source of the assault. Frisia's demeanor momentarily faltered, his cold eyes narrowing toward the direction of the ambush, a flicker of annoyance crossing his countenance. Yet more prominent was the mocking delight akin to a cat toying with its prey. Oh, is there an insolent insect daring to disrupt my game? All eyes swiftly converged upon the scene. On a protruding platform of the cliffside, a figure gradually materialized, clad in a tattered Saiyan battle suit, sporting the iconic spiky hairstyle, and adorned with a defiant smirk. He radiated a wild and aggressive aura, albeit not overwhelmingly powerful. This was none other than the defiant Saiyan prince, Vegeta. Vegeta, Wukong exclaimed, astonished by his sudden appearance. Lin Feng's aura film vision instantly locked onto Vegeta, detecting not only his inherent energy, but also a faint yet distinctive energy signature, the presence of the Dragon Balls. The stolen 3-star ball was indeed with him. Vegeta disregarded the tense Frieza army below, his gaze directly fixed on Frieza, brimming with provocation and a near-manic confidence. Frieza, you despicable dwarf. Do you think you control everything? Frieza regarded Vegeta as one might observe a performing monkey, his laughter low and mocking. Vegeta, my dear traitorous prince. Do you believe that stealing a Dragon Ball has granted you the illusion of being able to challenge me? How pathetic and laughable. Challenge you? No. Vegeta's smirk deepened, as he pointed toward the struggling Wukong and Lin Feng. I am here to inform you that the ones capable of ending your life are right here. The legend of the Super Saiyan will be fulfilled by us Saiyans. And you, Frieza, are destined to become the stepping stone for our rise. His words, brimming with audacity, reverberated like a stone cast into stagnant waters, creating ripples amidst the prevailing despair. He sought to provoke Frieza while simultaneously alerting Wukong and Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng grasped Vegeta's intention. This cunning Saiyan prince, aware that he was no match for Frieza, refused to allow the Dragon Balls to fall into Frieza's hands. Nor would he stand idly by as Saiyan glory was trampled. His appearance was not to rescue but to incite chaos, to muddy the waters, drawing Frieza's attention away. Perhaps even hoping to compel Wukong and Lin Feng, his fellow compatriots, to unleash greater potential through Frieza's hand. It was a perilous gamble. Super Saiyan, Frieza scoffed, as if hearing the most absurd joke, his voice dripping with disdain. With these half-baked monkeys? Vegeta, your foolishness astounds me. However, his tone shifted, tinged with sadistic amusement. Since you have delivered yourself with the Dragon Ball I desire, I shall indulge you, allowing you to witness how your so-called hope is utterly crushed before your very eyes. Frieza's attention, indeed, was drawn to Vegeta's audacious provocation. He temporarily retracted the fatal assault he was about to unleash on Wukong and Lin Feng, redirecting the immense pressure more toward Vegeta's position. Although the threat from Frieza remained for Wukong and Lin Feng, the suffocating intent to kill that had been directly aimed at them lessened for a brief moment. In that fleeting opportunity, with the pressure slightly alleviated, Wukong and Lin Feng simultaneously stifled groans, seizing the chance to frantically channel the residual energy within them, barely stabilizing their nearly collapsing Super Saiyan forms. Though still gravely injured and in a dire state, they had gained a precious moment to breathe. Damn that Vegeta, what on earth does he intend to do? Wukong gasped, casting a perplexed glance at Vegeta on the cliff. Lin Feng, striving to recover, kept his aura film vision firmly focused on the unfolding situation, whispering, he is betting. Betting on Frieza's pride and cruelty, wagering that we can create miracles. He is our only ally at the moment, albeit with dubious motives. At that moment, Vegeta spoke again. This time his gaze directed toward Wukong and Lin Feng, his tone urgent and commanding, laced with a hidden glimmer of anticipation. Kakarot, and that peculiar fellow. What are you waiting for? Frieza's power far exceeds your imagination, but he is not without weaknesses. His energy is immense. Yet there exists a fleeting moment of energy stagnation during his transformations, especially when he underestimates his opponent, toying with his prey. If you wish to survive, find a way to force him to reveal a flaw. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Vegeta's words thundered in Lin Feng and Wukong's minds. Weakness? Energy stagnation? Lin Feng's aura film vision began to analyze Frieza's second form's energy flow with unprecedented precision. Indeed, under Vegeta's reminder, he discerned that within Frieza's vast energy field, there were imperfections, particularly when Frieza had shifted his focus toward Vegeta, where the immense energy flow had indeed displayed a subtle, nearly imperceptible, momentary stutter akin to finely tuned gears shifting gears. This flaw was fleeting and only likely to manifest when Frieza relaxed his mindset and did not exert his full strength. Yet, this was indeed the only opportunity. Frieza was utterly indifferent to Vegeta's taunts, finding them rather amusing, the dying struggles of a fool. Vegeta, entertain us further. Once I crush these two primary insects, I shall give you a proper welcome. As he spoke, Frieza's attention appeared to waver back toward Wukong and Lin Feng, the terrifying pressure beginning to coalesce once more. They could wait no longer. Wukong. Lin Feng exerted all his strength to roar. Trust him just this once. It's now or never. Wukong's eyes narrowed. Although he was filled with distrust towards Vegeta, he found himself in a dire predicament, where every fleeting possibility must be seized. He took a deep breath, allowing the remaining golden aura to surge once more. Frieza. Wukong suddenly lifted his head, glaring at Frieza, attempting to provoke him verbally and create an opportunity for Lin Feng to observe. You bully the weak under the guise of your immense power. What kind of cosmic emperor are you? If you have the ability, fight us fairly. Indeed. Frieza was amused by this childish taunt, his attention diverted momentarily. Fairly? Ha ha ha. Monkey, you are adorably naive. However, I could show mercy and allow you to die with a bit more grandeur. Just as Frieza spoke, distracted and with a mocking attitude, Lin Feng's chi film vision shone brilliantly. He distinctly captured the fleeting, more subtle energy stagnation points, even finer than those described by Vegeta, at the connection between Frieza's energy core in his chest and his limbs. Right above, the connection point of the energy core in the right arm. Now, Lin Feng instantly transmitted the flaw he had detected to Wukong using his mental power. Got it. Wukong roared, disregarding his grievously injured body. Pouring all his energy and will into this strike, he thrust both palms forward, unleashing a Kamehameha wave imbued with deathly resolve, akin to a blazing blue comet, hurtling towards the point Lin Feng indicated. Simultaneously, Lin Feng combined the sliver of energy he had just regained with the technique of mental spike, condensing it into an invisible mental shock that pierced directly into Frieza's brain, creating the utmost interference. A mere trick. Frieza scoffed, casually raising his right arm, preparing to swat away Wukong's attack as he had done before. However, in that instant when he raised his arm to channel energy, the minute feeling of stagnation was amplified. Although Lin Feng's mental shock could not inflict tangible harm, it precisely caused a brief disruption at the moment Frieza switched his energy. Frieza's action experienced an imperceptible delay of a millionth of a second. Puff! Wukong's Kamehameha wave miraculously penetrated a gap in Frieza's outer energy shield. Though its power was greatly diminished, it still struck solidly at that energy stagnation point. Frieza emitted a barely audible grunt, tinged with genuine surprise. His massive form swayed slightly, the motion of his right arm noticeably delayed, and the glow of the energy core in his chest displayed a momentary turmoil. Although it could hardly be classified as even a light injury, it was undoubtedly a small yet real provocation to his absolute authority. Did we succeed? Krillin and the distant Namekian felt a flicker of hope reignite in their eyes. Vegeta, observing this scene from the cliff, curled the corners of his mouth into a triumphant smirk. Excellent. Just like that. Kakarot, do not disappoint this king. You dare. The mockery vanished from Frieza's face, replaced by an icy rage akin to the wrath of a vengeful god. He entirely abandoned his playful demeanor, his murderous intent locking onto Wukong and Lin Feng as if it were a tangible force. It seems I must ensure you fully comprehend the meaning of despair. Although it was a minuscule success, a sliver of hope had been forcibly pried open amidst absolute despair. The true battle was about to enter an even more brutal phase. Chapter 61. The Wrath of Frieza. 1% of power, an indomitable struggle you dare. Frieza's voice dropped to a low growl, devoid of any trace of mockery, replaced solely by a chilling murderous intent that could freeze the soul. To have been struck in such a manner by two golden monkeys was an unforgivable desecration, even if it was merely a trivial blow. His terrifying aura surged like boiling magma, becoming even more frenzied and destructive. It felt as if the temperature of the entire Holy Altar Canyon had plummeted by several degrees, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and ozone, a phenomenon caused by the extreme energy condensing and scorching the atmosphere. The game is over, insects. Frieza slowly raised his now enormous and grotesque right claw, fingers splayed, palm directed at Wukong and Lin Feng below. His movements appeared sluggish, yet bore a suffocating rhythm, akin to the tolling of a death knell. This king will make you profoundly understand the meaning of despair through the utmost suffering. With just 1% of my power, I shall crush your pathetic hopes. 1%. This word struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer, bringing with it a chilling terror. That prior casual strike had pushed them to their limits, leaving them gravely injured and on the brink of death, the catastrophic power still echoing in their minds. And now, Frieza claimed he would unleash 1% of his strength. This was no longer a battle, but an unilaterally executed execution without any suspense. The flicker of light that had just ignited in Krillin and the distant Namekian's eyes was immediately extinguished, replaced by an even deeper despair. Vegeta, gripping the cliff, gritted his teeth, his face ashen. He understood better than anyone the horror of Frisia's power. 1% was an insurmountable chasm for them at this moment. There were no extravagant techniques, no complex build-up. Frisia simply condensed his vast, star-shaking power into his palm. In an instant, a destruction energy beam, several meters in diameter and as solid as a purple crystal, materialized out of thin air. It emitted no sound, yet exuded an aura that could annihilate everything. The air surrounding the beam twisted violently due to the extreme energy density. Light seemingly devoured, leaving a brief void in its wake. It descended like a spear of judgment from hell, hurtling towards the battered and barely steady Wukong and Lin Feng at the edge of the pit with incomprehensible speed. Not good. Get out of the way. Wukong's pupils constricted to pinpricks, an overwhelming sense of impending doom causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he sought to teleport or evade at high speed, but his wounded body felt as heavy as lead, his movements agonizingly sluggish. More dreadfully, the gravitational field emanating from that purple beam formed an invisible quagmire that firmly anchored him in place, making even the slightest movement excruciatingly difficult. Lin Feng's Chi film vision blared warnings at an unprecedented frequency, his field of vision consumed entirely by the destructive purple energy. He could see the horrifying energy compressed within that beam. It was no ordinary Kamehameha wave, but a highly condensed assembly of destruction energy with systematic destructive power. There was no escape. Absolutely no escape. The space within hundreds of meters was locked and distorted by this power. To withstand it? That was a delusion. The energy level was sufficient to evaporate them upon contact. A dead end. A true realm of certain death. We can only gamble everything. Wukong. Together. Lin Feng bellowed hoarsely, his voice distorted by the overwhelming pressure. He squeezed out the last vestiges of energy within him, even at the cost of burning his life potential. The dark golden aura of mimetic Super Saiyan rose again like a flickering candle in the wind, yet appeared even dimmer than before. With great difficulty, he thrust both palms forward, forcibly merging the form of Kamehameha with the extreme compression technique of explosive wave. A twisted and unstable dark golden spiral energy wave surged forth, akin to the final struggle of a dying beast, trembling towards the cataclysmic purple beam. Wukong also understood that this was their only and final option. He let out a furious roar, veins bulging on his forehead, pushing the remaining golden aura to its utmost limit, even overloading it. Blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The Kamehameha wave between his palms recondensed, the azure glow imbued with a sense of tragic determination, and without hesitation. It was unleashed. Two radiant energy waves, one golden and the other dark golden, encapsulating the final will and vitality of two individuals, surged forth like moths drawn to a flame, bearing a faint yet unyielding luminescence as they collided with a purple beam symbolizing absolute annihilation. The ensuing explosion surpassed any prior encounter. There was no stalemate, no resistance, only an overwhelming, unilateral obliteration. The purple beam, with its dominant force, swiftly devoured, dismantled, and obliterated the majority of the energy contained within the two waves. The terrifying shockwave transformed from a mere air current into a tangible energy storm, akin to countless invisible blades of energy, violently radiating in all directions. The ground of the canyon appeared to be lifted, peeled away, and then vaporized by an unseen colossal hand. The waters of the sanctuary lake were not evaporated, but rather disintegrated into their fundamental particles. Distant rock walls crumbled like sandcastles. Gasp! With a sickening thud, Wukong and Lin Feng bore the brunt of the impact. Their protective Super Saiyan auras shattered like fragile paper. Blood gushed forth from their mouths, ears, noses, and even pores like a fountain. Their bones emitted an excruciating, continuous cracking sound. The Super Saiyan forms were forcibly dismantled by this irresistible force, their hair reverting to its original hue. The two were struck as if by a weight of countless tons, becoming indistinct blood shadows, rapidly plunged into the unfathomable depths of the pit, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Their vitality plummeted dramatically, plunging them into a near-death state. Consciousness rapidly sinking into an abyss of endless pain and darkness. In a singular strike, Frisia's claimed 1% of his power entirely dismantled the desperate resistance of the two Super Saiyans, crushing them both physically and mentally, casting them to the brink of death. Wukong, Lin Feng, Krillin's eyes widened with despair as he attempted to rush forward, yet was firmly pinned to the ground by the oppressive pressure and residual shockwaves. Unable even to lift his head, only managing to emit a hoarse, desperate cry, tears mingling with blood blurring his vision. Vegeta, witnessing this crushing scene from a distance, felt his expression darken, his tightly clenched fists turning pale, nails digging into his palms. Though he had hoped to leverage Wukong and Lin Feng's power against Frieza, he never anticipated the sheer magnitude of Frieza's strength would render the situation so hopeless. This was not combat, but rather a divine trampling of mere insects. Humph. Utterly unworthy of a challenge. Frieza coldly retracted his hand, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. He floated slowly towards the edge of the deep pit shrouded in dust and silence, his frigid gaze sweeping the bottom like a searchlight, laced with a cruel anticipation and amusement. Surely, the tenacity of the Saiyan race would not allow them to perish so swiftly? Just right. I can enjoy watching how long you struggle. He prepared to deliver the final blow or engage in his favorite pastime, relishing the torment of a dying prey. At the bottom of the pit, silence reigned. Wukong and Lin Feng lay amidst shattered rocks and dust, bloodied and with barely perceptible breaths. Lin Feng's consciousness floated in the depths of agony and near-death darkness, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. Every inch of his skin and every bone emitted a final lament, his breath faint as a whisper. The shadow of death loomed ever closer, cold and palpable. Yet, just as his consciousness threatened to dissolve completely, plunging into eternal darkness, the mark of Namek's blessing, embedded in his heart, seemed to activate in response to the dire threat of death, suddenly radiating a gentle yet resilient green light, filled with the essence of life. Beep. Detecting the host in a near-death predicament, vital signs below, critical threshold, activating hidden enhancement, Namek's blessing. Effect, potential limit activated. Temporary attribute boost of 50. Life source energy rapidly restored. Body injuries regenerating at an accelerated rate. Duration, very short, dependent on the host's willpower and physical limits. A vast and gentle energy, imbued with boundless vitality and ancient wisdom from Namek, erupted from Lin Feng's heart, instantly coursing through his battered and crumbling limbs. Fractured bones clicked and snapped back together at a visible pace, healing before one's eyes. Shattered organs were enveloped in a warm current, swiftly mending. The depleted energy sea surged like a long dry riverbed flooded with torrential waters, his breath recovering and strengthening at an unprecedented speed. Even more astonishing was his newfound understanding and control over his power, as if he had breached an invisible barrier, reaching a new pinnacle. The range and precision of his energy aura vision were temporarily enhanced by the nourishing life energy, allowing him to perceive the microscopic flow of energy with greater clarity. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his amber-golden pupils ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, a light imbued with the sharpness of survival and a profound understanding of life's force. He struggled to prop himself up with his arms and, remarkably, staggered to his feet from the depths of the pit. The once dim dark golden aura around him flared back to life, becoming more solid and profound, with hints of a faint green vitality shimmering at the edges. His combat power, under this brief blessing, surged momentarily to an astonishing height of 180,000. Though still far beneath Frieza, he was no longer utterly defenseless, and his condition felt remarkably revitalized. Simultaneously, beside him, Wukong's Saiyan bloodline, triggered by the extreme threat of death, awakened its unique trait of combat power recovery in the face of demise. After skirting the edge of death, his Saiyan cells seemed infused with renewed vigor. A more ferocious, purer golden aura erupted from him, more brilliant and refined than before, akin to tempered steel. His injuries healed swiftly under the resilience of Saiyan life force, and his combat power saw a notable increase, reaching approximately 2,000,000. He let out a low growl, wiping the blood from his lips, the uncertainty in his gaze replaced with an unwavering fighting spirit, and he stood tall. What? Frieza, initially poised to relish the sight of his prey's desperate struggle, was taken aback as he witnessed the two figures in the pit rise once more. Their energy not only intact, but even seemingly stronger. Genuine surprise and a hint of confusion flickered in his cold eyes for the first time. They can still stand, and they seem to have grown stronger. The Saiyan monkeys and that peculiar young man are rather intriguing. How delightful. Frisia's initial shock transformed into delight, a more cruel and excited smile spreading across his face, as if he had discovered an exceptionally entertaining toy. The prey's resilience and this irrational recovery ability ignited within him an even greater desire for torment and a curious inclination to explore. Very well. Now I shall take this a bit more seriously. Frisia laughed heartily, his aura swelling once more, shattering nearby rocks under its immense pressure. Now, let us use 5% of my power to utterly crush your resilient insect-like bodies. Let us see how much luck you have left. A greater terror loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Wukong, having just grasped a sliver of hope and experienced an unexpected surge in power, found themselves facing an even graver and deadlier challenge. Observing this reversal from a distance, Vegeta's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and amidst his shock, a new scheme began to brew in his mind. The fate of the sanctuary, the destiny of Namek, and the lives of the Earth warriors still swayed precariously in Frisia's grasp. Chapter 62, 5%. The abyss of despair and Vegeta's dilemma. Frisia's maniacal laughter reverberated through the shattered canyon, exuding a cruel delight akin to a cat toying with a mouse. His aura surged once more, transforming from the suffocating depths of the ocean to the imminent eruption of a volcano, the restless and destructive energy nearly materializing, ionizing the surrounding air into delicate purple arcs. 5%. Feel it well, insects. This is the true essence of despair. Without adopting a discernible stance for attack, Frisia merely raised a finger and flicked it casually at the bottom of the pit, where Goku and Lin Feng had just regained their footing, their auras still in disarray. Whoosh! A beam of energy, refined like a purple diamond and no thicker than an arm, silently shot forth. Its velocity transcended the limits of perception, seemingly traversing space itself. As the beam passed, even light distorted, leaving a fleeting dark trace, evidence of the space-time fabric being momentarily torn by overwhelming energy. This strike was starkly different from the previous grand energy beams, more concentrated, more lethal, imbued with a precise intent to eliminate. It was too swift. There was no evading it. Lin Feng's chi membrane vision barely registered the energy fluctuation before the chill of death grazed his skin. He had no time to mount a complete defense or evasive maneuver. He instinctively channeled his just-recovered power into his arms, crossing them protectively over his chest, as a dark golden flame coalesced into a temporary shield. Simultaneously, Mental Spike was unleashed once more, disregarding the toll, in a futile attempt to disrupt Frisia's energy control. Goku, reacting even quicker, instinctively concentrated the golden flame into a singular point, launching a punch in an effort to shatter the beam. However, the disparity was insurmountable. Splat! The purple beam sliced through Goku's golden energy like a hot knife through butter, leaving a charred hole in his fist, pain surging through him. Unrelenting, it instantly shredded Lin Feng's hastily assembled dark golden shield. Humph! Both men groaned in unison, their bodies propelled backward as if struck by high-velocity bullets, crashing violently against the pit wall. Goku's right fist was temporarily incapacitated, and Lin Feng's arm guard shattered completely, fractures marring his arm bones as his energy surged and then waned again. Frisia had not even resorted to area attacks. This casual flick had rendered them both wounded once more. But it was not over yet. Frisia's cold laughter echoed, his finger dancing as if playing a deadly symphony. Whoosh! 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 Several similarly refined purple beams shot forth from various angles, sealing off all possible escape routes for Goku and Lin Feng. These beams were not only astonishingly swift, but their trajectories were cunning, seemingly alive as they pursued the duo's auras. Damn it! Goku roared, utilizing his Super Saiyan speed and reflexes to perform extreme maneuvers in midair, narrowly evading two beams, only for the third to graze his side, tearing away a swath of flesh, blood gushing. Lin Feng, pushing the limits of Phantom Fist and Aura Concealment Technique, left several realistic phantoms while his true form moved like a specter within the confined space. One beam pierced through his illusion, another he deflected with the combined force of Universal Shockwave Palm. Yet the final beam struck true, hitting his left shoulder. Boom! Blood splattered. Lin Feng's shoulder was instantly pierced, a charred hole forming, the agony nearly causing him to faint. The healing power bestowed by Namek's blessing surged chaotically, attempting to mend the wound, but new injuries compounded upon old ones, rapidly exhausting the blessing's effects. This was no battle. It was a brutal execution. Frieza was using them for target practice, relishing the sight of his prey struggling on the brink of death. Tien, watching from afar, felt his heart wrench in agony, yet was powerless to intervene. Vegeta's expression darkened, his gaze flickering uncertainly, lost in thought. The game must come to an end. Seemingly weary of the charade, Frieza's patience waned. He slowly brought his hands together, a gargantuan, terrifying purple energy sphere beginning to coalesce in his palms, the destructive force within causing the very ground of Namek to lament. With this strike, I shall send you to your final resting place using but 10% of my power. 10%. As the horrendous power capable of obliterating continents emanated from the energy sphere, despair flickered in the eyes of Goku and Lin Feng. The earlier 5% had already left them battered and exhausted. They could not withstand 10%. Damn it. Goku's eyes burned crimson, his indignant fury igniting to its zenith. As he frantically squeezed the Saiyan blood within him, the golden flames surging erratically once more as he prepared for a final, desperate strike. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, disregarding the severe injury to his shoulder, summoning every last ounce of his energy and the blessing's power. Intertwining dark golden flames with a faint green luminescence, ready to unleash the most potent Kamehameha, even at the cost of his life. At this critical juncture, Frieza, look over here. A thunderous shout echoed from the side. It was Vegeta. Unbeknownst to them, he had stealthily approached to a location not far from Frieza's troops. Holding aloft a shimmering orb radiating a gentle orange light, the Dragon Ball he had previously obtained. In his other hand, he concentrated a highly compressed energy blast, aimed at the weary Namekians below. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Frieza's attention was indeed drawn away, his gathering of energy momentarily stalling. A cold murderous intent locking onto Vegeta. Frieza, you desire the Dragon Balls, do you not? A manic yet resolute smile graced Vegeta's face. I am aware I cannot defeat you, but I can destroy it. Or eradicate these worthless Namekians, ensuring you never gather all 7 Dragon Balls. If you wish to see your wishes fulfilled, spare these 2 useless monkeys. Their lives for this Dragon Ball and these wretched beings. What say you? Quite the bargain, is it not? Vegeta's audacious maneuver took everyone by surprise. He was using the Dragon Ball and the lives of the Namekians as leverage to threaten Frieza. This was undoubtedly a dance on the edge of a blade, with consequences that could provoke Frieza's wrath. Frieza narrowed his eyes, fixating on the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand, then glancing at the unstable Goku and Lin Feng, revealing an expression of peculiar amusement, half smiling. Vegeta, you continue to astonish me. You dare to threaten me? Enough with the pleasantries. Will you agree or not? Vegeta lowered the energy blast even further, and several Namekians beneath whimpered in terror. Frieza remained silent for a moment before breaking into a low, rumbling laughter. Amusing. Very well, Vegeta, you have piqued my interest. I shall temporarily spare these 2 monkeys. His gaze swept over Goku and Lin Feng, laced with unabashed disdain. After all, they were doomed regardless. Trading their worthless lives for a Dragon Ball, consider it done. The dreadful 10% energy sphere in his palm gradually dissipated, the oppressive aura momentarily receding. Goku and Lin Feng were stunned, unable to fathom that Vegeta had secured them a moment of respite in such a manner. Though it was humiliating, it was indeed a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Vegeta, you. Goku's emotions were tumultuous. Silence, Kakarot. Vegeta interjected sharply, his eyes fixed firmly on Frieza. Frieza, withdraw your men. I shall place the Dragon Ball here, and then depart. If you dare to pursue or play tricks, I will destroy it immediately. Very well. Frieza waved his hand, signaling for the surrounding soldiers to slowly retreat, clearing a path. Vegeta carefully placed the Dragon Ball upon a conspicuous rock, and then slowly retreated, his gaze never wavering from Frieza. Only after he had distanced himself sufficiently did he abruptly turn and unleash his full speed, racing toward the distant mountains without a backward glance, vanishing in an instant. Frieza did not pursue him. He merely signaled his subordinates to retrieve the Dragon Ball. His attention returned to Goku and Lin Feng, a more unsettling mockery dancing in his eyes. Now that the pesky fellow is gone, we can continue our leisurely game. I suddenly find it a pity to simply kill you. Perhaps turning you into my new collectibles would prove more entertaining. The crisis had not abated. Rather, it had grown more bizarre and oppressive. Frieza seemed to have conceived a new, more ruthless plan. Though Vegeta's intervention had temporarily alleviated their dire situation, it also introduced new uncertainties. Why did he choose to save Goku and Lin Feng? Was it truly for the sake of a Dragon Ball transaction? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Lin Feng gritted his teeth against the pain, his mind racing. Vegeta's involvement was certainly not out of goodwill. He needed to regain his strength swiftly and devise a way to escape this perilous situation with Goku and Krillin. The effects of the Namekian blessing were rapidly waning, and a tide of weakness surged over him. The true test, perhaps, was only just beginning. Chapter 63, Frisia's Game. A race against life and death, and the spark of hope. Frisia's maniacal laughter echoed through the shattered canyon, imbued with a cruel delight reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. His aura surged like a volcano on the brink of eruption, the restless and destructive energy almost materializing into the air, electrifying it with fine purple arcs. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he coldly assessed the gravely injured Goku and Lin Feng at the bottom of the pit, as if admiring two toys on the verge of disassembly. "Oh, that traitor Vegeta has delivered a delightful gift to me." Frisia toyed with the newly acquired 3-star Dragon Ball, his voice laced with a lazy cruelty. "Thus, for you two rather special insects, simply crushing you seems rather dull. I happen to be a bit bored lately. Why not play a game?" "A game?" Goku stifled the agony in his ribs and fists, his golden aura flickering weakly, his eyes aflame with anger and defiance. Lin Feng, on the other hand, felt a chill run through him, suppressing the excruciating pain from his shoulder wound and fractured bones. He activated his chi film vision with all his might, vigilantly analyzing Frisia's every subtle movement and energy fluctuation. The game that this demon spoke of was undoubtedly a meticulously crafted slaughter. Frisia pointed towards the altar, where the Grand Elder lay on the brink of death, surrounded by a handful of despairing Namekians, their faces etched with hopelessness and terror. "The rules of the game are simple." A cruel smile tugged at Frisia's lips. "I shall grant you 10 minutes. He extended a finger, his tone casual yet imbued with undeniable authority. "During these 10 minutes, I shall not personally intervene. You may flee, hide, or attempt to heal your injuries. Do as you please." His voice turned frigid, indicating the throngs of Frisia's soldiers surrounding them. "However, my dear subordinates will pursue you with all their might. They will employ every means at their disposal, including energy weapons, life detectors, and tactical encirclements. Oh, and them." Frisia's gaze swept over a few notably powerful figures among the soldiers, members of his elite combat unit, their battle power ranging between 30,000 and 60,000. Their eyes fierce and filled with a hunting thirst. "If, after 10 minutes, you still draw breath." Frisia's smile widened, an eerie anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Then perhaps I shall consider granting you a swifter end. Or, if your performance is sufficiently captivating, I might even preserve you as intriguing specimens. A memento from this Namekian excursion. Of course," Frisia added, his tone chillingly abrupt, "should you attempt to assault the altar or take those green abominations, the game shall end immediately. I will personally erase you, along with the entire altar and all life upon it, from this universe, leaving not a speck of dust behind." Cruel. Utterly cruel. This was no game, but rather a public and brutal execution aimed at dismantling all hope, a psychological and physical torment. Frisia intended to revel in their desperate struggles before obliterating them, forcing every Namekian to witness their last flicker of hope being toyed with, pursued, and ultimately extinguished. This was the epitome of arrogance and brutality. Damn it! Goku seethed with rage, the pride of a Saiyan preventing him from enduring such humiliation. He longed to charge recklessly into battle, but Lin Feng grasped his arm firmly. "Calm down, Goku," Lin Feng growled, his voice hoarse from pain and pressure. Yet his gaze remained sharp and composed. His chi film vision rapidly scanned the battlefield. Frisia's soldiers were numerous and tightly organized, interspersed with several formidable elites, undoubtedly equipped with advanced detection and communication devices. 10 minutes. Under the circumstances of their severe injuries and Krillin's poor condition, escaping such a vast pursuit seemed nearly impossible. A direct confrontation would surely lead to death. Yet this was indeed their sole glimmer of hope in an otherwise desperate situation. This 10-minute reprieve was their final window to recover from their injuries, seek tactical opportunities, or even wait for a faint chance of salvation. Frisia's arrogance had granted them a moment to breathe. "We have no choice." Lin Feng's voice brimmed with resolute determination. "We must utilize these 10 minutes. Surviving is the only way to find hope. Frisia watched their serious, angry expressions, which they were forced to suppress, seemingly quite pleased. He waved his hand lightly, as if issuing a royal decree, then let the game begin. The countdown starts now. Enjoy yourselves, insects. With that, he indeed reclined back into his hovering vehicle, resting his chin on one hand, adopting a leisurely demeanor as if spectating a gladiatorial performance. Almost the instant Frisia finished speaking, swish, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Countless energy beams and solid projectiles rained down like a tempest, converging upon Goku, Lin Feng, and the barely rising Krillin at the bottom of the pit. Frisia's soldiers surged forward like activated killing machines, howling with excitement, flooding the canyon with a barrage of gunfire and battle cries. Go! Lin Feng shouted, enduring the excruciating pain from his shoulder wound and fractured bones. The dark, golden aura of his mimetic Super Saiyan flickered precariously, and he seized Goku, who was likewise gravely injured and hindered in movement, simultaneously transmitting a clear message to Krillin nearby through mental energy. Krillin, keep up. Stay close to me. Head southeast, where the terrain is rugged, with dense mushroom forests and complex rock formations. With the last remnants of his strength, Lin Feng unleashed his remaining energy into his movement, instantly creating multiple solid, lifelike illusions that darted in various directions to confuse the enemy's vision and detection systems. His true self, along with Goku and the determined Krillin, surged forth with all their remaining speed, like three streaks of light dragging after images as they struggled through the dense hail of fire, racing toward the southeast region filled with enormous, glowing mushrooms and intricate caves. Chase! Don't let them escape. Energy detectors are experiencing interference. But we've locked onto a general direction. 3rd and 4th squads, flank from the left. Elite team, provide frontal suppression. Open fire. Suppressive fire. The command system of Frisia's army was evidently efficient and merciless. The echoes of battle cries, the thunderous blasts of energy weapons, and the resounding booms of shattered rocks reverberated throughout the canyon. Dense beams of light wove an impenetrable net of death, blocking most escape routes. Lin Feng activated Chi Mo Shiju to its utmost, golden glimmers swirling in his pupils as countless energy trajectories intertwined in his vision. He danced upon the edge of a blade, deftly navigating through a hailstorm of bullets with extraordinary insight and foresight, narrowly evading each lethal assault. Although severely injured, Wukong's movements were sluggish, yet his innate combat instincts and Super Saiyan foundation allowed him to keep pace, occasionally deflecting unavoidable projectiles with the remnants of his energy. Meanwhile, Klin, leveraging his relatively diminutive stature and the agile techniques of the turtle school, closely followed within the visual blind spots created by Lin Feng, the situation fraught with peril. Suddenly, a cunning energy beam grazed Lin Feng's right thigh, tearing flesh and instantly soaking his pant leg with blood, causing him to stagger. Gritting his teeth, he stifled a groan, maintaining his speed without falter. Wukong, too, was struck by a ricocheting energy blast, his protective aura rippling as he emitted a low grunt, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was untenable. Their firepower was overwhelming. They moved in perfect unison. Moreover, they were being relentlessly tracked by detectors. Clint exclaimed anxiously, realizing his energy blasts were but a drop in the ocean against such concentrated firepower. Into the cave, the entrance obscured by that giant luminescent mushroom. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he locked onto a seemingly inconspicuous cave entrance, a natural formation that Chi Mo Shiju had detected amidst the complex energy environment, an obscure and intricately structured sanctuary. Without hesitation, the three of them surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing into the dark cavern before the next barrage could descend upon them. Inside, the cave was shrouded in darkness, winding and treacherous, filled with numerous forks. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and some mineral. More importantly, the cave walls appeared to contain a unique energy-interfering mineral. Upon entering, the detection signals from their energy trackers grew exceptionally weak and unstable, granting them invaluable moments to catch their breath. Quick, seize every second to recover. Lin Feng leaned against the cold, damp wall, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He immediately cleared his mind, channeling all his energy into Gue Shilu Zhuan, while his Niaisher ability delved deeply to assess his internal condition. guiding the residual gentle energy of Namek's blessing to heal his wounds. A pale green light flickered over the horrific wound on his left shoulder and the gash on his thigh, muscle fibers visibly writhing and reconnecting, while a tingling sensation emanated from the fractures as his bones began to mend. Wukong promptly settled into a meditative position, the Scion's tenacious vitality and near-death recovery traits activated. A faint golden aura enveloping him as he healed his injuries, his breath steadily rising. Lin remained vigilant at the cave entrance, using the loose stones within to cleverly create a few rock falls and blockages with minor energy blasts, temporarily obstructing the main entrance and slowing the advancing enemy forces. Though it was clear this would not hold for long, time slipped away, each second precious as gold. Outside, the clamor of soldiers searching, the sounds of energy explosions attempting to carve a path, and the cold commands of elite warriors drew ever closer. The effects of Namek's blessing finally dissipated. A wave of profound weakness and deep exhaustion engulfed Lin Feng, as if he had been battling for days. Yet, under the influence of the blessing and his inherent recuperative abilities, his injuries had healed to about 70%, allowing his combat power to stabilize around 100,000, granting him basic mobility and fighting capability. Wukong had also improved significantly, his power returning to approximately 1.5 million. However, both understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Countless enemies remained outside, including several elite warriors with greater strength, and the most daunting threat, Frisia, awaited them as the countdown drew to a close. "We cannot remain hidden here indefinitely," Lin Feng stated solemnly. Although his voice still bore traces of fatigue, he had regained his composure. "In 10 minutes, Frisia will act personally, and this cave will be reduced to rubble. We must devise a means to break through or discover an unexpected opportunity." Opportunity? Where is there any opportunity? Lin despaired as he gazed into the cavern's deep, dark recesses. The sounds of pursuing footsteps and explosions outside felt like a death knell. At that moment, Lin Feng's Chi-Mo Shiju adapted to the cave's darkness and energy environment, capturing a faint yet remarkably pure, serene, and vibrant energy fluctuation emanating from deeper within the cavern. This energy felt akin to the life force of the Namekians, yet more ancient, profound, and close to its source. "Wait, there is something deeper within this cave," Lin Feng exclaimed, rising abruptly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes, an instinctive perception of hope. "This energy is exceptionally unique, calm and vast. Perhaps it is an ancient relic left by the Namekians or an unknown sanctuary." Wukong focused his senses, nodding in agreement. "Yes, it feels warm and comforting, reminiscent of the senza bean soup from my childhood." His simple analogy accurately conveyed the sensation the energy evoked. "Let us take a gamble," Lin Feng decisively declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Outside lay an absolute dead end. Venturing deeper, though uncertain, might offer a glimmer of hope. "Let us follow this energy fluctuation." The trio ceased to hesitate, gathering their resolve as they navigated the winding, descending cave, guided by Lin Feng's Chi-Mo Shiju, toward the source of the faint yet persistent energy wave. As they delved deeper, the terrain grew increasingly complex, and the surrounding walls began to reveal faint, ancient Namekian texts and abstract murals depicted with luminescent minerals, silently narrating the planet's distant history and some form of belief. Finally, after cautiously traversing a narrow stone crevice barely wide enough for one person, they emerged into a vast underground cavern. Stalactites emitting a soft white glow hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. In the center of the cave, there was a small yet bottomless pool of milky water, exuding an overwhelming life force. Merely breathing in the air here felt invigorating, hastening the healing of their wounds. Beside the pool, upon a smooth boulder, sat an exceedingly ancient Namekian elder. His skin wrinkled like the bark of a millennia-old tree, his presence so faint he seemed to meld with the surroundings. Clad in a primitive robe woven from plant fibers, he sat in meditation, resembling a dedicated ascetic. The pure and ancient energy they had sensed earlier emanated from him in the spring water. "Who are you?" Lin asked warily, adopting a defensive stance. The elder appeared startled by the sound, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was murky, as though shaped by endless ages, yet filled with profound wisdom and tranquility. He scrutinized the three, who were battered and bloodied yet resolute, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng for a moment. As if sensing the remnants of Namek's blessing, within him, and some unique life resonance. In a faint yet clear voice, he spoke in Namekian, Lost Warriors. I am the priest Muley, the guardian of this ancient spring of life. What of the outside chaos? How fares the elder? Lin Feng succinctly summarized the dire situation outside. Employing universal language proficiency, Frisia's forces have invaded. The sanctuary is besieged, fierce battles rage, and the elder is in peril. We were compelled to take refuge here. Upon hearing this, Priest Muley's expression shifted to one of deep sorrow, as if he had anticipated such a fate. He let out a long sigh, the sound reverberating through the cavern, imbued with a sense of weariness and inevitability. Disaster had, after all, descended upon them. He turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, as if witnessing an omen. Child, you bear the blessing mark bestowed by the Grand Elder before his passing, and you possess a remarkably unique resonance of life. Perhaps you are the seed from another world mentioned in the ancient prophecies, the key to bringing vitality in dire straits. Lin Feng, Wukong, and Kuririn were momentarily taken aback. Priest Muley offered no further explanation, instead gesturing towards the milky white pool at the center. This is the Fountain of Life, a relic from ancient times, containing the most primordial and pure life energy of this planet. It can swiftly heal wounds, restore vitality, and even nourish the soul. However, the energy of the fountain is limited. It requires an exceedingly long time to replenish after each use. Quickly, immerse yourselves in the waters. This is your final opportunity to regain your strength in preparation for the challenges ahead. His tone carried an air of solemn entrustment. The fountain, rapid healing? Wukong and Kuririn gazed at the pool, emanating an enticing wave of life, their eyes ignited with a renewed spark of hope. Yet Lin Feng remained composed, pressing on with his inquiry. Honorable priest, aside from healing our injuries, is there anything about this fountain or this place that can aid us in combating Frisia? Any information could prove vital. Priest Muley shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. The fountain can only mend the physical body. It cannot grant powers that transcend limits. As for confronting an entity like Frisia, unless the fabled heart of a hero awakens amidst the extremes of light and darkness, resonating with the will of the entire planet to acquire stellar power, but that is merely a tale passed down through the oldest of ballads. No one has ever truly witnessed it. The heart of a hero? The will of the planet? The stellar power? Lin Feng etched these seemingly ethereal, yet potentially crucial phrases deeply into his memory. Now was not the time for further inquiry. Regaining their strength was of utmost priority. Hurry, time is running out. The sounds of explosions and approaching footsteps from outside the cave grew louder. The pursuers had evidently discovered the entrance to the cavern and were forcing their way in. The trio hesitated no longer and promptly stepped into the Fountain of Life. The warm waters enveloped them. The overwhelming yet gentle life energy surged into their battered bodies like a mother's embrace. Their injuries healed at a visible pace. New flesh sprouting from the hole in Lin Feng's left shoulder, warm currents mending the fractures, and their spent energy rapidly replenishing. Lin Feng even felt the profound weakness brought on by the depletion of the Namekian blessing dissipating beneath this pure life energy. Wukong and Kuririn also emitted contented moans, their conditions improving swiftly. However, just as they reveled in this long-awaited sensation of recovery, believing they had gained a precious respite, boom! The massive boulder sealing the cave's entrance was shattered by an overwhelming force. Amidst the swirling dust, several elite warriors of Frisia, their battle power exceeding 5,000 and their eyes fierce, charged in like ravenous wolves, accompanied by a throng of soldiers. The leading elite warrior, a towering figure with skin resembling dark red lava, raised his arm, a menacing energy cannon gleaming dangerously, aimed directly at the three individuals in the critical phase of recovery within the fountain. We found you. Damn insects. Let's see where you run this time. The 10-minute countdown was nearing its end. Frisia's presence seemed to loom just beyond the shattered entrance, the suffocating pressure drawing ever closer. The true test of life and death was imminent. Chapter 64, Death Struggle by the Fountain. The final 10 minutes and Frisia's malicious laughter. We found you. Damn insects. Let's see where you run this time. The leading elite warrior of Frisia, a robust cosmic being with skin akin to molten rock, malevolently raised his massive energy cannon. A destructive glow coalesced at the cannon's mouth, aimed at Lin Feng and Wukong, who were in the pivotal phase of recovery within the Fountain of Life. The elite warriors behind him quickly spread out, their energy weapons locking onto their targets, while a multitude of ordinary soldiers formed a blockade at the cave's exit, encircling them. Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, golden pupils ablaze with fury. Having been nurtured by the fountain of life, his injuries had healed significantly, restoring his battle power to the pinnacle of 1.5 million, and even hinting at subtle improvements due to the Saiyan near-death recovery trait. With a roar, he leapt from the water, sending droplets flying. Kamehameha. The azure beam of energy erupted forth, no longer the feeble output of an injured warrior, but infused with tremendous power and wrath, hurtling towards the lava-skinned elite warrior. The speed was far beyond the enemy's reaction. What? The elite warrior's pupils dilated, hastily raising his energy cannon to block. Boom. The blue beam collided violently with the energy cannon, resulting in a fierce explosion. The elite warrior let out a pained cry, sent reeling backward along with his expensive energy cannon, crashing against the cavern wall, his vitality instantly waning. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong pressed on, his form like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the remaining elite warriors, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. In his Super Saiyan state, he dominated these elite foes with battle powers of 50-100 to 60-100. Almost simultaneously with Wukong's assault, Lin Feng also made his move, silently slipping from the waters. He executed the breath concealment technique to perfection, blending seamlessly into the shadows. He opted not to confront them head-on, instead targeting the ordinary soldiers blocking the exit, who were frantically laying down suppressive fire against Wukong. Qi Yuanzhan. Lin Feng's hands formed a grip, a highly refined dark golden vortex manifested, transforming into two energy discs shimmering with a cold light. With a flick of his wrist, the energy discs flew forth, tracing an eerie arc as they sliced through the ranks of soldiers. Slicing sounds echoed as the blades cleaved through flesh. The soldiers, whose battle power barely reached 1,000 to 2,000, crumbled like paper before the terrifying cutting power of the Qi Yuanzhan. Energy shields were effortlessly torn apart, bodies severed in half. Instantly, chaos erupted at the entrance of the cave, screams filling the air, and gaps appearing in the suppressive fire. Kuririn, protect the priest. Look for a chance to break through. Lin Feng commanded, his form a blur, leaving phantoms behind as he darted through the cavern. Utilizing Qi Mo Shiji to pinpoint every enemy attempting to ambush Wukong or attack Kuririn and Priest Muley. Combining Bing Li Bo and Wang Wujing Tianzhong for highly efficient takedowns. Kuririn quickly understood, shielding the elderly Priest Muley, using energy blasts to deflect incoming projectiles while anxiously observing the battlefield. Within the cavern, the battle escalated in intensity. Wukong, resembling a golden war god, exerted absolute strength against several elite warriors, forcing them to retreat under dire circumstances. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, like an assassin in the shadows, skillfully eliminated the foot soldiers with precision strikes, dismantling the enemy's formation. Though they communicated without words, their coordination was impeccable. One drew fire with a frontal assault, while the other executed guerrilla tactics from the flanks. However, Frisia's elite forces were not to be underestimated. The lava-skinned warrior, initially repelled by Wukong, struggled to rise, swallowing an energy capsule, and surprisingly, his energy rejuvenated significantly. He roared, joining forces with two other elite warriors. Their backs pressed together, forming a small battle formation, their energy weapons exchanging fire in a synchronized manner, temporarily staving off Wukong's ferocious assault. Meanwhile, the soldiers outside, under their officer's command, attempted to reorganize their firepower and seal the breach. Time was running short. Lin Feng cast a glance at the increasingly oppressive and terrifying aura seeping through the cave's entrance, anxiety brewing within him. The 10-minute deadline is rapidly approaching. Frisia may take action at any moment. There is a pressing need for swift resolution. A fierce glimmer flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he ceased to hold back. The dark golden aura of the mimetic Super Saiyan erupted to its utmost intensity, unleashing his full combat power. He clasped his palms together, compressing the energies of Kamehameha and Burst Wave to their pinnacle. The Kamehameha spiraled explosively, a concentrated torrent of dark golden energy, swirling violently like a roaring dragon, surged forth. No longer a stealthy strike, but a bold assault aimed directly at the three elite warriors assembled in formation. This strike encapsulated Lin Feng's entire strength, and his supreme understanding of energy control at that moment. Concurrently, Goku, in perfect sync, let out a furious roar as the radiance of the Kamehameha surged once more, flanking Lin Feng's dark golden torrent to create a pincer attack. The faces of the three elite warriors changed dramatically as they sensed the lethal threat. They desperately poured energy into their defensive barrier. Boom! The two torrents of powerful energy collided violently against the elite warriors' joint defense. Within less than half a second, the barrier shattered like glass. The dark gold and azure energies effortlessly engulfed the three elite warriors. No, their anguished screams were drowned out by the explosion. The three formidable elite warriors were instantly reduced to ashes under the combined might of Goku and Lin Feng. The remaining ordinary soldiers, witnessing this, utterly collapsed in morale and screamed as they fled the cave. Clean them up. Goku and Lin Feng showed no mercy, unleashing energy blasts like a torrential downpour, eradicating the fleeing soldiers within the cavern, ensuring no new enemies would surge in for the time being. The cavern momentarily fell silent, save for the gentle gurgle of spring water and the heavy breaths of a few individuals. The battle had been brief yet intense. Although they had dealt with the immediate pursuers, Goku and Lin Feng had also expended considerable energy. More importantly, the 10 minutes had elapsed. Krillin, pale-faced, gazed toward the cave entrance, his voice trembling. As if to validate his words, an indescribable, far more terrifying and suffocating pressure descended, akin to the weight of the entire planet. The cavern began to shake violently, stalactites crashing down from the ceiling. The light at the cave's entrance was entirely obscured by a colossal shadow. The menacing figure of Frieza in his second form slowly emerged at the cave entrance, his cold gaze sweeping across the disarray within the cavern and the poised Goku and Lin Feng, revealing a cruel and satisfied grin. Well done, insects. You have indeed cleared away some of my toys. Frieza's voice, like ice scraping against metal, dripped with the mockery of a cat playing with its prey. It seems the 10 minutes have allowed you to regain some strength. That is well. His gaze finally settled on the life spring, which radiated a vibrant essence of life. A flicker of greed and destruction flashing in his eyes. This spring seems rather intriguing. However, the game time has concluded. Frieza slowly raised his enormous, scaly claw, within which a purple energy sphere, larger and more terrifying in energy fluctuations than before, began to condense rapidly, its color deep as a black hole. This time, he clearly intended to forego any trivialities, opting instead to unleash true power, erasing the entire cavern along with everyone inside from existence. To perish under my planet-destroying blast is a privilege for you insects. Frieza grinned malevolently as he aimed the destructive energy sphere at the life spring and the nearby Goku and Lin Feng. An absolute threat of death loomed overhead like the sword of Damocles. In the face of Frieza's genuine destructive attack, could the weary Goku and Lin Feng, who had just endured a grueling battle, still have a chance at survival? At this critical moment, the previously silent High Priest Muley suddenly summoned all his strength, shouting at Lin Feng, "Child, feel with your heart. Sense the planet beneath your feet. Feel the life of the spring. The ancient prophecy of the alien seed may only respond to you." Lin Feng was jolted by these words. Instinctively, he looked down at the ground beneath him, at the life spring beside him, activating both internal vision and aura vision to their utmost limits. He sensed that beneath the immense pressure of destructive energy, deep within the earth, a faint yet boundlessly vast will, dormant for eons, was being stirred. The pure life energy contained within the life spring seemed to serve as a bridge connecting to that will. The planet's will? Lin Feng's heart surged with inspiration, and he disregarded everything else, extending his spiritual perception along the energy fluctuations of the life spring deep into the earth. Simultaneously, a primal source of power from his Saiyan heritage, tied intricately to survival and combat, seemed to resonate with it. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Frieza's planet-destroying blast was poised to be unleashed. Die, insects! Frieza cackled maniacally as he thrust the destructive energy sphere forward. Destruction was imminent. Chapter 65, Fury of the Planet. Resonance in desperation and Frieza's bewilderment. The energy ball in Frieza's palm, deep and dark as a black hole, radiating an aura of annihilation, had fully formed, causing the entire cavern to lament and distort under the waves of destructive energy. The shadow of death gripped everyone's throats like a tangible hand. Goku roared with fury, channeling his golden aura to its zenith, gathering an unprecedentedly massive Kamehameha wave between his palms, the azure light attempting to dispel despair. Yet he felt his power diminished to insignificance against the might of the destructive blast. Krillin turned ashen, while High Priest Muley closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the final judgment. Just as the moment of Frisia's cruel laughter was about to transform into a command for annihilation, a faint yet profound pulse suddenly resonated within the cavern filled with destructive energy. This pulse was not a sound but a tremor that directly affected the soul, akin to the heart of a slumbering ancient behemoth, stirred by an external threat to begin a slow, heavy beat. It was Lin Feng. Under the High Priest Muley's desperate guidance and the deathly pressure from Frisia's overwhelming power, Lin Feng cast aside all distractions and propelled internal vision and aura vision to their utmost limits. His spiritual perception transcended his being, following the faint resonance from the earth beneath him, tracing the trajectory of pure life energy flowing from the life spring, wildly extending toward the core of Namek. He saw it, deep within the endless mantle, beneath the searing magma and shifting tectonic plates, lay an immense, slumbering heartbeat. It was not a wise being with thoughts and desires, but a primal, foundational will, the accumulation of the planet's own life force and memory, ancient beyond measure, powerful beyond comprehension, yet silent as a galaxy enshrined in cosmic dust. This will was vast and boundless, yet as still as a rock. Frisia's destructive energy struck like a venomous thorn, piercing the realm of this dormant will, provoking a faint instinctive rejection. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, infused with the Saiyan bloodline's ultimate desire for survival and combat, along with his unique affinity for Namek's life energy, derived from the Elder's blessing and the Life Spring's baptism, seemed to act as a unique fuse, creating a fleeting yet fragile resonance with the agitated planetary will. Ding! The host, in the face of extreme crisis, successfully elicited a faint resonance from the will of the Namek planet through his own being, acquiring temporary status, planetary empowerment. Effect, a temporary enhancement of all attributes by 500. Energy recovery speed is significantly accelerated, obtaining a faint effect of planetary will insight, enabling vague perception of macro energy flows and structural weaknesses. Duration, extremely brief, dependent on the host's mental burden and the intensity of the planetary will's feedback, expected to last no more than 3 minutes. Warning, overloading may lead to mental backlash. Boom. An indescribable surge of energy, vast as a tsunami, did not originate from Lin Feng himself, but poured forth from the earth beneath his feet, the surrounding rock walls, the very air, and even the void, frantically flooding into Lin Feng's body. The dark golden aura surrounding him ceased to burn and erupted forth like a geyser. The color deepened, as if merging with the earth's weightiness and the cosmos's profundity, the edges of the aura shimmering with wisps of emerald light akin to the aurora, a manifestation of the planet's life energy. His combat power, under the astonishing enhancement of this planetary force, soared like a rocket, instantly surpassing his previous limits, reaching an astonishing 700,000. Moreover, he felt his perception magnified infinitely. Aura vision seemed to connect him to the entire cave and even a broader expanse of space. He could vaguely see the macro trajectories of energy flows, even catching glimpses of some exceedingly subtle, yet genuinely existent nodes of energy blockage within the energy structure of Frisia's annihilation sphere. That was the effect of planetary will insight. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, just as Frisia was about to unleash the annihilation sphere. Now, Goku, strike at the energy vortex point 3 inches to the lower left of that energy sphere. Lin Feng transmitted the captured information to Goku instantaneously with his mental force, his voice resonating with a strange echo that harmonized with the planet. Simultaneously, he moved. He concentrated the overwhelming power granted by planetary empowerment at his fingertips, launching a dark golden energy ray that fused the extreme compression of explosive wave with the precision-cutting characteristics of aura slash, arriving ahead of the rest like the most delicate surgical scalpel, aimed at the extremely subtle energy weak point detected by planetary will insight on Frisia's annihilation sphere. Goku held an absolute trust in Lin Feng. Despite not understanding the situation, his combat instincts prompted him to adjust the launch angle of the Kamehameha without hesitation. The massive blue beam surging forth like an enraged dragon towards the point Lin Feng indicated, Frisia's previously sinister grin faltered, revealing genuine astonishment for the first time. What? He sensed that the energy structure of the annihilation sphere he had gathered was being interfered with by a strange and vast power, exhibiting a slight, inexplicable stagnation. Moreover, the attacks from those two insects were eerily precise, targeting this momentary point of stagnation. This was no coincidence. Boom. The dark golden ray and azure beam struck the inconsequential flaw on the annihilation sphere almost simultaneously. The anticipated scene where the annihilation sphere would detonate, obliterating the cave in an instant, did not occur. Instead, the energy ball, radiating terrifying fluctuations, experienced a violent, uncontrollable implosion as its internal stability was disrupted upon being struck. Like a burst balloon, the destructive energy did not explode outward but collapsed inward, leading to conflict and annihilation. With a low, thunderous sound reminiscent of a colossal beast swallowing, the annihilation sphere in Frisia's palm, capable of destroying a city, swiftly diminished, dimmed, and ultimately dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke, leaving only the chaotic energy waves in the air and Frisia's face contorted with disbelief and fury. Silence. An oppressive silence. Krillin and Priest Muley were left dumbfounded, hardly believing their eyes. Goku was also stunned, looking at his own palms, then at Lin Feng, who was now radiating a peculiar emerald light, filled with shock. Had they truly united to neutralize Frisia's cataclysmic attack? Impossible. Frisia roared with deafening rage, his massive body trembling with fury, his malevolent aura surging violently like a volcanic eruption. You two damned insects. How dare you? He could not comprehend. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt a vast and ancient power, not belonging to either of those insects, intervening and disrupting his energy control. Was it the planet itself? Impossible. That Mike Star had long trembled and submitted under his might. Was it that strange boy? How could the energy emanating from him suddenly become so potent and bizarre? Frisia's cold eyes locked onto Lin Feng, particularly the dark golden aura intertwined with emerald light surrounding him, evoking an exceedingly uncomfortable sensation, as if being observed by some ancient entity. It was you. Boy, what have you done? Lin Feng gasped violently. The immense power bestowed by planetary empowerment, surging within him, yet maintaining this resonance placed a tremendous burden on his mind. As if the weight of the entire planet pressed upon his soul, his temples pounding, and his vision becoming slightly blurred. He fought through the discomfort, gazing directly at Frisia, his voice resonating with a strange echo filled with power. Frisia, your tyranny is intolerable even to this planet. Planet? Nonsense. Frisia seethed with rage. Yet a hint of caution arose within him. The prior anomaly was too strange. The sudden power boost this boy had attained was highly unusual. He resolved not to hold back any longer, intending to crush all unforeseen circumstances with absolute strength. Whatever tricks you play, they are futile before absolute power. I shall send you all to your demise. Frisia's terrifying aura surged once more as he opened his hands, gathering even larger and more refined destructive energy. This time, he would not utilize the easily disrupted energy sphere form, but would instead unleash a vast torrent of pure destructive energy. This is bad. He is serious now. Goku's expression changed. He could sense that Frisia's next attack would be apocalyptic. Lin Feng's heart sank. The duration of planetary empowerment was limited, and their previous tactical success in neutralizing the annihilation sphere relied more on information and timing. Directly facing Frisia's full-force assault would still be like throwing an egg against a rock. They needed a plan. They must find a way to survive before the empowerment faded. With the faint backing of the planetary will, his aura vision swept over Frisia once more, searching for new weaknesses. Simultaneously, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a narrow crevice deeper in the cave, the very path they had traversed earlier, leading further underground. An adventurous plan formed in his mind in an instant. Goku, Krillin, Priest, follow me. Into that crevice. Lin Feng urged with his mental force, simultaneously slamming his hands against the ground, channeling the immense power of planetary empowerment into the earth beneath him. He aimed to create chaos, a disturbance sufficient to temporarily obscure Frisia's line of sight. Earthquake wave. Boom. The entire cave shook violently, fissures splitting open the ground around Lin Feng, countless deep gaps forming. Massive rocks collapsing from above, dust swirling, instantaneously obscuring their view. Thinking of fleeing, Frisia roared, The torrent of destructive energy surged unhesitatingly towards Lin Feng and the others, yet was obstructed by the fallen rocks and swirling dust. The energy torrent vaporized large sections of rock, but failed to strike its target directly. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng, Goku, Krillin, and Priest Muley transformed into 4 streaks of light, rushing headlong into the narrow, uncharted crevice without looking back. In a desperate escape, they entered an even more unknown phase. Would the enraged Frieza let them off easily? Chapter 66, Thunder Awakening. The birth of Super Saiyan 2 and the chasm of despair. The subterranean crevices were profound and dim, resembling a mysterious passage leading to the Earth's core. Droplets of water oozed from the rocky walls, shimmering under the faint glow of the underground luminescence, while the air was thick with a damp, musty odor and a subtle hint of sulfur. Each step upon the slick stones resonated with a crisp echo. The 4 individuals pushed their speed to the limits, their figures weaving blurred trails in the narrow passage. Wukong took the lead, his golden aura blazing fiercely in the darkness, like an eternal flame that could not dispel the heavy despair permeating the air. His brow furrowed, keenly aware of the terrifying presence closing in rapidly behind them. Kellen followed closely, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his turtle school uniform marred by multiple tears from the jagged rocks. He frequently glanced back, worry etched in his eyes. As the weakest member of the team, he felt the suffocating pressure more acutely. The aged Muley priest was buoyed by Lin Feng's gentle energy, struggling to keep pace with the group. His wrinkled face bore the marks of exhaustion and resolve, his green skin appearing even darker in the shadows. As an elder of Namek, he understood the gravity of their situation better than anyone. In the midst of the group, Lin Feng maintained his planet empowerment state, his combat power soaring to an astonishing 700,000, bestowing upon him speed and strength far exceeding his usual capabilities. However, this power came at a price. His mind felt as if it were being pierced by countless searing needles, the agony from the mental strain almost compelling him to surrender. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pushed planetary insight to its utmost limit, guiding their path while desperately capturing the faint yet persistent energy pulses of the underground world. This way, Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed, sharply detecting an unusual flow of energy. He led the charge down a side passage obscured by massive luminescent fungi, which emitted a soft blue-green glow, illuminating the corridor like a dream. The walls of this path were warm and inviting to the touch, covered in ancient Namekian runes that shimmered gently, seemingly alive as they flowed together to form a mysterious pattern. The air grew thick with life energy, each breath feeling as if one could inhale liquid vitality, invigorating the spirit. This is the path to the heart of the planet, Muley Priest exclaimed with excitement, his murky eyes sparkling with disbelief. According to legend, this was a sacred ground only tread upon by the High Elder during the most sacred rituals concerning the planet's survival, the true source of the planet's life energy. Yet, hope often accompanies peril. Just as they ventured into this side passage, the chilling, malevolent aura behind them surged forward like a relentless parasite, closing in with terrifying speed. "I found you, rodents." Frieza's voice, dripping with cruel mockery, echoed through the corridor, each syllable laced with a chilling intent to kill. This little rat hole is rather intriguing. The energy here is nauseatingly dense. In the next moment, his massive, grotesque second form blocked the narrow entrance they had just traversed. His cold, vertical pupils scanned the peculiar space, ultimately fixating on the distant, more immense, and serene energy fluctuations, a twisted smile of disgust and exhilaration creeping across his face. "It seems I've not only found rodents, but also a splendid nest. How delightful it would be to erase this repulsive energy source from the universe." Frieza had lost any interest in the cat-and-mouse game. The space before him instinctively unsettled him. He slowly raised his hands, conjuring a super energy sphere far larger than the one he had created in the cavern, its essence condensed to the extreme, its hue so deep it seemed to consume light itself. The destructive vibrations began to warp the entire surrounding space of the heart of the planet, wailing as the runes on the walls flickered violently, as if issuing a warning. "It's over." Kellen's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt that should this strike land, the entire underground realm would be obliterated. "Damn it!" Wukong shouted in defiance, his Super Saiyan flames raging wildly, the golden light attempting to counter the deep purple sphere of destruction. However, He could clearly sense the vast disparity in energy levels, akin to a stream against an ocean. Despite this, he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, preparing to fight to the bitter end. At this critical juncture, Lin Feng made a decision that surprised everyone. He abruptly turned, maximizing his speed, not charging toward Frisia, but resolutely heading toward the depths of this space, toward the source of the most immense and tranquil energy, the swirling core of the planetary will. Simultaneously, he reached out mentally to the most knowledgeable Muley priest for one last plea. Priest, tell me, how do I unleash my full potential? The Muley priest, inspired, cried out, Child, embrace it. Do not resist. Let the planet's vitality ignite the dormant fury within your veins. Allow your ultimate rage to become the key to breaking the shackles. Embrace. Ignite the fury. Break the shackles. Lin Feng instantly understood. What he needed was no longer a cautious resonance, but a complete eruption. As he charged toward the core of the planetary will, he wholly released his body and spirit. He allowed the immense life energy of the planet to surge into his limbs and core like a tumultuous tide. At the same time, Frisia's brutality, Namek's tragedy, his companion's despair, and his own pain at the brink of collapse, all emotions converged, compressed, and ignited in that instant. Oh! A roar erupted from the depths of his soul. It was not pain, but an overwhelming fury and defiance. It was the primal desire for battle and victory inherent in Saiyan blood. Boom! The energy of the planet's core collided with the ignited Saiyan blood within Lin Feng, triggering a chain reaction. The planet empowerment state was instantly enveloped, consumed, and transcended by this newfound, more ferocious power. Ding! Host has broken through the critical point under the dual stimulation of extreme rage and the planet's primordial energy. Ding! Saiyan bloodline deeply awakens. Energy level undergoes a qualitative transformation. Ding! Host form begins forced evolution. Energy structure reorganization in progress. Warning! Energy overload. Body burden increases drastically. Evolution at 105-0100. Evolution complete. Outside, Frisia's destructive energy sphere had already surged forth, shrieking towards Lin Feng with the intent to annihilate all. Lin Feng. Wukong's eyes widened in horror, wishing to rush forward to intercept, but was repelled by the terrifying energy backlash. Yet, just as the energy sphere was about to strike, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Centered around Lin Feng, a golden flame erupted with unprecedented intensity, crackling with silver-white electricity. This aura was no longer merely a flame. It was sharper, wilder, like countless golden lightning bolts dancing around him in a frenzy. His hair stood erect, transformed into an even paler, more dazzling gold, with all but a small tuft at the front standing defiantly, as if charged by an electric surge. His eyebrows vanished, his brow bones protruded sharply, and his pupils shifted to a colder shade of emerald green, as if lightning coursed through them. The aura emanating from him was no longer the previous 700,000. It surged at a terrifying speed. A power far more ferocious and oppressive enveloped the entire space. The air felt as if it had solidified, fine lightning spontaneously generating and vanishing within it. Super Saiyan 2. In that moment, Lin Feng was the first to step into this realm. What? How could the energy have changed again? Feng's sinister grin abruptly froze, his pupils constricting as he sensed an entirely different aura, one brimming with a cataclysmic pressure. This energy, in its essence, instilled within him a sense of threat. Boom! The super energy blast struck Lin Feng, enveloped in golden lightning, with tremendous force. Yet, the anticipated annihilation did not ensue. Upon contact with the layer of electric flames, the energy blast was furiously torn apart and neutralized by countless dancing arcs of electricity. Ultimately, with a deafening explosion, the energy blast was forcefully halted. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Feng hovered in midair, surrounded by crackling lightning, utterly unscathed. His icy green eyes locking onto Frisia with unwavering intensity. "What manner of monster are you?" Frisia exclaimed, astonished and enraged, as Lin Feng's successive transformations completely surpassed his comprehension. Lin Feng offered no reply. Instead, he responded with action. His figure blurred, leaving behind a fading afterimage crackling with electricity. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Frisia as if he had teleported, his speed far exceeding that of before. How swift! Even Goku was taken aback, This velocity eclipsed his perception of Super Saiyan. Seeking death, Fulisar roared in fury, his massive claws tearing through the air toward Lin Feng with the force to rend space itself. Lin Feng made no attempt to dodge. His fist, entwined with golden lightning, surged forward with simplicity and directness. Bang! The impact of fist and claw produced not a dull thud, but a sound akin to thunderous explosions. A visible shockwave radiated outward, fracturing the surrounding rock walls. The colossal form of Fuisa staggered back a step from the force of Lin Feng's punch. The intense pain and numbness radiating from his claws left him incredulous. Impossible. Your strength? Fuisa was utterly astonished. The opponent's power had overpowered him in direct confrontation. Lin Feng's voice was cold, crackling with electrical noise. Your game is over. He pressed the advantage, his fists transforming into numerous bolts of golden lightning, cascading upon Fuisa with the intensity of a tempest. In his Super Saiyan 2 state, Lin Feng's speed, strength, and reflexes utterly overwhelmed Fuisa's second form. Each punch contained a tearing electric energy, causing Fuisa's protective aura to fluctuate violently, retreating step by step, utterly without the means to retaliate. Damned! How infuriating! Fulisar roared in frustration. He attempted to transform into a more powerful form, but under Lin Feng's relentless barrage, he couldn't even gather the energy to do so. Thunderclap Kamehameha. Lin Feng clasped his hands together, a golden beam, several times thicker than before and entwined with raging silver-white lightning, instantly took shape, crashing into Fuisa's chest at point-blank range. No! Fuisa bellowed in despair. Rumble! An unprecedentedly colossal explosion erupted. The golden lightning energy clashed violently with Fuisa's malevolent aura, annihilating everything in its wake. When the light faded, the massive form of Fuisa's second form had vanished. However, there was no trace of victory on Lin Feng's face. Instead, his expression grew more solemn. For before him, Fuisa's aura had not dissipated but instead had grown colder, more sinister, and more formidable. Amidst the smoke, a more grotesque form, reminiscent of a demonic insect from the depths of hell, began to materialize. Fuisa, third form. His body contorted and reshaped, his head elongated and smooth, his jaws protruding, bony spikes sprouting from the back of his head, surrounded by a viscous, chilling, deep purple aura. His combat power far exceeded Lin Feng's initial Super Saiyan 2 strength of 4.5 million. You force me to reveal this hideous form, Saiyan. You shall pay the price. Fuisa's voice was hoarse and cold, laced with a chilling, murderous intent. The battle erupted once more. Yet, the tides turned dramatically. The speed of Fuisa's third form was unpredictable, and his strength utterly suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lightning attacks diminished in effectiveness against the foe, while Fuisa's strikes carried a frigid, corrosive nature, leaving Lin Feng struggling to keep pace. With a sudden misstep, Lin Feng's shoulder was pierced by the sharp claws of Fuisa, blood spraying. Bang! Another heavy blow sent Lin Feng crashing into the rock wall, the aura of Super Saiyan 2 wavering. Do you see? This is the gap. Fuisa cackled madly as he pursued. Lin Feng found himself in a harrowing struggle, perilously close to defeat. The power of Super Saiyan 2 was formidable, but against the superior Fuisa in his third form, he felt utterly outmatched. I cannot allow this to continue. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He glanced at Goku, who was filled with anxious urgency, and, with his newly heightened senses, finally detected the familiar aura of Vegeta, hidden in the shadows. Struggling to conceal his astonishment and unwillingness to accept the situation, he truly had followed stealthily. After being knocked away by Fuisa once more, Lin Feng leveraged the momentum to retreat and regroup with Goku, urgently transmitting his thoughts clearly to Goku and Vegeta. Goku, Vegeta, there are realms beyond Super Saiyan. Anger is not the endpoint. Mastering anger and transcending limits is. Feel that sensation of breaking the chains. We must join forces. His words resonated like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of Goku and Vegeta. Especially Vegeta, who had witnessed Lin Feng transform into Super Saiyan 2, his eyes ignited with intense unwillingness, desire, and madness. The terrifying aura of Fuisa's third form enveloped the battlefield. The final confrontation required an even greater power. Hope seemed to rest upon the ability to create more miracles. Chapter 67. The three heroes battle Fuisa. The surge of breakthroughs and the despairing counterattack Lin Feng's urgent, and resolute mental transmission detonated like cold water splashed into a boiling pot, stirring up tumultuous waves in Goku and Vegeta's hearts. There are realms beyond Super Saiyan, mastering anger and transcending limits. These words seem to contain a peculiar magic, illuminating an unprecedented path for the two struggling warriors. Goku's response was immediate and fervent. He stood at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, just a thin barrier away from the next level. Witnessing Lin Feng summon thunder in dire straits and achieve a leap in his life essence, feeling that distinctly different, tearing electric aura, and hearing Lin Feng's enlightening guidance, his Saiyan blood surged within him, igniting with fervor. I understand. Goku's eyes erupted with brilliant radiance. No longer was he filled with anxiety and dissatisfaction in the face of a formidable foe, but rather a euphoric clarity, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He no longer suppressed the fury stemming from his injured comrades and the peril of the planet. Instead, he redirected it in an unprecedented manner. He transformed this ultimate anger into the purest energy, recalling the subtle yet essential changes in Lin Feng's aura during his transformation. Concentrating all his will and belief into a single point, like the sharpest drill, forcefully striking against the invisible barrier that had confined him for so long. Crack! A sound only Goku could hear, resonating from the depths of his soul, echoed crisply. It was as if some inherent shackle had been utterly shattered. Rumble! A surge of violent energy, rivaling Lin Feng's earlier breakthrough, erupted from Goku's being, like a volcano that had been suppressed for millennia. A dazzling golden beam shot skyward, stirring the energy flow within the underground space, while countless silver bolts of lightning sprang forth from the void, joyfully intertwining and leaping amidst the golden flames. His hair stood on end, transforming into a pale flame, more radiant and upright than ever. The brow ridge protruded, and the pupils transformed into a chilling emerald hue, ablaze with a fierce battle intent. Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong has successfully transcended. His combat power soared to an astonishing 5 million. Furthermore, due to his remarkably solid foundation, pure fighting spirit, and the relentless momentum he exuded at this moment, the aura radiating from him was even more concentrated and robust than Lin Feng's. A powerful sense of strength surged throughout his body, compelling him to emit a long, resounding roar that reverberated across the battlefield. Kakarot, hidden deep in the shadows, desperately suppressing his aura, Vegeta witnessed Wukong's transformation in its entirety. His pupils instantaneously shrank to the size of pinheads, his face initially filled with profound disbelief, soon overwhelmed by a searing humiliation that burned his very soul. That lowly warrior, that brother he had always regarded as the disgrace of the Saiyans, with ignoble blood coursing through his veins. How could he have stepped into the legendary realm before him? No, I, Vegeta, am the noble prince of the Saiyans. I am the one destined to stand at the pinnacle. How could this happen? An extreme unwillingness, anger from having his pride ruthlessly trampled, and a near-manic thirst for power erupted within Vegeta like magma accumulated over millennia. Lin Feng's words echoed in his mind like a curse. Anger is not the end. Control the anger. Silence. Kakarot. And that unknown scoundrel. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He surged forth from the shadows of the rocks, his visage contorted by overwhelming emotion, unleashing a beast-like roar directed at Wukong and Lin Feng. Yet this roar resembled more a cry of his own impotence. I do not require your pity and guidance. The power of Super Saiyan, the supreme power. It should belong to me, Prince Vegeta. He frantically squeezed every ounce of potential within him, visions flashing through his mind. The destruction of planet Vegeta, the enslavement and contempt at the hands of Frieza, Kakarot's countless surpassings, and the humiliation of being a prince yet forced to bow beneath others. All these emotions intertwined, compressed, and transformed, ultimately coalescing into an unadulterated, fervent obsession directed toward absolute power. Oh, let me break through. Vegeta's roar tore at his throat, his muscles bulging horrifically, dark blue veins rising like serpents, seemingly on the verge of bursting. His energy began to swell in a self-destructive manner, his hair instantaneously transforming into a brilliant golden hue, his pupils replaced by vibrant green. Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta has broken through. His power level surged to 2.5 million, although he had not directly entered the realm of Super Saiyan 2 like Wukong. Successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 1 was, for him, a crucial step in breaking the shackles of fate. In an instant, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. 3 powerful golden auras illuminated the underground space, and the tremendous energy fluctuations caused the very heart of the planet to tremble slightly. On Frisia's cold, insect-like visage in his third form, a clear astonishment and unprecedented seriousness emerged for the first time. In a mere moment, 2 more transformed Saiyan monkeys had appeared before him, particularly that Sun Wukong, whose aura intensity now rivaled that of the previously troublesome lad. Such successive surprises ignited an extremely uncomfortable premonition within him. Humph. A bunch of damned wild monkeys. Even if you all turn golden and increase in number, the outcome will remain unchanged. It merely makes my hunting game slightly more entertaining. Frisia forcibly suppressed the turmoil within. A murderous intent surged forth like an icy tide, instantly locking onto the greatest threat, Wukong. He must first eliminate this newly transformed, most formidable foe. His figure flickered, merging with the surrounding darkness like a specter, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Wukong, who had just completed his breakthrough. His aura still surging, the claw shrouded in viscous dark purple energy, sharp as a sickle, silently aimed for Wukong's back. The speed was far beyond that which he had used against Lin Feng. However, having already entered the realm of Super Saiyan 2, Wukong's perception and reaction speed had undergone a qualitative leap. Behind you, Wukong didn't even turn around. His Super Saiyan 2's unique acute intuition allowed him to anticipate the deadly attack. He grunted, twisting his waist sharply, his body crackling with lightning, narrowly sidestepping the piercing claw. Simultaneously, his right elbow shot forth like a cannonball, enveloped in raging electricity, leveraging the rotational force to strike fiercely at Frisia's ribs. Bang! A sound reverberated like a heavy blow against leather. Frisia hastily blocked with his arm, yet the impact caused him to stagger slightly. A twinge of soreness coursing through his arm. Wukong's strength following his breakthrough startled him. "Do not get too arrogant, Frisia." Lin Feng's voice rang out almost simultaneously. He bore the excruciating pain in his shoulder and the immense drain on his energy, summoning every last ounce of strength, transforming into a dark golden bolt of lightning, ruthlessly cutting in from the side. A kick infused with the technique of Wanhua Jingtianzhong, entwined with unyielding lightning, tore through the air like a battle axe. Aimed at Frisia's elongated head, the attack remained fierce, imbued with a determination to risk everything. Frisia was forced to split his focus, raising his other arm to block. The force of Lin Feng's powerful kick creating a shower of energy sparks. At that moment, as Frisia found himself momentarily restrained by Wukong and Lin Feng, his movements slightly delayed, whoosh. A golden energy wave, distilled to perfection and imbued with all of Vegeta's pride and fury, shot forth from an exceptionally cunning, almost blind angle, targeting the knee joint that supported Frisia's body. It was Vegeta, although merely a Super Saiyan 1, considerably less powerful. His wealth of combat experience and sharp vision were on full display at this moment. This sneak attack, the timing, angle, and target were all impeccable. Annoying flies. Frisia seethed with rage, having to concentrate against 2 Super Saiyan 2s, and this Super Saiyan 1 dared to repeatedly meddle. He stomped fiercely, the ground shattered. A shock wave obliterating Vegeta's energy wave, but his arm blocking Lin Feng's attack inevitably faltered slightly. Now's the chance. Wukong and Lin Feng's combat instincts were astonishing. How could they miss this fleeting opportunity? They shared a silent understanding, simultaneously unleashing their powers to the utmost. Ultimate Kamehameha. Wukong thrust his palms forward, generating a golden beam thicker than any before, as if thunder dragons were rolling within, radiating with unparalleled brilliance, erupting forth like a cosmic torrent, aimed directly at Frisia's front. Thunderclap spiral wave. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, channeling every remaining ounce of energy, compressing the essence of explosion wave, and merging it with the form of Kamehameha. Releasing a highly concentrated, structurally unstable, wildly spinning dark golden spiral energy beam, arriving ahead of Wukong's Kamehameha to form a perfect angle of attack, encircling Frisia. Faced with 2 Super Saiyan 2 level attacks, one of which came from the newly transformed, fiercely potent Wukong, Frisia could no longer afford any arrogance. Crossing his arms in front of him, the viscous dark purple energy surged wildly around him, coalescing into a substantial, deep purple energy shield. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred, as if it were tearing apart the very fabric of space. Golden lightning energy clashed violently with the dark purple malevolent aura, intertwining, entangling, and annihilating. The blinding radiance devoured all, and a terrifying energy storm expanded in a spherical shape, flattening the surrounding hard rock walls as if they were mere tofu, vaporizing them. Frisia's colossal form was forced to retreat under this dreadful impact, each step leaving deep footprints in the ground, while his sturdy energy shield fluctuated violently, flickering uncertainly, clearly suffering under the strain. Damn it, you wretched, unrelenting scion monkeys. Frisia's fury reached its zenith, having faced setback after setback, particularly enraged by being repelled by what he deemed insects. His pride could not bear it. His ferocity fully ignited, he ceased to hold back, unleashing the terrifying power of his third form. His speed surged to new heights, his onslaught akin to a tempest, targeting the greatest threats, Goku and the injured Lin Feng. A more intense and brutal melee erupted. As the primary attacker, Goku, fueled by his newly acquired vigor, solid foundation, and astonishing combat talent, clashed directly with Frisia. Kamehameha and martial arts intertwined. Golden lightning clashed with deep purple energy flames, each confrontation erupting with thunderous roars, the energy shockwaves tearing the ground apart. Lin Feng, enduring his pain, pushed Xingqiu Iji Dongcha to its limits, leveraging his extensive skill set to maneuver and support. He no longer engaged Frisia in a battle of strength, but utilized Super Saiyan 2's speed and Zhanxiang Quan to create illusions and distractions, occasionally delivering precise Qi Yuan Zhan strikes toward Frisia's energy nodes, or launching an intangible Jing Shin Ci at Frisia's mind. While these attacks might not inflict fatal damage, they consistently disrupted Frisia at moments when his old strength waned and new energy had yet to manifest, granting Goku precious opportunities for attack. Meanwhile, Vegeta, the proud Saiyan Prince, had completely cast aside his reservations, maximizing the power of Super Saiyan 1, prowling the periphery of the battlefield like the most cunning leopard. He continually executed Jelly Pow, Shangwang Pow, and even more powerful Zhongji Shangwang techniques, maintaining sustained long-range fire suppression. Although his attacks might not severely wound Frisia, their precision and ferocity always struck at critical moments, forcing Frisia to divert his attention to defense and disrupting his offensive rhythm. The three Scions, for the first time under the pressure of life and death, formed a difficult yet fragile synergy. In a moment, united, they contended fiercely against Frisia's third form, whose power reached an astounding 8 million, locked in a stalemate. Damn it! Damn it! Frisia's heart sank as he became increasingly alarmed and furious. These three Scions, especially the two Super Saiyan 2 warriors, proved exceedingly troublesome in their coordination. That golden lightning flame seemed to possess a restraining effect on his malevolent aura, while the Super Saiyan 1 monkey stubbornly clung like chewing gum. Unable to break through, his patience as the cosmic emperor finally waned, a glimmer of madness and destruction flickering in his eyes. This game must end. Insects, this king has lost interest in playing with you. Frisia suddenly retreated, raising his hands high, as the viscous, cold, deep purple energy flame coalesced into his palms like rivers converging into the sea. An unprecedented, enormous dark energy sphere, radiating a soul-chilling aura capable of annihilating stars, began to rapidly condense and expand. The destructive energy contained within caused the very ground of Namek to tremble violently, the space around it echoing with unbearable lamentations. With this strike, I shall reduce you and this damned planet into cosmic dust. Planet Destruction Blast, the final act. Frisia roared, propelling that terrifying energy sphere, capable of delivering true annihilation, like a death sentence towards the united front of Goku, Lin Feng, and Vegeta. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, which locked onto them from all directions and was utterly unavoidable, the expressions of Goku, Lin Feng, and Vegeta changed dramatically. They could all clearly sense that this strike was Frisia's full force in his third form. To withstand it meant genuine extinction. They had no choice but to fight. Goku bellowed, elevating his Super Saiyan 2 energy to unprecedented heights, golden lightning wrapping around him as if it were a tangible substance. Together, let us concentrate all our power into one point. Lin Feng summoned his remaining strength, disregarding his injuries and unleashing his residual energy without reservation. The dark golden energy flame soaring once more, Humph. This king will not die alongside you, but I shall not perish at Frisia's hands. Vegeta gritted his teeth, pushing his Super Saiyan 1 power to its peak, the blazing golden flame roaring fiercely. The three powerful energies, Goku's brilliant golden light, Lin Feng's dark golden lightning, and Vegeta's blazing golden flame, began to struggle against barriers, attempting to merge, compress, and condense into a somewhat chaotic yet potent three-colored energy torrent that embodied their combined will and power, resolutely charging towards the engulfing sphere of annihilation. The decisive confrontation that would determine the fate of Namek and countless lives reached a devastating climax in the depths of the earth. The radiance consumed all. Chapter 68, The Final Form, The Abyss of Despair and the Spark of Hope. The three-colored energy torrent collided with the destructive sphere of annihilation like two comets hurtling towards each other in the heart of Namek. There was no sound, or rather, the sound was so immense it transcended the limits of hearing. First to be swallowed was the pure light of Frisia's sphere, dark purple in hue, clashing violently with the fiercely burning golden, dark golden, and blazing golden lights of the Saiyans' combined technique. As if two entirely opposite cosmic laws were engaging in the most primal, violent conflict, wherever the light reached. The indomitable heart of the planetary rock walls vaporized silently like snow under the sun, obliterated. A massive, expanding void sphere formed at the point of impact, its interior a reaction of energy reaching its ultimate annihilation. Only then came the delayed, terrifying roar, as if the entire core of the planet had been detonated. Boom. The shockwave expanded outward in a spherical form, obliterating all matter in its path, reducing it to the most fundamental particles. The entire Namek trembled violently, the tectonic plates howling, the oceans rising in towering tsunamis, as if the planet's life was nearing its end. In the center of the subterranean battlefield, Ugh, Uft, Umph, Goku, Lin Feng, and Vegeta simultaneously spewed blood, their bodies propelled backward as if struck by an invisible hammer. The three-colored energy torrent they had painstakingly gathered shattered like fragile glass before Frisia's ultimate planet destruction blast, collapsing in mere seconds. The absolute disparity in power was overwhelmingly despairing. Frisia, third form, combat power 8 million. Hovered in midair, his deep purple energy flames fluctuating, yet he merely breathed lightly, his cold insectoid eyes filled with cruel delight. Insects are but insects. Their numbers cannot alter the fate of being crushed. Damn it! Goku struggled to steady himself. But his Super Saiyan 2 energy had dimmed to its nadir, his bones feeling as if they were dislocated, the recent confrontation having drained nearly all his strength. Lin Feng's condition was worse. Old injuries unhealed were compounded by new ones, his energy waning. Xingqiu Jiaji, long gone, his Super Saiyan 2 form on the verge of collapse. Vegeta was even more dire, kneeling on one knee, his Super Saiyan 1 energy nearly extinguished, blood continuously oozing from his mouth and nose. They had lost. Even with their combined strength, they faced utter defeat. The crushing force of 8 million combat power against their united efforts was brutally stark. The game ends here. Frisia lost his last shred of patience, slowly raising his hand, a deadly beam of death energy coalescing at his fingertip. This king shall now send you pesky insects to your demise. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, a chilling and indescribable aura, far more terrifying than the previous third form, erupted from Frisia without warning. This overwhelming presence overshadowed even the previously devastating energy collision. The entire subterranean space, nay, the entirety of Namek, was engulfed by this oppressive force, akin to the arrival of a cosmic abyss. Frisia's own body momentarily stiffened, as if this awakening of power exceeded his own expectations. However, he quickly erupted into a more maniacal and spine-chilling laughter. Finally, you wretched insects have forced this out of me. This is my ultimate form. Under the horrified gazes of Wukong, Lin Feng, and Vegeta, Frisia's third form began to undergo an astonishing transformation. His insect-like body further contracted and morphed, becoming more humanoid, yet even more perfect and horrifying. His skin transformed into a smooth, cold white, gleaming with a metallic luster. Sharp purple keratin protrusions sprouted from his head, shoulders, and joints, while his tail became more agile and powerful. This form radiated an extreme restraint, yet exuded a destructive aura that seemed to devour everything, akin to a black hole. Frisia, in his ultimate form, possessed a combat power of 120 million. This power is impossible. Vegeta was the first to exclaim in disbelief, his face drained of color. Overwhelmed by an instinctual fear that transcended life itself. This aura was 1,000,000,000 times stronger than any existence he had ever known. Wukong's pupils shrank to pinpricks. The aura of Super Saiyan 2 flickering like a candle in the wind under this pressure, making it exceedingly difficult to even stand. For the first time, he truly felt what despair meant. Lin Feng half knelt on the ground, his chi film vision nearly torn apart upon encountering this aura. The feedback was an endless, unfathomable darkness. The number 120 million struck his heart like a heavy hammer. All the efforts and breakthroughs from the previous battles had become a pathetic joke in the face of this absolute power. Do you feel it, insects? Frisia's voice turned calm, yet imbued with a chilling indifference, as if he were gazing down upon mere dust. This is my true power. The game we played is over. With this final form, I shall grant you total oblivion. Without any overt action, he simply raised a finger. Swish. A faint, nearly invisible purple beam shot forth at a speed that transcended thought, targeting Vegeta. No, Vegeta barely had time to think this thought before the death ray pierced through his chest. There was no explosion, no sound. The area struck by the beam, along with the surrounding matter, was instantly rendered into nothingness. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the gaping, smooth-edged void in his chest. The light in his eyes quickly fading, the aura of Super Saiyan 1 extinguished, collapsing limply to the ground. Vegeta. Wukong's eyes threatened to burst with rage. Frisia, as if performing a trivial task, turned his finger towards Wukong. Next is you, Kakarot. Another death ray was unleashed. It was even faster. Wukong, be careful. Lin Feng expended his last ounce of strength to thrust Wukong aside, but was struck by the ray on his left arm. Puff. Lin Feng's entire left arm instantly disintegrated from the shoulder down into nothingness. The searing pain nearly caused him to faint. Lin Feng. Wukong looked at Lin Feng, who had shielded him from a fatal blow, now on the ground without his left arm, then glanced at Vegeta's lifeless form not far away. An unprecedented, indescribable emotion erupted within him like a volcano. Anger, sorrow, despair, and the profound pain of his companion's sacrifice. Frisia. Wukong let out a heart-wrenching roar, his golden aura igniting anew, though it flickered violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Frisia's ultimate form had surpassed anything Wukong could comprehend. Even his anger could not breach that chasm of despairing power. Futile rage, Frisia coldly remarked, raising his finger once more, aimed at Wukong. Goodbye. Just at that critical moment, a notification sounded. Ding. Host detected to be in an absolute death crisis. Life signs plummeting. Ding. Hidden condition met. Witnessing the fall of comrades in the depths of true despair. Ding. Special hidden bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan, prototype. Awakening program forcibly initiated. Warning. Awakening process is extremely perilous, requiring extreme emotional catalysts and immense energy. Current energy insufficient. Host's life is in jeopardy. An ephemeral yet tenacious pulling force suddenly emanated from Lin Feng's near-death body. It was like a miniature black hole, greedily and recklessly drawing in all surrounding energy. Both the pure life energy from the heart of the planet and the horrifyingly evil destructive energy from Frisia's ultimate form were forcibly drawn into Lin Feng's shattered body. Frisia frowned slightly, sensing a minor loss of his own energy. Though trivial, this sensation displeased him. He glanced at Lin Feng, still not dead, then let him disappear completely. He decided to eliminate this peculiar figure first. However, it was too late. The two opposing energies surging into Lin Feng's body clashed violently at the location of his heart. The extreme pain from this annihilation, combined with the grief of Vegeta's death and the impending doom of Wukong, became the most potent catalyst. Ah! Lin Feng let out a primal roar, his body surface erupting with wildly unstable, crack-like dark golden light. A primitive, savage, and destructive aura began to awaken from within him, as if an ancient beast had been roused. Legendary Super Saiyan, prototype, awakening level, 135. Although the awakening level was exceedingly low, the essence of that aura caused Frisia in his ultimate form to momentarily falter. For the first time, genuine, unmasked shock and a hint of incredulous trepidation flickered in his cold pupils. This aura is impossible. That brief hesitation provided Wukong with the only opportunity. He sensed the distinct yet equally oppressive aura emanating from Lin Feng. Though he did not comprehend it fully, the instinct for survival and the will to protect his companions ignited his final reserves of strength. Frisia. Wukong summoned all his remaining energy, bringing his hands together, unleashing a Kamehameha that contained all his will and remaining power towards Frisia, not to harm, but to create a fleeting opportunity. Frisia casually swatted away the feeble energy wave, yet his gaze was momentarily disrupted. In that instant, Wukong summoned his last strength, executing instant transmission. He was not fleeing for himself, but seizing the critically injured Lin Feng and the lifeless Vegeta, vanishing from their location just before their auras completely dissipated. Instant transmission? You can escape for a moment, but not for eternity. Frisia scoffed, choosing not to pursue immediately. He hovered in the air, feeling the lingering, unsettling aura that made him uneasy, his cold pupils gleaming with calculating light. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed intriguing. It appears that this hunt is not yet fully concluded. Allow this king to observe how long you insects can continue to struggle. He resolved to first gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for immortality, and then gradually deal with these remnants of defeated foes. Absolute power bestowed upon him absolute confidence. Meanwhile, in a desolate corner of Namek, the figures of Wukong, Lin Feng, and Vegeta materialized. Wukong lay exhausted on the ground. Lin Feng was unconscious with dark golden cracks faintly visible on his body, his breath exceedingly unstable, while Vegeta remained utterly silent. The spark of hope had not been extinguished, yet it flickered feebly like a dying candle in a tempest. The ultimate showdown concluded in a disastrous defeat, yet it seemed to sow the seeds of an even more unpredictable variable. Chapter 69, Rise from Ruin. The control of the legendary prototype and the reignition of hope. In the barren depths of Namek's wasteland, fierce winds stirred up red sands, resembling the lamentations of a bleeding heart. 3 broken bodies lay quietly among the jagged rocks, a scene of utter desolation. Wukong lay unconscious, the aura of Super Saiyan too long extinguished, his complexion pale as parchment. Vegeta lay supine, a gaping void in his chest, devoid of breath, akin to a shattered doll. Lin Feng's left shoulder was barren, blood soaking through his tattered battle attire. His eyes were tightly shut, his face ashen, yet dark golden cracks eerily spread across his body, pulsating with an ancient, frenzied, and unstable energy akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Legendary Super Saiyan, prototype, awakening level, 545-52. Fluctuations intense. Energy conflict escalating. Post-life signs deteriorating. Warning. Failure to stabilize energy within 10 minutes will result in genetic collapse and total obliteration. Exquisite agony clawed at Lin Feng, akin to countless burning files frantically rasping against every cell and nerve in his being. This was not merely a physical wound. It was the torment of his soul being torn asunder by the gentle nourishment of 2 opposing energies, the life force of the energy spheres and the violent erosion of Frisia's destructive power. His consciousness drifted within an endless abyss of darkness, teetering on the brink of total consumption. Yet, amid this profound silence and suffering, a glimmer of light persisted. It was the unwilling gaze of Vegeta at the moment of his death, Wukong's resolute silhouette as he pushed him away, the silent mourning of countless beings on Namek, and his most primal, tenacious yearning for survival. I cannot die. A faint yet unyielding will, akin to a candle in the wind, clung desperately to the edge of collapse. The ability of Inner Vision, Master, was activated to its zenith by the instinct for survival, allowing him to perceive the chaotic energy battlefield within. The life energy of the planet sought to mend the wounds, yet was continuously thwarted by Frisia's destructive energy, the legendary prototype's savage power, akin to a rampaging beast, greedily devoured all while exacerbating his bodily collapse. Control must be established. Lin Feng's will roared. He recalled the words of Priest Muley. It is not about conquest, but acceptance and guidance. He thought back to the battles he had fought, the delicate manipulation of ki, and his understanding of energy. Gui Shi Lu Zhuan stabilized the core. With supreme determination, he forcefully activated the most fundamental principles of the Turtle School's heart technique, attempting to maintain a sliver of clarity in the midst of the raging energy storm. It was akin to navigating a fragile boat through tumultuous waves, where the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Chi-Mo visual. Insight into the flow of energy. He focused his perception within, no longer resisting the conflicting energies. but rather analyzing their points of conflict and flow patterns, as well as the prototype's fundamental yearning for the insatiable consumption of potent energy. I understand. Enlightenment struck Lin Feng, leading him to make an audacious decision. He ceased his attempts to quell the energy conflict, instead employing his will as a guide. He formed a weak vortex from Gui, Shi Lu Zhuan as bait and a directional marker, actively attracting the two conflicting energies, especially the legendary prototype's power, to circulate within his body along a specific, relatively gentle route. This was a perilous endeavor, akin to igniting a fire on oneself. Yet it was the only path to survival in dire straits. He sought to exploit the prototype's desire for energy, compelling it to consume and transform the conflicting energies, thus converting crisis into opportunity. The intense agony escalated once more, as if his entire being were undergoing reconstruction. Yet Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His will as solid as a rock. Gradually, the frenzied dark golden energy seemed to acknowledge this cyclical path, beginning to flow in a relatively orderly manner. No longer wreaking random havoc, it instinctively began to devour and obliterate the remnants of Frisia's destructive energy, forcibly transforming them alongside the planet's life energy into a more refined, more ferocious, yet temporarily controlled dark golden aura. Ding. The host has initially guided the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan prototype to form an internal cycle through remarkable willpower. Awakening level stabilized at 5. Energy conflict slowed. Life signs ceased deterioration. Warning. This state is extremely unstable and requires continuous expenditure of immense mental energy to maintain. Should emotions spiral out of control or energy supply be interrupted, it will result in immediate backlash. Time lost meaning. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps an eternity. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His irises were no longer the cold emerald green, but had transformed into a deeper hue, as if dark golden lava flowed within. The dark golden cracks on his skin had not vanished. Rather, they were engraved like mysterious totems, emitting a faint glow. The severed stump of his left arm no longer bled, sealed by a layer of solidified dark golden aura. He struggled to sit up, feeling within him a power akin to a slumbering, primordial beast. The battle power could not be measured by conventional metrics. This awakening level of 5 possessed a quality far surpassing that of a typical Super Saiyan 2, but mastering it required significant mental and physical toll, and could not be sustained for long. His first glance fell upon Wukong, sensing that he was merely exhausted and unconscious, with no imminent danger to his life, which brought him a momentary sigh of relief. Then his gaze shifted to the breathless Vegeta, and with Chi-Mo visual, he scanned thoroughly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Vegeta's life force was indeed faint to the point of near disappearance, with extensive cellular death in the cavity of his chest. However, at the deepest edge of that void, as well as at the position of his heart, he faintly sensed a flicker of life, a spark that was exceedingly weak yet remarkably resilient. The life force of the Namekians was incredibly tenacious, and could it be that the Scions possessed the trait of revival on the brink of death? Just then, a rush of air surged from the distant horizon. Lin Feng instantly became alert, the dark golden aura instinctively rising, albeit weakly, yet imbued with a palpable sense of pressure. The newcomers approached swiftly, 2 green figures, Elder Nail and another young Namekian warrior. They had evidently sensed the intense energy fluctuations and their comrades' faint presence, and rushed over. "It is you." Elder Nail's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene, especially Vegeta's lifeless body and Lin Feng's bizarre state. The Grand Elder sensed an immense crisis. "You, Elder Nail." Lin Feng urgently interrupted him, pointing towards Vegeta. "He may still possess a glimmer of life. Is there any way in Namek to?" Elder Nail immediately stepped forward, placing his hand upon Vegeta's forehead, and a green healing aura illuminated. Moments later, he gravely nodded. "The flame of life has not yet fully extinguished, but it is exceedingly weak. He must be transported back to the village immediately, where the source of the fountain of life and the combined powers of all the elders can be utilized for healing. There may yet be a sliver of hope." "Then let us hurry," Lin Feng declared without hesitation. Though Vegeta may be arrogant and detestable, his immense power and Scion heritage are indispensable in the struggle against Fuisa. Elder Nu gazes upon Lin Feng's peculiar condition and the vacant left shoulder. "I am fine," Lin Feng asserts, shaking his head as he forcefully suppresses the turbulent energy within him. The immediate priority is to save Vegeta and thwart Flisar from gathering the Dragon Balls. He raises his eyes towards the horizon, where an overwhelming and suffocating malevolence is advancing. Heading straight for the last village of the Multiverse Shinhan, Flisar intends to seize the final Dragon Ball. Elder Nu's complexion pales, clearly sensing the malevolence as well. We must return him at once. Yet Lin Feng interjects, I am aware of Flisar's power. Taking a deep breath, the dark golden lava-like energy flows slowly through his eyes. We require time and greater strength. He glances at the unconscious Wukong and the near-death Vegeta. Hope, perhaps, lies in the astonishing potential of the Saiyans. With the assistance of Elder Nu, Lin Feng hoists Feng onto his back, while the Multiverse warrior carefully carries Ba, and the group swiftly heads towards the last refuge of the Multiverse Shinhan. Along the way, Lin Feng struggles to maintain the fragile balance of the legendary embryonic power within him while frantically devising a strategy. The legendary embryonic power of 5 is insufficient to confront Flisar, yet it may serve as an opportunity, a key to guide Wukong and the potentially salvageable Vegeta towards a deeper breakthrough. He reminisces about the arduous transformation of Wukong into Jasai 3 and Ba's subsequent breakthroughs, pondering if this anomalous power could yield different possibilities. Simultaneously, he must swiftly adapt to this initially stable legendary embryonic power and develop a combat style suited for it. Otherwise, this power would not be a savior, but rather a harbinger of doom. In the distant direction of the village, the abyss-like aura of Far grows clearer, laden with mockery and destruction. The clouds of the final battle loom ever heavier, but this time, amidst the depths of despair, a flicker of faint yet distinctly different hope ignites. Chapter 70. The Dragon Emerges. The Temptation of Immortality and the Opportunity for Reversal. The final village of the Shinhan resembles not merely a village, but rather a refuge constructed around a massive natural cave. The rock walls are adorned with softly glowing moss and ancient ruins, and at the center lies a pool of life-giving water, larger than that in the previous sacred grounds. Exuding a rich life force, yet mingled with an ineffable sense of panic at this moment. Elder Nu and the young warriors return with the severely injured trio, stirring a commotion among the surviving Multiverse Shinhan. Several elders skilled in healing immediately surround them, green healing auras illuminating the area, enveloping the unconscious Song and the nearly lifeless Beta. Mr. Wukong is merely exhausted and requires rest and energy replenishment, one elder assesses. However, when it comes to Beta, all the elders' expressions turn grave. Elder Nu places his hand on the horrifying void at Beta's chest, delving deep with the healing aura. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raises his gaze toward Lin Feng, who sits cross-legged, struggling to suppress the tumultuous energy within, and solemnly states, the situation is dire. Flisar's energy is immensely destructive, nearly obliterating his life core. Yet, as you have sensed, deep within, there still flickers a faint, uniquely Saiyan spark of life fighting for survival. This may indeed be the legendary Saiyan's near-death potential at work. Can he be saved? Lin Feng's tightly shut eyes flutter open slightly, revealing a glimmering dark golden hue. It is difficult, Elder Nalu replies, shaking his head. We need to immerse him in the source of the life spring, uniting the strength of all our elders, consistently guiding the purest life energy to nurture that spark, attempting to awaken his self-restorative capabilities. This requires time, and our success rate is less than 30%. More importantly, he gazes anxiously toward the cave entrance. Flisar will not grant us that time. As if to substantiate his words, a vast, malevolent, mockingly charged aura swiftly envelopes the entire village like dark clouds. The suffocating pressure of Flisar descends without restraint. Insects, have you hidden well? This king has come to claim the last toy. Flisar's icy voice resonates through the rock walls, chilling every Multiverse person's heart. He is here. It is Flisar. Panic spreads instantaneously. Lin Feng abruptly rises. The unstable dark golden aura within him surges uncontrollably before he forcibly suppresses it. He turns to Elder Nu. Elder, focus entirely on saving Vegeta. I will buy us some time. Elder Nu observes Zhang's vacant left shoulder and the unstable energy surrounding him, his eyes filled with concern. Fear not. I shall not engage head-on. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, merely causing a bit of trouble. He needs time, not only to save Vegeta, but also to await Wang's recovery and to better acclimate himself to this perilous legendary embryonic power. In the next moment, Lin Feng's figure transforms into a streak of dark golden light, bursting forth from the cave. The sky outside the village is overcast, with Fuisa hovering in midair. Beneath him, several trembling Nanikushing villagers forced to hold the Dragon Balls. He has already gathered 6 Dragon Balls, leaving only 1 remaining. Oh, another little insect dares to emerge? Feng observes Lin Feng with keen interest, particularly noting his severed left arm and the strange dark golden aura enveloping him. It seems your peculiar power has not yet led to your demise. However, do you truly believe you can thwart me in your current state? Lin Feng remains silent. Instead, combining the Qi Mo Shuje and his nascent control of the legendary embryonic perception to scan Fuisa and the Dragon Balls beneath him. He notes that when his legendary embryonic power slightly fluctuates, the Dragon Balls seem to resonate ever so slightly. Is it because the Dragon Balls are also creations of Kamehameha's life energy, and his power has merged with the planet's essence? Stop. Lin Feng speaks, his voice bearing an unusual hoarse reverberation. I am merely curious. What is an existence like you seek in the pursuit of immortality? Eternal boredom? Fuisa momentarily pauses, then bursts into a low, mocking laugh. Heh, inferior beings truly cannot comprehend. Immortality signifies infinite possibilities, eternal dominion, and the absence of concern over any potential threats, such as you wretched Science. A flicker of menace flashes in his eyes, clearly perturbed by the Science potential and the aura that Lin Feng had just exhibited, which he found unsettling. Ah, it is fear. Lin Feng deliberately adopts a tone of understanding, attempting to provoke his adversary and divert his attention. Fuisa's expression darkens instantly. You seek death. With a flick of his hand, a purple ray shoots toward Lin Feng, moving with incredible speed but not at full force. Lin Feng had anticipated this, unleashing the dark golden aura, executing Sunshangqin to its utmost, leaving numerous solid phantoms in his wake, while his true form narrowly evades the attack with an exceptionally peculiar trajectory, accompanied by slight spatial fluctuations. Fuisa raises an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by Lin Feng's speed and evasion. It appears your power does possess some merit. However, the game ends here. Losing patience, he seeks to avoid any further complications and reaches for the final Dragon Ball. At that moment, a tremendous and gentle life energy surges upward from deep within the village. It is Elder Nu and the others, seemingly commencing the healing of Baijitar, activating the core power of the life spring. This pure Nanikushing life energy seems to exert a strong attraction towards the Dragon Balls. The last Dragon Ball trembles slightly, radiating a brilliant light. Fuisa's gaze sharpens, and he immediately lunges for the Dragon Ball. Now is the moment. In Lin Feng's eyes, a brilliant dark golden light surged, no longer evading. He daringly compressed the legendary embryonic power within him into his right fist, not to strike Frieza, but to smash fiercely into the ground. Boom! A dark golden energy shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, not for destruction, but for disruption. The energy wave precisely swept over the Dragon Balls, their faint legendary embryonic aura resonating strangely with the life energy of the Dragon Balls and the energy surging from deep within the village. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 Dragon Balls seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, instantly breaking free from Frieza's control and scattering in all directions. The last Dragon Ball, drawn by this resonant energy, transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the depths of the village. What? Frieza was furious. Having never anticipated Lin Feng possessed such a trump card, he flickered and rushed towards the fleeing Dragon Ball. But Lin Feng would not allow him to succeed. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating backlash of his power, he erupted in speed once more, blocking Frieza's path, the dark golden aura burning at its zenith, though small, exuding an unyielding determination. Get lost. Frieza waved dismissively, and a terrifying shockwave sent Lin Feng flying, crashing into several massive rocks. Yet, this obstruction was enough. The last Dragon Ball successfully flew into the depths of the village, landing beside the Fountain of Life. At that moment, as the 7 Dragon Balls gathered near the energy-rich Fountain of Life, and under the faint influence of Lin Feng's special power, they unexpectedly activated. Deep in the village, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with an unprecedented dazzling golden light, soaring into the sky. The entire sky of Namek darkened instantly, thunder and lightning raging. A colossal, majestic, and divine green dragon slowly took form amidst the golden light. Its body sprawled across the sky, its red eyes akin to the sun and moon, gazing down upon the earth. The dragon, Purunga, had manifested. "Arise, O dragon!" An elderly yet solemn voice resonated, belonging to a surviving elder of the village, who seized the moment to chant the incantation. Frisia ceased his actions, gazing up at the dragon with a cold gaze that for the first time revealed unmasked greed and fervor. Immortality was within reach. Lin Feng struggled to rise from the rubble, looking at the dragon in the sky and then towards the depths of the village, his thoughts racing. Frisia would undoubtedly wish for immortality. He must be stopped. But how to prevent it? A direct confrontation was impossible. Perhaps he could exploit the rules of the dragon? Or wait for Goku? The dragon's deep and resounding voice echoed across the heavens. "Speak your wish. Any wish. I can grant 3. A victorious smile crept across Frisia's lips as he slowly began. "My first wish is..." Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. The crisis reached its peak. Yet, could the opportunity for reversal also lie hidden in this moment of the dragon's manifestation? Chapter 71. The Contest of Wishes. The Awakening of Super Saiyan 3 and the Clash of Legends. The colossal form of the dragon Purunga loomed in the sky, its red eyes like 2 blood moons, surveying the shattered Namek. Its majestic, rumbling voice resonated throughout the realm. "Speak your wish. Any wish. I can grant 3. Frisia hovered in midair, a cruel smile of certainty on his face, inhaling deeply, prepared to utter the word he had yearned for across countless ages: immortality. However, just as he was about to speak, "Stop him, dragon. My first wish is..." A hoarse yet resolute voice interjected, piercing through the heavy air like a blade. It was Lin Feng. He bore the agonizing pain of his body threatening to collapse and the backlash of the legendary embryonic power, channeling all his will into his voice, shouting the meticulously crafted, only wish that could reverse the situation, bring back to life all the kind-hearted souls who perished on this Namek, except for Frisia and his direct subordinates. This wish was precise, swift, and targeted the core. It did not directly attack Frisia, but instead exploited a loophole in the Dragon's rules. Frisia's wish sought personal gain, while Lin Feng's wish aimed to resurrect kind lives. In the dragon's judgment, the latter held greater priority and universality. Moreover, once this wish was granted, it would directly resurrect numerous Namekians slain by Frisia, including the possibly deceased Grand Elder. The implications for the situation were immeasurable. "What? You bastard! How dare you?" Frisia's smile froze in shock, morphing into a tempest of fury. He had never anticipated that this barely alive insect would pull such a stunt at the last moment. He swung his hand violently, unleashing a wave of destructive energy aimed at Lin Feng, intent on obliterating him. But the dragon Purunga was faster. Its red eyes flickered, seemingly engaged in a complex judgment. Lin Feng's wish conformed to the rules and took precedence over personal desires. "As you wish." The dragon's deep voice resonated, an indescribable, vast sea of life energy surged forth from it, sweeping across the entirety of Namek like a gentle tide. In an instant, miracles unfolded. The green bodies, slaughtered by Frisia's forces and scattered across the planet, began to emit a gentle glow, their wounds healing, life energy returning. In the village, the Namekians who were on the brink of death, even those confirmed deceased, began to emit faint groans, their eyes fluttering open. Even Vegeta, lying at the source of the fountain of life with a terrifying hollow in his chest, felt a flicker of life ignited within him, the flesh around the hollow visibly pulsating and growing. It worked. Elder Nairo was overjoyed. No. Frisia's roar shook the heavens and earth. His energy wave directed at Lin Feng was countered by the life radiance emanating from the dragon. He watched helplessly as his spoils were resurrected, his plans utterly disrupted, rage threatening to consume his sanity. "Damn insect! I will tear you to shreds." Yet, the dragon's voice rang out once more. "The first wish has been granted. State your second wish." Opportunity. A resolute determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He must articulate a second wish to secure victory. Should it be to seal Frisia? Or to transport everyone to safety? But just as he prepared to speak, an unforeseen event transpired. Buzz. A far more terrifying and profound evil aura, as if connected to infinite dimensions, erupted violently from the immensely enraged Frisia. His final form, under the extreme provocation of anger, escalated in power, subtly brushing against a higher threshold. Though he did not break through, the oppressive aura caused the recently resurrected Namekians to gasp for breath once more. "My second wish is mine." Frisia bellowed, his voice imbued with the power of rules, forcefully disrupting Lin Feng's spirit, attempting to seize the right to wish. Let me. At that moment, unbeknownst to all, deep within the village, beside the fountain of life, the long unconscious figure of Sun Wukong stirred. The overwhelming emotional shock from the deaths and subsequent resurrections of numerous comrades, along with the despairing strength emanating from Frisia, caused a certain shackle deep within the Saiyan bloodline to shatter under the strain. Crack! Crack! Wukong's body trembled involuntarily, the golden aura around him igniting spontaneously. But not in the form of Super Saiyan 2's electric state. It became even more radiant and unstable, as if something far more terrifying was about to emerge. His hair began to grow visibly, his eyebrows vanishing, his brow bones becoming more pronounced, and a more solid energy lightning began to manifest around him. Super Saiyan 3 was forcibly awakening. On the other side, immersed in the fountain of life, Beiji Ta, stimulated by the dual forces of Shenlong's revivifying power and his near-death potential, felt his hollow chest heal rapidly. A more intense and refined golden aura erupted from him. Super Saiyan 2, Beiji Ta, through adversity, attained a breakthrough. The battlefield situation transformed in an instant. Lin Feng, sensing the surging energy of both Wukong and Beiji Ta, felt a jolt in his heart and immediately altered his course of action. He called out to Shenlong for his second wish, a request that astonished everyone. Shenlong, please restore the states of my companions, Sun Wukong and Beiji Ta, to their prime. This includes healing all injuries and fully restoring our energy. This wish, seemingly simple, was of paramount importance. It did not directly enhance their power, but rather eliminated all negative influences, allowing the trio to face the imminent deadly battle in their most optimal form. This was especially crucial for Wukong, who was forcibly breaking through, and Beiji Ta, who had just achieved his breakthrough, as well as for Lin Feng, who was teetering on the brink of collapse. It was a much-needed boon. As you wish. Shenlong's crimson eyes flickered again, and three beams of soft yet boundless life force enveloped Lin Feng, Wukong, and Beiji Ta. A warm current surged through Lin Feng's body, and he felt an intense itch at his severed left shoulder as a brand new arm grew at a visible speed. The turmoil within him, stemming from the legendary embryonic power, instantly subsided. The backlash injuries healed completely, and his energy surged to an unprecedented fullness. The legendary Super Saiyan, embryonic, stabilized at level 5, as if it were an extension of his will. Wukong's previously unstable, rampaging aura instantly stabilized, and the awakening process of Super Saiyan 3 became seamless. His immense power surging forth like a rushing river, officially stepping into Super Saiyan 3. His battle power skyrocketed to 30 million, with hair cascading to his waist, pronounced brow bones, and an aura that shook the heavens. Beiji Ta's hollow chest fully healed, solidifying his Super Saiyan 2 strength, his aura razor-sharp, and his battle power firmly at 6 million. He opened his eyes, filled with rage, humiliation, and an even stronger fighting spirit. The voice of Shenlong began to grow faint, and his form became blurred. After consecutively granting 2 extensive, high-energy consuming wishes, his power was on the verge of depletion. The third wish was to make Frisia scream in a frenzy, attempting one last struggle. But Lin Feng was faster. He turned to Elder Nei Lu, summoning his last strength to shout, "Elder, quickly, wish to randomly transport all resurrected and surviving Namekians to safe, habitable planets in the universe immediately." This was the final safeguard. The bloodline of the Namekians must be preserved. Elder Nei Lu instantly understood and loudly made the wish. As requested, Shenlong's voice weakened. The 7 dragon balls erupted with brilliance, then dimmed, transforming into stones scattered across the land. An invisible spatial wave enveloped all Namekians, their figures beginning to blur. No. Frisia watched in horror as his dreams of immortality shattered. His enemies regained their peak and broke through, and his prey was swept away. Madness overwhelmed him. "You will all die." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his power in his final form, his aura stirring the winds and clouds, charging first toward Wukong, who had just completed his breakthrough and was at his most formidable. Frisia. Wukong's hair billowed, his Super Saiyan 3 aura resembling a white pillar of light, fearlessly confronting him. "Your opponent is me, Kakarot. Do not think you can steal my prey." Beiji Ta's Super Saiyan 2 aura erupted, also attacking Frisia from the side. Lin Feng, feeling the stable and powerful legendary embryonic power within him, gazed at the familiar yet strange Super Saiyan 3 Wukong and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta before him, knowing that the final battle was truly beginning now. He inhaled deeply, the dark golden aura slowly rising as he joined the fray. Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong, 30 million. Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta, 6 million. Legendary Super Saiyan Embryonic, Lin Feng, exceptionally high quality, battle power approximately 8 million, but with special characteristics, vs Frieza, final form, 120 million. A fierce battle, concerning the fate of the universe and transcending limits, erupted fully on this planet teetering on the brink of destruction. What role would Lin Feng's unique legendary embryonic power play in this chaotic conflict? Chapter 72, The Legend Surges. The limits of Super Saiyan 3 and the unleashing of the embryo the sky of Namek was torn apart by 4 destructive auras. Frieza hovered beneath the heavens like a world-ending demon, his deep purple aura warping space and emanating an overwhelming pressure of despair. Opposite him, 3 golden figures stood resolute like unyielding rocks amidst a storm, fiercely resisting. Sun Wukong's hair danced like white flames, his aura wild and potent. Each Kamehameha blast dimming the world, colliding fiercely with Frieza's death rays, unleashing shockwaves that annihilated stars. He was the absolute main attacker, bearing the brunt of Frieza's pressure. Vegeta, cunning as the most treacherous leopard, maximized his speed and precision, launching Gallic Gun and Final Flash like venomous snakes, continuously probing Frieza's defensive weaknesses. Though he could not inflict fatal wounds, he always managed to disrupt Frieza's assaults, creating opportunities for Wukong. His pride would not allow him to be merely supportive. He attacked with equal ferocity. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was the most unpredictable variable. His dark golden aura no longer raged. Instead, it was as restrained as an abyss, flowing with dark golden cracks that resembled living entities. He did not engage Frieza in a contest of strength. Rather, he combined key membrane vision with the unique perception of the legendary embryonic power to the utmost degree. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through the essence of energy flow, always able to move at the smallest cost or precisely execute key round slash at the critical moment, cutting into the nodes of Frieza's energy operation, or using the mental shockwave, imbued with legendary embryonic power to disrupt his concentration. His presence ensnared Frieza in an invisible, sticky web, often rendering his full power only partially effective, causing immense frustration. Damn insect, always hiding. Frieza, increasingly frantic from his inability to break through, abruptly abandoned his strong assault on Wukong. In a flash, he appeared before Vegeta at near instantaneous speed, his claw, imbued with destructive energy, aimed directly at his heart. He intended to eliminate this most bothersome fly first. Vegeta, Wukong roared, desperate to rescue him, but was blocked by an energy barrier released by Frieza in advance. Humph, do you think this king fears you? Vegeta remained calm, unleashing his Super Saiyan 2 aura, condensing Final Flash at 0 distance. He intended to trade injury for injury. Just at this critical moment, with a hum, Lin Feng's figure appeared before Vegeta like a specter. He did not attempt to directly block Frieza's attack. Instead, he pressed his hands forward, channeling the legendary embryonic power at level 5 in an unprecedented manner, not for offense nor defense, but for assimilation and deflection. The dark golden aura formed a minuscule vortex, and at the moment of contact with Frieza's claw, rather than a hard clash, it guided the destructive force like a water current steering a boulder, redirecting it to crash into the distant ground beside Vegeta. Boom! A mountain in the distance was instantly reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, Vegeta's Final Flash struck squarely against Frieza's chest, which had been momentarily stiffened due to the redirected power. Puff! A purple-black shockwave exploded from Frieza's chest. Though it was not a heavy injury, it caused him to stagger. This was the first time since the battle began that he had been hit head-on. Success! Vegeta was both astonished and delighted, looking at Lin Feng with a complex expression. The exquisite control of power was truly unprecedented. Well done, Lin Feng. Wukong seized the opportunity to break through the barrier, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's back. Ugh! Frieza was knocked forward, filled with shock and fury to the extreme. You damned! The continuous setbacks, particularly the strikes from what he deemed mere insects, ignited Frieza's ferocity to an unprecedented level. He ceased to hold back. The terrifying power of his final form erupted entirely, elevating his speed, strength, and energy output to a new echelon. Abandoning all finesse, he unleashed the purest, most savage force to crush his adversaries. The death storm commenced. With arms outstretched, Frieza unleashed countless rays of destructive energy that indiscriminately blanketed the entire expanse like a torrential downpour. There was no escape. This is bad. Quick, defend. Goku's expression transformed dramatically as the aura of Super Saiyan 3 coalesced into a thick shield. Vegeta also fortified his defenses. Lin Feng enveloped himself in the essence of the legendary initial form, attempting to redirect and mitigate the onslaught at a microscopic level. Yet the energy storm was too dense and violent. Boom, boom, boom. The shields of the three shattered in succession as energy rays struck, blood gushing forth as they plummeted to the ground, leaving 3 deep craters. Coughing, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 aura flickered violently, his long hair coated in dust, his breath significantly weakened. The drawbacks of Super Saiyan 3's immense energy consumption began to manifest. Vegeta, already wounded, suffered further damage, his Super Saiyan 2 aura nearly extinguished. Lin Feng knelt on the ground, his dark golden aura flickering erratically, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although the essence of the legendary initial form's power was of exceedingly high quality, its totality was ultimately insufficient. The continuous high-intensity precision control and the recent diversion of his ultimate skill had taken a tremendous toll. Do you see the gap now, insects? Frieza hovered in the air, looking down upon the battered trio, a cruel satisfaction etched across his face. In the face of absolute power, your pitiful cooperation is utterly meaningless. Next, I shall eradicate you with a single blow. He raised both hands, condensing a sphere of dark energy, more concentrated than the previous planet-destroying attack, swirling as if a black hole resided within. This time, he had locked onto the 3 of them. There was no escape. It's over. A glimmer of despair flashed in Vegeta's eyes. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. We can still fight. Goku struggled to rise. Yet the burden of Super Saiyan 3 rendered him sluggish. Lin Feng gazed upon the destructive energy sphere above, then at his severely injured comrades. A surge of intense rage, unwillingness, and the fervent desire to protect erupted within him like a volcano. The essence of the legendary initial form began to boil violently, roaring. The invisible barrier within him seemed to loosen. Ding! Extreme emotional fluctuations and protective intentions detected in host, meeting the advancement criteria for legendary Super Saiyan. Current energy accumulation insufficient. Forced breakthrough carries immense risk. External pressure and internal guidance required. Warning: Frieza's ultimate strike contains destructive energy, which can serve as an external pressure source. But the host's survival probability is below 10. A 10 chance is enough. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He turned to Goku and Vegeta, urgently calling out with his mental force, Goku, Vegeta, trust me this once. Give me all your remaining energy. Do not defend. Use it all to attack Frieza's energy sphere. Create an opportunity for me. What? Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. To give all their energy meant leaving themselves utterly defenseless, a certain death. There's no time to explain. This is the only chance. Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable resolve. Goku looked into Lin Feng's eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames. Sensing the unwavering determination within, he nodded firmly, saying, "All right, I believe in you, Lin Feng." He gathered all the remaining energy within him without reservation, coalescing it into one final, dazzling Kamehameha. Vegeta's expression shifted as he ultimately gritted his teeth. Damn it. If you fail, I will haunt you as a ghost. He too infused his last strength into the ultimate flash. In a desperate struggle, Frieza sneered, pushing the sphere of destruction toward the 3. Now's the time. Lin Feng roared. Ultimate Kamehameha. Goku's azure beam resembled a burning galaxy. Ultimate flash. Vegeta's golden torrent burst forth like a supernova. The 2 beams, embodying their final wills and power, charged fearlessly toward Frieza's sphere of destruction. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted once more, but this time, Goku's Kamehameha and Vegeta's ultimate flash, like moths drawn to flame, only managed to hold their ground for an instant before being engulfed and obliterated by the destructive energy sphere. The shockwave of the explosion completely consumed Goku and Vegeta, leaving their fates unknown. And amid the obliteration, at the very center of the radiant devastation, Lin Feng let out a soul-rending roar. He not only refrained from defense, but actively charged toward the core of destruction. He compressed all the essence of the legendary initial form power transmitted from Goku and Vegeta, along with his own fervent desire to protect his comrades and annihilate powerful foes. Igniting it all, using his body as a forge and Frisia's destructive energy as an anvil, he underwent the most brutal and frenzied tempering. Crack, crack, crack. The barriers within him shattered under this extreme internal and external pressure. Ding. Breakthrough successful. Legendary Super Saiyan, initial form. Awakening degree increased to 10. Combat power skyrocketed. Body restructured. Legendary traits preliminarily activated. Boom. A surge of dark golden energy, deeper, older, and more imbued with a destructive aura than before, erupted from the center of the explosion, dispersing the residual waves of Frisia's destruction. Lin Feng's figure reappeared. His hair transformed into an even darker shade of gold, resembling flowing metal, shoulder length, dancing wildly without wind. The dark golden fissures on his body became more intricate and distinct, resembling mysterious totems. While his pupils transformed into molten dark gold, an aura emanated from him, imbued with raw, tyrannical pressure that transcended ordinary life forms. Legendary Super Saiyan, initial form, 10. Combat power exceeded 20 million. Moreover, this power harbored a unique destructive characteristic, exerting tremendous suppressive force against evil energy. Impossible. The cruel smile on Frisia's face froze entirely, replaced by an unprecedented horror. He sensed that this scion before him had undergone a profound transformation in the essence of his aura. It was a presence that made his very soul tremble. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze, his burning dark golden pupils locking onto Frisia. His voice echoing like a judgment from antiquity. Frisia, your reign ends here. The final counterattack was officially heralded by Lin Feng, who had stepped into a new realm. Chapter 73, The Legend Descends. The initial form perfected and the fall of the Emperor. The dark golden light shimmered like a newborn star beneath the shattered heavens of Namek. Lin Feng floated in the void, his dark golden aura now flowing not as flames, but as a more substantial form, closer to a liquid energy state, resembling molten dark gold gently flowing. Each strand of his hair sparkled, as if sculpted from the purest dark golden crystal, shoulder length, moving of its own accord, leaving faint energy afterimages with every sway. The dark golden lava within his pupils no longer bubbled, but had become profound and tranquil, yet contained an authority potent enough to freeze one's very soul. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan, initial form 10, was now operating perfectly within him. And behind the combat power value of 20 million lay a fundamental leap in the essence of life, an absolute suppression that transcended ordinary energy systems. Imbued with the primal aura of savagery, Frisia hovered opposite him, his insect-like demonic visage losing its shock as a deeper, more intense fury replaced it. As the ruler of countless star systems, he would not permit any entity to challenge his authority, especially this scion whose aura elicited tremors in the deepest recesses of his soul, awakening the ancient memories of the iced demons of yore. It was a revulsion and apprehension originating from the very essence of life. Bluster. Regardless of the grotesque form you may assume, before the chasm of absolute power, your struggles are but futile endeavors. Frisia roared, his voice distorted by sheer fury, unleashing his ultimate form's terrifying might to an unprecedented zenith. The deep purple aura no longer merely encircled him. It swelled forth like a living entity, transforming into an abyss of violet that enveloped the heavens and earth, devouring all light and hope. The cataclysmic energy it harbored caused the already fractured Namek to emit a mournful lament under its unbearable weight. He sought to obliterate this wretched insect, which incessantly brought forth calamity, along with its very existence, from the universe, the Emperor's ultimate cosmic annihilation wave. Frisia spread his arms wide, seemingly embracing the cosmos, and then converged them forward in a manner that shook the very rules of existence. Within his palms, it was not merely an accumulation of energy, but the genesis of a true miniature black hole. This was not a Kamehameha wave, but a phenomenon of destruction that invoked the fundamental laws of the universe: darkness, silence, and the consumption of all, accompanied by a terrifying will to terminate every order and return all to the void. silently, yet swiftly advanced towards Lin Feng. Wherever it passed, space itself imploded and was annihilated. Yet, in the face of this near-low-level destructive assault, Lin Feng's gaze remained as calm as a still pond. He did not choose to confront it head-on, nor did he employ intricate evasive maneuvers before the devouring void, for any conventional evasion was meaningless. He made an action that caused Frisia's pupils to constrict in utter confusion. He opened his arms wide, his dark golden aura reversing, forming an unfathomable inward spiraling vortex at his chest, proactively welcoming the mini black hole that consumed all. Self-destruction. That thought flickered in Frisia's mind, but the next moment, the sinister grin on his face froze, transforming into incomprehensible horror. The cosmic annihilation wave, capable of extinguishing stars upon contact with the dark golden vortex, was greedily, frantically consumed, torn apart, and deconstructed like rivers merging into the sea. The true nature of the legendary Super Saiyan embryonic form revealed itself at this moment, showcasing its extraordinary ability for destruction and energy assimilation. It could not only dismantle energy structures, but also trace back to their origins, breaking them down into primordial chaotic energy, which subsequently transformed into nourishment for itself. Impossible. My law of destruction is being analyzed, consumed. What manner of power is this? Frisia distinctly felt his connection to the annihilation wave being forcibly severed, stripped away. The energy that contained his will to destroy was becoming sustenance for the opponent's growth. This unprecedented ability instilled within him an unfathomable dread. Frisia, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the chaotic energy, cold and chilling. What you rely upon is the law of destruction. Yet legends are born from chaos, transcending the laws above. He endured the immense pain brought forth by the devouring transformative energy, as if every cell in his being was being restructured, yet his will shone brighter and more resolute, akin to divine gold tempered through 1,000 forges. The colossal chaotic energy that surged into him did not merely elevate his combat power. Rather, it ruthlessly washed, tempered, and perfected his embryonic form, propelling it towards a more complete and ancient state. Explode, you fool! Frisia descended into madness, sacrificing his essence to inject more of the law of destruction's power into the black hole, attempting to burst this bizarre vortex with absolute power. This played right into Lin Feng's hands. The purer, more primordial destructive energy surged in, acting as the finest catalyst, accelerating the metamorphosis of the embryonic form. The dark golden cracks upon Lin Feng's body erupted with the brilliance of the sun, as if ancient totems were awakening. Legendary Super Saiyan embryonic form awakening level increased. 15, 20, 30, 40. Not enough. The sorrow and wrath of this planet is also my power. Lin Feng, inspired, completely connected his perception with the battered and near-death Namek beneath his feet. The planetary will insight resonated with the remaining life's lament and endless grievances of the planet, merging with the perception of the legendary embryonic form. This massive and intricate torrent of intent surged into Lin Feng's energy vortex, as if it had found an outlet. Buzz. Lin Feng's body emitted a hum of limits being tested, as the dark golden aura surged explosively, deepening in hue, as if it had absorbed eons of time. The awakening level skyrocketed at an unprecedented pace. Awakening level, 45, 48, 49, 50. The moment the awakening level surpassed the critical point of 50, an unprecedented sense of completeness flooded Lin Feng's soul and body. The legendary Super Saiyan embryonic form, complete. His battle power surged wildly, stabilizing at an astonishing height of 50 million. Not only that, but his control over power underwent a qualitative leap, with a mere thought. The dark golden aura swirling around him instantly converged, transforming into a battle garb seemingly woven from dark golden energy, fitting snugly against his form, all presence coalescing, resembling a mere mortal. Yet the pressure emanating from his dark golden pupils rendered the entire space motionless. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dark golden vortex still consuming energy quietly dissipated, along with the annihilation energy Frisia had unleashed, vanishing into the void. At this moment, he floated serenely, seemingly becoming the center of this universe. Now it is my turn. Lin Feng spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an authoritative gravitas. He slowly raised his right hand, his index finger lightly pointing. There was no energy gathering, no dazzling brilliance, merely the simplest of actions. Yet, Frisia felt the surrounding spacetime come to an absolute standstill. He could not move, could not think, not even the emotion of fear could arise. He could only watch helplessly as that finger seemed to transcend causality, locking onto the essence of his existence. The legendary root annihilation. A pinpoint of exquisite dark golden light flickered at Lin Feng's fingertip. It was neither energy nor law, but the embodiment of the concepts of existence and nothingness. It was a manifestation of the legendary Super Saiyan, destructive characteristic upon achieving perfection, touching the fundamental rules. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling energy clashes. That point of dark golden light, like a phantom, pierced through all of Frisia's energy defenses and corporeal barriers, directly acting upon the root of his existence. Frisia's thoughts halted. He sensed that his very existence was being erased by an irresistible force from its most fundamental level. His power, his memories, his ambitions, everything that constituted him as the cosmic emperor Frisia crumbled and dissipated like a sandcastle. He could not even utter a sound. His grotesque form began to dissolve into the tiniest specks of light from his fingertip, silently vanishing, ultimately disappearing from this universe without a trace. As if he had never existed. The cosmic emperor Frisia thus fell, his form and spirit obliterated. Lin Feng slowly retracted his finger. The dark golden energy battle garb swirling around him, feeling the complete and magnificent power within him, as if it were an extension of his will. His gaze swept across the ravaged earth below, and the two flickering yet resilient sparks of life, Wukong and Vegeta, buried amidst the ruins. After the storm, there lay a stillness of death. The path of legend, thus, began a new chapter. Chapter 74, Aftermath of Battle and Bounty of the System. Frisia's existence was utterly erased, and the suffocating aura of evil dissipated into the ether. In the shattered skies above Namek, only Lin Feng remained suspended, his dark golden energy contained like an abyss. The complete power of the legendary embryonic form circulating steadily within, bringing an unparalleled sense of control. The world lay in silence, with only the faint ripples of residual energy and the almost imperceptible groans of pain emanating from the wounded planet beneath. Lin Feng gently descended, his feet touching the scorched, fractured earth. He first approached the two faint yet tenacious life forces. With a mere flick of his wrist, the massive boulders above were displaced by an invisible force, revealing the gravely injured and unconscious son Wukong and Vegeta beneath. Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 form had long since dissipated, returning to his normal state. His complexion as pale as parchment, his breath weak yet steady. The formidable life force of the Saiyan was gradually mending his body. Vegeta fared slightly better. His Super Saiyan 2 form had also reverted, yet his injuries were more severe. Although his chest had been healed by the dragon, the internal wounds and energy depletion remained critical. Lin Feng pressed his hands to their foreheads. The pure energy of the legendary prototype infused with a trace of life-nurturing properties slowly entering them, stabilizing their injuries and accelerating their recovery. Having completed this, he finally turned his attention to the system notification that had belatedly sounded in his mind. Ding. Hosts will detected, commencing settlement of the Namek Saga mission rewards. Main quest, journey through the Star Sea, Namek Saga, completion assessment in progress. Survived until the arrival of Frisia's army. Completed established contact with local forces. Namekians completed, received the Elder's blessing. Elder Neru's recognition, survived under Frisia's threat, exceeded expectations. Host independently defeated Frisia's final form. Explored the planet's mysteries. Completed, discovered the fountain of life. Encountered the planet's consciousness. Hidden objectives achieved. Awakened hidden bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan, prototype, and elevated it to 50 perfection. Overall evaluation, SSS level perfect rating. Reward distribution. Base reward, 50,000 replication points. SSS level evaluation bonus, 100,000 replication points. Skill fusion ticket, X1. Bloodline enhancement opportunity, legendary, X1. Additional rewards for defeating formidable foes. Defeated Dodoria, Apule, and Zabon among others. Gained 15,000 replication points. Independently defeated the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, final form. Gained 1,000 replication points. Designated skill replication ticket, rare, X1. Hidden achievement, legend begins, reward, 200,000 replication points. Unlocked special skill category, legendary skill library, not yet available. Ding. Host's current total replication points. 1, 365, 580. Original 21, 580 points. Mission rewards 1, 365, 000 points. Previous consumption 0 points. Ding. Host detected to have undergone intense combat. Engaged and defeated numerous powerful foes. Replicable skill list has been updated. Replicable skill list, new highlights. Frisia's bloodline talent energy control, master. Requires 800,000 replication points. Frisia's refined control over energy, allowing rapid learning and optimization of energy-related skills. Death beam, mastery. Requires 120,000 replication points. Frisia's signature move. Compressing energy into a highly penetrating ray. Planetary destruction ball, entry. Requires 500,000 replication points. One of Frisia's ultimate skills. Summoning an energy sphere containing the laws of destruction. Immensely powerful. Warning, requires extreme energy control and negative energy resistance. Ultimate flash, Vegeta's version, mastery. Requires 80,000 replication points. Vegeta's ultimate move, concentrated power with explosive force. Instant transmission, Sun Wukong's version, entry. Requires 200,000 replication points. A divine technique for spatial jumping upon sensing energy. Requires advanced abilities of energy perception as a prerequisite. Super Saiyan full power training method, insight. Requires 150,000 replication points. High-level techniques derived from Sun Wukong's stabilization process in Super Saiyan 3 regarding maintaining Super Saiyan form and reducing consumption. Planetary healing technique, Namek, mastery. Requires 60,000 replication points. Conducting large-scale healing or environmental restoration by guiding the planet's life energy. Other learned or lower-tier skills omitted. Gazing at the flood of reward notifications and the soaring replication points. Even with Lin Feng's current mindset, he could not help but take a deep breath. The reward for defeating Frisia was nothing short of staggering, instantly rendering him a millionaire. The newly available replicable skills encompassed a vast array, from Frisia's top-tier talents and lethal techniques to Wukong and Vegeta's signature abilities, even including the auxiliary planetary healing technique. System. Use planetary healing technique. Target. This area, gentle repair, prioritize stabilizing the core. Lin Feng issued the command. Although the legendary prototype power was formidable, specialized skills proved more effective for mending the wounds of a planet. Consumed 60,000 replication points. Successfully replicated planetary healing technique, Namek, mastery. A wealth of knowledge regarding resonating with the planet's life energy and guiding its healing surged into his mind. Lin Feng pressed his hands against the ground. The dark golden flames transforming into a vibrant emerald light, gently permeating the earth, beginning to soothe Namek's battered core and stabilizing its collapse. This was not an endeavor to be completed in a day, but it at least halted the deterioration. Next, he turned his gaze to the unconscious Wukong and Vegeta, pondering for a moment. Replicate Super Saiyan full power training method and Frisia's bloodline talent energy control. Consumed 150,000 replication points. Successfully replicated Super Saiyan full power training method, insight. Consumed 800,000 replication points. Successfully replicated Frisia's bloodline talent energy control, master. Insights into how to utilize transformation powers more efficiently and stably, along with an innate sense of refined control over energy, instantly integrated into Lin Feng's instincts. He felt his command over the legendary prototype power within him elevate significantly, with reduced consumption and smoother operation. The remaining replication points would be reserved for now. While planetary destruction ball and instant transmission were enticing, the former had stringent requirements, and the latter necessitated energy perception as a prerequisite. Currently, while energy film vision was potent, it did not fully align. He needed to find a more suitable energy perception skill or further enhance energy film vision. Lin Feng calmly strategized. The designated skill replication ticket and bloodline enhancement opportunity were treasures to be used with great caution. Once he had managed the system affairs, Lin Feng relocated Wukong and Vegeta to a relatively intact cave, establishing a simple energy barrier for protection. He then vanished in a flash, utilizing his newfound speed and energy film vision to search for the scattered Dragon Balls of Namek. With Frisia defeated, his subordinates had fled in disarray. Lin Feng quickly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. He gazed at these orbs of restoration, contemplating his wish. Dragon Purunga. Revive all the benevolent Namekians who perished directly or indirectly due to Frisia and his army's invasion of Namek, and restore them along with this planet to their optimal state before Frisia's arrival. It was a monumental wish, nearly exhausting Purunga's power. Yet, as the dragon reappeared and the wish was granted, a gentle radiance enveloped the entirety of Namek. The Earth's wounds visibly healed, vegetation rebirthed, oceans calmed, and the sacrificed Namekians reappeared in the light. The elder's frail yet content figure also manifested beside the altar. Having completed all this, Lin Feng returned to the cave. Wukong and Vegeta remained in a coma, yet their life force had strengthened considerably. He sat cross-legged, beginning to digest the spoils of this battle, particularly the profound understanding and application of the perfected legendary prototype power. The 50 prototype was a solid foundation. Yet the path of the legendary Super Saiyan was evidently far more profound and expansive than that of the ordinary Super Saiyan. The legendary skill library and bloodline enhancement opportunity undeniably point towards a more formidable future. Frisia is merely the beginning. In this universe, and perhaps beyond into other dimensions, there exist even more powerful beings. In Lin Feng's eyes, a dark golden glow flickered, brimming with anticipation for the challenges that lie ahead. The next step is to return to Earth or to explore the vast cosmos. Chapter 75, Returning to Earth. The emergence of legends and the undercurrents of the universe. The skies of Namek have regained their former tranquility, although the land still bears traces of its wounds. Life is rapidly reviving under the powers of the dragon and Lin Feng's planetary healing techniques. After several days of unconsciousness, Goku and Vegeta awoke in succession. Their Saiyan bloodlines, having endured near-death experiences, indeed bestowed upon them remarkable recuperative abilities and enhanced potential. When Goku awakened, his Super Saiyan 3 aura, though restrained, felt more profound and refined, signifying a clear mastery over his power. Vegeta, having turned misfortune into fortune, stabilized his Super Saiyan 2 state, his aura sharp and imposing, casting a complex gaze upon Lin Feng, filled with both reluctance and an ineffable sense of reverence. They learned from Elder Guru about Frisia's complete annihilation at Lin Feng's hands, as well as the transformation that surpassed comprehension. Lin Feng, what exactly is that form of yours? Goku inquired, scratching his head, curious yet straightforward. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, refraining from fully disclosing the intricacies of the legendary Super Saiyan, simply stating, it is a deeper awakening of potential, akin to your Super Saiyan, yet the path diverges. He then turned to the two, though Frisia is dead, threats akin to him may still exist in the cosmos. Our strength is far from sufficient. This statement struck a chord with Vegeta's pride, causing him to snort dismissively without retorting. Goku's eyes ignited with renewed fighting spirit. Days later, the affairs of Namek were largely concluded. Elder Guru, though physically frail, retained his spirit and expressed the deepest gratitude of the Namekian people to Lin Feng and his companions, promising that Namek would forever be their ally. Utilizing Namek's advanced technology and Goku's gradually recovering instant transmission ability, the trio embarked on their journey back to Earth. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, a massive circular spaceship slowly descended into the expansive courtyard. The hatch opened, and Lin Feng, Goku, and a somewhat awkward Vegeta emerged. Bulma, Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan, having received the news, were already waiting eagerly. Goku, Lin Feng, you finally returned, Krillin exclaimed, rushing forward. Upon sensing Goku's unfathomable aura and Lin Feng's seemingly serene yet profoundly cosmic presence, he was left speechless in shock. Piccolo's green eyes narrowed sharply. As a Namekian, he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Feng more acutely. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Bulma exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Vegeta snorted and turned his head away, yet he did not leave, merely crossing his arms and standing aside, casting a disdainful glance at Earth's warriors. Though beneath that disdain lay an unusual hint of something different. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone gathered in the living room. Goku animatedly recounted the thrilling experiences on Namek, particularly the brutal battles with Frisia. When they learned of Lin Feng's incredible power that had obliterated Frisia, everyone held their breath, their gazes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Lin Feng, just how strong are you now? Krillin could not help but ask. Lin Feng smiled gently, not answering directly, but instead released a faint aura. In an instant, all powerful beings in West City and beyond felt a weighty pressure descend upon them, as if the very heavens had lowered. The nearest Piccolo and Tien Shinhan turned pale, nearly unable to breathe. Even Goku and Vegeta felt a tremor in their hearts. As Lin Feng withdrew his aura, he remained composed, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the living room fell into an eerie silence. It was then that everyone realized that Lin Feng's power had reached an unimaginable level. It seems that the safety of Earth need not be a concern for the time being, Piccolo remarked slowly, his tone laced with complexity. However, Lin Feng shook his head. Not necessarily. Frieza was merely the tip of the iceberg. The universe is vast, and there are certainly beings more powerful than him. Moreover, he gazed deeply into the sky. I sensed some undercurrents beginning to stir. At the same time, deep within the cosmos, in a desolate star domain, a menacing interstellar fortress, far larger than Frieza's army ships, floated ominously. In the core control room of the fortress, a figure sat upon a skeletal throne, listening to reports from his subordinates. Clad in cold metallic armor, only two crimson lights shone from beneath his helm, exuding a chilling aura that was far older and more orderly than Frieza's. My lord, Frieza's forces have suddenly collapsed, and he has been confirmed dead on Namek. According to the residual energy fluctuations, the assailant is not the Super Saiyan anticipated by King Cold, but rather an unknown energy form of exceptionally high mass, seemingly touching upon the realm of rules. A soldier in a military-like uniform reported respectfully. Unknown energy form? Realm of rules? The figure on the throne spoke in a deep, metallic voice. Interesting. That fool Frieza ultimately played with fire and got burned. However, the ability to kill him indicates that this unknown entity possesses significant value. Send someone to scout the Earth star domain. Proceed with caution. Until that plan is complete, do not provoke them recklessly. Yes, Lord Cooler. In another dimension, amidst a chaotic energy-filled alternate space, a shadowy, twisted presence emitted a raspy laughter. Frieza is dead? Killed on a lowly planet? Ha ha ha. It seems the nutrients of Universe 7 are richer than expected. The seal on Majin Buu is loosening. Perhaps this is an opportunity. On Earth, at Kamehameha, Lin Feng stood alone by the seaside, feeling the complete manifestation of his legendary power within. With a battle power of 50 million, he was nearly invincible in both Earth and the Milky Way. Yet he understood that this was far from the end. The notifications on his system panel regarding the legendary skill library, not yet opened, and bloodline enhancement opportunity, legendary, along with the faint malice sensed in the depths of the universe, all indicated that tranquility was merely temporary. Playing the pig to eat the tiger? Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. To possess absolute power, yet act modestly, surprising enemies at crucial moments. This sensation seemed rather appealing. With a mere thought, the overwhelming legendary aura surrounding him receded completely, rendering him as an ordinary Earth youth, exuding a peaceful and harmless demeanor. Let us begin with the identity of Earth's guardian. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. However, before trouble arrives, perhaps it is best to enjoy a peaceful daily life while mentoring these future warriors. He thought of Goku, Vegeta, and even Krillin and Piccolo. Their potential was immense, and with proper guidance, they could become invaluable allies against greater crises. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the briny scent of the sea. Lin Feng's figure gradually faded from the shoreline, seemingly blending into the serene landscape. However, the undercurrents of the universe had already begun to stir. Earth, this seemingly ordinary planet, was destined for a future devoid of tranquility. And how Lin Feng, the returning legend, would confront the impending challenges remained unknown. Yet one thing was certain. Any who dared to underestimate Earth or Lin Feng's existence would inevitably pay a grievous price. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng Current World. Earth Combat Power. 50 million. Legendary Super Saiyan Prototype 50 Perfected. Aura completely restrained. Masterfully controlled. Available replication points. 355. 580 Aura State. Reserved like an abyss. Release and reception governed by the heart physical condition. Perfect. Ability status. Core form. Legendary Super Saiyan. Prototype. 50 Perfected. Can be perfectly restrained. Core skill. Omitted. Newly added. Energy Control. Master. Significantly enhances the efficiency and power of all key-related skills. Special items. Skill Fusion Voucher. X1. Designated Skill Replication Voucher. Rare. X1. Bloodline Enhancement Opportunity, Legendary. X1 Unlockable Items. Legendary Skill Library. Unlock conditions unknown. Known information, current situation. Safely return to Earth. Combat power overwhelming the current environment. Enjoying a brief period of peace. Potential threats. Sense the lurking presence of the ancient race of Gura, Frisia's brother, in the universe, as well as unusual movements related to Majin Buu. Next step. Discreetly adapt to life on Earth. Secretly safeguard, guide Earth warriors in their growth. And await the opening of the Legendary Skill Library, or trigger the Bloodline Enhancement Opportunity. System Evaluation, Legends Retreat, undercurrents begin to surface. The host possesses absolute dominance over the current environment. With perfect control over his aura, he can easily adopt the guise of a harmless creature. Greater threats in the universe are beginning to unveil, laying the groundwork for future exhilarating narratives, overwhelming incoming foes, shocking various forces. It is recommended that the host fully utilize existing resources to further enhance strength in anticipation of future challenges. Chapter 76: The Initial Cry of Legends. The limits of the gravity chamber and Gura's ambitions. The days of returning to Earth are marked by a tranquil tension, reminiscent of an impending storm. Lin Feng remains reclusive, spending most of his time in Bulma's specially designed gravity training chamber. He refrains from hastily using the Bloodline Enhancement Opportunity or exploring the Legendary Skill Library, choosing instead to focus on solidifying the realm of the Legendary Prototype 50 and attempting to perfectly fuse Frisia's Bloodline talent energy control with his own power. Within the gravity chamber, the parameters have long been adjusted to a gravity level 1,000 times that of Earth. Ordinary strong beings have already been crushed into pulp here. Yet for Lin Feng, this is merely a warm-up. He closes his eyes, levitating in midair, surrounded by a dark golden aura that flows internally rather than outwardly. Circulating like breath, with each cycle, the energy becomes more refined and the control more precise. Under the enhancement of the Energy Control Master talent, his utilization of every ounce of strength has reached an astonishingly meticulous level. The Prototype 50 serves as the foundation, yet the power of the legendary Super Saiyan extends far beyond. Lin Feng's thoughts stir as he begins to guide that deeper layer of power. He recalls the sensation of annihilation that touched the realm of rules during his final battle with Frisia, attempting to recreate its prototype. A faint, yet fundamentally destructive, dark golden flow of light swirls at his fingertips, causing the surrounding space to emit subtle, distorted wails. It is still insufficiently practiced, and the consumption is immense. Lin Feng dissipates the flow of light, his brow furrowing. The application of rules is far from mere energy accumulation. He senses an invisible membrane obstructing him, the limit of the prototype realm. Perhaps the time has come. Lin Feng's gaze falls upon the Bloodline Enhancement Opportunity, Legendary, in his system inventory. This item emanates a hazy glow, seemingly containing the key to a higher level. Without hesitation, he focuses his thoughts. Do you wish to use the special item, Bloodline Enhancement Opportunity, Legendary? This item will guide the host's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline towards deep awakening, breaking through the current prototype bottleneck. The process may be accompanied by energy storms and consciousness shocks. Please ensure a safe environment. Use. In an instant, the Bloodline Enhancement Opportunity transforms into a dazzling dark golden torrent, surging into Lin Feng's body. The once steady flow of the legendary prototype's power instantly boils over, like a dormant volcano erupting with fury. More violent than any previous breakthrough, a primal energy surges from deep within his bloodline, wildly washing over his limbs and bones, and his very soul. Even with Lin Feng's current will, he cannot help but emit a muffled groan. The specialized alloy walls of the gravity chamber groan under the immense strain, cracking in multiple places. The ground of the entire Capsule Corporation's area begins to tremble slightly. Outside the training room, Bulma, who is calibrating instruments, and Goku, who is training nearby, simultaneously halt their actions, gazing in horror towards the gravity chamber. What is happening? The energy inside is terrifying. Piccolo's green face is etched with seriousness as he senses a pressure that makes his very soul tremble. Goku, on the other hand, wears an excited and curious expression. Is Lin Feng breaking through again? This energy is even more formidable than when he fought Frisia. Inside the gravity chamber, Lin Feng's body seems to transform into the epicenter of an energy vortex. The dark golden aura no longer flows, but has become a substantial liquid energy, enveloping him in a massive dark golden cocoon. Countless more complex and ancient runes flicker in and out of visibility on the surface of the cocoon. His consciousness is drawn into a realm filled with chaos and imagery of destruction, as if witnessing the birth and demise of the universe. Awakening degree of the legendary Super Saiyan prototype, 51, 53, 55, 58, 60. At the moment, the awakening degree surpasses 60. Qualitative change is triggered by quantitative change. The cocoon shatters explosively. Lin Feng's figure reappears. His appearance remains largely unchanged, yet within those dark golden pupils, it seems as though galaxies are swirling, encapsulating the essence of the universe's birth and annihilation. His aura is entirely restrained, yet it conveys a sense of grandeur and insignificance in the face of the starry sky. A more complete, ancient essence of legend naturally emanates. Breakthrough achieved in the prototype stage of the legendary Super Saiyan. Current awakening degree, 60. Combat power soars to 100 million. Conditions to unlock the legendary skill library have been met. Initial skills unlocked. Legendary pressure. Rule insight beginner. Legendary pressure. Passive skill. The host's aura will naturally instill a soul-stirring effect on beings of lower life levels, with the effect intensifying with greater disparities in strength. Can be actively released to form a domain, significantly diminishing the enemy's combat spirit and capabilities. Rule insight beginner. Can initially perceive and analyze the faint traces of rules contained in energy, aiding in the learning of rule-type skills or countering enemy rule-based attacks. Is this the true starting point for the legendary Super Saiyan to unveil its brilliance? Lin Feng, feeling the overwhelming power within him akin to a vast sea of stars, is filled with a surge of ambition. Now, if he were to confront Frieza again, he could likely defeat him with a single blow. With a slight mental shift, he attempts to activate legendary pressure. An invisible, intangible sense of oppression, seemingly derived from the essence of life, quietly expands from him. Outside the training room, Piccolo, deeply focused on sensing, suddenly takes a step back, his face pale, as if he has seen something terrifying. Even Goku's smile fades, his expression serious, instinctively sensing a shiver from his Saiyan bloodline. The effect is remarkable. Lin Feng is satisfied as he retracts the pressure. This is truly a divine skill for group battles and overwhelming weaker foes. Just then, Bulma forcibly opens the door to the gravity chamber, staring at the ravaged, nearly destroyed training room and the unscathed Lin Feng, fuming. Lin Feng, you monster. My latest gravity chamber. Lin Feng smiles apologetically, casually waving his hand. And a surge of pure energy flows forth, containing subtle adjustments from rule insight, and the damaged gravity chamber begins to visibly repair itself. This scene leaves Goku, Piccolo, and Bulma at the door utterly dumbfounded. Lin Feng, how strong have you become now? Wukong could not help but ask again, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Lin Feng gazed at Wukong and smiled faintly, choosing not to respond directly. Instead, he said, Wukong, your potential extends far beyond this. Super Saiyan 3 is not the pinnacle. Perhaps we can explore higher realms together. He intended to guide Wukong appropriately, for a powerful ally would be crucial on the broader stage they might face in the future. Meanwhile, at the edge of the solar system, a cloaked reconnaissance ship glided silently. Within the bridge, an extraterrestrial clad in a Gula Legion uniform scrutinized the vague data relayed by the detector regarding Earth, particularly focusing on the recently recorded, extraordinarily potent energy pulse. His brow furrowed. Report to Lord Gula, the target planet, Earth, has confirmed the existence of a high-energy reaction. The nature of the energy cannot be fully analyzed and appears reminiscent of the residual fluctuations from Lord Frieza's demise, albeit more profound and ancient. I suggest elevating the reconnaissance level or dispatching an elite team for infiltration. A cold voice emanated from the communicator. Continue monitoring and collect more data. Do not alert any potential threats before the Absolute Zero project is completed. What I desire is foolproof conquest. Thus, a silent undercurrent began to spread toward Earth, and Lin Feng, who had just completed his breakthrough, sensed it. Standing within the restored gravity chamber, he gazed out at the starry sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Come, let me witness the wonders of the universe and their magnitude. Chapter 77, The Snap of Annihilation. The despair of Gula's vanguard on Earth, deep within Baozi Mountain. At a clear lake veiled by trees, Lin Feng sat cross-legged upon a slab of blue stone, his eyes gently closed. His aura harmonized with nature, making him appear as merely an ordinary meditator among the mountains. Within him, the legendary power of Super Saiyan Prototype 60 lay dormant, tranquil yet vast. He was familiarizing himself with his newly acquired strength, particularly the ability of Rule Insight, Beginner, savoring the flow of energy throughout the universe, and even attempting to grasp the elusive principles of Qi. Days had passed since his breakthrough, and Earth was at peace. After witnessing Lin Feng's unfathomable prowess, Wukong and Vegeta's enthusiasm for training surged to unprecedented heights, especially Wukong, who incessantly sought Lin Feng's guidance on higher realms. Lin Feng was pleased to assist, sharing insights on energy compression and will refinement that greatly benefited Wukong. Vegeta, despite his verbal reluctance, trained with unmatched fervor. However, this tranquility would not last long. One day, as dusk approached, 3 inconspicuous meteors trailed faint tails as they silently breached the Earth's atmosphere, descending precisely toward the Baozi Mountain area. 3 small, shuttle-shaped reconnaissance ships, capable of holding only a few individuals, hovered above Baozi Mountain using advanced cloaking technology. The hatches slid open, and 3 beings in Gula Legion combat attire, each distinct in appearance yet exuding formidable presence, leapt out, suspending themselves in midair. The leader, with indigo skin and a single horn, boasted a combat power of 180,000. To his left stood a small figure with shifty eyes, carrying a battle power of 120,000. To the right was a burly man with rippling muscles, possessing a strength of 150,000. This squad was sufficient to easily crush Frisia's Jinyu force, demonstrating Gula's seriousness regarding this reconnaissance mission. Based on the analysis of energy residuals, the source of the previously detected extraordinary energy was traced back to this region. The Horned Captain spoke coldly, scanning the area with his detector. The energy readings were chaotic, indicating several life forms of decent strength, yet the target peak remained elusive. "Captain, there appears to be a human meditating by the lake," the small scout remarked with a hint of mockery, pointing at Lin Feng, who seemed frail. "Should we capture him for questioning?" The burly scout grinned savagely. This mere lowly native of an inferior planet can have his memories read directly. It's more efficient. The Horned Captain frowned. He was inherently cautious, yet the detector indicated that the human's aura was utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from that of an average earthling. Lin Feng's legendary pressure was passively suppressed, and his aura complete suppression technique had reached its pinnacle. "Hurry. Do not alert any other potential strong beings." He acquiesced to his subordinates' actions. The burly scout, upon receiving the command, revealed a cruel smile. He darted like a predatory vulture toward Lin Feng by the lake, his fingers outstretched like talons, aiming to forcibly extract his soul. This strike would reduce steel to powder. However, just as his claws were about to graze Lin Feng's hair, Lin Feng did not even open his eyes. He simply raised his right hand casually, extending his index finger toward the descending burly scout, and flicked it lightly. There was no cataclysmic force, no explosive energy illumination. It was akin to brushing away a speck of dust. A faint sound, barely perceptible, echoed. The burly scout, whose power exceeded 150,000 and was capable of annihilating star systems, began to disintegrate from Lin Feng's fingertip, his body breaking down from arm to torso, until his head vanished, dissipating into the most fundamental particles, obliterated in the air. Not a trace of dust or blood was left behind, as if he had never existed. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The Horned Captain and the small scout's grins froze instantaneously, their pupils contracting to pinpricks. An overwhelming chill rushing from their feet to the crown of their heads. They had not even comprehended what had transpired. One moment, their companion had plummeted, and the next, he had vanished, completely erased. What? The small scout's voice pierced the silence, laced with incredulity and terror. The Horned Captain's body bristled with dread, an instinctual fear of death overwhelming him. He swiftly raised his arm, his energy cannon charging in an instant, aimed at Lin Feng below, and shouted, "What in the world are you? Attack! Full force!" At last, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His dark golden irises calmly surveyed the 2 alarmed figures in the air, as if a deity gazing down upon mere ants. Legendary pressure activated. A wave of intangible yet palpable terror, as if born from the primordial cosmos and towering above all life forms, descended upon the Horned Captain and the small scout. akin to the collapse of the heavens. Ah! They both screamed in agony, feeling their very souls fracturing. Their strength evaporated instantaneously, the energy cannon extinguishing as if crushed by an unseen mountain, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily onto the grassy bank of the lake. Their bones undoubtedly fractured beyond count, unable to move even a finger. The fear and despair in their gazes toward Lin Feng reflected a primal tremor, one that arose from confronting a being of higher dimensions. Lin Feng gradually rose to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust, and approached them, towering over them. "Gula's minions?" he inquired nonchalantly, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "How do you know?" The horned captain stuttered, his fear escalating to unimaginable heights. The opponent's terrifying power was beyond comprehension, and he had even discerned their origins with a single utterance. "Return and inform Gula." Lin Feng's tone remained steady, yet it harbored a chilling intent to kill. Earth is not a place he can covet. The fate of Frisia serves as a cautionary tale. Should you dare to tread upon the solar system again, annihilation awaits. With that, he turned away from the two, who lay like discarded refuse, and casually waved his hand. A gentle yet irresistible force lifted the horned captain and the small scout, casting them back into their reconnaissance ships as if they were mere litter. The ship's engines engaged automatically, veering uncontrollably, fleeing Earth at an unimaginable speed, vanishing into the horizon. After completing all that, Lin Feng felt as though he had banished two bothersome flies. He returned to sit upon the blue stone, closed his eyes, and resumed his introspection. The surface of the lake rippled gently, and the mountains stood in tranquil silence, as if nothing had transpired. In the distance, Wukong and Bic, sensing faint energy fluctuations, hurriedly approached and beheld the scene of Lin Feng effortlessly obliterating a formidable foe, coupled with a terrifying aura that left them both breathless. Wukong swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seemed Lin Feng had grown significantly stronger. "I completely failed to comprehend that last move." Bic, with his green visage stern, spoke gravely. "That is not mere strength. It is a fundamental disparity. We are no longer in the same dimension as him." Meanwhile, the panicked captain of the Unicorn Squadron scrambled back to the Gula mothership, almost tumbling into the command room, incoherently reporting their experiences on Earth. He vanished with a snap of his fingers. Kanu disappeared without a trace, and that pressure was utterly terrifying. "My lord, that being on Earth must not be provoked. He instructed me to warn you." The captain, tears streaming down his face, was on the brink of collapse. Seated upon the skull throne, Gula's crimson electronic eyes flickered intensely. His cold metallic visage betrayed no emotion, yet the chilling aura emanating from him caused the temperature in the command room to plummet dramatically. A snap of the fingers obliterated an elite with a battle power of 180,000. "Warning this king?" Gula's voice resonated low and filled with murderous intent. "Fascinating. It seems I must personally meet this surprise hidden on Earth." The Cosmic Emperor Gula finally turned his gaze toward that azure planet. A greater storm was brewing, while Lin Feng remained seated by the lake, as though everything lay within his grasp. Chapter 78. The Emperor's Scrutiny. The Ice Prison, Four Kings, and Earth's Preparations. The Gula Legion's colossal mothership loomed like a metallic mountain suspended in the depths of space, quietly lurking in a desolate star region far from the solar system. Inside the main control room of the bridge, the light was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of various instruments and the flickering brilliance of Gula's crimson electronic eyes. The Cosmic Emperor Gula, final form, battle power 470 million, listened attentively to the report from the trembling captain of the Unicorn reconnaissance team, who knelt below. The captain spoke incoherently, his face etched with the ultimate fear of collapse, intermittently recounting the terrifying experiences on Earth, how that seemingly ordinary human effortlessly reduced the powerful Kanu reconnaissance soldier to ashes. The overwhelming pressure that felt as if the entire universe bore down upon them, and the chilling warning. He merely snapped his fingers. Kanu was gone, without leaving a trace, and that pressure was utterly dreadful. "My lord, that being on Earth is undoubtedly a monster." He commanded his subordinates to warn you not to step into the solar system, or face annihilation. After finishing, the captain nearly collapsed onto the floor. The control room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the faint hum of the instruments. The other high-ranking officers of the Gula Legion, though maintaining their usual composure, bore expressions that hinted at the slightest, imperceptible panic. The ability to obliterate an elite reconnaissance soldier with a snap of the fingers was something unheard of. Seated upon the skull throne, Gula's cold metallic visage showed no sign of emotional fluctuation, yet his crimson electronic eyes flickered wildly, revealing his inner unrest. He did not immediately erupt in rage, but instead fell into a brief silence. The pressure of obliteration at the level of rules. Gula's deep, metallic voice slowly broke the silence. Frisia met his demise unjustly. It seems that this remote corner of the seventh universe indeed harbors an intriguing surprise. He gradually raised a hand covered in cold armor, gently stroking the armrest of the throne. To so effortlessly dispatch the reconnaissance team, his strength must at least reach the caliber of a high-ranking officer of the Legion, perhaps even touching the threshold of the rules. How interesting, truly interesting. Gula emitted a low, humorless laugh, devoid of warmth, filled only with cold calculation and a cruel excitement at discovering new prey. Relay the order. Gula's voice suddenly turned cold, commanding the ice prison four kings to meet him immediately. Shortly after the command was issued, for figures radiating powerful, icy, and distinct auras materialized in the control room like phantoms, kneeling on one knee. Lord Gula. The four intoned in unison, respectfully. These four were the strongest combat unit directly under Gula's command, the Ice Prison Four Kings. Their battle power far exceeded that of ordinary Legion officers. They were the absolute blades with which Gula had conquered countless star systems and quelled rebellions. First King, Ice Skeleton Baroque, robust as a small mountain, with skin of a deathly gray hue covered in crystalline bone armor, battle power 50 million, proficient in absolute zero frost techniques. His defense and strength are unparalleled among the four kings. Second King, Shadow Serna, with a bewitching and eerie figure, like a flowing shadow, battle power 45 million. Skilled in mental attacks and high-speed assassination, she is nearly impossible to defend against. Third King, Magma Core Hammer, resembling a giant composed of lava and metal. Battle power 48 million. His attacks are ferocious, boasting formidable energy resistance and regenerative abilities. Fourth King, Deep Cold Kosa, exuding an aura of chilling cold, as if he were eternal ice. Battle power 42 million. He commands various bizarre frost rule variations with adaptable tactics. Baroque, Serna, Hammer, Kosa. Gula's icy gaze swept across the four. I have a mission for you. The target is the solar system, Earth. An intriguing opponent has emerged there. Suspected of possessing rule-like abilities, Frisia fell there. You four shall lead an elite team to probe his depths and ascertain his capabilities. If you can capture him alive or compel him to exert his full strength, that would be ideal. If not, eliminate him on the spot and erase Earth completely. Understood. The four kings replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust and combativeness. For them, a being capable of killing Frisia and suspected of wielding rule powers was a rare quarry. Remember, Gula added, his electronic eyes flashing coldly, do not be careless. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately and bring back intelligence. What I desire is absolute certainty. Yes. Following Gula's command, a vessel several times larger than the previous reconnaissance ship, armed with powerful weaponry, stealthily departed the mothership under the leadership of the four kings. Akin to a lurking serpent heading towards the solar system. On Earth, at Baozi Mountain, Lin Feng remained seated by the lake, as though the cosmic conspiracy against him were of no concern. Yet, with his battle power elevated to 100 million, and having initially touched the realm of rules with rule insight, beginner, he perceived a mixed energy source approaching Earth, significantly more potent than the previous reconnaissance team, imbued with clear malice, racing toward him at great speed. This energy was led by four formidable individuals, each not to be underestimated. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding passing through his dark golden pupils. Have they finally sent worthy challengers? He murmured quietly. Gula is indeed cautious. In a flash, he appeared in the main control room of the Universal Capsule Company. Bulma was analyzing the blurred data transmitted from the space telescope. Her expression grave. Wukong, Vegeta, Bic, and others also sensed the approaching powerful aura and gathered there. Lin Feng, did you feel it too? Wukong's expression was serious. The aura of Super Saiyan involuntarily radiating from his body. The newcomers possess immense strength. And there are four of them. Vegeta crossed his arms, snorting dismissively. It seems we've drawn out the main opponent by dispatching that insignificant reconnaissance soldier. Perfect. I shall see what Gula's subordinates are capable of. Bick spoke solemnly. Judging by their auras, all four enemies possess astonishing battle power. Each likely surpasses any one of us. We must proceed with caution. Lin Feng nodded and calmly spoke. The ones approaching are likely Gula's ice prison four kings, with battle powers ranging from 40 to 50 million. This will pose a severe test for Earth, but it also presents an opportunity. Opportunity? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Lin Feng cast his gaze towards Wukong and Vegeta, recognizing that immense pressure serves as the finest catalyst for breakthroughs. I shall intervene when necessary, but the primary confrontation must be faced by you. Only through the trials of life and death can a Saiyan's true potential be awakened. Upon hearing this, Wukong ignited with fervent battle spirit, exclaiming, "No problem. Leave it to us. It's the perfect opportunity to test our recent training." Although Vegeta was displeased with Lin Feng's authoritative demeanor, the excitement of confronting a formidable foe overshadowed his irritation. You need not instruct me. This king shall personally deal with them." Lin Feng then turned to Bulma, instructing her to activate the Global Defense Early Warning System and evacuate civilians from potentially affected areas. Additionally, monitor their movements as closely as possible. Understood. Bulma promptly commenced her operations. Soon, air raid sirens echoed across major cities worldwide, and under the organization of the Home Night Order and government, people began to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Although panic was inevitable, the inhabitants of Earth, having endured numerous crises, displayed remarkable resilience and order. The Z warriors gathered at the designated battlefield, a vast desert far removed from civilization. The setting sun painted the sand dunes in hues of gold, and a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. Wukong stretched his limbs, the aura of Super Saiyan 1 ignited. Vegeta closed his eyes, centering himself. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and others stood ready, fully aware that this battle would be far more brutal than their previous encounters with Frieza's army. Lin Feng stood upon a distant sand dune, his aura completely restrained, resembling an observer. Yet his rule insight had already activated, functioning like the most sophisticated radar, locking onto the four powerful energy sources rapidly approaching, along with their fleet. Within his gaze, dark golden lights swirled slowly, as if analyzing the composition and vulnerabilities of the enemy's power. "They have arrived," he murmured softly. At the horizon's edge, several dark figures swiftly enlarged, bearing an oppressive chill, akin to four descending calamities, crashing down upon the desert. The Ice Emperor Berserk had descended upon Earth. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 79, Ice Emperor Berserk. Absolute Zero and the First Cry of Legend. The vast desert shimmered under the setting sun, waves of heat rising. Yet, an unexpected chill surged like a tide, coating the surface with a thin layer of frost. For figures emanating astonishing pressure crashed onto the sand dunes, with the foremost being the imposing Ice Emperor Berserk, whose gray skin was adorned with crystalline armor, combat power, 50 million. His frigid gaze swept over the prepared Z warriors, dripping with unabashed contempt. A bunch of feeble insects. Lord Gula is overly cautious. Berserk's voice rasped like grinding glaciers, his attention fixating on the two strongest auras present. Wukong, Super Saiyan 1. Combat power, approximately 15 million, and Vegeta, base form, combat power, approximately 5 million, but his near-death recovery had unlocked hidden potential, causing his aura to fluctuate erratically. You two Saiyan monkeys seem somewhat interesting. The others do not even warrant my effort. Do not underestimate us. Wukong roared, unleashing the full force of Super Saiyan 1. Golden light dispelling some of the cold. If you wish to destroy Earth, you must first contend with us. Although Vegeta was irked by being equated with Kakarot, he was more incensed by Berserk's arrogance. He bellowed fiercely, his aura surging, his hair turning golden in an instant. Super Saiyan 1. His combat power soared to 12 million. Though still inferior to Berserk, the intensity of his fighting spirit caught Berserk's attention. Oh, a Super Saiyan? Was Frieza defeated in such a form? Alas, you are too weak. Berserk sneered, dismissing the two with ease. Behind him, the shadowy figures of Sharina, the Molten Hammer, and the deep cold Kosa merely observed, evidently believing Berserk could handle all opponents alone. Attack! Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, simultaneously launching their assault. Wukong vanished in an instant, reappearing to Berserk's left, delivering a powerful punch to his ribs. Vegeta charged from the right, fingertips coalescing a highly compressed energy blast aimed directly at Baroque's head. A trivial technique. Baroque did not flinch or evade, crossing his arms to block. Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed as Wukong and Vegeta's strikes met the unyielding surface of Baroque, failing to budge him even slightly. Instead, a frigid recoil coursed through their arms, nearly freezing their blood. How solid! Wukong exclaimed. Absolute zero ice sealing domain. Baroque growled, and at his center, a terrifying chill erupted, forming an absolute zero domain with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The moisture in the air crystallized instantly. The sand transformed into frozen earth, causing Wukong and Vegeta's Super Saiyan auras to flicker violently, their speed drastically reduced, their movements growing rigid. This is bad. Our speed is being suppressed. Vegeta gritted his teeth, attempting to unleash energy to break free. Too slow. Baroque's massive form exhibited surprising speed, appearing before Wukong in an instant, his crystalline fist descending with ferocity. Kamehameha. In a moment of panic, Wukong thrust both palms forward, a cerulean beam clashing against Baroque's icy fist. Boom. The energy wave was shattered by the punch, sending Wukong flying, blood spilling from his mouth, his Super Saiyan 1 form nearly collapsing. Kakarot. Vegeta roared, disregarding the chilling air, recklessly charging at Baroque, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Countless energy balls rained down upon Baroque's back, but only created mere frost, failing to breach his defenses. Annoying flies. Baroque swatted back with an icy shockwave, sending Vegeta crashing into a distant dune, his Super Saiyan 1 form dissipating, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. In just one encounter, the two mightiest defenders of Earth were utterly defeated. The absolute disparity in strength was as despairing as it was evident. Watching from the sidelines, Piccolo, Krillin, and others turned pale, realizing they lacked even the qualifications to intervene. It is over. Baroque gazed at the incapacitated duo, raising his hand to gather a colossal ice crystal energy sphere pulsating with destructive waves. Absolute zero obliteration ice bomb. He intended to reduce these two Saiyans and this region to mere ice dust. Just at this critical juncture, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated. Your absolute zero has numerous flaws. Baroque abruptly turned his head, noticing Lin Feng, who had been standing on a distant sand dune, his aura seemingly unremarkable, had somehow appeared before his energy sphere, standing with hands clasped behind his back, as if critiquing a poorly crafted piece of art. Seeking death. Although Baroque was perplexed as to how the opponent breached his domain. In his fury, he propelled the obliteration ice bomb towards Lin Feng. Facing this potentially annihilating attack, Lin Feng merely raised his right index finger slowly. At its tip, a barely perceptible dark golden glow quietly ignited. Rule Insight, Basic, activated fully. Within his vision, Baroque's absolute zero domain appeared flawless. Yet its energy structure contained countless subtle fissures at a microscopic level, rendered imperfect by the ferocity of its power. Especially at the core of the highly concentrated obliteration ice bomb, where the convergence of extreme cold laws and destructive energy was particularly fragile. Break. Lin Feng softly uttered a single word, and the dark golden light at his fingertip, as if imbued with life, precisely struck the most vulnerable point of the obliteration ice bomb's energy structure. Crack. A crisp sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, resonated. In the incredulous gaze of Baroque and all observers, the immense ice crystal sphere, instead of exploding, rapidly developed innumerable cracks from within. Then, as if all support had been withdrawn, it collapsed with a crash, dissipating into the purest chill, silently absorbed by the dark golden aura enveloping Lin Feng. What? Baroque's pupils constricted sharply, the cruel smile on his face froze, transforming into sheer horror. How can you possibly dismantle my law attack? This utterly shattered his perception. Absolute zero was the foundational principle that had propelled him to fame. How could it be so casually unraveled by another? Lin Feng did not respond. His gaze remained serene, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The initial practical application of Rule Insight yielded remarkable results. By observing Baroque's combat style, he not only identified the flaws within its techniques, but also deepened his understanding of the freezing rules. Beep. The host successfully utilized Rule Insight, Beginner, to decipher the formidable foe's rule-based skills, enhancing comprehension of the rules. Earned replication points, 50,000 points. Beep. The host successfully defeated an opponent whose combat power far exceeded his apparent capabilities, earning additional replication points, 100,000 points. Current available replication points, 505, 580 points. Beep. The system detects that the host's available replication points exceed 500,000, meeting the requirements. The beginner skill, Legendary Aura Simulation, has been unlocked. Replication will consume 500,000 points. Would you like to replicate? Replication. Lin Feng silently affirmed. Having defeated a strong enemy and amassed a significant amount of points was indeed timely. Consumed 500,000 replication points. Successfully replicated Legendary Aura Simulation. Legendary Aura Simulation, capable of perfectly mimicking any intensity or nature of aura fluctuations, with the maximum imitation not exceeding double one's actual combat power, while completely concealing the true aura. It serves as a divine technique for deceiving enemies, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. An esoteric knowledge about how to intricately manipulate and distort one's aura surged into Lin Feng's mind. With a subtle thought, the repressed dark golden aura around him began to shift, simulating the presence of a martial artist with approximately 20 million combat power, infused with a hint of fatigue and strain. At this moment, to the perception of others, he appeared as a skilled fighter who had narrowly evaded Baroque's assault, yet was actually a technique-based warrior expending immense resources. In truth, he was merely a cunning fool. Upon sensing Lin Feng's weakened aura, Baroque's surprise diminished, replaced by a surge of rage, declaring, "Let us see how many of my moves you can evade." Absolute 0,000 ice burial, with frenzied arm movements, countless ice spears, ice cones, and ice storms, capable of freezing souls, descended upon Lin Feng like a torrential storm. The onslaught was exponentially more ferocious than before. Lin Feng employed his newly acquired aura simulation, simultaneously feigning a desperate evasion while occasionally using subtle skills to mitigate the attacks, all the while continuing to analyze Baroque's various assault patterns through rule insight, accumulating combat experience, and understanding of the freezing rules. To outsiders, he seemed to be teetering on the brink of defeat. Lin Feng, Clin, and the others watched with bated breath. However, on the sand dune, Bic furrowed his brow slightly, keenly sensing that although Lin Feng's aura was feeble, his eyes remained tranquil, as if he were observing and learning. This arduous battle persisted for several minutes, during which Lin Feng had nearly deciphered Baroque's assault patterns, earning a slight increase in replication points. He sensed it was time to conclude the bout. After narrowly avoiding a massive ice pillar, Lin Feng, panting, paused upon a rock, gazing at the furious Baroque, and calmly stated, "I have seen through your absolute zero. The game is at an end." Baroque, enraged, laughed in disbelief. "Seen through? You dare utter such words as death approaches." He unleashed his final move. Absolute Zero, the secret of the Ice Age. Igniting his essence, he channeled all his power into his palms, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy that seemed capable of freezing time and space itself, roaring toward Lin Feng. This was his ultimate skill, far surpassing his previous attacks. In the face of this lethal strike, Lin Feng finally ceased his concealment. He dispelled Aura Simulation, a magnificent aura, embodying the legendary prototype of 60 and a combat power of 100 million, erupted like a slumbering dragon awakening. Although still weaker than Baroque, the qualitative shift sent tremors through Baroque's very soul. Lin Feng's fingers pointed like a sword, the dark golden aura highly concentrated at his fingertips. Not merely a strike, but infused with legendary pressure and the nascent power of rules, delivered as a direct thrust. With a hiss, the dark golden finger pierced through the pale torrent as if it were butter, instantly striking Baroque at his brow. Baroque's movements halted abruptly, his fury transforming into boundless fear and disbelief. He sensed a destructive force surpassing his freezing rules, obliterating his core of vitality. Impossible. Baroque's massive form collapsed, his aura dissipating entirely. The leader of the ice prison Four Kings, Baroque, had fallen. The scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden reversal. How could Lin Feng, who had moments ago been at a disadvantage, suddenly annihilate Baroque? Lin Feng retracted his aura, casting not a glance at Baroque's corpse. His gaze directed towards the three remaining kings observing from a distance, particularly the enchanting and enigmatic Maying Shire Na. Next, who will meet their demise? His voice was calm, yet imbued with unparalleled confidence and authority. The brilliance of the legendary Super Saiyan had made its inaugural debut, shaking the very ground beneath them. Chapter 80. Maying Sha Erna. Mental illusions and soul barriers. The colossal form of the ice-cold Baroque lay upon the frigid sands, life extinguished, bringing an eerie silence that lingered for mere seconds. The remaining three kings, their earlier disdain and mockery vanished, now wore expressions of unprecedented gravity mixed with disbelief. Maying Sha Erna, combat power, 45 million, fixed her mesmerizing gaze upon Lin Feng, who regained his composure atop the sand dune. Her crimson lips pressed into a straight line. She excelled at perceiving the human heart and the flow of energy, yet in that fleeting moment, the aura Lin Feng emitted, though seemingly of low magnitude, around 20 million, possessed a depth that sent shivers through her very soul. This was far from mere skill. Baroque was slain in an instant. The molten core hammer, combat power, 48 million, rumbled, its voice akin to thunder, its lava-like form simmering with rage. This fellow is peculiar. We must not be careless. His power was indeed unique, seemingly capable of directly destabilizing energy structures. The frigid Kesa, combat power, 42 million, observed with a cold gaze, as a wielder of ice abilities. He possessed an acute perception of energy. Lin Feng's final strike that shattered Baroque's ultimate technique contained qualities he could not comprehend. Sha Erna inhaled deeply. Suppressing the tumult within, her face once again graced with that alluring yet perilous smile. It seems we underestimated you, Earthling. However, that fool Baroque only knew brute force. Your finesse may not be effective against me. Her voice bore an unusual allure, as if it could penetrate the mind, stirring the deepest desires and fears within. As she spoke, her form flickered, merging with light and shadow, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, she appeared like a phantom at Lin Feng's side, her delicate fingers seemingly tenderly tapping his temple, surrounded by an invisible wave of mental energy, the soul-capturing finger, aimed directly at his soul. Be careful. Her attack targets the mind. Bick, struggling to rise, warned with strained effort. He possessed the psychic sensitivity of the meek star, making him acutely aware of the danger posed by such intangible assaults. Yet, Lin Feng appeared to have anticipated this. At the moment Sha Erna vanished, his rule insight, beginner, had already detected the subtle spatial fluctuations and the gathering of mental energy. Faced with this seemingly unavoidable mental attack, he did not evade, nor did he muster significant energy for defense. He simply stood still, his dark golden pupils calmly fixed on Sha Erna's approaching finger. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact with Lin Feng's skin, her enchanting smile abruptly froze. She felt her once invincible mental force collide with an impenetrable dark golden barrier, exuding a primal aura, as it attempted to breach his consciousness. No, it is not a barrier. Rather, it is an expansive and boundless starry sky, teeming with infinite destruction and creation. Her mental power, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, not only proved ineffective, but was swiftly engulfed and assimilated by that starry consciousness. A backlash of energy surged through the mental connection, ruthlessly striking her soul. Sha Erna let out a piercing scream, as if struck by lightning, her form staggering back, her complexion turning pale in an instant, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with profound terror. Her mental assault was directly crushed by the essence of the opponent's soul. How could this be possible? Unless the adversary's life level and soul strength far surpassed hers. The passive effect of legendary pressure manifested its terrifying nature, intimidating souls with a lower life level than its own. Although Sha Erna's mental strength was formidable, it was fundamentally a technique, whereas Lin Feng's legendary Super Saiyan soul essence was a Tao, an existence of a higher dimension. How could techniques shake the Tao? A mental attack? Mere parlor tricks. Lin Feng spoke indifferently, a hint of detachment in his tone. He had not even actively activated legendary pressure. Its passive defense had effortlessly inflicted heavy damage on Sha Erna. This deepened his understanding of the potential of the legendary Super Saiyan. Sha Erna, the giant hammer, and Kesa were taken aback, rushing forward to assist. Damn it! Lava hell! The giant hammer roared, slamming his fists into the ground, causing the entire desert to tremble violently, scorching lava erupting from below like a fountain, transforming into countless fiery serpents that coiled toward Lin Feng from all directions. The terrifying heat melted the gravel into glass. Kesa, meanwhile, formed hand seals. The icy chill intertwining with the giant hammer's lava, creating a bizarre dichotomy of ice and fire, a deep freeze that sought to restrain Lin Feng's movements. Faced with their combined assault, Lin Feng finally made his move. He shifted his stance, gliding like a phantom between the gaps of the lava serpents and the ice rings, fully activating breath simulation to generate an aura that mimicked the perilous situation of being besieged, leading the giant hammer and Kesa to believe their attacks were effective, thus pouring even more energy into their assault. In the midst of evading, Lin Feng activated Rule Insight, calmly analyzing the chaotic energy structure of the giant hammer's violent lava and Kesa's versatile application of ice laws. The giant hammer's energy was powerful, yet somewhat crude. Although its core temperature was high, the energy flow nodes were distinctly visible. Kesa's ice, on the other hand, was far more intricate, imbued with various negative effects. Yet each transformation had its own energy trajectory. Almost there, Lin Feng silently mused. After dodging a combined ice and firestorm, he seized a minuscule opening in the giant hammer's exhausted state, accelerating suddenly, the simulated aura erupting as if he were making a desperate final stand. He extended his fingers like a sword. The dark golden energy beam no longer targeted the energy structure, but instead, as if foreseeing the future, aimed at a concealed energy node that the giant hammer's next energy eruption would inevitably traverse. With a soft sound, the giant hammer's surging lava energy burst forth as if a balloon had been punctured, instantly dissipating and rebounding. His massive lava form trembled violently, a surge of scorching energy erupting from his chest, emitting a painful groan as his assault came to an abrupt halt. What? Kesa's expression changed dramatically. Not expecting Lin Feng to so effortlessly uncover the giant hammer's flaw, he immediately altered his strategy, unleashing countless sharp ice crystals that rained down upon Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng, as if sensing eyes on his back, did not turn around but instead struck back with a palm. The wind of his hand containing a frequency derived from Rule Insight that targeted Kesa's ice energy condensation characteristics. Buzz, the multitude of ice crystals, upon contact with the palm's wind, did not shatter but seemed to lose their cohesion, disintegrating into the purest cold energy, which Lin Feng quietly absorbed. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng's figure flickered, appearing before the disoriented Shinhan, who had just suffered a mental backlash. Shinhan, in utter horror, forcefully activated her mental power, conjuring countless realistic illusions in an attempt to confuse Lin Feng. A myriad of phantoms. However, before Rule Insight, all energy illusions appeared like transparent glass. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto Shinhan's true form, his dark golden pupils betraying no emotion, only the chill of judgment. Spirits and phantoms dare to deceive the heart? He pointed with his finger, his speed unhurried yet seemingly traversing space, disregarding all illusions, precisely landing upon Shinhan's forehead. A surge of soul impact, imbued with legendary pressure, instantly obliterated her core consciousness. Shinhan's delicate visage froze, her gaze vacant, and she collapsed weakly, breathless. The enchanting Shinhan had fallen. Ding. Successfully defeated the formidable enemy Shinhan. Combat power 45 million, earning 450,000 copy points. Ding. Successfully utilized Rule Insight and Legendary Pressure to counter a high-difficulty mental attack, receiving an additional reward, 200,000 points. Current available copy points, 655,580. Ding. Detected that the host's available copy points exceed 600,000, meeting the conditions. Legendary Skill Library. Basic Skill, Legendary Soul Barrier, unlocked. Copying will consume 600,000 points. Would you like to proceed with the copy? Copy. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Mental defense is of utmost importance. Consuming 600,000 copy points. Successfully copied Legendary Soul Barrier. Legendary Soul Barrier, a passive ability that significantly enhances resistance against mental, soul, and illusionary attacks, and can actively construct a soul defense line to rebound a portion of mental damage. A refreshing energy integrated into his sea of consciousness, as if draping his soul in an invisible dark golden armor. Lin Feng felt his mental perception sharpen, and his resistance to intangible attacks surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 kings had been vanquished. The remaining giant hammer and Kesa, both astonished and enraged, gazed at Lin Feng, whose aura seemed to have been considerably depleted, simulated. yet whose eyes grew ever more profound and terrifying, igniting a fierce desire to retreat within them. This earthling is too enigmatic. His strength is unfathomable, and his methods are inexhaustible. Withdraw. Kesa decisively erected an icy wall to obscure their view, simultaneously retreating to escape. Although the giant hammer was reluctant, he understood that it was futile. He roared and transformed into a meteoric stream of lava, soaring into the sky. Thinking of fleeing? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He had just acquired a new skill, and it was a perfect opportunity to test it. He locked onto the fastest retreating Kesa, actively releasing legendary pressure, combined with the newly acquired soul barrier properties, transforming into an invisible soul shockwave that traversed space and smashed forcefully into Kesa's back. Puff! Kesa was struck heavily, spewing forth blood, his spirit instantly wilting, his speed plummeting. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's form appeared above the giant hammer as if through teleportation. His foot, imbued with rule insight and immense power, descended like divine punishment. Boom! The giant hammer was violently stomped down from the sky, crashing into the depths of the desert, his lava form dimming, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Observing this, Kesa was panicked, burning his essence desperately to flee. Lin Feng chose not to pursue. He needed to leave one alive to return and inform, thoroughly enraging Gula. He landed on the sandy ground, gazing at the severely wounded giant hammer and the distant Kesa, who had transformed into a mere black that as he vanished. His breath gradually calming as he simulated a state of mild exhaustion. In the vast desert, only he remained standing. Wukong, Vegeta gravely injured, and Bic were left speechless in shock. The ice prison's 4 kings, who had arrived with such ferocity, now faced a disastrous defeat with 2 dead, 1 captured, and 1 fled. Yet Lin Feng had not even showcased his true strength. The name of the legendary Super Saiyan, after this battle, would surely resonate throughout Gula's legion and even across the broader cosmos with Kesa's flight. System Status Panel, end of Chapter 80. Host, Lin Feng. Current world, Earth Combat Power, 100 million, Legendary Super Saiyan Prototype 60, Available Duplication Points, 55, 580 points, 600. 000 points required to duplicate new skills, Chi State, Majestic and Reserved. Greatly Enhanced Soul Defense Physical Condition, Perfect, Ability Status, Core Form, Legendary Super Saiyan, Prototype, 60 Legendary Skills, Legendary Pressure, Rule Insight, Beginner. Legendary Chi Simulation, newly added. Legendary Soul Barrier, Beginner, significantly enhances mental and soul defense. Core Skills, omitted. Known information, current situation, easily defeated Sharna, severely injured Ju Chue. Narrowly escaped Kusa, nearly annihilated the 4 kings of Ice Prison. The surviving Kusa is in flight, and Gu La will surely come in person. Strategic outcome, acquired a substantial number of duplication points, unlocked the crucial mental defense skill, Soul Barrier, practically tested various legendary abilities. Next step, digest the gains and prepare to face the enraged Gu La. Capturing Ju Chue may yield intelligence. Chapter 81. The Emperor Approaches. The extreme cold hell and the roar of legends. The news of the near-total annihilation of the 4 kings of Ice Prison, especially the severe injuries of the deep cold Kusa, who barely escaped with his life, has completely enraged Gu La, who is far away in the depths of the Star Sea. The wrath of the Emperor brings a toll of 100,000 lives. A massive mothership tears through space, descending upon the solar system with the power to shatter stars. Earth, above the desert, the atmosphere is as heavy as solid substance. Wukong's Super Saiyan 1 aura blazes fiercely. Vegeta grits his teeth to maintain his Super Saiyan transformation, and Piccolo, Krillin, and the others stand ready. But everyone's heart sinks to the depths of despair. The oppressive aura descending from the heavens is cold, vast, and filled with imperial majesty, far surpassing Frisia, suffocating all present. It has come, Piccolo said solemnly, his green face extraordinarily grave. The sky seems to be torn apart, revealing Gu La's menacing mothership, which looms like a doomsday fortress. Casting a shadow of death, the hatch opens, and the figure of the cosmic emperor Gu La slowly drifts out. His cold metallic visage bears no expression, and his crimson electronic eyes sweep over the vigilant Z warriors, ultimately settling on Lin Feng, who hovers at the forefront. That gaze is akin to observing a slightly more robust insect. You, who have slain my 4 kings, Gu La's voice is devoid of emotion, yet it causes the surrounding temperature to plummet and the air crystallizes. Lin Feng's aura is restrained as he calmly replies, "They sought their own demise." "Very well." Gu La's electronic eye flashes with crimson light. "Your life shall be taken by me." Without further ado, Gu La's figure vanishes in an instant. The next moment, he appears before Lin Feng. A heavy fist covered in ice armor is launched with simple directness. The Emperor's punch. The speed transcends visual capture. The power is so immense that the space ripples in its wake. How fast? Wukong's pupils constrict. Lin Feng's gaze sharpens. And Rule Insight instantly locks onto the trajectory of the punch. His dark golden aura surges forth as he counters with a punch of his own. Legendary heavy strike. Boom. The collision of fists erupts with a thunderous roar. A terrifying energy blast expands circularly, lifting the sands below into towering waves. Lin Feng's form quakes violently. Sliding backwards several hundred meters, the dark golden flames on his arms flickering, clearly at a disadvantage in this pure power contest. Gu La remains unmoved. The disparity in strength is evident. Indeed, the gap in power is enormous. Vegeta grits his teeth. "Is this all you can muster?" Gu La scoffs coldly, pressing the advantage as his fists transform into a storm of ice-blue punches. The Emperor unleashes a barrage of frozen hailstorm strikes. Each punch contains absolute zero frost, akin to millions of ice hailstones raining down, blocking all of Lin Feng's escape routes. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, merging chi simulation with his movement to the utmost, darting through the myriad of punches like a specter, the dark golden flames occasionally forming shields to block, and at other times morphing into blades to slash, producing a cacophony of collisions. Bang bang bang. Ice shards and golden light scatter. He appears to be in peril, yet manages to evade critical hits time and again, as Rule Insight operates frantically, analyzing the freezing laws embedded in Gu La's attacks. Evaded for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Absolute zero ice tomb. Gu La, growing impatient after failing to break through, suddenly clasps his palms together. Crack. Instantly, the space within 1,000 meters centered around Lin Feng becomes engulfed in extreme cold. The air, the sand, even the light is frozen. A massive, crystalline ice tomb ensnares Lin Feng within. The biting chill seems capable of freezing the very soul. "Lin Feng!" Wukong exclaims, trying to rush forward. "Don't come closer." Lin Feng's muffled voice reverberates from within the ice tomb, and the next moment, a dark golden light erupts from within. Legendary pressure, fully unleashed. Rule Insight conducts a rapid analysis of the freezing nodes. Break. Boom. The ice tomb shatters from the inside. Lin Feng soars into the sky, surrounded by dark golden flames that burn like a sun, dispelling the bitter cold. Though he breaks free, his aura is clearly chaotic. A trickle of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, indicating significant expenditure. "You can actually break my ice tomb?" A glimmer of astonishment flashes in Gu La's eyes, soon replaced by deeper malice. "Interesting. How about this move? Absolute zero ultimate ice kill of 1,000 birds." He dances his hands rapidly, countless razor-sharp ice-blue energy blades resembling thousands of ice birds screeching, shooting towards Lin Feng from all directions. Each ice blade embodies the speed to tear through space and the coldness to freeze all. "Come on." Lin Feng's eyes blaze with battle intent, no longer merely evading. He brings his palms together before his chest. The highly compressed dark golden aura surges violently. Rule Insight locks onto the energy trajectories and core nodes of all the ice blades. Legendary Chi Wave Sequence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng claps his palms together repeatedly, instantly launching dozens of slender, refined dark golden chi waves that precisely target the weakest points of the ice blades. Not a brute force clash, but pinpoint explosions. Boom 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 boom. Countless blue and gold energy fireworks erupt in the sky. The vast majority of ice blades are detonated mid-air. Yet still, some slip through the blockade, carving deep wounds into Lin Feng, revealing bone beneath, golden blood spilling into the air. Pain surges through him, yet Lin Feng's brow does not furrow. Instead, he utilizes the explosion's force to close the distance once more. Seeking death, Gu La did not anticipate his opponent's tenacity. Crossing his arms, he conjures a thick ice crystal shield. Absolute defense extreme ice barrier. Not finished yet. Legendary instant shadow series kick. Lin Feng's figure appears as if teleporting, manifesting at Gu La's side. Behind, above, his leg shadows, like the wind, strike at the weak points of the ice wall, exploiting the gaps revealed through rule insight, as if a storm battering the ice barrier. Crack. The ice wall develops cracks. Get away. Gula roars. And the shield suddenly bursts apart, the terrifying ice explosion propelling Lin Feng away. Lin Feng tumbles through the air, barely stabilizing his form, bloodied all over. The dark golden flames dimmed considerably, yet his gaze remains sharp. Damnable insect. Gula is thoroughly enraged. He cannot believe that a foe with far inferior combat power has pushed him to this extent. He decides to hold nothing back, raising his arms high. The deep purple flames enveloping him erupt like a volcanic explosion into his palms. To die under my ultimate move is your honor. Prepare to meet your end. Absolute Zero Apocalypse, Ice Age. A pale energy sphere, capable of devouring all light and heat, rapidly condenses and expands. The cold emanating from it begins to freeze the oceans of the entire planet. The sky darkens with ominous clouds, thunder, and lightning crackling. This is the ultimate strike to annihilate a star system. Lin Feng, get away. Wukong and the others' faces turn pale, sensing an unprecedented threat of death. However, Lin Feng merely smiles. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and within his dark golden pupils burned a fervent spirit of battle and unwavering resolve. Through the previous fierce confrontation, Rule Insight had deciphered a significant portion of Gula's freezing law. It was time. Gula, did you think you were the only one with an ultimate secret technique? Lin Feng roared, channeling all the remaining strength within him. Alongside his newly acquired profound understanding of the freezing law and the legendary Super Saiyan's indomitable will into his right fist, the dark golden aura ceased to flicker, instead gathering and condensing at his fist's edge, transforming into a singular, extreme, jet-black radiance that seemed capable of shattering the rules. The embryonic form of legendary law collapse was forcibly unleashed. Receive my final blow. The legendary technique, Collapse Fist. He no longer evaded but transformed into a blazing dark golden meteor, charging headlong against the destructive ice age towards Gula without hesitation. Where his fist passed, space distorted, and the laws lamented. Self-destruction. Gula grinned savagely, forcefully launching the maximized pale energy sphere. In the suffocating gaze of all, the jet-black fist, infused with Lin Feng's entire strength and will, collided violently with the pale energy sphere capable of annihilating galaxies. There was no sound, or rather, the sound was so immense that it transcended the limits of hearing. First emerged an extreme point that devoured all light, followed by an explosion of endless white light. The entire Earth was engulfed in blinding radiance. Boom. It resembled the cataclysmic explosion at the dawn of the universe. A terrifying energy storm swept across the land and sky. Wukong and others were violently thrown by the shockwave. As the light gradually dissipated, a vast spatial rift appeared in the sky, slowly healing. Gula hovered in place, his chest heaving violently. The armor on his right arm, which had unleashed the ultimate technique, shattered, and a trickle of violet blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng knelt on one knee in the distant void, his tattered clothing drenched in blood. The dark golden aura weak to the point of flickering like a candle in the wind, yet he was still alive. He had withstood Gula's ultimate technique. Grievously injured, but not dead. How is this possible? You actually blocked this king's ice age. Gula's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng struggled to lift his head, his bloodied face adorned with a victorious smile, rasping, Gula, I have seen through your law. As soon as the words left his lips, Gula abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, horrified to discover countless minute cracks forming within his previously fluid freezing law, rendering it sluggish and ineffective. It was that last punch. That punch not only intercepted the attack, but also damaged the very essence of his law. No, impossible. Gula let out a desperate roar, his breath plummeting in an instant. Now is the time. Ultimate Kamehameha. Below, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Wukong unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 3. A cerulean beam of light soaring into the sky like an enraged dragon. Final flash. Vegeta also exerted his last ounce of strength, a golden torrent following closely behind. Severely injured, Gula was incapable of mounting an effective defense. No. As Gula's anguished scream echoed, the two mighty streams of energy completely engulfed him. After the explosion, the presence of the cosmic Emperor Gula vanished entirely. Cold rain began to fall from the sky. Lin Feng shakily rose to his feet, gazing at the place where Gula had disappeared, exhaling a long breath. Though it was a Pyrrhic victory, the earth had been preserved. Through this life-and-death battle against a king-level opponent, he had gained a deeper understanding of power and the path of legend. His journey toward legend would henceforth ascend to new heights. Chapter 82. Sublimation of Legend. Sovereign of energy and a new journey. The cold rain washed over the desolate battlefield, cleansing away smoke and blood, yet failing to erase the palpable atmosphere of slaughter and the tremors of survival. Lin Feng knelt on the muddy sand, drenched in blood, his dark golden aura flickering weakly like a candle in the wind, each breath pulling at him with excruciating pain. He had withstood Gula's ultimate technique, Ice Age, and forcibly countered with the embryonic form of Law Collapse, nearly exhausting all his strength and severely injuring his foundation. Yet, his gaze remained exceptionally bright, even tinged with excitement. The value of battling Gula, a cosmic emperor who had brushed against the edges of the laws, far exceeded any previous encounter. Under extreme pressure, his application of the legendary Super Saiyan's power, understanding of the rules, and particularly his analysis and confrontation with the freezing law had achieved a qualitative leap. That experience of teetering on the brink of life and death, excavating potential in desperate circumstances, and ultimately turning the tide with the help of his comrades was precisely the baptism that the Saiyan bloodline yearned for deep within. Lin Feng. Wukong was the first to rush over, his Super Saiyan 3 state now released, his face pale, but his eyes filled with concern and admiration. He supported the swaying Lin Feng, feeling the almost depleted yet faintly nascent energy within him, his heart overwhelmed with shock. That last punch, imbued with will and realm, revealed a completely different path to him. Vegeta also approached. Though still wearing a stern expression, the look he cast at Lin Feng was now replaced with a complex, almost approving solemnity. He had witnessed how Lin Feng triumphed over strength with weakness, and that insight into the essence of power far exceeded his comprehension. Piccolo, Krillin, and others gathered around, gazing at the gravely injured Lin Feng and the distant sky where Gula's presence had vanished, rendered speechless for a long time. This victory was too devastating, too unbelievable. I'm fine, I just need a moment to rest. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse as he managed a weak smile. With a thought, he connected with the system. Ding. The host has endured an extreme life-and-death battle and successfully defeated the Cosmic Emperor Gula, final form, for 170 million battle power. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS level, glorious victory. Task rewards issued. Basic replication points 5,000,000 points. SSS evaluation additional reward. Replication points 10,000,000 points. Skill fusion voucher, X2. Bloodline sublimation opportunity, legend, X1. Extra reward for defeating a formidable foe. Replication points 50,000,000 points. Designated skill replication voucher, rare, X3. Hidden achievement, Emperor's Fall unlocked. Reward, replication points 20,000,000 points. Unlock special title, Emperor Slayer. Damage bonus against Emperor Luck-type enemies. Ding. The host's current total replication points, 87,055, 580 points. Enormous. Ding. Detected that the host has greatly deepened their understanding of rules and energy during the life and death battle. Legendary Super Saiyan embryonic form, realm stabilized and advanced. Awakening degree increased to 65. Battle power increased to 130 million. Ding. The host has gained valuable experience in the application of Law Collapse, beginner, significantly enhancing proficiency. Ding. Enormous replication points, meet the conditions. Legendary skill library, ultimate skill, legendary sovereign of energy, beginner, unlocked. Replication requires 80,000,000 points. Do you wish to replicate? A series of system notifications resonated like celestial music in his mind, especially the staggering 87 million replication points, and the newly unlocked ultimate skill invigorated Lin Feng. It seemed as though his injuries had lessened considerably. Replicate. Legendary Sovereign of Energy. He did not hesitate. The name alone indicated it was a powerful ability capable of altering the course of battle, consuming 80,000,000 replication points. Successfully replicated Legendary Sovereign of Energy, Beginner. Legendary Sovereign of Energy, Beginner passive and active skill. Passive effect greatly enhances the host's perception of all unbound energy and stray energy, absorption and conversion efficiency, nearly instinctual. Active effect can briefly dominate the flow of energy within a certain range, deflect, weaken enemy energy attacks, and even slightly guide environmental energy to bolster oneself or diminish the enemy. As one's realm ascends, both the scope and efficacy will experience a dramatic enhancement. An enigmatic and profound comprehension surges into the depths of the soul, as if in an instant, an unprecedented intimacy with the energies of the surrounding cosmos is established. The ambient vitality in the air, the energy coursing through the Earth's veins, and even the radiation permeating the universe become distinctly perceivable, as if they were an extension of oneself. He can even vaguely sense the immense ocean of life energy beneath his feet. Although the energy mastery is currently at a rudimentary level, with limited range and effect, it undeniably marks a monumental strategic leap. With the mastery of this new skill, an extraordinarily pure energy is fed back from the system's space, gently nourishing his withered meridians and damaged cells. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, fully activating the turtle breathing cycle along with the newly acquired passive effect of energy mastery. The energy from the surrounding space surges into his body like rivers returning to the sea, and his injuries begin to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The dim dark golden aura becomes solid once more. Though he is still far from complete recovery, at least he is stabilized. What an astonishing recovery speed. Kellen keenly perceives the change in Lin Feng's aura, quietly astonished. Lin Feng exhales deeply, standing up with Wukong's support. Though his complexion remains pale, his breath has noticeably steadied. With Gula's demise, his faction is left leaderless and should not pose a threat in the short term. For now, Earth is safe. Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathes a sigh of relief, the joy of having survived washing over them. Kellen even excitedly wipes away tears. Lin Feng, regarding that final punch. Wukong cannot help but inquire, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Feng glances at him, then at the equally attentive Vegeta, ponders briefly, and replies, "That was an application of the rules. Gula's freezing power essentially embodies a manifestation of laws. What I did was not merely to combat with raw strength, but to identify and disrupt the nodes within the operation of his laws. Just like the most robust lock. Finding the keyhole allows one to unlock it with a gentle poke." He articulates this simply, yet Wukong and Vegeta find themselves deep in thought. This entirely subverts their previous notions of combat, which relied on energy blasts and brute force. "Rule nodes," Wukong murmurs to himself, his eyes reflecting newfound understanding. Vegeta snorts coldly. Yet his furrowed brow indicates he is also engaged in intense contemplation. Lin Feng refrains from elaborating further. Some things must be realized through personal insight. He gazes upward at the gradually clearing sky, his vision seemingly penetrating the atmosphere to behold the vast cosmos. While Gula was powerful, he is likely not among the apex within the expansive seventh universe, let alone the entire Dragon Ball multiverse. Gods of destruction like Beerus, angels like Whis, Majin Buu, and even Xeno are the true challenges. Moreover, Gula's death will inevitably trigger a chain reaction, and the rulers of other universes, as well as higher beings, will likely turn their attention toward Earth. It seems peaceful days will not last long, Lin Feng muses. Yet, he feels no fear. Rather, he is filled with anticipation. The legendary path of the Super Saiyan is indeed a journey of battling the heavens and earth, transcending limits. With the system's assistance and a profound understanding of the narrative trajectory, he possesses a significant advantage. The next step is to recover swiftly from his injuries, fully assimilate the gains from his battle with Gula, and utilize the vast pool of replication points to further enhance his strength. "Bulma, please make arrangements for healing and aftermath." Lin Feng instructs the arriving Bulma. "Leave it to me." Bulma, surveying the devastated battlefield and the exhausted crowd, promptly directs the Capsule Corporation's robots to commence their work. Days later, in the specialized recovery ward of the Capsule Corporation, Lin Feng's injuries have healed, thanks to the Sins of Beans, the passive energy absorption of energy mastery, and his innate recovery abilities. He stands silently before the window, feeling the surging power within him. The legendary Super Saiyan Prototype 65, with a combat power of 130 million. combined with the newly acquired energy mastery and skills such as rule rupture, has enabled his actual combat strength to reach an entirely new pinnacle. It is time to step out and explore. A glimmer of excitement flickers in Lin Feng's eyes. Earth, as a stage, has become somewhat confining. He requires broader horizons and more formidable opponents to hone his abilities and accelerate the awakening of the legendary Super Saiyan. Perhaps, a visit to the Kaioshin realm is in order? Or seeking out Goku's brother Raditz spacecraft to actively engage the remnants of Vegeta's planet? Even finding ways to trigger the Majin Buu storyline ahead of time? As he contemplates the future, the long-lost system notification sound resonates in his mind once more. Ding! Host's strength has reached a critical point, and an important plotline has been successfully altered, defeating Gula, triggering a special chain mission. Trial of Legends. Mission requirements. Travel to Namek. And under the witness of the Namekian Dragon Balls, complete a legendary wish to attract the attention of higher-level cosmic rules. Mission rewards, depending on completion, guaranteed to include a substantial amount of replication points, opportunities to unlock advanced legendary skills, and clues for the evolution of legendary Super Saiyan. Warning: this mission may attract the attention of higher-level cosmic entities, such as Kaioshins and Gods of Destruction. Please choose wisely. Namekian Dragon Balls, a legendary wish. Lin Feng raises an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected direction. The capabilities of the Namekian Dragon Balls far surpass those of Earth S, and perhaps this opportunity may yield significant results. Moreover, attracting the attention of higher-level rules, while perilous, also presents an opportunity. It seems the next destination is Namek. A slight smile gracing Lin Feng's lips. A new adventure is about to commence. This time, he will no longer passively respond to crises, but actively engage in exploring the endless mysteries hidden within the stars and seas. The name of the legendary Super Saiyan is destined to resonate throughout the universe. System Status Panel. Host: Lin Feng. Current world: Earth, soon to depart for Namek. Combat power: 130 million. Legendary Super Saiyan Prototype 65. Available replication points: 7,055. 580 points. 8 million points consumed. Energy state: majestic and restrained, imbued with the essence of rules. Energy affinity: greatly enhanced. Physical state: healed and refined. Ability status: core form. Legendary Super Saiyan Prototype 65. Legendary skills: legendary pressure, rule insight, beginner. Legendary energy simulation. Legendary soul barrier, rule rupture, beginner. Newly added: legendary energy mastery, beginner. Strategic energy manipulation skill. Core skills: omitted. Special items: skill fusion voucher, X3. Designated skill replication voucher, rare, X4. Bloodline ascension opportunity, legendary, X1. Special title: Slayer of Emperors. Known intelligence: current situation: Gula's forces have been annihilated, and the crisis on Earth has been resolved. A wealth of resources has been acquired, and strength has significantly increased. Triggered new mission: Trial of Legends. Travel to Namek for a legendary wish. Next steps: proceed to Namek, actively engage higher-level storylines, and connect with the Kaioshin and God of Destruction systems. System evaluation: abundant gains. A new journey begins. The host has successfully navigated the Gula crisis, receiving substantial rewards, and an exponential increase in strength and foundation. The new mission points towards a broader stage, leading the narrative into cosmic realms, with more formidable opponents and opportunities soon to emerge. Chapter 83: Cosmic Voyage. Gravitational training and unexpected guests on the rooftop platform of the Capsule Corporation. A sleek, futuristic spaceship is quietly docked. This is the Wuxiang spacecraft, meticulously crafted by Bulma using the technology from Scion escape pods and data from Namekian ships. It possesses not only faster-than-light travel capabilities, but is also equipped with the most advanced gravity training chamber and ecological maintenance system. Lin Feng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Bulma, who serves as both navigator and technical support, stand before the spacecraft. After deciding to journey to Namek, Wukong is filled with excitement, brimming with anticipation for the unknown adventures that lie ahead. Vegeta, although appearing dismissive, cannot conceal the glimmer in his eyes that reveals his complex emotions regarding stronger foes and the relics of his homeland. Meanwhile, Bulma eagerly prepares to showcase her skills. "Are you all ready?" she exclaims, tossing her hair back with flair as she opens the cabin door, with the objective set on Namek. They board the spacecraft, which is spacious and well-equipped. Bulma takes her place at the control panel, deftly inputting the coordinates. With a gentle hum, the ship, named Wanxiang, gradually ascends, breaking through the atmosphere and transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the azure horizon. Once the spacecraft enters a stable subspace voyage, Lin Feng strides directly into the gravity training room at the core of the ship. This gravity chamber, a proud creation of Bulma, can simulate gravity up to 500 times that of Earth. Activate gravity at 300 times, Lin Feng commands. A surge of invisible force envelopes his body instantaneously, each muscle and bone subjected to immense pressure. However, Lin Feng merely sways slightly before regaining his footing. Legend has it that the physique of the Super Saiyan Prototype 65 can easily withstand such burdens. He closes his eyes, initiating the turtle breathing cycle, while delving into his consciousness to reflect upon the gains from his battle with Gula. The ability of Rule Insight plays back Gula's intricate application of freezing laws in his mind. Although the attributes differ, the ultimate control over energy and understanding of the structural laws profoundly inspires him. He attempts to guide his dark golden aura, simulating the structural sensation of those laws. While unable to replicate the freezing attribute, he subtly enhances the density and explosive power of his energy. Simultaneously, he becomes acquainted with his newly acquired energy mastery, beginner ability. In a passive state, he can distinctly sense the surging energy emanating from the spacecraft's energy furnace, as well as the omnipresent radiation and particle flows in the cosmos. He endeavors to actively guide a thread of faint cosmic energy into himself. The process is slow, yet he genuinely feels a slight acceleration in the recovery of his energy. This is merely the beginner level. Should it be elevated to a higher tier, he might indeed reach a state of infinite energy. Time flies swiftly as he trains. The ship's AI announces that they will arrive at Namek in approximately 10 Earth days. During this period, Wukong and Vegeta, unable to endure the monotony, successively enter the gravity chamber to train. Wukong quickly adapts to the 300 times gravity and begins challenging himself at 400 times, his Super Saiyan 1 form becoming increasingly stable, even hinting at the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, in a more fervent manner, directly confronts 450 times gravity, honing his Super Saiyan 1 strength under extreme pressure. Making rapid progress, the two often spar, causing the gravity chamber to resonate with their clashes, which makes Bulma wince with concern. Lin Feng occasionally exits to offer guidance. He refrains from teaching specific techniques, but shares insights on energy compression, will concentration, and sensing the flow of ki. These seemingly fundamental concepts greatly benefit both Wukong and Vegeta. Particularly Vegeta, who, despite not admitting it, clearly focuses more on mastering the essence of power rather than merely pursuing explosive strength. One day, Lin Feng, under 500 times gravity, attempts to incorporate his insights from rule collapse into a standard ki blast, aiming to create a localized disruption of laws upon impact to enhance its destructive power. Suddenly, the ship's alarm system blares sharply. Warning! Warning! High energy response detected ahead. Multiple unidentified vessels are rapidly approaching. The enemy is issuing a communication request, or rather, a warning. They demand we halt our journey immediately and submit to inspection. Bulma's voice crackles through the communicator, tinged with tension. Lin Feng, Wukong, Vegeta, come quickly. It seems we have encountered space pirates. Lin Feng furrows his brow, retracting his aura, and instantly appears in the control room, with Wukong and Vegeta following closely behind. The main screen displays the scene ahead. 3 menacingly painted medium-sized battleships, armed with turrets, block their path in a formation resembling a trident. The ships are adorned with a pattern of a skull intertwined with a planet, unmistakably identifying them as the notorious shattered star pirates that roam this sector of space. On the communication screen, an ugly alien with a single eye, indigo skin, and antennae brazenly shouts, "Listen up, you small craft. We are the shattered star pirates. Shut down your engines and surrender your ship along with all valuable assets, and we shall spare your lives. Otherwise, we will reduce you to cosmic dust." Space pirates? Wukong scratches his head, curiosity etched on his face. "Humph, ignorant fools," Vegeta scoffs, his disdain palpable. Lin Feng calmly surveys the screen, activating Rule Insight discreetly. The energy responses from the 3 ships are formidable, each equivalent to a powerhouse with a battle power of around 20 million. However, To them now, they are merely trifles. Yet, he keenly senses a more concealed and powerful presence lurking in the shadows of a nearby asteroid belt, with a battle power estimated at around 80 million. It seems to be the true leader. Bulma, can we maneuver past them? Lin Feng inquires. No, they have blocked the optimal route. Altering our course would cost several additional days, Bulma replies, shaking her head. Then let us clear them out, Lin Feng states. His tone nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. He sees this as an opportunity to test his skills, particularly the practical effects of his new ability, energy mastery. Allow me. Wukong eagerly volunteers. Leave the trifles to me. Vegeta also insists. Lin Feng waves his hand dismissively. No need for the trouble. It is just a chance to stretch my muscles. With a mere thought, his figure vanishes from the spacecraft, reappearing in the vacuum of space, suspended directly in front of the 3 pirate vessels. What? How did he get out? The small pirate leader is taken aback. But upon seeing Lin Feng alone with a seemingly mundane aura, as Lin Feng habitually suppresses his energy, he quickly regains his bravado. Find death. Open fire. Reduce him to ashes. The cannons of the 3 ships instantly ignite, unleashing dozens of massive energy beams that rain down upon Lin Feng. Faced with this concentrated assault capable of obliterating asteroids, Lin Feng merely raises his right hand slowly. Energy mastery. Beginner. Active effect. Activate. An invisible force field emanates from Lin Feng, expanding outward. The surging energy beams, upon entering the force field's radius, collide with an unseen, soft wall, their speed drastically reduced. Trajectories distorted, chaotic, and even colliding with one another, annihilating themselves. Only a few stray beams veer off course and head towards Lin Feng, but he effortlessly disperses them with a wave of his hand. What? Our attack was interfered with. The pirates stare in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of ability is that? The hidden pirate leader is also taken aback. Energy manipulation? How intriguing. Lin Feng, feeling the efficacy of energy mastery, realizes that while he cannot fully control the energy, he can effectively deflect and weaken it, which is already quite practical. He does not linger, transforming into a streak of dark golden light, charging towards one of the battleships. Stop him. The pirates frantically open fire. Yet all energy attacks are significantly weakened and deflected by the energy mastery force field as they approach Lin Feng, rendering them incapable of hitting their target. Boom. Lin Feng crashes through the battleship's energy shield, plunging into its hull like a human battering ram. He refrains from utilizing high-powered techniques, relying solely on his physical strength and precise ki blasts to swiftly eliminate the pirates within. Everywhere he goes, chaos ensues, and the control systems of the ship fall into disarray. As the 2 remaining warships took notice, they aimed their cannons to provide support, only to be ensnared by Lin Feng's application of Qi Shi Moni, simulating multiple high-energy reactions that lured them into a chaotic fray of mutual attacks. In less than a minute, the first warship was rendered powerless, billowing black smoke as it drifted helplessly in the void of space. Lin Feng employed the same tactic, and soon the second and third warships followed suit into oblivion. With ease, he dispatched all 3 vessels, turning his gaze toward the asteroid belt and softly uttering, "Having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." After a brief silence within the asteroid belt, a smaller, yet more menacing warship, entirely black and resembling a beast, slowly emerged. The hatch opened, revealing a figure clad in a flamboyant space pirate attire, marked by a vicious scar on his face, exuding an aura of chilling malice. He was the formidable leader of the Shattered Star Pirates, Poison Tooth Herak, boasting a combat power of 80 million, far surpassing the previous insignificant foes. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had managed to lure a significant catch. Herak licked his lips, his eyes glinting with greed and cruelty. "You are quite strong, young one. Submit to me, and I shall make you my deputy captain. Otherwise," Lin Feng, uninterested in his words, interjected decisively, "you have 3 seconds. Leave, or perish." Herak's expression darkened instantly. "Arrogance. Do you think defeating a few weaklings grants you the right to boast? Allow me to demonstrate my true power," he roared, unleashing a dark purple aura that enveloped him, his combat power reaching its zenith as he conjured a swirling, corrosive black sphere in his hands. Poison Tooth's ultimate move, Star Erosion Wave. 3. Lin Feng began to count down. Die. Herak hurled the black sphere with ferocity. 2. Lin Feng remained resolute. activating the Energy Sovereign field while simultaneously employing Rule Insight to lock onto the structure of the black sphere. The star erosion wave slowed dramatically within the field, its energy structure becoming unstable. 1. Lin Feng extended his index finger. A flicker of dark gold radiance emanating from its tip as the power of Law Collapse, Elementary, subtly surged forth, striking the most unstable energy node of the black sphere. With a soft pop, there was no cataclysmic explosion. The star erosion wave simply dissipated as if it were a punctured soap bubble. What? Herak's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His ultimate move had vanished just like that. The countdown concluded. Lin Feng's figure appeared before Herak like a specter, and in the midst of his astonished gaze, he pressed a palm against his forehead. The force of legendary pressure, combined with a hint of soul barrier backlash, instantaneously shattered his consciousness. Herak's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, utterly incapacitated. Lin Feng discarded him back onto the black warship as effortlessly as one discards refuse, unleashing a key wave that precisely obliterated the ship's engine. Begone. Should we cross paths again, I shall show no mercy. The surviving pirate henchmen, terrified and disoriented, scrambled to activate the backup systems, dragging the incapacitated captain as they fled in haste. Lin Feng returned to the control room of the Wanxiang, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Bulma excitedly recorded the data. Incredible, Lin Feng. What was that ability of yours to interfere with energy? And that final move, Goku's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, Lin Feng, that was so cool. How did you do that? Teach me. Though Vegeta remained silent, his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Lin Feng's exquisite command over energy had once again reshaped his understanding. Lin Feng chuckled softly, offering no elaborate explanations. Just a little technique. Let us continue our journey. We are not far from Namek. Following this brief interlude, the atmosphere aboard the spacecraft became increasingly vibrant. Meanwhile, Lin Feng retreated to the gravity chamber to resume his training. The recent skirmish had ignited new ideas regarding the synergy between Energy Sovereign and Law Collapse. He sensed a subtle stirring within him, as if the embryonic realm of the legendary Super Saiyan was on the verge of awakening. The voyage through the cosmos was rife with uncertainties and challenges, serving as a splendid whetstone for the path of legend. Chapter 84, Namek. The Elder's Prophecy and the watchful eye of the God of Destruction, the Wanxiang spacecraft smoothly navigated through the final stretch of interstellar dust, revealing a colossal planet radiating a gentle green luminescence. Namek had arrived. Unlike Earth's azure hue, Namek was imbued with a vibrant emerald tone, harmoniously blending land and sea into a breathtaking tableau. The spacecraft gradually descended onto an expansive, emerald-hued meadow. As the hatch opened, Lin Feng, Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma emerged, greeted by the fresh air infused with a subtle fragrance of grass and foliage. The Namekians, having received prior communications, awaited their arrival. Leading the group was the venerable yet sprightly elder, assisted by Neru and several other elders, his face adorned with a gentle and wise smile. Surrounding them were many curious Namekian children and adults. Welcome, warriors from Earth, and Miss Bulma, the elder's voice, though aged, resonated with strength. His gaze lingered particularly long on Lin Feng, a flicker of imperceptible awe and depth glimmering within his murky eyes. Especially you, Mr. Lin Feng. Your arrival has caused a peculiar shift in the fate of this planet. Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart, aware of the elder's foresight. He respectfully bowed. Elder, I apologize for the sudden visit. We seek to utilize your Dragon Balls to fulfill a significant wish. The elder nodded slowly. Indeed, Purunga can grant many miracles. However, each wish consumes the life energy of the planet and may disturb the balance of the universe. What is it that you desire? Lin Feng did not shy away from revealing his ambitions, articulating his intent to make a legendary wish in hopes of drawing the attention of higher-level rules. Naturally, he withheld the specific details of the system's tasks. After a moment of silence, the elder lightly tapped the armrest of his seat, as if sensing the intangible threads of fate. Finally, he spoke. Your wish touches upon the essence and the rules. Purunga's power may indeed facilitate it, but it will undoubtedly attract attention from above. He gestured towards the sky, his meaning clear. Above? Goku inquired with curiosity. In the cosmos, there exist supreme entities that maintain balance. The elder's tone grew solemn. They typically do not interfere with the lower realms. However, Actions that too closely approach the essence of the rules may be perceived as provocation or a variable. Lin Feng understood that the elder referred to the Kaioshin and even the gods of destruction. He had anticipated this and nodded resolutely. I understand the risks. But this matter is of utmost importance to me. Regardless of the consequences, I will bear the burden alone and will not implicate Namek. The elder studied Lin Feng's unwavering gaze, then glanced at the vibrant auras of Goku and Vegeta beside him. Finally, he sighed. Very well. Fate is thus. Naru, take them to the sacred altar. Gather the Dragon Balls and summon Porunga. As for whether the wish will be granted and what eyes it may attract, that is for destiny to decide. Yes, Elder, Naru replied respectfully. Under Naru's guidance, they swiftly collected the 7 scattered Namekian Dragon Balls. The gigantic orbs were placed upon the ancient altar at the meadow's center, shimmering under the sunlight. Come forth, Dragon Porunga, Naru called out in the Namekian language. Suddenly, the sky darkened and thunder rumbled. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a blinding golden light, coalescing into a colossal dragon even more magnificent than Earth Shinhan, adorned in a verdant hue and muscular form. Its crimson eyes, akin to the sun and moon, gazed down upon the earth. As its resounding voice echoed through the heavens, state your wish. I can grant 3 wishes. The immense dragon's might sent shivers down Goku and Vegeta's spines. While Bulma excitedly documented the data, Lin Feng took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gazed up at the dragon, clearly articulating the wish he had long envisioned. Dragon Porunga? My first wish is to harness the power of the Dragon Balls from Namek, using the legacy of my legendary bloodline as a foundation. To declare my existence and potential to the primordial rules of the universe, invoking a baptism of rules and a resonance of potential concerning my life itself. This wish is extraordinarily unique. It does not aim to directly enhance power or achieve specific goals, but rather to communicate with the rules, to draw attention. Akin to a ritual that aligns with the system's tasks. A flicker of confusion passed through the crimson eyes of Porunga, as it seemed to have never encountered such an unusual desire. After a moment of silence, as if conversing with the cosmic laws that govern the universe, it finally spoke. This wish pertains to the supreme rules and can be realized, but it requires immense energy, and the consequences are unknown. Do you confirm? Confirm. Lin Feng responded without hesitation. As you wish. Porunga unleashed a thunderous dragon roar, and the brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls shone with unprecedented intensity. A beam of indescribable color, infused with bizarre fluctuations of the rules, descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as though his soul had been extracted from his body, entering a realm filled with countless bizarre lines and symbols. This was the manifestation of the rules. His ability of rule insight operated at an unprecedented speed, enhancing itself. The bloodline of legendary Super Saiyan absorbed the secrets contained within the light of the rules like a parched land rejoicing in rain, emitting a jubilant hum. The barrier of the embryonic realm trembled violently, and his awakening level began to soar. Simultaneously, an invisible yet colossal will seemed to cast a glance from the deepest recesses of the universe, sweeping over Namek and ultimately resting upon Lin Feng, who was shrouded in the light of the rules. That gaze carried a hint of curiosity, scrutiny, and even a faint warning. Ding. Detected high-level cosmic will attention. Task, Trial of Legend, completion, 80. Reward acquired, 50,000,000 replication points. Special skill, Rule Imprint, temporary, unlocked. Rule Imprint, temporary passive skill. For a duration. The host's perception and affinity with the rules will significantly increase, making it easier to trigger rule-related opportunities or events. Simultaneously, it may attract the attention of higher-level beings. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The light of the rules lasted for about a minute before gradually dissipating. Lin Feng landed back on the ground. His eyes opened, and within the depths of his dark golden pupils, countless tiny rule runes flickered and vanished. He felt that his mastery over power and understanding of the rules had reached an entirely new height. The awakening level of the legendary Super Saiyan embryo stabilized at 68. His battle power surged to 150 million. Did it succeed? Bulma asked anxiously. Lin Feng, feeling the surging power within him and the peculiar rule imprint in his soul, nodded. It succeeded. Thank you all, Naru and Porunga. Porunga appeared somewhat fatigued, its voice subdued. Your wish has been fulfilled. Please state your second wish. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, For my second wish, please resurrect all the Namekian warriors who sacrificed their lives due to the invasion by Frisia's army and Cooler's army. As you wish. Baranga once again summoned its power, sending beams of light towards the distance. Soon, Neru received the message and excitedly told the Elder, Elder, the sacrificed warriors have all been resurrected. The Elder nodded with satisfaction. For the third wish, Lin Feng looked at Goku and Vegeta. Smiling slightly, please permanently enhance the potential and talent of Sun Wukong and Vegeta to the utmost limits they can currently bear, laying the most solid foundation for their next breakthrough. This wish aimed to assist his comrades without rushing their progress. A glimmer of red light flashed in Barangi's eyes as two pure energies infused into Goku and Vegeta. Both felt a jolt, as their Saiyan blood seemed to boil, and their understanding of ki and transformations became significantly clearer. Their bottlenecks appeared to loosen considerably. Although their battle power did not surge immediately, the path ahead undoubtedly widened greatly. With the three wishes fulfilled, Barangi's figure gradually blurred, ultimately transforming into 7 beams of light that scattered across the planet, while the Dragon Balls turned to stone. With the wishes completed, the sky returned to clarity. However, Lin Feng sensed that the gaze from the depths of the universe had not entirely departed. It had merely become faint. He understood that he had drawn attention. Just then, the Elder suddenly changed expression, looking up at the sky, murmuring, They've come sooner than expected. Everyone followed his gaze to see a small purple point of light appear in the clear sky without warning. The point rapidly expanded, transforming into a circular spatial passage through which an indescribable aura, radiating ultimate destruction and supreme majesty, surged forth like a tide, engulfing the entirety of Namek. Under this overwhelming presence, even Goku and Vegeta, who had just gained enhancements, felt their bodies stiffen and souls tremble. This was an absolute suppression on the level of existence. Within the passage, 2 figures slowly materialized. The one in front was a tall, slender man dressed in attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, with pale purple skin, a tail, and pointed ears. He crossed his arms, appearing drowsy and displaying an expression of impatience, yet his purple pupils harbored the terrifying power to obliterate stars. Following him was an elegant blue-skinned man in a black suit, holding a scepter, wearing a gentle yet inscrutable smile. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his heart gripped with awe. God of Destruction Beerus, and his attendant, Angel Whis. They had indeed been drawn here. Beerus yawned, his languid gaze sweeping over the crowd, ultimately landing on Lin Feng, whose presence was most pronounced, enhanced by the rule imprint. A dangerous smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Oh? Is it you, little monkey, who has stirred enough commotion to interrupt my peaceful slumber? Chapter 85, Trial Before the Deity. The Birth of Legend at Full Power. Beerus's lazy gaze traversed the scene, the pressure infused with an aura of infinite destruction causing the very air of Namek to solidify. Goku and Vegeta felt as though they were under a petrifying spell, their Super Saiyan forms flickering under the divine might, almost collapsing, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Bulma turned pale, gripping the nearby device tightly. Only Neru and the other Namekians, sheltered by the power of Namek, could barely stand, yet their eyes were filled with reverence and fear. However, amidst this cataclysmic divine aura, one figure remained upright and resolute. Lin Feng. The dark golden flames surrounding him flowed calmly. Not only did he not crumble under Beerus's divine pressure, but rather, like precious gold cast into a furnace, he became even more refined and reserved under the extreme pressure. The bloodline of the 68-level legendary Super Saiyan seemed to resonate with a higher-level power, emitting an excited and trembling hum. Rule Insight operated at an unprecedented speed, frantically analyzing and recording the divine power fluctuations imbued with the destructive rules from Beerus. Although he could not comprehend it fully, it provided him with a vague direction in understanding the rules. For the first time, a genuine look of surprise flickered in Beerus's languid purple pupils. He scrutinized Lin Feng as if discovering an intriguing toy. This little monkey possesses some interest. There is a faint, yet substantial, essence emanating from you. You can actually stand firm under my aura? Whis, did you see that? The angel Weiss stood gracefully to the side, his face adorned with an eternally gentle smile, as his staff lightly tapped the ground. Indeed, Lord Beerus. The energy nature of this earthling gentleman is remarkably unique. seemingly touching upon some ancient legendary concept. Moreover, it appears he has just completed a ritual related to the rules. A legend? A ritual of rules? Beerus raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. He extended his slender finger towards Lin Feng, beckoning him. Come, little monkey, unleash all your strength and strike me with a punch. Let me see the weight of your legend. His calm demeanor carried an undeniable command, akin to a divine being bestowing grace upon a mortal. Lin Feng, don't. Goku shouted with difficulty, fully aware of the terrifying nature of that purple cat-like figure. Vegeta clenched his teeth, eyes filled with humiliation and indignation, questioning why he felt so insignificant before such an entity. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his heart racing, not out of fear, but excitement. To engage in battle with a god of destruction was an extraordinary opportunity. He realized this could be the singular trial to truly awaken his legendary potential. All right, Lin Feng uttered, his gaze sharpening instantly like a blade. He ceased to suppress himself, unleashing the power of the 68th legendary prototype. Dark golden flames surged skyward as an aura of 150 million battle power was released without reservation. Simultaneously, the energy sovereign, beginner, operated at full capacity, voraciously drawing upon all available energy from the surrounding space, Namekian life force, cosmic radiation, and even the faintest remnants of divine power inadvertently emitted by Beerus. Though only a minuscule amount could be siphoned, it tinged the edges of his aura with a barely perceptible lavender hue. Oh, you can absorb energy? Fascinating. Beerus' interest deepened. Legendary essence, shattering stars. Lin Feng concentrated all his strength, will, and preliminary understanding of rule shattering into his right fist. The surface of his fist glowed dark gold, highly compressed, as countless minute fissures of rules flickered within. He shattered the ground beneath his feet, his figure tearing through space, appearing before Beerus in an instant, delivering a punch. This was his strongest strike in his current state, far surpassing his encounter with Gula. Faced with an attack capable of obliterating a star system, Beerus casually raised his right index finger, a faint yet annihilating purple destruction energy swirling at its tip. Their fists collided. No sound, no explosion. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next instant, Lin Feng's condensed dark golden energy, upon touching the tip of Beerus's destructive power, began to disintegrate, layer by layer, as if it were ice melting under sunlight. It was not a disparity in energy strength, but an absolute crushing at the level of rules. Lin Feng felt his fist, arm, and entire body teetering on the brink of annihilation alongside that collapsing energy. Warning: encountering supreme, rule-level energy erosion. Host on the verge of complete obliteration. Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline under lethal threat. Activation surging. Awakening forcibly increased. 6970. Detecting trace amounts of unclaimed divine power residue. Energy sovereign. Beginner. Operating at maximum capacity. Attempting to analyze. Simulation failed. Rule level too high? Rule mark. Temporary. Effect triggered. Host's affinity toward destruction rules temporarily enhanced. Ding. Host on the brink of death under divine pressure breaks through, meeting hidden conditions. Legendary Super Saiyan prototype awakening significantly increased. Current, 75. Battle power elevated to 220 million. Legendary Super Saiyan form preliminarily stabilized, unlocking new form. Legendary Super Saiyan full power. Control over aura, energy recovery speed, and rule affinity greatly enhanced. Lin Feng coughed violently, blood spraying forth as his right arm was instantly covered in cracks, bones shattered, and his body was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the distant ground, leaving a bottomless pit. His aura plummeted to the lowest point. Defeated. An utterly undeniable defeat. Before the god of destruction, his all-out strike was as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Yet, within that deep pit, despite being gravely wounded and on the brink of death, Lin Feng's dark golden pupils glimmered with an intense brightness. In the face of life and death, his legendary bloodline was truly activated. A 75 awakening degree. Legendary Super Saiyan full power. Though the increase in battle power was not extravagant, his control over his own strength, efficiency in energy utilization, and particularly his vague perception of rules underwent a monumental transformation. If he was a child possessing a treasure before, now he was a youth who had preliminarily grasped the key to unlocking that treasure. Beerus lightly blew on his fingertip, as if brushing away dust. Yet a glimmer of genuine surprise flickered in his purple eyes. Oh? Not dead, not only alive, but seemingly stronger? Remarkably, he managed to maintain his core consciousness under my destructive power and even broke through? This bloodline indeed possesses some merit. The angel Weiss nodded with a smile. Indeed, Lord Beerus, breaking through under your divine might, this gentleman Lin Feng's potential and resilience are truly a treasure of the seventh universe. It seems this generation of mortals is quite intriguing. Beerus stroked his chin, observing Lin Feng, who was struggling to crawl out of the deep pit. Bloodied, yet with an aura that was now deeper and more restrained. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a curiosity akin to discovering a new toy. Kid, you've passed. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare your life. However, as punishment for disturbing my peaceful slumber, his gaze swept over the terrified crowd, ultimately settling on the exquisite pudding box held by Bulma, a snack she had brought. Beerus's eyes lit up as he reached out, and that box of pudding flew into his hands. He tore open the packaging, took a bite, and instantly squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. What is this called? Earth food? Quite good. Given this delightful offering, I shall let this slide. The crowd sighed in unison. All right, Weiss, let us return. I'm tired. Beerus yawned, his figure beginning to fade. Yes, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled, nodding at the crowd, especially casting a deep glance at Lin Feng. With a tap of his staff, their figures vanished like phantoms. The terrifying divine might that enveloped the planet dissipated, and the sky returned to clarity, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. A silence lingered for several seconds, followed by the frantic gasping of those who had survived. Is it over? Krillin plopped down onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. That was truly terrifying. Is that what a god is? Gohan's voice trembled. Goku and Vegeta looked at Lin Feng, who was severely injured yet seemed to possess an even more formidable aura. Their emotions a tumultuous mix. They felt once again the stark contrast between themselves and such top-tier beings, as well as Lin Feng's astonishing growth rate. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, disregarding his injuries, fully operating legendary Super Saiyan full power, in conjunction with Energy Sovereign, to absorb energy from the surroundings for healing. The dark golden flames became exceedingly gentle, concentrated, and the recovery speed remarkably swift. He recalled the sensation of contact with the god of destruction's power earlier. Although he could not fully comprehend it, that experience touching the realm of rules had opened a new door for him. The god of destruction Beerus, the angel Weiss, and Lin Feng's eyes ignited with fervent flames. This was merely the beginning. The next step of legendary full power would be true transcendence. He understood that after this divine trial, he had genuinely entered the sight of the universe's top powerhouses. The road ahead would undoubtedly be more splendid and perilous. Chapter 86. Mastery of Full Power. Ripples of rule in the gravity chamber. After the figures of the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Weiss vanished, the heavy atmosphere on Namek seemed to be instantly drained, as everyone let out a long sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Divine might felt like a prison, and in that moment, they truly grasped what it meant to be insignificant. Is it over? Kellen collapsed onto the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Was that purple cat a deity? How astonishing! Wufan felt lingering fear, as the aura of Super Saiyan had long since dissipated. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched the recording device, exclaiming, "Incredible! We've managed to record data on godly energy fluctuations, although we cannot decipher it. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking discovery." Goku and Vegeta remained silent, both clenching their fists and casting complex glances at Lin Feng, who sat cross-legged not far away. Lin Feng was drenched in blood, his right arm twisted, exuding a faint aura, yet the dark golden energy surrounding him flowed in a remarkably stable and rhythmic manner, gradually healing his wounds. The mastery of such profound control over power was something they had never witnessed before. Full power Vegeta gritted his teeth, sensing a realm of existence entirely different from Lin Feng, one that transcended mere explosive force and embodied a fluid, commanding grace. This revelation profoundly impacted his pursuit of absolute strength. Goku, brimming with excitement and curiosity, exclaimed, "Lin Feng, that state you were in earlier was incredible. You managed to break through under the terrifying presence of Lord Beerus. Is this what full power feels like? How did you achieve it?" Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his dark golden pupils deep as an abyss. He felt the fresh surge of power brought forth by the legendary Super Saiyan full power form. Every ounce of energy seemed to possess life, obedient and docile. He looked at Goku and smiled slightly, saying, "Focus your mind, feel the flow of energy. Do not merely control it, but become one with it. Let your anger be a part of your strength, not the entirety of it." His words resonated like Zen teachings. Goku appeared to grasp the essence, albeit partially, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Vegeta scoffed, but found himself unwittingly attempting to rein in his own volatile energy. Under the arrangements of Nelu and the Elder, everyone took a moment to rest on Namek. Lin Feng's injuries quickly healed thanks to the Senzu beans and his formidable recuperative abilities, and, as fortune would have it, his newly attained realm became firmly established. A few days later, the Wuxiang spacecraft transported everyone back to Earth. The journey to Namek yielded far greater rewards than anticipated. Upon returning to Shidu, Bulma's gravity training chamber underwent a comprehensive upgrade, with a maximum gravity reaching an astonishing 1,000 times. This represented the pinnacle of current Earth technology. Inside the gravity chamber, Lin Feng floated at its center, devoid of any outwardly visible energy, resembling an ordinary individual. Yet, with a mere thought, the 1,000-fold gravity was instantly activated. The terrifying force capable of compressing steel into sheets bore down upon him, yet it failed to even stir the edges of his clothing. In full power form, energy consumption decreased by 70, and control precision multiplied several times over. Lin Feng understood. He extended his fingers like a blade and gently sliced forward. There was no dazzling light, only a faint, nearly imperceptible dark golden thread zipped past. With a soft hiss, the specially crafted superalloy target was effortlessly cleaved in two. The cut as smooth as a mirror. This was not brute force, but rather an extreme compression of energy that contained a hint of rule collapse, disassembling the material structure at the molecular level. The concentrated power resulted in minimal consumption. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded in approval. He began to experiment with combining energy domination, beginner, with the full power form. With a thought, the various energy fields and gravitational forces within the training room, the operational electricity of the equipment, and even the cosmic rays drifting in the air converged upon him like a gentle stream, replenishing his minuscule consumption. Although the replenishment rate was far from matching the consumption, the sensation of being able to absorb energy at will granted him nearly limitless endurance potential. Next, he decided to try something new. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he recalled the fleeting sensation of contact with the destructive energy from Beerus's fingertip. The essence of universal termination and rule obliteration, though he could not comprehend even a billionth of it, offered him a vague direction. He summoned a thread of rule insight, power, melding it with the ultimate control of the full power form, attempting to simulate the essence of destruction within the palm of his hand. Gradually, a minuscule, unstable black the size of a pinhead appeared on his palm. This stud emitted no energy fluctuations, yet it radiated a chilling aura, as if even light would be devoured upon approach. The surrounding space began to warp slightly. A notification chimed. Ding. The host attempts to simulate high-level rule power, destruction. Rule insight, proficiency increased. Enhanced microscopic control over energy. Warning. The simulation is extremely crude and dangerous, highly prone to backlash. Please exercise caution. Lin Feng immediately dissipated the black, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Merely simulating a fragment of that essence proved exceedingly difficult. The realm of the god of destruction was indeed unfathomable. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a promising path to greater strength. Just as he immersed himself in his training, the system's alert chimed again. Ding. The host's strength has stabilized, and preliminary contact with rule simulation has been detected, triggering a new phase task. Footsteps of the Law 1. Task requirement. Within 3 months. Proficiently master energy domination, beginner, and successfully elevate a non-combat skill, such as complete energy concealment technique, to the embryonic stage of rule manifestation, resulting in a qualitative change. Task reward. 50,000,000 replication points. Skill Fusion Voucher X1. Unlock access to the legendary skill library, advanced skill exchange privileges. Failure penalty. None, but the optimal enhancement opportunity will be missed. Rule manifestation embryonic stage? Lin Feng pondered. Elevating a skill's effect to the level of touching the rules? He immediately thought of complete energy concealment technique. Currently, This skill could only conceal energy. If it reached the level of rule manifestation, could it truly allow one to transcend all realms, becoming undetectable even by the god of destruction? This task was indeed challenging, yet it aligned perfectly with his aspirations. In the days to come, Lin Feng entered a frenzied training regimen. By day, he honed the full power form in the thousand-fold gravity chamber, familiarizing himself with energy domination. And by night, he engaged in seated meditation, using rule insight to repeatedly analyze the principles of complete energy concealment technique, attempting to uncover the opportunity for its rule manifestation. As days passed, Earth experienced a brief period of peace, yet deep within the universe, ripples stirred due to the events on Namek. In an unknown star region, on a planet with a harsh environment, the remnants of the Gula Legion received encrypted intelligence from their reconnaissance unit. Report to the Deputy Commander. Based on the descriptions from the surviving members of the Shattered Star faction and our analysis of the energy remnants from Namek, we can confirm that Lord Gula has perished. The culprit is a mysterious warrior from Earth, suspected of possessing the legendary Super Saiyan power, yet with an energy nature even more ancient and bizarre. He also triggered the arrival of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. In a dimly lit hall, a hulking alien, bearing a menacing scar across his face, suddenly crushed the information board in his hand. Lord Gula is dead, killed on a lowly planet? The god of destruction? Flames of anger and fear flickered in his eyes. Send orders. All remaining forces, disperse and lie low. No actions without my command. This vengeance must be avenged. But not now. He cast a cold gaze at Earth on the star map, his expression dark. Earth, Lin Feng, the Hellhound Galu. I have noted you. Wait for me. For when I find that power, I shall tear you apart. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito observed the lower realms through the divine mirror, their faces etched with concern. This is troublesome, very troublesome. The old Kaioshin tugged at his beard. That lad named Lin Feng has stirred up quite a commotion, even drawing out Lord Beerus. Though Lord Beerus had not unleashed his wrath this time, who could say whether he would have a restless night again and decide to obliterate a planet? The expression on the face of the deity Jibit was grave. Moreover, Lin Feng's power was escalating at an astonishing pace. That legendary bloodline was beyond even my comprehension. Coupled with the presence of the two Saiyans, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the balance of the seventh universe may soon be disrupted. Alas, it is a tumultuous time. The old Kai sighed, hoping that they would refrain from disturbing the seal of Majin Buu. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he remained indifferent to the undercurrents of the universe, for he was at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Within the gravity chamber, Lin Feng's figure began to blur, not due to rapid movement, but because his presence was sharply diminishing. The technique of complete energy convergence was pushed to its limits, while he also harnessed rule insight and the full power form, attempting to imprint a trace of rules upon the concept of convergence. Gradually, an almost imperceptible, transparent ripple emerged around his body, detectable only under close scrutiny. This ripple was not an energy shield, but rather a peculiar effect of information isolation. Standing there, he seemed to be isolated from the entire gravity chamber and even the very space of the Earth, becoming an independent island of information. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded complete energy convergence to the embryonic form of rules. Effect: dramatically reduced presence, capable of evading conventional energy detection and even some causal investigations. Enhanced resistance to high-level entities. Ding. Task: Footsteps of the Rules. I. Completed. Reward: 50,000,000 replication points. Skill Fusion Ticket X1. Legendary Skill Library. Advanced Skill Exchange Permission unlocked. Success. Lin Feng gradually retracted his abilities, his figure becoming clear once more. As he felt the changes within himself, a subtle smile graced his lips. The embryonic form of rules signified that he was on the right path. Although the journey ahead was long, the direction was now crystal clear. Next, it was time to explore the treasures within the legendary skill library. Chapter 87, Master of Energy. Annihilating fleets with a wave of the hand, the metallic door of the gravity chamber slid open slowly as Lin Feng stepped out, his aura harmoniously subdued, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. After just a few days of seclusion, he had solidified the realm of legendary Super Saiyan full power and gained new insights into the utilization of Master of Energy. Lin Feng, you're out, Bulma exclaimed, rushing over with a tablet in hand. Look, Based on the data from the Gula mothership you brought back, and the comparative analysis of Lord Beerus's energy fluctuations, I've optimized the energy system of the Wangxiangho. Its endurance and defensive capabilities have increased at least threefold. Lin Feng took the tablet, scanning through the intricate data streams, nodding slightly. Bulma's technological prowess was indeed remarkable, transforming the impossible into reality. However, his attention was soon captivated by another piece of information. Through deciphering the Gula Legion database, Bulma had stumbled upon vague coordinates regarding the Royal Scion treasure, shrouded in mystery, which seemed to point towards a remote asteroid belt. The legacy of planet Vegeta? A flicker of interest sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. Though his strength was formidable now, the treasures or technologies left behind by the ancient Scion lineage could bring about unexpected gains, particularly those that might pertain to the deeper secrets of the Scion bloodline. He glanced at Wukong and Vegeta, who were practicing nearby with tremendous force, and made his decision. Bulma, prepare yourself. We are going to investigate this coordinate, Lin Feng declared. Absolutely. It's the perfect opportunity to test the new capabilities of the Wangxiangho. Bulma replied excitedly, rushing off to make preparations. At that moment, a piercing global alarm suddenly blared. On Bulma's main control screen, Chi-Chi's anxious face appeared. This is bad. An unidentified fleet has appeared in Earth's outer orbit. It's massive and rapidly approaching. Energy signatures are extremely high. They bear the insignia of the Gula Legion. What? Wukong and Vegeta, who had been sparring, immediately ceased their practice and rushed to the control room. The screen displayed 3 menacing warships, emblazoned with the flames of vengeance, charging towards Earth. Clearly, remnants of Gula had received word and were here for revenge. Humph, a bunch of lingering pests. Vegeta growled, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Perfect timing. Let them come and go without return. Wukong cracked his knuckles in anticipation. Lin Feng, observing the screen, remained calm and composed. He sensed that the total energy of the 3 warships was roughly equivalent to a foe with a power level of around 250 million, which was merely insignificant to him now. He was even disinclined to take action personally. Do not be anxious, Lin Feng spoke softly. Stepping to the edge of the expansive terrace, gazing at the increasingly large black dots on the horizon. It is just the right moment to test my new understanding. Lin Feng, are you going to handle them alone? Wukong asked, astonished. Vegeta furrowed his brow, aware of Lin Feng's strength, yet mindful that they were facing an entire fleet. Lin Feng offered no response, but slowly raised his right hand. There was no explosive surge of energy, nor any noticeable fluctuations. Yet, through his rule insight, the surrounding space revealed a tapestry of visible and invisible light, cosmic rays, Earth's magnetic field, and even the immense energy radiating from the far-off sun. All unanchored energies transforming into clear, flowing streams. Master of energy, initial level, advanced application activated. His fingers spread slightly, as if grasping countless invisible reins in the void. In the next instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded. In Earth's upper orbital space, the 3 Gula warships poised to attack suddenly stiffened in place, as if caught by an invisible giant's hand. The formidable energy shields surrounding the ships rippled violently, as if disturbed by thrown stones, then shattered with a painful distortion. Immediately thereafter, the engines, weapon systems, and all energy-dependent components of the warships had their energy flows forcibly extracted, reversed, and obliterated by an overwhelming force. From an external view, the 3 massive warships appeared to have their souls extracted, instantly losing all radiance, rendered utterly silent. Then, in the vacuum of space, they disintegrated without a sound, transforming into countless tiny metal fragments, which were subsequently crushed and ground by an unseen force, eventually reduced to the most basic particles of dust, dissipating into the cosmos. From the moment Lin Feng raised his hand to the instant the 3 warships were reduced to ashes, the entire process lasted no more than 3 seconds. There were no explosions, no flames, only a chilling, absolute silence. On the terrace, there was a profound stillness. Wukong stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for quite some time. Vegeta's pupils dilated, his face etched with incredulous shock. Bulma's tablet clattered to the ground, unnoticed in her astonishment. What did he just do? He merely raised his hand, and a fleet capable of overwhelming Earth has vanished? This was not mere energy confrontation. It was nothing short of a miracle. All done, Lin Feng said, lowering his hand as if brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeve. He turned to Vegeta. Let us go treasure hunting. I hope your Saiyan ancestors left behind something intriguing. Vegeta looked at Lin Feng, his throat moving as if to speak. But ultimately, only a complex snort escaped him. For the first time, he clearly recognized that the chasm between him and Lin Feng had grown so vast that it was incomprehensible. This was not merely a matter of power levels, but rather the mastery of the very essence of power. Wukong, filled with fervor, rushed forward. Lin Feng. That was incredible. What was that technique? Teach me, please. Lin Feng chuckled. You can start by controlling your energy to the point where it can weave a flower basket by itself. The Wangxiangho set sail once more, heading towards the coordinates marked on the star map. Vegeta stood by the porthole, watching the stars whizzing by outside, his heart awash with mixed emotions. The crisis of Earth had been effortlessly resolved before Lin Feng, as if it were mere child's play. The legacy of the Saiyans. Can it bestow upon him the hope of surpassing the monstrous entity before him? Lin Feng closed his eyes to meditate, his consciousness sinking into the system interface. The advanced application of energy mastery filled him with delight. This was merely at the preliminary level. If elevated to a higher tier, could he potentially command the energy of stars? Perhaps even interfere with the fundamental forces of the universe? The advanced exchange permissions for the legendary skill library had been unlocked, and the plethora of skills within stirred his enthusiasm. Yet, he refrained from hastily exchanging them, sensing that both energy mastery and law collapse still held significant untapped potential. One cannot overreach. May the heritage of planet Vegeta not disappoint me. The spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the profound starry sea. Earth once again returned to tranquility, while Lin Feng's legend quietly began to circulate in the new star domains. Certain ancient entities, concealed in the cosmic shadows, may have already fixed their gaze upon this small vessel venturing into the unknown. Chapter 88. The Saiyan Treasure. The Resonance of Ancient Bloodlines. The ship, Wanxiang, traversed the vast expanse of the asteroid belt, finally hovering above an enormous asteroid that appeared utterly unremarkable. According to the deciphered coordinates, the treasure of planet Vegeta lay hidden deep within the core of this asteroid. This is the place. Bulma excitedly operated the detector, revealing a powerful energy response within the asteroid, its structure exceptionally sturdy, seemingly protected by some form of force field. Vegeta stood before the viewport, gazing at the massive asteroid. His expression complex. Perhaps the secrets of his ancestors lay buried here, the hope for his revival of Saiyan glory. Let's blast it open. Vegeta was eager to try. Not so fast. Lin Feng halted him, activating both Insight Eye and Rule Insight. He sensed that the energy structure within the asteroid was remarkably intricate. Forced destruction might trigger a self-destruct sequence. This protective force field operates in a pattern. Follow my lead. Lin Feng exited the ship, hovering above the surface of the asteroid. He extended his palm, and dark golden energy flowed like water into the asteroid's surface. The ability of energy mastery activated, beginning to analyze and assimilate the energy frequency of the protective field. Minutes later, he discerned the nodes of the force field. Open, Lin Feng called out softly, precisely injecting a surge of energy into the node. A hum resonated. The surface of the asteroid rippled like water, a hidden entrance slowly revealing itself, leading downwards into a passage composed of unknown metals. Excellent. Let us enter. Goku was the first to rush in, followed closely by Vegeta, with Lin Feng and Bulma trailing behind. The interior of the passage was spacious and bright, the walls etched with ancient Saiyan script and murals, depicting the glory and battles of the Saiyans of yore. The air was thick with a profound and formidable aura. At the end of the passage was a vast circular hall. In the center of the hall floated a crystal sphere, the size of a fist, emanating a soft golden light. Within the crystal ball, it appeared as though golden blood flowed slowly, exuding an overwhelming pressure of bloodline heritage. This is the blood of the progenitor. Vegeta's voice trembled with excitement. According to legend, the essence left by the Saiyan progenitor contained the purest and most potent source of Saiyan power. Beneath the crystal sphere was a stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome crafted from special beast hide, its cover inscribed in ancient Saiyan script, The Secrets of Great Ape Transformation. Secrets of Great Ape Transformation? Goku curiously picked up the book to peruse, wondering if it spoke of becoming even stronger after transforming into a great ape. Vegeta snatched the book with fervor, flipping through it excitedly. Indeed, This is the lost secret art. It details how to control the frenzied consciousness after great ape transformation and methods to further unleash potential. Mastering it would enable one to exert power far exceeding normal levels, tenfold, or even more. Lin Feng's gaze was fixated on the crystal sphere of the progenitor's blood. The feedback from inside eye sent a chill through him. Item: Saiyan progenitor's blood, pure source. Description: contains the life essence and battle will of the ancient legendary Saiyan king. Bloodline level is extraordinarily high, with boundless potential. Direct absorption carries significant risk. Death by explosion or consciousness engulfment requires special methods for guidance. Can be replicated. Copying cost: 500,000,000 points. Detected that the host already possesses legendary Saiyan bloodline. High compatibility reduces replication cost by 80, still requires 100,000,000 points. After replication, can merge and elevate with existing bloodline. 100 million points. Even with a discount, it remains an astronomical figure. Yet the effect is incredibly tempting. Merging and elevating with the existing legendary Saiyan bloodline. Lin Feng, the energy of this object is overwhelming. I feel my blood boiling just being near it, Goku remarked, clutching his chest, as the Saiyan blood within him resonated powerfully. Vegeta gazed gravely at the crystal sphere. The progenitor's blood is said to be born only by the purest bloodlines and the strongest wills of kings. Our current strength may not suffice. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The walls of the hall illuminated with blinding red light, and alarms blared. A cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the hall. Illegal intrusion detected. Activating ultimate defense protocol. Destroyer warriors, activate. Boom. Several gates opened around the hall, and 3 massive robots, towering over 3 meters, constructed entirely of dark purple metal with red lights flashing in their eyes, emerged. The energy fluctuations they emitted were formidable, each comparable to a battle power of 300 million. Moreover, they moved in perfect unison, forming a triangular formation, their energies interconnected, creating a combined force that instantly enveloped the entire hall with pressure. This is bad. It's the defense system guarding the treasure. Bulma screamed. Humph. Mere robots dare to obstruct our path. Vegeta roared angrily, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing his full power as he charged towards one of the robots. Goku also transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in an instant, confronting another. However, this time, they faced a formidable challenge. The defenses of these destroyer warriors were extremely high, and their attacks contained unique shockwaves specifically designed to disrupt energy structures. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck the robot, leaving only a shallow dent, while he was sent flying by a punch from the robot. Goku's Kamehameha was also jointly deflected, causing the aura of Super Saiyan 3 to flicker precariously. Their energies were interconnected, amplifying both defense and attack. Gritting his teeth, Goku exclaimed, "Damn it!" Vegeta, unwilling to relent, charged again but was repelled once more. Lin Feng observed the two engaged in a fierce struggle, then glanced at the central crystal sphere of the progenitor's blood, a decision forming in his heart. He needed replication points. He needed greater strength. These 3 robots were the perfect opportunity for experience. Goku, Vegeta, fall back. Lin Feng stepped forward, dark golden energy flaring anew. The full power of the legendary Super Saiyan unleashed. The aura of 2 billion battle power was released without reservation. Lin Feng was ready to strike. Goku and Vegeta immediately withdrew. The red eyes of the 3 destroyer warriors instantly locked onto Lin Feng, their triangular formation gathering energy as a massive, dark red beam of destruction capable of obliterating stars was hurled towards Lin Feng. Facing this combined attack, Lin Feng stood resolutely, his eyes glowing with dark golden light. Energy mastery, activated at full capacity. He pressed his hands forward, and an invisible energy vortex formed instantaneously. The beam of destruction surged into the vortex, its speed drastically reduced. The energy structure becoming unstable and chaotic. Energy is being disturbed. Vegeta was shocked. But that is not all. Lin Feng called out. The power of law collapse, concentrated at his fingertips, aiming at the core node of the energy connection between the 3 robots, he pointed with precision. Break. Crack. A sound akin to shattering glass rang out. The energy connection between the 3 robots was severed. Their combined formation collapsed in an instant, their auras plummeting. A golden opportunity. Seeing this, Goku and Vegeta seized the moment, unleashing their full power. The Kamehameha and Ultimate Flash simultaneously struck two of the disconnected robots. Boom, boom. Two formidable robots were engulfed by a powerful wave of energy, shattering into countless fragments. The last remaining robot attempted to resist, but in a flash, Lin Feng appeared before it, delivering a straightforward and forceful punch, enveloped in dark golden flames, directly onto its core energy source. With a resounding explosion, the final robot was reduced to scrap metal. A notification chimed, indicating the successful defeat of 3 destroyers, yielding a remarkable 90 million replication points. With a total of nearly 200 million points available, bolstered by previous accumulations, Lin Feng felt confident. Without hesitation, he silently commanded, "System, replicate the blood of the Saiyan ancestor." As the system processed the request, it announced the consumption of 100 million replication points, initiating the replication of the Saiyan ancestor's blood, which would begin to merge and elevate his existing legendary Saiyan lineage. The process might involve intense energy fluctuations and a test of consciousness, urging the host to remain steadfast. In an instant, an indescribable, ancient power surged into Lin Feng's body, causing his blood to boil. The dark golden flames erupted uncontrollably, illuminating the entire hall in a golden radiance. A more ancient and dominative aura, capable of rending the very fabric of the cosmos, enveloped him. Lin Feng could not suppress a long howl, feeling every cell in his body tearing and reassembling, as a primal warrior's will from the depths of his soul awakened, vying for control over his being. This was the ancient will of the kings embedded within the blood of the ancestor. Goku and Vegeta sensed this overwhelming pressure, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Feng's eyes glowed with a fiery gold as he concentrated. His formidable mental strength and the will of the legendary Super Saiyan fiercely maintaining clarity of mind while fervently refining and merging this foreign power. The fusion of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was underway, its awakening level rapidly increasing, 76, 78, 80, and his combat power surged to a staggering 280 million. The resplendence gradually faded, revealing Lin Feng once more. Though his appearance remained largely unchanged, his aura had undergone a profound transformation. His gaze was now deeper and more authoritative, with a hint of purple gold nobility shimmering amidst the dark golden flames, exuding a contained yet seemingly boundless cosmic power. At full capacity, the legendary Super Saiyan's awakening level stood at 80, with a combat strength of 280 million. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Goku and Vegeta. A mere glance instilled an instinctive reverence and submission within their Saiyan blood, as if they were in the presence of the supreme monarch of their race. Lin Feng. Vegeta's voice was hoarse, his proud heart experiencing an unprecedented sense of awe. Goku scratched his head, sensing the familiar yet unfamiliar Lin Feng had become even more enigmatic. Lin Feng smiled softly, retracting his overwhelming aura, which dissipated instantly. He approached the stone platform, picked up the tome titled The Secrets of Great Ape Transformation, casually leafing through it before handing it to Vegeta. "This book should serve you well. As for the power of the ancestors' blood, I have already integrated it. The future of the Saiyans must be forged by your own hands." Vegeta took the ancient text with a whirlwind of emotions. The power he sought had manifested in Lin Feng in another form, reaching heights he could hardly aspire to. Yet, Lin Feng's words ignited a fierce determination within him. He resolved to become stronger, at the very least surpassing Kakarot. The exploration concluded with immense gains. The group returned to the Wanxiang spacecraft, preparing for departure. This treasure hunt had propelled Lin Feng's strength to new heights, while the ancient secrets of the Saiyans revealed merely the tip of the iceberg. The cosmic stage awaited even more thrilling narratives to unfold. Chapter 89. Ambush on the Return Journey. Legendary pressure and the roar of the great ape, the Wanxiang spacecraft sailed smoothly along its course back to Earth. However, the atmosphere within the cabin was rather tense. Vegeta gripped the ancient text, The Secrets of Great Ape Transformation, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He fixated on the enigmatic Saiyan glyphs and illustrations, immersing himself deeply, occasionally furrowing his brow, at other times his eyes gleaming with intensity. The pressure of the ancestors' blood and Lin Feng's unfathomable strength weighed heavily on him, filling his proud heart with humiliation and frustration, yet simultaneously igniting an unprecedented fighting spirit. He must grow stronger, He must master greater power. Meanwhile, Goku nestled close to Lin Feng, his curiosity unabated as he bombarded him with questions. Lin Feng, that golden aura you had just now seemed different. It felt incredible. And about Vegeta's book, can one really maintain consciousness after transforming into a great ape? Wouldn't that make them even stronger? Lin Feng sat cross-legged, his aura harmoniously circulating as he digested the gains from integrating the ancestors' blood. The realm of the legendary Super Saiyan's full power at 80 was now firmly established, granting him a newfound mastery over his strength. Hearing Goku's inquiries, he smiled gently. The essence of power lies in control. Anger serves as fuel, yet the steering wheel must remain in one's own hands. The great ape transformation is a double-edged sword. If mastered, its might is boundless. As he spoke, a faint, unconscious regal pressure emanated from him, rooted in the essence of his bloodline. Vegeta, engrossed in his reading, suddenly froze, feeling as though his blood had momentarily stagnated. This instinctive reverence in the face of a superior existence was profoundly unsettling, prompting him to huff in annoyance, suppressing his discomfort. Goku blinked, sensing Lin Feng's aura had grown even more imposing. Just then, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his dark golden pupils fixed on the vast starry expanse outside the viewport, his brows slightly furrowing. "What is it, Lin Feng?" Bulma inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. "Guests are arriving, and there are quite a few," Lin Feng replied calmly, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. His eye of insight and heightened perception had detected abnormal energy fluctuations and hidden malice in the starfield ahead. Almost as soon as he spoke, the spaceship's alarm system blared to life. "Warning! Warning! Large-scale energy barriers detected ahead. Numerous unidentified ship signals. We are surrounded." The main control screen lit up, revealing a once-empty starfield now teeming with a multitude of menacing warships, over 100 in total. The ships bore a hodgepodge of designs and colors, all emblazoned with skulls, claws, and other symbols representing pillage and destruction. They constituted a united fleet formed by various notorious pirate factions active in this region of space. They formed a massive encirclement, their cannons primed and aimed at the Wanxiang spacecraft. It's the main forces of the Vultures, Bloodblade, and Shattered Bone pirate crews. Bulma quickly recognized their insignias, her complexion paling. How could they unite and ambush us so precisely? The communication channel was forcibly hijacked, and a brazen voice boomed. "Listen up, little spaceship. We are the Death Union fleet. Hand over everything you obtained from the Vegeta ruins immediately, or we'll blast you and your ship into cosmic debris." Haha. Clearly, news of Lin Feng's exploration of the Vegeta ruins had somehow leaked, drawing the attention of these greedy marauders. Unbelievably reckless, Vegeta leaped to his feet, unleashing his Super Saiyan 2 aura, the golden radiance illuminating the cabin. He was brimming with pent-up anger, eager to unleash his fury on these rabble. "Wow, so many enemies. This time we can really let loose," Goku exclaimed, excitedly transforming into a Super Saiyan, ready for action. However, Lin Feng restrained them, saying, "There's no need to waste energy. They are merely a ragtag bunch." He approached the viewport, calmly surveying the massive, menacing pirate fleet surrounding them. As a thought crossed his mind, the legendary power of the Super Saiyan surged forth, emanating a kingly pressure that transcended all other Saiyans. Infused with the skill of legendary pressure, this immense force, channeled through the spacecraft, gradually spread towards the fleet ahead, lacking any earth-shattering display or energy shockwave. Yet, the intangible, absolute suppression derived from the essence of life, and the soul overwhelmed the entire united fleet like an unseen tide. In an instant, the cacophony within all pirate ships fell silent. Those pirates, whether mere foot soldiers or captains of their respective factions, found an indescribable, primal fear rising from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were being targeted by a colossal beast at the apex of the food chain. Their hearts clenched by an invisible hand, blood turned cold, thoughts froze, and even breathing became an arduous task. Weaker pirates even fainted, their eyes rolling back and foam gathering at their mouths. The vast fleet appeared to have been pressed on pause, all ships immobilized, the glow of their cannons dimming, and the roar of their engines fading into intermittent sputters. A deathly silence enveloped the starry sky. What has happened? I can't move. What a terrifying sensation. The communications channel was filled with the panicked, trembling voices of the pirates. Inside the Wanxiang Hao, Wukong and Baijita also felt the weight of that invisible pressure. Although it was not directed at them, it still caused their hearts to race. Vegeta's expression grew complex as he clearly sensed that Lin Feng's aura exerted an absolute controlling force over the Saiyan bloodline. Get lost. Lin Feng uttered a single word into the communicator. This word resonated like thunder in the minds of the pirates, shattering their will alongside the terrifying pressure. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Monsters. They are monsters. Run. The pirate fleet disintegrated in an instant, all surviving pirates like headless chickens frantically turning their ships around, engines overloaded, fleeing in a mad dash while colliding with one another, regretting that their parents had not given them 2 extra legs. In mere moments, the once mighty united fleet vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an empty expanse of stars. Is this it? Lin gaped, utterly bewildered. How incredible! Wufan swallowed hard. Bulma sighed in relief, excitedly recording data, so powerful. Lin Feng, was that an aura attack? No. It felt more like a direct suppression of life essence. Lin Feng retracted his aura, as if having merely accomplished a trivial task. The combination of kingly pressure and legendary pressure proved remarkably effective. A veritable clearing technique against the minions. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had passed, an unforeseen change occurred. From behind an inconspicuous asteroid at the rear of the spaceship, an extremely subtle, yet astonishingly swift dark red energy beam shot forth like a venomous serpent, aimed straight at the Wanxianghao's engines. This strike was treacherously cunning, perfectly timed for the moment of their relaxation. The energy contained within reached a staggering 350 million, far surpassing that of the previous pirates. Watch out. Piccolo was the first to detect it, issuing a stern warning. But the energy beam was too fast. It seemed destined to hit. In that critical moment, a roar erupted, fierce and primal, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth, reverberating from within the ship. Vegeta's eyes burned red, his aura exploding forth as his body swelled, golden hair tearing through his battle suit, transforming him into a colossal golden ape, towering and muscular with bared fangs. In this dire situation, he had forcibly controlled the raging instincts of the great ape transformation, completing his transformation. Break for me. The golden ape, Vegeta bellowed. His massive fist ignited with golden flames, striking fiercely at the dark red energy beam. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the starry sky. The golden ape was knocked back several steps, his fist charred, but he successfully intercepted the lethal blow. What? He can control the great ape transformation? And wield such power? From behind the asteroid, a figure clad in advanced battle attire, with a look of astonishment, revealed himself. He was evidently a sentry of another force, a true ace up their sleeve. You coward hiding in the shadows. Prepare to die? The golden ape Vegeta roared in fury, gathering a colossal energy blast in his mouth. Yet Lin Feng's actions were swifter. The moment the assassin revealed himself, Lin Feng's eye of insight had already locked onto him. Target: Ingya, the direct assassin of King Kurd. Combat power: 380 million, normal state. Race: mutated alien. Ability: advanced concealment, assassination techniques, energy mimicry. The father of Gula, King Kurd? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he realized there was still a loose end, and one even stronger. Just as Vegeta's energy blast was about to erupt, Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed at the assassin Ingya. Energy mastery, advanced application, energy extraction. The energy surrounding Ingya, meant for defense and his next attack, instantly dissipated as if the foundation of a towering building had been pulled away. His complexion changed drastically as he felt himself transformed into a powerless shell, full of strength yet unable to mobilize it. What? My energy. Next, Lin Feng opened his other hand, gently grasping the violent energy cannon about to go out of control from Vegeta's mouth. Energy mastery, energy taming. Vegeta was astonished to find that the chaotic energy capable of obliterating an asteroid instantly became docile, like a wild horse fitted with a bridle. Highly compressed and condensed into a dark golden energy sphere the size of a fist, radiating an unsettling glow, floating between his fangs. The control of the energy sphere had changed hands. What is this? Vegeta's enormous pupils were filled with disbelief. Go. Lin Feng spoke calmly. Whoosh. The dark golden energy sphere transformed into a beam of death, crossing space at a speed beyond thought, piercing through Ingya's chest in his moment of despair. No explosion. Only utter annihilation. Ingya's body began to disintegrate from the wound like ash, unable to emit even a scream. The assassin Ingya had fallen. The golden ape Vegeta stared blankly at the unfolding scene, slowly reverting to his human form, gazing at his hands, and then at Lin Feng, whose demeanor remained tranquil. His heart stirred by tumultuous waves. The immense power of the great ape transformation, which he had exerted with all his effort, was treated like a mere toy in Lin Feng's hands, manipulated and enhanced at will. This disparity left him feeling profoundly powerless while igniting an even more fervent desire to grow stronger. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze as if he had merely swatted a fly. He looked at Vegeta and nodded. You controlled the great ape transformation quite well, but the finesse of your energy still leaves much to be desired. Keep striving. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly, remaining silent, yet his gaze was already different. The Wanxianghao regained its calm, continuing its journey towards Earth. However, this time, the atmosphere within the cabin grew heavier. The darkness of the cosmos was unfathomably deep, and stronger foes seemed to be stealthily approaching. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's power became increasingly unfathomable with each passing trial. Chapter 90. The Revenge of King Kurd. The True Form of Legend. The Wanxianghao slowly descended onto the grounds of the Capsule Corporation in Shidu, the hatch opening to reveal Lin Feng and his companions emerging. Welcomed by the cheers of Chi-Chi, Klin, and other friends from Earth, who had survived the ordeal. Yet, Lin Feng's expression bore no signs of relaxation. He gazed upward at the sky, a flicker of solemnity crossing his dark golden pupils. What is it, Lin Feng? The Kurds' insignificant minions have been dealt with, haven't they? Vegeta, arms crossed, spoke with his customary arrogance, yet a subtle vigilance flickered within the depths of his gaze. The formidable strength Lin Feng exhibited on his return had profoundly unsettled him. No, Lin Feng slowly shook his head. His insightful eye and heightened perception sensed a most obscure yet malevolent gaze emanating from the depths of the cosmos, firmly fixating on Earth. The earlier assassin was merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. As if to affirm his thoughts, the entire sky above Earth darkened without warning. It was not clouds, but rather some colossal object that obscured the sun's rays. An ancient and profound terror, imbued with a sense of brutality and annihilation, loomed over the planet, as if the mass of the entire galaxy pressed down upon it in an instant. Klein, Tien Fan, and other less powerful Z warriors collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe, their souls trembling in fear. Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan auras flickered dangerously, nearly shattering. Their faces etched with disbelief. What kind of aura is this? It surpasses even that of Gula. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down Goku's forehead. Kurd is alive. Vegeta's countenance turned ashen. As a former subordinate, he understood the terror of this cosmic emperor's progenitor all too well. In the sky, a grotesque super battleship, comparable to the moon, materialized slowly, resembling a Death Star hovering above. The hatch beneath the ship opened, revealing a terrifying figure far more imposing than Frieza or Gula. His form enveloped in dark crimson flames, descending slowly. He was none other than the true king of the ice demons, Kurd Wong, final form, whose power astonishingly reached an astounding 1.5 billion. So, you are the ones who murdered my sons? Kurd Wong's voice, chilling as millennia-old ice, carried the intent to freeze souls. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Lin Feng. And you, with that repugnant scent of Saiyan filth, have grown to this extent? It seems I must annihilate you along with this planet. The terrifying divine might cause the earth to crack and the oceans to boil. This was the true power of a cosmic emperor. 1.5 billion, what a joke. Piccolo knelt on one knee, barely holding on, green skin glistening with cold sweat. It was over. This monster was too much for him to bear. Lin Feng and Bulma clutched Lin Feng's arm tightly, her face as pale as death. Yet, in the face of this seemingly insurmountable foe, Lin Feng took a slow step forward, shielding everyone behind him. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes burned not with fear, but with fierce determination. Indeed, Kurd Wong's strength far exceeded his current 280 million. But this was the perfect opportunity to test the true power of his fused ancestral blood after his legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, he could feel the 80 awakening within him boiling with a desire to break through under this immense pressure. Kurd Wong, Lin Feng spoke calmly, his voice resonating clearly across the globe. Your sons brought this upon themselves. Since you have come to seek death, I shall grant you your wish. Arrogant, Curd Wong, enraged, laughed in fury. He couldn't even be bothered to transform. He merely lifted his giant claw, enveloped in dark crimson flames, and casually swatted at Lin Feng and the entire West capital. The Emperor's stomp, a dark red energy paw, over a kilometer in diameter, descended like divine retribution. Wherever it passed, space twisted and annihilated. This is bad. Goku and Vegeta attempted desperately to block it, but under this colossal paw, they felt like mere ants. Just at that critical moment, a roar erupted, as if from the primordial chaos, infused with boundless majesty and power, bursting forth from Lin Feng. His dark golden aura soared skyward, transforming from a gentle stream into a ferocious burning dark golden flame. His hair instantaneously turned snow white, standing erect and cascading to his waist. His brow arched, and his pupils became icy, glimmering with dark golden flames. His muscles swelled, brimming with a sense of destructive power. The legendary Super Saiyan full power was further unleashed. Beep. Detected host encountering extreme pressure far beyond his capability. Legendary Saiyan bloodline resonating intensely. Ancestral blood accelerating fusion. Awakening level breakthrough. 81, 83, 85. Power level elevated to 350 million. Legendary Super Saiyan form temporarily entering overload release state. All attributes significantly enhanced. Energy nearing the brink of rampage. Break for me. In his release state, facing the world-destroying giant paw, Lin Feng did not flinch or evade, but retaliated with a punch. This punch contained the utmost mastery of energy domination, the essence of law disruption, and the full power unleashed after the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. The dark golden fist collided violently with the dark red giant paw. Boom. An energy storm erupting with ferocity 1,000,000 times that of a nuclear explosion swept across the globe. The entire Earth wailed. Yet, astonishingly, Curd Wong's lethal strike was forcefully shattered by Lin Feng's defiant punch. Energy fragments scattered like meteor showers into the cosmos. What? Curd Wong's pupils contracted, his face revealing surprise for the first time. You actually managed to block a casual strike from this king? And you can break through? Curd, your era has come to an end. Lin Feng roared, his speed soaring in the release state, instantly breaching the spatial barriers and appearing in front of Curd Wong. The dark golden leg descending like a battle axe. Legendary battle axe slash. Seeking death, Curd Wong furiously swiped at him. The two engaged in a breathtaking melee battle in low Earth orbit. Each collision dimmed the stars and shattered space, although Lin Feng's power remained inferior. The legendary Super Saiyan's overwhelming strength in release state, along with energy domination, continuous deflection and absorption of dissipated energy, and law disruption, persistent erosion of the opponent's energy structure, allowed him to hold his ground against Curd Wong. Unbelievable. Lin Feng could actually contest with Curd Wong head-on. The onlookers on Earth were left astonished, their hopes rekindled. Kakarot, we cannot stand idly by. Vegeta roared, forcibly activating his great ape transformation once more. This time, stimulated by the great ape transformation mystery and Lin Feng's overwhelming presence. His golden great ape form became more solid, his consciousness sharper. Power surged to nearly 500 million. He charged toward the fray, giant claws aiming at Curd Wong. Ultimate Kamehameha. Goku pushed his Super Saiyan 3 power to the limit, unleashing a cerulean beam resembling a galaxy toward Curd Wong. Ants dare to interfere. Enraged and humiliated, Curd Wong finally stopped holding back. Ultimate form liberation. His physique expanded again, his aura skyrocketing, instantly surpassing 2 billion. The Ice Demon's ultimate absolute zero domain. Crack. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles centered on him was instantly frozen to absolute zero. Goku's Kamehameha and Vegeta's great ape claws were instantly encased in ice and disintegrated. Even Lin Feng's dark golden aura flickered violently, his movements slowing. It is over. The Ice Demon's ultimate cosmic burial. Curd Wong pressed his palms together, condensing a dark ice energy ball capable of devouring stars, ready to obliterate Lin Feng and the Earth. It was finished. Despair enveloped everyone on Earth. In this final moment, suppressed by the absolute zero domain and trapped in dire straits, Lin Feng felt the merged ancestral blood and the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan within him ignited by the pressure of impending death. He recalled the destructive essence he encountered while battling Beerus, the combat memories contained within the ancestral blood resurfacing. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Feng unleashed a roar that shattered the galaxy. The barrier of 85 within him shattered explosively. The dark, golden aura transformed into an utterly pure platinum flame, seemingly composed of countless runes of law. His hair turned into a more sacred and majestic platinum hue, flowing down past his waist, dancing wildly without wind. His pupils became a chilling bright silver. Surrounding him were delicate, space-cutting platinum lightning bolts. This was the legendary Super Saiyan's full power in its true form. Awakening level 90. Battle power 1 billion. Ding. The host has shattered the limits in a desperate situation, achieving the true awakening of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Awakening level 90. Battle power 1 billion. Unlocked true form. Legendary Super Saiyan platinum form. Beginner. Acquired legendary skill. Thunder of the Law. Beginner. This skill can invoke the power of law to attack, having special effects against evil and negative energies. What form is this? King Kurd gazed at the transformation in aura, the power instantly surpassing his own Lin Feng, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Kurd, your cosmic burial. Lin Feng raised his hand, the platinum thunder of the law leaping from his palm, and said, "This shall be reserved for yourself." The legendary ultimate thunder of annihilation. Lin Feng fused the platinum thunder of the law with the power of law destruction, transforming it into a platinum lightning bolt that tore apart the very essence of the universe, instantly piercing through King Kurd's ultimate energy sphere, penetrating his body and soul. Impossible. King Kurd's expression froze, his massive form disintegrating inch by inch within the platinum lightning, vanishing along with his colossal battleship, reduced to cosmic dust. The Cosmic Emperor, King Kurd, has fallen. The platinum aura gradually receded, and Lin Feng returned to his normal state, softly descending to Earth. The sky regained its clarity, as if the apocalyptic crisis had merely been a dream. Everyone stared at him in awe, as if gazing upon a deity. Lin Feng looked at Wukong and Vegeta, offering a slight smile. "Behold, this is the power of legend. The road ahead is long. Let us walk together." Earth welcomed a new legend, and Lin Feng's journey had only just begun. Chapter 91. The Might of Platinum. Bill's interest and wish trial with King Kurd and his overwhelming battleship reduced to cosmic dust. The sky over Earth turned a brilliant blue once more. However, the plaza of Capsule Corporation was shrouded in an eerie silence. Wukong's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Vegeta's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, his previously proud demeanor replaced by a complex, almost reverent shock. Piccolo's green forehead glistened with beads of sweat, while Krillin and Gohan stood as if petrified. Lin Feng's divine and majestic platinum aura slowly retracted, returning him to his usual black-haired, black-eyed appearance. Yet, even standing there, he exuded an aura that seemed to be the very center of the universe, an invisible presence that transcended all beings. Legendary Super Saiyan Platinum Form, Awakening Level 90, Battle Power 1 billion. He had stepped into an entirely new realm of existence. Is it over? Krillin stammered, as if the cataclysmic battle had been but a fleeting dream. King Kurd was defeated in an instant? Tien felt his three eyes were not enough to comprehend this. Lin Feng, that form you just displayed. Wukong finally regained his voice, rushing forward. Circling Lin Feng, his eyes ablaze with admiration. Incredible. That aura feels entirely different. It's infinitely stronger than Super Saiyan 3. Is this truly the legendary power? Vegeta did not draw closer. He stared fixedly at Lin Feng, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Is that the legendary Super Saiyan God? His Saiyan blood quivered within him, instinctively revering a higher existence, though overshadowed by feelings of humiliation and resentment for being so far left behind. He had exerted all his effort, even mastering the great ape transformation to some extent, yet he could hardly catch a glimpse of Lin Feng's figure. Lin Feng felt the surging, star-like power within him, yet it was as if he commanded it with ease, smiling faintly. This was not merely a surge in battle power. It was an evolution of his very essence, an understanding of energy and law reaching new heights. He focused his thoughts and summoned the system panel. Ding. The host has successfully defeated the Cosmic Emperor King Kurd, Final Form, Battle Power 1, 5 billion, altering a significant plotline, and received rewards, 500,000,000 copy points. Skill Fusion Ticket, X3. Bloodline Ascension Opportunity, Legendary, X1. Legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form proficiency has increased. Awakening level stabilized at 90. Battle power consolidated at 1 billion. New legendary skill unlocked. Thunder of the Law, beginner. Proficiency has increased. Ding. Detecting that the host's strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Formally stepping into the realm of the gods. Threshold. Triggering a special chain quest. Trial of the Gods. Quest requirements. Survive for 10 minutes without defeat against Destroyer God Bills or Angel Whis. Hint. The host's current power has attracted the attention of both entities. Quest rewards. 1. 000000000 copy points. Legendary Skill Library. Advanced Skill Selection Ticket X1. Unlock. Body of Law. Training Method. Failure penalty. None. But you may get severely beaten. 1 billion copy points. An Advanced Skill Selection Ticket. Body of Law. Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. Indeed, the stronger one became. The higher the level of engagement, and the rewards grew increasingly formidable. And had the task hinted that Bills and Whis were already aware of him? At that moment, a barely perceptible sensation suddenly tightened Lin Feng's soul. It felt as if two transcendent gazes pierced through endless space, landing on Earth, upon him. One gaze exuded a languid and destructive majesty, while the other bore a gentle yet profound scrutiny. They have arrived. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, raising his eyes to the boundless sky. What is meant to come will always arrive. Almost as soon as that thought crossed his mind. In the air above the Capsule Corporation Plaza, the sunlight seemed to warp slightly, and two figures, one purple and one blue, manifested silently like phantoms. The purple figure was none other than Destroyer God Bills, yawning as if he had just awakened, but his violet eyes were curiously surveying Lin Feng below, as if examining a new toy. The blue figure was Angel Whis, holding his staff, wearing his signature gentle smile, yet his eyes held a hint of inquiry. Their arrival stirred no energy fluctuations, yet time across the entire Earth seemed to slow down for a moment. Wukong, Vegeta, and the others felt their thoughts freeze. Their bodies immobilized, and even breathing became exceedingly arduous. This was an absolute oppression on the level of existence. Oh dear, it seems we arrived just in time. Whis smiled warmly, breaking the frozen atmosphere. That peculiar energy fluctuation a moment ago was emitted by this Mr. Lin Feng, wasn't it? Quite a remarkable power. Carrying a hint of legend, yet seemingly touching upon the very essence of the law. It's truly intriguing. Bills rubbed his ears lazily, commenting, the flavor is indeed quite different. Kid, that moment when you took down Curd was rather interesting. Come, let this god stretch his limbs. If you can pique my interest just enough, perhaps I'll spare this planet. His words were delivered with a casualness that suggested the annihilation of a planet was as trivial as a post-meal stroll. Lord Bills, Mr. Whis. Wukong finally found his voice, shouting excitedly, though his body remained constrained by an invisible divine pressure. Vegeta gritted his teeth, desperately trying to break free from the restraint, yet to no avail. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stepping forward, the platinum aura igniting around him instantaneously. Legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form. The sacred and majestic aura spread outward, barely countering the invisible pressure from the two deities, allowing Wukong and the others to feel a sense of lightness in their bodies. Lord Bills, Mr. Whis. Lin Feng performed a respectful bow, expressing his honor at the opportunity to engage with the two formidable beings. Please, do enlighten me. Quite a commendable mindset, remarked Beerus, raising an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Let us commence. Before his words had fully dissipated, Beerus's figure appeared before Lin Feng with a speed akin to teleportation, maintaining his languid demeanor as he casually swiped a claw downward. There was no cataclysmic aura accompanying his attack, yet Lin Feng's insightful eye and rule insight were ablaze with warnings. This strike contained sheer destructive force capable of obliterating ordinary star systems as though they were mere rags. Platinum Barrier. Lin Feng dared not to be complacent. He summoned the full extent of his platinum form's power, crossing his arms in defense. A solid platinum barrier materialized around him, crackling with the essence of law. Boom. Beerus's claw struck the platinum barrier, resonating with a deep, thunderous sound. The barrier shuddered violently, fissures spreading across its surface, yet it remained unbroken. Lin Feng was propelled backward for thousands of meters, his arms numb, blood surging within him. Yet his gaze burned brighter than ever. He had withstood the blow, although it had been a mere casual strike from Beerus. Lin Feng had indeed defended against the God of Destruction's attack using his platinum form with a combat power of 1 billion and the law's thunder. Oh, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. You managed to block it? Your shell is surprisingly sturdy. Feeling invigorated, Beerus vanished once again, launching an onslaught akin to a tempest. Each strike harbored terrifying destructive laws, seemingly effortless, yet lethal with every blow. Lin Feng pushed his agility to its limits, activating Energy Sovereign in full force, continuously maneuvering to deflect and weaken the strikes, while Law's thunder coiled around his fists, colliding with Beerus's destructive energy, producing sizzling sounds of annihilation. He ceased to withstand the blows directly, instead employing the speed and resilience of his platinum form to dance around Beerus. In the sky, two streaks of purple and white light clashed at speed surpassing that of light, each encounter warping space and causing the very laws to lament. The terrifying aftermath of their battle was contained by the barrier hastily set up by Weiss. Otherwise, the entire solar system would have ceased to exist. How astonishing, Goku observed, his mind reeling. This level of combat transcended his understanding entirely. To be able to contend with Lord Beerus, Vegeta felt a tempest of emotions within him, realizing for the first time the true nature of the world of genuine power. 10 minutes passed in a blink. When Lin Feng, panting heavily, managed to block another of Beerus's strikes, the platinum aura surrounding him dimmed significantly. Beerus suddenly halted and yawned. All right, enough of this. You're not bad, kid. Your strength is decent, your technique is passable, but you're far too rigid, lacking the artistry of destruction. With a dismissive wave, Beerus seemed to lose interest. Weiss, this is your responsibility now. I'm going back to sleep. With that, he vanished from sight. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Though he felt battered, he had managed to endure for 10 minutes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the special chain task, Trial of the Gods. Rewards: 1,000,000,000 copy points. Legendary Skill Library, Advanced Skill Selection Ticket X1. Unlocking Body of Law, Cultivation Method, Beginner. Current available copy points: 1, 597, 055, 580. A fortune. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, revealing the cultivation method for Body of Law. This supreme technique refined the physical form, enabling it to better bear and wield the power of the laws. Weiss floated before Lin Feng with a cheerful smile. Mr. Lin Feng, you performed admirably. Lord Beerus was quite satisfied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have departed after only 10 minutes. You possess tremendous potential, especially your affinity for the laws. The Body of Law cultivation method is a small investment for your future. The universe is vast and intriguing. I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. With that, Weiss's staff halted, and he too vanished without a trace. The two deities had come abruptly and left gracefully, leaving behind a disheveled square and a group of earthlings in stunned silence. Lin Feng, feeling the profound Body of Law cultivation method and the immense copy points within his mind, brimmed with anticipation. The Trial of the Gods was merely the beginning. The path to the legendary Super Saiyan would undoubtedly lead to the supreme realm of the gods. All right, the crisis has been averted. Lin Feng dissipated his aura and descended to the ground, glancing at his still-shocked companions with a smile. It seems we need to find a sturdier place to train. Earth returned to peace once more, yet everyone knew that Lin Feng had opened a door to a new world. The vistas beyond that door promised to be even more magnificent. System Status Panel. Host: Lin Feng. Current World, 7th Universe. Earth Combat Power, 1 billion. Legendary Super Saiyan Platinum Form 90. Realm Stable. Available copy points: 1, 597, 055, 580. A substantial sum. Energy State. Containing the essence of laws. Divine Majesty Physical State. Perfect. Beginning to engage with the Body of Law cultivation. Ability Status. Core Form. Legendary Super Saiyan Platinum Form. Beginner 90. Newly added cultivation method. Body of Law. Beginner. Refine the physical body. Bear the laws. Legendary skills. Law's Thunder. Beginner. Proficiency increased. Substantial resources. Exchange for Legendary Skill Library. Advanced skills. Known information. Current situation. Having passed the Trial of the Gods and gained Weiss's recognition, obtained Body of Law cultivation method, and amassed vast resources. Power Positioning. officially entering the sight of the deities, possessing the strength to survive under the god of destructions, with leniency, hand. Next steps: cultivate the body of law. Exchange for advanced skills. Continue to enhance strength, aiming for angels and beyond. Chapter 92, Body of Law. A billion stars as the furnace, the god of destruction Beerus yawned and vanished into the horizon, while the angel Weiss departed quietly, leaving behind a meaningful smile. The terrifying divine presence enveloping Earth receded like a tide, and the silence in the Capsule Corporation Square was shattered by the heavy breaths of those who had survived. Did they leave? Krillin collapsed onto the ground, wiping cold sweat from his brow. I nearly thought my heart had stopped. Lord Beerus and Mr. Weiss are incredibly powerful. Gohan gazed skyward, filled with awe and longing. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, trembling slightly with excitement and frustration. He had witnessed Lin Feng's unimaginable battle with the god of destruction, the power capable of manipulating laws and annihilating stars, utterly shattering his perceptions. The pride of being a Saiyan prince appeared laughable in the face of true divine might. Yet, a more intense, almost frenzied fighting spirit ignited within him. I must reach that level. I will. Goku, brimming with excitement, dashed to Lin Feng's side, his eyes sparkling. Lin Feng, you were amazing. To think you could spar with Lord Beerus. Is that platinum form the true appearance of the legendary Super Saiyan? Teach me, please. Lin Feng gradually subdued the faint platinum glow enveloping him. Feeling the overwhelming power of 1 billion combat strength and the newly acquired body of law cultivation method within his mind, his heart swelling with ambition, he patted Goku's shoulder. Smiling, the path must be traveled step by step. First, stabilize your Super Saiyan 3 energy control. Don't let it leak so easily. Huh, leak? Goku scratched his head, looking innocent. At that moment, Bulma rushed over, a mix of trepidation and excitement in her eyes. Lin Feng, the battle data was astonishing, especially the energy structure you exhibited while blocking Lord Beerus's attack. It defied the laws of physics. I need more detailed data. Lin Feng smiled, but offered no further explanation. The realm of gods was far beyond the grasp of ordinary science. He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and spoke in a solemn tone. The threat posed by the Kurdish king has been eliminated, yet formidable forces still reside within the cosmos. After the recent battle, I believe everyone understands that our power is still insufficient. Henceforth, I shall engage in a period of profound cultivation. He turned his gaze to Vegeta. Vegeta, immerse yourself in the study of the Ju Yuan Hua Ao Yi. Mastering the power of the great ape is crucial, but do not lose yourself in the allure of sheer strength. Wukong, your potential surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3. Endeavor to perceive the more fundamental essence of Qi. Finally, he addressed Bulma. Bulma, prepare for me a gravity training chamber of the highest specifications. The forthcoming endeavors may create quite a commotion. No problem. Leave it to me, Bulma assured, thumping her chest. Moments later, deep within the Capsule Corporation's subterranean depths, in a gravity training chamber constructed from special dimensional alloys and utilizing Namekian technology along with the latest advancements from the Capsule Corporation, the gravity could be adjusted up to 3,000 times that of Earth. Moreover, it could simulate various extreme cosmic environments. Lin Feng stood alone in the center of the training chamber. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Gazing at the staggering 1,597,000,000 replication points. Even with his current composure, he could not help but inhale deeply. This was undeniably a fortune capable of inciting a qualitative transformation. System. Exchange for the most suitable advanced skill from the legendary skill library for my current stage. Ding. Detected that the host possesses one advanced skill selection voucher. You may exchange for one of the following skills. 1. Time-space walk. Beginner consumes a vast amount of energy to affect the flow of time or perform spatial folding for short distances. Involves preliminary time-space laws and is challenging to master. Exchange requires a selection voucher. 2. Causality severance. Beginner contains a hint of causality attack, capable of weakening or severing the target's connection to certain states, such as recovery or buff effects. Exchange requires a selection voucher. 3. Universal decomposition. Beginner converts energy into a special decomposition characteristic, dismantling material and energy structures at a fundamental level. Exchange requires a selection voucher. All 3 skills involved advanced applications of laws, far exceeding his previous skills. Lin Feng weighed his options carefully. Time-space walk was highly tactical and life-saving. Causality severance was enigmatic, while universal decomposition leaned towards absolute material destruction. Considering the various bizarre abilities and formidable defenses he might face in the future, the strategic value of causality severance appeared to be greater. Exchange for causality severance, beginner. Consumed 1 advanced skill selection voucher, successfully exchanged for causality severance, beginner. Remaining replication points, 1, 597, 0, 55, 580. A profound understanding surged into his mind, encompassing the initial comprehension of causal lines, connections, and severing ties. Although merely beginner level, it had already touched upon one of the fundamental rules of the universe. Lin Feng felt as though his perspective had gained an additional dimension, allowing him to vaguely perceive the invisible threads connecting himself to the surrounding entities. Not enough. System. Utilize the skill fusion voucher to attempt a preliminary fusion of Law of Thunder and Energy Sovereign. Consumed 1 skill fusion voucher. Beginning fusion of Law of Thunder, beginner, and Energy Sovereign, beginner. Fusion in progress. 10, 50, 100. Fusion successful. Acquired new skill. Thunder Dominion, beginner. Effect. The effects of Energy Sovereign are enhanced with the characteristics of Law of Thunder, making energy manipulation more aggressive and destructive. Capable of invoking a thunderous punishment to obliterate the target's energy core. Excellent. His offensive capabilities had been further amplified. Subsequently, Lin Feng turned his attention to the most vital acquisition, the Body of Law cultivation method, beginner, an acknowledged cornerstone by Weiss, leading to higher realms. System. Inject 1 billion replication points to assist in cultivating Body of Law, beginner, and accelerate the comprehension process. Consumed 1 billion replication points. Activating cultivation acceleration function. Cultivation efficiency of the Body of Law increased by 1,000. Duration, 30 Earth days. Boom. A torrent of replication points transformed into an exceptionally pure flow of law comprehension, surging into Lin Feng's limbs and bones, penetrating deep into his soul. He promptly sat cross-legged, autonomously activating the legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form. The platinum aura manifested into countless delicate law runes, swirling around him. Gravity was activated at 5,000 times. Buzz. The terrifying gravity bore down upon him. Yet for Lin Feng at this moment, it felt as comforting as a massage. He required greater external pressure to temper his physique, simulating the core environment of a star. The temperature within the training chamber surged to levels akin to the core of the sun, accompanied by high pressure, invoking the flow of void energy. The simulated cosmic rays, dark matter currents, and spatial ripples began to wash over his body. Lin Feng held his breath and focused intently, fully operating the Body of Law cultivation method. The essence of this technique lay in utilizing oneself as a furnace, drawing myriad energies, with laws serving as the fire, refining every inch of flesh, bone, and soul, gradually transforming them into energy and law, ultimately becoming a perfect vessel capable of bearing and wielding the laws. The process was excruciating. It felt as though every cell was being crushed, restructured, and imprinted with the marks of law. Yet Lin Feng's will was as firm as steel. He maintained focus, utilizing inside eye to perceive his own being, guiding the transformation of replication points and external energy along intricate paths. Days passed. Outside the training chamber, Wukong and Baijita were not idle either. Having witnessed divine-level battles, their fervor for training exceeded all previous levels. Wukong toiled in the prototype of Bulma's mental time chamber, which was far less effective than the one in the temple, but still capable of slightly altering the flow of time, striving to stabilize Super Saiyan 3 and attempting to sense deeper realms. Baijita, meanwhile, practiced the Zhu Yuan Hua Ao Yi, aiming for complete control over the great ape transformation while relentlessly pushing his limits, honing his fundamentals under extreme gravity. Earth had entered a rare period of peace, yet all were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. 1 month later, boom! A resounding thud echoed from deep within the Capsule Corporation, causing a slight tremor throughout the entire West City. A pure platinum beam of light, imbued with indescribable law essence, shot skyward, piercing through multiple layers of obstruction and illuminating the heavens, lingering for several seconds before gradually dissipating. The door to the gravity training chamber opened slowly. Lin Feng stepped out. His appearance had not changed significantly, yet his aura had undergone a monumental transformation. His skin gleamed like jade, subtly shimmering with a radiant glow. And within the depths of his eyes, the birth and demise of galaxies flickered, the illusions of interwoven laws fleeting like shadows. His aura was completely reined in, resembling an ordinary individual. However, upon closer perception, one could discern that he seemed to meld perfectly with the surrounding space, energy, and laws, indistinguishable from one another. Ding. Body of law. Beginner. Cultivation completed. The host's physical strength, energy affinity, and law-bearing capacity have been significantly enhanced. Combat power stabilized at 1 billion, with actual combat capabilities and endurance experiencing explosive growth. The legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form and body of law have initially harmonized, awakening to 92. New skills, Causality Severance, Beginner, and Thunder Dominion, Beginner, have seen substantial increases in proficiency. Success. Lin Feng felt the transformative changes within him, brimming with confidence. Now, even when facing Beerus in a relaxed state, he would not be as flustered as before. He was confident in his ability to prolong the encounter, and perhaps even cause Beerus some minor inconvenience with skills like Causality Severance. Lin Feng, you've emerged? Sensing the commotion, Wukong and Vegeta rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they were momentarily stunned. Despite the absence of overwhelming energy, they instinctively felt an unfathomable reverence. Why can't I sense your energy? Wukong queried, perplexed as he tried to perceive. Vegeta's expression was grave, as he keenly sensed that Lin Feng's strength had become even more formidable, a profound transcendence in essence. Lin Feng smiled faintly, offering no explanation, but instead raised his gaze towards the sky, as though piercing through the atmosphere to behold the depths of infinite stars. The days of tranquility were numbered. It was time to prepare for new challenges. At that very moment, a faint signal from the distant cosmos, perceptible only to him, rippled into his consciousness like the gentle ripples of a pond. It was a friendly reminder left by the angel Whis. Mr. Lin Feng, your growth rate is astonishing. However, the neighbors of the 7th universe seem rather restless. An intriguing interstellar martial arts tournament may soon extend an invitation for your participation. Do be ready. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. A new storm was quietly brewing, and this time, his stage would encompass the entirety of the 7th universe, and even the broader multiverse. Chapter 93, The Interstellar Martial Arts Tournament. The impact of a single blow, the message left by Whis, was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Lin Feng's heart. An interstellar martial arts tournament? It sounded reminiscent of the ultimate martial arts competition of the universe, yet the participants would surely not be ordinary. This was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity to engage with a broader stage and validate one's own strength. As Lin Feng pondered, a weak yet desperate wave of thought pierced through the boundless sea of stars, captured by his refined perception, honed through the body of laws, which rendered him acutely sensitive to energy and intent. This disturbance emanated from a distant planet steeped in a savage atmosphere, imbued with the lament of a civilization on the brink of annihilation. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, employing insightful eye, in tandem with rule insight, to trace the source of that thought. In an instant, he beheld a scene, a verdant life-bearing planet engulfed in the flames of war, where countless uniquely featured cosmic refugees were being slaughtered by a menacing fleet. The insignia of the returning remnants of the Gula emblazoned upon it. Leading the charge was a mutated extraterrestrial with a combat power of 500 million. Grinning malevolently as he obliterated the last vestiges of resistance. Unyielding, a cold glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He needed a target to test his mettle and stretch his limbs. Goku, Vegeta, prepare yourselves. I shall take you to a place for some activity. Lin Feng's voice resonated directly in their minds. Goku and Vegeta, who had been engaged in a fierce exchange, halted simultaneously, gazing curiously at Lin Feng as he emerged from the gravity chamber. Activity? Is there a fight? Goku exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, yet his eyes sharpened. The coordinates had been sent to Bulma to set the course for the spaceship. The target, Man-Beast Star. Lin Feng stated succinctly. Hours later, the ship burst through hyperspace, arriving at the domain of Man-Beast Star. The scene before them was harrowing. Countless remnants of warships and bodies floated outside the planet's atmosphere, while the surface was ablaze. Echoing with cries of despair, 3 Gula motherships, each comparable in size to small asteroids, hovered in orbit, relentlessly unleashing devastating energy firepower. It's Gula's minions. Vegeta's eyes blazed with murderous intent. How outrageous. They dare to massacre civilians. Goku's fury ignited as he transformed into Super Saiyan, ready to charge forth. Wait. Lin Feng extended his hand to stop him, calmly directing his gaze at the 3 motherships. There are too many small fry. It would be troublesome to clean up. Allow me. He stepped forth, appearing directly in the vacuum of space, gazing at the colossal vessels. Without transforming, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly curled. Energy sovereignty. Beginner. Full power. Activate. Rule insight. Lock onto core energy. Thunder of annihilation. Beginner. Add annihilation properties. There was no earth-shattering aura. Yet an invisible force field instantly enveloped the entirety of the man-beast star domain. All engines, weapons, and energy flows of the 3 rampaging motherships were seized as if by an unseen giant hand, halting abruptly, becoming chaotic, and then flowing back wildly. The ships trembled violently, alarms blaring in a cacophony. What is happening? Energy is out of control. Report. All systems are overloaded. We're going to explode. The commanders of the Gula remnants were gripped by terror. Annihilate. Lin Feng uttered a single word, his clenched fist slightly unfurling. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 colossal warships, along with tens of thousands of Gula soldiers inside, erupted like ignited fireworks, emitting blinding white light from within, disintegrating in an instant, leaving not a trace behind, as if they had never existed. The massacre on Man-Beast Star came to an abrupt halt, all survivors staring blankly at the sky, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Goku and Vegeta stood before the ship's viewport, dumbfounded. They understood that Lin Feng was powerful, but to obliterate an entire fleet with such nonchalance exceeded their imagination. This was no longer merely a disparity in strength, but rather a crushing of the very essence of life. Is it resolved? Goku blinked in disbelief. All for show. Vegeta scoffed, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner shock. Just then, an enraged figure soared from Man-Beast Star. The mutated extraterrestrial leader with a combat power of 500 million. He had narrowly escaped the main ship and now glared at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. It was you. You destroyed my fleet. I will make you pay with your life. Before he could finish his threat, Lin Feng's figure appeared before him like a specter, still in his ordinary form, but with his right index finger gently pointed forth, a trace of imperceptible yet soul-chilling platinum lightning, the initial application of Rule Thunder. Swirling at his fingertip. Annoying. The fingertip struck the center of the mutated extraterrestrial leader's forehead. There was no sound, no light. The leader's fierce expression froze instantly, his pupils dilating, and the surging aura surrounding him dissipated like a punctured balloon. His massive form began to dissolve from within, transforming into the minutest particles, silently vanishing into the cosmos. Instant death. From Lin Feng's strike to the elimination of all foes, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The crisis of Man-Beast Star was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng returned to the ship as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Is it resolved? Bulma inquired, glancing at the scanning device displaying the vanished enemy signals, stammering. Let us go. Lin Feng nodded, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Ding. The host has annihilated the Gula remnants fleet and their leader, 500 million, altering the fate of a civilization. Earning replication points, 200,000,000 points. Astonishing the inhabitants of Man-Beast Star, earning additional rewards. Replication points 50,000,000 points. Current available replication points, 847,055, 580 points. As the ship adjusted its course to return to Earth, the cosmic space ahead rippled like water. A magnificent, 7-colored energy passage slowly opened, radiating a gentle and sacred light. At the end of the passage, a colossal arena floated in the starry sky, with waves of cheers and roars emanating from within. It has begun. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips. The 7-colored light enveloped the ship, and in the next moment, it vanished from the Man-Beast Star domain. As if passing through a warm membrane of water, the ship materialized in an astonishingly large preparation area of an arena. The arena floated amidst the boundless cosmos. Its stands filled with a diverse array of spectators from across the universe, the clamor deafening. The preparation area already housed numerous bizarrely shaped powerhouses, each with varying strengths. Yet the weakest among them possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million. Wow! Is this the interstellar martial arts tournament? So many people. Such strong energy. Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the surroundings. Vegeta, on the other hand, surveyed the potential opponents with a cold, proud demeanor, his battle spirit boiling. Welcome to the 777th Interstellar Martial Arts Tournament, 7th Universe Division. A resplendently adorned extraterrestrial host, reminiscent of a jellyfish, transmitted a mental wave, expressing gratitude for the participation of all formidable warriors. This competition is graciously sponsored by Lord Destruction Virus and overseen by Lord Angel Weiss. The victor shall be bestowed with generous rewards and the rare opportunity for personal tutelage from Weiss. At the pinnacle of the viewing platform, Lord Virus, indulging in a bucket of cosmic popcorn, offered occasional commentary. That muscular brute must be a fake, right? Oh, that insect appears intriguing. I wonder if it can withstand even the slightest touch of my finger. Meanwhile, Angel Weiss stood gracefully by, his staff touching the ground, smiling and nodding at Lin Feng in the preparation area. The first preliminary match commenced, a chaotic brawl. The rules were straightforward. The last 100 standing would advance. Begin. With the host's command, the colossal arena transformed into a tumultuous battlefield. Thousands of warriors from various galaxies clashed with fervor, energy waves soaring and the brilliance of energy collisions illuminating the starry sky. Haha, come on. Goku laughed heartily, unleashing his Super Saiyan aura as he dove into the fray, his fists and feet striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Vegeta, with a disdainful grunt, morphed into a golden lightning bolt, dispatching opponents with brutal precision. Lin Feng, however, traversed the chaotic arena with the ease of a leisurely stroll, showing no signs of transformation. Any attack directed at him, be it an energy wave or physical strike, was deflected and disintegrated by an invisible force field known as Energy Sovereign, several meters away from his body. Occasionally, he would nonchalantly extend a finger, and the subtle sparks of Thunder Sovereign would effortlessly render a foe with combat power exceeding 100 million incapacitated, twitching on the ground. His remarkable performance quickly garnered the attention of the two divine beings in the stance. Oh, that Scion lad has significantly refined his control over energy, Virus remarked, stuffing another handful of popcorn into his mouth. Quite interesting, far superior to those two mindless monkeys beside him. Weiss nodded with a smile, acknowledging, indeed, Mr. Lin Feng seems to have touched upon the edge of the laws. What an astonishing talent. It appears this martial arts convention shall not be dull. Soon, the melee concluded, leaving only 100 contenders, with Goku and Vegeta advancing effortlessly while Lin Feng remained unscathed. The advancing participants shall rest for 1 hour, followed by one-on-one elimination matches, announced the host. During the intermission, a formidable cosmic warrior named Destruction Armor, enveloped in a hard shell and exuding a menacing aura with a battle power of 800 million, swaggered towards the Earth representative team, provocatively addressing Lin Feng. Hey, kid, you dodged pretty swiftly back there. I hope you don't run into me next round, or I'll disassemble those pretty bones of yours, piece by piece. Lin Feng, unfazed, merely took a sip from the beverage prepared by Bulma. How dare you ignore me? Destruction Armor roared in fury, launching a punch imbued with destructive energy towards Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng remained motionless, merely blowing on the warm air escaping from his cup. The punch stopped just an inch from his forehead, as if colliding with an invisible, indestructible wall, failing to advance. Not only that, but the destructive energy surrounding his fist dissipated like melting ice, vanishing without a trace. Destruction Armor's face paled, attempting to retract his fist, only to find it seemingly welded in midair, immovable. Lin Feng then slowly raised his head and regarded him with a calm gaze that sent shivers through Destruction Armor's very soul. Leave. The single word was spoken, and Destruction Armor was struck as if hit by a high-speed celestial body, spewing blood as he was sent crashing through several layers of barriers, losing consciousness. His subordinates, terrified, scrambled to aid him. The other advancing participants gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Lin Feng filled with trepidation and fear. What manner of monster is this? Goku and Vegeta silently marveled at Lin Feng's increasingly unfathomable strength. On the viewing platform, Virus raised an eyebrow. Oh, is he capable of manifesting his words? There is some depth to him. Weiss, do you think he might actually surprise me? Weiss smiled, his silence betraying a glimmer of anticipation. An hour slipped by in an instant. The elimination matches began, and Lin Feng's opponent was a master of mental attacks, a conjurer of illusions. Yet, before Lin Feng's soul barrier and law body, all illusions and psychic assaults felt like a gentle breeze. Lin Feng didn't even need to lift a finger. A mere glance imbued with King's pressure and a hint of causality severance shattered the illusionist's consciousness, causing him to collapse in a froth. Progressing effortlessly, Lin Feng's subsequent matches were won with singular strikes. Regardless of whether his adversaries were masters of energy attacks, physical enhancement, or wielders of bizarre rules, they all appeared as mere clay pigeons before his absolute power and ever-evolving skill set. His performance attracted increasing attention, even drawing the gaze of certain entities from other universes towards this rising star of the seventh universe. Next match, Earth's Lin Feng versus the Lava Star Overlord. Explosive Titan. Battle power, 900 million. Possessing the terrifying ability to obliterate galaxies. The host announced. A towering figure, akin to a moving volcano, strode onto the stage. Each step causing the ground to tremble, radiating an intense and volatile heat. Kid, I will turn you into a pancake. Explosive Titan bellowed thunderously. Lin Feng calmly approached the arena, gazing at the colossal being, and shook his head. Too slow. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Explosive Titan's forehead, still in his ordinary form, his right hand clenched into a fist. Enveloped in a thin halo of platinum light, the basic application of law body power. With a light punch, he gently pressed against Explosive Titan's forehead. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, waves rippled outward from the point of impact, as if a stone had been cast into a pond. And the massive form of Explosive Titan silently disintegrated, returning to the universe as the most primordial energy particles. One punch, and the 900 million battle power lava overlord had evaporated into thin air. The arena fell into a profound silence, followed by an eruption of gasps and exclamations akin to a tsunami. One punch. Explosive Titan is gone. Who is he? What manner of being is this from which universe? In the highest seats, Virus finally set down his bucket of popcorn, a serious glimmer flashing in his purple eyes. The annihilation at the level of laws. This lad is hiding quite a bit. Weiss nodded with a smile. As you wish, Lord Virus. Shall we allow him to bypass the preliminary rounds altogether? His opponent could be the newly recruited warrior of Lord Kampa. A glint of cunning crossed Virus's eyes. Excellent idea. Let the pudgy panda of the 6th universe witness our 7th universe's newcomer. Standing on the expansive stage, Lin Feng felt the myriad of astonished, awed, and fearful gazes directed at him, his expression remaining tranquil. He looked up at the two divine beings on high, aware that the true trial may have only just begun. The waves of the interstellar martial arts tournament were reaching a thrilling crescendo. Chapter 94, Causality Severance. Arrival from the 6th universe. The shocking scene of Lin Feng obliterating Explosive Titan plunged the entire interstellar coliseum into a momentary silence. Soon, a cacophony of gasps, screams, and astonished murmurs erupted like a tsunami. My core of the universe. Explosive Titan was defeated in an instant. What is this Earthling-esque background? I can't even sense the energy fluctuations. When did the 7th universe produce such a monster? On the highest floating throne, Lord Virus licked his fingers, dusted with popcorn residue, excitement gleaming in his purple eyes. Ha. Weiss, did you see that? That punch was rather intriguing. The formidable presence was effortlessly erased. Such a feat cannot merely be attributed to sheer strength. The elegant angel Weiss gracefully swayed the scepter in her hand and smiled. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Mr. Lin Feng has reached a level of energy control at the microscopic level, and remarkably, he seems to have touched upon the boundaries of existence and oblivion. It appears that allowing him to directly enter the Divine Selection Challenge was indeed a wise decision. Lord Beerus chuckled mischievously, glancing at a plump figure on the opposite stand, who was indulging in snacks. Hey, Kampa, did you see? Our newcomer from the 7th universe is far superior to your gluttonous panda. Kampa, the god of destruction from the 6th universe, was infuriated by the remark, crushing the star-shaped lollipop in his hand as he retorted, Nonsense. Beerus, my warrior Gabe, is the finest. He is a genius scion from our planet Salad. Just wait and see. Gabe, Make sure to give that seventh universe brat a thorough beating. Behind Kampa, a young man dressed in a Saiyan battle suit, with a stern visage and sharp eyes, slowly stood up. His aura was concentrated, and he was in the Super Saiyan state, boasting a power level of 800 million. He was none other than Gabe, the Saiyan prodigy from the sixth universe. Gabe fixed his gaze on Lin Feng in the arena, his eyes brimming with battle intent. Rest assured, Lord Kampa, I will ensure that the Saiyans of the seventh universe understand what it truly means to be a warrior race. The announcer's voice rang out at an opportune moment. Filled with excitement, incredible. Contestant Lin Feng from the seventh universe has advanced with absolute dominance. According to the mutual decision of the two gods of destruction, contestant Lin Feng will skip the remaining matches and enter the highest level of the Divine Selection Challenge. His opponent will be the Saiyan genius, contestant Gabe, from the sixth universe. The crowd erupted in fervor. A showdown between Saiyans from two universes. This was a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Gabe's figure flickered and appeared on the stage, facing Lin Feng from a distance. He felt Lin Feng's unfathomable aura, as if he were one with the universe. Despite the chill in his heart, pride compelled him not to retreat. I am Gabe, a Saiyan from the sixth universe. You are strong, but the honor of the Saiyans shall not be tarnished. I will give it my all. Lin Feng regarded Gabe with a slight nod. He sensed that Gabe's aura was exceptionally pure and grounded, making him a worthy opponent. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newly mastered technique, causality severance. Lin Feng, from the seventh universe, he simply replied. The match commenced. Gabe roared, unleashing the full might of his Super Saiyan energy, with a power level of 800 million. Aware of Lin Feng's terrifying capabilities, he launched his ultimate strike immediately. His figure transformed into a streak of green lightning, instantaneously appearing at Lin Feng's side, delivering a knife-hand strike aimed at Lin Feng's neck with an aura capable of rending space. The speed was far beyond that of his previous opponents. Not bad, Lin Feng mused inwardly, subtly shifting his foot to evade the strike with precise timing. He did not rush to counterattack, but activated Eye of Insight and Rule Insight, carefully observing Gabe's energy flow, the connections of his techniques, and the invisible threads of causality. In Lin Feng's view, Gabe was enveloped by countless subtle lines, linking his past, present, and future actions, connecting him with energy, and intertwining the cause and effect of his techniques. The ability of causality severance, beginner level, allowed Lin Feng to vaguely perceive the existence of these lines. Seeing his first attack fail, Gabe intensified his assault. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees unleashed a tempest of fury, moving with instantaneous speed, attacking Lin Feng from all directions. Each strike contained the power to split mountains, with green energy blasts raining down like a meteor shower. Amidst the barrage of attacks, Lin Feng's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing to be in mortal danger, yet evading each strike by mere inches. He did not even transform, relying solely on the instinctive reactions of his body and energy mastery. To deflect the trajectories of the attacks, he effortlessly neutralized all of Gabe's onslaught. This scene left the spectators in awe once more. How could this be possible? He hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gabe's attacks were completely ineffective against him. This was not a battle, it was mockery. Gabe became increasingly alarmed, his every assault seemingly striking nothing but air. His opponent appearing as an elusive void, utterly unreachable. This sense of helplessness was profoundly frustrating. Curse it, don't underestimate me. Super energy cannon, Gabe bellowed, gathering a massive green energy sphere with both hands, directing all his strength toward Lin Feng. This strike contained all his energy and will, with the power to obliterate stars. Facing this critical blow, Lin Feng finally moved. He did not evade nor confront it directly. Instead, he slowly raised his right index finger. At its tip, an almost imperceptible, transparent wave, seemingly non-existent in this dimension, quietly manifested causality severance. With a gentle swipe, Lin Feng targeted not the energy sphere itself, but the stoutest causal line connecting the energy sphere to Gabe, severing its release and control. In silence, that invisible line was cut. Gabe, who was exerting all his energy, suddenly changed color. He felt the connection to the super energy cannon vanish in an instant. The enormous energy sphere was no longer under his command, its internal structure becoming wildly unstable, flashing with brilliant light. No, this is bad. It's out of control, Gabe exclaimed in terror, staring at the energy sphere that loomed close. attempting to retreat, but finding it too late. Boom! The super energy cannon exploded less than 10 meters from Gabe. A terrifying energy storm engulfed him. With a scream, he was blasted by his own ultimate technique. Blood erupting from him as he flew back like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the protective barrier, reverting from his Super Saiyan state, unconscious. The arena fell into a profound silence once again. What just transpired? Gabe was defeated by his own technique? What exactly did Lin Feng do? On the stands, Kampa gaped, his snacks scattering to the ground. What just happened? How did Gabe blow himself up? Beerus, initially taken aback, soon burst into hearty laughter. Huh? This is hilarious. Kampa, your genius warrior just eliminated himself. Is this a new comedy show? A glint of brilliance flashed in Weiss's eyes as he smiled. This is no joke, Lord Beerus. What Mr. Lin Feng performed was an exceptionally advanced technique. He did not directly attack the energy, but severed Gabe's connection to it. Quite an impressive application of the laws. Severing connections? Beerus ceased his laughter, a hint of seriousness gleaming in his purple pupils. Touching upon the laws of causality? This young man is becoming increasingly intriguing. On the stage, Lin Feng regarded the unconscious Gabe with a slight nod. The effect of causality severance exceeded his expectations. Although it was merely a beginner technique, capable of severing more direct and evident causal connections, it proved remarkably effective in battle. This technique required considerable energy, but placed a greater burden on mental strength, perfectly aligning with his current state of abundant energy and formidable mental prowess. After a moment of stunned silence, the announcer excitedly declared, "The victor, from the 7th universe, Lin Feng." My goodness, unbelievable. Contestant Lin Feng has once again achieved victory in a way we cannot comprehend. He has forcefully advanced to the finals. Medical robots swiftly entered the arena to carry Gabe away for treatment. The audience erupted into even more fervent cheers as Lin Feng's mystery and power captivated countless spectators. Returning to the preparation area, Goku and Vegeta immediately surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng, that technique was so cool. How did you do that? Why did Gabe's energy explode on its own? Goku inquired like an inquisitive child. Although Vegeta said nothing, his gaze was filled with curiosity and a tinge of yearning. The mastery of manipulating causality and wielding power over adversaries is the realm he has long aspired to attain. Lin Feng smiled lightly, offering no further elaboration, merely a minor application of strength. His opponent in the finals, it seems, would not be so easily underestimated. He cast his gaze to the opposite side of the arena, where a figure shrouded in a black cloak, exuding an aura as inscrutable as the abyss, slowly raised its head. Beneath the hood, a pair of crimson eyes, cold and indifferent, regarded Lin Feng with disdain. The challenger for the finals had arrived. The announcement echoed, "Ding. The host has successfully defeated the 6th Universe Scion, Jabe, combat power 800 million, astonishing the crowd and earning 150 million replication points. Ding. The host has utilized causality severance, beginner, for the first time in an official match, achieving remarkable results, significantly enhancing the skill's proficiency. Current available replication points, 997, 055, 580 points. Ding. The final opponent has been determined. The mysterious cloaked figure, Eye of Insight, is experiencing interference, unable to detect specific information. Warning. The target is extremely dangerous. Emergency mission triggered. Pinnacle of the Stars. Mission requirements. Win the final of the Interstellar Martial Arts Tournament. Mission rewards, 2 billion replication points. Legendary Skill Library, Ultimate Skill Lottery Ticket X1. Body of Laws, Promotion Opportunity. Failure penalty, none. But death may be a consequence. Lin Feng's expression hardened. Even the Eye of Insight could not penetrate this veil. It appears that the finals would demand his utmost seriousness. He felt the surging power within him and the colossal sum of nearly 1 billion replication points, a smile curling upon his lips. No matter who you are, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the stars. Chapter 95, The Finals. The divine shadow beneath the cloak. The scene of Jay being blasted away by his own supercharged cannon was so shocking that even after the announcer declared Lin Feng's advancement, the arena remained enveloped in silence. It was only when the medical robots carried the unconscious Jabe away that the audience erupted into a cacophony of noise. What had transpired? How could competitor Jabe have? Was it an illusion? Or a manipulation of time? It was utterly incomprehensible. That Lin Feng from the 7th universe was exceedingly enigmatic. The god of destruction from the 6th universe, Xiangpa, was seething with rage, smashing the armrests of his throne to smithereens. Useless. That fool Jabe, defeated by his own technique. This infuriates me. Beerus, you must have cheated. Beerus, reclining with a smug expression, tossing candy beans flavored with divine beans into his mouth, retorted, "If one lacks skill, one should not shout, Xiangpa. Is it so difficult to acknowledge the superiority of our 7th universe's talents?" Whis smiled as he observed Lin Feng on the arena, a glimmer of profundity flickering in his eyes. "Not a cheat. My lord Xiangpa." Mr. Lin Feng employed a highly advanced technique, involving a fundamental application of causality. Truly an astonishing talent. Causality? Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback, then his anger intensified. How could a mere human possibly breach such a domain? I refuse to believe it. In the finals, my warrior shall undoubtedly triumph. At that moment, the lights in the arena abruptly dimmed, with all spotlights focusing on the entrance of the opposing competitor's passage. A chilling, deathly silence enveloped the air, as if even the light itself could be consumed, rendering the previously boisterous venue eerily quiet. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a figure draped in a voluminous black cloak, its visage obscured, slowly emerged from the passageway, stepping onto the stage of the finals. Its movements were silent, akin to a specter, yet each step left a thin layer of black ice upon the otherwise unyielding surface of the arena. The cloaked figure came to a halt, lifting its head, 2 points of crimson light igniting beneath the hood, resembling the eyes of a demon gazing upon its prey from the depths of the abyss. Locking directly onto Lin Feng, the Eye of Insight activated. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. The feedback was exceedingly vague and chaotic. Target. Information obscured by high-level power interference. Combat power assessment. Extremely dangerous. Energy response is highly unstable, with a minimum value of 800 million. Peak fluctuations far exceeding 1.5 billion. Suspected divine essence present. Race. Unknown. Not a common race in the known universe. Abilities. Unknown. Detected high-priority fluctuations of shadow, frost, and death rules. Could even the Eye of Insight not fully unveil this enigma? A divine essence? A chill ran through Lin Feng's heart. This opponent was undoubtedly the most bizarre and formidable adversary he had ever encountered. The pressure emanating from this being surpassed that of a relaxed Beerus. It was a cold and lifeless essence stemming from the very core of existence. The finals competitor has taken the stage. The announcer's voice trembled slightly, announcing the mysterious contestant from an unknown universe, the Shadow, facing off against the 7th universe's dark horse, Lin Feng. The finals have now commenced. Without further ado, the moment the announcer's voice fell, the cloaked figure sprang into action. A mere shadow remained where it once stood, as its true form appeared like a wraith beside Lin Feng, a claw covered in black ice crystals, sharp as a blade, silently lunging for Lin Feng's heart. Its speed far exceeded that of Jabe. The attack was ruthless and cunning, targeting the vital points. How swift! Goku exclaimed. Assassination technique? Vegeta's expression sharpened. Lin Feng's body of laws instinctively warned him, and in the nick of time, he sidestepped while simultaneously unleashing the force field of energy mastery. However, the enigmatic energy within that black claw seemed to corrode with the potency of a highly corrosive venom, easily penetrating and annihilating the deflected force field created by energy mastery. Continuing its assault. Is it an erosion of the rules? Lin Feng's heart jolted. No longer holding back, he activated the legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form. The divine platinum aura surged skyward, unleashing his full combat power of 1 billion. His right hand clenched into a fist, the platinum lightning of the laws coiling around it. Striking towards the black claw, the collision of fist and claw produced no resounding blast, only a sickening sound akin to the tearing of space, a sharp hiss. The platinum lightning clashed violently with the black energy of silence, annihilating everything in their path. The ground beneath them instantly became a web of cracks. Lin Feng felt a chilling, bone-deep cold radiating from the claw, as if it could freeze his very soul, coursing through his arm. He immediately activated Body of Laws. The platinum halo swirling, forcing that frigid energy out, dispersing it. Meanwhile, the shadow was also pushed back half a step by the force of the laws. A small portion of its cloak singed by the lightning. In this initial confrontation, it was a draw, yet Lin Feng's heart sank. The opponent's power was exceedingly peculiar, seemingly designed to counter energy manipulation skills, and that chilling sensation of death left him profoundly uneasy. A rasping, piercing laughter emanated from beneath the cloak. Not bad. The thunder contains a hint of the laws, but alas, it is too weak. It shall become a part of me. The shadow's form abruptly blurred, transforming into numerous indistinguishable black phantoms, simultaneously assailing Lin Feng from all directions. Each phantom radiated genuine murderous intent and energy fluctuations, appearing as if they were real. What was more terrifying was that the trajectories of these phantoms distorted space slightly, leaving faint black trails that lingered, interfering with perception. Shadow Law doppelgangers? Spatial marking? Lin Feng activated Eye of Insight and Insight of Laws to their utmost limits, instantly discerning the truth from the falsehood. Most of these phantoms were energy doppelgangers, but the core attack contained a subtle application of spatial laws, remarkably intricate. Thunderous Judgment, Celestial Thunder Prison. Lin Feng pressed his hands outward. The platinum lightning of the laws erupted from him, transforming into a colossal web of lightning that enveloped the entire arena. Thunder, the epitome of strength and purity, was indeed the nemesis of sinister forces. Countless lightning bolts danced wildly, accurately striking each phantom and the spatial markers. Crackle! The black phantoms disintegrated beneath the onslaught of thunder, and the spatial markers were purified by the lightning. However, just as all illusions vanished, the true form of Ying materialized above Lin Feng's head as if teleported. Hands clasped together, summoning a swirling, light-devouring sphere of pitch-black energy, coalescing into a void of annihilation. Death, the dark energy sphere, imbued with the essence of obliteration and the return to nothingness, descended upon him. Its might far surpassed the cosmic end of King Kurd. There was no escape. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he held nothing back. The causality severance was activated. His fingers transformed into blades, entwined with an invisible, intangible force that directly targeted the essence of causality, aiming for the core link of release and control between the dark energy sphere and Ying. Sever. Yet this time, the infallible causality severance encountered an unexpected obstruction. The causality link was remarkably resilient, shrouded in a layer of advanced, divinely tinged dark power. Lin Feng's causality force cut in like a knife through hide, successfully penetrating yet unable to sever instantly. Causality force? You have indeed touched upon this level. Ying exclaimed in surprise, excitement surging within him, but it was still insufficient. Before the true power of divinity, all was but an illusion. Annihilate. The speed of the void of annihilation accelerated further. Unable to sever? Then let us bear the fruit together. Lin Feng decisively abandoned the severing, converting the power of causality severance into a bizarre pulling force, forcibly twisting that causality link. Simultaneously, he thrust both palms upward, compressing and consolidating the power of Law Body, the platinum aura, and the raging thunder of Thunder Ruler into his palms. The legendary essence of causality reversal, the Thunder Emperor's prison. He bore the weight of the void of annihilation with sheer strength. The terrifying energy impact caused the protective shield of the arena to tremble violently. The audience in the stands rocked off balance. Destructive dark energy frantically eroded Lin Feng's defenses, and the Law Body emitted a strained hum under the unbearable pressure. Yet, at that moment, the causality link twisted by Lin Feng activated. The annihilative energy, which should have been perfectly controlled by Ying, seemed to lose its target, becoming extremely unstable, even turning against Ying himself with a potent repulsion and backlash. Poof! Ying's form shuddered, a trickle of dark purple blood seeping from beneath his black robe, clearly sustaining significant internal injury. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's cunning application of causality force. Now's the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng braced against the pressure of the void of annihilation, roaring as he unleashed all his power. The platinum flames blazed forth like a supernova. The legendary Super Saiyan Platinum Form's awakening surged to 93. Break for me. Boom. Lin Feng, employing brute force in conjunction with the technique of causality reversal, pushed the void of annihilation upward, grazing his body as it soared into the boundless cosmos, ultimately erupting into a dark ripple that devoured light at the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's figure appeared as if teleported before the injured Ying, delivering a punch imbued with the full force of Thunder Ruler and Law Body, directly to Ying's chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, as if striking a defeated drum. Ying's black robe shattered instantly, revealing a pale, handsome face devoid of vitality, adorned with eerie black runes. His chest caved in, and he expelled dark purple blood, his body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the protective shield before sliding down, his aura waning. Victorious? Just as everyone believed the outcome was decided, an unexpected change occurred. Ha 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 ha. Despite his severe injuries, Ying suddenly erupted into mad laughter. Struggling to rise as the black runes on his chest writhed as if alive, swiftly mending his wounds. His aura intensified rather than diminished, becoming more frenzied and chaotic. His crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Splendid. Splendid. You actually managed to wound me, forcing me to utilize this cursed power. Insect. Prepare to face the wrath of the divine shadow. A wave of far more terrifying, ominous, and destructive dark red energy erupted from within him. His form began to swell, black runes surfacing across his skin, and two twisted demonic horns sprouted from his forehead. His battle power index skyrocketed, instantly surpassing 2 billion, and it continued to rise. This is demonization? No, wait. It is a surge of some divine power. Weiss furrowed his brow for the first time. Beerus straightened in his seat, his expression turning grave. This fellow has the scent of a rat about him, referring to the demon. Xiangpa, where did you find such a monster? Xiangpa looked bewildered. I don't know. He wasn't summoned by me. He signed up automatically. An uproar erupted throughout the arena. The identity of the finalist was unknown, and he had transformed into such a terrifying monster. Lin Feng felt the overwhelming aura of destruction and ominous energy emanating from his opponent, his expression grave to the extreme. Over 2 billion, filled with malevolent divinity. This exceeded the limits of what he could withstand head-on. System. Exchange for the most potent single-target attack skill from the legendary skill library. Use all my replication points. Lin Feng roared within. Ding. Host detected facing a lethal threat, meeting emergency exchange conditions. Recommended exchange. Legendary skill library, ultimate skill, primordial thunder of creation, one-time experience version. Description. Draws upon the primordial thunder thought from the chaos at the dawn of creation, possessing boundless power and special effects against divinity and evildoers, but with immense consumption. And is a one-time experience skill. Exchange requires all replication points. Would you like to exchange? All replication points? Exchange. Lin Feng did not hesitate. If his life was at stake, what need had he for money? Consumed all replication points. 9970555580 points. Exchange successful. Acquired Primordial Thunder of Creation, one-time experience version. An ancient, thunderous thought, seemingly from the very beginning of the universe, filled with the essence of limitless creation and destruction, surged into Lin Feng's soul. He felt as if his very soul were on the brink of bursting from this power. Ying had completely demonized, transforming into a 10-meter-tall demon, wings sprouting from his back. Enveloped in dark red flames, howling to the heavens, conjuring a dark red sphere of destructive energy capable of devouring galaxies. Die. Blasphemer. End of Annihilation Canon. In the face of this world-destroying strike, Lin Feng closed his eyes, pouring all his spirit, will, and power into that thread of primordial thunder thought. He slowly raised his right index finger, where a faint spark of chaotic energy flickered, seemingly containing the birth and demise of the entire universe. Primordial thunder of obliteration. He gently pointed at the destructive energy sphere. No sound, no light. Time seemed to stand still. The annihilation cannon, capable of obliterating galaxies, melted away silently upon contact with that spark of chaotic energy, disintegrating and reverting to the most primordial void, along with the demonized Ying, the dark red flames enveloping him, the black runes, the demonic horns, and even his very existence, all disappearing as if erased by an eraser, vanishing inch by inch from his fingertip, leaving no trace behind. The chaotic spark also dissipated. On the arena, only Lin Feng remained, standing quietly, as if that horrific demon had never existed. Silence. Absolute silence. Then, a tumultuous cheer erupted, akin to a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging, a wild frenzy to the utmost. He has won. Lin Feng has triumphed. A god. He is a god. 7th universe. Champion. In the stands, Beerus and Weiss stood simultaneously, their faces filled with unprecedented shock. The thought of the primordial thunder, Although only a whisper escaped Weiss's lips. How could he possibly wield such power? Beerus's violet pupils contracted sharply. Just how many secrets does this kid still conceal? Ding. The host managed to turn the tide in a dire situation, vanquishing a formidable and mysterious adversary with a peak combat power of 2.5 billion, thereby securing the championship title of the Interstellar Martial Arts competition. He was rewarded with 2 billion replication points, a legendary skill library's ultimate skill lottery ticket, and the promotion opportunity for the law body. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the emptiness of the replication points within him and the profound promotion opportunity in his mind, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. The championship was his, yet it seemed that an even greater storm was just beginning. What was the true nature of the power behind that shadow? Chapter 96. Aftermath and Undercurrents. The black-robed demon shadow was completely eradicated by a fragment of the primordial thunder, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The interstellar arena fell into an absolute silence for several minutes, as if time itself had frozen. Then, like a long simmering volcano erupting, a deafening cacophony of cheers, screams, and incredulous shouts surged forth, nearly shaking the very roof of the venue. It vanished. That monster was obliterated by lightning. I saw it. It was a flash of chaotic lightning. Has its existence been erased? What kind of power is this? Champion. 7th Universe. Lin Feng. In the stands, a myriad of spectators from various races went wild. Lin Feng's final, seemingly effortless yet immensely powerful gesture seared into the depths of their souls. At that moment, Lin Feng transcended the realm of an ordinary warrior, becoming a near-divine entity in their eyes. In the preparation area of the 7th Universe, Sun Wukong gaped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth for a long while, then suddenly shook Vegeta's arm. Hey, Vegeta, did you see that last move? What was that technique? It felt even more terrifying than destructive energy. Vegeta shrugged off Wukong's hand, his expression a complex blend of shock, resentment, and an indescribable yearning. He fixated on the figure at the center of the arena, whose platinum aura was slowly retracting, muttering through clenched teeth. Quiet, Kakarot. Such power should not exist in this world. He sensed an unprecedented chasm in ability, a profound difference in essence and realm. On the highest throne, the god of destruction Beerus set aside his previous nonchalance, his purple pupils sharp as blades. He slowly resumed his position, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. He did not gaze at the cheering crowd nor at Lin Feng, who was basking in the spotlight, but turned to the angel Whis, his voice low and serious. Whis, did you see that? The last flicker of chaotic lightning. Whis's elegant smile faded considerably, replaced by a rare gravity. He nodded gently, the crystal orb atop his staff flickering slightly. Yes, Lord Beerus. Although exceedingly faint and ephemeral, that essence is unmistakable. It is the intent of the primordial thunder, the very force that cleaved through chaos at the dawn of the universe, establishing the foundation of the laws. Though merely a trivial projection, its status is extraordinarily high. A human, a hybrid scion from the 7th Universe, Beerus squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. How could he possibly wield such ancient power? One that even the gods struggle to touch. This surpasses the explanation of mere talent. Whis, you previously mentioned he possesses variables and secrets. Is this what you meant? Whis shook his head slightly, not entirely. The secrets I sensed before are more obscure and vast, akin to a dormant system or contract. The primordial thunder he displayed seems merely the tip of the iceberg triggered at a life-and-death juncture. Lord Beerus, this Mr. Lin Feng is likely entangled in some exceedingly ancient causalities, perhaps even beyond our angelic comprehension. Beerus fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned, revealing an intrigued smile. How interesting. Truly fascinating. I initially thought he was just a promising newcomer, but this is an astonishing surprise. Whatever ancient causalities may be at play, as long as he does not threaten the balance of the 7th Universe, the stronger he is, the better. Such a formidable opponent will make things much more interesting. Though he said this, the probing intensity in his gaze did not diminish in the slightest. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from the 6th Universe, Kampa, was utterly bewildered and in distress. First, he lamented the loss of his favored contestant, Jabe, then was thrown into turmoil by the shocking turnaround in the finals and the terrifying transformation of the shadow. To add insult to injury, the championship was claimed by the rival Beerus's representative. How outrageous! How outrageous! What on earth was that black-robed freak? It nearly ruined my martial arts tournament. And Beerus, you must have had the luck of a lifetime. Kampa roared in anger, venting his frustration on snacks, grabbing a handful of planetary jelly beans and chewing them furiously. On the arena, the announcer, his voice trembling with excitement, declared the final results and presented the Star Crystal Championship Cup, symbolizing the strongest warrior in the universe, along with generous prizes, including abundant rare cultivation resources and ownership of a resource-rich unclaimed life planet, to Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly accepted the trophy, feeling the exhaustion from utilizing the Primordial Thunder trial version and the profound information regarding the promotion opportunity for the law body in his mind. The 2 billion replication points were instantly credited, restoring him to immense wealth, but at the cost of exhausting a one-time ultimate trump card. Congratulations, contestant Lin Feng, the announcer respectfully proclaimed. You have made history. As per tradition, you are entitled to make a reasonable wish to the 2 gods of destruction. The gaze of the entire arena focused once more on Lin Feng. Wishing upon a god of destruction is an opportunity coveted by countless powerful beings. Lin Feng raised his head, his calm gaze directed towards Beerus and Whis on the highest throne, and slightly bowed. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. My wish is to train for a period on the god of destruction's planet and receive guidance from both of you. This wish took many by surprise. It was neither for a powerful artifact, nor for endless lifespan or wealth, but for training and guidance. Beerus raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, but soon snorted. You wish to train on my planet? Fine. I happen to want to provide you with some proper guidance. He emphasized the word guidance, clearly with ulterior motives, intending to gauge Lin Feng's true capabilities. Whis nodded with a smile. Of course, Mr. Lin Feng. We welcome you to visit the god of destruction's planet. With the wish granted, the interstellar martial arts competition officially concluded. Yet, beneath the revelry, undercurrents were already surging. In an unnoticed corner, a minuscule fragment, seemingly composed of shadows, quietly melded into the crevices of space, vanishing from sight. This was a trace of the essence stripped away by the shadow before being annihilated by the primordial thunder, utilizing some secret technique. In a distant, dark temple nestled within the folds of multiple dimensions, a colossal entity shrouded in endless shadows slowly opened its blood-red star-like eyes. Before it, a tiny fragment of shadow materialized. The shadow perished? A low voice reverberated through the temple, tinged with surprise and amusement. Perished beneath the intent of the primordial thunder? At a martial arts tournament in a low-tier universe? How intriguing. It seems that the variable foretold in the prophecy has manifested ahead of time. Dispatch a message. Closely monitor the 7th universe, particularly that human named Lin Feng. Do not act rashly for now. Await further instructions. Yes, my lord. A respectful reply echoed from the shadows. In the 7th universe, on Earth, the atmosphere in Bulma's home was jubilant. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien were watching the entire match through interstellar broadcasting, excitedly discussing it at present. Incredible. That kid Lin Feng has become so powerful. Krillin exclaimed in awe. What was that last move? It was nothing short of miraculous. Yamcha echoed. Only Piccolo stood in the corner, arms crossed, a frown creasing his brow. He possessed the keen perception of the Namekians and a fragment of divine intuition after merging with the deity, sensing that Lin Feng's method of power enhancement, particularly that final thunderous strike, seemed rather unconventional. Moreover, the aura emanating from the cloaked adversary instilled a profound unease within his very soul. Destruction Godstar. Lin Feng followed Whis and Beerus, instantaneously transported by the angel's staff. Upon stepping onto this extraordinary land, the overwhelming divine aura and the nearly primordial cosmic energy invigorated his spirit. Is this truly the Destruction Godstar? Indeed, it is exceptional. As Lin Feng absorbed the surrounding energy with the automatic operation of Law Body, he felt a greedy thirst for the power here. Beerus turned, arms crossed, tilting his head as he regarded Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Kid, your wish has been granted. Now, allow me to guide you properly. Let me see just how potent your so-called primal thunder truly is. Before his words faded, a faint purple glow of destructive energy radiated from Beerus. And though it was merely a casual strike, the terrifying pressure it contained made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The real trial was only just beginning. Chapter 97. The Trial of the Gods. The Essence of Destruction and the Truth of Bloodline. The gravity of the Destruction Godstar was several times that of Earth. with the air saturated by the purest cosmic energy and a barely perceptible aura of destruction. As Lin Feng steadied himself, Beerus's mocking and scrutinizing guidance descended upon him. Without a cataclysmic display of force, Beerus casually swiped, his claw surrounded by purple destructive energy. It appeared effortless, yet it instantaneously sealed off all of Lin Feng's escape routes, overwhelming him with the essence of ultimate annihilation and the collapse of order. This was the true authority of destruction, far from the simplicity of energy clashes. So swift, and completely locked onto causality. Lin Feng's pupils dilated, and Eye of Insight, along with Law Body, issued frantic warnings. He dared not delay in the slightest, activating the legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form in an instant. The platinum-hued sacred aura surged skyward, unleashing a full power of 1 billion. Simultaneously, the energy sovereign field expanded to its fullest, attempting to deflect this strike imbued with the essence of law. With a ripping sound, Beerus's claw effortlessly tore through the energy sovereign field, as if shredding a thin sheet of paper, continuing its descent towards Lin Feng's chest. As the force field shattered, Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, blood surging. Yet his reflexes were lightning fast, intertwining his palms with the powers of Platinum, Law Thunder, and Law Body. Boldly meeting the attack head-on, a thunderous collision ensued. Lin Feng felt as though struck by a high-velocity star, his arms aching as if they would tear apart. The platinum flames flickered violently, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant purple-black mountain, creating a massive crater. Rocks tumbled down, in just one strike. The superiority was unmistakable. Coughing, Lin Feng emerged from the rubble, a trickle of golden blood at the corner of his mouth, his arms trembling slightly. Yet his eyes burned with fervent battle spirit. This was the true destruction god. Even a casual strike contained unimaginable power and combat wisdom. Oh, you withstood it? Though quite in disarray, Beerus shook his claw, seemingly surprised that Lin Feng could endure without perishing. Your shell is tougher than I imagined. However, merely enduring won't suffice. Let me see your primal thunder. Before his words concluded, Beerus vanished, reappearing above Lin Feng, his foot descending. Beneath his foot, the space shattered inch by inch, and the purple destructive energy formed a massive footprint, intent on obliterating Lin Feng entirely. I cannot take this head-on. Lin Feng pushed Rule Insight to its utmost limit, capturing the subtle flow of power and the intricacies of the rules behind that descending foot. He ceased to block, twisting his form like a specter, redirecting energy sovereign, not for defense, but to enhance his own speed to its zenith, while the intent of causality severance attached to his fingertips, targeting critical nodes in the structure of that colossal foot's power. Sever, sever, sever. Invisibly, the power of causality sliced through the connections between the footprint's energy and its core with surgical precision. Although unable to completely dismantle the strike, it rendered the structure unstable, diminishing its potency by a third. Interesting, Beerus remarked, seemingly intrigued by Lin Feng's crafty approach. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng narrowly evaded the edge of the footprint, the ground where he had stood now a gaping abyss. This is quite amusing. Let's continue. Beerus grew more invigorated, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied and unpredictable, at times like a torrential storm, at others like a ghostly specter, each strike embodying a different essence of destruction, whether obliteration, disintegration, or return to the void. Lin Feng pushed the powers of legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form and Law Body to their limits, skillfully wielding Energy Sovereign, Thunder Sovereign, and Causality Severance in a dance of combat mastery, sometimes clashing head-on, sometimes evading, and at other times breaking through with cunning. He learned fervently amidst the battle, adapting to the nuanced essence of rules embedded within Beerus's attacks, as Law Body absorbed and processed the energy of the destruction god star at an unprecedented rate, becoming more solid and transparent. His awakening level gradually ascended from 93 to 94. Boom, boom, boom. On the destruction god star, two figures, one purple and one white, collided at speeds surpassing light, each clash unleashing energy waves capable of annihilating galaxies. Had it not been for Weiss's preemptive barrier, the entire planet would have been reduced to dust. Lin Feng was repeatedly sent flying, blood spewing, bones fracturing, yet time and again, through his formidable resilience and Law Body, he rapidly reformed, growing increasingly tenacious. Exhilarating. Lin Feng grew bolder with each battle, feeling his mastery over power and understanding of the rules elevate at an astonishing pace. Especially his comprehension of destruction, gradually shifting from brute force annihilation to a deeper understanding of the rules of erasure. Thunder Sovereign. 10,000 thunders converging. Lin Feng seized a moment of opportunity, hands raised, summoning the surrounding platinum thunder to form a roaring thunder dragon that surged towards Beerus. This time, the thunder not only contained annihilation but also bore a hint of the destructive essence he had just grasped, amplifying its might. Ah, you learn quickly. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Beerus's eyes. He did not dodge or evade, instead inhaling deeply, swallowing the powerful thunder dragon whole, letting out a satisfied belch. With wisps of smoke rising, not bad, though it lacked the right timing. The battle, where Lin Feng was predominantly on the receiving end, raged on for an entire 3 days and nights. When Beerus finally felt limbered up and satisfied enough to cease, Lin Feng emerged resembling a tattered rag doll, his clothes in tatters, his body marred with wounds. The platinum aura dimmed to its lowest point, yet his eyes shone with an unnerving brilliance. Though his aura was weakened, it had become more refined and profound, as if forged through countless trials, shedding superficiality to reveal its true edge. Ding! The host has undergone high-intensity divine-level combat. The compatibility of Law Body and legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form has significantly increased. The awakening level is stabilized at 94. Understanding of the rules of destruction deepens. Combat power solidified at 1 billion, with actual combat capability and resilience against rules greatly enhanced. Acquired guidance from Beerus in a lenient manner, enriching combat experience and rule application skills significantly. Current available replication points, 2,000,000,000 points. And used, not bad, I didn't die. Beerus clapped his hands, appearing quite satisfied. It seems your Primal Thunder is not just an idle trump card. However, your physique and comprehension barely suffice. Weiss, it's your turn now. I'm off to take a nap and have a snack. With that, his figure flickered and vanished. Weiss approached with a smile, gently tapping his staff on the ground, enveloping Lin Feng in a vibrant blue light. A warm stream of energy flowed through him, swiftly mending his injuries and replenishing his energy. How do you feel, mister? Lin Feng. Weiss inquired gently. I have gained invaluable insights, Lin Feng replied earnestly. The past 3 days of rigorous training had provided him with rewards far exceeding a decade of solitary cultivation. Particularly, his initial comprehension of the essence of destruction had bestowed upon him a novel perspective on the application of power. Although Lord Beerus employed a direct method, each of his strikes contained the manifestation of destruction's rules. It is truly remarkable that you could grasp and emulate even a fragment of such profound concepts during battle. Weiss commended, before shifting the conversation with a contemplative gaze. However, Mr. Lin Feng, I am quite curious about the source of this legendary Super Saiyan power that resides within you. Lin Feng felt a tremor within, aware that the crux of the matter had arrived. Weiss had indeed discerned the extraordinary nature of his power system. As far as I know, Weiss began slowly. The so-called Super Saiyan is merely a transformation triggered by extreme emotions that unleashes the latent potential of the Saiyan race, remaining within the realm of biological evolution. In contrast, your legendary Super Saiyan, especially in its current platinum form, possesses a level of power and affinity for the rules that far exceeds this category. It approaches something akin to an ancient concept or a fragment of authority. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, refraining from answering directly and instead posing a question. Mr. Weiss, what do you believe legends are? Weiss smiled slightly, eyes glimmering with wisdom. A legend can be a story, a historical account, or a widely disseminated perception and belief. When countless beings converge in thought, forming a collective and intense conviction about a certain existence or power, this conviction itself may interfere with reality, manifesting traces or legacies. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Weiss's words vaguely touched upon the essence of his system's capabilities. His legendary Super Saiyan bloodline seemed not merely a fabrication of the system, but rather deeply intertwined with the concept of the legendary Super Saiyan within this universe. The system appeared to activate and guide this connection while providing an optimized path for growth. Your power is intriguing, Weiss observed without probing further, but he cautioned, be wary. Though overly potent conceptual power often comes with significant consequences and costs. Moreover, there are many entities in the universe that covet such power, like that shadowy figure from before. Lin Feng nodded gravely. He had long suspected that the shadow and the forces behind it sought his legendary bloodline. Well then, let us temporarily conclude our training. Weiss shifted the topic. Though Lord Beerus is currently resting, he will not go back on his promise to guide you. Here is a compilation of insights regarding the microcontrol of energy and the foundational constructs of rule runes. It may prove beneficial to you. With a flick of his staff, a stream of luminescence entered Lin Feng's brow, flooding his mind with esoteric knowledge regarding the meticulous control of energy and the analysis and application of rule runes. This was undoubtedly a priceless experience beyond monetary value. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. This newfound knowledge perfectly compensated for the potential inadequacies in his foundational skills following his rapid advancement. No need for thanks, Weiss replied with a smile. Take your time to assimilate these gains. The future of the seventh universe may require your efforts. Oh, by the way, your friends on Earth seem quite concerned about you. You may wish to return for a visit. The God of Destruction's planet will always welcome you for training. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a compelling urge to return. His journey to the God of Destruction's planet had yielded immense rewards, yet it had also unveiled greater crises and loftier aspirations. Through Weiss's angelic staff, Lin Feng instantly returned to the Capsule Corporation in West City. As soon as he appeared, Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and others surrounded him. Lin Feng, you're back. How is it? Lord Beerus didn't he give you too much trouble, did he? Your energy feels different. Lin Feng gazed at his companion's concerned expressions, warmth flooding his heart. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly turned to face the east. Simultaneously, at the depths of Baozi Mountain on the opposite end of Earth, Chi-Chi, who was cooking, and Goten, who was playing, along with Piccolo, who was training in a nearby forest, sensed a fleeting yet ominous and malevolent spatial disturbance. Piccolo abruptly raised his head, his green eyes sharply focused on the direction of the disturbance. This sensation was reminiscent of that dark-robed figure, yet it felt even more concealed and sinister. Lin Feng's figure vanished from West City, appearing above Baozi Mountain. He unleashed his eye of insight, scanning the area below with utmost intensity. However, that ominous energy had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. I arrived too late. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition rising within him. The dark tendrils seemed undeterred by the demise of the shadow, stretching even more stealthily toward Earth. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng Current Location, 7th Universe. Earth Combat Power, 1 billion. Consolidated Enhancement. Rule Resistance Strengthened. Available Replication Points. 2,000,000,000. Physical Condition. Law Body, 94. More Resilient. Infused with a hint of Destruction's essence energy state. Introverted and profound, with richer rule resonance. Ability Status. Core Form. Legendary Super Saiyan Platinum Form. Awakening Level 94. Stabilized. Core Skills. Significant enhancement in proficiency of all skills. Newly acquired preliminary understanding of destruction rules. New knowledge. Insights on microcontrol of energy and foundational runes, imparted by Weiss. Special status. Direct guidance from God of Destruction Beerus, with leniency, greatly broadening combat experience and perspective. Known information, current situation, training on the God of Destruction's planet concluded. Power consolidated, important intel acquired, legendary bloodline may relate to cosmic concepts. Earth is suspected to be under scrutiny from dark forces. Potential threat, activities of the Dark Temple forces behind the shadow intensifying, targeting Lin Feng, legendary bloodline. Next steps, assimilate gains, enhance power, investigate anomalous disturbances on Earth, and confront dark forces. System evaluation, enlightenment before the divine, dark currents resurface. The protagonist undergoes divine-level tempering, elevating both power and realm, and touches upon the essence of strength. Crises loom ahead, with narrative tension escalating continuously. Chapter 98. The Return of Shadows. The crisis of Earth and the resonance of Bloodline's Lin Feng hovered above Baozi Mountain. Fully activating Eye of Insight and Rule Insight, scanning every inch of space below with precision akin to the most sophisticated radar, even penetrating into the realms of microscopic particles and energy flows. However, that fleeting, ominous shadow wave, like a cunning serpent, had completely vanished, leaving no trace to pursue. Has it disappeared? Or is it merely hiding too deeply? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, the ominous premonition within him growing ever stronger. Clearly, the adversary had come well prepared, employing remarkably sophisticated means to elude his perception, indicating they were no ordinary foes. Recalling the bizarre shadow from the finals and the immense forces that might lie behind it, Lin Feng's heart sank. Earth had likely fallen under scrutiny. He swiftly flashed back to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Goku, Vegeta, and others immediately gathered around him. Lin Feng, what just happened? You look unwell, Bulma asked with concern. I sensed a very malevolent and concealed aura emanating from the vicinity of Baozi Mountain. But it vanished in an instant, Lin Feng replied solemnly. It shares a source of power with that dark-robed figure, yet it is more elusive. They may have already infiltrated Earth. What? The group was taken aback. They had witnessed the terror of the dark-robed figure firsthand. And had it not been for Lin Feng's last-ditch effort, the consequences could have been dire. Now, another accomplice had infiltrated? Damn it, these cowardly rats hiding in the shadows. Vegeta exclaimed, anger surging within him. If they have the guts, let them face us directly. Calm down, Vegeta. The voice of Bick resonated from the entrance, his green visage marked by an unusual gravity. I too sensed it, albeit faintly. The nauseating aura of darkness was unmistakable. Furthermore, their ambitions likely extended beyond Earth. Bick turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, his eyes sharp. Lin Feng, they are after you, or rather, the legendary power that resides within you. The words of the shadow before his demise during the finals, coupled with his mutated form, indicate their profound desire, even fear, of your power. Lin Feng nodded silently, acknowledging the most plausible explanation. His legendary Super Saiyan bloodline seemed to have touched upon some forbidden taboo, attracting unwanted attention. We must remain vigilant, Clint expressed his concerns. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we are exposed, and their strength remains uncertain, placing us at a disadvantage. What is to fear? Wukong declared, his fists clenched, the aura of Super Saiyan surging instinctively. Let them come. I will take on one or two. It is the perfect opportunity to test my training. Lin Feng shook his head. We cannot afford to be careless. They excel in stealth and assassination, while we may not fear direct confrontation. If they target innocents or instigate destruction, we shall find ourselves in grave trouble. He pondered momentarily and continued, our immediate priority is to uncover their hiding place. Bick, your sensitivity to energy is unparalleled, especially malevolent auras. Please keep a close watch for any anomalies across Earth. Bulma, activate the Global Energy Monitoring Network at maximum sensitivity. Report any unidentified energy fluctuations immediately. Wukong, Vegeta, let us split up, focusing on protecting densely populated areas and our key allies. Everyone nodded and promptly set about their tasks. However, days passed without incident. The shadowy presence seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving behind an unsettling tranquility. One night, Lin Feng sat alone in the gravity chamber. Not training, but introspecting quietly. His consciousness delved within, attuning to the shimmering platinum light of his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Through the trials on the God of Destruction's planet and Whis' guidance, he had gained a more refined mastery over his power, enabling him to perceive the intricate, arcane chain-like structures deep within his bloodline, seemingly composed of rule-like runes. Is this the essence of the legendary bloodline? What secrets does it conceal? Why does it attract the covetous gaze of dark forces? He endeavored to delve deeper, to touch those chains of rules. Suddenly, a profound, ancient resonance surged forth, reminiscent of a grand will from the cosmos's inception, interspersed with countless fragments of battles, destruction, and creation, crashing against his consciousness. Simultaneously, an indescribable yearning and resonance emanated from the depths of his bloodline, as if calling for something while simultaneously resisting it. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing his dark golden pupils. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a faint yet familiar resonance emanating from a direction on Earth. A resonance that shared an origin with his bloodline, but bore a hint of decay and corruption. Was it a trap? Or was it something else? Lin Feng could not ascertain, yet that sensation vanished in an instant, eluding his grasp. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Earth, deep within a desolate and ancient desert, nestled thousands of meters beneath the surface, two indistinct shadows engaged in hushed conversation within a temporary lair constructed entirely of shadow energy. Their forms resembled shadows, yet their presence was more subdued, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Did you sense it, Anhei? A hoarse voice broke the silence. Yes, there is no mistaking it. It is the pulse of the original legendary bloodline. Although faint, its essence is of the highest caliber, another cold voice replied. The shadow known as Anhei's eyes gleamed with a greedy red light. The waste known as Ing met his demise not in vain. He clearly forced the opponent to utilize their primal power, allowing us to capture a trace from such a distance. According to the last information transmitted before Ying's death, this earthling named Lin Feng is the vessel of the original legend. If we can seize his bloodline's essence and offer it to the Shadow Sovereign, we shall attain unparalleled blessings and even shed this wretched secondary shadow demon identity to become true divine shadows. Yet the opponent is formidable. They managed to slay Ing and possess powers that appear to counter the original thunder. Engaging directly would be unwise. Of course, we shall not confront them head-on. The Sovereign's command is to lurk, investigate, and seize the opportunity. These inferior beings on Earth are his weakness. We can exploit them, setting traps to compel him to surrender his bloodline essence, or to induce him to merge more primal power, rendering him unstable, at which point we can strike. Excellent idea. That lad named Sun Wufan seems to be a crucial ally to him, and he possesses a trace of Saiyan blood within him. Perhaps he can serve as a medium, enhancing our resonance with the original legendary bloodline, allowing us to pinpoint its precise location and state. We must act swiftly, but also discreetly. We cannot afford to alert them as Ing did. The two shadows silently melded into the rock, as if they had never existed. Days later, under the cover of night at Baozi Mountain, Wufan lay asleep in his home. Suddenly, the shadows beside his bed twisted, and an almost imperceptible black thread, seemingly alive, silently entwined itself around his wrist. Wufan frowned in his sleep, sensing a slight discomfort, yet remained undisturbed. The black thread merged into his skin, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng, far away in the gravity chamber, felt a jolt in his heart. The peculiar resonance from his bloodline surged again, clearer than before, directing him straight to Baozi Mountain. Wufan. Lin Feng's expression changed as he disappeared in an instant. Upon arriving in Wufan's room, he found Wufan still asleep, breathing steadily. Appearing untroubled, Lin Feng's eye of insight scanned meticulously but revealed nothing. The black thread was exceedingly strange. Once integrated, it completely concealed itself, merging with Wufan's aura, rendering it undetectable. Was it an illusion? No, something was amiss. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and with the intent of causality severance, he unfurled his awareness like threads, scanning the invisible causal lines surrounding Wufan. Finally, he discerned a subtle, ominous black causal line extending between Wufan and the void, reaching deep into the cosmos. I have found you. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed coldly, his finger poised like a blade, condensing the power of causality severance to sever that black line. However, just as he was about to strike, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A hum reverberated. The black thread implanted within Wufan seemed to activate, unleashing a torrent of chaotic, corrupt, and dark energy. Wufan screamed in agony as his body convulsed violently, strange black runes emerging beneath his skin, his aura transforming into a chaotic malevolence. Simultaneously, a powerful shadow force field expanded from Wufan's center, attempting to ensnare Lin Feng. Is this a distraction? No, it is a feint, Lin Feng quickly deduced. The true objective was not Wufan, but to use him as bait and medium, testing his response, while likely plotting something much grander elsewhere. Break free, Lin Feng bellowed, unleashing the force of Body of Laws, the platinum halo radiating and instantly shattering the shadow force field. He pressed a hand to Wufan's forehead, channeling the powers of Energy Sovereign and Thunder Sovereign to cleanse and expel the dark energy. With a cough, Wufan spat out a mouthful of black blood, the runes fading as he fell unconscious, yet his aura stabilized. In the brief moments Lin Feng tended to Wufan's wounds, on the other side of Earth, deep within the desert, a complex and sinister dark array had taken shape before the two shadows. At the center of the array hovered a droplet of blood, remotely extracted from Wufan, containing a trace of Saiyan blood. The resonance array was complete. With the bloodline as a guide, they aimed to pinpoint the original legend. Now is the time. Seek its essence, uncover its flaws. The two shadows unleashed their power into the array with fervor. The magical formation erupted with a tremendous black light, and an invisible wave traversed the fabric of space, instantly locking onto Lin Feng, who was tending to Wu Fan's injuries. Lin Feng's body trembled, sensing that his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was being forcefully invaded and probed by a sinister force. The chains of rules deep within his bloodline quaked violently, as if an ancient and vast will had been provoked, unleashing a powerful repulsion. Seeking death, enraged, Lin Feng unleashed the full power of his legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form, without reservation, awakening to a 94 degree of strength. He no longer suppressed the agitation of his bloodline. Instead, he actively guided that ancient will, blending it with thunder of the laws and a glimmer of the newly comprehended essence of destruction, and fiercely retaliated along the path of the unseen probing. The primal fury of thunderous retribution surged forth. Boom! A chaotic bolt of lightning, as if cleaved from the very source of Lin Feng's bloodline, traced the trajectory of the dark formation's probing and, at an astonishing speed, struck the dark lair deep within the desert. No! What kind of power is this? Quickly, block it! Two shadowy figures shouted in terror as they exerted all their strength to defend. Yet, a counterattack imbued with the wrath of the legend and a fragment of the primal thunder was beyond their capacity to withstand. The dark formation collapsed in an instant, and the two shadows, as if struck by a heavy blow, shrieked, their bodies becoming increasingly ethereal, clearly suffering severe injuries. Lin Feng also let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Forcing the bloodline's essence to retaliate was not without its toll on him. However, he had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the adversary, and through this resonance and counterattack of his bloodline, his perception of his own legend bloodline became clearer. He even vaguely glimpsed, deep within the essence of his bloodline, something seemingly sealed away. Deep in the desert, the two injured shadows were filled with both fear and fury. How infuriating! He was able to invoke the essence of his bloodline to retaliate. We must retreat. This place is no longer safe. The intelligence is in hand. There is a seal deep within his bloodline. This is a significant discovery. It must be reported to the master immediately. The two shadows transformed into black smoke and fled underground in a panic. Lin Feng calmed the tumultuous energy within him, his gaze as cold as frost. Although he had repelled the enemy, he knew that trouble had only just begun. The adversary had already sensed the uniqueness of his bloodline and might have even uncovered deeper secrets. The next time they came, it would likely be a far more terrifying presence. He must hasten to enhance his strength. He gazed at the substantial replication points and the opportunity for advancement of body of the laws on the system panel, resolutely making his decision. Chapter 99, Bloodline Seal. Breaking through and establishing a new legend. The ambush by the Dark Messenger had been repelled, yet Lin Feng's heart was exceptionally heavy. They had used Wu Fan as a medium, not only testing his strength, but also probing into the secret of his bloodline, the suspected seal that lay deep within. This made him realize that his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was likely far more complex than described by the system. This was both an opportunity and a significant risk. He must swiftly elevate his strength. Before a more formidable enemy descended, he needed to unseal the power and take control. Lin Feng did not return to the West capital, but directly teleported to Namek. The environment here was relatively pristine, energy abundant, and with the Elder and Dragon Balls as support, it was an excellent location for seclusion and breakthroughs. After briefly explaining the situation to Nelu and the Elder, he arrived at the ancient battlefield ruins where he had fought against Frisia. The terrain here was vast and rarely trodden, and the remnants of battle, along with the planet's tragic will, would aid him in honing his spirit. Sitting cross-legged on a broken giant rock, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Fully immersing his consciousness within. System, utilize the body of the laws, advancement opportunity. Simultaneously, invest 1 billion replication points to assist the advancement process and ensure absolute security. Ding. Consuming body of the laws, advancement opportunity. Consuming 1 billion replication points to initiate extreme assistance mode. Commencing advancement of body of the laws, intermediate. Boom. A massive influx of replication points transformed into the purest essence of the laws, surging into Lin Feng's limbs and every cell like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Simultaneously, the profound advancement opportunity triggered a resonance of the laws in the ether, causing the entire energy of Namek to stir, coalescing into a visible green energy vortex centered around Lin Feng. A wave of intense pain engulfed him in an instant. This was no mere infusion of energy, but a metamorphosis of life's essence, a transcendence of body, soul, and energy into a higher dimension. Lin Feng felt as if his body were being crushed inch by inch, only to be reconstituted within the essence of the laws. His bones emitted an unbearable hum, flesh cycling between annihilation and rebirth, while his soul felt as though it were being cast into a furnace, purging all impurities, branded with the marks of the laws. The advancement of body of the laws, intermediate, was 100 times more perilous and painful than at the beginner stage. This was a leap from bearing the laws to embodying the laws. Stay true to oneself. Guide the energy. Break through the bottleneck. Lin Feng maintained a clear mind, leveraging the resilient will forged on Destruction God Planet and the insights gained through battle to relentlessly operate the cultivation method of body of the laws, directing the overwhelming energy to crash against the invisible barrier. In the external world, a colossal platinum light cocoon with a diameter of 10,000 meters had formed around Lin Feng. The surface of the cocoon shimmered with countless intricate runes of the laws, swirling as if alive. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused the entire Namek to tremble slightly, the sky filled with tumultuous winds and flashes of lightning. Nelu and the Elder observed from afar, their faces filled with shock and concern. Mr. Lin Feng's power was undergoing an incredible transformation. Nelu mused, "This aura is nearing the realm of the divine. May the gods bless him for a successful breakthrough." The elders silently prayed. Inside the light cocoon, Lin Feng endured inhuman suffering, yet his consciousness was extraordinarily alert. With the assistance of the advancement opportunity and the vast replication points, his perception of his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was amplified to the utmost. His gaze penetrated flesh and bone, delving into the deepest depths of the essence of his bloodline. There he beheld countless intricate platinum chains of the laws intertwined into an enormous seal, complex beyond description. This seal resembled a birdcage, tightly containing the core power of the bloodline essence. Time's breath flowed upon the seal, permeated with fragments of tragic and resolute will, seemingly to protect or conceal something. This is the seal. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. He could sense that within the seal lay unimaginable, boundless power, yet it was also ensnared by an ominous aura, rife with destruction and decadence. It seemed that once unsealed, the consequences would be unfathomable. Regardless of what lay within, true power could only be held in his own hands. How could he ascend to the pinnacle while being timid? How could he protect those he wished to safeguard? A resolute glimmer flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The process of advancing body of the laws, intermediate, was the optimal moment to strike at this seal. Break and then establish. Break for me, Lin Feng roared, channeling the entirety of the power brought by the advancement of body of the laws, along with the full force of his legendary Super Saiyan Platinum form at 94, and that initial understanding of the essence of destruction, into an invisible, indomitable hammer of will and laws, smashing down upon the vast seal deep within his bloodline. Boom. It was as if the first heartbeat of the universe echoed forth. Lin Feng's entire soul quaked violently with this strike, spewing forth a spray of golden blood. The platinum seal of the laws trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, yet it did not shatter completely. Instead, an even older, more vast, and terrifying will, seemingly from the primordial chaos, mingled with an air of destruction and foreboding, seeped from the fissures, assaulting Lin Feng's consciousness. Humph! A lingering will dares to obstruct me. My path is supreme, unparalleled. The Thunder Emperor descends. All laws are broken. The cycle of causality reversed. The seal opens. Lin Feng's will was as unyielding as steel, as he steadfastly defended his spiritual realm with the Linghun Billy. The intention to sever the causal ties transformed into a blade, slicing through the bonds between the seal and the lingering consciousness. The power of the Leiji Zhuzai manifested as a judgmental thunder, purifying all malevolence. The Nungliang Zhuzai commanded the energy surrounding him, providing an inexhaustible support. The cracking of the seal intensified, with fissures multiplying and condensing. The residual consciousness let out a roar of defiance, yet it could not impede Lin Feng's relentless determination. Finally, with a resounding boom, the platinum seal deep within his bloodline shattered completely, dispersing into countless specks of light that fused with Lin Feng's flesh and soul. In the next moment, an indescribable, primordial force, akin to the might from the dawn of creation, surged forth like a torrent from the breach in the seal, instantly enveloping Lin Feng's entire being. His body underwent an unprecedented metamorphosis, transcending to new heights at a remarkable pace. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through the Faji Jitsu Intermediate. Your physical body, soul, and energy have been fully imbued with the principles of the universe, enabling the initial transformation into the law itself. With a significant increase in affinity and capacity for the rules, combat power has risen to 5 billion. Detected host has shattered the bloodline's primal seal. The purity and potential of the Chuan Shua Chao Sai bloodline have ascended, unlocking new form. Chuan Shua Chao Sai Hong Wang Xing Tai, beginner. Awakening level 1. The Chuan Shua Chao Sai Hong Wang Xing Tai activates the most ancient primordial power within the bloodline, resulting in a qualitative transformation in strength, defense, recovery, and control over the rules. It comes with the innate abilities Hong Wang Zhenyu and Bumi Zhanshui. Hong Wang Zhenyu unleashes a domain that significantly enhances all attributes within, while also suppressing and assimilating the powers of foes to a certain extent. Bumi Zhanshui. The fighting spirit remains unextinguished, the body immortal, the soul eternal, endowing one with formidable survival and recovery capabilities. Due to breaking the seal, the host has acquired fragments of ancient memories, encompassing primordial legends, the chaos demon god, and secrets of the epic war, requiring gradual assimilation due to the overwhelming information. Current available replication points: 1,000,000, 580 points. Cost: 1 billion. In the external world, the immense platinum cocoon shattered with a thunderous sound. A figure slowly rose. At this moment, Lin Feng's appearance underwent yet another transformation. His hair turned into a deeper hue, resembling the dark golden color of stars, flowing down to his waist, dancing wildly without wind. His pupils transformed into a pure, bright silver, cold and dignified. Surrounding him was not merely an aura, but a tangible, flowing light of platinum law. Within the radiance, faint images of the creation of the universe and the battles of demon gods flickered in and out of existence. A terrifying pressure, ancient and domineering, transcending all existence, swept across the entire Namek star like a tidal wave. All beings on the planet, including the Elder and Nailu, felt a deep sense of reverence. Unable to resist the urge to bow and worship, the Chuan Shua Chao Sai Hong Wang Xing Tai. Awakening level 1. Combat power 2. 5 billion. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his bright silver pupils seemingly reflecting the cycles of the universe. He felt the unstoppable torrent of terrifying power within him, capable of obliterating star systems with a single punch, along with the more profound and enigmatic fragments of bloodline memories, exhaling a long breath. This breath carved a deep trench into the ground several thousand meters ahead. Is this the power of the Hongwang form? Indeed, it is astonishingly powerful. Lin Feng clenched his fist, causing the very space around him to ripple slightly. Those fragments of memory regarding the primordial legends and chaos demon gods suggest that my origins are far more complex than I had imagined. The dark temple you covet must be the primordial power sealed within. A cold smile curved upon his lips. Then, let them come. It is the perfect opportunity to hone my primordial edge. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng vanished from his spot, reappearing before the Elder and Nailu, suppressing his overwhelming aura. I apologize for causing you concern. I have successfully broken through. The Elder and Nailu gazed at Lin Feng, whose aura had undergone a complete transformation, their hearts filled with profound shock. At this moment, Lin Feng exuded a presence far more terrifying than Frisia's from years past, an absolute disparity in the realm of existence. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Feng, on your significant power increase. Nailu respectfully acknowledged. It's nothing. Earth still needs me. Farewell. Lin Feng nodded, refraining from further words as he melded into space, instantly returning to Earth. As he materialized above West City, he sensed two formidable energies colliding from the direction of Baozi Mountain. One was Vegeta, while the other was filled with brutality and darkness. Is there still an escapee? Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, and with a single step, he crossed through space, appearing above Baozi Mountain. Below, he saw Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form, engaged in fierce combat with a grotesque creature clad in black bone armor, boasting a combat power of approximately 800 million. This creature resembled the previous Dark Messenger, but was even more frenzied and bloodthirsty, seemingly a lower-grade shadow demon. Although Vegeta was at a disadvantage, battered and bruised, his fighting spirit remained high, his eyes fierce, seemingly using the opponent to sharpen himself. "Vegeta, are you done playing?" Lin Feng spoke calmly. Both Vegeta and the shadow demon were startled, looking up. Upon seeing Lin Feng's drastically altered form and unfathomable aura, Vegeta's pupils constricted, waves of shock surging within him. This guy has changed again. How can his power have increased so dramatically? The shadow demon, sensing a terrifying pressure even greater than that of the Dark Ruler, let out a fearful shriek and attempted to flee. "Once you arrive, do not think to escape." Lin Feng extended his index finger towards the fleeing shadow demon and gently tapped. There were no energy fluctuations, no radiant light. Yet, the space around the shadow demon instantly solidified, freezing it in its escape posture, like an insect trapped in amber, unable to move. In the next moment, its body began to disintegrate at the microscopic level, transforming into the most fundamental energy particles, dissipating into the air, as if erased by the very rules of the universe. Instant kill. Nonchalant, Vegeta stared blankly at this scene, the blaze of his Super Saiyan 2 aura extinguishing involuntarily. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Instead, clenching his fists tightly, a more fervent fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. The gap is growing ever wider. But he would never give up. Lin Feng glanced at Vegeta, nodding slightly. "Not bad. You've improved." He then looked up into the endless starry sky, his bright silver pupils seemingly piercing through dimensions. "Dark Temple, I await your arrival." The new chapter of Legends has officially begun. Chapter 100, The Might of Hongwang, the Descent of Divine Shadows and the Tremors of the Multiverse. The scene of Lin Feng erasing the shadow demon with a single finger in his Hongwang form was deeply etched in Vegeta's mind. That level of absolute domination, transcending mere energy conflict to nearly rule-level pressure, left the proud Scion Prince in prolonged silence. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, ultimately saying nothing, transforming into a beam of golden light, racing towards the gravity chamber. His desire to grow stronger had never been so fervent. Lin Feng paid no mind to Vegeta's reaction. His consciousness delved deep within, meticulously experiencing the earth-shattering changes brought about by the Hongwang form. With a combat power of 2.5 billion, this was not merely a numeric escalation but a transcendence of life levels. He felt as though his body had become a collective embodiment of the rules, with a mere thought causing the surrounding space, energy, and even light to bend to his will. The primordial power derived from the essence of his bloodline was ancient, vast, and tyrannical, containing a strength surpassing that of creation itself, its quality far exceeding what it had been before. Is this the power that comes from breaking the seal? Lin Feng's bright silver pupils shimmered with the flow of law runes as he attempted to channel a fragment of the primordial power. Buzz. A flicker of light appeared at his fingertip, causing the space before him to ripple like a water surface, hinting at a tendency to shatter. His control had increased several-fold, and he seemed to perceive those memory fragments with greater clarity. He closed his eyes, focusing intently as his consciousness plunged into the torrent of fragmented memories acquired after the shattered seal. Chaotic images flickered before him, endless turmoil, towering giants waging war, colossal beasts roaring as they tore through the starry rivers, and scattered fragments of a devastating battle that swept across countless universes, shattering the very laws of existence. Terms like primal legend, chaos demon, and epic of war bore a heavy sense of destiny, striking against his understanding. His bloodline, Chuan Shua Chao Sai, seemed deeply intertwined with these ancient mysteries. The Dark Temple coveted his lineage, likely due to this primal force, which was connected to these ancient causalities. Lin Feng realized within himself the coexistence of pressure and motivation. The enemy was far more terrifying than he had imagined, yet the path ahead brimmed with infinite possibilities. As he absorbed these revelations, far beyond countless dimensions, deep within the Dark Temple, upon a magnificent throne built from the remnants of innumerable universes and shadowy rules, a colossal being cloaked in endless darkness, the Shadow Sovereign, slowly lifted its blood-red eyes. Before it, two ethereal, withered shadows lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. They were in Ren and another dark envoy who had narrowly escaped Lin Feng's grasp. "Lord Sovereign, forgive us. The target, Lin Feng, has broken the bloodline seal and awakened the primal form. His combat power is estimated to surpass that of an ordinary divine shadow. And Ren's voice quaked with terror. Primal form? The Shadow Sovereign's deep voice resonated within the temple, tinged with astonishment, then transformed into a blazing fervor. He has awakened to this stage ahead of schedule. It seems the compatibility of the key is even higher than anticipated. Excellent. Very well. It abruptly rose, shadows swirling around it as the entire temple trembled. Issue a command. Activate the second phase of the God Hunter plan. Let the Oblivion Shadow lead the charge to the 7th universe. At all costs, capture Lin Feng alive. If alive capture is impossible, extract his entire bloodline essence. He must not be allowed to grow fully. Lord Oblivion Shadow. And Ren and his companion shivered, their eyes betraying utter fear. That was a fearsome presence within the Dark Temple, second only to a few supreme divine shadows. Its combat power was unfathomable, having reportedly destroyed several universes that defied the Dark Temple's dominion. Yes, we shall obey the Sovereign's decree. The Shadow Sovereign gazed into the void, its eyes seemingly piercing through infinite dimensions, landing on Earth in the 7th universe, where greed and anticipation flickered in its crimson pupils. The key to the primal legend bloodline epic of war is finally within my grasp. On Earth, days passed in tranquility. However, Lin Feng's inner warning grew increasingly potent. The heightened perception brought by the primal form allowed him to faintly detect a malicious probing emanating from the depths of the universe. A storm was brewing. On one particular day, as he instructed Wukong on how to refine his control over the transformation of Qi, Wukong remained fixated on the shape and power of the Kamehameha. His expression suddenly shifted. His bright silver pupils constricted sharply as he gazed into the depths of the starry sky. It's here. So fast. And this time, it's a big one. Almost simultaneously, on Destruction God Star, Beerus awakened from his midday slumber, fur bristling. Whis also set aside his staff, the gentle smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a solemnity. Lord Beerus, do you feel it? A tremendously powerful, destructive, dark divinity is forcefully breaking through the barriers of the 7th universe. Damn it, it's those rats from the Dark Temple. That nauseating aura belongs to that lunatic, Oblivion. Beerus was both alarmed and furious. They dared to invade his territory. The target is indeed that kid Lin Feng. Shall we intervene? Whis inquired. Beerus bared his teeth, a flicker of struggle crossing his purple pupils, before he finally huffed. Let us observe for now. That kid just broke through, so it's a perfect opportunity for him to test his mettle. If he can't withstand even a fragment of Oblivion, he deserves to die. If he can withstand it, I can intervene later. Whis nodded slightly, the crystal atop his staff illuminating, reflecting the celestial scene outside Earth. Beyond Earth, in the cold vacuum of space, without warning, the fabric of space shattered like glass over a vast area. A gigantic dark vortex, exceeding 10,000 kilometers in diameter, materialized out of thin air. At the vortex's center, a massive warship resembling a skeletal claw, entirely black and exuding a chilling aura of death and destruction, slowly emerged. Surrounding the warship were dozens of smaller escort vessels, each radiating energy fluctuations not weaker than the original Gura mothership. On the bridge of the leading warship, a figure stepped forth. He stood tall, resembling a human, clad in form-fitting dark golden bone armor, his pale and handsome face devoid of life, with pupils as pure black as miniature black holes, devouring all light. Although he did not emanate powerful energy, the space around him warped and groaned, seemingly unable to bear his presence. He was none other than the Oblivion Shadow of the Dark Temple. Even as a meticulously crafted avatar, his combat power reached a staggering 4 billion. The dark-pupiled Oblivion Shadow scanned the azure planet before him with indifference, his cold voice resonating through the vacuum, penetrating the consciousness of every being on Earth. Lower beings of this planet, surrender the original host, Lin Feng, to avoid annihilation. Otherwise, this place shall become a dead zone. The voice, though not loud, carried a chilling authority that struck at the very soul, plunging humanity into a state of immense panic. Impudence. Tien Fan, and others soared into the air, filled with shock and fury, but before they could approach the atmosphere, the terrifying pressure emitted by the warship sent their blood surging, making it impossible to draw near. How dare they come to Earth and wreak havoc? Wukong seethed, his super blue aura erupting in an instant, after Lin Feng's guidance and his understanding of the energy of Destruction God Star. He had begun to grasp the essence of divine energy, ready to charge forward. Kakarot, do not be impulsive. Vegeta intercepted him, his expression graver than ever. This opponent was exceedingly formidable. We would only be walking to our deaths. All felt the despairing chasm between them. Just then, a calm voice resonated through heaven and earth, dispelling the chilling decree of death. Who dares to bark like a wild dog at my doorstep? As the voice fell, Lin Feng's figure silently appeared beyond earth. Amidst the starry void, he remained in his normal state, yet his bright silver pupils calmly regarded the colossal dark fleet and the leading Oblivion Shadow avatar, as if gazing upon a swarm of ants. Oh, you've come out on your own? That saves me some trouble. The Oblivion Shadow's black pupils swept over Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise passing through. Indeed, you have broken the seal. Though the primal aura is still faint, if you comply and come with me, you may spare yourself the torment of soul-searching and refining. Is this the best you can do, a mere empty avatar? Lin Feng's lips curled into a disdainful arc. Seeking death, the Oblivion Shadow's eyes turned icy, no longer engaging in idle chatter, as it raised a hand and pointed at Lin Feng from afar. Oblivion God, all things returned to the void. There were no extravagant energy effects, only an invisible force, seemingly derived from the universe's end. The power of obliteration rules crossed space and instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Under this rule, all energy, matter, and even souls seemed to reach the end of time, destined to disintegrate and dissipate into utter nothingness. This was a level of erasure beyond mere energy clashes. Faced with this terrifying strike, Lin Feng finally moved. The primal form activated. Buzz, as if a colossal primordial beast that had slumbered for billions of years awakened. Dark, golden divine light soared into the sky, illuminating the shadowy star domain. Lin Feng's hair transformed into dark, golden locks flowing with starlight, his pupils becoming bright silver, gazing down upon all beings. Surrounding him was not merely an aura of chi, but a tangible light of primal laws. A colossal power of 2.5 billion was unleashed without reservation. An ancient, vast, and terrifying pressure that transcended all collided violently with the obliteration rules. Crack, crack. The intangible rules collide, rendering the space spanning millions of miles as fractured as a mirror. The Hongwang battlefield unfolds. Lin Feng uttered a low exclamation, and a dark golden realm suddenly unfurled around him, enveloping nearly half of the solar system. Within this domain, the essence of Hongwang permeated, causing myriad laws to retreat in submission. The encroaching rules of annihilation, akin to snow meeting the sun, experienced a sudden deceleration in speed and a significant reduction in power. What? Your domain can actually weaken my annihilation laws. The Annihilation Shadow avatar displayed a rare expression of astonishment. The pinnacle of its strength lay in rule-based attacks, yet it found itself restrained by the opponent's domain. A frog at the bottom of the well dares to speak of laws. Lin Feng stepped forward, appearing before the Annihilation Shadow avatar, as if teleporting, his fist, imbued with the power of Hongwang, straightforwardly struck towards his adversary's face. The Hongwang Emperor fist opened the heavens. As the fist was unleashed, it seemed to evoke the primordial chaos, with pure chi ascending and turbid chi descending as an accompanying phenomenon. The power was refined to perfection, locking onto causality with no means of evasion. The Annihilation Barrier. The Annihilation Shadow avatar formed seals with both hands, summoning a massive, pitch-black wall forged from pure annihilation laws to stand before it. Boom! The clash of fist and wall erupted. The dark golden force of Hongwang and the black laws of annihilation fiercely eroded and obliterated each other. The resulting energy storm instantaneously shredded several nearby escort ships into fragments. Staggering back, the Annihilation Shadow avatar was forced to retreat 3 steps, the void beneath its feet collapsing. The astonishment on its face deepened. Your power's essence is astonishingly high. The warm-up concluded. Lin Feng shook his hand, the battle intent igniting in his bright silver pupils. Now it was my turn. With a thought, the power to sever causality transformed into invisible threads, entwining the Annihilation Shadow avatar, the Dark Fleet, and even the distant original self. The Lord of Thunder summoned a cosmic tempest, unleashing billions of chaotic bolts of law-like lightning upon the fleet. The energy sovereign operated at full capacity, voraciously absorbing the dissipating energy from the battlefield and the radiation from stars to replenish its own consumption. Simultaneously, he pressed his palms together. The power of Hong Huang surging within him, invoking a trace of the supreme essence that originated from his bloodline, embodying the unparalleled concept of creation. The Hong Huang Forbidden Technique, Chaos Opening Catastrophe, a minuscule, yet seemingly containing the cycle of life and death of the entire universe. Chaotic light erupted from Lin Feng's fingertips, silently shooting towards the Annihilation Shadow Avatar. In the face of this strike, the Annihilation Shadow Avatar felt an unprecedented sense of impending doom. It roared in desperation, burning its own essence to unleash its strongest defense, the Annihilation Cycle. A massive, seemingly all-consuming black vortex manifested before it. However, the Chaos Opening Catastrophe disregarded the vortex's consumption, piercing through it directly and striking the Annihilation Shadow Avatar's forehead. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next instant, the expression of the Annihilation Shadow Avatar solidified as it incredulously looked down, witnessing its body disintegrate from the point of impact on its forehead. Like a painting erased by an eraser, crumbling and dissipating back into the primordial chaos, returning to the heavens and earth. The dark flagship behind it was also caught in the residual waves of the catastrophe, silently vanishing into oblivion. The Dark Temple, the Annihilation Shadow Avatar, has fallen. The remnants of the Dark Fleet fled in terror, scrambling into spatial rifts. In the starry sky, only Lin Feng remained, the dark golden essence of Hong Huang slowly receding. His bright silver pupils surveying the shattered battlefield like a deity commanding the laws. On Earth, a profound silence was followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers for survival. On the Destruction God planet, Beerus gaped, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg, taking an eternity to close it before muttering, "This kid is truly a monster." The Annihilation Avatar is just gone? Whis' eyes sparkled with intrigue as he smiled. The power of Hong Huang is indeed as formidable as its reputation suggests. Lord Beerus, it appears that our seventh universe is poised to have an extraordinary presence. The imagery and information of this battle quickly spread through mysterious channels across numerous neighboring universes, provoking shock and attention from countless powerful beings. The Hong Huang of the seventh universe has resurfaced. The Dark Temple has suffered a tremendous loss. That human named Lin Feng must be of significant interest. The undercurrents of the multiverse have been thoroughly stirred by Lin Feng's earth-shattering battle, heralding the beginning of the legend of Hong Huang resonating throughout the heavens. System Status Panel. Host. Lin Feng. Current location. 7th Universe. Outer space of Earth. Battle power. 2. 5 billion. Legendary Super Saiyan Hong Huang form. Beginner 1. Battle power stabilized. Available replication points. 1,000,000. 580 points. And used. Body status. Law body. Intermediate. Perfectly aligned with Hong Huang power chi status. Hong Huang essence contained. Exerting pressure upon the heavens. Ability status. Core form. Legendary Super Saiyan Hong Huang form. Beginner 1. Bloodline talent. Hong Huang battlefield. Indestructible battle soul. Initial powers revealed. Achievements. Dominantly killed the Annihilation Shadow Avatar of the Dark Temple. Battle power 4 billion. Shaking the multiverse. Known information. Current situation. Repelled the Dark Temple's first large-scale invasion, showcasing the might of Hong Huang, attracting widespread attention in the multiverse. Reputation. The name of Hong Huang begins to spread, becoming the focal point of various factions. Potential impact. May attract more challengers, coveters, or allies. Next steps. Absorb the spoils of battle, stabilize the realm, and address the chain reactions stemming from the rise in reputation. System evaluation. Renowned throughout the heavens. The first cry of Hong Huang. The protagonist, in a dominating fashion, has slain a formidable enemy, officially stepping onto the stage of the multiverse, gaining widespread recognition for both prestige and power. The storyline has entered a more grandiose phase of multiverse contention. Chapter 101. The Attention of the Heavens. The tournament of the Omni King and the bet with the god of destruction Lin Feng, beyond Earth, obliterated the Annihilation Shadow Avatar of the Dark Temple and its fleet with the might of Hong Huang, and the news, like a cosmic storm, rapidly swept across dozens of adjacent universes through various clandestine channels. In an instant, the names Lin Feng and Hong Huang power became the focal point of discussion among countless advanced civilizations, ancient powers, and even deities. The seventh universe, Earth, once deemed a remote and primitive planet, was thrust into the limelight. In the god of destruction realm, Beerus, unusually awake, clutched a package of special cosmic spicy snacks. Gasping as he fixated on the battle footage replaying in Whiss's crystal ball, the complexity of emotions flickering within his purple pupils. TSK, that Annihilation Fellow's avatar, though merely a shell, possessed 3 to 4/10 of its original strength, yet was obliterated by this kid in just a few punches. Is he really that monstrous? Beerus gulped down some milk to alleviate the spiciness, muttering, "Whis, do you think if I exert my full power now, I could take him down?" Whis elegantly savored his pudding, smiling as he replied, "If Lord Beerus were to wield his true destructive authority, victory would indeed be assured. However, if it comes down to a contest of fundamental strength and rule application, Mr. Lin Feng's current Honghuang form has already approached the threshold of high divine power, particularly with the suppressive effect of the Honghuang battlefield on rules, which is quite troublesome. The odds are about even. Beerus nearly choked on the spicy snack, his eyes widening in disbelief. What nonsense! I am the god of destruction. How long has he been training? Talent, opportunity, and bloodline are all indispensable. Whis set down his spoon, his tone carrying a hint of profundity. And do you not find it intriguing, Lord Beerus, that such a being could emerge in the 7th universe? Perhaps he could bring about some unexpected variables. Beerus snorted, refraining from retorting. Yet the depth of his gaze shifted from casualness to scrutiny. Lin Feng's growth rate has indeed surpassed his initial expectations. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, the god of destruction realm, Kampa buried his rotund body amidst a heap of snacks, furiously pounding the table as he observed Lin Feng's display of power on the light screen. Damn it, that bastard Beerus. What ridiculous luck. How unfortunate that such a monstrous being was born in the 7th universe. If only it had come to our 6th universe. Jabe, look at him. If you possessed even half, or a mere 10th, of his prowess, I would not have to endure the ridicule of Beerus all day long. Standing below, Jabe clenched his fists, the flames of indomitable spirit igniting within his verdant eyes. Lord Xiangpa, I shall strive even harder in my training. One day, I will surpass him. The gods of destruction and angels from other universes exhibited a variety of reactions. Some were curious, others cautious, while a few simply relished the spectacle. Yet, without exception, Lin Feng and the 7th universe had been marked as subjects requiring close observation. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the storm, Earth appeared unusually tranquil. After repelling a formidable foe, Lin Feng returned to the gravity chamber to further assimilate the gains from his battle with the avatar of the god of oblivion. The mastery of the Honghuang form, the subtle control of the body of laws, intermediate, and the experience of contending with higher-level rules all necessitated time for consolidation. He understood that repelling an avatar was merely the beginning. The Dark Temple would not relent, and his performance would undoubtedly attract further scrutiny. Strength is the foundation for addressing all challenges. Ding. Host successfully repelled a large-scale invasion from the Dark Temple, showcasing the might of Honghuang, gaining notoriety across the multiverse, and earning 1,000 legend points. Ding. Legend points have reached the renowned across the heavens level. Unlocked special privilege. Heavenly Legend Shop, preview version. Heavenly Legend Shop. Legend points can be spent to exchange for unique items, knowledge, and even one-time experience cards of rules from various universes and systems. Note: shop items refresh randomly, and acquiring legend points is exceedingly difficult. Current legend points: 1050. The Heavenly Legend Shop? Lin Feng's heart stirred as his consciousness delved into the system. A virtual shop interface emerged against a backdrop of mysterious starry skies, revealing 3 solitary items on the shelves. Item: extraterrestrial culinary rainbow galaxy cake. Legend points: 50. A miraculous dessert from the culinary universe. Consuming it can slightly elevate mood and has a minuscule chance of grasping the essence of the delicious rule. Item: rule experience card, absolute freezing force. One time. Legend points: 800. Experience the absolute freezing rule of the Qing Shuang universe, instantly freezing a star system. Power correlates with the host's strength. Knowledge: dimensional folding basic theory, fragment. Legend points: 200. Involves advanced knowledge of spatial laws. Learning it can slightly enhance spatial skill effectiveness. Though there were enticing items, they were of no immediate use, and legend points were far too precious. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng chose not to exchange. It seemed that legend points were a more advanced currency than duplication points, and should be utilized judiciously. Just as he was about to continue his training, an overwhelming, indescribable thought, seemingly transcending all rules, descended upon the entire seventh universe without warning. No, it simultaneously enveloped all 12 universes. At that moment, all beings, whether mortals, warriors, chaos, Kaioshin, or even gods of destruction and angels, resonated deep within their souls with an innocent yet authoritative voice. Hey, this seems quite interesting. Everyone looks impressive. Let's play a game. Lord Zeno. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of gravity passing through his bright silver pupils. Even the Hong Huang power within him stirred slightly in response to this thought, revealing a hint of instinctual reverence. This was an absolute disparity in life levels. Let us hold a tournament of power. Each universe shall select the 10 mightiest warriors to battle in my palace. The last universe standing shall continue to exist, while the defeated ones will, well, simply vanish. Zeno's voice retained its innocence, yet the implications left all the universe's strongmen in a state of dread. The annihilation of the universe? This was a terrifying judgment akin to a child's play. Oh dear, that seems a bit too harsh, doesn't it? Another Zeno's voice chimed in. 2 Zenos. Then let the lower-ranked universes participate first. The 7th universe, the 6th universe, the 9th universe. Let's start with these. You have 30 Earth days to prepare. The thought receded like a tide, as if it had never appeared. Yet, the entire multiverse fell into a profound silence, followed by immense panic and turmoil. A tournament of power. The destruction of the universe? How could Lord Zeno suddenly? The 7th universe has been chosen. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others gathered, their expressions gravely serious. Even the usually carefree Goku felt an overwhelming pressure. Zeno intends to destroy the universe? Krillin's voice trembled. We must select the 10 strongest warriors. Shinhan clenched his fists. Everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Feng, who had just emerged from the gravity chamber. Undoubtedly, he was the strongest pillar of the 7th universe. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, but his eyes were profound. The tournament of power had finally arrived. This was not only a grave crisis, but also an unprecedented opportunity. Engaging with the top-tier warriors from other universes and witnessing different rules and power systems was crucial for his growth. Furthermore, this was an excellent stage to assess his current strength and ascertain his standing within the multiverse. Why panic? Lin Feng spoke softly, his voice carrying a peculiar soothing power. It is merely a martial tournament. If we win, the universe persists. If we lose, it is just a battle. Moreover, we may not necessarily lose. His confidence inspired those around him. Yes, with Lin Feng present, the 7th universe might indeed possess the strength to fight back. At that moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air in Capsule Corporation. It was none other than the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. Beerus wore a sour expression, clearly displeased with the sudden tournament organized by Zeno, but more so, he felt anxious. He gazed at Lin Feng, his tone unusually serious. Kid, you heard that, right? The survival of the 7th universe depends on you all. Don't embarrass me. Whis smiled and said, Mr. Lin Feng, this is a wonderful opportunity. It is not only for the survival of the universe, but also allows you to encounter a broader world. Lord Beerus and I will fully support your preparations. Lin Feng nodded. I will give it my all. Beerus fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, suddenly breaking into a grin that revealed his sharp teeth. Merely giving it your all is insufficient. Kid, do you dare to wager with me? Wager on what? Let us bet on this tournament of power. Beerus's eyes sparkled with cunning and combat fervor. If you can lead the 7th universe to ultimate victory, I will make an exception and personally guide you for 3 months, imparting to you the true essence of destruction. But if you lose, every time you see me afterward, you must respectfully call me Master Beerus. The true essence of destruction. Lin Feng's heart raced. This was a significant investment for Beerus. It seemed that this god of destruction was also stirred by competitive spirit, eager to test Lin Feng's limits in this tournament. All right, I accept the bet. Lin Feng replied without hesitation, a fierce fire igniting in his bright silver pupils. However, Lord Beerus, I have secured your guidance. Humph, arrogant little brat. Let us see what you can do. Beerus snorted coldly, yet a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. The curtain on the tournament of power was officially raised. The warriors of the 7th universe commenced their rigorous preparations. Lin Feng understood that this was not merely a battle for survival. It was a trial leading to greater heights. The stage of the multiverse had been set, and the legends of Hong Huang were about to pen a new chapter. Chapter 102, Preparation. The heavenly shop and the foreboding of chaos. The announcement of Lord Zeno's tournament of power was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up ripples across the seventh universe, particularly on Earth. The pressure concerning the existence of the universe tightened every warrior's nerves. After a brief moment of panic, an unprecedented wave of training surged forth. Baobao Mountain, the Divine Temple, and even Namek have become the fervent training grounds for the Z warriors. Under the initial guidance of Weiss, Wukong began to experiment with a deeper integration of the divine aura and the Super Saiyan form, his energy becoming increasingly profound and restrained. Dedicating himself to Bulma's specially designed gravity chamber, he relentlessly challenged the limits of his body and spirit. Bolstered by the essence of the great ape transformation and an indomitable will, his Super Saiyan 2 power became more refined, subtly touching the threshold of a higher realm. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin were also each pursuing their own paths to breakthrough. As the recognized cornerstone of the seventh universe, Lin Feng undoubtedly bore the greatest pressure. Not only was he the strongest warrior of the team, but he also carried the heavy burden of leading the entire universe toward survival. The wager with the god of destruction, Beerus, added an imperative reason to secure victory. In the depths of the Capsule Corporation's specially designed gravity training room, gravity had been adjusted to an astonishing 5,000 times. The very space felt slightly distorted due to the immense mass. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the center, with no energy radiating outward, yet the energy in the training room flowed around him like a gentle stream, slowly swirling, being devoured and refined. The perfect fusion of the law body, intermediate, and the primordial form allowed him to attain an exquisite level of energy control. He refrained from hastily increasing the quantity of energy, instead focusing on refining its quality and deepening his techniques. As his consciousness delved within, the ceaseless primordial power resembled a dark golden river of stars, embodying the might to create and destroy. His battle with the Annihilation Shadow clone deepened his understanding of this force's nature, ancient, vast, and tyrannical, with a natural ability to suppress and assimilate rules. He meticulously contemplated the flow of each fragment of power, attempting to harmonize it more perfectly with the destruction thunder of Thunder Sovereign, the peculiarities of Causality Severance, and the mastery of Energy Sovereign. In the primordial battlefield, Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, and a dark golden domain with a diameter of 100 meters quietly unfolded. Within this realm, it seemed to create its own world, with rules dictated by his intent. He attempted to incorporate the thunderous principles of Thunder Sovereign into the domain, causing electric serpents to dance wildly. With a pervasive aura of destruction, he also infused a hint of the mysterious causality, granting the attacks within the domain a seemingly guaranteed hit quality. Though merely a preliminary attempt, the energy consumption was enormous, yet its power was already fearsome. Still lacking proficiency, sustaining the domain demanded significant mental and energetic resources. Lin Feng dispersed the domain, breathing slightly heavier. This would be one of his crucial trump cards for the Tournament of Power. Following this, he connected to the system and opened the mysterious Myriad Realms Legend Shop preview version. With 1,050 points of legendary currency, a considerable fortune, he had to be judicious. The shop interface remained simple, displaying 3 items. Item: Interdimensional Culinary Rainbow Galaxy Cake, legendary points, 50. Item: Rule Experience Card Absolute Freezing Gas, 1 time, legendary points, 800. Knowledge: Dimensional Folding Basic Theory Fragment, legendary points, 200. Lin Feng glanced past the cake, his gaze settling directly on the latter 2 options. The Absolute Freezing Gas Experience card possessed formidable power. As a one-time ace in the hole, it could potentially alter the tide of battle at a critical moment. However, the steep price of 800 legendary points was significant, and being an experienced version, it would not allow him to fully grasp its rules. In contrast, the dimensional folding theory was knowledge-based, enhancing his understanding of space and thereby augmenting the efficacy of skills like instant transmission, offering greater long-term value. With unknown opponents and varied abilities at the Tournament of Power, having an additional trump card was always advantageous. Yet knowledge was fundamental. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to exchange for the Dimensional Folding Basic Theory Fragment. Consumed 200 legendary points, successfully exchanged for Dimensional Folding Basic Theory Fragment. Current legendary points, 850. A stream of profound information surged into his mind. encompassing advanced knowledge about spatial structures, dimensional barriers, and folding principles. Although merely a fragment, it opened a new door for Lin Feng. He immediately immersed himself in it, blending his understanding of space with the properties of the law body, beginning to deduce and digest. Days later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a flicker of spatial ripples shimmering in his bright silver pupils. With a thought, the space surrounding his body began to subtly twist and fold. As he took a step forward, it was not mere high-speed movement. Instead, it felt as though he had penetrated the membrane of space, instantly appearing at the opposite end of the training room, with the distance unchanged but the process far more mysterious and unpredictable. His manipulation of space became increasingly adept. The consumption of instant transmission was lighter, the speed faster, and he could even perform short-range dimensional flickers. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The expenditure of those 200 legendary points was well worth it. With 850 legendary points remaining, he decided to temporarily reserve them for unforeseen needs. Just as he prepared to continue training, an unexpected jolt surged through his heart. A faint, yet ineffably ancient and chaotic sensation, seemingly transcending all known rules, coursed through the depths of his soul like an electric current. This premonition did not stem from the system or external information, but rather felt like an instinctive warning from the depths of his primordial bloodline. Fragments of vague terms related to the chaos cataclysm and the primordial battlefield flashed through his consciousness, imbued with a heavy sense of impending doom and the end of all things. What was happening? Lin Feng furrowed his brows, his bright silver pupils swirling with runes of law, attempting to capture the source of this premonition, yet finding nothing. The sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, as though it were merely an illusion. However, with his current level and the strength of his soul, it could not possibly be a baseless figment. A warning from the primordial bloodline, related to the tournament of power, or perhaps connected to the fragments of memory of the primordial legend and the chaos demon god. A profound unease welled up within Lin Feng. This premonition seemed to imply that behind the tournament of power lay a crisis far deeper than the survival of the universe. Or perhaps the tournament itself was merely the prologue to a more significant conspiracy. It appeared that the tournament of power was far more complex than it seemed on the surface. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He had initially regarded the tournament as a trial and an opportunity, but it now seemed imperative to proceed with greater caution and prepare for all eventualities. He must elevate his strength swiftly. No longer could he afford to proceed step by step. Lin Feng resolved firmly. He turned his attention to the massive 1,000,000 580 replication points displayed on the system panel, as well as the faint perception of a bottleneck leading to a higher level following the advancement of the law body to intermediate. System. Deduce the next breakthrough direction and the resources required for legendary Super Saiyan primordial form. Lin Feng issued the command. Ding. Beginning deduction of legendary Super Saiyan primordial form, advancement path. Deduction in progress, Tien 5100. Deduction complete. Advancement Direction 1, Deep Awakening. Continue to excavate the potential of the bloodline's origin, enhancing the awakening degree of the primordial form. Expected consumption of 5 billion replication points. With a low probability of triggering unknown risks deep within the bloodline, residual ancient will backlash. Advancement Direction 2, Law Fusion. Deeply integrate the various laws, thunder, causality, energy, space, etc., already mastered with the primordial power to create unique combat techniques. Expected consumption of 3 billion replication points, with a high success rate. But the power ceiling depends on the grade and compatibility of the fused laws. Advancement Direction 3, External Object Tempering. Seek cosmic wonders containing ultimate chaos, the essence of creation or destruction, to aid in tempering the body and bloodline. Required wonders unknown. Replication point consumption varies based on the wonders, with risks and opportunities coexisting. Each of the three directions bore its own advantages and disadvantages. Deep Awakening offered the greatest potential but came with unknown risks. Law Fusion was relatively safe but required personal insight. External Object Tempering was serendipitous. With the tournament of power imminent, a prudent approach was paramount. Lin Feng made his decision to prioritize Law Fusion. Enhancing combat effectiveness is the most pragmatic approach. The principles he has mastered are of immense significance. If they can be perfectly integrated, their power will undoubtedly be earth-shattering. The system injected 3 billion replication points to assist in the profound integration, simulation, and training of Thunder Sovereign, causality severance, and the formidable force of Hong Wang, consuming 3 billion replication points, initiating the advanced simulation training ground. Time flow adjustment, 1 day in the outside world, 100 days within the arena. Commencing the fusion simulation of the principles, boom. Lin Feng's consciousness was drawn into a meticulously constructed simulated universe, where the principles were remarkably clear. Here, he could freely expend his power and engage in various perilous experiments without concern for external influences. He began to explore combinations, collisions, and integrations of the devastating thunder, the enigmatic threads of causality, and the overwhelming force of Hong Wang. Time raced by in this frenzied training. As days passed in the outside world, the warriors of the seventh universe were tirelessly strengthening themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was striving towards a higher realm within the simulated world. A storm was approaching, and Lin Feng was prepared to face all challenges. What brilliance would the edge of Hong Wang unveil upon the celestial arena? Chapter 103, Chaos Catastrophe. The tournament of power begins. Within the advanced simulation training ground, the time flow was adjusted to a terrifying ratio of 1 day in the outside world to 100 days within. Lin Feng's consciousness was fully immersed in the deep fusion simulation of Thunder Sovereign, causality severance, and the force of Hong Wang. This was an exceedingly perilous and intricate endeavor. Each of the 3 powers contained the essence of supreme principles, the devastation of thunder, the profundity of causality, and the ancient dominance of Hong Wang. Any misstep could lead to fusion failure, energy backlash, or even trigger conflicts of principles, resulting in the collapse of his own principal body. However, Lin Feng, wielding the formidable control of his principal body, intermediate, the high-level inclusiveness of the Hong Wang form, and the perfect simulation environment provided by the system's consumption of 3 billion replication points, managed to discover a feasible path for fusion amidst countless failures, collapses, and reorganizations. In the simulated universe, Lin Feng's figure transformed into a giant commanding chaotic thunder, entwined with the threads that sever fate, emanating an aura of cosmic creation. At times, he became an intangible vessel of causality, invoking judgmental catastrophe thunder based on Hong Wang. In countless attempts, he sought the most harmonious and powerful resonance among the 3 principles. 3 days passed in the outside world, while 300 days of arduous training elapsed in the simulated realm. On this day, at the core of the simulated universe, Lin Feng sat cross-legged atop a dying star. His aura was restrained to the utmost, as if he had merged with the entire universe. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and within the depths of his bright silver pupils, a grand vision of chaos unfolding, thunder's birth and extinction, and the intertwining of causality flashed by. The resonance frequency of the 3 principles had been found. He slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and at their tips, a minuscule, almost imperceptible point of chaotic light began to coalesce. Within this point of light, the destructive thunder, the severing threads of causality, and the pioneering force of Hong Wang achieved an unprecedented balance and resonance in a perfect and stable triangular structure. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, nor any terrifying pressure that could tear the void. Yet, the moment this point of chaotic light appeared, the entire simulated universe's principles emitted a subtle wail, as if encountering its natural nemesis. It radiated an essence that transcended ordinary rules, embodying the coexistence of return to the void and creation. This technique, merging the punishment of thunder, the severance of causality, and the genesis of Hong Wang, is named Chaos Catastrophe. Lin Feng whispered, pointing towards a simulated star domain constructed of countless chains of principles. With a gentle flick, whoosh, the point of chaos silently shot forth, its speed surpassing the boundaries of time and space, as if directly arriving at the outcome from the cause. In its wake, space, energy, matter, and even the foundational chains of principles constituting that star domain dissipated silently, returning to their primordial chaotic state. It was not destruction, nor annihilation, but the essence of transformation. Without a sound, a massive, mirror-smooth void emerged at the center of the star domain capable of withstanding the onslaught of 4 billion combat power, its edges retaining a chaotic aura, as if a portion had been directly erased from the very concept of existence in the universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully merging Thunder Sovereign, Causality Severance, and Hongwang power, creating a unique supreme martial skill, Chaos Catastrophe, Elementary. Chaos Catastrophe, Elementary, contains a thread of chaos, punishment, and the essence of return to the void. Its attacks ignore most energy defenses and physical obstructions, directly targeting the essence of existence, capable of inflicting severe damage on principles and conceptual entities. Its power is immense, and its consumption is significant. Caution is advised in its use. The host's understanding of principle integration has deepened significantly. The compatibility with legendary Super Saiyan Hongwang form has increased. Awakening level raised to 2. Combat power elevated to 3 billion. Simulation training concluded. Boom. Consciousness returned to reality. Lin Feng remained seated in the gravity chamber. Yet a subtle change had occurred in his demeanor, becoming more profound and reserved, as if he harbored a chaotic universe on the verge of eruption within. Combat power at 3 billion. Awakening level of the Hongwang form at 2. Coupled with the newly created trump card, Chaos Catastrophe, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. With 3 billion combat power and Chaos Catastrophe, Lin Feng felt the surging power within him, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Now, even if he were to confront the avatar of the Annihilation God Shadow once more, he was assured that he could crush it in a direct confrontation with absolute strength. At that moment, an urgent voice from Bulma called from outside the gravity chamber. Lin Feng, come out quickly. Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis are here. The selection for the Tournament of Power is about to begin. Lin Feng reined in his aura and stepped out, appearing in the living room. Beerus and Whis were already waiting there, along with core members of the Z Fighters including Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Dend, all of whom exuded refined auras, clearly having made significant progress over the past 3 days. Beerus glanced at Lin Feng, his purple cat-like eyes narrowing slightly. A hint of surprise flashing by. Kid, you seem to have grown stronger in just 3 days. Your training speed is truly astounding. Whis smiled and nodded. It seems Mr. Lin Feng has reaped considerable rewards. Lin Feng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. All right, enough small talk. Beerus clapped his hands, his expression turning serious. You all know the rules of the Tournament of Power. There are 10 slots. I have discussed with Whis, and based on your current strength and potential, we have preliminarily selected the following candidates: Lin Feng, Son Goku; Vegeta, Piccolo, Son Gohan; Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Dent, and the Namekian warrior Naru. This list essentially includes the strongest fighters on Earth at present, although Naru's strength is somewhat lacking. The unique abilities and healing techniques of the Namekians can play a crucial role in team battles. It will suffice. Vegeta crossed his arms, begrudgingly acknowledging this list, though he was displeased with the widening gap between himself and Lin Feng. Fantastic. We can engage with powerful beings from other universes. Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm, rubbing his fists together. For the survival of the 7th universe, we must give our all. Piccolo stated solemnly. Therefore, without further ado, we shall immediately set off for the venue of the Tournament of Power, the Null Realm. Whis raised his staff, and a brilliant rainbow-colored beam enveloped everyone. In the next moment, they felt a flash before their eyes, and they found themselves in an extraordinarily peculiar space. There were no concepts of up or down, no stars, no earth, only an immense platform seemingly composed of pure energy, floating in endless void. In the heart of the platform lies an immense arena, resonating with unwavering waves of law. This is the extraordinary realm of Wuzuji, crafted by the Omni King. At this moment, figures from various universes have gathered within its bounds. Warriors from the 6th universe, such as Jiabe, Zeit, and Kair, alongside fighters from the 9th universe and other selected cosmic teams, are arriving in succession. Powerful auras clash and probe against one another, saturating the air with an intense spirit of battle. On the highest floating stand, 2 adorably styled, yet supremely authoritative Omni-Kings are seated upon a grand throne, curiously surveying their surroundings. Flanking them are the Grand Minister and the angels from various universes, along with deities of destruction like Beerus and Kampa, who have taken their positions. Wow, there are so many people. It looks like so much fun. Omni-King A clapped his hands. Yes, let the fights begin. Omni-King B chimed in. The Grand Minister, wearing a warm yet undeniable smile, stepped forward, his booming voice echoing throughout Wuzuji. Welcome, warriors, to the Tournament of Power. The rules are simple. Warriors from all universes will engage in a free-for-all on the same stage. Those who fall off the stage will be eliminated, as will those who lose consciousness or concede. The universe with warriors remaining on the stage at the end shall be declared the victor. The defeated universes shall be erased by the Omni King. The competition begins now. Boom. As the Grand Minister's words resonated, the atmosphere of the arena exploded. The impatient warriors surged forth like tigers released from their cages, rushing towards their nearest opponents. From the sixth universe, come and fight. Vegeta roared, his Super Saiyan 2 aura flaring as he zeroed in on his old rival Jiabe. Kakarot, don't steal my opponent. Vegeta shouted as well. Hee, that big guy over there with the purple skin looks really strong. Goku excitedly dashed toward a three-eyed behemoth from the ninth universe. Piccolo, Gohan, and others quickly formed a formation to counter the attacks coming from all directions. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Energy waves collided, punches and kicks clashed, and an array of strange superpowers, magic, and technological weapons emerged. The brilliance of energy explosions surged and ebbed. Lin Feng did not hasten to engage. He stood quietly in a corner of the arena, his bright silver pupils calmly surveying the entire battlefield. The heightened perception granted by his primordial form allowed him to discern every subtle flow of energy and shift in rules on the battlefield. Oh, that assassin from the sixth universe, Zeit, has intriguing time abilities. The three-eyed warrior from the ninth universe possesses a unique method of energy storage and release. The being from the fourth universe, resembling a Namekian, excels at utilizing clones and illusions. Lin Feng, like an outsider, coolly analyzed the characteristics of the powerful beings from various universes. These diverse power systems provided him with invaluable insights to refine his own laws. Occasionally, some reckless warriors attempted to attack him, only to be effortlessly repelled by a mere flick of his hand, a thread of primordial energy sending them tumbling off the stage. With a casual display, he had already cleared multiple warriors from the arena. His performance immediately captured the attention of many powerful beings in the stands. Virus, that silver-haired kid from your seventh universe is quite composed, remarked the god of destruction from the fourth universe, Katra, with a sinister tone. Oof, naturally. He is our seventh universe's trump card. Virus proudly lifted his chin, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. Lin Feng's composed demeanor surpassed even his own as a god of destruction. On the stands of the sixth universe, Kappa was hopping in frustration. Jiabe, Zeit, what are you doing? Quickly eliminate those from the seventh universe, especially that Lin Feng. On the arena, the battle intensified. In the midst of fierce combat, Son Goku successfully began to merge the aura of the gods with his Super Saiyan form, bursting forth in a brilliant blue flame that drastically amplified his power. The Super Saiyan god Super Saiyan, Super Blue, form made its debut. With a single punch, he sent the three-eyed warrior from the ninth universe flying. Wow, Mr. Goku has grown even stronger, Krillin exclaimed in delight. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, let out a furious roar, breaking through his limits as azure flames ignited around him. Super Blue Vegeta is here. He instantly gained the upper hand against Jiabe. The seventh universe was on fire with momentum. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The god of destruction of the ninth universe, Laura, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes and discreetly signaled a fellow warrior from the ninth universe on the arena. The warrior understood immediately, abandoning his opponent to charge toward the weaker Jiaozi, entangled with a sixth universe fighter. They aimed to eliminate the weaker opponent first. Jiaozi, be careful, Shinhan shouted, but he was firmly ensnared by his adversary. As Jiaozi faced imminent danger, a figure appeared before him like a wraith. It was Lin Feng. He had not even changed his form. He merely raised his palm and gently pressed toward the approaching warrior from the ninth universe. Begone. The realm of primordial unfolded. Energy dominion stripped away. The ninth universe warrior felt the space around him solidify instantaneously, as if he had sunk into a quagmire. While the surging energy within him receded like a tide, forcibly siphoned away, his eyes widened in terror, unable to even scream, as an invisible force struck his chest, sending him careening backward like a severed kite, blood spewing forth as he was hurled off the stage. Instant elimination. All accomplished with such nonchalance. The arena fell into silence as countless astonished gazes turned toward Lin Feng. How powerful. I couldn't even see how he made his move. That warrior from the ninth universe had at least a few billion in power, and just like that, he has gone. Lin Feng from the 7th universe is the real monster. In the stands, the god of destruction from the 9th universe, Sidala, wore a furious expression. Virus, on the other hand, laughed heartily, reveling in the spectacle. Lin Feng did not even glance at his eliminated opponent. He nodded at the bewildered Jiaozi and shifted his gaze back to the core of the chaotic battlefield. A flicker of battle intent ignited in his bright silver pupils. The warm-up is over. The brilliance of the primordial is about to be revealed in earnest. The climax of the Tournament of Power is just beginning. Chapter 104. The Emergence of Calamity. A stunning blow and underlying currents of Alliance. Lin Feng's effortless act of sending the 9th universe warrior flying with a single palm immediately struck awe throughout the arena. This was not merely a display of raw power, but a manifestation of a higher level of control, bordering on the realm of governance itself. In an instant, a temporary vacuum formed in his vicinity, deterring anyone from approaching carelessly. How impressive! Krillin exclaimed, fending off attacks while marveling at Lin Feng's prowess. What a show-off! Vegeta scoffed, yet his assaults intensified, driving Jiabe back, clearly provoked by Lin Feng's display. Goku, with an exhilarated expression, surged with super blue energy, finding himself locked in a fierce struggle with Zeit, adapting rapidly to the latter's time abilities. However, Lin Feng's tranquility did not last long. The power he had exhibited, particularly the chilling sense of rule that accompanied it, quickly drew the vigilance and hostility of top-tier warriors from other universes. In the stands of the 6th universe, Kampa was frantic. Zeit, Jiabe, forget about Son Goku and Vegeta. We must join forces to eliminate that Lin Feng first. He poses the greatest threat. On the arena, engaged in battle with Goku, Zeit's gaze flickered beneath his cold mask. As a top assassin, his intuition for danger was exceptionally sharp. From Lin Feng, he sensed a lethal threat far exceeding that of Goku, one that transcended his comprehension. He had to be dealt with first. Jiabe, in a brief moment of high-speed movement, Zeit conveyed telepathically to the struggling Jiabe, the situation has changed. The threat level from that Lin Feng of the 7th universe surpasses our estimations. Execute Plan B, and temporarily ally to eliminate him first. Upon hearing this, Jiabe gritted his teeth, enduring a heavy blow from Vegeta, using the momentum to retreat and join forces with Zeit. The two connected their energies, momentarily setting aside their past grievances, directing their combined focus toward Lin Feng. Meanwhile, a handful of warriors from the 9th universe, under the covert command of Kaioshin Lower, stealthily converged, their eyes glinting with a sinister light. The warrior from the 4th universe, resembling a Namekian and adept in illusions, conjured dozens of indistinguishable phantoms, closing in from the flanks. In an instant, Lin Feng found himself the target of many, subtly encircled by 5 or 6 top-tier fighters from 3 different universes. Among them, Hit's combat power approached 2 billion, while Gabe in his super blue state boasted 15 billion, with the others hovering around 1 billion. This formidable assembly posed a significant threat even to a typical god of destruction. This is bad. Lin Feng is surrounded. Piccolo's expression shifted as he sought to assist, only to be ensnared by another warrior from the 4th universe. How despicable! Outnumbering the few, Gohan shouted in fury, yet was obstructed by a strange being from the 9th universe. Vegeta and Goku also attempted to provide support, but the combined assault of Hit and Gabe intensified, effectively restraining them. In the stands, Beerus abruptly rose, his violet eyes glaring at Kampa and the 9th universe's god of destruction, Sidra. Kampa, Sidra, do you have no shame? Ganging up on a single individual, Kampa retorted defiantly, the Tournament of Power does not prohibit alliances. Blame your monstrous 7th universe for being so ostentatious. Sidra sneered. It's merely the law of the universe. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Whis frowned slightly, but did not intervene. The Grand Priest remained expressionless, while the Omni Kings watched with keen interest. Faced with this siege, Lin Feng remained composed. He surveyed the approaching Hit, Gabe, and others, his silvery eyes revealing not fear, but a flicker of disappointment. Is this all they can muster? He murmured softly, as if appraising a group of inadequate sparring partners. Arrogant, Gabe roared in rage, his super blue aura burning at its peak as he coalesced an enormous green energy sphere, the ultimate Kamehameha. The colossal torrent of energy surged toward Lin Feng. Hit's figure blurred and vanished, reappearing in Lin Feng's blind spot, his finger poised to unleash a concentrated beam of lethal light aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. The power of time activated, attempting to momentarily imprison Lin Feng. The three-eyed warrior from the ninth universe unleashed a corrosive energy breath, while the illusionist from the fourth universe hurled a rain of energy blades with countless duplicates. Confronted with this overwhelming and all-encompassing assault, Lin Feng finally moved. He did not evade, block, or even transform. He merely raised his right hand slowly, fingers slightly splayed, targeting the most potent attack, Gabe's ultimate Kamehameha. Chaotic Calamity Light. A minuscule, almost imperceptible point of chaos appeared in his palm. There were no energy fluctuations, no oppressive aura, as if it were merely an illusion. Yet, at the moment this point manifested, the very rules of the void seemed to momentarily stagnate. On the platform, the Grand Priest, who had remained aloof, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes for the first time. Several angels also reacted. Beerus's pupils constricted, nearly biting his tongue. What kind of joke is this? The chaotic light point met Gabe's ultimate Kamehameha in silence. There was no explosion, no shockwave. In the incredulous gazes of all, that vast torrent of energy, capable of annihilating galaxies, seemed to encounter its nemesis. Upon contact with the chaotic light point, it began to disintegrate, dissolving not into nothingness, but reverting to its primal chaotic energy particles. Along with it, Gabe's intent, energy structure, and the very causality of the attack were all eradicated. The ultimate Kamehameha vanished into thin air. What? Gabe stared in disbelief, feeling the connection to his energy completely severed, the backlash causing his blood to surge. And this was merely the beginning. The chaotic light point retained its momentum, as if ignoring spatial distance, and the next moment, it appeared before Gabe's chest. This is bad. Gabe's soul trembled, instinctively forming the strongest shield with his super blue aura. Sizzle, like a red-hot iron plunging into ice. The chaotic light point effortlessly pierced through the super blue shield, entering Gabe's body. Gabe's movements froze, terror etched on his face. The super blue aura surrounding him extinguished like a candle in the wind, revealing eerie chaotic patterns beneath his skin. He opened his mouth, but could produce no sound. His eyes dimming rapidly as his body began to disintegrate like sand sculptures, transforming into scattered chaotic light, dissipating into the air. The hope of the sixth universe, the genius Saiyan Gabe, had fallen. With a single strike. Even the resurrection rules of the Omni Kings had not had time to activate. In the tournament of power, death is real death. Silence. An absolute stillness. Everyone was stunned by this unfathomable scene. Instantaneously eliminating a super blue warrior? What kind of power is this? Gabe. Kampa let out a heart-wrenching roar, nearly leaping from the stands. Its lethal flash finally grazed Lin Feng's back. However, Lin Feng, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, did not turn around, but pointed his finger back. The tip collided with the flash. Crack. Its time-infused fatal strike shattered like glass. The time-binding laws contained within crumbled effortlessly under the superior realm of chaotic calamity light. Time is ineffective against me. Lin Feng stated blandly, his silvery eyes glancing at Hit. Hit staggered back as if struck, a groan escaping him, blood seeping from beneath his mask. His eyes filled with unprecedented horror. His time ability had been so easily countered for the first time. Simultaneously, the corrosive breath from the ninth universe and the energy blade rain from the fourth universe fell upon Lin Feng. Yet, an invisible domain seemed to envelop him. All attacks disintegrated upon nearing him, reverting to chaos, without even ruffling the hem of his garments. With a mere gesture, he dismantled the combined assault, annihilated Gabe, and severely injured Hit while disregarding all attacks. Such power, such poise. The entire void was enveloped in silence. All warriors, including Goku and Vegeta, halted their movements, gazing in astonishment at that solitary figure on the platform, his silvery eyes devoid of emotion, like a deity. The three-eyed warrior from the ninth universe trembled, unable to fathom the impossibility of such power. The illusionist from the fourth universe witnessed all his clones disintegrate, his true form quaking in fear. Lin Feng withdrew his finger and calmly surveyed the remaining attackers. Those few were like prey caught in the gaze of a primordial beast, terrified to the core, retreating hastily, eager to leap from the arena. Boring. Lin Feng averted his gaze from them, casting it upon the other combatants in the arena. Any warrior who met his gaze felt a shiver of dread, instinctively recoiling. The might of a single punch reverberated throughout the arena. The primal force, having just revealed its edge, already instilled terror in the hearts of the celestial warriors. In the stance, the Grand Priest nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Does it contain a hint of the primordial chaotic essence? This warrior from the 7th universe is indeed extraordinary. With smiled Mr. Lin Feng always brings surprises. Beerus opened his mouth, ultimately releasing a complex sigh, yet a fiery excitement burned deep within his gaze. This kid might truly create a miracle. Meanwhile, in the shadows, certain entities stirred with heightened interest. The chaotic calamity light exhibited by Lin Feng, a power surpassing ordinary rules, revealed a potentiality to some ancient forces. The landscape of the Tournament of Power had irrevocably shifted due to Lin Feng's punch. A true storm is about to arrive.